In a shabby room. I've transmigrated. Fan Yao opened his eyes and sat up on the small bed, bewildered. A flood of unfamiliar information surged into his mind, gradually merging with him. As the memories became clearer, Fan Yao understood the current situation. It was now the year 2222, part of an alternate timeline. The number of disabled individuals was far greater than in ordinary times, most of them having lost limbs after being attacked by ferocious beasts. Even more terrifyingly, the number of disabled people was increasing at an astonishing speed every year. His Fan Yao was about to lift his hand to rub his head when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Looking down, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His left arm was wrapped in thick plaster, swollen like a lotus root, faintly throbbing with pain. Am I disabled? He nervously felt his arm and breathed a sigh of relief. It still had sensation, so it was likely just a fracture. Good thing it's not a disability. I don't want to become disabled for no reason. The origin of all this had to be traced back 200 years to the year 2022. At the beginning of 2022, a sudden global earthquake caused a massive nuclear leak. In an instant, the entire world became a radiation zone. Heat weapons relying on electromagnetic waves, including missiles, became useless scrap metal. Radiation caused animals and plants to mutate into extremely ferocious beasts, killing billions of humans. The survivors hid from these beasts, struggling to survive. 50 years later, humanity's numbers had dwindled to 1/3 of what they were before. At this time, a mysterious force in nature awakened. Later generations called it spiritual energy. Spiritual energy absorbed the radiation, transforming it into 13 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, ice, wind, poison, light, darkness, space, and time. This energy expanded billions of times over, spreading across the land. At the same time, humanity's innate talents were also activated. Some people awakened basic talents, while a lucky few could awaken an additional attribute. According to statistics, if 1,000 people out of 10,000 became martial artists, then only one among those 1,000 could awaken an attribute. In other words, martial artists who could awaken attributes were exceedingly rare. Relying on these talents and attributes, humanity barely managed to stabilize the situation, establishing one defense base after another, continuing to fight against the mutated beasts. Over the course of 200 years, in order to train the next generation, a brand new profession was born: martial artists. Regardless of gender, all 17-year-olds would go to specialized institutions to test their talents. It was neither good to start too early nor too late. Starting too early could affect physical development and harm the bones, while starting too late meant missing the optimal training period. Unless one had exceptional talent, it would be difficult to catch up. However, the chances of late bloomers succeeding were slim. This world is truly full of dangers, quite thrilling, Fan Yao sighed. But speaking of which, the original owner's arm wasn't hurt by a beast, but in a car accident. He glanced at his tightly bound left arm and understood that this body had just turned 17 years old and had undergone the talent test 3 days ago before the accident occurred. This is such a heavy blow. Let me think. What was this body's talent again? It seems low-level. Fan Yao's face darkened. Low-level talent? That's the kind of useless talent people mocked, saying it would be even better not to awaken at all. To discover geniuses, the authorities had developed a detailed talent grading system, divided into 6 levels from low to high: low level, sub-level, mid-level, high level, king level, and emperor level. The higher the talent level, the faster the cultivation speed and the higher the upper limit of strength. For instance, an emperor-level talent, once discovered, would undoubtedly shake the world's elite, as individuals with such talent possessed terrifying power capable of overturning oceans. As for those with low-level talent, if they were lucky, they could reach the 3rd level of foundation building. If unlucky, they might remain stuck at the 1st level their entire lives, unable to break through a virtual waste. Am I just supposed to accept this fate? Fan Yao felt conflicted. At this moment, a knock suddenly came from the door. "Brother, open the door. I have something to tell you." A pleasant voice rang out. "Fan Wensi." Fan Yao quickly got up to open the door. Just from the voice, he knew it was his only family, his twin sister, Fan Wensi. As for other relatives, They had perished in a beast attack years ago. As soon as the door was opened, Fan Yao saw a beautiful girl quietly standing there. Her features were delicate, her black hair draped over her shoulders, exuding a youthful and pure charm, especially with her pair of long, slender legs. Fan Yao discreetly observed her, silently praising her in his heart. "Brother, does your arm still hurt?" Fan Wensi asked with concern, not noticing his gaze. "Don't worry, it doesn't hurt anymore." Fan Yao shook his head. "If it hurts, you must let me know, okay?" Fan Wensi breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly remembered something and exclaimed excitedly, "Oh right, my talent test results are out. It's sub-level talent." Haha. Fan Yao felt a tightness in his chest, as if a small sword had pierced his heart, silently wounding his pride. His talent was actually inferior to his sister's? Where did that leave his dignity as a man? Huh. Brother, I remember you went for the test before me. Why haven't you gotten the results yet? Fan Wensi asked curiously. Well, I'm not sure. Fan Yao was stunned for a moment and shook his head, unable to reveal the truth. All right then. Fan Wensi didn't think much of it and speculated. Maybe it's because your talent is too outstanding, so the notification is delayed. Fan Yao gave a bitter smile. If only that were true. As Fan Wensi's figure disappeared from view, Fan Yao's expression suddenly changed. His left hand began to itch and ache unbearably. What is going on? Fan Yao panicked slightly. Creak, creak, it felt like countless ants were biting and gnawing on his arm. The pain was excruciating. He could even hear the creaking sound of his bones under pressure. A faint golden light emanated from beneath the bandages, and his entire arm seemed to be forged from metal. Then, with a slight shake of his left arm, the thick plaster shattered instantly. The exposed arm was no longer swollen or bruised. Instead, it was fair, powerful, and radiated a dazzling brilliance. In the blink of an eye, his fractured left arm had fully recovered. Not only that, but mysterious and intricate patterns coiled around the entire arm, glowing with a profound light. The patterns flowed slowly for a while before fading into his skin and disappearing completely. Ding! Attribute left arm, officially activated. As Fan Yao was still bewildered and confused, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. A stream of information, glowing with golden light, surged into his brain, flooding it with a torrent of knowledge. Buzz. Species, human. Name, Fan Yao. Strength, none. Talent, low level. A set of data suddenly appeared in Fan Yao's vision. As his gaze shifted, the data followed. Is this a golden finger? Fan Yao clenched his fists excitedly, fully grasping the method of using the attribute of his left hand. As long as I focus on any living being, whether human or beast, a light screen will appear before my eyes, displaying their talent. Any hidden abilities cannot escape my gaze. When I encounter a talent I want to replicate, as long as I touch the individual with my left hand, I can copy it, whether it's a mid-level talent or even a royal-level talent. However, if the other person's talent is also low-level like mine, then there's no need to copy it unless it has special attributes. Even low-level attributes are worth replicating, as I can overwrite them with higher-level talents of the same type in the future. Having clarified these points, Fan Yao immediately decided to seek out higher-level talents to enhance his strength. But Fan Yao furrowed his brows in concern. In this world, various bases were scattered everywhere. Outside the bases were ferocious beasts and battlefields, with danger lurking in every corner. Even within the bases, absolute safety was not guaranteed, as beasts occasionally broke in. With no strength to rely on, venturing outside to copy talents was far too dangerous. Encountering a beast could mean instant death. Thus, he could only search for targets within the base. However, bases varied in size. Small bases housed at most a few 100,000 people, covering tens of thousands of square kilometers. Large bases, on the other hand, had populations ranging from millions to tens of millions and spanned several million square kilometers, dozens of times larger than small bases. The high-level talents in small bases would likely be considered entry-level in large bases. The Anqing base where he resided was merely a small base, with a stable population of 500,000. Among them, 350,000 were devoid of talent, while around 150,000 had awakened basic talents of low levels. As for attribute warriors, There were only about 100, most of whom were either high-ranking officials of the base or heads of influential families rarely seen in daily life. The chances of encountering an attribute warrior are slim. I'll set that aside for now and focus on copying basic talents first. Right? Song Tai, the captain of the Treasure Pavilion S, guards his talent should be decent. Fan Yao suddenly remembered and grew excited. Anqing Base had a treasure pavilion, specializing in the sale of rare treasures, spiritual fruits, elixirs, and weapons, all worth a fortune. The pavilion's entrance was heavily guarded, deterring any would-be thieves. Nevertheless, there were always those reckless enough to stir up trouble. It was said that Song Tai, the guard captain of the treasure pavilion, had already thwarted 5 or 6 theft attempts, earning a formidable reputation. Recently, rumors even suggested that he possessed a mid-level talent, living up to his name. I'll go find him first. Fan Yao changed into a fresh set of clothes, informed Fan Wenxi, and made his way to the treasure pavilion with practiced familiarity. As he reached the entrance, Fan Yao paused in surprise. The pavilion's entrance was cordoned off, creating an open space. Within the marked area, 2 guards were engaged in an intense duel. One of them, a young man clad in lightweight battle armor, effortlessly repelled his opponent with a single palm strike, concluding the match without suspense. That man was none other than Song Tai. Bravo! The crowd surrounding Song Tai, 3 layers deep, erupted in cheers. Song Tai is truly impressive, worthy of being the Treasure Pavilion's #1 warrior. Such commanding presence, he's likely reached the innate realm. The loss was inevitable. I've heard Song Tai's talent is incredibly rare, probably mid-level. So envious. If only I could have a mid-level talent as well. That would be amazing. The Treasure Pavilion must be making a show of deterrence. Proactively striking out is certainly more effective than passively defending. Any clueless thieves would surely be intimidated by this display. After observing for a while, Fan Yao formulated a plan and focused his attention on Song Tai. Buzz. A light screen appeared. Species: human. Name: Song Tai. Strength: early innate realm. Basic talent: mid-level. As expected, it's a mid-level talent. Fan Yao's heart surged with joy. This trip was not in vain. But how could he approach Song Tai? Charging in directly was out of the question. He'd likely be subdued as a troublemaker or even killed on the spot. The Treasure Pavilion had powerful forces backing it, and hiring someone to dispose of a minor nuisance like him would be effortless. If he missed this opportunity, who knew when he'd get another chance to upgrade his talent? He took a deep breath, rubbed his face, and adjusted his expression, transforming himself into a fervent fan. Don't leave, Captain Song. I want a photo with you. Fan Yao pushed through the crowd, shouting loudly. Can we take photos with him? I want one too. Hey, don't push. I don't care. I want an autograph from my idol. Fan Yao's thunderous shout had an immediate effect. Upon hearing that they could take photos with Song Tai, the onlookers surged forward in a frenzy, throwing the scene into chaos. Taking advantage of the commotion, Fan Yao squeezed closer to Song Tai, quickly reaching out his left hand to lightly tap Song Tai's shoulder. Ding! Contact completed. It worked. With the target achieved, Fan Yao swiftly withdrew his hand and blended into the crowd, quickly vanishing from the scene. Now was clearly not the time to examine the talent information. He needed to find a quiet place to study it carefully. He ducked into a dark alley, unable to contain his excitement, and summoned the system. System, quickly display the information from the earlier contact. Buzz. Song Tai's talent information instantly appeared before Fan Yao's retinal display. He then pulled up his own data for comparison and found his talent remained unchanged, still low level. Could it be that touching is only the first step? Imprinting must be the second step, and only by completing both does the talent truly become mine. Fan Yao lowered his head and thought carefully. At last, he noticed a small handprint icon next to the basic talent, mid-level option. This mark wasn't here before. Does it mean I can imprint it? Fan Yao's eyes lit up as he focused intently on the small handprint. At that moment, ding, would you like to imprint basic talent, mid-level? The system prompt sounded. Yes. Fan Yao answered without hesitation. Ding, mid-level basic talent imprinting complete. The next moment, the numbers before his eyes vanished. Just as Fan Yao was wondering, boom. A surge of powerful dark gold energy erupted from the void, enveloping his entire body and forcefully pouring into every pore. Hiss. Fan Yao's expression twisted slightly. He wanted to scream, but forcibly held it in, sweat dripping in large beads from his forehead. The pain of refining his talent was even more intense than he had imagined. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. He had no idea how long it had been when Fan Yao finally found himself drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of water. Buzz. Species. Human. Name. Fan Yao. Strength. None. Basic talent. Intermediate. Intermediate talent. This pain was worth it. Fan Yao stared at the talent panel, his heart brimming with joy. Fan Wensi only had a substandard talent, but now he possessed an intermediate talent. In the future, he might even reach an advanced level or possibly a king-level talent. Based on Song Tai's example, the potential limit of an intermediate talent was at least the early stage of the innate realm. If he had the opportunity to break through the innate realm to the postnatal realm, it wasn't out of the question. Moreover, during cultivation, if he could imprint an advanced or elemental talent, he might even step into the unity realm. In Anqing Base, a unity realm powerhouse was nearly invincible. However, every meal must be eaten bite by bite. It's good to have ambitions, but aiming for things beyond one's abilities will only lead to trouble. Fan Yao walked out of the dark alley in a pleasant mood, his steps light as he returned home. In his room, Fan Yao pulled a book from the cabinet. Meridian Foundation Method. This was a cultivation technique specially prepared by the talent testing agency for beginners in the foundational stage. Everyone who completed the talent test received a copy. It was designed to open the 12 major meridians in the body, allowing spiritual energy to flow smoothly through them. Opening the first meridian would double the passages with the second, triple the third, quadruple, continuing in this manner. The more meridians opened, the more spiritual energy could be released at once, and the faster it could recover after depletion. These details often determine the outcome of battles. I could never understand this before. But now, Fan Yao muttered to himself as he flipped through the pages. The Meridian Foundation method was divided into 4 stages, with increasing difficulty in the later stages. Each page was densely packed with text and complex explanations, accompanied by diagrams of the human body's meridian pathways. Misinterpreting even a single sentence or practicing along the wrong meridian could result in minor setbacks like internal injuries or, in severe cases, the rupture of a meridian. Thus, Fan Yao carefully read every single word, not daring to lose focus for even a moment. Finally, I understand. After meticulously studying a few pages, not only did Fan Yao not feel fatigued, but he felt as if his run and dew meridians had been unblocked, his face glowing with vitality. Fan Yao was so engrossed that he didn't even hear Fan Wensi calling him for dinner. One hand clutching the book, the other holding a pen, his expression shifted from frustration to joy to deep thought, constantly changing. He finished studying the content of the first stage, then moved on to the second stage, the third stage, until the fourth stage. Every meridian pathway's operation was deeply etched into Fan Yao's mind. He could now recite it backward. Why does the Meridian Foundation method suddenly feel so simple? As the sun set and the moon rose, Fan Yao reviewed the key points in his mind, his expression complicated. "Brother, the food's gone cold." Downstairs, Fan Wensi called out for the second time, her voice tinged with resignation. This time, Fan Yao finally heard her. Coming. Fan Yao snapped out of his trance, startled to realize it was already dark outside. He stretched lazily as he stood up. I've completely understood the Meridian Foundation method. I wonder how Wensi is progressing with her cultivation. Brother, if you don't come down now, I'll... The moment she saw Fan Yao, Fan Wensi was about to complain, but suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Instead, she exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Brother, your hand has healed." "Yes, it has," Fan Yao paused, replying as he followed her lead. "Also, I just received notification from the agency my talent is intermediate." Clatter. The chopsticks in Fan Wensi's hand fell to the ground as she stared at Fan Yao in a daze. Intermediate talent was far superior to her substandard one. Truly, her brother was remarkable. Also, I've nearly mastered the Meridian Foundation method. Tomorrow, I can start cultivating, Fan Yao said calmly. Wow. Then can I ask you for help if I don't understand something? Fan Wenxi nodded enthusiastically, her eyes brimming with admiration. Of course, Fan Yao nodded. Upon hearing this, Fan Wenxi's eyes lit up. She dashed into her room, grabbed her book, and ran back out. Brother, I don't understand this part, and this part, and this part. Fan Wenxi pointed out 3 or 4 spots. Her face scrunched up in frustration, clearly finding the problems challenging. This part means. Fan Yao glanced at her book and immediately began explaining patiently and thoroughly, his tone both gentle and professional. Brother, you're amazing. Fan Wenxi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Under Fan Yao's guidance, Fan Wenxi's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. The problems that had seemed as terrifying as wild beasts were suddenly resolved with ease. In his room, Fan Yao sat quietly in a meditative posture, surrounded by a peculiar energy fluctuation, the ripple of spiritual energy. It had been 2 months since he explained the Meridian Foundation method to Fan Wenxi. During this time, both had been working on opening their meridians, but Fan Wenxi's progress was noticeably slower. She had only opened 6 meridians so far, which often left Fan Yao feeling both envious and jealous. Today, I must open all the meridians, Fan Yao thought resolutely, taking a deep breath as he mentally revisited the final stage's key techniques of the Meridian Foundation method. His focus turned inward. The operational routes of every meridian were vividly clear in his mind. Most of the main meridians resembled wide highways where spiritual energy surged freely. However, a few remained narrow and congested, causing the spiritual energy to crash into obstacles, chaotically colliding and triggering waves of pain that made the meridians feel like they were on the brink of collapse. This is the one. Fan Yao deliberated briefly before locking onto one particularly narrow meridian. He then concentrated his spiritual energy into a sharp needle-like form and carefully directed it toward the blockage in the meridian. This task required extreme precision. Too much force could severely injure him, too little, and the blockage wouldn't clear. Before long, beads of sweat began to form on Fan Yao's forehead. It wasn't until the early hours, as the sky began to lighten, that Fan Yao slowly opened his eyes. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he softly uttered, "It's open." As soon as he spoke, a fierce gale erupted in the space before him. Powerful spiritual energy surged forth like tidal waves, creating intense wind pressure. Small items in the room were shredded by the spiritual energy, slamming into the walls and floor with deafening crashes. His aura climbed rapidly. Foundation establishment, 1st level. Foundation establishment, 2nd level. The surge continued until he reached the 8th level of foundation establishment. The terrifying momentum finally subsided, leaving the room in utter disarray. System, display my data. Fan Yao opened his eyes, his heart overflowing with ecstatic joy. Buzz. Species, human. Name, Fan Yao. Strength, 8th level of foundation establishment. Basic talent, intermediate. Even with the same intermediate talent, I reached the 8th level of foundation establishment at 17, while Songtai only reached the early stage of the Xiantian realm at 26. Fan Yao pondered repeatedly in his mind. His cultivation speed was astonishingly fast. Could it be because the spiritual power of a transmigrator is stronger and their control over spiritual energy is higher? Fan Yao questioned himself. For martial artists with intermediate talent, they could open 3 meridians at most in a month, 6 in 2 months, yet within 2 months, he had opened all 12 meridians. The further one advanced in cultivation, the more challenging it became. To open all meridians within 2 months and break through to the 8th level of foundation establishment, this speed was hard for anyone to believe. Just as Fan Yao marveled at his exceptional talent, boom, a sudden explosion echoed in the air. A streak of silver lightning tore through the night sky and struck downward. The solid ground cracked open instantly. Countless windows and glass panes shattered outward with a deafening noise. Car alarms blared madly, and piercing screams ripped apart the calm of the early morning. What is happening? People were startled awake. They rushed to open their windows to look outside, only to feel their knees go weak in panic the very next moment. On the street, a gigantic three-eyed thunderhawk, towering over 10 meters tall, let out a sharp and piercing screech. Its massive talons landed on the ground, creating fissures beneath its weight. Lightning crackled across its body like living creatures, rampaging through buildings, slaughtering humans in their sleep. It's a demonic beast. Run. The demonic beast is here. Demonic beasts were entirely different from wild beasts. When attributes merged into the world, many animals besides humans mutated and gained cultivation talents. Wild beasts only possessed basic talents, comparable to ordinary martial artists, whereas demonic beasts awakened elemental attributes on top of their basic talents. This made their attack power, strength, and ferocity far surpass those of wild beasts. Fan Yao quickly urged his frightened sister, Fan Wenxi, to hide. While he remained standing, his gaze locked firmly on the three-eyed thunderhawk. Species: demonic beast. Name: three-eyed thunderhawk. Strength: mid-stage, Xiantian realm. Basic talent: low-level lightning attribute. Talent grade: intermediate. Can't beat it one-on-one, but that elemental talent, it's enviable, Fan Yao muttered, licking his lips, his voice tinged with a hint of longing. Here, with no one to stop it, the three-eyed thunderhawk rampaged freely. It screeched toward the heavens, its three eyes scanning its surroundings before finally locking onto Fan Yao. Its sharp beak opened slightly, gathering light within. It was preparing to attack. Fan Yao's expression darkened. Fan Wenxi was still inside the house. If the thunderhawk attacked here, she wouldn't survive. Damn it! Fan Yao leapt high into the air, grabbing an iron rod from a corner of the wall and hurling it with all his strength. The rod flew like the wind, striking the thunderhawk's chest with a heavy blow, the spiritual energy imbued within delivering a massive impact. The thunderhawk's body wavered, and the light beam it was gathering veered off course, blasting onto the rooftop of another building instead, setting off a cacophony of alarms. Seeing its attack miss, the thunderhawk burned with rage, its eyes glaring daggers at Fan Yao as lightning flickered across its form. Oh my god, someone's standing up to the demonic beast. Such a young guy, can he hold it off? Call the police. Alert the Beast Hunter organization, or we're all doomed. People watched the scene unfold, their expressions a mix of fear and admiration. Knowing how vicious demonic beasts were, this young man still dared to confront one head-on. Was it bravery or confidence? Brother. Fan Wenxi's trembling voice called out. Stay hidden. Don't come out. Fan Yao responded calmly, catching the iron rod as it spun back to the ground. His palm buzzed with the pain of being numbed by lightning. Spiritual energy surged through his meridians, enveloping the iron rod and insulating it from the lightning's assault. Fan Wenxi bit her lip, tears welling up as she desperately dialed the emergency beast hotline for help. Bring it on. Fan Yao lightly swung the rod, his expression growing more serious. Having just broken through to the 8th level of Foundation establishment, he was already facing such a formidable foe. Until reinforcements from the Beast Hunter organization arrived, he had no choice but to hold the Thunderhawk off on his own. The three-eyed Thunderhawk is fast in the air, but on the ground, obstacles will hinder its movements. This is my chance. Fan Yao's eyes lit up, his battle intent soaring. The Thunderhawk's eyes flickered with rage at being underestimated. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through as its enormous wings, over 10 meters wide, spread open and flapped fiercely. Silver lightning danced across its feathers, accompanied by a series of explosive booms. Fan Yao stomped the ground hard, dodging the Thunderhawk's massive wings. He leapt into the air, his toes barely touching the ground as he seized an opening, striking repeatedly with the iron rod like raindrops in a storm. Each swing carried sharp ripples of spiritual energy, forcing the Thunderhawk to retreat again and again. Frustrated by its inability to gain the upper hand, the Thunderhawk was overcome with fury. It suddenly threw its head back, its massive beak beginning to gather radiant light once more. This was the Thunderhawk's interrupted ultimate move earlier, its innate talent technique, the Thunderstorm Ray. Human experts could create various martial techniques to enhance their attacks, and demonic beasts were no different. The key difference was that their techniques were stored in their racial memory. They didn't need to learn them deliberately. Once their strength reached a certain level, their innate techniques would awaken naturally. For some demonic beasts with powerful bloodlines, a single innate technique could destroy an entire base, its power immeasurable. Although the three-eyed Thunderhawk wasn't a bloodline beast, the technique it was about to unleash, powered by its mid-stage Sciention realm strength, was still tremendously destructive. Fan Yao's eyes narrowed as he drove the iron rod deep into the ground. His meridians tightened and loosened in rapid succession, drawing spiritual energy out at high speed to form a glowing spiritual energy barrier. He wasn't sure if he could withstand the attack. After all, he was facing a mid-stage Sciention realm demonic beast, while he had just broken through to the 8th level of Foundation establishment. No matter how fast his cultivation speed was, there was no way he could easily defeat something this far above his level. More importantly, behind him were his younger sister and countless innocent civilians. With no reinforcements yet from the Beast Hunter organization, retreat was not an option, just as Fan Yao gritted his teeth and prepared to risk it all. Suddenly, "Brother, you can do it. Hero, go get him. You're the pride of our base. Take down that beast and show it that humans aren't to be trifled with. Heroes are invincible. We'll always support you." A wave of cheering erupted, resonating throughout the sky. The nearby residents, who had initially intended to flee, stopped in their tracks. Seeing a youth far younger than them stand fearlessly against a mid-stage Sciention realm demonic beast, they were overwhelmed with admiration. Though fear was etched across their faces, their anger toward the demonic beast and sorrow over their endangered home burned brighter. Witnessing Fan Yao, the lone hero, step forward, they could no longer suppress their emotions. "Be careful, young hero." Sizzle. Silver lightning tore through the air, accompanied by deafening thunderclaps, streaking toward him like a meteor. "I'm not risking my life for you all," Fan Yao chuckled bitterly, his arms trembling as he stabilized the spiritual energy barrier. "This spiritual energy barrier is damn solid." Amid the cheering voices, a few were genuine martial artists. Their strength was insufficient to recklessly charge forward and court death, but they could sense the brilliance of the spiritual energy barrier. This was something they could never create themselves. A glimmer of hope began to ignite in their hearts. With a hero standing firm, perhaps today wouldn't be their last. Boom. Violent lightning fiercely struck the spiritual energy barrier, arcs of electricity dancing and slowly corroding it. The immense pressure surged, causing Fan Yao's arm to tremble slightly, while the spiritual energy within his body drained like water being pumped out, blocking the lightning from advancing further. The surrounding ground was instantly scorched black and cracked. As time passed, the spiritual energy barrier gradually weakened, its surface starting to show unstable fluctuations. "Damn it." Fan Yao exhaled lightly, desperately squeezing out the last trace of spiritual energy within himself. After a few tremors, the spiritual energy barrier miraculously stabilized again. After all, even the ultimate moves of innate-level beasts weren't infinite. Moments later, the originally arm-thick lightning beam began to thin until it was no thicker than a finger. The corrosive sound grew faint, and the intense radiance finally dissipated amidst the crowd's cheers. It worked. He blocked it. What a true hero. Seeing Fan Yao successfully withstand the attack, the crowd erupted into cheers. Buzz. The spiritual energy barrier, now completely exhausted, faded away after a slight trembling, leaving behind only a thin layer that quickly vanished. Fan Yao remained motionless, his arms still outstretched, feeling the faint fatigue within his body. His palms tingled slightly. While the spiritual energy barrier had held back the lightning storm, the most dangerous moments were borne by him alone. The abundant spiritual energy in his body was now almost entirely depleted. "It's not over yet. If you don't die, how will I enhance my attributes?" Fan Yao sneered coldly, looking at the three-eyed Thunder Hawk, whose red eyes gleamed with fury. In just a few minutes, his spiritual energy had nearly recovered, the full power of the Foundation Establishment Meridian technique coming into effect. Fan Yao's aura quickly revitalized, leaving both the three-eyed Thunder Hawk and the observing martial artist stunned. The hero's recovery of spiritual energy was unbelievably fast. Just as everyone marveled, Fan Yao had already charged forward once more. The crowd's hearts nearly leapt out of their chests. A hero is truly a hero, withstanding such an innate level beast's ultimate technique and still not running out of spiritual energy? Exactly. That was a full force strike from an innate level beast. Could it be that the hero has cultivated some miraculous technique that allows him to recover spiritual energy in just a few minutes? Whatever the technique is, it's definitely not the foundation establishment technique. Or how else could I fail to achieve that? Boom, boom, boom. The iron staff and eagle claws collided repeatedly, sparks flying with each clash. Neither side could afford a moment of relaxation, otherwise glaring new wounds would appear on their bodies. Although the three-eyed Thunderhawk's realm was higher than Fan Yao's, his recovery ability was utterly monstrous. Determined to wear down his opponent, even the three-eyed Thunderhawk began to struggle under the pressure. "Brother, you've worked hard. Leave the rest to us," came a voice. Just as Fan Yao was preparing to continue his strategy of attrition, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, landing before him and striking decisively with a blade. Screech. The blade light was sharp, slicing open another deep gash on one of the three-eyed Thunderhawk's wings. Its screech was piercing, blood flowing profusely. "Song Tai? Song Tai is with the beast hunting organization?" Fan Yao stepped back, observing Song Tai's specialized uniform with a complex expression. Not only is Song Tai the captain of the Treasure Pavilion's guard team, but he is also registered with the beast hunting organization, leading a hunting squad and earning a hefty subsidy each month. No wonder he reached the innate realm at such a young age. Fan Yao set down his iron staff and let out a long breath. He wasn't particularly upset with Song Tai's move to steal the spotlight. His plan had always been to hold off the three-eyed Thunderhawk until the beast hunting organization arrived. Now that the objective was achieved, all he needed to do was wait for Song Tai and his team to deal with the three-eyed Thunderhawk. Then, he could step forward, touch it, and acquire the lightning attribute talent. As expected, with both Song Tai and the three-eyed Thunderhawk being at the innate level, Song Tai held a slight advantage. However, the three-eyed Thunderhawk was already half crippled, and the battle quickly reached a stalemate. Before long, the three-eyed Thunderhawk let out a sorrowful screech as Song Tai delivered a fatal slash to its throat. The three-eyed Thunderhawk collapsed heavily to the ground. Fan Yao stepped forward and lightly touched its feathers with his left hand. Ding! Touch complete. The system's voice echoed in his ear, lifting Fan Yao's spirits. He turned and prepared to leave. He had no intention of engraving the talent now. The pain he endured last time while engraving a mid-level foundational talent was still fresh in his memory. This time, he was going to engrave a mid-level lightning attribute talent. He needed to find a quiet and safe place to fully prepare. Unexpectedly, wait, Fan Yao was about to check on Fan Wensi when Song Tai suddenly approached him, calling out loudly. "What is it?" Fan Yao stopped in his tracks. "You're the one who held off the three-eyed Thunderhawk, right?" To come out unscathed. "Your strength is impressive. How about we spar sometime?" Song Tai casually praised him, then issued a challenge. Fan Yao frowned, overhearing the murmurs of the beast hunting squad members around them. Sigh, this young fellow is unlucky to have caught the captain's attention, right? The captain's a battle maniac. He wants to challenge every strong person he meets. This young fellow looks much younger than the captain, yet is so strong. The captain definitely won T, let it slide. Fan Yao immediately refused. "I'm not interested." He hadn't expected his strength to attract someone's persistent challenges. Song Tai's face showed disbelief as he stared at Fan Yao. "You don't recognize me?" "I do," Fan Yao confirmed. "The mid-level foundational talent I engraved came from you." Song Tai was speechless. If he knew who Song Tai was, then he should also know that Song Tai was a famous figure in the Anqing base, someone many people dreamed of battling. Now that he personally extended a challenge, how could someone outright refuse? To have defeated the three-eyed Thunderhawk, you must at least be on par with me. I can't believe you're so cowardly that you'd refuse to fight me. Fan Yao's expression turned odd. On par? Who told you we're on the same level? Song Tai glanced at the three-eyed Thunderhawk, understanding that its energy had been severely depleted, leaving only a tenth of its original power. That was why he could kill it so easily. Otherwise, he would be needed his team's cooperation and would be been injured in the process. Wasn't he all of this Fan Yao's doing? Seeing Song Tai's disbelief, Fan Yao sighed helplessly and said, I'm 17 years old, and I just completed my talent assessment. I'm currently at the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage. That's impossible. Even if you don't want to fight me, you don't need to lie to me. Song Tai's face was filled with shock. All 17-year-olds had their talents assessed 2 months ago. This meant that Fan Yao had only been aware of his talent and started cultivating for at most 2 months. Such speed was only achievable by geniuses, no, by supreme geniuses. Could it be you possess a royal-level talent? Song Tai gasped, his hands and feet trembling. Fan Yao remained silent, said nothing further, and turned to leave. It took a long while for Song Tai to recover from his shock. He wanted to find Fan Yao, but discovered that he had long since disappeared without a trace. Damn it, I forgot to ask his name. But it doesn't matter. The testing institution collected his portrait. Once I access the data, everything will become clear. Song Tai put away his weapon, turned back, and continued dealing with the beast corpses. However, after this night, many things would change completely. For instance, during the three-eyed Thunderhawk's attack on the city, Fan Yao stepped forward, risking his life to save countless people. This act of heroism became widely celebrated from the break of dawn. Countless people idolized him, vowing to become intelligent and brave young heroes like him. Additionally, Song Tai reported to the senior management of the demon hunting organization, informing them that there might be a warrior with royal-level talent in the base. The organization took this matter very seriously and granted Song Tai access to the archives. Faced with a sea of new test candidates' names, Song Tai swore to uncover the truth. Of course, these were all events yet to unfold. 1 month later, Fan Yao informed Fan Wenxi that he had something to attend to and made his way to a secluded park not far from home, preparing to fuse with his lightning attribute talent. Inside a pavilion, Fan Yao sat cross-legged on the ground, his face filled with both anticipation and nervousness. I wonder what changes this will bring. Well, lightning shouldn't strike me dead, right? Ding. Would you like to replicate lightning attribute talent? Intermediate? Yes. Focusing his mental energy into his palm, Fan Yao confirmed. Ding. Intermediate lightning attribute talent replication complete. With a crackling sound, lightning danced across Fan Yao's skin, instantly spreading over his body and forming a thin membrane of electricity around him. Violent currents of lightning burrowed into his skin, nourishing and strengthening every cell and meridian. It felt like a baptism, as his entire body buzzed with a pleasurable hum, and his physical strength grew continuously. Then came the excruciating pain. So this is body refinement? Fan Yao gritted his teeth. For a warrior, increasing strength not only required improving one's realm, but also involved physical refinement, special training, and the cultivation of martial techniques. Among these, lightning body refinement was the most dangerous but yielded the most noticeable results. Natural lightning was too hazardous, easily fatal, so few dared to attempt it. Thus, lightning attribute warriors became the preferred option, as hiring a powerful lightning attribute warrior for body refinement cost at least 7 figures per session. Unexpectedly, with the help of the system, Fan Yao experienced it for free, though the process was far from easy. His entire body trembled like a sieve, cold gasps escaping his lips continuously. His body glowed with a silver-white radiance. It took a full half-hour for the searing pain to subside gradually. Boom! A surge of powerful energy erupted, flushing through his meridians. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the 9th stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. But it didn't stop there. The silver-white, violent energy rapidly converged within Fan Yao's body, swelling and transforming into the faint image of a mighty eagle crying out to the heavens. The eagle's piercing shriek echoed in his mind. The giant eagle soared, spiraling through the skies and breaking through a thin barrier with unstoppable momentum. Innate realm, he advanced directly. Following that, the eagle dived into Fan Yao's dantian, forming a continuous loop with its head and tail, transforming into a smooth, silver-white spirit core. The spirit core rotated constantly, lightning flickering across its surface, where 9 intricate silver-white patterns faintly tinged with purple emerged, uneven yet brilliantly dazzling. 9 patterns spirit core. Fan Yao counted the markings and was overjoyed. A spirit core was the hallmark of an innate realm warrior. Every innate realm warrior had a core that concentrated all their spiritual energy, and its quality was ranked from 1 pattern to 9 patterns. The 9-pattern spirit core was the highest grade, capable of storing the most spiritual energy and offering the fastest recovery rate. More importantly, the higher the quality of the spirit core, the easier it was to break through to the unity realm. Fan Yao hadn't expected to form a 9-pattern spirit core. No one in this entire base could likely compare. Quick, display the data. Fan Yao took a deep breath and spoke. Buzz. Species, human. Name, Fan Yao. Power level, early innate realm. Base talent, intermediate. Lightning attribute talent, intermediate. Not bad. Fan Yao blinked with satisfaction, and the data on his retina disappeared. He stood up, stretched, and began heading home. At home, the television was broadcasting the news. The three-eyed Thunderhawk attacked the base in the early hours, resulting in 56 deaths during sleep and 230 injuries. The situation is dire. At this critical moment, a young man, whose name remains undisclosed, courageously stepped forward to confront the threat, holding the line until the demon hunting organization arrived for support. It is said that this young man has just begun his cultivation journey. The wisdom and bravery he displayed make him a role model for modern young warriors, deserving of our respect and admiration. Brother is amazing. Fan Wincy laughed as she munched on snacks, her eyes narrowing into slits with joy. Creak. Fan Yao pushed open the door and entered. Brother, they're reporting about you on TV. Fan Wincy excitedly pointed at the screen. How is your progress with the Meridian Foundation technique? Fan Yao glanced at her. Well? Fan Wincy froze, putting down her snacks, stammering without forming coherent words. Seeing Fan Yao raising his hand to knock on her head, she quickly stuck out her tongue and ran off. I'm supervising you. You must complete the second phase of training today, Fan Yao said, narrowing his eyes. No, brother. Aren't you busy? Someone came looking for you just now. Fan Wincy waved her hands vigorously, doing her best to oppose Fan Yao's caring supervision. Who was looking for me? Fan Yao asked, puzzled. It was Captain Song from the Treasure Pavilion. He said he has fully uncovered your background and asked you to find him at the Demon Hunting Organization, Fan Wincy replied. Fan Yao's expression turned slightly complicated. That guy was truly persistent. It was nothing more than an attempt to challenge him to a fight. Now that he knew where Fan Yao lived, if Fan Yao didn't agree, it would only lead to constant visits in the future. Perhaps it was better to head there personally? Fan Yao remained silent. Fan Wincy sneaked a glance at him and chuckled inwardly. At least now her brother wouldn't personally supervise her. Demon Hunting Organization. This was a massive institution established specifically to combat demon beasts. Each base had its own division, wielding significant authority, unified management, and serving as the hub for all warriors. Typically, the Demon Hunting Organization issued various demon hunting missions. Warriors would form squads of at least 5 members to complete them. The rewards were generous and could be exchanged for cultivation resources. Song Tai had risen through the ranks by completing such missions. Inside the demon hunting headquarters at Anqing Base, the hall was bustling with people. Song Tai stood at the entrance, anxiously waiting for Fan Yao. He received curious stares from many passing warriors. Some even asked for his autograph, but he impatiently drove them away. Upon closer inspection, Song Tai's eyes were bloodshot, with dark circles under them. He looked utterly exhausted, as though he hadn't slept in days. Didn't expect this, did you? After a month of searching, I finally found you, Fan Yao, 17 years old, 2 months of cultivation, low-level talent. How could you possibly go head-to-head with the three-eyed Thunderhawk? Could the test results have been wrong? But the talent testing machine is the latest model with a 99.9% accuracy rate. How could it make a mistake? Song Tai's face was full of confusion, almost doubting his own existence. Why hasn't he come yet? Could that little girl not have informed Fan Yao? Song Tai paced back and forth, unable to hold back any longer, preparing to go to Fan Yao's house to find him. At that moment, a figure slowly walked into the hall of the monster hunting organization. As Fan Yao approached, Song Tai felt an oppressive force gradually closing in. The spiritual energy within his body surged out as though encountering danger, isolating Fan Yao's aura and activating a self-defense mechanism. Fan Yao, your aura seems a bit strong. Song Tai froze in shock, forgetting to retract his spiritual energy. Fan Yao cast a faint glance at Song Tai and said, "Do you want to fight here?" As he walked in, he noticed that the monster hunting organization was enormous. The reception hall alone was the size of a football field, not to mention the other facilities. The cost of such a place must have been astronomical, and if he damaged anything, he wouldn't be able to afford it. If Song Tai said yes, Fan Yao would immediately turn around and leave. Before Fan Yao's voice faded, Song Tai replied, "No, fighting is prohibited in the monster hunting building. Let us go to testing room 2363. Coming to his senses, Song Tai quickly retracted his spiritual energy, but that oppressive feeling in his chest surged back. He was utterly horrified. The last time he saw Fan Yao, he hadn't felt this fearful. In just 1 month, Fan Yao had managed to suppress him? Could Fan Yao have broken through to the innate realm and surpassed his own strength? "I'm not familiar with this place. Lead the way, will you?" Fan Yao reminded him, seeing Song Tai standing frozen. "Oh, all right." Song Tai hurriedly led Fan Yao deeper into the monster hunting building. Testing room 2363. The room was simple, illuminated by white light from above. At the center was a circular combat arena. In the corner stood a desk with a notebook and a pen on it. An elderly man sat behind the desk, his hair completely white, his face deeply wrinkled, and a cane in his hand. He exuded an air of frailty, like he was at death's door. Yet, this seemingly ordinary old man made Fan Yao's heart race and heightened his vigilance. Such a strong aura, is he in the postnatal realm? Or perhaps the unity realm? Fan Yao speculated. To his senses, the old man seemed almost non-existent, as if there was an invisible vortex in that spot terrifying to the extreme. "Mr. Hua." Song Tai greeted the old man respectfully. Under the faintly discernible pressure, his demeanor was far less composed than Fan Yao's. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. What Fan Yao didn't know was that this man, Hua Gang, was a veteran of the monster hunting organization with immense authority. Typically, he rarely made public appearances, let alone showing up in an ordinary testing room. Facing Song Tai's respectful greeting, Mr. Hua waved his hand lightly, his cloudy eyes scanning Fan Yao up and down. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes' innate realm fluctuations. It seemed that the testing institution's data was indeed wrong. This young man was not of low-level talent. According to the rules of the monster hunting organization, stepping out of the circle means defeat, Mr. Hua said briefly, trembling as he pointed to the central circle. "Understood, Mr. Hua." Song Tai responded with utmost respect. Mr. Hua gave a slight nod and turned to Fan Yao, his tone a bit gentler. "Do you need time to adjust yourself?" "No need. Thank you, sir," Fan Yao replied, glancing at the nervous Song Tai before stepping onto the platform and into the circle. This guy, how dare he act so casually in front of Mr. Hua? Song Tai was scared out of his wits by Fan Yao's casual behavior, his heart racing wildly. In the monster hunting organization, who would dare to treat Mr. Hua like this? A single word from Mr. Hua could easily end someone's life. "Mr. Hua, may I step in as well?" Song Tai asked, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Mr. Hua nodded. "Thud. With Mr. Hua watching, I'll give you a chance. I want to use a blade this time," Fan Yao said after steadying himself. Once Song Tai stepped into the combat arena, he wasted no time. He lunged forward in a crouched position, charging at Fan Yao like a wild bull. This attack carried at least 200 pounds of force, and his speed was astonishing. Fan Yao nodded slightly. Song Tai's speed and strength were indeed commendable. Unfortunately, that speed was still lacking in Fan Yao's eyes. With a slight push of his foot, Fan Yao shifted his body 2 meters to the side, effortlessly dodging Song Tai's charge. "Fan Yao, are you holding back? Come at me with full strength." Song Tai stood in place, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Fan Yao's current strength was certainly not much weaker than his own, and his lack of direct confrontation made it clear that Fan Yao didn't take him seriously, treating him casually. For someone like Song Tai, who loved battle, This was nothing short of an insult. I'm just getting used to it, Fan Yao replied with a smile. The next moment, his figure blurred as he initiated an attack on Song Tai. Good, Song Tai roared, throwing a punch to meet him. The two clashed with fists and kicks, their strikes colliding violently. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of their blows echoed through the arena. Even Mr. Hu glanced up a few times before closing his eyes again. With his level of expertise, he could easily discern the subtleties. While Fan Yao and Song Tai appeared evenly matched, it was evident that Fan Yao wasn't using his full strength, handling the fight with ease. Song Tai, on the other hand, seemed to be fighting with all his might, yet Fan Yao remained completely unscathed. This kid, how long does he plan to toy with him? Mr. Hu mused with mild amusement. Boom! Their fists collided again, but this time, as if by mutual understanding, they both refrained from continuing the attack. Using the opposing force, they each stepped back, standing at opposite ends of the arena. Fan Yao, my worthy rival. Is Song Tai only this capable? The two simultaneously had thoughts in their minds, though their perspectives couldn't have been more different. In that case, let us step it up then. Song Tai's entire body seemed to surge with energy, his clothes fluttering as his aura suddenly shifted. A martial technique? A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Fan Yao's eyes. Aside from the three-eyed Thunder Hawk, this was the first time he had seen a human display a martial technique, and its power was nothing trivial. Even Mr. Hua's interest was slightly piqued. Rhino Force? A mid-tier yellow-grade martial technique. This was Song Tai's signature move. With the power of this technique, even if Fan Yao were in the innate realm, taking a direct hit wouldn't be pleasant. However, Fan Yao had trained in thunder body tempering, making his physique exceptionally resilient. Unless his opponent's strength and martial technique were vastly superior, victory was out of the question. Well, want to surrender now? Lowering your head in front of Mr. Hua would still be dignified. Song Tai's confidence swelled. Seeing Fan Yao remain silent, he assumed the latter was frightened. Surrender? Fan Yao chuckled lightly, stepping forward with a stomp. His body shot out like a flash of lightning. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Song Tai's face broke into a confident grin. However, just as the martial technique collided with the bare fists, a silver-white gleam suddenly flashed across Song Tai's peripheral vision. Before he could react, a sharp pain surged through both palms, and all his strength instantly collapsed. Thud! Song Tai's swollen body was sent flying, soaring over the ring and tracing a parabola through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Electrical fluctuation. This child is a lightning attribute martial artist, Fan Yao observed with a hint of approval in his eyes, taking in the entire scene. Elder Hor appeared somewhat surprised and remarked, 3 months, lightning attribute, innate stage. This boy has the potential to become an emperor-level genius. Such a rare and excellent seedling. As a bystander, he could see things even more clearly. Fan Yao could have easily defeated Song Tai from the beginning, yet he deliberately held back. Was he testing Song Tai's moves first? Yu. Song Tai's eyes widened as he slowly turned to stare at Fan Yao. Could this be a dream? Despite his disbelief, the bone-shattering pain clearly told him how foolish it would be not to face reality now. Elder, who do you think wins this match? Fan Yao completely ignored the fallen Song Tai and turned to Elder Hua, who had already risen to his feet, smiling as he asked. Naturally, you are the winner, Elder Hua kindly declared without hesitation. Not far away, Song Tai had no objections to Elder Hua's judgment. He simply got up awkwardly, perhaps due to the spiritual energy he had consumed earlier using martial techniques. His face was pale, and he no longer carried the same imposing aura, now resembling a defeated rooster. In that case, I have some matters to attend to and will take my leave, Fan Yao said without paying any attention to Song Tai's disheveled state. He had only come to face Song Tai to avoid being pestered further. Otherwise, he should have been home by now, guiding Fan Wenxi with her cultivation. Wait, Elder Hu called out quickly. Fan Yao turned around, puzzled. I have a lightning attribute martial technique here. With a flip of his hand, a martial technique book appeared in Elder Hua's palm, as if from thin air. A storage pouch? Elder Hua must hold a prominent position in the demon hunting organization. Fan Yao immediately felt suspicious upon witnessing this incredible feat. Storage pouches were advanced technologies, as rare and significant as martial artists with spatial and temporal attributes. Their creation required the fusion of spatial spiritual energy and the enhancement of temporal spiritual energy. Only with these two conditions met could functional storage pouches be crafted. The company's annual production was fewer than 50 units. The manufacturing process was so intricate and demanding that it was almost unimaginable. Each storage pouch was astronomically expensive, with a starting price of 10 billion. Only a few major bases could afford them. For such a small place like Anqing Base to have someone who could afford one, Fan Yao was thoroughly astonished. But considering the Elder's status, the situation became understandable. A mid-tier profound grade martial technique, thunderous four-seal imprint. Elder Hua introduced with a smile, noticing Fan Yao's thoughtful expression. Mid-tier profound grade? Fan Yao curiously reached out to take the martial technique. A flash of lightning gleamed in his eyes as the book resonated strongly with the lightning attribute spiritual energy within him. What a treasure! Fan Yao exclaimed unabashedly, his fondness for it apparent as he gently ran his hand over the book. This martial technique is yours, Elder Hua said with a smile, seeing how much Fan Yao cherished it. Elder Hua, you must be joking. This martial technique is worth at least several billion. I can't afford it. Fan Yao was momentarily stunned and immediately declined. Martial techniques were divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with each grade further categorized into low tier, mid-tier, and high tier. The higher the grade, the more powerful, rare, and expensive the technique. It wasn't that he didn't want it, he simply didn't feel right accepting something without earning it. Though he had the strength, he still lacked a suitable martial technique to enhance his combat power. If he could obtain an appropriate technique, his strength would undoubtedly soar. Don't worry, I'm not giving it to you for free, Elder Hua said, his liking for Fan Yao growing as he noticed his hesitation. He smiled and continued, I hope you'll join the demon hunting organization and become one of us. Hearing this, Fan Yao was intrigued. Mission rewards are just the smallest benefit. If you rise through the organization, besides various subsidies, privileges, and prioritized access to resources, there are unimaginable advantages. The organization won't restrict your freedom. All we ask is that you lend a hand if the Anqing base faces danger. What do you think? Elder Hua patiently explained. Fan Yao was tempted, his eyes flickering with data. Species, human. Name, Huagang. Strength, early fusion stage. Basic talent, advanced. Lightning attribute talent, advanced. Fan Yao couldn't help but rub his eyes. The next moment, he was stunned. Advanced basic talent? Advanced lightning attribute talent? It was as if a lamb ready for slaughter lay on the chopping block before him. Talents of this level were not something one encountered often. Moreover, he had already planned to join the demon hunting organization. Elder Hua's words aligned perfectly with his intentions. With free martial techniques and numerous benefits, refusing would be foolish. Elder Hua, I look forward to working with you. Fan Yao decisively extended his left hand. This child suits my taste perfectly. Elder Hua laughed heartily, lightly shaking Fan Yao's hand. Ding! Touch complete. A notification sounded promptly. Fan Yao's smile grew even brighter. Was it really this easy to earn Elder Hua's favor? Fan Yao is truly lucky, so enviable. Song Tai, who had been left to the side, stared longingly at the two of them. His heart was filled with mixed emotions, yet he dared not harbor any jealousy. Because he knew that from this moment on, Fan Yao and he no longer belonged to the same world. Subsequently, Elder Hua personally helped Fan Yao register as a demon hunter and handed him the jade token signifying his identity. Fan Yao also agreed to report to the demon hunting organization after some time and then set off on his journey home. Back home, Fan Yao eagerly opened the system's replication options. Unlike before, when there was only a single small hand icon, Huagang's data panel now displayed 2 semi-transparent hand icons, each representing one of his talents that could be replicated. Fan Yao focused his attention on the hand icons in excitement. The system's voice immediately rang out. Ding! Advanced basic talent replication complete. Ding! Advanced Lightning Attribute Talent Replication Complete. Boom. The combination of two advanced talents. It was as if two invisible thunder dragons appeared before Fan Yao, roaring and intertwining as they stirred up a storm. The surrounding air was instantly vacuumed, currents converged, and immense energy poured madly into Fan Yao, centering on him. Fan Yao's entire body was racked with pain as his aura surged explosively. In just an instant, he leaped from the early stage of the innate realm directly to its mid-stage, and then rapidly broke through to the late stage. Boom! A massive pillar of energy shot straight into the sky. At the point of eruption, a cloud of mist spread rapidly like it had been blown apart, energy churning and instantly covering hundreds of miles, nearly engulfing half of the base. The rumble of thunder echoed deeply, and countless bolts of lightning weaved through the phenomenon like roaming dragons, blocking out the sunlight and plunging the world into darkness. Is this the apocalypse? Don't be ridiculous. It's the energy vortex caused by someone breaking through to the Zhongtian realm. Such a commotion, my heavens. I've lived so many years and never seen such a spectacular breakthrough. This guy's talent must be terrifying. Martial artists and ordinary people alike in the base were dumbfounded, staring at the vast, sky-covering white vortex. Some superstitious individuals even dropped to their knees, believing a divine being had descended. The phenomenon persisted for a long time without dissipating. Deep within the Demon Hunter organization, inside a quiet pavilion, Elder Hua leaned on his cane, gazing up at the thunderclouds with a familiar expression on his face. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Breaking through directly from the Xiantian realm to the Zhongtian realm? Truly royal-level talent, utterly terrifying. But without any warning at all, it nearly scared me to death. After a moment, he muttered to himself, Fan Yao's breakthrough to the Zhongtian realm caused such a commotion, the potential division over there must be in chaos. I'd better give them a heads up. The potential division. 3 months after every young person's talent test, the organization would have the potential division follow up to assess their cultivation progress and keep track of the potential distribution among the younger generation. The potential division was equipped with the world's most advanced spiritual energy testing instruments. Whenever someone broke through, the release of their spiritual energy would trigger the instruments immediately. The greater the potential, the louder the alarm. Fan Yao's breakthrough this time drove the potential division's instruments into a frenzy. Normally, only a few devices would sound an alarm sporadically, but this time nearly all the machines were screaming. Beep, beep, beep. Report. Machine 1345 has detected potential at the highest level. Exact figures cannot be measured. Report. Machine 5645 has exceeded the limit value 9999, unable to predict further. Report. Machine 8563 is the same. Quick, put the satellite imagery on the big screen. Hundreds of potential detectors stared at the numbers before them, nearly losing their minds. Some had worked here for over a decade and had never encountered such exaggerated potential readings. They quickly traced the signal, discovering that all alarms pointed to the same direction close to where a young man had recently fought the three-eyed Thunderhawk. Could it be the same person? Don't talk nonsense. How could he possibly break through to the Zhongtian realm in such a short time? Quick, locate his position and identity immediately. Report back at once. May the heavens protect our Anqing base. Even the head of the potential division couldn't sit still. However, just as he was preparing to write the report, his phone suddenly rang. After a few minutes on the call, his expression changed drastically, and he became tight-lipped. No matter who asked him, he refused to reveal a single detail. But that was all something that would unfold later. Fan Yao remained completely unaware of the chaos he had caused. At this moment, he simply felt an overwhelming sense of comfort throughout his body. He slowly opened his eyes. Advanced Foundational Talent. Advanced Lightning Attribute Talent Dual Advanced Blessings. No wonder my cultivation speed is so fast. Might as well strike while the iron is hot and continue practicing martial techniques, Fan Yao thought to himself. In the next second, a book titled Thunderclap's Fourfold Seal appeared in his hands. Compared to the Meridian Foundation method, Thunderclap's Fourfold Seal was 100 times more challenging. He had mastered the former in just one day logically, It should take at least 1 to 2 months to grasp this new technique. However, with his advanced talent and extraordinary mental strength, the techniques and principles in the book felt as straightforward as peeling an eggshell. The so-called thunderclaps fourfold seal involved drawing upon the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth during cultivation, transforming it into a powerful attack seal. It was divided into 4 levels: rapid thunder seal, golden thunder seal, crimson thunder seal, and black thunder seal. When all 4 seals were combined, their power could even destroy a mountain. A mid-tier Xian-grade martial technique, it's truly extraordinary. Fan Yao studied the text for a while before looking up and forming a complex seal with his hands. Though unfamiliar and clumsy at first, a strange and powerful wave began to spread from him, as if resonating with the heavens and earth. High above, the dense sea of thunderclouds not only refused to dissipate, but began to sink lower, rumbling like the wrath of the heavens. For an entire month, the oppressive presence above Anqing Base persisted. During this time, not only were ordinary people anxious and restless, but even martial artists dared not look directly at the terrifying thunderclouds. Many couldn't sleep at night, fearing they might be struck down at any moment. The situation was reported to the Demon Hunter organization. When the organization intervened, all they could do was station a demon hunting squad every 100 meters below the clouds to maintain order and relocate civilians. Beyond that, there was nothing else they could do. The oppressive force of the thunderclouds weighed down from above, forcing people to bend under its pressure as they walked. Gradually, some martial artists discovered that the thunderclouds were beneficial for cultivation. The closer they got to the center of the clouds, the stronger the pressure, allowing them to absorb the surrounding lightning energy and significantly strengthen their bodies. As a result, more and more martial artists gathered beneath the thunderclouds, enduring the pressure to cultivate. It quickly became a trend. Outside the thunderclouds, countless tiny figures moved forward slowly like ants. Most of them were hunched over, trudging heavily and gasping for breath. Among them were familiar faces, chatting away to lighten the mood. "Hey, old Zhang, what a coincidence you're training under the thunderclouds too." "Old Wang, that's right. Opportunities to temper the body like this don't come around often. Normally, if I wanted help from a lightning attribute martial artist TSK, I'd have to spend a fortune." "Exactly. You can't miss out on this chance. Last time, I made it a full 200 meters. "Only 200 meters? Huh. Old Wang, you've fallen behind. I managed 250 meters yesterday, beat you by 50 meters, haha." "Stop laughing. Just 50 meters, I'll make it to the top today, mark my words." Conversations like this played out daily. The thunderclouds above churned and shifted, but today the atmosphere felt particularly heavy. The silver lightning flickered within the dark clouds, and the low, thunderous growls were deafening, filling everyone with unease. Suddenly, whoosh, from somewhere within the city, a streak of light shot out at incredible speed. If anyone looked up, they would see a small silver-white handprint faintly visible within the glow. The streak of light, crackling with sparks and lightning, charged into the thunderclouds. At first, everything seemed calm, but moments later, as if a drop of ice water had fallen into boiling oil, the thunderclouds erupted violently. What was going on? The hundreds of martial artists training beneath the thunderclouds froze in shock. "This isn't good. It looks like it's about to explode." Someone screamed and ran outside. And immediately after, like a domino effect, hundreds of martial artists shrieked and fled in panic, constantly looking back over their shoulders. Sure enough, boom. A deafening explosion echoed from the sky. A thundercloud, stretching hundreds of kilometers wide, was blown open, revealing the roiling thunderstorm within. Boom, boom, boom. Several bolts of lightning struck down, leaving scorched marks in their wake, the sheer power between heaven and earth astonishing. Oh my God, it really exploded. The martial artists were scared out of their wits. The sound of electricity crackled in their ears like a nearby explosion, sending chills down their spines. Their legs moved at lightning speed as they ran for their lives. After what seemed like an eternity, some finally managed to escape the thundercloud-esque coverage area. They looked back, still shaken. Is there anything else?" Someone stammered in fear, trembling all over. He had been running slower earlier, and a bolt of lightning had exploded less than half a meter behind him, nearly scaring him to death. The thundercloud that had been blasted apart began to churn again, slowly closing up. After a long wait, the crowd started to breathe more easily. It shouldn't explode again, right? But why did it suddenly blow up anyway? It must have been too much lightning energy. The thundercloud couldn't handle it and burst apart. We should go back and keep training. Otherwise, it'd be such a waste. A martial artist said loudly, taking the lead and stepping forward. But before he could move, someone grabbed his clothes. Wait. He turned and glared at the person holding him back, visibly annoyed. What is your problem? Every minute I waste not training costs me millions. The other person retorted heatedly. Look, if you want to die, I won't stop you. But do you want money or your life? What is going on? The martial artist turned back in confusion, just in time to see the massive silver-gray thundercloud looming overhead again. At the same time, a golden light, a crimson light, and a dark shadow shot towards the thundercloud like meteors. In the next second, boom, 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 explosions erupted one after another. The thundercloud was blown to pieces, eventually dispersing entirely. The fierce winds howled, the pressure slicing into their faces, leaving cuts that bled. Yet no one dared to wipe the blood away. They just stood there dumbfounded, looking absurdly comical. What the hell? So this was why it exploded earlier. That thundercloud was huge, and it got blasted apart. If it hit us, there wouldn't even be bones left. Bones. There wouldn't even be ashes left. Hey, weren't you the one saying we should go back and train? Why don't you go in now? Someone joked, poking fun at the martial artist who had wanted to enter earlier. The man's mouth twitched. The thundercloud was gone. What was there to train for? Besides, he had nearly pissed himself just now. The crowd didn't keep joking around. Their faces were a mix of shock and regret. After all, opportunities to temper the body with lightning were rare. Some had even managed to use it to break through to the 6th level of the Foundation establishment realm, making others green with envy. After 4 explosions, the thundercloud that had ravaged Anqing Base for a whole month finally dispersed. Warm sunlight spilled down, clearing the oppressive atmosphere. Everything returned to calm. Indoors, on a simple small bed. It's a bit tricky to execute 4 seals at once, but stacking 3 seals is no problem, Van Yao muttered, maintaining the hand-sealing gesture for a long time before exhaling and relaxing. He was quite satisfied with the power of his thunderclap 4-direction seal. He opened his system. Type: human. Name: Van Yao. Strength: mid-stage heavenly realm. Basic talent: advanced thunder attribute. Talent status: advanced. No wonder the heavenly realm is so powerful. The energy I can manipulate now is tens of thousands of times greater than when I was in the Foundation establishment realm. The talent imprint succeeded, and the thunderclap 4-direction seal is fully mastered. This closed-door training was a huge success. If that 3-eyed thunderhawk appears again, I can obliterate it with a single punch. Even its thunderstorm ray wouldn't stand a chance against my bolt seal. I feel like there is something I haven't done yet. Oh right, I need to report to the demon hunting organization. Van Yao suddenly remembered he had stood up Mr. Hua. In the next moment, he quickly closed the system and opened the door. Wensi, I'm heading to the demon hunting organization. Wensi? No response. His expression shifted slightly as he quickly walked to Van Wensi's door. Inside, Van Wensi was curled up in a corner, clutching a blanket. Her eyes were red, and tears streamed down her face. When she saw Van Yao, she blinked and began crying even harder. Bo-ho-ho, big brother, the thundercloud suddenly exploded just now. It scared me to death. It was so terrifying. Van Wensi threw herself into Van Yao's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. It seemed like this was his fault. Van Yao's face showed a hint of regret, but seeing his sister's pitiful expression, his heart softened. After comforting her for a long time, he finally coaxed a smile out of her. Because of this little incident, Van Yao decided to postpone his trip to the demon hunting organization until the next day. The next morning, Van Wensi was still sound asleep as Van Yao set off. Before long, the imposing and massive building appeared before Van Yao. Having been here before, he was already familiar with the environment of the demon hunting organization. He made his way to the front desk effortlessly, took out his jade token, and said to a beautiful receptionist, "I'm a newly registered demon hunter. Please activate this for me. Please wait a moment." The receptionist was stunning, with a curvy figure that drew the admiring gazes of many male martial artists. Their eyes gleamed with obvious appreciation. Van Yao glanced at her twice, silently praising the demon hunting organization's choice of staff. This receptionist was truly top tier. Meanwhile, the receptionist quickly pulled up Van Yao's information on her computer. Van Yao? This name sounds so familiar. Van Yao, Van Yao? Her expression suddenly changed. She looked at Van Yao in shock. Could he be the one specially recommended by Mr. Hua? Oh my God, anyone recognized by Mr. Hua must be extraordinary. Apologies for the wait, young Master Van Yao. The receptionist hastened to activate his token. She then handed it to him with both hands, her actions making a certain prominent feature even more eye-catching, as if it were about to burst through her clothing. Thank you. Van Yao, appreciating this unexpected fortune, glanced at her a few more times, cleared his throat, and took the token from her hands with a smile. It's my honor to be at your service. The receptionist gave him a charming smile and threw him a flirtatious look, laden with implication. After all, for someone like her, with average talent and relying on her looks, the quickest way to climb the ranks was to find a powerful benefactor. And young, handsome, powerful Van Yao, who had even caught the attention of the demon hunting organization's higher-ups, was naturally their ideal choice. Van Yao left the front desk. "There's no rush to visit Mr. Hor for now, we can go another day," Van Yao muttered, standing before the guidance map, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Since I've already registered as a demon hunter, I might as well take on a task. If I can imprint a new attribute while completing a mission, that would be a bonus." With his decision made, he started walking in a certain direction. The mission hall was located on the second floor. It was divided into 5 sections, each marked with a different color. Red denoted D level, blue for C level, black for B level, white for A level, and gray for S level missions. D level missions were the simplest, while S level missions were the most challenging. There were also solo and team missions. It was said that above S level, there existed even harder SS level and SSS level tasks, but these required direct approval from the top leadership of the Demon Hunter organization and hadn't appeared for years. Fan Yao glanced casually at the tasks in the red and blue sections and skipped over them. He had his reasons for not considering these lower-tier missions. D-level tasks were generally suitable for martial artists around the 7th level of the Foundation establishment stage, with rewards ranging from 10,000 to 50,000 at most. C-level missions suited early-stage innate realm fighters or those about to break through to the innate realm, with rewards starting at tens of thousands but never exceeding 500,000. Given Fan Yao's current strength in the mid-stage of the celestial realm, these missions were clearly beneath him. However, such tasks remained the favorites of most martial artists. During peak times, hundreds would compete for missions, sometimes even breaking into fights, prompting the Demon Hunter organization to step in and maintain order. Fan Yao moved to the black section. Soon after, he left and entered the white section for similar reasons. A-level missions, let's hope they won't disappoint me, Fan Yao muttered helplessly as he stepped into the white section. Instantly, the noise from before faded into the distance, leaving the surroundings quiet. He scanned the area. In front of the electronic mission board stood 7 or 8 middle-aged martial artists and 1 elderly warrior. They were scattered around, carefully selecting missions. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. This kid, his aura is strange. Hearing his footsteps, the martial artists turned to look at him. Their eyes lit up upon seeing Fan Yao. To their senses, this unusually young-looking man radiated an aura akin to a towering mountain, so overwhelming it made them feel suffocated. Innate realm warriors, not something you see often at the Anqing base. Fan Yao activated the system, quickly scanning them. Intermediate talent. Subpar talent. Intermediate talent again. None of them have high-level talents or attributes. Although they're all in the innate realm, even that elderly man in the late innate realm reached this level through sheer time. Some of them aren't even as strong as Song Tai. Fan Yao silently assessed before refocusing on the mission board. If nothing unexpected happened, he would choose an A-level mission. After all, completing missions required traveling outside the base. Martial artists not only had to achieve their objectives, but also remain vigilant against attacks from powerful beasts. Survival was paramount, and he wasn't yet ready to tackle the top-tier S-level missions. Solo, White A-level Mission 1. Mission objective, capture a marsh crocodile. Mission location, Dis Marshland. Description of marsh crocodile, a fierce beast with no attributes, roughly at the early innate realm stage. It inhabits the central area of the Dis Marshland and operates alone. The unique environment makes capture particularly challenging. Reward for mid-stage or late-stage innate realm completion, 20 million. Team, White A-level Mission 23. Mission objective, eliminate the green-eyed wolf pack. Mission location, Northern Sky Mountain Valley region. Description of green-eyed wolves, fierce beasts with no attributes that roam the outskirts of Northern Sky Mountain, posing a severe threat to local residents. They move in packs of 50, led by a wolf king at the early celestial realm stage. Ordinary wolves range from foundation establishment stage to innate stage, with extremely strong bite force. Requirement: the team must include at least one late innate realm or early celestial realm member. Mission reward, 35 million. A-level missions were few in number, but offered generous rewards. They included tasks involving both fierce beasts and demon beasts. The difficulty levels were clearly outlined, with suggested strength levels provided, making it very user-friendly. Fan Yao stared at the 23rd A-level mission for a long time, as it also had the highest reward. He retrieved a jade token and accepted the mission before leaving the white section. As soon as Fan Yao's figure disappeared, the martial artist began discussing animatedly. His aura is so powerful. When he first walked in, I didn't even hear his footsteps. Me neither, I couldn't even move. Young people today are getting stronger and stronger. Say no more. Even with my strength, I felt the pressure. This kid might be in the mid-celestial realm. Mid-celestial realm? You must be joking. Fan Yao didn't hear any of their idle chatter. As he walked out of the demon hunting organization, a notification popped up on his jade token, instructing him to head to Yaoguang Plaza for assembly. Impressive efficiency. But I need to get some weapons first, Fan Yao muttered, feeling a bit conflicted. High-quality weapons now cost tens of millions. Unless he successfully completed the mission and earned the reward, he couldn't afford them. He decided to find some substitutes for the time being. Yaoguang Plaza was a massive square in the Anqing base, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. By the fountain, 2 men and 2 women were chatting casually. They carried long swords or broadswords on their backs, drawing curious gazes from passers-by. This was the Falcon Demon Hunting Squad, led by their captain, He Junmin, a middle-aged man. In the midst of their conversation, He Junmin glanced at his jade token and immediately announced to the team, Fan Yao has accepted that A-level mission. The team members were thrilled. That mission offered a reward exceeding 30 million, a substantial income. Hello, I'm Fan Yao. A calm voice suddenly interrupted. Everyone froze, looking towards the source of the voice. A deep-eyed young man stood not far away, his slim figure carrying an axe. Was that supposed to be a weapon? Upon seeing his face, they grew even more puzzled. He Junmin verified the jade token information and hesitantly asked, was it you who accepted that mission? Yes, Fan Yao replied with a slight nod. The group fell into an awkward silence before erupting into complaints. Are you kidding? Are you even of age? Do you know how to cultivate? Sure, we need 5 people to take the mission, but this freeloading is just too casual. Doing nothing and still getting a cut of the reward. Do you know how hard it is to earn money these days? Kid, we'll let you join this time as training for you. Take 30,000 as your share. Consider it a small reward for tagging along. A child, probably thinking demon hunting is some fun game. What bad luck. Enough. He Junmin interrupted their complaints and looked at Fan Yao, sighing. Fan Yao, you can join this mission, but you're only allowed to observe from the sidelines. You absolutely cannot hold us back. Do you understand? Once the mission is completed, we will give you around 30,000 as a partnership fee. That's already quite generous, don't you think? He Junmin believed he was being magnanimous enough after all. Many team leaders wouldn't even let newcomers tag along to gain experience. Fan Yao looked up at the group and gave a faint nod. After all, he merely needed to join a team. Who paid whom the partnership fee was still yet to be determined. All right then, let's get ready to depart. He Junmin smiled with satisfaction, stood up, and called the group to action. Soon, everyone was prepared. They left the base and headed towards the mission location in the Baitsong Mountains. We can't venture out yet. Everyone, stay protected. In the valley of the Baitsong Mountains, the terrain was unique, resembling a massive depression. The area was densely forested and rarely visited by humans. Only ferocious beasts, demonic creatures, and monster hunters on missions would venture here. Leading the team cautiously, He Junmin did not dare to let his guard down for even a moment. By contrast, Fan Yao seemed relaxed, as if he were on a sightseeing trip rather than a mission. The green-eyed wolves are in this vicinity. They're elusive, so stay alert, He Junmin warned. Just as his words fell, Fan Yao suddenly turned his head and said, "They're here." Fan Yao, stop talking nonsense. You're affecting the captain's judgment, a team member immediately rebuked. But before the scolding could settle, a series of glowing, emerald green dots suddenly appeared in the darkness of the valley. What is that? The group was stunned. As they hesitated in confusion, the howls of wolves echoed through the valley, one after another, piercing the silence. Deep within the forest, the green dots multiplied, growing so dense that they sent chills down everyone's spines. It's true, wolves. The green-eyed wolf pack is here. Stay vigilant. Nervously, He Junmin unsheathed the large blade from his back. He cast a fleeting glance at Fan Yao, his heart filled with disbelief. The wolf pack had already closed in, yet he hadn't sensed a thing. If not for Fan Yao's timely warning, they might have been ambushed and suffered devastating losses. Fan Yao's awareness outclassed even his own. Captain, just as He Junmin's mind was reeling with doubt, a panicked shout from a team member brought him back to his senses. Rustle, rustle. Dozens of wolves with grayish-brown fur and glowing green eyes emerged slowly from the bushes and undergrowth. They bared their sharp teeth, their eyes fierce and menacing, exuding a sinister aura. The sheer number of wolves gathered together was enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. Don't forget to guard the rear. Aim for the green-eyed wolves' waists when attacking. He Junmin barked out his orders. Though they were ferocious beasts, they were still wolves. Their weakness hadn't changed, hard-headed, but fragile at the waist. Understood. Several team members stood back to back, forming a defensive stance. The battle began. Howl! The nearest wolf suddenly leaped into the air, lunging at them. Like a lit fuse, dozens of wolves charged forward one after another, baring their fangs and aiming to sink them into the group. With his innate strength, He Junmin could easily handle a single wolf. But facing dozens, defeating one only brought another lunging forward. The relentless onslaught was overwhelming. What made matters worse was that among these green-eyed wolves, several were at the innate level of strength. Over time, no one could hold out. Before long, wounds began to appear on He Junmin's body. His clothes were soaked in blood, and his hand holding the blade trembled. I can't do it anymore, retreat. He gritted his teeth, scanning his surroundings quickly, when suddenly, he caught sight of a shocking scene. Fan Yao. In his hand was a pitch-black axe. With a casual swing, a silver-white arc of spiritual energy precisely severed a green-eyed wolf's head. Splat! The wolf's head split apart like a cracked melon, red and white brain matter splattering across the surrounding bushes. Around Fan Yao lay dozens of wolf carcasses. A rough count revealed more than 20. Meanwhile, the entire Falcon squad combined had only managed to take down fewer than 10 wolves. Impossible. The other team members, noticing Fan Yao's performance, stared in wide-eyed astonishment. The scene before them was like witnessing the descent of a god of slaughter. Falcon squad suddenly realized that they had previously accused Fan Yao of freeloading, tagging along to gain experience, and taking advantage of them. Yet now, it was clear who was truly capitalizing on whom. No one dared to doubt anymore. The pile of wolf corpses beneath Fan Yao's feet grew ever higher. Each swing of his axe was a fatal blow. Under Fan Yao's assault, the wolf pack began to falter, their courage draining. They no longer dared to charge forward, instead growling softly in fear, hesitant to strike. Fan Yao swung his axe once more, shaking off the blood, his narrowed eyes scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Where was the alpha? According to the mission details, this wolf pack was led by a mid-tier Heavenly Realm Wolf King. Without killing the Alpha, the mission could not be completed. Just as Fan Yao frowned, a bone-chilling howl suddenly reverberated through the valley. Despite the loss of over 30 wolves, the green-eyed wolves perked up upon hearing the howl, regrouping instantly. Once more, they let out long howls, charging forward with renewed frenzy, as if possessed. The Alpha. Fan Yao's eyes lit up. He swiftly dispatched the few wolves entangling him and bolted towards the source of the sound. In a wolf pack, hierarchy was absolute. At the Alpha's command, the wolves would obey without hesitation, charging to their deaths if necessary. It was like facing a fanatical army. The one who had just issued the command had to be the Alpha. Howl. Noticing Fan Yao's movements, the remaining wolves howled one after another, seemingly relaying information to the Alpha. Then they gave chase, their paws pounding the earth in pursuit. Left behind, the Falcon squad could only watch as Fan Yao's figure receded into the distance. They collapsed to the ground, their legs weak. Fan Yao, how is he this strong? Our captain couldn't handle so many green-eyed wolves. How did Fan Yao manage to kill so many? Am I dreaming? Enough. Can't you see it by now? He Junmin staggered to his feet, gritting his teeth. Fan Yao's strength surpasses all of us combined. He doesn't even need our help. Joining us was only to meet the mission's requirements. Let us just hope we haven't offended him. Otherwise, we'll face serious consequences when we return. These green-eyed wolves, they're smarter than they look, Fan Yao muttered to himself as he ran. Before long, he spotted a massive green-eyed wolf behind a pile of rocks. Its size was equivalent to the sum of a dozen ordinary wolves, towering and imposing. This Alpha stretched over 10 meters long, its eyes glowing brilliantly green, brimming with spiritual energy. Its most striking feature was its enormous fangs, gleaming with a chilling light. Indeed, a mid-tier Heavenly Realm beast, Fan Yao murmured, his face showing a hint of surprise. The mission details had only labeled it as an early-tier Heavenly Realm beast. However, he quickly understood that this Wolf King must have just broken through to the mid-stage, and the beast hunting organization had yet to update its intelligence. But this didn't matter to Fan Yao. Although Fan Yao and the Wolf King were at comparable levels, with his formidable spiritual strength and fully activated meridians, his power far surpassed that of an average mid-stage practitioner at the Heavenly Middle Realm. Facing this ferocious bi-eyed Wolf King, Fan Yao felt no fear. The Wolf King bared its teeth, glaring intensely at the axe in Fan Yao's hand. A trace of pain flashed in its eyes. The scent of blood on that axe was all too familiar. It was the blood of its own kin. This human had nearly wiped out its entire pack. Aru. The Wolf King's heart was filled with anger and sorrow as it let out a low growl. Suddenly, its entire body erupted in a radiant light. A massive sphere of light appeared in front of it, faintly revealing countless translucent wolves with emerald eyes howling within. Is this an attack fueled by the life force of the wolf pack? No wonder the beast hunting organization issued this mission. If this wolf pack were allowed to grow stronger, its numbers increasing and its innate combat skills advancing, ordinary martial artists would stand no chance. If the pack went berserk and attacked nearby villages or towns, no one would be able to stop them, and the consequences would be catastrophic. This needed to end immediately. Within Fan Yao's body, lightning energy surged forth, gathering in his palm. His fingers moved swiftly, forming seals, and a strong wave of thunderous energy began to spread slowly. Thunderclap Seal of the Four Directions. Raging Thunder Seal. The energy in the light sphere before the bi-eyed Wolf King reached its peak. The white light grew increasingly intense until it suddenly exploded. The howls of the wolves, filled with rage and resentment, charged madly toward Fan Yao. The two powerful forces collided violently. Boom! A deafening explosion followed as the overwhelming energy spread wildly, corroding the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees. The brilliance from the collision of the seals and light sphere was as blinding as the sun, illuminating more than half of Baitsong Mountain. Many martial artists on the mountain paused their tasks, looking up in astonishment at the sky. Feeling the suffocating spiritual pressure, they couldn't help but swallow nervously. What is happening? Is there a fight over there? Absolutely. That's definitely the Bi-Eyed Wolf King's group fusion skill. Group fusion skill? That requires 10 or even dozens of wolves to activate simultaneously and can only be used once a day. Afterward, they'll be completely drained. The Bi-Eyed Wolf King is clearly going all out. No way. This creature has rampaged across Batesong Mountain for so long without anyone daring to challenge it. Even the beast hunting organization struggled to deal with it. Who has cornered it like this? And even if someone wanted to kill it, they'd first have to consider whether the true overlord of Batesong Mountain would allow it. That one is truly terrifying. The more the crowd thought about it, the more terrified they became. The Bi-Eyed Wolf King was no ordinary beast. Provoking it could lead to severe consequences. These thoughts of the beast hunters didn't concern Fan Yao in the slightest. The dazzling light gradually faded, and dust obscured much of the forest, with sunlight filtering through. As the smoke dispersed, the Bi-Eyed Wolf King came into view, its entire body charred black. Its massive body twitched a few times before suddenly coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. A gurgling sound came from its throat, and after wobbling twice, it collapsed heavily to the ground. I've granted you release. Although Fan Yao was also injured, he was in far better shape than the Bi-Eyed Wolf King. He tossed the axe in his hand, infused it with energy, and then hurled it forcefully. The target was the Wolf King's neck. Thud! The axe, sharpened by the lightning energy, was incredibly lethal, severing the Wolf King's cervical spine in one strike. Aru! The Bi-Eyed Wolf King let out a final mournful howl. Its once pristine white fur was instantly stained red. Its green eyes dimmed rapidly, and it wasn't long before it succumbed completely. A faint smile appeared on Fan Yao's lips. He quickly strode to the wolf's corpse, drew a small knife, and skillfully pried out the Bi-Eyed Wolf King's fangs. Beast hunters, upon completing their missions, needed to bring back a signature feature of the beast to prove the task was accomplished. Only after the beast hunting organization verified this would they issue the reward. Otherwise, the effort would be in vain. Holding two massive fangs in his hand, each over dozens of centimeters long, he thought about their value. Whether used to craft weapons, ground into powder, or even for medicinal purposes, they could fetch a high price. However, once handed over to the beast hunting organization, the rights to these items would belong to them, as they had their own distribution channels. Fan Yao stowed the fangs and was about to leave. Fan Yao, He Junmin and his group suddenly emerged from behind a boulder, standing not far away with embarrassed expressions. Their gazes fell on the long fangs in Fan Yao's hand, filled with astonishment. Who could have imagined that this young man could hunt such a beast so decisively? He didn't seem like a novice at all. The ruthlessness in his dark eyes surpassed even theirs, seasoned beast hunters, by a margin. Had they been blind before, thinking Fan Yao was just a passerby? Now, they had inadvertently provoked such a formidable young man and ended up at a disadvantage. Fan Yao glanced at them indifferently. You were talking about the errant fee, right? He Junmin's face flushed. Earlier, unaware of Fan Yao's strength, they had mocked him, offering a mere few thousand, as if dismissing a beggar. Since you gave me 30,000 as the errant fee, I won't hold back. Seeing that you've killed 10 wolves, I'll give you 30,000 too, Fan Yao said nonchalantly. He Junmin smiled bitterly and nodded, having no choice but to accept this as his own doing. Still, he felt relieved as long as Fan Yao didn't hold a grudge. He never wanted to cross paths with this terrifying young man again. The other team members didn't dare utter a word, nodding in agreement. Just then, a commotion arose not far from the southern side of Batesong Mountain. A fierce aura surged into the sky. In an instant, birds and beasts scattered in panic, and the chaos spread rapidly. On the ground lay the massive corpse of the Wolf King, its warm blood pooling and staining the earth red. Fan Yao's expression shifted slightly as he looked toward the source of the aura. What kind of presence is this? He Junmin frowned, and after a moment, his face turned pale with shock. It's the aura of the rampaging earth savage ape. Its power is immense, known as the true overlord of Batesong Mountain. It's absolutely not something we can provoke. Rampaging earth savage ape. Fan Yao instinctively recalled the image and information of the rampaging earth savage ape, and his expression gradually grew complex. Glancing at a towering tree nearby, he quickly gathered energy at his feet and ascended agilely, like a swallow, to its peak, looking far into the distance. On the other side of the mountain peak, a beast resembling a giant ape came into view. Its body was as massive as a small hill, its muscles as solid as steel. Its gigantic fists pounded fiercely against its chest, emitting deafening roars. Its scarlet eyes locked firmly onto Fan Yao's direction, using both hands and feet to sweep away every obstacle ahead. The sheer destructive force was astonishing, causing the entire Baitsong Mountain to tremble. What is happening? Isn't that the roar of the wild earth furious ape? What rotten luck. We ran into this thing going berserk today? Isn't it usually very quiet? Hearing the intense commotion, many beast hunters turned pale and immediately fled without hesitation. Some unlucky ones failed to escape as soon as they met the beast's gaze. They were swatted away with a single punch. Others suffered even worse fates, crushed into pulp under its enormous feet, their lives hanging by a thread. Fan Yao noticed that wherever the wild earth furious ape stomped, the soil would splatter as if pierced by steel needles. This creature couldn't control earth attributes. Fan Yao's heart trembled as his gaze fixed on the beast. A light screen popped up. Species, demonic beast. Name, wild earth furious ape. Strength, late stage of middle sky realm half-step post-heavenly realm. Base talent, advanced earth attribute. Talent level, intermediate. As expected, Fan Yao took a deep breath and lowered his stance, excitement bubbling within him. It's rare to encounter a demonic beast with attribute talents. Even if it's stronger than I am, I have to give it a shot. Who knows when I'll come across such a big catch again. Besides, I also want to see just how strong a half-step post-heavenly realm really is. With a flick of his toes, his axe flew back into his hand. He glanced at the massive corpse of the jade-eyed Wolf King, a hint of regret flashing through his eyes. The pelts and bodies of demonic beasts could fetch a high price. Typically, the carcasses of hunted beasts were taken back to be sold, as most martial artists wouldn't waste such valuable resources. Of course, sometimes, due to various circumstances, the bodies couldn't be retrieved and were left exposed in the wilderness. In those cases, some lucky soul might stumble upon them, essentially picking up a gold mine for free. What a pity. As a poor man, Fan Yao sighed inwardly. If this wild earth furious ape had gone mad, he had planned to borrow manpower from Mr. Hua to haul back the wolf pack's corpses he had slaughtered earlier. Mr. Fan Yao, let us retreat first. You can keep the 3,000 coins, we don't want them anymore. He Junmin, pale-faced from the terrifying noises, didn't wait for a response before leading his teammates in a full retreat. Fan Yao didn't stop them. Instead, he identified his direction, gathered energy into his legs, and with a stomp, lightning exploded beneath his feet, leaving blackened craters in the ground as he shot forward. He planned to first find a hiding spot to observe what the wild earth furious ape was up to. If it was seeking vengeance, he could simply wait for the two sides to batter each other into exhaustion before swooping in to reap the benefits in an ideal scenario. Soon, Fan Yao's figure disappeared into the dense forest. About 5 minutes later, the wild earth furious ape, taking massive strides that toppled trees with each step, arrived at the battlefield of the wolf corpses. Roar! Upon seeing the pitifully mangled body of the jade-eyed Wolf King, it let out a furious roar, pounding its fists madly into the ground. The earth was left riddled with craters as cracks spread in all directions. The mournful howl echoed throughout Baitsong Mountain, so loud that even those outside the mountain could hear its wrathful cries. Several surviving martial artists fled from the mountain valleys in terror, their faces ashen. The wild earth furious ape. Who the hell dared provoke the overlord of Baitsong Mountain? It's about to break through to the post-heavenly realm. With its strength, it can go head-to-head with a true post-heavenly human fighter. Stop talking. Run. After venting its rage, chaos surrounded the wild earth furious ape. Broken branches, shattered trees, and cracks littered the area, as though a minor earthquake had just occurred. Its nose twitched, sniffing the lingering scent of humans in the air before abruptly turning its head toward the direction where Fan Yao had left. Its scarlet eyes gleamed with intense killing intent. Then, with all four limbs pounding the ground, it charged forward, shaking heaven and earth with its pursuit. Meanwhile, Fan Yao, initially hiding in a favorable position to observe the beast's movements, had just let out a relieved sigh. Suddenly, he saw the wild earth furious ape go berserk, smashing the ground where he had been moments ago, before turning its head and sprinting directly toward his location. Fan Yao froze, stunned, before hurriedly changing his position. Yet before he could settle into a new hiding spot, the wild earth furious ape adjusted its direction as well. Fan Yao, what the hell was going on? After several changes in direction, Fan Yao finally confirmed one thing. This beast was coming straight for him. Damn it, why is it fixated on me? Fan Yao's face darkened as he ran frantically. Behind him, the massive black ape swung its gigantic palms, smashing everything in its path with terrifying power that made one's heart tremble. I was just here to complete a task. I didn't provoke you. Why are you chasing me like I killed your wife? Besides, all I did was kill a few jade-eyed wolves. At that thought, Fan Yao's expression grew complicated. Could it be that this beast and the Wolf King were brothers? No wonder he couldn't shake it off. It must have been drawn by the scent of the Wolf King's blood on his axe. There was no chance for a peaceful resolution now. Fan Yao abruptly stopped in his tracks, his hand gripping the worn, rusty axe that suddenly materialized. Lightning energy surged madly into the weapon. The previously dim and unimpressive axe instantly radiated a fierce glow under the influx of energy. Lightning crackled across its surface, and the compressed energy even transformed into viscous lightning plasma, flowing as if alive. Try this on for size. Fan Yao leapt into the air, swinging the axe down without hesitation. Boom. With Fan Yao's energy enhancement, even a mere twig could become a deadly arrow, let alone this axe. Caught off guard, the wild earth furious ape was struck hard. Its shoulder was torn open, blood spraying like a fine rain. Roar! The wild earth furious ape howled in pain, its fury escalating. A lowly human dared to resist it, even using a shabby axe to launch a sneak attack. The intense pain drove it into utter madness. Its deafening roar reverberated through the mountains, sending waves of sound that made anyone who heard it turn pale. What's wrong? Angry now, Fan Yao swung his axe with confidence, shaking off the remnants of flesh and blood. The wild earth furious ape blew out two streams of white air from its nostrils, glaring at Fan Yao, or rather, at the axe in his hand. It had caught a very familiar scent, that of its brother, the jade-eyed Wolf King. Fan Yao raised an eyebrow at the realization. So, they are related after all. Roar! 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 Suddenly, the wild earth furious ape stood up straight, its eyes flashing with an earthy yellow glow. Without warning, it plunged its massive hands into the ground. Fan Yao keenly sensed an extraordinarily powerful energy being activated. Is it about to launch an attack? Fan Yao's heart was on guard. However, this demonic beast had been injured earlier, and its combat power had decreased. No, that's not it. His eyes suddenly sharpened. This was Berserk Mode. Berserk Mode was the innate skill of the rampaging earth wild ape. Once activated, its strength could increase by 1 or even 2 levels, and it would feel neither pain nor exhaustion, only attacking madly, becoming a killing machine until its death. If it was currently at the late stage of the mid-heaven realm, after going berserk, it could reach the early or even mid-stage of the post-heaven realm. And Fan Yao was merely at the mid-stage of the mid-heaven realm. I can't let you complete your berserk mode. Without hesitation, Fan Yao leaped swiftly into the air. Both palms striking forward, lightning energy rolled and crackled in his palms, condensing into a small silver white handprint, the Thunderstrike seal. With a slight flick of his other hand, the energy's color instantly transformed into a majestic golden hue, the Golden Thunder Seal. The two seals combined. In just a few breaths, Fan Yao had completed the formation of the two intricate seals. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. His palms trembled, and the two radiant handprints, trailing dazzling light, blasted fiercely toward the rampaging earth wild ape. Just as they were about to make contact, two thunderous explosions echoed. The rampaging earth wild ape's berserk mode was interrupted, and its energy instantly dissipated. Before it could react, a small axe, glowing with a fiery red light, slashed down again. Its eyes burned with increasing fury, forcing it to halt its berserk transformation. It immediately wrapped itself in earth element energy, forming a hard, earth yellow shell. It desperately used its inner strength and tough fur to resist Fan Yao's thunder roar seal. Fan Yao quickly retreated, coldly watching its wretched state without a trace of pity, and spat out one word: explode. Boom. The other handprint hidden within the axe, the Crimson Thunder Seal, erupted with immense power at Fan Yao's command. As the light dissipated, a massive wound appeared on the rampaging Earth Wild Ape's body, stretching from its palm down to its abdomen, with blood gushing out uncontrollably. Even though its earth element energy poured out wildly to repair the damage, it could not close this fatal wound. The red glow of vengeance in the rampaging Earth Wild Ape's eyes quickly faded, replaced by a hint of panic. The next second, it unexpectedly turned and fled, dragging its heavily injured body in a desperate attempt to escape. Trying to escape? Why didn't you think of that earlier? Fan Yao was momentarily stunned, then roared in anger, stomping heavily on the ground as he relentlessly pursued it. After fighting for so long, was it all going to be for nothing? He had to claim this beast's demon core and attributes. Even from a great distance, people outside the valley could still hear the deafening roars, as though a colossal creature was wreaking havoc within the mountains, instilling fear in their hearts. Several figures stumbled out of the forest, panting heavily as if escaping death, and collapsed to the ground. They were none other than He Junmin and his team. After barely making it out, their faces were filled with terror. "Captain, why did the rampaging Earth Wild Ape suddenly go berserk?" a female team member asked, her face pale. He Junmin, whose greatsword had long been lost, shook his dust-covered face with a bitter smile. "I don't know. That thing's earth element strength, coupled with its tough hide, makes it impossible for martial artists of the same level to be its match. If we hadn't run fast, we'd have been crushed into mincemeat by now. I regret taking this mission. We didn't make any money and almost lost our lives." The team lowered their heads, disheartened and at a loss. At that moment, the thunderous sounds from North Song Mountain suddenly ceased. Strange, why did it go quiet? Is the monster no longer berserk? Thank goodness we ran quickly, or we'd have been done for. Cold sweat ran down their faces as they recalled the danger they had just faced. They hesitated, torn between wanting to check the situation and fearing more trouble. "Where's Fan Yao? He didn't make it out, did he?" someone asked in a low voice. Only silence answered. After waiting for a while, the group had no choice but to stand up, dragging their weapons as they departed in silence. None of them believed Fan Yao could still be alive. After all, when the rampaging Earth Wild Ape went berserk, even a strong mid-heaven realm practitioner like Fan Yao wouldn't have been able to contend with it. He had likely already been crushed into a pulp. Their only option now was to return to the demon hunting organization and report that Fan Yao had perished and that the mission had failed. But what they didn't know was, in the southeastern part of North Song Mountain, the area where a fierce battle had taken place was now a scene of utter destruction. Massive trees were broken and toppled, the ground was riddled with craters, and it looked as though a calamity had swept through. Thud, thud, thud. From afar, a young man could be seen standing atop the massive corpse of a gorilla-like demonic beast. In his hand, he held an axe, furiously hacking at the beast's skull. Because the axe was an ordinary one, and its blade had been worn down from repeated use, it had taken Fan Yao a long time to finally cut through the rampaging Earth Wild Ape's skin. A faint earth yellow glow gradually emanated from the wound, accompanied by a powerful wave of earth element energy. An earth element demon core. Fan Yao's eyes lit up. Ignoring the sticky, bloody sensation on his hands, he carefully reached in and dug out the demon core, wiping the blood off its surface. Feeling the immense power within, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. This was a huge haul. Not every demonic beast had a demon core in its brain. Many martial artists risked their lives hunting beasts, only to end up empty-handed, cursing their luck. Fan Yao was incredibly fortunate. On his very first mission, he managed to obtain a demon core from a late-stage mid-heaven realm beast. This fingernail-sized demon core alone would be worth over $1 billion in the market. The stronger the demonic beast, the higher the value of its demon core. Whether he kept it for cultivation, turned it into an accessory, or used it as a gift, it would be incredibly prestigious. Now, I can finally start consuming. Fan Yao carefully stored the demon core, squinting his eyes as he summoned the system. The screen once again displayed the data of the rampaging Earth wild ape. Fan Yao extended his left hand, gently stroking the beast's fur. Immediately, he felt a sharp pain. When a semi-transparent handprint appeared next to the mid-level Earth element option, he excitedly tapped on it and quickly sat cross-legged. Hiss! The pain of talent refinement surged like a tidal wave, but Fan Yao was prepared. He gritted his teeth, enduring it. As the second innate ability gradually fused with his being, he began to notice changes. Previously, he could only sense the highly active lightning element in nature. Now, he could also perceive another kind of energy heavy and steady. Fan Yao understood that this was the earth element. The earth element was characterized by its heaviness and stability, making it ideal for cultivating defensive martial techniques. When mastered to perfection, it could make one impervious to blades and immune to fire and water. In essence, it was like having an impenetrable turtle shell. To break through it, one would need to be as clever as Fan Yao or wield overwhelming power to target a critical point. Otherwise, not even a single strand of the rampaging Earth wild ape's hair could be harmed. Before long, the attribute engraving was complete. Fan Yao was elated and immediately opened his personal data. Species: human. Name: Fan Yao. Strength: mid-stage of the Middle Sky realm. Basic talent: advanced lightning attribute. After talent refinement: advanced earth attribute intermediate. Not bad. Fan Yao smiled in satisfaction as he closed the system. Looking around at the devastated surroundings, Fan Yao hesitated. He couldn't just leave the corpses of these demonic beasts behind. A rough calculation showed that the corpse of the green-eyed wolf king, the wild earth ape, along with the demon cores, were worth over $1 billion. Additionally, the 40 or so green-eyed wolves had a combined value of at least $500 million. Completing this mission would net Fan Yao a clean profit of about $1.6 billion. With this money, he could purchase martial techniques, cultivation methods, weapons, and even improve his and his sister's living standards. After all, Fan Wenxi had also started cultivating, and resources needed to keep up with her progress. At the Demon Hunter organization, the same beautiful receptionist from before stood at the desk. He Junmin and his team stood in front of her, covered in dirt and blood, their disheveled appearance drawing the attention of several warriors around them. Everyone here was a demon hunter and had seen plenty of similar scenes. They understood that the team had just returned from a mission. "Hello, how can I assist you today?" The receptionist maintained her professional smile and asked politely. He Junmin handed over his jade token, his face dark and grim as he spoke in a low voice. "There was an incident. We couldn't slay the demonic beasts. Cancel the mission, please." Regardless of whether a demon hunter completed a mission, they were required to return to the organization to clear it out. This allowed stronger teams to take over the task. The organization would also gather survivors' accounts to determine if anyone had died, if the beast's strength had changed, and to update the mission accordingly while arranging for cleanup. "Understood. I'll need your cooperation to fill out some forms shortly." The receptionist wasn't surprised. She sighed inwardly and swiftly took the jade token, inserting it into the card reader. Every day, there were over a dozen failed demon hunter teams. Some fared even worse. Many returned with missing limbs, their cultivation careers utterly destroyed. Though the receptionist was a woman, she had long become desensitized to such bloody scenes. As she operated the computer and checked the team's mission details, her face suddenly froze in shock. An A-rank mission? And to hunt a pack of green-eyed wolves, a group of ferocious beasts? No wonder they had failed. Were there any injuries or fatalities? Did the demonic beast's strength differ from the organization's provided information? The receptionist asked. He Junmin recalled the terrifying power of the green-eyed wolf king, a shiver running down his spine. He quickly nodded yes. That green-eyed wolf king was at the mid-stage of the Middle Sky realm, far stronger than the mission data suggested. As for casualties, a flicker of hesitation crossed He Junmin's face. One person should have died. It was too chaotic at the time, and we didn't dare go back to check. Should have? A trace of disdain flashed across the receptionist's eyes. From his words, it seemed they had abandoned their teammate and fled mid-battle. However, she didn't show her disdain too obviously and continued asking, "What was the name of the deceased hunter? Our organization will contact their family and provide some compensation." "His name was Fan Yao," Min replied. "What did you just say his name was?" The receptionist's smile froze instantly. A chill swept through her heart, and her breath nearly stopped. She repeated the name in disbelief. "What's wrong?" Min exchanged uneasy glances with his teammates, a foreboding feeling creeping into their hearts. "Are you certain that the fallen hunter's name was Fan Yao? What did he look like?" The receptionist's voice trembled, her heart pounding, as she pressed for more details. Min hesitated, then described Fan Yao's appearance in detail, though his tone carried a hint of doubt. Disaster, disaster. If she had harbored a glimmer of hope earlier, thinking it might be a coincidence of names, that hope was now utterly crushed after hearing the description. This deceased Fan Yao was indeed the very same Fan Yao whom Elder Hu held in high regard. They had just spoken a few words not long ago, and now news of his death had arrived so suddenly. It's over. Elder Hu values Fan Yao so much. If he learns that Fan Yao died during a mission, he'll be furious. The receptionist's fear grew more intense. She no longer paid any attention to Min's group. Grabbing the nearby phone in a panic, she dialed the number several times, her fingers trembling so much she pressed the wrong buttons repeatedly. "Hello, please connect me to Elder Hua's private line. I have an urgent matter to report." Sweat glistened on her forehead as her voice shook. As fast as possible. Min and his group were dumbfounded by her reaction. One of the team members muttered under his breath, "Is this woman crazy? Dozens, even hundreds of demon hunters die every day. Why is she making such a fuss?" She mentioned Elder Hua. "What does our failed mission have to do with him? Maybe she's asking Elder Hua for permission to punish us for deserting our teammate. That is not impossible. Forget it. Let us just leave now. I feel uneasy, like something big is about to happen," a female team member muttered, rubbing her arms as if to dispel a chill. With that, the group turned and nearly broke into a run, eager to leave the building. Wait. The receptionist had just put down the phone when she saw the scene and instinctively called out to stop them. "What now?" "The mission's canceled. We're free to go, aren't we?" The group stopped reluctantly, growing more suspicious and uneasy. "I'm sorry, but this situation is a bit unusual. We'll need to hold on to your hunter tokens for now," the receptionist said, forcing a smile to maintain her composure. "Also, please wait a moment. We have a few more questions for you." After speaking, she summoned the organization's patrol unit to keep an eye on Min and his team. The receptionist herself quickly strode toward the nearby elevator, as though waiting for someone. Although Min and his teammates were frustrated, they didn't dare defy the armed patrol unit. They could only stand there reluctantly, holding back their anger. This commotion caught the attention of much of the Demon Hunter Hall. Many warriors cast curious and apprehensive glances their way, while some simply stayed to watch the drama unfold. What did they do? Are they being detained? It wasn't long before the elevator doors opened, and several figures stepped out hurriedly. The first to emerge were 5 bodyguards in suits and sunglasses. Their breathing was steady, and their steps silent, exuding the aura of elite experts. After they filed out, the final figure appeared. He was dressed in plain clothes, leaning on a cane. His face was deeply wrinkled, but his back was ramrod straight, and his expression was stern, barely containing his fury. The oppressive aura emanating from him caused everyone in the hall to instinctively hold their breath. Elder Hua. No wonder the magpies have been chirping all day, as if something significant is about to happen. Everyone be cautious. If Mr. Hua has appeared, it must be something serious. What on earth has happened? Mr. Hua was enraged. Fan Yao was someone with emperor-level talent, a rare genius who deserved to be nurtured. He had the potential to become one of the top elites not only in the demon hunting organization, but among all of humanity. How could he have died so easily? Mr. Hua, this is what happened. The receptionist, a beautiful young woman, stammered as she recounted the events in detail, trembling with fear. She was just a lowly receptionist and normally didn't even have the qualifications to meet Mr. Hua. At this moment, her legs were so weak she nearly collapsed. Humph. Mr. Hua cast a cold glance at the dumbfounded He Jun-min and his companions, then slammed his cane heavily onto the ground. With a furious voice, he commanded, "Search. If he's alive, we need to see him. If he's dead, we need the corpse. Head to Baitsong Mountain immediately." "Yes, sir." The black-clad bodyguards responded in unison. In no time, a team of dozens had assembled, led by Mr. Hua himself, rushing towards Baitsong Mountain. He Jun-min and his companions stood frozen, their bodies cold and their minds blank, their thoughts entirely paralyzed. At this point, they understood the reason for Mr. Hua's wrath. It was Fan Yao. They had never imagined that Fan Yao and Mr. Hua shared such a close bond despite their age difference. "Captain, if Fan Yao is dead, are we doomed too?" one of the team members asked, nearly in a daze. "You're wrong. Whether Fan Yao is alive or dead, we are already doomed," He Jun-min replied in a trance. Hearing this, the team member rolled his eyes and fainted from fear. Baitsong Mountain. After the savage rampage of the wild earth gorilla, the forest was left in ruins. Giant trees were toppled, and the area was deathly silent, broken only by the occasional rustle of rabbits or wild cats scurrying through the undergrowth. This rare tranquility was soon shattered. Amid the faint rustling, a figure slowly emerged from the depths of the forest. Upon closer inspection, Fan Yao was seen carrying a massive snow-white wolf on his shoulder. The wolf was several meters long but lifeless. "Phew, finally got rid of the last wolf," Fan Yao said, gripping the wolf's paw and tossing it to the ground. In front of him lay over 40 neatly arranged green-eyed wolf corpses. Not far away, the giant body of a wild earth gorilla could also be seen. After a moment of contemplation, Fan Yao stretched out his hand, gathering a surge of lightning element spiritual energy. He stared intently at the power in his palm, and with a slight flick of his fingers, several thunderbolt seals rapidly materialized, hovering in the air and glowing brilliantly. He smiled faintly, crouching down to dig a small pit beneath the corpses of the Wolf King and the wild earth gorilla. Carefully, he buried them in the soil. The rest of the demonic beast corpses were handled in the same manner. If anyone finds these beasts and tries to claim them, they'll have to move the bodies. When that happens, the thunderbolt seals will explode and they'll suffer for it, Fan Yao thought to himself. Standing up, he sprinted down the mountain. Several kilometers away, in the forest, search towards the north. There's a human presence in that direction, Mr. Hua ordered, standing straight and exuding a powerful and peculiar aura that seemed to envelop nearly half of Baitsong Mountain. As a super-strong expert in the Unity realm, Mr. Hua possessed tracking methods beyond ordinary comprehension, making the search much more efficient. Before long, someone returned with a report, and the news made Huagang's expression change slightly. "Mr. Hua, it's an unfamiliar martial artist. He's gravely injured and barely breathing," a black-clad bodyguard reported, his face showing a hint of emotion. Hearing this, Huagang took a deep breath and waved his hand. "Handle him with care and send him to the hospital immediately." "Yes, Mr. Hua." The black-clad bodyguards re-entered the forest and soon carried out an injured martial artist. The man's chest was sunken, blood trickled from his nose and mouth, and his face was blue and purple, clear signs of severe internal injuries. Huagang's heart tightened. These injuries were undoubtedly caused by the wild earth gorilla. He could feel the residual earth elemental energy. Aside from that gorilla, no one else could inflict such damage. The perimeter of Baitsong Mountain had been almost completely searched, but Fan Yao was nowhere to be found. Instead, many other injured martial artists had been rescued. It was likely that more demon hunters had fallen victim to this disaster. However, there was no time to dwell on this. Finding Fan Yao was the top priority. If he is not in the outskirts, could he have gone deeper into the mountain? Huagang muttered, clasping his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he stomped the ground and leaped into the depths of the mountain. Before long, he came across a pile of corpses, and his heart skipped a beat as he landed lightly. Hiss! Even someone as experienced as Huagang couldn't help but gasp. Before him was a mountain of demonic beast corpses, piled high in the remote forest. The sight was chilling. Mr. Hua, what are you doing here? At that moment, Fan Yao's voice, tinged with surprise and confusion, came from not far away. Fan Yao. Huagang was momentarily stunned but quickly realized what was happening. Overjoyed, he turned to see the familiar figure. Behind Fan Yao were 8 unfamiliar martial artists. Some held pickaxes, others carried shovels, and there was even a simple wooden cart, as if they were preparing for work. These strangers froze at the sight of the pile of corpses, with 2 of them so frightened that their tools fell to the ground. They stared in disbelief at the over 40 green-eyed wolves in the pile. Among them was an exceptionally large one. Was it the legendary Wolf King? And the giant black gorilla, could it be the wild earth gorilla, the ruler of Baitsong Mountain? They had only heard of these creatures by name, never seeing them so close. The gorilla's needle-like fur and giant copper bell eyes emitted an oppressive aura even in death, making them tremble uncontrollably. Fan Yao ignored their panic and quickly deduced why Mr. Hua was there. After a brief conversation, he smiled and said to Huagang, Mr. Hua, let me take care of a few things first. Go ahead. Huagang nodded with a smile. Fan Yao stepped forward, carefully lifting the demonic beast corpses and retrieving the thunderbolt seals buried beneath them. With his other hand, he lightly touched the seals. In an instant, the seals dissolved into lightning energy, which was absorbed back into Fan Yao's body. Huagang was deeply shaken. In just 1 month, Fan Yao had managed to craft dozens of thunderbolt seals, forming and dissolving them with ease. Such control was terrifying. Once all the thunderbolt seals were retrieved, Fan Yao exhaled in relief. Noticing the admiration on Huagang's face, he smiled faintly and said, Mr. Hua, you flatter me. It's just a little trick. With that, Fan Yao turned to the martial artists and said coldly, transport these demonic beasts down the mountain. The price remains as negotiated 1 million. However, when you're moving them, be careful. If I find 1 or 2 missing when I count later, the consequences won't be something you can bear, Fan Yao said, his words carrying an undertone of warning. The corpses of these demonic beasts were worth at least 1.5 billion. Even the most ordinary bi-eyed wolf could sell for tens of millions. With such a vast amount of money at stake, anyone could be tempted. Although Fan Yao wasn't afraid of fighting them again, he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hearing this, the 5 martial artists' eyes flashed with reluctance as they clenched their fists. They had just raised their heads when they were met with Fan Yao's icy gaze. Without needing further thought, they immediately understood just how terrifyingly powerful this young man was, someone capable of killing so many demonic beasts on his own. Anyone daring to covet his possessions would be courting death. We wouldn't dare. Rest assured, we'll deliver everything on time. If even 1 head is missing, feel free to hold us accountable. They quickly abandoned any sneaky thoughts, forcing awkward smiles as they rushed to help. Some carried the beasts on their shoulders, while others dragged them, working with fervor. However, the demonic beasts were massive, and each vehicle could only transport 2 bi-eyed wolves at a time. It would likely take more than 20 trips to finish the task, which explained why Fan Yao had offered such a high price. After giving his instructions, Fan Yao turned and looked toward Mr. Hua, who was beaming with a broad smile. Fan Yao rubbed his nose awkwardly. Young one, I haven't seen you in a while, but you've become more like a true powerhouse, Mr. Hua said with a laugh, his eyes squinting into slits. As expected, mid-stage Zhongtian realm, he had already suspected it when seeing the violent earth-wild ape, but seeing Fan Yao in person made the realization even more striking. Others wouldn't know, but as the head of Anqing Base's demonic beast hunting organization, he had access to the records of all beast hunters. He was well aware that Fan Yao had been cultivating for less than 6 months. This speed made even an old-timer like him feel ashamed. Ahem. Mr. Hua's admiration was so evident that it made Fan Yao feel a little uncomfortable. Clearing his throat, Fan Yao cautiously said, Mr. Hua, I have an immodest request. I'm not sure if I should say it. Oh. Mr. Hua was intrigued and leaned in to listen. Does the demonic beast hunting organization buy demonic beasts? Fan Yao asked. The hunting organization's building was the tallest and most luxurious landmark in Anqing Base. The entrance was grand and majestic, with a golden splendor. Thousands of martial artists came and went daily, and during emergencies, rapid deployment was necessary. As such, there was an unspoken rule: the entrance must never be blocked. But today, that iron rule was broken. In front of the towering skyscraper, on the flat ground, giant demonic beasts were piled one after another at the entrance, carelessly strewn about. Each one was grotesque and lifeless. The pile of demonic beasts formed a small mountain, nearly 1 or 2 stories high. Whether ordinary citizens or martial artists, everyone who saw the scene was left with their mouths agape, their eyes twitching uncontrollably. Not far away, a wooden cart rolled slowly toward the open space. 2 martial artists jumped off the cart, struggling to haul down 2 big-eyed wolves before tossing them onto the ground. Then, the cart drove off again. It seemed there would be more to come. The crowd of onlookers was almost in a frenzy. Can someone tell me what on earth is going on here? This is the first time I've seen so many demonic beast corpses. It's terrifying. I know that one. That's the violent earth-wild ape. It's been wreaking havoc in Batesong Mountain. My aunt once accidentally encountered it, and in the end, the speaker's voice trailed off, their eyes reddening. Brother, my condolences. But it's over now. That beast is dead, and your aunt has been avenged. The crowd offered their comfort. Thank you. I just wish I knew who killed it. If I ever get the chance, I'll prepare a grand gift and a banner to properly thank them. The person wiped their tears, then kicked the violent earth-wild ape's corpse a couple of times, feeling a bit of relief. Me too. My family died at the hands of that ape. My best friend's younger sister was taken away by the big-eyed wolf king. I'll kick you too. Kick you to death. A woman, overcome with emotion, raised her high heel and stomped down hard. After stomping for a while, she suddenly stopped, clutching her knee as she squatted and cried her heart out. I hate demonic beasts. Me too. For a moment, the sorrowful atmosphere gripped everyone. Tears flowed freely as people sobbed. In this era, who didn't carry the weight of a heavy blood debt? They could only hate themselves for lacking the strength to kill demonic beasts and avenge their loved ones. Hero, thank you. Hero, thank you for avenging my brother. Mom, Dad, can you hear this from the heavens? Your useless son couldn't avenge you, but someone did. Someone shouted at the sky, tears streaming down their face as they laughed and cried, looking utterly mad. In front of the once solemn building, the air was filled with the sound of weeping. Inside the 56-story hunting organization building, behind the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, 2 figures stood faintly visible. Being called a hero again. How does it feel? Mr. Hua asked, hands clasped behind his back as he turned to Fan Yao with a teasing smile. It's complicated, Fan Yao replied, scratching his head. He knew exactly what Mr. Hua was referring to. A few months ago, when the three-eyed Thunder Eagle attacked the Anqing base, he had stepped in to stop it and was quickly labeled a hero. The news was still being broadcast. However, the hunting organization had ensured that the media didn't reveal any of his personal information, allowing him to remain at ease. This city needs heroes, Mr. Hua said as he turned, his steps faltering slightly as he walked to the sofa and sat down, his words carrying deeper meaning. Mr. Hua, as someone at the Hai realm, your strength is unmatched, Fan Yao said as he helped the older man to his seat, grinning. Haven Tea heroes always been here. Mr. Hua smiled helplessly. Was this kid brushing him off? I'm already 73. How many more years do I have left? What happens to this city after I'm gone? Humanity is no longer at the top of the food chain. Fan Yao, Mr. Hua sighed. The successor I've chosen is you. Fan Yao's body stiffened, and he fell silent. With great power comes great responsibility. Fan Yao, even I can't predict the limits of your potential. You're destined for greatness. If one day the world needs you, will you step forward? Mr. Hua stood before Fan Yao, gently patting his shoulder. Though his back was slightly hunched and he appeared shorter than Fan Yao, his eyes still burned with a love for this city, a passion that was profoundly moving. Leaving the hunting organization, Fan Yao walked down the street, lost in thought, his brows furrowed. Ding dong. The notification sound of a message interrupted his thoughts. He paused, pulled out his phone, and saw a message pop up on the screen. The notification chimes sounded. The Blue Star card ending in 1352 received a deposit of 35 million Blue Star coins at 1316 on October 23, 2222. The balance is now 35,003,000 Blue Star coins. The funds are from the Demon Hunting Organization, White Level A-Class Task 23. Ding dong. Shortly after, another message popped up. The Blue Star card ending in 1352 received a deposit of 1,584,500,000 Blue Star coins at 1317 on October 23, 2222. The balance is now 1,619,530,000 Blue Star coins. The funds are from the Demon Hunting Organization, Sale of Demon Beasts. This time, the harvest was truly incredible. Fan Yao tightly gripped his phone, and as he watched his account balance skyrocket, much of the gloom in his heart dissipated. He shoved the phone back into his pocket, but his hand brushed against something cold. He froze, hurriedly pulling it out, and slapped his forehead. How could I forget about this Earth Element Demon Core? Unlike the carcasses of demon beasts, demon cores were a completely different matter. The beasts' corpses could still be sold for money, and thanks to their mutations, they wouldn't spoil even after a few days. But demon cores, without the protection of flesh and blood, would continually lose energy, and several hours had already passed. What a waste! Fan Yao, feeling a pang of regret, stuffed the demon core back into his pocket. He quickened his steps and arrived at the secluded park he'd visited earlier. Without a second thought for the dust and fallen leaves on the ground, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. The Earth Element Demon Core rested in his palms, radiating an intense light. Waves of powerful energy surged outward, exuding the unique bloodlust and ferocity characteristic of demon beasts. After a brief moment of adjustment, Fan Yao opened his eyes and directly shoved the demon core into his mouth, swallowing it whole. Boom! As the demon core entered his body, a fierce surge of power erupted within him, washing through his meridians like a flood. Even though Fan Yao's meridians had been completely opened through the Foundation Establishment method, he still felt waves of swelling pain. This is too risky. No matter what, the human body's internal organs are the most fragile. Even with a demon core from the innate realm, no one dares to swallow it directly. It must be harmonized with spiritual medicine. Let alone this is a late-stage demon beast from the Middle Sky realm. Fan Yao frowned, feeling the pain emanating from within his body. Creak, creak. The earthy yellow energy rampaged through his meridians, scouring every bone and cell with a wild and ferocious aura, as if it wanted to tear him apart from the inside out, leaving him momentarily panicked. Let's see how long you can wreak havoc. Fan Yao snorted coldly, and the 9-pattern spirit core in his dantian began to spin. Intense lightning attribute spiritual power suddenly erupted, entwining the rampaging earthy yellow energy with sharp currents in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The two forces clashed back and forth, canceling each other out. Fan Yao's ears were filled with the roar of thunder and the deep rumble of earth, and he seemed to see a vivid image of a mighty eagle fiercely battling a giant ape. Fan Yao's mind was drawn into the scene, and the spirit core in his dantian hummed. Lightning attribute spiritual power erupted again, infusing into the eagle's body. The eagle's form instantly solidified, letting out a deafening cry. Screech! Fan Yao's ears buzzed as the giant eagle dove, spreading its massive wings. With his energy support, its size expanded several times, and its feathers sliced through the air like steel needles, producing a piercing whistle. Its sharp silver-white eyes locked onto the panicked giant ape, and it opened its massive beak, gathering energy into a vortex within its mouth. With a flap of its wings, its innate martial skill burst forth like a laser. Boom! The beam struck, and Fan Yao's body trembled slightly, a hint of joy rising in his heart. Did it succeed? As the sound of the explosion gradually faded, Fan Yao cautiously focused his mind and scanned his dantian, only to be stunned. The previously intense battle scene had completely vanished. Where was the eagle? Where was the ape? Confused, he directed his mind to circle around his dantian, finally focusing on the spirit core. The thumb-sized, smooth spirit core now had its second pattern transformed into a dense earthy yellow, interwoven with dazzling silver white. Fan Yao's eyes widened in shock. The intertwining of white and yellow light instantly filled his vision before slowly dissipating. At that moment, the stagnant realm within his body surged upward, flooding like a tide. Boom. Middle sky realm, late stage. Immersed in the euphoria of breakthrough, Fan Yao's mind suddenly echoed with the question from Elder Hua. Fan Yao, if this world needs a hero, are you willing to step forward? A beautiful figure flashed through his mind, her smile sweet, her gaze gentle. She would call him brother, act spoiled, play tricks, and cry in sadness. Fan Yao's heart tightened, and the weighty question gradually found its answer. I don't do it for money, love, or fame. I just want to stand at the pinnacle of humanity, overlooking all beings, protecting those I cherish, and keeping any harm away from them. If the postnatal realm isn't enough, then I'll break through to the unity realm. If the unity realm isn't enough, then I'll strive for the pure origin realm, or even the commanding realm, the creation realm. That is my true goal. Being a hero is just an empty title. Fan Yao's consciousness trembled, his thoughts clear, his chest surging with passion, almost ready to burst forth. At that moment, crack, the barrier of the acquired realm cracked open with a fissure, the sound of shattering growing louder and louder as the cracks spread like a spider web. Break for me. Fan Yao stood upright, letting out a thunderous roar. The sound echoed like thunder, piercing the skies, and most people in the base heard this awe-inspiring voice. Whether ordinary people or martial artists, their hearts were shaken, and they all turned toward the direction of the sound. What was that? Someone must have broken through their realm, right? This base has been so lively lately. I actually felt a glimmer of hope in that roar. Haha, I don't know why. Could it be my imagination? To be honest, me too. Haha, it feels like life has something to look forward to. Haha, only strength brings hope. Let us go, take on some tasks, and earn money. In the ancient courtyard of the Demon Hunting Organization building, Hua Gang placed his cane aside. In front of him was a chessboard, and he was playing against himself. The black pieces were surrounded by white ones, struggling to break free but unable to escape. Hua Gang frowned in thought, still unable to find a breakthrough. After a long time, he heavily placed a black piece down and sighed. What should a hero do when they grow old? Just as he was about to get up and take a walk, a clear roar rang out. Hua Gang's body tensed, and he suddenly looked up. He felt a familiar aura. Fan Yao? Is this breaking through the acquired realm? Hua Gang didn't stand up, but fell back into his chair. After a long while, a smile appeared on his lips. The smile grew wider, and the tightly furrowed brows on his wrinkled, old face gradually relaxed, eventually erupting into hearty laughter. Ha ha, good, good. The acquired realm, finally the acquired realm. Now that he has reached the acquired realm, could the unity realm be far behind? Hua Gang was so excited that he lost his composure, his withered hands rubbing together incessantly, his face glowing with joy. He straightened his back and returned to the chessboard, picking up a black piece and decisively making a move. Yes, there's hope, as long as there's hope. As the piece fell, the black pieces broke through like a desperate charge, carving out a bloody path, and the entire chessboard came alive. The clear roar echoed like thunder, causing chaos in many parts of the city. Fan Yao immersed himself in the exhilaration of the breakthrough, gradually restraining his aura and savoring the powerful strength of the acquired realm, smiling with satisfaction. System, what are my stats now? Buzzed the system, like a diligent worker, projected the data onto Fan Yao's retina. Fan Yao stroked his chin, his gaze focused. Species, human name. Fan Yao strength. Early acquired realm basic talent. Advanced lightning attribute talent. Advanced earth attribute talent level. Intermediate lightning attribute excels in attack. Earth attribute focuses on defense, 1 for offense, 1 for defense. Although the earth attribute talent is slightly weaker than the lightning attribute, as long as I pair it with powerful martial techniques, the effect will be similar. Fan Yao pondered, deciding to take advantage of his still full wallet to buy some martial techniques and cultivation methods to enhance his combat power. In this world, the e-commerce and delivery industries had been rebuilt and thrived even more after the mutations, with a wide variety of goods available. Besides daily necessities, there were martial techniques, spirit stones, armor, weapons, and more. Just input a keyword, and you could find them. Fan Yao had already returned home, sitting in front of his computer and scrolling with his mouse. On the screen were photos of various products, each labeled with names and prices. Missing a local attribute defensive martial skill, and also a movement martial skill. If I encounter danger, I can escape faster. I also need to buy another lightning attribute martial skill. The more martial skills, the better. As for weapons, although I casually bought a woodcutting axe while doing an A-level mission, it feels quite handy, so I'll stick to this type of axe-shaped weapon in the future. Fan Yao carefully selected. For him, money wasn't an issue. The key was the quality and power of the martial skills. Generally, the stronger the power, the higher the price. Fan Yao looked for a while, his gaze stopping on a few martial skills. Ming Phoenix, Immovable Bell. Earth Attribute Martial Skill, High-Grade Xian Level. Cultivatable by mid-level Zhongtian Realm experts. Priced at 3.5 billion Blue Star coins, combining offense and defense. When activated, a thick bell forms outside the body, and once mastered, it can withstand an attack from an early-stage Chun Yuan Realm expert, indestructible. Movement martial skills are scarce. This one looks good. 9 turns Bewildering Steps, High-Grade Xian Level, consisting of 9 steps, light and elusive footwork, difficult to track. When mastered, it can even allow short-term suspension in mid-air, making it hard for Chun Yuan Realm experts to detect. But it's a bit expensive, 5 billion. Fan Yao widened his eyes at the price. These two together cost 8.5 billion? My God, it's daylight robbery. At this rate, 1.6 billion won't be enough. He also looked at lightning attribute martial skills and set his sights on one called Heavenly Thunder Summon. But the description was vague, with no level specified, yet the price was as high as 7 billion. Should he buy it? Fan Yao hesitated. Buying all 3 martial skills at once would instantly reduce his funds from over 10 billion to less than 7 billion. 7 billion sounded like a lot, but compared to the things he wanted to buy, it was merely a drop in the bucket, not even enough for the change. Forget it, I'll buy them. Fan Yao gritted his teeth, threw the 3 martial skills into the shopping cart, and decisively paid. Ding dong, the money was deducted. Ship it quickly, or I'll tear down your shop, you profiteer. Fan Yao held his phone, glaring at the pitiful balance, cursing angrily. After venting for a while, he shook his head and casually transferred 10 million to Fan Wensi, further shrinking his wealth. Not long after, there was a knock at the door. Fan Yao opened it and saw a package quietly lying on the ground. Oh, pretty fast. Fan Yao brought the package inside, opened it, and couldn't help but give the logistics a big thumbs up. Next, it's just the weapon left. Weapons and martial skills were entirely different. Martial skills were techniques that utilized specific meridian operations to maximize spiritual power. Weapons, on the other hand, were tools for channeling spiritual power when martial skills weren't used. Spiritual power could be released through martial skills or through weapons. If a martial artist with a powerful weapon were to fight one who had mastered strong martial skills, the outcome would be hard to predict. Just as he opened the package and prepared to cultivate, his phone suddenly rang. Fan Yao. An elderly voice with a hint of laughter came through. Mr. Huang. Fan Yao casually stuffed the martial skill books into his arms, picked up the phone, and glanced at the caller ID with a somewhat complicated expression. Chatting with a Unity Realm expert over the phone felt quite novel. Fan Yao, if you have time, come to the monster hunting organization. I have something good to show you, Hua Gang said casually. Mr. Hua, stop being mysterious. Did the monster hunting organization capture some powerful weapon? Fan Yao asked indifferently. The other end of the phone suddenly went quiet for a while. Then Hua Gang's surprised voice said, Good lad, the news travels fast. Fan Yao was momentarily stunned. He had just spoken casually. The two hung up the phone. Hua Gang hadn't finished his sentence, leaving Fan Yao feeling uneasy and particularly uncomfortable. So, he decided to stop practicing, changed his clothes, and headed straight to the Demon Hunter building. Inside the Demon Hunter building, in the luxurious reception hall, Hua Gang put down his phone and smiled at the man and woman in front of him, saying he should be here soon. Oh, that young man named Fan Yao. Is he the one you said is the only person qualified to try controlling that weapon? Asked a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, exuding a powerful aura that seemed to be at the late stage of the acquired realm, clearly gifted. He noticed Huagang putting down the phone and his teacup and asked doubtfully. From his voice, he sounds quite young. Does he really have that ability? Huagang simply smiled without answering. The middle-aged man and the young woman beside him exchanged glances, feeling somewhat shaken. It seemed Hualao had great confidence in this young man. Anyone Hualao favors must have good character. Later, let Ying interact with him a bit. The middle-aged man said with a smile, his words carrying a hint of another meaning. Dad, stop talking nonsense. The young woman blushed, huffed lightly, and said, You just want to marry me off. So annoying. Hualao, you see, I don't even need to push her. This little girl is already thinking about marriage herself. Ha ha. The middle-aged man shook his head and teased with a laugh. Not talking to you anymore. Fang Ying stood up, stomped her foot, and ran outside, exhaling lightly, her curves fully displayed. She recalled Hualao's praise for Fan Yao and felt a bit uncomfortable, muttering, Humph, Hualao exaggerated too much. That weapon is really powerful. When I, at the mid-stage of the innate realm, tried to subdue it, I was shaken so badly I vomited blood, and my chest still hurts. I don't believe Fan Yao can do it. Dad is so annoying, asking me to interact with someone without even checking who they are. Humph, if I meet an ugly guy, that would be so disgusting. Thinking of this, she made a vomiting gesture, shivered, and strode downstairs. Unexpectedly, as she reached the corner of the stairs, someone stopped her. Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to the reception hall? A young, handsome man asked with a smile. Huh, a handsome guy. Fang Ying looked at his handsome face and sturdy build, her eyes lighting up for a moment before reluctantly looking away. She pointed and said, It's just around the corner, the third room. So close. Thank you. Fan Yao was slightly surprised, brushed past her, and stood in front of the door, knocking and entering. Seeing this, Fang Ying suddenly felt something was wrong. Oh no. Oh no. I forgot to ask which room he was going to, and I actually pointed him to my dad's room. She was extremely regretful. Never mind whether her dad would be angry. Hualao was still inside. If Hualao got upset, that handsome guy would be in trouble. She froze for a moment, then quickly ran back. Just as she was about to knock on the door, she heard laughter coming from inside. Huh. Fang Ying cautiously opened the door a crack and saw Hualao happily introducing the handsome guy to her dad. Come, Fang family head. This is the young friend I mentioned earlier, Fan Yao. Fang family head, I've long admired your name. My name is Fan Yao. Fan Yao introduced himself calmly and confidently. Fang Ying saw this scene, her mouth forming an O shape, almost losing her grip on the door handle and nearly falling. The atmosphere immediately became quiet. She glanced at the people with varied expressions, straightened her posture, and secretly smiled bitterly in her heart. This is my daughter, Fang Ying. Ying, come here. Fang Pengtao noticed her awkwardness, coughed lightly to help ease the situation, and said to Fan Yao with a smile, Ying has been spoiled by me since she was little. Please don't mind her, young friend Fan Yao. I don't mind, Fan Yao replied with a faint smile. I should thank her for showing me the way. All right, enough with the pleasantries. I'll take you to see the weapon. Huagang waved his hand, interrupting the small talk, clearly not fond of such formalities. Fang Pengtao didn't object, and the group headed toward the weapon display area. I didn't expect this middle-aged man to be the head of the Fang family. Walking side by side with Fang Ying, Fan Yao carefully observed Fang Pengtao. The power distribution at the Anqing base was roughly as follows: the Fang family, the Lei family, the Hellion family, and the Monster Hunting Organization. The first three were the top forces in Anqing, evenly matched, balancing each other, and often fighting for power, with the news always buzzing about their conflicts. Despite this, the Fang family was considered relatively reasonable. As for the Monster Hunting Organization, it was the most powerful entity in the Anqing base, with unparalleled strength and uniqueness. Due to its special nature and centralized management, the Monster Hunting Organization did not belong to any individual, but was more like a universally recognized authority across the continent, with a status that no one could challenge. Whenever there were conflicts among the forces in the base, the Monster Hunting Organization had the authority to mediate. If I can establish a good relationship with the Fang family, it would definitely be beneficial, Fan Yao thought, staring at Fang Pengtao, his eyes flickering with data. The information displayed: species, human name, Fong Pingtao strength, late stage Hodian realm basic talent, intermediate earth attribute special talent. Advanced Fan Yao's lips curled into a slight smile. This could be considered an unexpected gain. When Mr. Hua introduced Fong Pingtao, Fan Yao instinctively extended his left hand, already touching Fong Pingtao. On the option next to Earth Attribute Talent, Advanced, a small palm icon immediately appeared. Fan Yao did not imprint it right away, fearing that Fong Pingtao might notice something unusual and become suspicious. He began calculating in his mind. Hey, why are you ignoring me? A crisp, puzzled female voice rang out. Fan Yao looked down to see Fong Yingying's bright eyes staring at him, her face full of grievance. I didn't mean to say something wrong, it was purely a misunderstanding. You didn't lose anything, did you? What are you talking about? Fan Yao stopped walking. Nothing, nothing. Fong Yingying quickly waved her hand. I just wanted to say that the weapon is particularly powerful, so you should be prepared. Fan Yao's interest was instantly piqued. What kind of weapon is it? Well, it's a big axe, a bit rusty but extremely sharp. I tried to tame it before, but I failed miserably. Fong Yingying shuddered at the thought of being humiliated by the axe, her face turning pale. An axe weapon? Really an axe? Fan Yao's eyes lit up. Initially, he had reluctantly agreed to Mr. Hua's request, not planning to get too involved. Now, he couldn't wait to see this weapon. Before long, the group arrived at the weapon display room. Through the transparent glass, they saw a trapezoidal pedestal at the forefront, where a giant axe stood upright, piercing toward the sky. At that moment, a strong sense of dominance surged forth, carrying a hint of desolation. What an excellent weapon! Fan Yao's eyes sparkled. The axe was heavy, with a blade over 10 centimeters thick, its edge gleaming brightly, producing a piercing sound as it sliced through the air. The axe handle and body combined were taller than a person, and the entire axe was intricately carved with exquisite patterns that seemed alive, dazzling anyone who looked at it. I came across this battle axe by chance, Fong Pingtao said with a smile, noticing Fan Yao's eager expression. The material is extremely special. Several members of my family, including Yingying, tried to tame it, but all failed miserably. Worse still, this axe has a violent temperament. It automatically attacks anyone who approaches it, extremely ferociously. We had no choice but to leave it in old Hua's care. Indeed, even I almost got injured by it. Hua Gang shook his head, lifting the corner of his Zhongshan suit to reveal a clean, sharp cut left by the axe blade, precise and without any hesitation. Young man, want to give it a try? See if you can tame it. Hua Gang looked at Fan Yao's terrified face with a hint of encouragement. This thing has no master and often attacks people, but its power is undeniable. If it can find a master, this divine weapon will finally have a purpose, Fong Pingtao said with a smile. Fan Yao, go for it. Fong Yingying couldn't help but giggle, adding a playful remark from behind. After repeated persuasion from the group, Fan Yao began to waver. Although he didn't immediately agree, he didn't refuse either. Hesitating for a moment, he pushed open the glass door and cautiously stepped inside. As if sensing someone approaching, the battle axe suddenly trembled, and a flash of axe light shot through the air, slashing straight at Fan Yao's face. Fan Yao was prepared and quickly dodged. The axe light struck the door frame behind him, shattering it with a loud crash. Is it trying to kill me? Fan Yao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking, if I hadn't already broken through to the post-heaven realm, I might have died here today. Be extremely careful, this thing attacks any living being that gets close indiscriminately, Old Hua warned. Fan Yao, unharmed, simply nodded. After pondering for a moment, a powerful silver-white spiritual energy suddenly surged around him, enveloping his entire body as he slowly approached the battle axe. At that moment, a lightning attribute warrior, post-heaven realm early stage? Fong Pingtao stared at Fan Yao in astonishment, his chest pounding. Seeing Fong Pingtao's reaction, Old Hua narrowed his eyes slightly and added, not only that, Fan Yao is only 17 years old and has been cultivating for just about half a year. Upon hearing this, both Fong Pingtao and Fong Yingying couldn't help but gasp. Fong Yingying's mind went blank. She was 19 years old and had been cultivating for 2 full years, barely reaching the mid-innate realm with the help of countless precious resources from the Fong family. She had always thought she was ahead of the younger generation in the Anqing base, but now she realized someone had reached the post-heaven realm at just 17 years old, 2 years younger than her, yet far surpassing her in strength. Is he a monster? Fong Yingying stared at Fan Yao's upright figure, her small hand covering her lips, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. Fong Pingtao's feelings were even more complex, his thoughts deeper. Such terrifying cultivation speed, could it be a king-level talent? Or an emperor-level talent? He took a deep breath, finally relaxing his stiff back, breathing heavily, and couldn't help but say enviously, "Old Hua, you've truly found an incredibly promising talent." For a family or a faction, the most important thing is to continuously replenish fresh blood. A promising young talent, someone who might reach the pinnacle of the continent, is worth using all resources and means to nurture, win over, and recruit. If one day Fan Yao shines brightly, the Fong family will undoubtedly benefit immensely. With such a powerful figure backing them, the family could prosper for a century. This opportunity is too precious. Fong Pingtao's face flushed with excitement, his body trembling. Suddenly, he turned around and gave Elder Hua a solemn 90-degree bow, suppressing his excitement as he said, "Thank you, Elder Hua, for your guidance. This kindness, Pingtao will never forget for the rest of his life." Fong Yingying also followed with a deep bow, her eyes red, clearly understanding how important it was for the Fong family to establish ties with Fan Yao. "I've said enough, the rest is up to you." Hua Gang adjusted his Zhongshan suit, nodded lightly with an air of hidden depth, and then said no more, his gaze shifting toward the glass door. At this moment, Fan Yao was already very close to the battle axe. The axe buzzed but did not attack further. How should I subdue it? As he moved closer, Fan Yao could clearly feel the sharpness of the axe blade. He didn't dare touch it with his hand. If he made a mistake, he could lose his fingers. After some thought, he released a trace of spiritual energy, gently wrapping it around the axe handle. Whoosh! Instantly, that tiny trace of lightning attributed spiritual energy was completely absorbed by the massive battle axe. The axe's body emitted a brilliant stream of light, a strange wave quickly spreading out before returning to calm. There's a reaction. A hint of excitement flashed in Fan Yao's eyes. He gritted his teeth and began continuously channeling spiritual energy into the battle axe. The light on the axe grew brighter, and it began to vibrate slightly, as if something inside was trying to break free. In less than a minute, half of Fan Yao's spiritual energy had already been consumed. After another 30 seconds, a large amount of spiritual energy was drained, leaving him with an estimated 1/3 remaining. Still absorbing? Are you trying to drain me dry and then chop me to death with one strike? Gradually, Fan Yao began to feel weak, the silver-white protective spiritual energy around him fluctuating constantly. This was due to the rapid depletion of his spiritual energy. If it were completely drained, he would be exposed to the threat of the battle axe. Even though his recovery speed was fast and he possessed the 9-pattern spirit pill, it was impossible to replenish his energy within a few seconds. But as soon as the protective spiritual energy stopped, the battle axe would seize the opportunity to strike him down. Thinking of this, Fan Yao gritted his teeth and decisively cut off the flow of spiritual energy. Before he could finish speaking, the battle axe seemed to sense his action and suddenly erupted with a powerful suction force, violently pulling at the spiritual energy within Fan Yao, forming a massive vortex. Fan Yao couldn't break free. Not good. Fan Yao, young friend. Elder Hua and Fong Pingtao noticed the anomaly, their expressions changing as they rushed inside. Elder Hua extended his thin hand, trying to grab Fan Yao's shoulder and pull him back. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the battle axe suddenly emitted a burst of intense light, so strong that no one could keep their eyes open. Fan Yao, Hua Gang was momentarily stunned by the blinding light, his hand waving and grabbing at empty air. When the light faded, he found that Fan Yao had already disappeared. Fan Yao, young friend. Fong Pingtao was a step too late, his face instantly turning pale. After swallowing Fan Yao, the battle axe's blade suddenly began to slowly develop brown rust. Within a few breaths, rust spots covered the entire massive axe body, including the handle. The atmosphere became heavy, and the display room fell into a deathly silence. Damn thing, where did it take Fan Yao, young friend? Fong Pengtao dared not look at Huagang, his palms trembling, his heart filled with unease. This axe was brought by him if something happened to Fan Yao. He wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. What kind of place is this? At this moment, Fan Yao stared blankly around, his face full of confusion. Before him was a dark, void-like space, pitch black to the extreme, bottomless. Not to mention the distance, even an arm's length away was shrouded in darkness. Silver-white spiritual energy surged into his eyes, and the world before Fan Yao began to change. Above his head floated countless sharp weapons, knives, spears, swords, halberds, axes, maces, hooks, forks, all varying in shape and size, densely packed and suspended in the air. The blade tips glimmered with a cold light, sending chills down one's spine. They seemed to sense Fan Yao's presence, gently swaying, colliding with each other, emitting faint metallic clinks, as if trying to break free and slash down at him. Fan Yao's back felt cold. Is this the space inside the battle axe? Could it be some kind of test? A thought flashed through Fan Yao's mind. The next second, whoosh, a gust of wind suddenly attacked from behind. Fan Yao cursed inwardly, stomped his foot, and turned to deliver a kick. It was a long sword of unknown material. After being kicked away, its tail wobbled and quickly shot off, disappearing into the darkness without a sound. Clang, as if triggering a chain reaction, the weapons in mid-air began to tremble, one after another, falling straight down like raindrops, surrounding Fan Yao in an attack. Thousands of blades and swords launched their assault simultaneously, leaving Fan Yao no time to think. Instinctively, he tried to use spiritual energy to protect himself. But, damn, my spiritual energy is sealed. Do they want me to fight these cold weapons barehanded? Fan Yao's face turned grim as he stared at the rapidly approaching army of weapons. With his acquired realm strength, blocking these weapons wouldn't be difficult, but with his spiritual energy sealed, he couldn't use it at all. Now, he was no different from an ordinary person. Facing this chaotic dance of blades and swords, he could be skewered into a kebab at any moment. As Fan Yao struggled frantically, the atmosphere outside was equally tense. The surface of the giant battle axe was covered in thick reddish-brown rust, with no trace of sharp edges visible. The flowing light on the axe's body had completely disappeared. Apart from its still intimidating size, it looked like an ordinary broken axe left in the wild, devoid of spirit, devoid of sharpness. In front of the axe, 3 figures had been standing for an unknown amount of time, their faces pale, bodies stiff, clearly still in shock. The room was filled with an intense spiritual pressure, making it clear how angry the owner of the spiritual energy was. Hualao, with your insight, can you discern Fan Yao's situation? Fong Pingtao's face was pale, unable to withstand the oppressive aura of Hualao's fury. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and his heart felt as if it had fallen into an icy abyss. I didn't encounter this situation when I tried to subdue it before. Beside Fong Pengtao, Fong Yingying trembled, almost unable to stand, her brows furrowed in confusion. The battle axe has undergone self-sealing. My perception cannot probe it. Huagang's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the battle axe, a strange force emanating from the center of his brows, attempting to touch the axe's body. But it was blocked by the layer of rust, unable to sense anything inside the axe. This battle axe could completely prevent the probing of a Unity Realm expert, proving its extraordinary nature. However, one thing is certain. If the battle axe truly wanted to kill Fan Yao, it wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. Perhaps this is more like a test. Huagang speculated, shaking his head. It had to be said, Fan Yao's fate was truly fraught with misfortune. Previously, I took on an A-level mission and ended up being chased by the ferocious wild ape of Baitsong Mountain. Later, I tried to wield a weapon, but instead, the weapon devoured me. But speaking of which, how could this kid, with such strong abilities, just die like that? Master Hua, are you saying Fan Yao is still alive? Fong Pingtao's heart lifted with joy upon hearing this, and the pressure weighing on him instantly eased. He quickly asked, "It's very possible." Huagang took a deep breath, turned, and walked out of the glass room. All we can do now is wait. Fong Pengtao nodded, said no more, and followed Hua Gang out of the glass room. His eyes were fixed on the battle axe, not daring to make even the slightest movement, his gaze complex and hard to decipher. Not long ago, he had just decided to fully ally with Fan Yao, only to find Fan Yao's life hanging by a thread the next moment. Ironically, the weapon that caused his predicament was the very one Fong Pengtao had personally brought back. This dramatic twist made him feel as if he had shot himself in the foot, single-handedly destroying the Fong family's future. In the following days, whenever they had time, the group would come here to check on the battle axe. Especially Hua Gang, who spent almost the entire day in the glass room, sighing from time to time. His already frail figure appeared even more hunched. Fong Pengtao, as the head of the family, was naturally busy handling family affairs, but whenever he had a moment, he would rush to the monster hunting organization, anxiously waiting. Fong Yingying was equally diligent, staring at the giant axe as soon as she arrived, doing nothing else, her eyes slightly red, as if longing for a miracle. In the dark space, it was unclear how much time had passed. Fan Yao finally got a moment to catch his breath amidst the endless battles. Huff, huff, a tattered figure, holding a massive trident battle axe, was covered in wounds, with blood continuously seeping out, making it impossible to discern the original color of his clothes. It was none other than Fan Yao. The ground beneath his feet was littered with countless weapons, enough to open an armory. Unfortunately, these weapons were either broken or smashed, with not a single one intact. How long has it been? Fan Yao looked up. Though his face was young, it was covered in scars. His black eyes, filled with a chilling killing intent from days of fighting and fleeing, were enough to make anyone shudder. Previously, he had been hunted by thousands upon thousands of weapons, narrowly escaping death several times. After being pushed to his limits multiple times, he finally erupted, picking up weapons at random to fight back. The weapons swung continuously, while his wounds never stopped increasing. Fan Yao understood that if he stopped, all the weapons would swarm him, turning him into a pincushion. This belief had kept him going. Gradually, he noticed the weapons' attacks slowing down, to the point where he could visually track their trajectories. This wasn't an illusion through prolonged combat and escape. His reflexes, timing, and fighting skills had all improved dramatically. The current Fan Yao was a completely different person. The game is almost over. The final boss should be showing up soon, right? Fan Yao gazed into the void indifferently, his body trembling as silver-white spiritual energy erupted like a beast breaking free from its cage. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, ripples spread through the depths of the dark void. In the next moment, Fan Yao's vision blurred, and the scene before him changed abruptly. He found himself on the busiest main street of the Anqing base, surrounded by people coming and going, the atmosphere peaceful, with smiles on everyone's faces. An illusion? Fan Yao raised an eyebrow. His clothes were tattered, his body covered in blood, standing by the street, yet no one noticed him. Boom. Just as Fan Yao was feeling bored, a figure suddenly fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground, its feet deeply embedded into the hard surface, sending shards of stone flying and echoing through the street. Ah! Someone screamed, like startled birds and beasts. The crowd instantly descended into chaos, panic spreading rapidly. Some people, overwhelmed, fainted on the spot. In the center of the crowd, the figure's eyes were blood red, holding a towering giant axe, its expression cold and lifeless, like a puppet. It turned around, revealing its face. This is me. Fan Yao's heart trembled as he stared calmly at the face identical to his own, taking a deep breath and glancing around, sneering. What does this mean? There was no response from the surroundings, only the piercing screams that almost shattered his eardrums, testing his patience. What kind of trick is this? Fan Yao suppressed his anger, watching himself slowly raise the axe. What was this guy planning to do? Fan Yao hesitated slightly, then saw the imposter lift the giant axe and swing it fiercely toward the densest part of the crowd. Flash! A blood-red axe light, several meters wide, tore through the air, carrying a strong stench of blood, like a destructive demonic glow, slicing toward the front of the crowd at an astonishing speed. Thud! 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 Several heads flew into the air, blood columns gushing forth. Terrified screams erupted again, and the crowd instantly fell into chaos. Fan Yao closed his eyes slightly and turned his head away. But even so, the heavy scent of blood still assaulted his senses, stimulating his nerves. The impostor was immersed in the pleasure of slaughter, the sensation as vivid as virtual reality, transmitting directly into Fan Yao's mind. Feeling the abnormality, Fan Yao clenched his fists hanging by his sides, exhaling lightly to suppress the anger surging in his chest. Fan Yao continued to mechanically swing the giant axe in his hand, like an uncontrollable demon, madly slaughtering innocent citizens, completely disregarding human life. The once lively and peaceful city had now turned into a purgatory, filled with cries of despair and shouts of hatred, burning through his entire being. "Brother, do you know what you're doing? Stop now." At that moment, a familiar yet hoarse voice rang out. Both Fan Yao's bodies trembled simultaneously, their gazes turning in unison toward the direction of the voice. "Brother." Fan Wenxi's eyes were filled with sorrow. She was wearing a white dress, now filthy and stained with blood. Her eyes, which once sparkled upon seeing Fan Yao, were now full of disappointment. "Brother, stop. Drop the axe," Fan Wenxi cried out. Fan Yao lowered his head, letting out a sinister laugh, suddenly swinging the battle axe, its blade dragging across the ground, slowly approaching Fan Wenxi. At the same time, Fan Yao's hand grew heavy, and a massive battle axe appeared in his grasp. The axe was intricately carved with exquisite patterns, its blade razor-sharp, effortlessly lifted. The moment he held the spirit axe, Fan Yao's eyes turned bloodshot, negative emotions flooding his mind, and the desire for frenzied slaughter erupted instantly. The bloody scene before him seemed to challenge the last line of his rationality. "Kill her, and you can have this battle axe. You like it, don't you?" A strange voice echoed in his mind, tempting him like a demon. "No, impossible." The giant axe in Fan Yao's hand was raised and lowered repeatedly, his eyes alternating between bloodlust and clarity as he desperately resisted the darkness within. "It's simple, just one swing, and her throat will be slit. This is your final test." Bang! The Xingtian battle spirit axe slammed heavily onto the ground. Fan Yao struggled, the blood-red color spreading in his dark eyes, and the giant axe trembled as it slowly lifted again. The axe was already raised above his head, Fan Yao's eyes flashing with a ferocious blood-red glow, and the blade suddenly slashed down horizontally. Boom! The axe's trajectory veered away from the dazed girl, merely cutting off a strand of her hair, and struck the distant space heavily. With a crack, a fissure appeared in the space. The crack rapidly expanded, like a shattered eggshell, dropping fragments of space, and then the entire space collapsed with a thunderous roar. Fan Yao, Fan Wenxi, the crowd, the tall buildings, the streets all vanished instantly before Fan Yao's eyes. He was back in that dark space. When he opened his eyes, the previously scattered broken swords and weapons had disappeared, leaving the space in dead silence. Fan Yao's eyes returned to normal. The murderous intent that had almost consumed him completely dissipated, and his mind became more resolute. He slowly scanned the space, his gaze stopping at a certain spot. There, a giant axe floated in mid-air, emitting a dazzling light, its design fierce and imposing. Without hesitation, Fan Yao walked forward and reached out to grab the giant axe. At that moment, a stream of information surged into his mind, and his eyes flashed with brilliance. "Giant Spirit Heaven Opening Axe, is that your name?" Fan Yao laughed excitedly, swinging it a few times. The battle axe that had nearly taken his life earlier was now obedient and easy to wield, even giving off a sense of familiarity. Fan Yao suppressed his excitement, sat cross-legged, and took out 3 martial arts manuals from his chest. Earlier, Mr. Hua had called him over, and he had casually stuffed the manuals into his clothes without having had the chance to practice them. Moreover, before being sucked into this space, he had touched the Fong family patriarch and acquired an advanced earth attribute talent, which he hadn't had time to imprint. Now, having subdued the giant spirit heaven-opening axe, this quiet space was perfect for training. If he didn't seize the time to practice, when would he? Neither Hua Gang nor Fong Pengtao expected that they would end up waiting for 3 whole months. During these 3 months, the battle axe remained motionless, as if in slumber, while Fan Yao's aura became faint and elusive. It's been 3 months. Kid, are you still alive? Outside the glass door, Huagang sighed, his face showing 2 new wrinkles, making him look even older. 3 months ago, he had been full of confidence in Fan Yao's abilities, firmly believing he could subdue the battle axe. But as time passed day by day, he began to doubt. Fan Yao managed to reach the acquired realm in such a short time, he must have had some fortuitous encounters. We don't need to worry too much. Who knows? He might appear in the next second, bringing the battle axe back with him. Fong Pingtao, standing beside Huagang, clasped his hands together and spoke in a low voice, as if comforting Huagang, though it seemed he was also trying to reassure himself. However, judging by the expression on his face, even he didn't quite believe his own words. Let's hope so, Huagang said helplessly, shaking his head. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain this to his sister. Fan Yao had been missing for 3 months, and Huagang naturally contacted his family. Upon learning that his parents were deceased and only his sister remained, he thought it over and brought Fan Wenxi to the demon hunting organization, claiming it was her brother's instruction, and took care of her in the meantime. However, Fan Wenxi was extremely clever. Faced with a large organization like the demon hunting group, he showed no fear and secretly sought information about his brother's whereabouts. To prevent any leaks, Huagang could only secretly instruct others not to reveal a single detail. But how long could this be kept hidden? Huagang had already decided that if Fan Yao did not appear today, he would tell Fan Wenxi the truth. Perhaps the bond of family would help Fan Yao pass the test smoothly. Just as Huagang was contemplating how to start the conversation crack, a silver-white light suddenly streaked across the surface of the battle axe, and the red rust covering the axe began to split apart. The subtle movement was immediately noticed by the two, and their gazes quickly turned to the battle axe, filled with surprise and excitement. Was it Fan Yao? Crack, crack. The battle axe trembled violently, and the rust fell off in a frenzy. When the last patch of rust disappeared, a figure shot out from the axe at lightning speed, raising a fist without hesitation and striking toward Fong Pingtao. Master Fong, take a punch from me. The young man smiled faintly, his voice reaching the two, instantly filling them with excitement. It was him. It really was him. Haha, I told you. Fan Yao is truly extraordinary. A powerful aura surged forward, and Fong Pingtao's face changed dramatically. Regaining his composure, he laughed loudly, jumped back several meters to create distance, and fiercely collided his fist with the silver-white fist shadow. Boom! At the moment of impact, Fong Pingtao let out a muffled groan. His face changed drastically, and he retreated several steps until he hit the glass door and stopped. The residual force spilled over, and the bulletproof glass door behind him instantly cracked like a spider web. Fong Pingtao's eyes widened as he stomped heavily, his body trembling violently before he barely managed to suppress Fan Yao's power. Slowly raising his head, he stared solemnly at the silver figure not far away, his blood surging, his face full of shock. He had been forced back by Fan Yao with just one simple exchange, but he was a master at the late stage of the acquired realm, only one step away from the Unity realm. Under such circumstances, being pushed back by a single punch from Fan Yao was simply unbelievable. Fan Yao took a light step back, noticing the look of terror on Fong Pingtao's face. He smiled faintly as the silver-white spiritual energy gradually dissipated. Reaching out, he grasped the massive battle axe that had been resting on the pedestal, pulling it up forcefully and letting it fall heavily to the ground. Boom! A massive wave of white energy spread out in circles, shattering the tiles within a 5-meter radius. The sharp aura forced the two to take several steps back. Late stage of the acquired realm. No, even stronger. This is half-step Unity realm. The battle axe has also been subdued by him. Not only is he unharmed, but his strength has greatly increased. Fong Pingtao and Elder Hor exchanged glances, both with a hint of bitter smiles in their hearts. They had spent half or even their entire lives cultivating to reach this level. And Fan Yao? Every time he disappeared for a while, he would reappear with his strength skyrocketing like a rocket, advancing one stage after another. This disparity was truly disheartening. Fong Pengtao shook his hand, finally alleviating the cramping sensation in his entire hand. He walked forward in amazement, saying, "Just now, you only threw one punch, and your strength was already so overwhelming. If you used this battle axe, my hand might have been broken by you." Fan Yao smiled faintly, saying nothing more. He had not wasted his time in the dark space. The Phoenix Bell, 9 turns bewildering steps, and Heavenly Thunder Summon, these 3 ultimate techniques had all been cultivated to perfection, and his strength had long reached the late stage of the acquired realm. Therefore, Fong Pingtao's words were inaccurate. If Fan Yao were to use the giant spirit heaven-opening axe, it wouldn't just be his hand, he might even lose his life to Fan Yao. "It's good that you're out. It's good that you're out." Elder Huo withdrew his trembling hand into his sleeve, looking at Fan Yao with eyes full of affection, as if he were gazing at his own grandson, overwhelmed with emotion. Fan Yao felt a warmth in his heart. In the dark space, he had lost track of time, but seeing the two so emotional, he knew they had been guarding this place all along, never leaving. This care moved Fan Yao deeply. "What time is it now?" Fan Yao wanted to know how long he had been in seclusion. 3 months later, Hua Gang replied helplessly. "What?" Fan Yao's expression changed slightly. He had thought it would be at most half a month, but it turned out to be 3 months. Wouldn't Wency be worried sick? "You don't need to worry about your sister. She's currently in the demon hunting organization. I told her you were on an SSS-level mission and would take a long time to return." Seemingly reading Fan Yao's thoughts, Hua Gang explained with a smile. Fan Yao took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. "Elder Hua really thinks of everything for me. You can go see her now. That girl talks about you every day and has been working hard in her cultivation," Elder Hua said. "Working hard in cultivation? That girl?" Fan Yao's expression turned slightly complicated. Was Elder Hua sure the person in the demon hunting organization was his sister? Deep within the demon hunting organization, outside a quiet little villa, 2 young women were sweating profusely as they cultivated. One of them was Fan Wency, and the other was Fong Yingying. "Wency, how are you progressing so quickly with your Meridian Foundation technique?" After practicing for a while, Fong Yingying grew tired, stopped, and pouted as she looked at Fan Wency. Her talent was intermediate level basic, and it had taken her 2 months to open 5 meridians, which was already quite fast. But Fan Wency, whose talent was slightly worse, had opened 4 meridians in just 1 month, several times faster. Both siblings are geniuses. Fong Yingying looked at the focused Fan Wency, and the image of another tall figure appeared in her mind, prompting her to sigh. "This isn't fast at all. My brother opened all 12 meridians in just 2 months." Fan Wency looked at Fong Yingying's envious, yet jealous expression, widened her eyes, and laughed. "My Meridian Foundation technique was taught by my brother. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't know how long it would take to open them." 2 months? All 12 meridians? Fong Yingying repeated in shock, then covered her mouth and burst into laughter. "Wency, how come I never realized your brother was so amazing? 2 months to open 12 meridians? Fan Yao must be a genius among geniuses." She waved her hand, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and laughed until her stomach hurt. "Stop giving all the credit to your brother. Is it so hard to admit you're excellent?" Seeing Fong Yingying's reaction, Fan Wency puffed out her cheeks, stood up indignantly, and said, "It really was my brother who taught me. He's the most amazing person in the world. When my brother finishes his mission and comes back, I'll make sure he teaches you a lesson." Fan Wency added angrily, "When he comes back." Fong Yingying suddenly remembered Fan Yao's current situation, and the smile on her face faded slightly, showing a hint of sadness. "Yingying, what's wrong? Did I say something too harsh?" Fan Wency stood up worriedly and approached Fong Yingying. No, I'm fine. You continue practicing." Fong Yingying quickly shook her head, finally dispelling Fan Wency's doubts. She let out a light sigh of relief, her gaze drifting in a certain direction, her heart rippling with unease. Fan Yao should still be trapped in the battle axe, his fate uncertain. This matter couldn't be revealed to Fan Wency. Her father had specifically sent her to comfort Fan Wency. Although she was deeply worried, she couldn't stay by the battle axe all the time. If that guy could appear in front of me now, being scolded by him wouldn't matter. Fong Yingying muttered softly. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized something was wrong. and her face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. "Oh, is that true?" At that moment, a teasing voice suddenly rang out. "Brother?" "Fan Yao." The two froze, exchanged glances, and their faces lit up with joy, especially Fong Yingying, who was so excited she almost jumped up, searching everywhere for Fan Yao's figure. In the next second, a tall figure slowly appeared in the clearing like a magic trick. Fan Yao's smiling black eyes instantly landed on Fan Wenxi's stunned face. Seeing her looking well, he felt a sense of relief. "Brother!" Fan Wenxi snapped out of her daze, her eyes reddened, and she rushed forward in a few steps, throwing herself into Fan Yao's arms and grabbing his collar as she began to cry. Fan Yao hurriedly patted her back, clumsily offering a few words of comfort, and sighed. To improve his strength, he had to frequently go into seclusion, and he couldn't notify her beforehand, which made her feel upset. After crying for a long time, Fan Wenxi sniffled, widened her teary eyes, and stubbornly asked, "Brother, where exactly did you go? I thought you didn't want me anymore." As she spoke, her nose tingled, and she couldn't help but want to cry again. "Well," Fan Yao rubbed his nose and smiled awkwardly. "It was a mission, a mission." Was that really the case? But she still felt something was off. Fan Wenxi looked at her brother's awkward expression with suspicion, then glanced at Fong Yingying, who was trembling with excitement and nodding like a pecking bird, and finally felt relieved. Whatever, as long as her brother was safe. Seeing Fan Wenxi break into a smile and stop asking questions, Fan Yao let out a sigh of relief and smiled at Fong Yingying, saying, "Thank you for taking care of Wenxi." Who needs your thanks? I only took care of Wenxi because I treat her like a sister. It has nothing to do with you." Fong Yingying stubbornly retorted, her face so red it seemed like it might catch fire. That sentence earlier, he must have heard it, right? How embarrassing. Fong Yingying recalled Fan Yao's response when he appeared and wished she could bang her head against the ground to vent her frustration. "How is your training going?" Fan Yao asked with a curious look at Fong Yingying, whose face was almost burning, and smiled. "Brother, I've already opened 4 meridians." "Impressive, right?" Fan Wenxi proudly raised her head, looking forward to praise. "Not bad," Fan Yao said lightly. "You can start practicing some basic martial techniques now." "Hee hee, brother, you gave me 10 million last time, and I bought a mid-tier yellow-grade martial technique," Fan Wenxi said excitedly. "I've already reached minor mastery with it. Let me show you." With that, she pulled out the martial technique book from her chest, got into position, and began demonstrating. Soon, Fan Wenxi finished practicing and looked at Fan Yao smugly. "How was it, brother?" Even Elder Huo praised me. "Not bad. With this level of martial skill, I could master it in half a month. But there's a problem with this martial skill. Here and here, following this meridian would be better. Your understanding is also a bit off. You can slowly correct it later." Fan Yao scanned through the martial skill at lightning speed, casually pointing out several flaws, jotting down some notes, and then handed the martial skill back. However, after a while, no one took it. Fan Yao looked up in confusion and saw the two of them frozen in place. Unable to hold back, he asked, "What's wrong?" "Brother, you." Fan Wenxi was on the verge of tears, her earlier excitement completely gone, crushed to the point of collapse. "Do you know how hard it is to be your sister?" "What do you mean by not bad? What do you mean by this level? Most people on the street can't even reach this level." "Okay." As for the issues Fan Yao pointed out, although Fan Wenxi didn't fully understand them, she had a vague feeling that after Fan Yao's modifications, the power of this martial skill, once mastered, could be several times, even 10 times stronger than before. "Wenxi, I was wrong. I should have believed you. This guy is truly inhuman." Fong Yingying finally managed to close her gaping mouth, walked over to Fan Wenxi, and said seriously. Fan Wenxi nodded vigorously in agreement. "Didn't you hear me?" Fan Yao rolled up the martial skill and lightly tapped Fan Wenxi's head. "Go practice." "All right." Fan Wenxi rubbed her head in grievance, but obediently complied and started practicing again. After being in seclusion for so long, Fan Yao finally had some leisure time and stayed directly at the demon hunting organization. When he had free time, he would guide Fan Wenxi's martial skills and complete tasks that ordinary people couldn't handle. Life was peaceful for a while, but this peace was soon disrupted by a strange fire half a month later. In the conference hall, an unextinguishable fire. Fan Yao held a remote control, facing a wall of screen projections. The images showed scorched land, with scenes of burning devastation flashing by. Yes, it took nearly half a month to extinguish only half of it. What you're seeing is the area captured by aerial drones where the fire has been put out. Elder Huan nodded in frustration. Several high-ranking members of the demon hunting organization were seated behind him, both men and women. They occasionally cast surprised glances, filled with curiosity and shock. Just moments ago, they were discussing the cause of this strange fire when a young man suddenly pushed the door open. The usually strict Elder Hua, who disliked disrespectful juniors, showed no displeasure. Instead, he smiled and handed over the initiative to the young man, leaving everyone stunned. Elder Hua then referred to the young man as Fan Yao. In recent days, Elder Hua had been frequently visiting the display room. Rumors had spread that a young man named Fan Yao had subdued a weapon, his life or death uncertain, shrouded in mystery. Unexpectedly, they were meeting him in person today. The minister of the potential department was also present. He felt the intense energy emanating from Fan Yao's body, took a deep breath, and secretly activated his spiritual power to resist, already forming a guess in his mind. A few months ago, Elder Hua had personally called to warn him not to continue investigating. The one who nearly caused the potential detector to explode was none other than Fan Yao. Unexpectedly, in these few months, Fan Yao's aura had become even more terrifying, sometimes even more intimidating than Elder Hua, who was at the Unity Realm. Didn't you send water attribute martial artists? Fan Yao changed angles several times, focusing on the video and ignoring the thoughts of the crowd before asking again. 5 water attribute martial artists at the innate realm went, but it was useless. Elder Hua replied helplessly, clearly resorting to asking Fan Yao for help as a last resort. Do you have any videos or photos of the fire burning? Fan Yao asked thoughtfully. Everyone knew that water could counter fire, but there were 2 situations where water was powerless. The first was an abnormal area with dense, undispersed flammable gases, such as a volcano. The second was a pure origin realm expert. A Unity realm expert could easily traverse heaven and earth, transcending the mundane and being almost omnipotent. But the pure origin realm was even more formidable. Their spiritual energy was as thick as magma, capable of shattering mountains with a punch and leveling the world with a palm. They were no longer ordinary people. Calling them gods was more fitting. The flames of a fire attribute pure origin realm martial artist were extremely intense, capable of instantly melting refined steel, rendering water ineffective against the fire. Fan Yao leaned more toward the latter possibility, which was why he made this request. However, no. Elder Hua shook his head with a bitter smile. Although half the fire has been extinguished, the temperature at the site is still extremely high. Several drones were burned before they could transmit the video. During the fire, even birds flying overhead were roasted. In that case, I'll go to the site myself, Fan Yao said, putting down the remote control with a smile. Be careful, Elder Hua nodded. Fan Yao responded and pushed the door open to leave. The few people who had been silent in the conference hall finally couldn't hold back and began speaking one after another. Elder Hua, is Fan Yao going to take the risk alone? I've been to the site. Even experts at the Mid-Sky realm can hardly endure it. I've already lost several subordinates there. Fan Yao is highly talented, but this is too dangerous. Elder Hua, please reconsider. Yes, Fan Yao is exceptionally gifted. He shouldn't take such a big risk. Elder Hua waved his hand to interrupt them, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and looked at the anxious high-ranking members of the demon hunting organization, smiling as he said, Fan Yao is already half a step into the Unity realm. As soon as these words were spoken, the conference hall fell silent. All the previous worries and dissatisfaction vanished, leaving only Elder Hua savoring the tea's aroma. If any of you are stronger than Fan Yao, I'll call him back right now. The crowd was speechless. They knew Fan Yao's talent was extraordinary, but his strength being this formidable was truly shocking. To put it bluntly, even if all of them joined forces, they probably wouldn't last a single move against Fan Yao. Advising him not to take risks now seemed both laughable and redundant. Everyone exchanged glances for a long time before taking a deep breath, suppressing their shock and bitter smiles. Elder Hua, farewell. Elder Hua, farewell. Elder Hua, farewell. Fan Yao left the demon hunting organization, casually hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the destination, this time the Holy Night Forest. Half a day later, Fan Yao paid the fare, got out of the car, and stood in front of a tunnel. The terrain of the Anqing base was unique, surrounded by mountains. Large ones like the Holy Night Forest spanned thousands of miles, resembling a giant dragon coiled on the earth, teeming with rare birds and fierce beasts, with towering trees. Smaller ones like Baitsong Mountain were still sizable if someone got lost. It might take 7 or 8 days to find their way out. Thick smoke filled the air, the tunnel was sealed off, and vehicles were prohibited from passing through. Beside Fan Yao were 3 men, their strength roughly at the innate realm, dressed in heat-resistant suits. One carried a camera, another held a microphone, and the third had a large backpack. Upon seeing Fan Yao, they whispered among themselves before approaching him with the camera. Fan Yao glanced at them, and his spiritual power suddenly erupted, enveloping his entire body. He stomped his foot, causing ripples to spread across the ground, and his figure shot into the sky like a silver-white streak of light, disappearing into the forest in an instant. Several reporters froze on the spot, trembling all over, their eyes fixed on the direction where Fan Yao had disappeared. The next second, as if they suddenly realized something, they began to breathe excitedly. A Unity Realm expert. The man holding the microphone rushed to the camera, his voice breaking with excitement. Did you see that, viewers? I just saw him up close. He's shockingly young, but he can walk in the air. That's the hallmark of a Unity Realm expert. The Holy Night Forest incident has actually warranted the personal investigation of a Unity Realm expert. It seems the situation is extremely serious. What is the truth behind this? Let's wait and see. Anqing Media, the top news agency of the Anqing base, was known for its coverage. Every shot they captured, every event they reported, would be known by almost everyone in the base within a day. But this time was different. Large equipment couldn't be brought in, so they had to rely on live streaming, broadcasting wherever they went. Anqing Media's powerful channels covered all major video platforms, and the number of viewers in the live stream had already exceeded 20,000. The excitement in the barrage of comments showed just how thrilled the audience was. Oh my God, what did I just see? That young guy is actually a Unity Realm expert. I've been cultivating for over 10 years, and I'm only at the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage. I can't even compare to him. Am I going crazy? Or is the world going crazy? He's incredible. Truly a master. A Unity Realm expert stepping in this will definitely be resolved easily. It's a sure thing. Reporters, keep up. I want to see what's going on. The barrage of comments was so overwhelming that it caused the stream to lag. The number of viewers skyrocketed, surpassing 35,000 within just a few minutes. Quick, quick. That expert landed on the mountainside. We might uncover some big news. The backpack-wearing martial artist excitedly scrolled through his phone, brimming with energy. Fan Yao, of course, had no idea that his ability to briefly hover in the air using the 9 revolutions bewildering step had led to him being mistaken for a Unity Realm expert. Mountainside. The temperature here exceeded 50 degrees Celsius. Ordinary people would be burned upon entering, and only martial artists using spiritual power to protect themselves could stay for a while. However, once their spiritual power was depleted and they couldn't retreat in time, the consequences would be dire. Let's find the source of the fire first. Fan Yao carefully observed his surroundings, locked onto a direction, and activated the 9 revolutions bewildering step, his figure darting forward at lightning speed. About an hour later. Is this the place? Fan Yao stood before a massive cave. The entrance seemed to pierce through the entire Holy Night Forest, and inside was pitch black, resembling a gaping hole in the earth's core. Heat waves surged from the cave, causing Fan Yao's expression to change slightly. His spiritual power fluctuated violently on the surface of his body, and the protective layer thickened. Just as he hesitated about whether to enter, a sudden alarm rang in his mind. The next second, he swiftly leaped to the side. Boom! A fiery red pillar of flame suddenly struck the spot where he had just been standing. The scorching fire instantly scorched a patch of ground, leaving behind a surface that gleamed like transparent glass. Fan Yao landed, squinting as he looked ahead. Not far away, dozens of martial artists had appeared at some point. They were clearly from the same faction, and each one was an expert. Among them was a post-Heaven Realm expert and several mid-Heaven Realm experts. Leading the group was a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit with a red tie, meticulously groomed. A fiery red ring adorned his right thumb, and his demeanor was aggressive, with a ruthless air between his brows. Clearly, the pillar of fire earlier had been his doing. This mountain belongs to the Hellion family. Who gave you permission to trespass? Get out now. The man glared at the silver-white spiritual energy surrounding Fan Yao and shouted harshly. Fan Yao's heart stirred. Hellion family, one of the three major forces of the Anqing base. I've heard the Hellion family head possesses powerful fire attributes, and now he's here. Could he have caused this fire? Fan Yao frowned in thought, but quickly dismissed the idea. No, his strength is probably similar to Fong Pingtao's, not that strong. He must have another purpose for being here. His gaze swept over the Hellion family head, habitually scanning. Species, human name, Hellion Wei strength. Late-stage Hotian realm basic talent. Advanced fire attribute, Hellion Wei. Advanced fire attribute talent. Fan Yao took a deep breath, suddenly withdrawing the spiritual energy above his head, and spoke with a faint smile. So it's the Hellion family head. My apologies. The face concealed by spiritual energy appeared unexpectedly young, and even though Hellion Wei was furious, he couldn't hide his surprise. However, his expression quickly darkened. Brat, this is not a place for you. Leave now, or face the consequences. What if I don't leave? Fan Yao responded calmly. I said, face the consequences. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Hellion Wei stomped the ground fiercely, his figure shooting out like a bullet. Crimson flames coiled around his fist, carrying intense energy as he charged directly at Fan Yao. Flaming fist. Fan Yao's eyes lit up, yet he neither dodged nor evaded, raising his left hand to meet Hellion Wei's fist. Hellion Wei's eyes widened, surprise mixed with killing intent. This brat was truly asking for trouble. He knew that his sudden appearance here absolutely could not be leaked. If the Fong family, Lei family, or the demon hunting organization found out, it would spell big trouble. If you die, don't blame me. Blame yourself for meddling in things you shouldn't. Hellion Wei sneered coldly, the flames on his fist growing fiercer, his gaze murderous. Die. Fan Yao squinted, focusing on the rapidly closing distance between them. Suddenly, his left fist transformed into a palm, and the spiritual energy within him surged explosively, far surpassing Hellion Wei's. What? Hellion Wei felt the violent lightning energy at close range, his expression changing drastically, as if facing a boundless sea of thunder. The next second, he hurriedly tried to retract his fist to defend. But at that moment, Fan Yao's left hand clawed like an eagle, grabbing Hellion Wei's wrist, a cold smile appearing on his face. His other hand flashed with black light, imprinting a small, pitch-black mark onto Hellion Wei's body. Down you go. Fan Yao pushed forcefully with his right hand, causing Hellion Wei to lose his balance and fall directly into the eerie cavern. No, Hellion Wei had never expected Fan Yao's strength to be so overwhelming. His face turned pale with fear as he flailed his arms in the air, desperately seeking help. Family head. Everything happened so quickly that the people Hellion Wei had brought only now reacted, rushing forward. But as soon as they approached, they were effortlessly sent flying by Fan Yao. Black Thundermark. Fan Yao sneered, easily dealing with the small fry. He turned his gaze to the trembling Hellion Wei, extending his hand. In the next moment, Hellion Wei felt the energy within the palm-sized mark near him begin to surge wildly, as if it would explode at any second. Don't kill me. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Hellion Wei panicked, at the brink of life and death. He couldn't care about anything else and desperately shouted, I don't want to die. Save me. I'll tell you everything. His eyes were wide open, his face pale, and he was fully aware of the terrifying things hidden at the bottom of the abyss. If he were severely injured and fell down, those monsters would surely tear him to pieces. Fan Yao's eyes flashed, and in an instant, he turned into a streak of light and rushed into the cave. Shortly after, stepping on a few rocks, he swiftly flew out of the cave like an eagle. He directly threw Hellion Wei to the ground. Hellion Wei groaned, his blood surging, and after realizing he was out of danger, he sat limply on the ground. His suit was already in tatters, and his face showed the look of someone who had narrowly escaped death. Whoosh! Before he could stand up, Fan Yao appeared in front of him like a ghost, hovering in mid-air. "You'd better not try any tricks, or else," Fan Yao said coldly, extending his hand. The black thunder seal flew to hover above Helian Wei's head like lightning, the electricity crackling violently. Helian Wei glanced at the pulsating seal above his head and swallowed hard. The next second, he discovered something even more terrifying. Unity Realm? This kid is actually in the Unity Realm. Seeing Fan Yao floating in the air, Helian Wei trembled all over, his eyes filled with shock, almost spitting blood in anger. Unity Realm. No wonder Fan Yao could easily defeat him, a postnatal realm fighter. This time, he had really run into a tough opponent. At the Anqing base, aside from Huigang, when did a second Unity Realm fighter appear? Such a significant matter, and he hadn't received any information about it. "Speak." Fan Yao narrowed his eyes, looking at Helian Wei's regretful face, his voice calm. Facing Fan Yao's cold gaze and the seal above his head that could explode at any moment, Helian Wei hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "I accidentally discovered that this mountain is actually a dormant volcano." "You think I'll believe that?" Fan Yao interrupted with a cold laugh. A late-stage postnatal realm fire attribute martial artist, afraid of a dormant volcano that might erupt at any time. "You?" Helian Wei trembled all over, gritting his teeth. This kid looked young, but he was quite cunning. "I can save you, or I can kill you." Fan Yao grew impatient, clenched his hand, and the black thunder seal began to lose control again. Helian Wei was almost scared out of his wits and hurriedly said, "I'll talk. I'll talk. I discovered a pure origin realm fire-horned lizard at the bottom of the cave. I wanted to tame it and keep it in the Helian family." Hearing this, Fan Yao's face grew darker and darker. "Quick, aim the camera at them." Several hundred meters away from Fan Yao, 3 reporters were hiding behind a charred rock. The reporter holding the microphone occasionally wiped the sweat from his forehead, speaking in a low, excited voice. "Dear viewers, we are now at the ridge and have found the mysterious Unity Realm martial artist. Strangely, there's another person beside him. Oh my God, it's the head of the Helian family, Helian Wei." Before we arrived, the two seemed to have already fought. The surroundings are in chaos, and there are some guards, presumably Helian family's men. Unfortunately, we're too far away to hear exactly what they're saying. As he spoke, he glanced at the online viewer count, his face lighting up with joy. 150,000. Almost a third of the people at the Anqing base had flooded in to watch the live broadcast. In less than an hour, there were more people online simultaneously than during the best times of previous on-site interviews. Among these viewers were many ordinary people or weaker martial artists who couldn't withstand the high temperatures and couldn't enter the Sacred Night Forest, so they frantically sent comments. "This is the first time I've seen the inside of the Sacred Night Forest. It's really thrilling. Why do I feel like this guy looks familiar? Has he been on TV before? I think so too. That silhouette of the Unity Realm reminds me of my idol, the nameless hero from Dawn's Break. Could it be the same person? Don't make wild guesses. Strange. Why is Helian Wei here? He.s. a fire-type martial artist entering the forest is useless for him. Haha, dare to bet? Look at those who got beaten so badly they can't get up. They must be from the Helian family. The young guy was underestimated, but he ended up beating them. +1, I think so too. The young guy is in the Unity Realm. Fighting him is asking for death. Reporters, get closer. We can't hear anything. It feels like they're discussing some secret. The young guy's face looks grim. Something big must be happening. Yeah, get closer. I'll send you rockets and spaceships." Before the words were finished, 5 or 6 rockets flew across the screen, and the heat surged. "Get closer?" The reporters looked at the strong support in the comments and exchanged glances. It was as hot as a furnace here. Their blood was almost boiling. If they got any closer, even the heat-resistant suits might not save them. But then again, it was true. As reporters, their sharp instincts told them that these two people appearing here for no apparent reason must be hiding a huge secret. If they uncovered this secret, forget about year-end bonuses. They could directly get promoted to editor-in-chief, with their career peak within reach. Let us do it. I don't believe a dignified Unity Realm expert would really target us, small-time reporters. The group exchanged a knowing look, as if they had reached a secret agreement. Carefully packing up their camera equipment, they stealthily approached Fan Yao's location, like thieves, until they were only about 10 meters away. Then, they reached their physical limit. One more step forward, and even breathing felt like it would ignite. Sweat soaked through their heat-resistant suits, and their bodies were already dehydrating. Dear viewers, we really can't move any further. This is as far as we can go. If we go any closer, we might lose our lives. However, we can already hear some sounds now. Please stay quiet. The reporters gritted their teeth, enduring the scorching heat, and slowly crawled forward, carefully setting up their cameras. The live stream's comment section refreshed frantically, but everyone held their breath, perked up their ears, and focused on the faint sounds coming from the phone's microphone, not daring to make a single noise. 150,000 people instantly fell silent, and the entire Anqing base seemed to be enveloped in stillness. At the Anqing base, on the wide streets, a group of people suddenly appeared. They gathered together, lips tightly sealed, even breathing cautiously, staring at the blurry silhouettes on their phone screens with the volume turned up to the maximum. "Hey guys, why are you squatting on the street?" A curious passerby who didn't know what was going on asked, only to be immediately stared down by the surrounding crowd with murderous looks. "Shoo, don't make noise. We're listening to a big secret." One of them quickly pulled him in and squeezed him into the group. "Wow, what explosive gossip." The person excitedly covered their mouth, mimicking everyone else holding their breath, and leaned in. From the monster hunting organization to every corner of Anqing base, people were holding their phones, some covering one ear, others wearing headphones listening intently to the barely audible conversation. A deep voice came from the phone. "Keeping a firehorn lizard at the early stage of the pure origin realm. Helian Wei, are you out of your mind?" A young martial artist at the Unity realm angrily rebuked. Pure origin realm? Everyone was momentarily stunned. It took a while before they realized the significance of this realm. The countless people who had initially been watching for entertainment froze in their smiles, their blood seemingly frozen, followed by the sound of sharp intakes of breath. The pure origin realm is a level of power above the Unity realm. Although Anqing Base doesn't have any pure origin realm experts, everyone knows how terrifying they are. Rumor has it that a medium-sized base in the south once mistakenly kidnapped the daughter of a pure origin realm super expert. Enraged, the expert stormed the enemy's headquarters and with a single strike, wiped out the force of hundreds. He then calmly left with his daughter. Afterward, even the leader of the monster hunting organization at that medium-sized base dared not mention the incident, and all records were erased, as if nothing had ever happened. Pure origin realm experts are the pinnacle of power within a base. In a medium-sized base, the entire base would have to obey them. Now, someone was telling them that such a terrifying monster was lurking underground at Anqing Base, ready to break through the surface at any moment. Then, it would destroy their homes, take their lives, erase their existence, and plunge them into despair. The conversation on the phone continued. Helian Wei's voice was hoarse, sounding almost deranged. "The heart of the firehorn lizard is a great tonic that can help me quickly advance to the Unity realm. By then, who in the entire base could stand against me? Not even that old man from the monster hunting organization. Is the Unity realm that hard to achieve?" The other person mocked with disdain. "The base has over 50,000 people. Why should they pay the price for your stupidity?" Helian Wei was instantly speechless, his chest heaving with anger. How could he forget that the person in front of him was also at the Unity realm? Claiming that the Unity realm was hard to break through in front of a Unity realm expert was just asking for trouble. "Heh, I won't waste words with you. I discovered this firehorn lizard a year ago, but it was still dormant at the time. I've been waiting for it to wake up." Helian Wei's tone calmed down. "So what if you're at the Unity realm? Even if the two of you at the Unity realm join forces?" Boom. The young Unity realm martial artist didn't want to waste any more words. He turned and kicked Helian Wei in the head. Helian Wei immediately stiffened and fell unconscious. Afterward, the Unity realm expert seemed to sense someone secretly filming. His gaze swept toward the camera, his expression cold. His handsome face instantly appeared in the lens. Zzz, the screen shook, and the camera feed was cut off. The phone screen went black, and the entire Anqing base fell into a deathly silence. F. Hellion, you old dog. Someone lost control of their emotions, trembling as they jumped up and cursed, their voice tinged with sobs. Normally, anyone hearing this would think the person was crazy for daring to curse the head of the Hellion family. But now, the terrifying news had shattered everyone's rationality. They all roared in anger, their eyes bloodshot. Hellion Wei, that bastard, he's going to kill us all, destroy the entire base. Captive breeding? Captive breeding your mother. A pure origin realm beast, and you dare to keep it captive? Aren't you afraid it'll swallow you whole? The fire in the Holy Night Forest must have been caused by this pure origin realm beast. Hellion Wei knew about it long ago, but didn't inform the beast hunting organization. It's over, completely over. That's a pure origin realm beast. Even if the innate realm or mid-heaven realm comes, it won't help. Even a unity realm expert won't stand a chance. The gap is a whole level. I'm doomed to die young. What a damn miserable way to go. A heavy sense of despair, like dark clouds, enveloped the entire Anqing base. On the ridge, Fan Yao's face was grim as he stared at the trembling reporters under his oppressive gaze. He recognized them as the same people he had encountered at the tunnel entrance before climbing the mountain. He had thought, given their abilities, they wouldn't be able to climb this high and hadn't paid them any attention. Unexpectedly, not only had they followed him up, but they had also brought cameras and broadcasted everything live. Now, the Anqing base was likely to fall into unprecedented panic. Sir, we didn't mean to wee. The reporters were trembling all over. When they heard the name, Fire-Horned Lizard, they froze completely, even forgetting to turn off their cameras. They were on the verge of tears, not daring to move an inch, because right beneath their feet lay a terrifying pure origin realm beast. Who would dare to move recklessly? Get down the mountain immediately and notify the entire base to evacuate, Fan Yao ordered coldly, casting them a sharp glance. Yes. The group nodded frantically, hurriedly packing their equipment and stumbling down the mountain, nearly falling several times. At that moment, from the bottomless, pitch-black cave, a pair of enormous fiery red beast eyes suddenly appeared. A scorching aura surged out from the cave entrance, as if it could melt the entire world and reach the Earth's core. Fan Yao immediately sensed the anomaly, turned sharply, and stared solemnly at the fiery red beast slowly crawling out. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and shot a thick silver-white spiritual energy into the sky. Whoosh! The spiritual energy exploded like fireworks, producing a deafening roar. At the same time, the alarm sounded throughout the base. As the alarm blared, the base descended into chaos. Run! Damn Hellion, damn beast. In my next life, I want top-tier talent to kill you all. Help! Someone save us. Mom, where are you? Don't leave me. I'm so scared. It's okay. Someone will definitely come to save us. People ran around the streets like headless flies, their faces full of confusion. The base was on the verge of collapse. Where else could they escape to? In the past, when a three-eyed thunder eagle of the innate realm attacked, a young martial artist had stepped forward to save them. Now, a pure origin realm fire-horned lizard had just awakened from its slumber. Who could save them? Who would dare to save them? Anqing Base was just a small place, with its strongest being only at the Unity realm. The awakening of a pure origin realm beast was nothing short of a catastrophic disaster. The beast hunting organization responded swiftly. Everyone evacuate in an orderly manner. Do not panic. We swear to protect the base to the death. A powerful aura surged skyward, and a small, thin figure hovered proudly in midair. An aged, solemn voice spread through every corner of the Anqing base via spiritual power. Old Hua is here. It's Old Hua. He's taking action. Even if Old Hua is strong, he won't be able to save himself. Upon hearing this voice, a glimmer of hope flashed in people's hearts. But soon, hope turned into despair. Although Old Hua was powerful, he was already advanced in age. The pure origin realm beast had just awakened from its slumber. Full of energy, how could it possibly be stopped? Even if he gave it his all, it would be futile. Hua Gang clasped his hands behind his back, gazing in the direction of the signal. He took a deep breath. What he initially thought was just a strange fire had unexpectedly drawn such a terrifying presence. His old life might not be worth much, but Fan Yao and this base must not be destroyed by this beast. With this thought, Huagang's figure flickered, transforming into a silver-white streak of light, swiftly flying in the opposite direction of the fleeing crowd. Holy Night Forest Ridge. The sky had been dyed half red, and many trees were spontaneously combusting. Countless feral beasts and spirit beasts scattered in terror, frantically fleeing for their lives. The river had dried up, and the beasts in the water, unable to escape in time, were boiled alive. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The unique, tongue-flicking sound of the firehorn lizard eerily echoed through the Holy Night Forest. Looking around, this firehorn lizard was hundreds of times larger than ordinary lizards, with twin horns on its head, a long tongue, a body clad in a tough armor of flames, claws as sharp as knives, and the ground it stepped on emitted white smoke. Lava seemed to flow slowly across its fiery armor, flames roiling, and the surrounding air shimmered with heat. Its massive, blood-red, beastly eyes were filled with ferocity, and the sharp teeth in its mouth sent chills down one's spine. The temperature is too high. If this beast breaks into the base will definitely turn into ruins. Fan Yao stood in the air from a distance, wiping the sweat off his face, his expression growing grim. He had long heard that the spiritual power of the pure origin realm had undergone a qualitative change, becoming as viscous as magma, especially for fire attribute beasts. The green-eyed wolf king and the violent earth-wild ape he had previously slain were nothing compared to this firehorn lizard. The Holy Night Forest was not far from the Anqing base, and strong practitioners of the Unity realm would arrive soon. Before long, Huagang arrived. It really is a pure origin realm beast. Luckily, you discovered it early. Huagang stopped beside Fan Yao, gazing at the firehorn lizard and feeling the intense heat, his face twitching. Old Hua, where's Wensi? Fan Yao breathed a sigh of relief and asked. Don't worry, Fan Wensi and Fong Yingying have already evacuated the base together. Fong Pengtao and Lei Hong are also on their way. They're both in the late stage of the acquired realm, so they can be of some help. As Huagang said this, his expression darkened. Where's Helian Wei? Fan Yao sneered and replied indifferently, didn't notice. Probably got stomped into a pulp by the firehorn lizard. Died miserably. Well, at least it saves us trouble later. Huagang paused for a moment, catching sight of Fan Yao's cold profile. He shook his head helplessly, knowing full well that with Fan Yao's strength, saving people wouldn't be an issue. But Helian Wei had angered him, and he simply didn't want to save him. He had seen the previous live stream and was equally disgusted by Helian Wei's selfish behavior. If he had reported this matter to the beast hunting organization earlier, they might have found a solution before the firehorn lizard awakened. Now, it was too late, and everyone had been caught off guard. The firehorn lizard turned its massive head, its fierce eyes flashing sharply as it locked onto Fan Yao and Huagang in midair. Two streams of scorching white vapor spewed from its nostrils, and with a powerful kick of its four hooves, it suddenly leaped up to confront the two directly. Grumble, a strange sound echoed. What is that sound? Fan Yao frowned, his eyes scanning the surroundings before finally stopping at the firehorn lizard's belly, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. Was this creature's stomach growling? Just woke up from slumber. It might be hungry and looking for food. Even though it's mutated, an animal's instincts don't disappear. Fan Yao took a deep breath, his heart tightening. This means that if we can't defeat it, death won't be the only consequence. This monster is hungry and might go after the fleeing villagers. Don't hesitate, attack. Fan Yao and Huagang exchanged a glance, then moved simultaneously, charging straight at the firehorn lizard. Explosive thunderblade. Lightning flashed around Huagang, his robes billowing as electric currents surged through the staff in his hand. With a heavy swing, a sharp thunderblade, dozens of meters long, slashed through the air toward the firehorn lizard. Giant spirit sky-splitting axe. Fan Yao stepped with a mysterious footwork, gripping his hands tightly. Clang! A massive battle axe appeared in his hands, crackling with wild lightning energy, the sound of thunder echoing continuously. As energy poured in, the sky-splitting axe grew increasingly radiant. Fan Yao's eyes sharpened, and he raised the battle axe high above his head before slashing it down fiercely. Shoo! The thunder blade and the axe's light intertwined, forming a divine radiance that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth, crashing down on the firehorn lizard with immense force. Roar! The firehorn lizard swung its massive tail, flames igniting on its four hooves as it stood proudly in mid-air like a mythical beast. Between its two horns, fiery red energy gathered, and a massive pillar of fire erupted forth. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded, with energy waves spreading for kilometers. The main street was completely deserted. Hearing the explosion, two swiftly moving figures suddenly stopped. One of them looked up. It was Fong Pingtao, his face covered in dust. Beside him stood another middle-aged man with furrowed brows and a grave expression. Lei Hong, the head of the Lei family. Before the incident, Lei Hong had been in a meeting, interrupted by the sound of alarms, utterly confused. It wasn't until he encountered the hurried Fong Pingtao and listened to his explanation that he understood what had happened. That old fox Helian Wei, always causing trouble and leaving us to clean up the mess. Lei Hong, tall and broad-shouldered, muttered curses under his bushy beard. Lei Hong, stop dawdling and hurry to provide support. Hold out as long as you can. You know the consequences if the base is destroyed. Fong Pingtao urged in a low voice. Lei Hong nodded, taking a deep breath. They were different from ordinary people. They were influential leaders within the Anqing base. Others could flee with their money and people, but if they ran, they would have to abandon the legacy their ancestors had painstakingly built. Who could bear to see their life's work destroyed? So, even though the Fong and Lei families usually had their differences, they could only join forces to resist the enemy at this moment. We must stop that monster. Lei Hong stomped his foot, ripples spreading out as he instantly dashed 100 meters, closely following Fong Pingtao. Clearly, Lei Hong was a powerful water element warrior. Helian family territory. In a luxurious room, a young man paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, his brows tightly furrowed, and a gloomy look in his eyes. The sound of alarms from outside the door was making him increasingly irritable. The firehorn lizard has been released. Why isn't Dad back yet? Helian Ing anxiously looked toward the door, but kept waiting in vain for Helian Wei. Clearly, he knew Helian Wei's plan and had no intention of stopping it. Wasn't the plan for Dad to return after releasing the firehorn lizard, then join forces with other families and the demon hunting organization to resolve the situation and seize the heart in the process? Helian Ing was full of doubts. The plan sounded simple, but it should have worked. Currently, no one dared to enter the sacred night forest. The demon hunting organization and members of the other two major families had been monitoring the area for days, ensuring no one would dare climb the mountain to interfere. Where did things go wrong? Just as Helian Ing was deep in thought, the door was suddenly pushed open in a panic. Young master, something's wrong. Look at this video. The person rushed in, holding a phone, stumbling and nearly falling. What video? Give it to me. Helian Ying's heart tightened as he snatched the phone and stared at the screen showing two blurry figures. He immediately recognized one of them as his father, Helian Wei. Who was the other person? He had no impression of them and could only grit his teeth and continue watching. A low voice of reproach sounded. Helian Wei, are you insane? Is the Unity Realm that difficult? Why should the 50,000 people at the base pay for your stupidity? Helian Ing saw his father say a few words before suddenly being kicked unconscious by the unfamiliar martial artist. Immediately after, a cold, unfamiliar face appeared on the screen, and then the phone screen abruptly went black. That bastard is the one who harmed my dad. Helian Ing quickly captured the last frame, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the expressionless face, wishing he could tear Fan Yao apart through the screen. He knew Helian Wei likely wouldn't survive. After all, the place where he fell was close to the cave, not to mention whether that person would deliver a finishing blow. Helian Ing scrolled through the comments, seeing a flood of vicious curses. He clenched his fists, nearly grinding his teeth to pieces. The plan has been exposed. I must find out the truth and drag this guy out. I will avenge my dad. Helian Ing roared. Amid the mountains, the storm was brewing again. The beasts and demons had long fled, and the people from Anqing base had all gathered here, far from the battlefield. Some held phones, others clutched laptops, their eyes glued to the screen showing the battle. Among them, two women with reddened eyes leaned on each other, unable to hold back their tears. Brother, Fan Wensi covered her red lips with her slender hand, her gaze locked on the perilous figure, her heart tightly clenched. Fan Yao hang in there. Beside her, Fong Yingying gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, her lips pale, silently cheering for Fan Yao. On the screen, Fan Yao's figure tilted, narrowly avoiding the firehorn lizard's claws. The thrilling moment made everyone gasp in shock. There's no way he can win, right? Someone in the crowd said dejectedly. A pure origin realm beast is too strong. Even Elder Hua is struggling. That young man's martial skills are completely ineffective. It's over. At this moment, fear and despair loomed over the crowd like a demon, ready to devour their last shred of hope, as the power of the pure origin realm beast was truly terrifying. In the sacred night forest, fire pillars shot out, lightning raged, powerful spiritual energy was unleashed recklessly, and scorching heat filled the heavens and earth. Elder Hua, watch out! Fan Yao wielded a giant axe, blocking a pillar of fire, and swiftly pulled aside the somewhat exhausted Elder Hua, his face grave as he stared at the burns on Hua's body. Just moments ago, Elder Hua had nearly been struck by the fire pillar from the fire-horned lizard. Although Fan Yao had managed to block it in time, Hua still sustained some injuries. It won't kill me. Hua Gang gritted his teeth, looking at Fan Yao, then turned his gaze to the fire-horned lizard. This creature is injured after all. Fan Yao frowned slightly, his eyes scanning the fire-horned lizard. Taking a deep breath, he thought to himself, staying alive is the most important thing. There's no need to risk everything. Once this beast moves elsewhere, we can return to rebuild the base. As long as everyone is safe, that's what matters. Just as Fan Yao was about to discuss retreating with Elder Hua, a string of data suddenly appeared before his eyes. Species, beast name, fire-horned lizard strength, early pure origin realm basic talent, king level fire attribute talent, advanced. Fan Yao's mouth twitched. King level basic talent, advanced fire attribute talent. His shock instantly extinguished any thoughts of fleeing. Elder Hua, young friend Fan Yao. Just as Fan Yao decided to fight the fire-horned lizard to the death, Fong Pingtao and Lei Hong arrived. In the dark red forest, they looked at the two standing mid-air, full of envy. This was the Unity Realm. Lei Hong was seeing Fan Yao for the first time. He observed Fan Yao, standing tall with a giant axe in hand, his body surging with intense lightning energy, and felt a deep sense of awe. Fong Pingtao, I doubted you when you praised Fan Yao before, but now I believe you. Lei Hong took a deep breath and exclaimed, I never thought there could be such an outstanding genius in this world. Someone so exceptional that it doesn't even stir jealousy, effortlessly surpassing us. Hey, you old fox, don't even think about stealing my son-in-law. Fan Yao is my chosen son-in-law. If you dare touch him, we're not done. Fong Pingtao turned his head sharply, glaring at Lei Hong with vigilance and snorting coldly. Huh. Lei Hong's mouth fell open, stunned for a moment before he managed to squeeze out a response. You're really willing to go all out. Haha. Mutual affection between the young ones. Too bad you didn't have a beautiful daughter. Fong Pingtao glanced at Lei Hong smugly, his face full of pride. He took a deep breath, his expression turning serious as a long blade appeared in his hand, its blade surging with spiritual energy, clearly extraordinary. Stop envying, envy won't help. Right now, the most important thing is to take down this beast. With that, Fong Pingtao's earth attribute spiritual energy erupted, and he charged forward with his blade. Lei Hong shook his head as water vapor churned in the air, and a trident appeared in his hand. Before rushing forward, he looked up at Fan Yao, who was fiercely battling the fire-horned lizard above, his eyes filled with a trace of envy. He truly envied Fong Pingtao with Fan Yao's growth speed. He was bound to become a top expert in the future, ensuring the Fong family's prosperity. Such an opportunity, Fong Pingtao was truly lucky, enough to make others jealous. In mid-air, with a loud bang, Hua Gang collided violently with the fire-horned lizard. His figure was forced back several meters, retreating step by step as his blood surged, his face flushing red. The next moment, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face turning pale. Cracks spread across his cane, and finally, with a loud snap, it shattered into pieces. His body went limp, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Fan Yao's expression changed, and he flew forward to catch Huagang. At the same time, his lightning attribute's spiritual energy erupted, accompanied by the sharp light of his axe, as he swung it at the pursuing fire-horned lizard. Boom! The dozens of meters-long axe light struck the fire-horned lizard's fiery armor, with lightning frantically corroding it, leaving a thin, long crack on the armor. Hiss hiss! The fire-horned lizard retreated in pain, its massive, beastly eyes fixed on Fan Yao, hissing incessantly. Huagang spat out another mouthful of blood. The intelligence of a pure origin realm beast is not low. It keeps attacking Old Hua without engaging me directly, trying to take us down one by one. Fan Yao frowned deeply, sensing Old Hua's weakening aura, and took a deep breath. If this continued, Old Hua might die here. Fan Yao, I'm fine. This creature wants to kill me easily, but it's not that simple. Old Hua's clothes were mostly scorched, and he was panting heavily, his body overwhelmed by weakness and intense pain. He gritted his teeth helplessly. He was old now, and his body no longer obeyed him. In his youth, with his Unity Realm strength, he might not have been able to defeat it, but escaping would have been no problem. Fan Yao, if you can't win, then escape quickly. I'll hold it off. Once you've completed your cultivation, avenge me. Old Hua took a deep breath, his voice low and resolute. Fan Yao froze for a moment, then smiled bitterly. If it weren't for knowing the firehorn lizard's innate abilities, he would have fled long ago. But now, abandoning the king-level talent and advanced fire attribute to escape directly was indeed hard to accept. It's fine, risks bring rewards. Fan Yao muttered softly. What did you say? Old Hua didn't catch it, frowning as he glanced at him. Nothing. Fan Yao shrugged and gripped the giant axe tightly again. He had less than 1/10 of his spiritual power left, but it suddenly began to recover rapidly. Within a few breaths, his spiritual power was restored to more than half, and his aura surged dramatically. The previously weakened lightning fluctuations became wildly fierce once more. Fan Yao's spiritual power recovery speed is at least 10 times faster than mine. Huagang saw his aura rise sharply, his mouth twitching as he finally steadied himself and sighed deeply. Fortunately, Fan Yao was a strong figure from the Anqing base and had a good relationship with him before. Otherwise, having such a terrifying enemy would leave anyone sleepless. This predicament would likely have to rely on him to resolve. Damn it, this thing is about to set my hair on fire. Fan Yao, my friend, come help me quickly. Just as the two were lost in their thoughts, a rough shout interrupted them. Fan Yao and Huagang quickly looked toward the source of the voice. In the next moment, two figures in the mountain forest were fleeing frantically like fleas. The firehorn lizard's fiery red eyes glanced at Fan Yao's surging aura, hesitated slightly, but suddenly turned to chase Fong Pingtao and Lei Hong. Fire pillars spewed wildly, the scorching flames twisting the air, making even the spiritual power feel searing hot. Its four hooves scraped the ground, causing the air to tremble violently. Earth tornado wall. Fong Pingtao gritted his teeth and waved his hand, instantly creating a thick, earthy yellow wall in front of him. The wall shimmered with light, as if countless blades were spinning rapidly on its surface, forcibly blocking the fire pillar. Water overwhelms the golden mountain. Lei Hong's entire body surged with water-attributed spiritual power. Water collided with fire, producing hissing sounds and white smoke, mutually evaporating and corroding. His spiritual power felt drained, and Lei Hong cursed inwardly, almost exploding with anger. His water attribute was being completely suppressed by the firehorn lizard, reducing his strength to only about 60%. A water-attributed martial artist almost being burned to death by a beast. Seeing this situation, these two are just making things worse. Fan Yao shook his head helplessly. He first placed Old Hua in a safe spot, then soared into the air once more. Thunder roars in 4 directions seal. Rushing Thunder Seal, Golden Thunder Seal, Scarlet Thunder Seal. 3 complex seals instantly took shape, crystal clear and radiating intense lightning fluctuations. Not enough. Fan Yao gritted his teeth, frantically compressing the lightning within his body. His fingers moved rapidly, and the silver-white lightning turned into a liquid, its color eerily shifting to black. Black Thunder Seal. The young man hovered mid-air as 4 light seals gradually formed in front of him. The lightning fluctuations were so intense that they almost tore through space, making hearts race with fear. 4 seals combined? In the devastated forest, Elder Hua looked at the powerful light seals, his body trembling with excitement, his throat tightening as he barely managed to swallow a mouthful of blood. Just then, Elder Hua, Fong Pengtao, and Lei Hong burst out from the dense forest, their clothes, hair, and skin scorched, faces covered in dust, looking utterly disheveled. Earlier, while resisting the firehorn lizard and running around, their spiritual energy had been greatly depleted, leaving their faces pale. "You're here. I never thought we would be outdone by a young man, not even 18 years old." Huigang glanced at them, forcing a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Then, the 3 men, who held immense power in the Anqing base, dumbly looked up at Fan Yao, who was single-handedly fighting the pure origin realm beast, their faces full of shock, like children witnessing the world for the first time. "If Fan Yao can help us survive this catastrophe, I can retire in peace," Elder Hua muttered to himself, barely moving as the pain in his internal organs became unbearable. Realizing his dire condition, Huigang's mouth twitched as he forced himself to sit cross-legged on the ground, quickly healing and recovering his spiritual energy. Fong Pengtao and Lei Hong exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with fear. But upon deeper thought, they found it reasonable. The responsibility of hunting beasts and protecting the Anqing base could not rest on Elder Hua forever. In his mind, the most suitable successor was clearly Fan Yao. If Fan Yao could repel the pure origin realm beast, his prestige in the Anqing base would reach its peak, and even surrounding bases would fear him, bringing endless benefits. Haha, Hellion Wei is truly unlucky. Of all people to run into, he had to encounter the future ruler of Anqing base. Once this is over, the Hellion family will likely be wiped out. The two secretly gloated in their hearts. Watching the battle unfold on computer and phone screens, people's hearts raced with the ebb and flow of the fight. Everyone held their breath, as if even breathing too hard might affect the outcome. When they saw Fong Pengtao and Lei Hong rushing to support, they couldn't help but widen their eyes and cheer, as if they had seen hope. But when Elder Ho appeared, coughing up blood and gravely injured, the cheers abruptly stopped, replaced by panic, despair, and disbelief. Elder Ho was the strongest warrior of their base, if even he had been severely injured and forced to retreat. Who else could stop the Firehorn Lizard? Fong Pengtao and Lei Hong. Due to their special status, their strength was almost public knowledge. Both were only at the late stage of the acquired realm, still far from the Unity realm. They lacked the ability to tread on air and couldn't even harm the Firehorn Lizard. It was known that their combined combat power was still inferior to a single Unity realm expert. As everyone sank into despair, suddenly, a young man dashed forward like lightning, saving Elder Hua, then gritted his teeth and charged into the sky again, single-handedly confronting the powerful pure origin realm beast. Among the bewildered crowd, many felt that the young man's silhouette looked somewhat familiar. Until silver light, golden light, red light, and black light, 4 streams of radiance shot into the sky. This scene jolted a small group of people into sudden clarity, and a distant memory immediately surfaced in their minds. Do you remember what happened the day the thunderclouds dispersed? Of course, that light. The light that drove away the thunderclouds. Everyone exchanged glances, their mouths agape. I understand now. Are you saying that the mysterious powerhouse who scattered the thunderclouds months ago is this young man? That's right, it's him. The martial technique is too similar, and the energy waves are just as strong. I also recall something from even earlier, the 3-eyed Thunder Eagle. Do you remember that? Someone hesitantly added. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The once bustling shelter suddenly fell silent, as if no one was there, followed by a series of sharp intakes of breath. He asked that young man. No, that hero. I was there at the time. I remember now. That Dawn hero had an incredibly fast spiritual energy recovery rate. This Unity Realm powerhouse just now also recovered his energy in just a few breaths. Both are lightning attribute users. The age matches too. His talent is terrifying. Haha, our hero has been here all along. He is our hero. With a hero like him, what do we have to fear? Launching base will never fall today. A mere pure origin realm beast, what of it? With our hero here, we are bound to win. What beast could possibly defeat our hero? The resounding cheers echoed through the forest, and the previous despair vanished in an instant. Hope gleamed in everyone's eyes. That light of hope came from the young man standing proudly in midair. So young, yet already a Unity Realm powerhouse, unyielding even in the face of a pure Origin Realm beast. Terrifying lightning energy rippled through the sky. The firehorn lizard, sensing the immense pressure, turned its lantern-like eyes to lock onto Fan Yao, letting out a sharp screech. Crackle! The scales on its fiery armor lifted, the flames burned brighter, and the tip of its tail swayed rapidly, bristling like a cat clearly. It had sensed the threat from Fan Yao's martial technique. Let us go. A faint smirk appeared on Fan Yao's lips as he flicked his fingers. The 4 glowing handprints floating before him shot out like meteors. The dazzling trails streaked across the sky, crackling as they went. The powerful energy waves permeated the dry air, leaving even the atmosphere tingling with static. The 4 streams of light streaked through the air in an instant. Fan Yao's attack had already struck its target. The firehorn lizard stuck out its tongue, its eyes fixed on the 4 streams of light. Suddenly, a surge of intense flames erupted from its fiery armor, and its body glowed an eerie crimson. The moisture in the air evaporated instantly, and faint popping sounds could be heard. The temperature between the lizard's twin horns grew hotter than the fiery pillars themselves. The energy condensed into a magma like searing heat, with occasional droplets falling. When they landed on the withered trees, they instantly turned to ash. Then, a beam of light burst forth, magma slicing through the air, carrying a scorching heat wave so intense it seemed capable of burning through space itself, colliding head-on with Fan Yao's martial technique. Boom! The collision of the 2 attacks was a breathtaking sight. Fang Pingtao and Lei Hong couldn't help but cover their ears. Hua Gang's face twitched. The scorching heat wave spread outward, accompanied by the explosive crackle of lightning, scattering like fireworks. A powerful oppressive force descended, and even though they were hundreds of meters away, the group still felt their hearts pounding with fear. If there were any Foundation establishment or innate realm beasts nearby, they would likely be killed by the shockwave. Where is Fan Yao? Elder Hua's eyes widened as he stared at the center of the energy explosion, his expression slightly changing. Fang Pingtao and Lei Hong also nervously searched around. Soon, after anxiously waiting, the group finally saw the center of the battle clearly. Seeing the scene before them, the 3 exchanged glances and froze in place. A cocoon. At the center of the explosion, both Fan Yao and the fire-horned lizard were nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was a massive cocoon of white and red light, spanning 100 meters in width and length, seemingly connecting heaven and earth. The silver-white side faintly emitted traces of Fan Yao's spiritual energy, occasionally flashing with eerie dark yellow light. The red side exuded a fiery sensation, radiating the ferocious aura of the fire-horned lizard, making one involuntarily tense. I didn't expect such a transformation, Fang Pingtao said in a low voice. No, this isn't a transformation. This is the fire-horned lizard's innate skill. Hua Gang's face darkened as he stared at the massive cocoon in shock. Inside the cocoon is a special space. Whether it's a human or a beast, their energy will be slowly absorbed by the fire-horned lizard until they're completely drained. The faster Fan Yao's spiritual energy recovers, the more it will ultimately benefit the fire-horned lizard. In other words, this innate skill, damn it, it can counter Fan Yao's terrifying spiritual energy recovery speed. Hua Gang couldn't help but curse. Impossible, right? Then doesn't that mean Fan Yao is? The 2 felt dizzy. But although the cocoon was massive, it was completely opaque and couldn't be probed with spiritual energy. No matter how wide they opened their eyes, they couldn't see anything inside. Inside the cocoon, Fan Yao punched the cocoon wall a few times with force. This innate martial skill actually used my energy to construct this cage to trap me. What a cunning creature. Fan Yao turned around expressionlessly, feeling the spiritual energy within him slowly draining at a steady pace. He couldn't help but grin. Opposite him, The firehorn lizard's massive beastly eyes were fixed on Fan Yao. The fiery armor on its body was no longer bright red. Its spikes had disappeared, and its tail was motionless. It seemed to regard Fan Yao as a caged mouse, leisurely waiting for its meal to be served. "Want to eat me? Let's see if you have what it takes." Fan Yao took a deep breath, put away the battle axe in his hand, and opened his palms. At this moment, if someone could see Fan Yao's palms, they would be surprised to find that in his fair and strong palms, there were two strange runes, emitting a faint silver-white glow. While training in the dark space, 9 turns bewildering steps and Phoenix resonance bell could be completed in about half a month. But this heavenly thunder summon took me a full month and a half. Fan Yao recalled the difficult process of refining these 2 runes and shook his head helplessly. Although the process was painful, the power was extremely formidable. In the dark space, he had tried using this move, but before he could fully unleash it, his spiritual energy had been completely drained. For the current situation, however, it was just right. Heavenly Thunder Summon. Fan Yao flipped his palms, and the 2 runes slowly approached each other. As they drew closer, they seemed to attract one another, suddenly flying out from his palms, intertwining and beginning to fuse from the lower part. Having just fused 1/5, a massive amount of lightning energy within Fan Yao's body was drained. A strange fluctuation spread out. The firehorn lizard took a few steps back, a trace of wariness flashing in its eyes. It let out a low growl, appearing somewhat uneasy. Immediately after, it stomped its 4 legs and charged at Fan Yao with its massive body, opening its mouth to swallow him whole. Fan Yao lightly tapped his toes, taking 9 steps to nimbly dodge within the cocoon of light, narrowly avoiding the high-temperature fire pillars spewed by the firehorn lizard several times, all while frantically restoring his spiritual energy. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, the rune in his palm had already condensed another 5th. Rumble. Outside the cocoon of light, dark clouds gathered densely, and the sky pressed down with a somber weight. Tiny silver-white lightning dragons weaved through the clouds, occasionally emitting low rumbles of thunder. The thunder roared continuously, and a fiery red cloud on the horizon was shattered by lightning, as if the end of the world had arrived. This scene was even more shocking than the thunderclouds that had once covered most of the Anqing base. The 3 people attacking the cocoon of light frantically were stunned by the sight, their expressions changing drastically. What's going on? Could the firehorn lizard's innate martial skill cause this? Fong Pingtao stared at the desolate mountain forest before him, where a storm seemed imminent, feeling deeply uneasy. The concentration of lightning energy in the air has increased significantly. Elder He reached out to grab a handful of air, and a surge of intense lightning energy flowed into his body, slightly alleviating the burning sensation within him. This isn't normal weather. I can't sense any water element. Lei Hong frowned. If this were a precursor to a thunderstorm, the air humidity should be much higher. Just as the words left his mouth, zap. A silver-white lightning bolt, several meters long, suddenly struck down, crashing heavily onto the red and white cocoon of light. The once iron-solid cocoon began to hum and tremble. Then, the thunderclouds churned, forming more bolts of lightning, each several feet thick, coiling like dragons. Every single one of them could easily obliterate a mid-tier heavenly realm expert. This. The 3 couldn't help but swallow hard, and in the next second, they retreated several hundred meters without hesitation, staying far away from the cocoon of light. This level of lightning had already surpassed the scope of ordinary lightning body tempering techniques. Even a single strike could be fatal. Under the relentless strikes of the lightning, the cocoon of light trembled incessantly. The firehorn lizard let out sharp hissing cries, its eyes flashing with fiery light. Its massive body moved unimpeded, spewing fire pillars wildly as it chased around within the enormous cocoon of light. Fan Yao focused on 3 tasks at once, stepping with the 9-turn bewildering steps, fusing the rune, and summoning thunder. His spiritual energy was depleting at an alarming rate. Before long, a wave of weakness surged through his body like a tide, nearly causing him to collapse. 5 minutes. Just give me 5 more minutes. Fan Yao stared intently at the runes slowly fusing in his palm. The lower half of the rune had already tightly merged, forming a uniquely shaped lightning cone entwined with dazzling golden light. The remaining portion was still in rune form, transforming at an agonizingly slow pace, making him anxious. Faster. Fan Yao's dark eyes turned red as he frantically absorbed spiritual energy from the elixirs to recover his strength, seemingly trapped in an endless cycle. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the increasingly frenzied firehorn lizard. The towering fire pillar, dozens of meters high, rapidly enlarged in its eyes. There was no way to dodge. Phoenix resonance bell. Fan Yao gritted his teeth, and within a half-meter radius around him, a faintly discernible dark yellow giant bell appeared. The bell's surface was engraved with intricate patterns, faintly forming a phoenix design. The fire pillar roared as it came crashing down, slamming heavily into the giant bell. The bell flickered momentarily, emitting a creaking sound. Subsequently, fine cracks rapidly spread, and the bell's body was clearly on the verge of shattering. Dong dong, the giant bell resonated, its sound echoing across the sky, with sound waves rippling outward like raging tides, crashing against the firehorn lizard and the light cocoon. As the sound waves passed, the firehorn lizard let out a mournful cry, the flames on its body dimming slightly, while the light cocoon trembled violently. Strong enough, but... Fan Yao casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and directly dispersed the giant bell. He spread his hands, and in his palms, a small lightning mark slowly emerged, resembling a delicate golden key. The rune had completely fused successfully. The beast's eyes were fixed on the lightning key in Fan Yao's hand, and even the firehorn lizard couldn't help but retreat slowly. Suddenly, Fan Yao felt the already limited spiritual energy within his body begin to drain at a speed 10 times faster than before. Coming to finish me off now? A bit late, isn't it? Fan Yao's face grew paler, but his smile became unusually excited. He gritted his teeth, shook his hands, and a strange wave of lightning broke through the red and white light cocoon, shooting straight into the sky. Heavenly Thunder Summon. Summoning Heavenly Thunder. As if Pandora's box had been opened, the lightning brewing in the sky for a while reached its peak, descending like divine punishment with a fierce strike. My heavens! Gang and the other two's faces changed drastically as they turned and fled desperately, running several hundred meters before daring to look back, their blood nearly frozen. Boom, boom, boom. Thick bolts of lightning continuously struck the light cocoon, causing the energy within to become chaotic. The red flame energy fluctuated unstably for a moment before suddenly exploding in an instant. The powerful energy scattered in all directions, destroying all creatures and trees in the mountain forest. Thunder roared, mixed with the beast's piercing screams, resembling the arrival of doomsday. Fan Yao, young friend, you're truly impressive. You actually summoned lightning to shatter the light cocoon. Fong Pingtao was dumbfounded. The move is good, but don't overdo it and end up injuring yourself. Gang's face changed anxiously as he searched for Fan Yao's figure. Moments later, his eyes lit up. Amid the raging thunderstorm, a figure staggered while dodging lightning bolts, rolling and tumbling to avoid several thick strikes. The scene so perilous it made one's palms sweat. Phew, the power of Heavenly Thunder Summon is actually this strong. Fan Yao, sweating on his forehead, stood shakily in midair, shaking his head slightly to alleviate the dizziness caused by the massive loss of spiritual energy. However, good luck to you. He sneered coldly, looking at the firehorn lizard screaming amidst the lightning, then tapped his toes, his speed instantly surging as he quickly left the thunder zone. As soon as he landed, Gang and the other two anxiously surrounded him. You brat really caused a big mess. You weren't killed by the beast, but almost got yourself killed by your own martial technique. Gang couldn't help but complain, feeling it was truly unfair. Fan Yao smiled awkwardly and spread his hands helplessly. I didn't expect the power of Heavenly Thunder Summon to be this great, almost comparable to Earth-level martial techniques. I'll help young friend Fan Yao heal with some water attribute energy, Lei Hong offered kindly. After receiving permission, he carefully infused water attribute spiritual energy into Fan Yao's body. After a while, the bearded man couldn't help but twitch his nose. How is it? Hua Gang and Fong Pengtao asked in unison. Severe burns, internal organ fractures, severe spiritual energy deficiency. It'll take a few months to recover. Lei Hong clicked his tongue, his eyes showing a hint of admiration. Spiritual power was almost exhausted, and the internal organs were severely injured. Despite such injuries, Fan Yao hadn't fainted. His recovery ability and physical strength were astonishing. If it were him, he would have collapsed on the ground long ago, waiting for rescue. The lightning was incredibly dense. Although the firehorn lizard was fast, it couldn't dodge every bolt of lightning. Each strike shattered its hard fire armor, exposing bright red flesh and spraying blood. After enduring hundreds of bolts of lightning, even a pure origin realm firehorn lizard couldn't take it anymore. Its escape speed slowed significantly. The blazing flames nearly extinguished, and the scorching heat dissipated at some unknown point. Having suffered enough torment, the firehorn lizard let out a pitiful wail. Its body covered in wounds, swayed a few times, and then collapsed with a loud thud. Only the raging thunder continued to wreak havoc across the heavens and earth. Dead is it dead? Fong Pengtao widened his eyes and muttered to himself in disbelief. I can't sense the firehorn lizard's presence anymore. Hua Gang excitedly patted Fan Yao's shoulder, but waves of pain radiated from his chest, twisting his expression. TSK, that was a pure origin realm beast, and it was actually taken down. Lei Hong was equally thrilled, suddenly staring at the raging thunder and muttering. However, the firehorn lizard's heart is an extremely precious treasure. It would be such a waste if it got struck by lightning. Fan Yao glanced at the pitifully mangled corpse of the firehorn lizard. Suddenly, he stood up and reached out to the sky with a gentle grasp. In an instant, a golden light flashed at the center of the raging thunder, swiftly descending and splitting into two runes that slowly merged into the flesh of Fan Yao's palm. The moment the lightning mark dissipated, the thunder across the heavens and earth seemed to halt as if commanded, and the rolling dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. I really wonder where Fan Yao learned these martial techniques. They're terrifyingly powerful, but the cost is too high. Anyone else would have been drained dry. This power to control thunder left the three present in awe. It's just a small trick. Fan Yao's face remained somewhat pale as he smiled faintly, turning his attention to the firehorn lizard's corpse, a fervent gleam flashing in his eyes. King-level talent. Advanced fire attribute talent. The heart. As long as he stepped forward and lightly touched the firehorn lizard, his talent could undergo a brand new evolution. Everyone present was smart enough to understand Fan Yao's intentions, squinting their eyes and sighing. The firehorn lizard's heart contained unimaginable energy, enough to allow a postnatal realm martial artist to directly step into the Unity realm. Even a pure origin realm expert wouldn't remain calm upon seeing it. However, no matter how much they wanted to participate, one thing was clear to everyone. This beast was almost entirely defeated by Fan Yao alone. If Fan Yao didn't speak up, they felt they had no right to claim a share. The base's crisis has been resolved. On behalf of the Beast Hunting Organization, I thank you both for your great assistance. Hua Gang stepped forward, his aura imposing, and said calmly, However, I will take this beast's corpse back as evidence to report to headquarters. As for its heart, whether it's taken or not doesn't really matter. In my opinion, let Fan Yao have it. Hearing this, Fan Yao raised his eyebrows slightly, but said nothing more. Almost without hesitation. Old Hua's words are correct. The heart of the firehorn lizard belongs to no one but young friend Fan Yao. Fong Pengtao immediately nodded in agreement. Although he felt a bit reluctant, he understood that Old Hua had already made his decision, and he didn't want to offend Fan Yao or ruin the good relationship they had just established. After speaking, Fong Pengtao inexplicably glanced at the silent Lei Hong, his spiritual energy beginning to surge, ready to act at any moment. He had already decided to side with Fan Yao, but Lei Hong had yet to make up his mind. Why are you all staring at me? Lei Hong felt goosebumps under the meaningful gazes of the three and said with a bitter smile, I'm not that fool Hellion way. I know what should be done and what shouldn't. After speaking, he turned around, his back facing the firehorn lizard, using his actions to show his stance. Seeing this, Hua Gang's face revealed a satisfied smile, and he gave Fan Yao a meaningful look. Fan Yao nodded excitedly and rushed toward the firehorn lizard's corpse. He chose a spot that hadn't been severely damaged and gently touched it with his left hand. Ding! Touch completed. The system's voice sounded, and Fan Yao let out a sigh of relief. Then, he took out a small knife, infused it with spiritual energy, and easily pierced the beast's heart. With a gentle twist, he extracted a fist-sized, irregular crystal. This was the heart of the firehorn lizard, already crystallized, a unique type of demon core. Holding the crystal, Fan Yao felt an intense heat, with flame-like energy radiating from it. Right. Fan Yao suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Lei Hong in the distance. If he remembered correctly, Lei Hong was water attributed. Fan Yao focused his attention on Lei Hong's back and activated the system. Species, human name. Lei Hong strength. Late stage acquired realm basic talent. Intermediate attribute talent. Advanced water attribute. He's also an advanced attribute talent. As expected, the leaders of Anqing base are all exceptionally strong. Fan Yao thought to himself, a sly smile appearing on his lips. The stronger their talents, the more beneficial it would be to convert them for his own use. Now, only the final step remained. Master Lei. Fan Yao put away the demon core and suddenly called out. Lei Hong, who had his back to Fan Yao, turned around upon hearing the call, his eyes filled with doubt. Hua Gang and Fang Pengtao also looked at Fan Yao in confusion. Earlier, Master Lei helped heal me, and I haven't had the chance to thank you, Fan Yao said with a smile, extending his left hand. It's nothing. It was young friend Fan Yao's strong recovery ability. I just lent a hand, Lei Hong replied, his expression showing a mix of surprise and flattery as he lightly shook hands with Fan Yao. His face seemed to brighten slightly. Clearly, the somewhat coercive attitude of Hua Gang and Fang Pingtao earlier had left him feeling uncomfortable. But Fan Yao's polite demeanor brought him some comfort. Ding! Touch completed. The system's prompt echoed in Fan Yao's mind, signaling that his goal had been achieved. He smiled faintly and withdrew his hand. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the post-battle calm here, the evacuation point for Anqing base residents was filled with jubilation. Ha ha ha, I survived. The area was already a scene of celebration, with tens of thousands of people cheering in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. I thought I would die early, but even the King of Hell spared me. Our base is saved. We don't have to flee anymore, no longer living under someone else's roof. Long live Anqing base. Every face was filled with excitement and joy. Tense muscles finally relaxed. Many people collapsed to the ground with weak legs. Laughing like madmen, the iron-blooded men had slightly reddened eyes, struggling to suppress their emotions and trembling, while some hugged their loved ones and cried. No one had expected that what seemed like an ordinary day almost turned into the end of a disaster. Their warm home had nearly become their burial ground. This life and death experience was enough to wake them up in the middle of the night with a racing heartbeat. After the wild cheers subsided, everyone turned their gaze to the pale-faced young man, their eyes filled with excitement, gratitude, and admiration. It was him. In the situation where Elder Hua was severely injured, Fang Pengtao and Lei Hong were unable to prevail, and with no support, he resolutely faced the pure origin realm beast alone. Even when trapped in the cocoon of red and white light, he did not give up, summoning the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth, ultimately breaking out of the cocoon with unimaginable power. He saved the entire Anqing base. Hero, hero, hero. That day, Fan Yao's name echoed throughout Anqing base, deeply engraved in everyone's hearts, almost becoming a belief. 1 month later, Fan Yao's injuries had mostly healed, and Fan Wenxi had been by his side taking care of him, like a little shadow. Clearly, this battle had almost scared her to death. Her brother's attribute burst had her searching for him everywhere if she didn't see him for 5 minutes, leaving Fan Yao both amused and helpless. Within the beast hunting organization, young Master Fan Yao, Miss Wenxi. Young Master Fan Yao, Miss Wenxi. Young Master Fan Yao, Miss Wenxi. Fan Yao and Fan Wenxi walked side by side, and many beast hunters and staff members they encountered along the way greeted them respectfully. Especially when all eyes focused on him, the fervent respect was entirely heartfelt. Even Elder Hua couldn't help but shake his head and click his tongue in admiration. Not for anything else, But because the young man before them was already a powerful Unity Realm martial artist and had saved the entire Anqing base, becoming their hero. After this battle, Fan Yao's reputation within the beast hunting organization and the entire Anqing base reached unprecedented heights. Brother, how long will you be in seclusion this time? Fan Wenxi turned her head and asked reluctantly. Will it be a long time? Hard to say, it might be quite a while. Fan Yao replied lazily. During this time, you need to train well and try to break through to the mid-sky realm. I'll ask Elder Hua to supervise you, so don't think about slacking off. Mid-sky realm? Fan Wenxi's body stiffened, her mouth opened wide, almost crying. My dear brother, do you think breaking through realms is as easy as drinking water? As they spoke, the two arrived at the door of a training room. Fan Yao opened the door and gave one last reminder. Remember to train. Got it. Fan Wenxi pouted, pushing Fan Yao inside. Good luck, brother. This girl. Fan Yao shook his head helplessly and stepped into the training room. The battle with the firehorn lizard had left him with some injuries, but the rewards were entirely proportional to the effort. Advanced Water Attribute Talent, Advanced Fire Attribute Talent, King-level Foundational Talent, and a Pure Origin Realm Beast-S Demon Core. Under these multiple enhancements, he had a great chance of directly crossing the Unity Realm and reaching the Pure Origin Realm. The interior of the training room was very simple, with only a meditation cushion placed in the center and no additional energy supply devices. After all, a warrior's energy comes from nature, and such a small base doesn't have the conditions for luxurious equipment. Next, I should start cultivating as well. Fan Yao glanced at a tightly sealed box nearby, which emitted a strong fiery aura. System, pull up my current data, Fan Yao said. Species, human name. Fan Yao strength. Half-step Unity basic talent. Advanced lightning attribute talents. Advanced earth attribute. Advanced fire attribute. Previously, due to severe injuries, Fan Yao hadn't rushed to imprint attributes, so his strength data remained unchanged. After all, he was already riddled with wounds, and if he were to endure the torment of talent refinement, he might not survive. So, for the past 2 months, he had hardly cultivated and instead focused on developing another killer move. If all his attribute talents were to erupt simultaneously, lightning, earth, fire, and water, the power would be astonishing. Through repeated attempts, Fan Yao discovered that although these attributes were inherently incompatible, the force generated when they collided was extremely powerful. For instance, the previous collision between lightning and the light cocoon formed a storm-like powerful attack. If Fan Yao hadn't been lucky enough to wake up in time, he would have either been struck dead by lightning or torn to shreds. The energy released by the collision of 2 attributes is already so incredible. If 4 attributes erupt simultaneously, or even more than 5, the storm created would definitely be even fiercer, Fan Yao thought excitedly. If he could perfect this move, it might become his secret weapon and it would be his own creation. The only problem was that once he used this move, his identity as a multi-attribute warrior would be completely exposed. In this world, there had never been a warrior like him who possessed multiple attributes simultaneously. Even 2 or 3 attributes were extremely rare. If discovered, it would undoubtedly shake the entire world. At that point, there would be praise and astonishment, but it would also attract the attention of top global experts, and even the danger of assassination and threats. This was why Fan Yao had always used only his lightning attribute in front of others and rarely used his earth attribute at the same time. However, keeping it hidden is one thing. True strength is the key. I still need to find rarer talents. Fan Yao pulled up the talent data of the fire-horned lizard and thunder swan. His gaze slowly swept over the 3 small handprints, pondering for a moment before finally locking onto the fire-horned lizard's basic talent, king level. This time, there are quite a few talents to imprint. I'll start with you. Determined, Fan Yao used his consciousness to press down on the small handprint as if clicking it in reality. Ding! King-level basic talent imprinting completed. Upon hearing the system prompt, Fan Yao immediately sat cross-legged. Instantly, a familiar intense pain surged through his body. Due to the high talent level, the pain multiplied. Every corner of his body, every cell, every inch of skin, and even every strand of hair was being forcibly stimulated, as if being burned by flames. Fan Yao frowned slightly, sweat beading on his forehead, his body trembling faintly. Fortunately, the pain came quickly and subsided just as fast. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes and wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Why does it feel like this time the pain wasn't as intense as when I first imprinted the intermediate talent? Could it be true, as the legends say, that you get used to the pain over time? Fan Yao's expression was peculiar. It might also be due to his improved strength in any case. It was a good thing. Seizing the momentum, Fan Yao set his sights on the advanced talents of the fire and water attributes. Both of these are advanced talents, and their attributes counter each other. At that time, the reason Lei Hong's water attribute talent was so severely suppressed was probably due to the vast difference in strength and foundational talent between the two sides, Fan Yao pondered, his eyes suddenly lighting up as an idea struck him. But now these two advanced talents are independent, without any external factors influencing them. If I imprint them simultaneously, will the attributes cancel each other out? Hee, let's give it a try. If it works, it'll be a huge gain. Fan Yao rubbed his hands mischievously, a sly smile appearing on his face. Immediately, he focused his attention and quickly clicked on both water attribute talent, advanced, and fire attribute talent, advanced at the same time. This was his first attempt at imprinting two talents simultaneously. A sudden humming sound came from within Fan Yao's body. The next second, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Although the special effects of the attributes are gone, the pain is even worse. Fan Yao gritted his teeth, barely managing to squeeze out the words. Half of his face turned faint red, while the other half took on a ghostly blue hue. Inside his body, he felt two completely different sensations simultaneously. The scorching heat of fire and the icy chill of water clashed within him, pushing and pulling against each other, fiercely racing toward his dantian. The spiritual core sensed the danger and suddenly began to spin, then stopped. The lightning and earth attribute spiritual energies, one silver-white and the other dark yellow, surged out with immense power. They ignored Fan Yao's feelings and collided directly in several major meridians, engaging in a fierce battle with the forces of water and fire. Fan Yao was caught off guard by the sudden, excruciating pain, which swept through his body like a tornado. Damn it! The collision of four attributes. This is exactly the attribute storm I predicted earlier. Fan Yao's face turned pale. This wasn't happening outside, it was inside his fragile body. If these four attributes exploded, he would be done for. I still want to live. Fan Yao couldn't help but curse. If his meridians were destroyed, his cultivation ruined, and his life lost, what would be the point of living? He quickly intervened, rapidly retracting the lightning and earth attribute spiritual energies back into the spiritual core while forcibly controlling the water and fire energies, slowly pulling them back into the spiritual core. Relying on his half-step unity strength, the water and fire attributes soon became docile, converging in the dantian and finally plunging into the spiritual core. At that moment, Fan Yao's dantian throbbed with intense pain, almost forcing him out of his cultivation state. Once he steadied his mind and examined the spiritual core again, he saw four distinct colored core patterns: silver-white, dark yellow, bright red, and deep blue, neatly arranged and emitting a faint glow. I did it! Fan Yao felt a surge of joy in his heart. With a single thought, the spiritual core vibrated intensely, and the four colored spiritual energies flowed through his meridians like a floodgate opening. The newly added water and fire attributes no longer clashed, obediently following his command. With this, the attributes were completely fused successfully. Now, there's only one final step left. Fan Yao took a deep breath, his gaze falling on the box beside him, the heart of the fire-horned lizard. Not long ago, he had recklessly swallowed the demon core of the wild earth ape, nearly losing control of his spiritual energy, but he managed to endure it. This time, the demon core of the fire-horned lizard was 100 times stronger than the wild earth ape, and Fan Yao dared not consume it lightly. Thinking of this, he sighed softly, pressed a button nearby, and said calmly, "Bring the item in." As soon as his words fell, the door to the cultivation room was gently pushed open. A slender young girl walked in, holding a small jade bottle in her hands, moving carefully to avoid making any noise that might displease Fan Yao. Young Master Fan Yao, this is what you requested. The young girl respectfully half-knelt and placed the jade bottle in front of Fan Yao. She secretly raised her eyes to glance at this legendary figure who had been living in seclusion, her face flushing slightly. Thank you, Fan Yao said with a smile, looking at her. Fan Yao, young master, you're too kind. I'll take my leave now. Call me if you need anything. The girl clearly wanted to take another look at Fan Yao, but unexpectedly ended up speaking with him. Her face turned so red that she didn't know where to place her hands and feet, her heart racing as if it might explode. After stepping out of the room, her legs weakened and she leaned against the door, her face filled with the blissful expression of a young girl. Hee hee, seeing young Master Fan Yao up close, he's even more handsome than in the videos. When I tell my best friend, she'll definitely be so jealous. Her eyes narrowed into slits as she skipped away, clearly proud of being able to get close to Fan Yao. After the girl left, inside the training room, Fan Yao helplessly recalled the look of infatuation on her face. Lately, every time he went out, he would receive such gazes. Women were one thing, but strangely, even male martial artists sometimes acted just as crazily. On several occasions, he had been so overwhelmed by the fervent gazes of male martial artists that he almost fled on the spot. Being mistaken for a hero every day, this life is actually kind of nice. Fan Yao shook his head helplessly, picked up the small jade bottle, and gently opened it. As soon as the bottle was opened, a peculiar fragrance wafted out, blending the scents of various herbs. The liquid inside was a pale green, icy cold to the touch. This was the potion he had asked Elder Hua to prepare to balance the power of the demon core. Without it, he feared the fire-horned lizard's demon core might burn him to ashes from the inside. Fan Yao simultaneously opened the box, and a surge of scorching spiritual energy rapidly spread, causing the room's temperature to rise sharply. All right, let's see if this time I can directly break through to the pure origin realm. Fan Yao raised an eyebrow, and in the next moment, he stuffed the demon core into his mouth, drank the potion, and swallowed it down. Boom. As soon as the two forces entered his body, a surge of immense, blazing energy erupted, spreading uncontrollably throughout his body. Fortunately, though the energy was powerful, it did not spiral out of control. The ferocious aura of the fire-horned lizard's demon core was obediently subdued by the potion. Fan Yao closely observed the scene, exhaled in relief, and then felt a surge of anticipation. To what heights would he ascend? 1 month later, Awakens base. The streets were bustling with people, and everyone wore happy smiles, as if the disaster from 2 months ago had never occurred. Their eyes were filled with hope for life. All of this was thanks to Fan Yao. The name, Fan Yao, immediately drew everyone's attention and focus whenever mentioned. Of course, if you dared to curse Fan Yao on the street, you wouldn't just attract attention. You might find yourself getting a good beating. At the Awakens base now, showing disrespect to Fan Yao was akin to insulting someone's parents. It was absolutely unforgivable. Suddenly, a childish argument broke out from somewhere, causing everyone's expressions to change as they turned toward the source of the sound. I am young Master Fan Yao. Beast, prepare to die. Nonsense, I am young Master Fan Yao. Who's stronger than me? Haha, wretched beast, taste my heavenly thunder strike. Watch out, here comes my axe. It turned out to be a group of children, around 7 or 8 years old, chasing and playing on a small street corner. They all held small dolls in their hands, each resembling Fan Yao. Cartoon stickers of Fan Yao's face were stuck on their heads, and hands. One child even waved a small axe, seemingly a miniature version of Fan Yao's giant spirit heaven cleaving axe. During that great battle, everyone witnessed Fan Yao's heroic figure as he slew a pure origin realm beast, and some clever individuals saw a business opportunity. Shortly after, a series of products modeled after Fan Yao appeared on the market. Who would have thought that the popularity would be unstoppable? Within just an hour of launch, all the products were sold out. Customers who missed out were dissatisfied, leaving messages on the official website to reserve the next batch, with pre-orders extending months into the future. The level of enthusiasm was so high that even international superstars paled in comparison. If these kids idolized some superficial celebrity, no one would care. but they worshipped Fan Yao, and even their parents fully supported them. Admiring the strong, these kids are bound to achieve great things in the future. Many passers-by smiled knowingly, their gazes naturally drawn to the towering Demon Hunter building. It was well known that young Master Fan Yao now resided on the highest floor, from where he could overlook the entire base. Just imagining young Master Fan Yao standing by the floor-to-ceiling window watching them made everyone's blood boil, and they couldn't help but want to shout out loud. At that moment, what's that? A martial artist who had been staring at the Demon Hunter building suddenly seemed to notice something, his smile vanishing instantly as he rubbed his eyes. He seemed to see a figure floating on the rooftop. What the heck? He squinted and stared for a long time before exclaiming in shock, "There's someone on the rooftop of the Demon Hunter building." His shout immediately drew the attention of all the martial artists. The crowd grew larger and larger, with thousands gathering and completely blocking the street. "Is it true? I saw it too. It looks like young Master Fan Yao." "Oh my god, it really is young Master Fan Yao. What's young Master Fan Yao doing? Is he observing celestial phenomena?" Countless people looked up at the rooftop with faces full of reverence, running around excitedly, pulling out their phones to record. The crowd grew larger and larger. Soon, almost everyone in the Anqing base came out, swarming the entire street like ants, eagerly awaiting. The Fong family, the Lei family, Fan Wenxi, and even Song Tai. Before long, another figure swiftly emerged from somewhere in the Demon Hunter building, hovering in midair. Who was that? Hui Gang sensed the extremely unstable aura emanating from Fan Yao and showed a look of surprise. Could it be that he's about to break through to the Unity realm? "Old Hua, please ensure the Guardians are careful not to harm the innocent." On the nearly 100-story rooftop, the wind howled as a faint spiritual barrier appeared in front of Fan Yao, shielding him from the blade like gusts. His clothes remained untouched as he spoke calmly. "Understood." Hui Gang recalled the massive commotion during Fan Yao's previous breakthrough, his expression immediately turning serious as he hurriedly dispatched people to maintain order. When Hui Gang returned and nodded to him, Fan Yao took a deep breath and no longer suppressed the energy of his breakthrough. It was an immense power that seemed to have accumulated for centuries erupted from within, sweeping across the entire sky in an instant. Even Old Hua's face changed in shock, retreating several steps with a look of astonishment. Such a powerful breakthrough aura, could it be? A thought surged in Elder Hua's mind, causing his entire body to tremble with excitement. His eyes moist. Could Anqing Base be about to produce its first pure origin realm superpowerhouse? Under countless shocked gazes, Fan Yao's aura rapidly soared. Boom. Early Unity Realm. His aura crushed Elder Hua. Boom. Mid-Unity Realm. Still unstoppable. Boom. Late Unity Realm. In just a few seconds, Fan Yao broke through 3 major realms, in front of a luxurious villa. If you want to compete with him in cultivation, you need a strong heart. Fong Pengtao silently gazed into the distance, feeling the aura that had instantly surpassed his own, and after a long while, he sighed. Beside him, Fong Yingying slowly nodded, her red lips slightly parted, her hand on her chest, and after a while, she finally spoke in shock. "It's getting scarier and scarier." After speaking, Fong Pengtao seemed to recall something, and his expression turned serious. From this moment on, Fan Yao was the strongest in the base. If anyone in the Fong family dared to provoke him, the entire Fong family might face disaster. "Yingying, issue an order immediately. From now on, our Fong family will likely rely on his strength. Make sure not to have any conflicts with him. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from the Fong family." "Understood, Dad. I'll convey it right away." Fong Yingying quickly nodded. She understood better than anyone how terrifying Fan Yao's talent was. If they angered him, they might live in fear for the rest of their lives. Similar conversations were happening in the Lei family and other large and small forces. "We always get stuck at the early stage for years, then drag on for years at the mid-stage, and the late stage is even harder. Forget it, let's not talk about it. How does young Master Fan Yao break through like he's cheating, exploding one after another?" In the crowd, someone was almost crushed by the blow, looking around, and nearly everyone seemed as if they'd been struck by lightning, their mouths agape, faces full of helplessness and despair. "Do you think this is the end?" Look at young Master Fan Yao. Does he seem like he's stopping? Someone trembled as they raised their hand, pointing at the figure on the rooftop, their voice shaking uncontrollably. Young Master Fan Yao. He actually wants to directly break through to the pure origin realm. Oh my god, this is insane. Young Master Fan Yao, please let us live. I'm starting to doubt life. The crowd wailed. Some couldn't take it anymore and fainted on the spot, just as that martial artist had guessed. Amid the crowd's heart-pounding anticipation, Fan Yao's breakthrough momentum not only didn't weaken, but grew even stronger. Peak Unity Realm. Breaking through the limit. Pure Origin Realm. Even Huagang couldn't help but be awed by the increasingly oppressive surge of spiritual energy, landing back on the ground and joining everyone in looking up at the youth whose aura was like a rainbow. Fan Yao's spiritual energy is too overwhelming. Even I am suppressed. Huagang spoke with a tone of reproach, but his face was full of pride and excitement. This child was truly not a mistake. In his excited gaze, the wind howled, and a surge of spiritual energy dozens of times stronger than before suddenly erupted high in the sky. Boom! A spiritual energy pillar tens of meters high shot straight into the clouds, connecting heaven and earth, its momentum like a monstrous wave, instantly enveloping 1,000 miles, spanning the entire Anqing base. Crack! Huagang couldn't control himself, and with a snap, the cane in his hand shattered. He was so excited his tongue tied, staring at Fan Yao's figure and laughing uncontrollably. Vital energy surged like magma, crushing and merging, reaching the realm of pure essence. Indeed, the realm of pure essence is extraordinary. Huagang could not suppress his inner joy. As if in reverence, he too released an aura. However, compared to Fan Yao's towering pillar of spiritual power, his aura seemed somewhat inferior. Huagang paid no mind, his aged voice carried by spiritual power, resounding throughout the base. Haha. Today, Anqing Base has gained a pure essence realm superpower. I hereby announce that Fan Yao is appointed as the highest authority of the demon hunting organization. All base affairs will be managed by him. Anyone who dares to defy will face misfortune. Let the entire base celebrate, and the world rejoice. As Huagang's voice fell, a calm voice of a young man came from the rooftop. Elder Hua, I don't want this position. According to the rules, only the strongest in the base, with good character, exceptional talent, and infinite potential, can take on the role of the leader of the demon hunting organization and manage the base's affairs. Huagang tried to suppress his excitement, though his voice still trembled slightly. It doesn't matter if you don't want it. Once the succession ceremony is over, you can handle it as you wish. The rooftop fell silent for a long time. At the Fong family villa, the eagle soars high, silent until it strikes with a thunderous impact. Fong Pingtao grew tense. Although this was merely a nominal title, Fan Yao's current status and reputation were unmatched. Even if he refused, no one would dare oppose him. At the Lei family territory, if it were an ordinary person, knowing such a great opportunity had fallen into their lap, they'd be overjoyed and lose all sense of direction. But Fan Yao remains calm, weighing the pros and cons. This is what makes a true powerhouse. Lei Hong sighed inwardly. Such a young and talented individual, why couldn't he belong to the Lei family? If Fan Yao could become a patron of the Lei family, Lei Hong would be overjoyed. Or perhaps they could become sworn brothers? He wouldn't mind calling Fan Yao his elder brother. Amidst the dense crowd, a swordsman carrying a long blade stared at Fan Yao with his mouth agape. It was none other than Anqing Base's former celebrity, Song Tai. However, in today's Anqing Base, even if Song Tai removed his mask and sunglasses to reveal his full face, no one would pay him any attention anymore. High above, under countless gazes, Fan Yao's heart stirred slightly. When he had just broken through to the innate realm, Elder Hua had gifted him precious martial techniques. Later, the acquisition of the giant spirit heaven opening axe was also closely tied to Elder Hua. How could Fan Yao forget such help and support? Moreover, he would eventually leave the base to explore the world and could not always look after Fan Wensi. He felt uneasy about her living alone. Then I'll trouble Elder Hua. Fan Yao sighed slightly and spoke amidst Huagang and the crowd's tense anticipation. The base instantly erupted in celebration. He agreed. Young Master Fan Yao agreed. Greetings to young Master Fan Yao, the new leader of the demon hunting organization and the strongest in the base. My idol, young Master Fan Yao, I await your command. Ready to serve young Master Fan Yao, ensuring Anqing Base's everlasting prosperity. Fan Yao, too, was infected by the joyous atmosphere, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he reached out and slowly clenched his hand toward the sky. As a unique wave instantly spread out. The next moment, a water element martial artist suddenly stopped cheering, his face full of surprise as he said, "Huh, what's this?" The concentration of water elements in the air has increased. No, it's lightning elements. No, it's not lightning, it's fire, clearly fire. Are you sure? I feel it's earth elements. Fan Yao actually gathered various attribute energies within a 100-mile radius. Hua Gang, Fong Pingtao, Lei Hong, and others sensed for a moment, unable to believe it, and exclaimed, "How is it possible to summon 4 attributes at the same time?" It is widely known that warriors are naturally attuned to only one attribute. For example, a fire attribute warrior can only control fire elements. Trying to control water elements is not only impossible to grasp, but forcibly controlling them might cause the water elements to go out of control. Fan Yao, after advancing to the pure origin realm, can actually achieve this level? After their amazement, the group understood the situation and immediately sat cross-legged, desperately absorbing the rapidly increasing attribute energy in the air. The intense energy vortex quickly spread out. Soon, haha, I've broken through to the mid-sky realm. I've advanced to the post-sky realm. I've also broken through a stage. Hua Lao was the first to sit cross-legged, mercilessly unleashing the powerful absorption ability of the Unity realm, devouring the surrounding thunder attribute energy like a whale swallowing seawater. The surrounding air was almost drained, forming an almost vacuum state, making it hard to breathe, even slightly closer. At this moment, boom, the protective barrier of Hua Gang's mid-Unity realm began to waver, and his strength, which had stagnated for decades, finally experienced a long-awaited breakthrough at this moment. Ha! I never thought I would see the day my strength would break through again. Hua Gang slowly restrained his aura, his eyes shining brightly, his complexion looking much more youthful and rosy. He raised his head, clasped his fists, his eyes brimming with tears, and laughed heartily. Thank you, leader, for granting this opportunity. Boom, boom, boom. Fong Pengtao of the Fong family. Thank you, leader, for granting this chance. Lei Hong of the Lei family. Thank you, leader, for granting this chance. He Zhong, minister of the potential department of the Demon Hunter organization. Thank you, leader, for granting this chance. From various parts of the base, more than a dozen breakthrough auras emerged again. Fong Pengtao, Lei Hong, and others bowed joyfully, and the entire base was bustling with excitement. Amidst this fervor, no one noticed a figure in a dark corner far away, clutching a poster tightly. On the poster, Fan Yao smiled warmly like the sunshine of spring, friendly and handsome. Damned Fan Yao, you killed my father and still dare to inherit the position of leader of the Demon Hunter organization. Helianing gritted her teeth and tore the poster apart, her gaze venomous like a snake, piercing through the skies as if she could see the smug smile on Fan Yao's face. So furious, she almost spat blood. Is that the brat who killed my nephew? Just as Helianing was cursing Fan Yao in her heart, a low voice suddenly came from behind her. Helianing turned around to see a man in a suit appearing like a ghost, his eyes cold and bloodshot. His appearance bore some resemblance to the late Helian Wei. Yes, uncle, it's that brat named Fan Yao. Helianing was startled, but quickly regained her composure and spoke respectfully, her voice filled with grief and anger. A few months ago, my father accidentally discovered a pure origin realm firehorn lizard. Knowing you were about to break through to the mid-pure origin realm, he planned to kill it and take its heart to help you advance. Unexpectedly, this matter was discovered by Fan Yao. He killed my father, stole the firehorn lizard's heart, and consumed it himself to break through to the pure origin realm. Helianing almost believed his own words, his face full of anger. I shouldn't have come to the central base to disturb you, but I just can't swallow this anger. He said a lot, cautiously glancing at the cold man, feeling a bit nervous inside. This uncle of his, named Helian Qing, was the deputy of a faction in the central base. With extremely high talent and a significant status, he had ample resources to support him and had now reached the early stage of the pure origin realm. They hadn't met for years, and Helian Ing had only tried to contact him without much hope. Unexpectedly, he received a reply the next day. Helian Qing brought his men and spent considerable time traveling to the Anqing base, arriving just in time to witness Fan Yao breaking through to the pure origin realm. The cold middle-aged man's face remained calm as he asked coldly, "Are you sure the Firehorn Lizard's heart is in his possession?" "Absolutely. Even if he didn't personally take it, it can't be unrelated to him. Otherwise, how could he have broken through to the pure origin realm?" Helian Ing asserted. "I understand." The man's red eyes swept over the lively scene before him, a trace of killing intent flashing in his gaze as he sneered. "Since he took what should have been mine, he must pay the price." Feeling the surge of killing intent, Helian Ying's back stiffened, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back, though his heart was filled with joy. His uncle's strength was indeed unmatched. He had previously worried that Fan Yao's faction was too strong and difficult to deal with. Now it seemed that Fan Yao had just broken through and was no match for Helian Qing, who had been cultivating in the pure origin realm for years. As long as his uncle took action, Fan Yao would surely disappear from this world. In midair, Fan Yao seemed to sense something and looked in a certain direction, only to see two figures gradually walking away. The aura of the person on the left felt strange to Fan Yao, and his gaze lingered on that figure as the system automatically activated. Buzz species, human name, Helian Qing strength, early stage of pure origin realm basic talent, king level ice attribute talent, advanced Helian. Fan Yao raised an eyebrow, a question arising in his mind. Isn't this the Helian family of Helian Wei? Also in the pure origin realm, king level talent, proficient in ice attributes. I hadn't heard of him before at the Anqing base. Fan Yao frowned slightly, his robes fluttering as he descended slowly from mid-air like a deity, landing steadily on the rooftop, his demeanor suggesting the visitors were not friendly. "Fan Yao." Just as he was deep in thought, Huagang's excited voice came through. Fan Yao closed the system, glanced at Huagang, and smiled. "Congratulations on your breakthrough, Elder Hua." "Don't say that. I wouldn't have broken through without your help." Huagang waved his hand, looking very satisfied. The wrinkles on his face smoothed out, making him look several years younger. "By the way, your succession ceremony and press conference, I've already contacted Anqing Media. The process is roughly set, with only a few details left. Take a look and see if any adjustments are needed." Huagang looked at Fan Yao expectantly. "Arrange it as you see fit," Fan Yao said. It was just a formality, and he didn't care much about it. The succession ceremony for the Demon Hunter organization can't be taken lightly. As if he had anticipated Fan Yao's response, Huagang immediately advised helplessly. "The change of leadership for a base must be announced globally. Not to mention, you're a top expert in the pure origin realm. We absolutely can't lose face and let other bases mock us. The ceremony must be the grander, the better." "It doesn't matter." Fan Yao shrugged and gave up directly. "It's up to Elder Hua to decide." "You, sigh. Fine, I'll follow the usual procedure." Seeing Fan Yao completely uninterested, Huagang sighed helplessly, nodded heavily, casually cracked a couple of jokes, and turned to prepare for the ceremony. Suddenly, "Wait!" Fan Yao called out to Huagang. "What's wrong?" Huagang immediately turned around, smiling with a puzzled expression. "Changed your mind." Fan Yao smiled, shook his head, and said, "When I broke through just now, my perception was particularly sharp. I discovered that in the Anqing base, besides me, there is another pure origin realm expert." "What?" Huagang's expression changed, becoming serious. "A pure origin realm expert. How could they enter the Anqing base without reason? Although there is frequent communication and personnel movement between bases, they maintain strong independence. For a top-tier expert like a pure origin realm to enter a base, under normal circumstances, they must register and explain their purpose. But now, someone has sneaked into the city? Without understanding their intentions, this is almost equivalent to declaring war on the base." This pure origin realm expert is named Helian Qing. Elder Hua, please assign extra personnel to keep a close watch on him. If he shows any malicious behavior, I will handle it on the spot. A cold glint flashed in Fan Yao's eyes, his tone icy, sending chills down one's spine. Soon, the day of Fan Yao's succession ceremony arrived. In front of the glittering golden gates of the Demon Hunter organization, a temporary stage had already been set up. The stage was covered with a soft red carpet, furnished with specially customized tables and chairs, polished to a spotless shine. The tabletops were smooth and flat, adorned with nameplates bearing different names. A rough count revealed nearly 20 nameplates, including those of various ministers of the Demon Hunter organization, the heads of the Fong and Lei families, and even Fan Wensi Fan Yao's sister and the new leader's sibling was present. Of course, the most central nameplate, with a golden edge and black background, belonged to Fan Yao. In front of the stage were 9 ceremonial cannons, which would be fired simultaneously to celebrate the new leader's ascension once the ceremony succeeded. Around the stage, a circle of bright red caution tape was firmly set up. Outside the caution tape, over 300 reporters had already set up various filming equipment. Waiting so long their necks were almost stretched out. Some had even camped out days earlier, setting up temporary tents and spending the night there, brushing their teeth and washing their faces on site, refusing to leave. Further out, every exit was packed with crowds, forming a dense, impenetrable mass. Residents unable to attend the event in person were not to be outdone, tuning in to the live broadcast on time, finding ways to participate in the grand occasion. Everything was ready, just waiting for the new leader to appear and celebrate together. Backstage, Fan Wensi wore light makeup and a snow-white long dress that perfectly showcased her enchanting figure. At this moment, she leaned slightly forward, her bright eyes fixed on Fan Yao, who was dressed in a suit. She smiled, gave a thumbs up, and sincerely praised. "Wow, big brother, you look amazing today." Fan Yao rolled his eyes and said irritably, "When do I not look amazing?" Fan Wensi immediately rolled her eyes back at him, reached out to brush her cheek, and stuck out her tongue. "Big brother, how come I never realized you were so thick-skinned before?" Fan Yao adjusted his tie, glanced at her, and shook his head helplessly. At this moment, "Wensi, are you ready? The press conference is about to start." A crisp voice rang out. Fong Yingying hadn't arrived yet, but her voice came first. Fan Yao and Fan Wensi looked over simultaneously, just in time to see Fong Yingying hurriedly walk in. "Is there anything I can help with?" Fong Yingying's words trailed off as her gaze landed on Fan Yao. Her face instantly turned red, and she began to stammer. Fan Yao touched his nose and raised his hand to greet her. Fong Yingying's eyes were filled with Fan Yao's handsome face and his sharp suit. Her face turned as red as if smeared with tomato sauce. She lowered her head, greeted him softly, and quickly fled. "Wow, big brother. What's the relationship between you two?" Fan Wensi asked suspiciously. "You can leave now," Fan Yao said, shaking his head helplessly. He smiled and stepped outside. Hua Gang, Fong Pingtao, and Lei Hong had already arrived early. As soon as Fan Yao appeared, the already lively scene instantly erupted, the atmosphere becoming as fervent as a festival. He's here, he's here. Haha, this is the #1 powerhouse of the Anqing base, young Master Fan Yao. Young Master Fan Yao is absolutely stunning. Young Master Fan Yao, I swear, I want to have your babies. This popularity. It's truly overwhelming. When I took over back then, the scene wasn't this grand. Hua Gang thought to himself, his face showing a smile as he stepped forward to prepare for the ceremony. Next, a series of procedures were carried out as per tradition. Fan Yao sat expressionlessly, allowing reporters to take photos, and no one dared to ask him any questions. Finally, the ceremonial cannons fired, and 9 beams of light shot straight into the sky, as if heralding the beginning of a new era. Seeing the timing was right, Hua Gang stood up with a smile and announced loudly with excitement, "Now, I hereby declare Fan Yao as the new leader of the Anqing base." "Ha. Saying that now might be a bit premature, don't you think?" A piercing voice suddenly interrupted Hua Gang's words. At the same time, a powerful aura swept across the entire square, like a snowstorm carrying a bone-chilling cold. Even Huagang couldn't help but shiver. Among those present, the only one who remained calm was likely Fan Yao. What's going on? Suddenly, it feels so cold. I'm about to freeze into an ice block. What on earth is happening? An uninvited guest has arrived, Fan Yao said indifferently, looking toward a corner of the stage. He slowly stood up, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I wonder what your intentions are. Seeing Fan Yao's reaction, everyone froze and followed his gaze. In the next moment, all their pupils shrank sharply. In the southwest corner of the stage stood a figure exuding an icy aura. The person's eyes were gloomy, and the cold air around them seemed capable of freezing the entire world. Pure Yuan realm. Countless people stared with wide eyes at the figure who had suddenly appeared. This aura, they had just felt it not long ago. For a moment, everyone felt as if the terrifying time when their fate was controlled by others was about to return. However, the commotion quickly subsided. All eyes focused on the person who stood firm amidst the snowstorm, and the fear in their hearts instantly dissipated. Fan Yao's presence was like a rock, providing them with a source of calm and stability. A few months ago, the heart of that firehorn lizard, you took it, didn't you? Helian Qing's aura showed no signs of restraint. And what if I did? Fan Yao glanced around and saw that everyone's faces were pale from the cold. He sighed softly, and his aura immediately spread out, blocking the oppressive force from the other side. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Elder Hua quickly walked over and whispered in Fan Yao's ear, "The aura of the pure origin realm is hard to detect. We only know that Helian Qing is Helian Wei's elder brother, with strong abilities and talent. He is the deputy of a major force in the central base. This time, he has come for the heart of the firehorn lizard. I originally planned to tell you after your succession ceremony was successfully completed, but I didn't expect." Fan Yao's face carried a faint smile, but he felt somewhat displeased in his heart. To cause trouble at his succession ceremony was clearly a sign of disrespect. Do I need to say it? Naturally, you must compensate me with a heart. Helian Qing's face showed a hint of arrogance as he glanced at Fan Yao with disdain. His tone carried contempt, as if lowering himself to speak with Fan Yao. Or what? Fan Yao, as if oblivious to the malice in the other's words, maintained his smile and asked in return, "Or else, this entire Anqing base will have to pay the price for your arrogance." Helian Qing glanced at the tens of thousands of people present, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "You'd better face reality. Right now, I have tens of thousands of hostages in my hands. You wouldn't want the base to be drenched in blood on the first day of your succession ceremony, would you?" As soon as Helian Qing said this, Huagang and the others were stunned, then immediately furious. "Destroy Anqing base? How dare you say such a thing? What do you take our leader for?" Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Helian Qing burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, just a baby who broke through to the pure origin realm a few days ago and dares to call himself a leader? I think this Anqing base is doomed, handing it over to someone like this. It's simply self-destruction, destined to perish in the beast tide." All the warriors and ordinary people turned pale, their chests filled with rage, teeth clenched tightly. To dare insult their leader like this. Just this one sentence, regardless of whether he was a super strong pure origin realm expert, had already crossed the line for everyone in the base. This is infuriating. Barging into our base for no reason, disrupting our succession ceremony, and now showing such disrespect to our leader. How can we tolerate this? Damned bastard, to insult our leader like this, he must have a death wish. Our leader doesn't need to worry about us. We can protect ourselves. Teach him a lesson. Quick, let's retreat further away and not hold back our leader. Someone raised their arm and shouted, and the crowd immediately responded. Tens of thousands of people orderly retreated from the battle zone, their footsteps uniform and powerful, as if they had undergone countless drills. They quickly moved away, maintaining extreme silence, not daring to make a sound. Where are the demon hunters? It's time for us to act. The demon hunters from the hunting organization immediately sprang into action, laughing heartily as colorful beams of spiritual energy shot into the sky, forming a thin spiritual energy barrier in front of everyone. After all, The clash between two pure origin realm experts could easily claim the life of an innate realm expert with just a stray shockwave. Crush him. Let him know the consequences of insulting our leader. The reporters' faces were filled with boundless anger. With no place to set up their cameras, they simply carried them on their shoulders, humming and puffing, opening the lens, focusing, all in one go, aiming the camera directly at Helian Qing's face. Their thoughts were even simpler. Broadcast this arrogant man through the media for the whole world to see his ugly face, and incidentally, record the heroic demeanor of their leaders as well. Did you hear that? You've angered the masses. Fan Yao's figure slowly rose into the air, the smile at the corner of his lips completely fading, replaced by a cold sharpness. A powerful wave of thunder attribute energy began to spread, and from the sky came the low rumble of thunder, pounding on everyone's hearts, making their bodies tremble uncontrollably, their excitement reaching an unparalleled level. Ha ha ha, there's a road to heaven, yet you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, yet you come knocking. Fine, today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents, so you know who you can provoke and who you can't. Seeing Fan Yao still standing firm, Helian Qing was so enraged that he laughed. He stomped his foot and shot into the air. As his figure moved, the moisture in the air seemed to freeze into ice. Ice spikes. Crack, crack, crack. In the void, terrifying ice explosions emanated a chilling cold, forming dozens of massive, sharp ice spikes. The icy light scattered in all directions, breaking through the air with a terrifying whistling sound, shooting straight at Fan Yao. Is that all? Fan Yao didn't even spare a glance at the incoming ice spikes. With a light tap of his toes, he left behind afterimages in the air, his speed so fast it was impossible to capture with the naked eye. As Fan Yao moved, thunder roared continuously, lightning crackled and exploded around him, as if the god of thunder had descended. The seemingly solid ice spikes shattered into countless cracks upon brief contact with Fan Yao's spiritual energy, and then, one after another, they crumbled into pieces. What? Helian Qing seemed unable to believe Fan Yao's speed was so fast. Shocked to his core, his pupils contracted, and his blood froze in an instant. The next second, he turned around immediately without hesitation, retreating explosively without even looking back. At the spot where he had just stood, in the blind spot behind him, a figure stood with hands behind his back, like a ghost, looking down on him with deep mockery in his eyes, as if toying with a mouse. Helian Qing's scalp tingled, his mind roaring incessantly. How is this possible? How can this kid be so fast? Didn't he just recently break through to the pure Yuan realm? Helian Qing was terrified, his once confident attack now shattered by Fan Yao's bizarre speed, leaving him with a sense of foreboding. Provoking the Anqing base, this is the price. Fan Yao spoke indifferently, his toes rippling with a mysterious wave. His terrifying speed reappeared, and amidst the frenzied cheers of everyone present, he closed in on Helian Qing's face, then threw a straight punch. Crack! The punch, brimming with violent energy, landed on Helian Qing's chest. Under the ravaging force, Helian Qing's chest caved in slightly. Faint sounds of bones cracking could be heard, and a mouthful of blood uncontrollably spurted out. His body flew backward, crashing heavily into a building behind him. Yet the force hadn't completely dissipated after smashing through the walls of two buildings and destroying countless tables and equipment. He finally came to a stop. For a long time, he didn't get up. After a strange dead silence at the scene, an astonishing burst of laughter suddenly erupted. Ha ha! Have you witnessed the power of our ruler? So what if you're at the pure origin realm? In front of our ruler, you're nothing. Oh my, this is killing me with laughter. My stomach hurts. Came here all aggressive to cause trouble. And what happened? Got smashed into the wall by our ruler with one punch. Can't even be pried off. Thought you were so impressive. Turns out you're the biggest joke of 2222. Oh dear, I could laugh all day. The dignity of Anqing base cannot be violated. Fan Yao landed slowly with a calm expression, casually waved his hand, and the scene immediately quieted down. That commanding presence was awe-inspiring. I already know this person's background. He is Helian Qing, the elder brother of the former head of the Helian family. As everyone knows, Helian Wei released the Firehorn Lizard, nearly bringing catastrophic disaster to Anqing base. Afterwards, his son Helian Ing even colluded with remnants to disrupt the succession ceremony, attempting to kill me. Based on all this, I have decided to launch a campaign against the Helian family. After a brief moment of thought, Fan Yao suddenly spoke, his calm voice spreading far through spiritual power. The ruler is absolutely right. The Helian family deserves no sympathy and must be punished. Indeed, treating the lives of over 500,000 people at the base as a joke and provoking the ruler has already violated the laws of the monster hunting organization. Support the ruler. Such a cancer must not be allowed to exist in Anqing base. Everyone held their breath and listened, feeling the faint cold killing intent in Fan Yao's voice. Their hearts were filled with anger, and no one thought such a decision was inappropriate. Monster hunting organization, heed my command. March to the Helian family and eradicate the cancer. Fan Yao extended his hand lightly and suddenly swung it downward. At the ruler's command, tens of thousands of monster hunters immediately shouted loudly in unison, responding together, and surged toward the direction of the Helian family, brimming with killing intent. People had no goodwill toward the Helian family to begin with, and after the disaster a few months ago, they hated the Helian family to the core. There was hatred, disgust, and dissatisfaction, but absolutely no sympathy. As for what Helian Wei had done, no one would believe that the entire family was unaware. Knowing but failing to report should be considered equally guilty. However, no matter how indignant they were, the only person qualified to pass judgment on one of the three major forces of Anqing based the Helian family was the ruler alone. Now, the ruler had not disappointed them, finally taking action against the Helian family. With the ruler personally heading there, the Helian family has no chance of recovery. Fang Pengtao and Lei Hong glanced at Fan Yao, who was heading toward the Helian family, exchanged a look, and suppressed the joy in their hearts. If the Helian family were to be destroyed, it would be a great opportunity for their two families to rise. However, no matter how they rose, there would always be a powerful presence above them to suppress and balance their forces, ensuring the peace of Anqing base. Helian family, why is there still no news? If Fan Yao were dead, the media should have been reporting it extensively by now. Helian Ing anxiously paced back and forth in the room, hands behind his back. He had taken out his phone and scrolled through it countless times, but this time was different from the previous fruitless attempts. As he scrolled, his hands suddenly froze, and his eyes widened abruptly. In a damaged building, several demon hunters were dragging someone out. This person had clearly been beaten severely, with limbs twisted at unnatural angles, covered in dust, and their chest showing no signs of movement. Whether they were alive or dead was uncertain. Helianing instinctively felt a surge of joy. Is it Fan Yao? The next second, as he saw the person's face, the ecstatic smile on his face froze, and a look of horror slowly crept over him. Uncle. The person being mercilessly dragged out of the ruins was none other than his uncle, Helian Qing. Wasn't he supposed to be seeking revenge on Fan Yao? How could he end up beaten like this? A terrifying thought began to form in Helian Ying's mind, but he couldn't believe it. Could it be? Could it be that Helian Qing was beaten like this by Fan Yao? Just as this thought settled, a sudden loud noise came from outside the house. Immediately after, the door to his room was kicked open with a bang, and a group of fierce-looking people stormed in. When they saw him, their eyes lit up as if spotting prey. It's Helian Ing. Grab him. Don't let him escape today. What? What are you doing? Let go of me. How dare you grab me? Do you know who I am? Helian Ing was stunned for a long time, and when he finally reacted, he realized he had already been tied up tightly and thrown in front of someone. He slowly raised his head. Fan Yao, so it's you, you bastard. Shut up. How dare you be disrespectful to the one in power? Helian Ing had just started to curse at Fan Yao upon seeing his face, but before he could finish his sentence, the demon hunter behind him hurriedly interrupted. Not only that, but they slapped Helian Ing hard across the face, knocking out several of his teeth. The demon hunter cautiously glanced at Fan Yao, and seeing that he didn't seem angry, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, silently cursing Helian Ing in their heart. Did this Helian Ing even know who he was standing in front of? If he wanted to court death, no one would stop him, but he shouldn't drag them into it. Fan Yao waved his hand indifferently. Yes, The demon hunter didn't dare linger and immediately dragged the half-conscious Hellianing away. There are no other pure origin realm experts left. Fan Yao sensed again and smiled at Huigang, who looked tense beside him. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario hadn't occurred. That's good. I just didn't expect the Hellion family to have such a background. It's my fault for not investigating thoroughly, and now we've caused such a commotion today. Huigang shook his head, deeply regretful. Pure origin realm experts were rare, and the Hellion family having an extra one was already remarkable. If another one appeared, it would be too absurd. It's just a minor issue, nothing significant. Fan Yao glanced around, and, seeing that there seemed to be nothing left for him to do, stretched lazily and turned to leave. I just came to hold the fort. The rest is up to you, old Hua. This kid. Looks like I'll have to keep working these old bones in the future. Huigang shook his head, then said no more and continued overseeing the work in front of him. Fan Yao walked down the street. Almost every passerby would stop and bow deeply to Fan Yao. Fan Yao, however, remained completely unresponsive, appearing exceptionally aloof, leaving everyone puzzled. In truth, Fan Yao didn't even notice their actions. Buzz Fan Yao pulled up the data on his retina. Species, human name. Fan Yao strength. Early pure origin realm basic talent. King level thunder attribute talent. Advanced earth attribute talent. Advanced fire attribute talent. Advanced water attribute talent. Advanced now. All that's left is to imprint the advanced ice attribute talent, Fan Yao said, gazing at the dazzling talent attribute panel before him. He then opened Hellion Qing's data and spoke with a sigh. During his battle with Hellion Qing, Fan Yao had already completed the touch, only needing to finish the talent imprinting. Once he imprinted the ice attribute talent, he would become an unprecedented possessor of 5 major attributes, each at an advanced level. But then came the problem. His current strength was already the pinnacle of the Anqing base. Staying here any longer might make it difficult to progress further. Forget it. I'll head back to the demon hunting organization to imprint the ice attribute first. As for the central base, I'll ask Elder Hua when he returns. Fan Yao thought for a moment, then made up his mind and headed toward the demon hunting building. Training room. Fan Yao pulled up the system, clicked on the small hand icon next to Ice Attribute Talent, Advanced, and then closed his eyes. The next second, a shivering sensation slowly spread from deep within his heart. Crack, crack, crack. Fan Yao's teeth chattered, emitting faint vibrations, while a visible chill emanated from his body. His eyebrows and hair were covered with a layer of frost. Air currents surged out, forming a thin layer of ice on the surrounding ground, as if the air conditioning had been turned on. However, the temperature was far colder than any air conditioner could achieve. After about half an hour, the icy sensation gradually faded. Fan Yao exhaled lightly, knowing the ice attribute had been successfully imprinted. Species, human name. Fan Yao strength. Early pure origin realm basic talent. King level thunder attribute talent. Advanced earth attribute talent. Advanced fire attribute talent. Advanced water attribute talent. Advanced ice attribute talent. Advanced. Fan Yao looked at the data before him with great interest, then suddenly frowned and stroked his chin. The more attributes there are, the harder it becomes to unleash an attribute storm. It seems I can't immediately attempt to fuse all 5 attributes at once. I'll start with 2. Fan Yao flipped through his attribute panel, then focused his gaze on the thunder attribute and earth attribute. Thunder was the first attribute I imprinted, and I've used it for a long time. My proficiency and compatibility with it are relatively high. As for earth, its characteristic is inherently broad and steady, unlike the highly aggressive fire or ice attributes. It's the best choice for experimentation. With this thought, Fan Yao flipped his left hand, and a small vortex of lightning appeared in his palm, rotating clockwise and emitting faint crackling sounds. Tiny sparks of lightning fell onto Fan Yao's palm, bringing a tingling sensation as docile as a baby. Meanwhile, in his right hand, a dense dark yellow spiritual energy surged forth, forming a small yellow vortex that rotated counterclockwise, emitting a low humming sound. Let us give it a try. Fan Yao stared at the 2 different types of spiritual energy in his hands, gritted his teeth, and slowly moved them closer together. Bang! The first attempt resulted in an explosion. The resistance was extremely obvious. Let's try again. Fan Yao sensed the resistance between the two spiritual energies and, unwilling to give up, tried to bring them closer again. Bang! The second attempt also ended in an explosion, injuring the base of Fan Yao's thumb and leaving his arm numb. Fan Yao's lips twitched slightly as he looked at the blood on his hand. Was this a protest? On the third attempt, Fan Yao had clearly lost some patience and forcibly slapped the two spiritual energies together. At the same time, his own spiritual energy surged out, gathering around the two whirlpools that were resisting with all their might, slowly exerting pressure to force them to merge. After two failed attempts, this time, Fan Yao had found some tricks. Under his slightly joyful gaze, the two spiritual energy clusters that had been stubbornly resisting began to intertwine clockwise and counterclockwise, their energies colliding continuously, and eventually merged into a bright yellow energy sphere radiating violent energy. Success! Fan Yao's heart trembled, and his eyes lit up suddenly. But soon, oh no, Fan Yao felt the energy in his palm becoming unstable. The next second, the small storm of thunder and earth energy that had just formed seemed to break free from its restraints, growing larger and larger, and finally rampaged around the entire training room before buzzing toward the door. Coincidentally, the door to the training room was pushed open. Fan Yao, the investigation of the Hellion family is almost complete. Elder Hua's voice came with a hint of laughter, but before he could finish speaking, an extremely violent energy rushed toward him. Elder Hua, watch out. Fan Yao's expression changed slightly, and he no longer cared about trying or not trying. The powerful spiritual energy of the pure origin realm burst out from his body, directly enveloping the elemental storm. After a brief stalemate, the elemental storm dissipated due to a lack of follow-up energy. Elder Hua stood dumbfounded in place. Sorry, Elder Hua, I was just messing around with something. You weren't hurt, were you? Fan Yao scratched his head awkwardly. No problem. Elder Hua took a long time to recover, still shocked by the terrifying power he had just witnessed. He glanced at Fan Yao, who was grinning sheepishly, and shook his head helplessly. This kid was always tinkering with strange things, but with his strength, he probably wouldn't end up killing himself, right? Take a look at these and pick some. Elder Hua smiled and raised the books in his hand. These were confiscated from the Hellion family. Let me see. Fan Yao flipped through them. Most were ordinary martial techniques, except for two fire element techniques, which were likely cultivated by Hellion Wei himself. I'll take these two. Fan Yao smiled faintly and picked out the two martial techniques. Elder Hua glanced at them but didn't ask why a thunder element practitioner would choose fire element techniques, wisely keeping silent. As for Fan Yao, he suddenly looked up at Elder Hua and asked with interest, Elder Hua, have you ever been to the central base before? Elder Hua looked at Fan Yao with some confusion, then seemed to understand his thoughts, his old eyes widening slightly. You want to go to the central base? I do have that idea. Elder Hua, could you tell me more about it? Fan Yao smiled faintly and did not hide anything. All right. Once you've made up your mind, I doubt I can stop you. Hua Gang opened his mouth slightly, then a trace of reminiscence appeared on his face. But you did ask the right person. When I was young, I spent some time at the central base, so I can give you a rough idea. Oh, please enlighten me, Elder Hua, Fan Yao said with some excitement. Following Elder Hua's explanation, Fan Yao gained some understanding of the central base. The central base is a massive base with a population of tens of millions, covering an area of about 150,000 square kilometers. It is located at the very center of this continent and is highly developed in commerce, economy, and transportation. Many large companies have their headquarters there, including the Demon Hunting Organization. Among all the bases established by humans after the war, the central base is undoubtedly the largest in area, has the most powerful individuals, and the highest entry threshold. Because of the strength of the central base, various factions within it tend to have a sense of superiority, looking down on smaller bases like Anqing Base, believing they can easily manipulate them. Hellion Qing was one such example. However, despite this attitude, the strength of the central base is undeniable. High-level talents are everywhere, and elemental warriors are abundant, making it far livelier than Anqing Base. Every base has some degree of exclusivity, and large bases like the central base are even more so. Moreover, you possess extraordinary strength at the pure origin realm. If you want to enter, you must register and be recorded. Don't think I'm being overly cautious. Just like how Helian Qing entered Onqing base without reporting, the demon hunting organization at the central base would have every reason to act against you. Of course, as the leader of Onqing base, your status is special, and your information is already on record at the headquarters. The demon hunting organization shouldn't act rashly. Elder Hu couldn't help but give a few more reminders. He knew Fan Yao's personality well, young and accomplished, with a fiery spirit. Though he appeared easygoing and mild-tempered, he had a strong sense of pride and would not tolerate being coerced or threatened. If someone dared to anger him, provoke him, or even threaten him, Fan Yao's methods and retaliation would surely make them regret it for life. The usually composed Elder Hua is rather talkative today, Fan Yao thought to himself, but he kept a smile on his face and listened patiently. His deep black eyes showed no sign of irritation, instead exuding a sense of calm. After a long while, Huigang finally stopped his incessant reminders. His aged eyes looked at Fan Yao, his voice hoarse. "When are you leaving?" "After I finish training with these two martial techniques," Fan Yao said, waving the books in his hand. "That's good. Strengthen yourself further before you go." Huigang nodded, though his heart was filled with reluctance. He had no children, and after spending so much time together, he had long treated Fan Yao as his own child. Now, the fledgling eagle had grown at an astonishing pace and was ready to soar high. Even if he felt reluctant, how could he stop him? Fan Yao said he would leave after mastering the two martial techniques, but with his talent and training speed, he would likely finish them within a month. In other words, Fan Yao would leave Onqing base in a month. 1 month later, Fan Yao sat quietly in the cultivation chamber, his entire aura sharp like an unsheathed blade, exuding an imposing presence. A radiant glow surrounded him, faintly displaying 5 colors, dazzling and magnificent. 5 major attributes, united as one. The flame fist and sky-splitting fiery sun slash obtained from the Helian family have been fully mastered. The latter, when paired with the giant spirit heaven-opening axe, must possess extraordinary power. Fan Yao opened his eyes, a flash of 5-colored sharp light flickering in his dark pupils before gradually dissipating. The divine-like radiance around him also slowly retracted into his body, like a treasured sword returning to its sheath. Since the training is complete, it's time to leave. Fan Yao glanced around the cultivation chamber, then stood up, opened the door, and walked out. Outside the door, an elderly figure stood silently, having no idea how long he had been waiting. Upon seeing Fan Yao emerge, he paused for a moment before handing over a name card. "This is the identification of the ruler of Onqing base. Keep it safe." Fan Yao reached out to take it, then thought for a moment. The runes in the palms of his hands trembled, flying out and merging into a small lightning key in front of Huigang. This is... Who would have thought? The moment Huigang saw the lightning key, his face twitched, and he instinctively stepped back several paces, his finger trembling as he pointed at Fan Yao. His voice was sharp as he exclaimed, "Isn't this the martial technique you used to annihilate the firehorn lizard that day?" His voice was filled with shock. Clearly, the overwhelming lightning storm from that day had left a significant psychological shadow on him. He even subconsciously glanced up at the sky, fearing that thunderclouds might gather again like that day and destroy the entire Onqing base. "Old Hua, I was thinking, since I am the ruler of Onqing base, leaving just like this doesn't seem quite right." Fan Yao looked at Old Hua's terrified expression, rubbed his nose, and handed over the golden key. Don't worry, Old Hua, this is controllable. That day, it was my first time condensing the Heavenly Thunder Guide, and I was a bit inexperienced, which caused the lightning to go out of control. But now, I am already at the pure Yuan realm. This martial technique can be used at will. If Onqing base encounters a major disaster, like a beast tide or something, you just need to inject a trace of spiritual energy into it, and you can summon the thunder of heaven and earth. Even with Fan Yao's explanation, Huigang still looked skeptical. Seeing this, Fan Yao flicked his finger, and the lightning key transformed into a golden stream of light, hovering in front of old Hua. Hiss! For a moment, Huagang almost couldn't control himself and nearly turned to flee. It wasn't until he sensed the stable energy within the key that he cautiously reached out and carefully took it in his hand. His reverent and cautious demeanor was akin to handling a sacred relic. Fan Yao was almost speechless. While I'm away from Anqing Base, I hope old Hua can take care of things. Wincy, that girl, always makes me a bit uneasy. After giving these instructions, another graceful figure appeared in Fan Yao's mind. This time, he hadn't told Fan Wincy about his departure. When that girl found out, she would probably scold him for being an irresponsible brother. Don't worry about that. Huagang nodded without hesitation. As long as that girl is in Anqing Base, no one will dare to harm her. That's good. Fan Yao sighed softly, then rubbed his face and raised a bold smile. I'm really looking forward to seeing just how exciting the central base will be. Wherever you are, whenever you want to return to Anqing Base, just come back. There are still hundreds of thousands of people waiting for you here. I really don't know how long this news can be kept secret. If it gets out, the entire base might collapse. At the end, Huagang couldn't help but complain. Fan Yao is currently the strongest person in Anqing Base, its spiritual leader, a figure akin to a guiding beacon. People accustomed to looking up to him would inevitably feel lost if one day they found their faith no longer here. For this reason, after discussing with Fan Yao, Huagang decided to keep it confidential. Anqing Base is just a remote small base, vastly different from the central base, separated by mountains and rivers. Traveling by Lingyuan car, including refueling and rest stops, takes 15 days by Lingyuan plane, which covers thousands of miles a day. It takes about 10 days for a pure Yuan realm expert traveling tirelessly. It takes around 20 days. Thus, once Fan Yao leaves, he likely won't return for a while. Knowing that Fan Yao would be gone for a long time, Huagang's countless words condensed into one sentence. Be careful in everything. I know you value Anqing Base. Since I am the leader of Anqing Base, I will not let its name be diminished. When I return one day, I will stand at the pinnacle of the world, overlooking all martial artists. Fan Yao spoke, his gaze firm, every word heavy with confidence and promise. After speaking, he no longer lingered. His figure transformed into a streak of light, silently heading out of the base. Only Huagang remained, staring in the direction of Fan Yao's departure, his eyes slightly red, his body trembling, his heart filled with unease. Anqing Base having Fan Yao is a great fortune, a great opportunity. Between the central base and Anqing Base lie other bases of various sizes, vast forests and mountains, countless ferocious beasts and predatory birds, dangers lurking everywhere. Martial artists or travelers are frequently attacked by beasts while on the road. Even those traveling by Lingyuan car or Lingyuan plane are targeted by beasts, leading to vehicle destruction and loss of life. To avoid trouble and for the purpose of training, Fan Yao chose to travel alone. With his strength, no beast would dare to provoke him, and the few that did were swiftly slain by him. Probably just one more day until I reached the central base. Night fell, the moon shone brightly, and stars dotted the sky. At a simple roadside station, a slightly travel-worn figure stood by the window, gazing at the brightly lit massive structures in the distance. Even from this far away, their outlines were still clearly visible. The entire city wall glowed softly under the lights, and skyscrapers soared into the clouds, bustling with activity even in the middle of the night. Just one section of the city wall was dozens of times wider than Anqing Base, covered in spikes, countless sentry posts, and defenses built to the extreme. And this was merely one perspective of the central base. To see its entirety, one would have to ascend tens of thousands of feet into the sky. Fan Yao even saw more than a dozen figures rising into the air. So this is the grand city with a population of millions, the central base. Unity Realm experts are everywhere. It truly is incomparable to Anqing Base. Fan Yao shook his head helplessly. It seemed Huagang had overestimated his status as a leader. Here, only strength matters status is merely an embellishment. Forget it. I'll train for a while and then sleep. There's still more traveling to do tomorrow. Fan Yao shook his head, climbed onto the bed, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began absorbing the energy in the air. Gradually, the air began to ripple, and the 5 major attributes converged into small streams, flowing toward him and slowly being absorbed into his body. Unexpectedly, after about 5 minutes of cultivation, Fan Yao's ears twitched, and he looked toward the door with a somewhat peculiar expression. Room 456, 1 card. Shin Kuan, what the hell are you doing? I won't help you send them. I still have over 100 myself. What's 100? I have over 200 left. Are you a brother or not? Will you help me or not? No. Damn it, Su Yujin, I see you clearly now. Hurry up, stop wasting time. Hey, room 467 has someone too. Send 1 card. Then, Fan Yao saw a small card being slipped under the door. Fan Yao, is it really this intense? With Fan Yao's current strength, even the slightest sound couldn't escape his perception. Moreover, although the 2 people outside were martial artists, their strength was clearly mediocre. What they thought was a quiet whisper sounded like roaring in Fan Yao's ears. Fan Yao glanced casually at the small card lying on the ground, then resumed his cultivation without any interest in looking at it. After all, such things were common in his previous life, though he hadn't expected to encounter them here as well. Quite a wide range of business. Suddenly, boom, a massive explosion echoed, and the entire inn seemed to tremble. What was that sound? The voices of the 2 people in the inn's hallway sounded somewhat terrified. Fan Yao abruptly opened his eyes, his expression changing slightly. He jumped off the bed and opened the door. The 2 people, who had been huddled together in front of Fan Yao's door, almost tumbled inside when the door suddenly opened. The next second, upon seeing Fan Yao, they seemed to realize something and quickly hid the small cards in their hands, scrambling away in a panic. Fan Yao had no interest in their whereabouts and hurried downstairs. Countless tenants also rushed out in disarray, their faces filled with horror as they stared at the monstrous beast. What a huge earthworm, Fan Yao murmured in amazement, instinctively activating the system. Buzz species, monster beast name, mud earthworm strength, early stage of Unity Realm basic talent, intermediate Earth attribute special talent, advanced, it's actually a rare early-stage Unity Realm mud earthworm. Although it's in the Unity Realm, it was originally a mutated earthworm, naturally suited to living in soil and lacking the ability to fly. Reaching this level of cultivation must not have been easy. Fan Yao silently closed the system, marveling at the biodiversity and strength of the creatures near the central base. The once tiny earthworms had now mutated into massive creatures as thick as utility poles, covered in mucus, slippery, and hard to grasp. Some weapons were even deflected by its tough skin, rendering them useless. Typically, mud earthworms only appeared near underground water pipes with abundant moisture. Such damp and sticky soil was their favorite environment. At this moment, the mud earthworm had emerged from underground, using its resilient body to crush the underground pipes. Water sprayed wildly as it rolled and thrashed in the muddy ground, causing the inn and even the earth to tremble violently. After realizing the strength of this beast, people couldn't help but swallow nervously, taking 2 steps back. The next second, regardless of being in pajamas and slippers, they turned around to pack their things and flee. A beast of the Unity Realm. Where's the lobby manager? Where's the inn security? Damn it. I just wanted to visit my aunt at the central base. How did I end up in such bad luck? While everyone was panicking and running around like headless chickens, clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, the sharp sound of more than a dozen piercing attacks rang out, and at the same time, the squelching sound of the mudworm writhing in the dirt abruptly stopped. Everyone froze, instinctively turning their heads to look. They saw a figure standing in mid-air with their back to them, raising a hand lightly. The terrifying chill emanating from the figure seemed capable of freezing everything even from such a distance. It made everyone shiver and their skin sting. Beside the mudworm, more than a dozen massive, sharp ice spikes, each tens of meters long, had appeared at some unknown time. Their tips were slowly approaching the mudworm, glinting with a cold, eerie light. Fan Yao gently clenched his palm, and the speed of the freezing spread accelerated further. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ice spikes seemed to receive a command and shot forward, directly piercing the mud worm into a sieve, its slime splattering everywhere. The underground water pipes damaged by the mudworm also froze rapidly under the terrifying chill, turning into crystal clear solid ice. It wasn't until this moment that everyone breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they had been saved. This mysterious expert is incredibly powerful, at least late Unity realm. No, not just that. My aunt is late Unity realm, and compared to this expert, she's far inferior. So you're saying pure origin realm? Damn, we're so lucky today. Hey, Suyujin, did you hear that? They said the person in room 467 is a pure origin realm super expert. In the corner, one man stared at Fan Yao with eyes shining, nudging his companion with his elbow. I heard it, I'm not deaf. Despite being nudged, Su Yujin showed no anger. At this moment, his state was similar to Shen Kuen's, both staring fixedly at Fan Yao, their eyes unblinking, hearts pounding wildly. I've been handing out flyers here for 2 years, and I've never seen this mysterious super expert before. He must be from another base. Who cares if he's from another base? Just register him with the Beast Hunting Organization, and that's it. If we can recruit him into our training hall, we wouldn't need to hand out these flyers anymore. Shen Kuan waved the snowflake-like flyers in his hand with a look of frustration. Their Tianqing training hall was, after all, the #1 training facility in the central base, with thousands of martial artists wanting to join and learn martial arts from them every year. But now, although they still held the title of #1, their resources, teaching staff, and student strength had all significantly declined due to insufficient funding. This was their internal problem. Externally, the second and third-ranked training halls were pressing closer, trying to push them off the top spot. These two disciples of the hall masters, dignified postnatal realm experts, were reduced to handing out flyers late at night at the inn to recruit martial arts students. Thinking about it brings a flood of bitter tears. No matter what, we must not have a conflict with him. Su Yujin, go and try to get close to him. Why should I go? Because I don't dare. Damn it, you bastard. Do you think I dare? Let's wait and see. Agreed. However, the next day, just as they were planning to secretly follow Fan Yao, find an opportunity to get acquainted, build some rapport, and improve their relationship, they saw him stomp his foot and fly away. Su Yujin, Shen Kuan. The two were caught off guard by this scene, frozen in place, almost on the verge of collapse. In their eyes, Fan Yao was now like a living Lucky Charm. He could save their Tianqing training hall from disaster. And now he just ran off. What if they couldn't find him later? Damn it, you idiot. How could you forget that a pure Yuan realm expert can fly? Now what? How are we supposed to chase him? If Master finds out about this, he'll be furious enough to die. Stop talking nonsense. That direction is definitely toward the central base. Quickly call for a spirit source car and notify Master to meet him at the base gate. And then, 1,000 miles away from the central base, such a scene unfolded. A pure Yuan realm expert leisurely walked through the air above, while on the ground, a spirit source car struggled to chase after him, following closely like a shadow. Fan Yao naturally had no idea about the two tailing him, but even if he did, he probably wouldn't care. After all, he could crush them with just one finger. Moreover, he couldn't imagine what kind of business two people handing out small cards could possibly have to dare chase after a pure Yuan realm expert. The distance to the central base grew shorter and shorter. Finally, Fan Yao arrived at the central base first, entered the city, and looked around with curiosity. He couldn't help but marvel with some envy. Seeing the central base's city gate up close, it truly looks even more grand and majestic. It's actually made of diamond, reinforced with the spiritual power of metal element martial artists, and even engraved with formations. Such extravagance. Diamond has extremely high hardness and can withstand the spiritual power attack of an early-stage Unity realm martial artist, but its cost is not cheap. If it were the Anqing base, they would never be willing to use such material to build city walls. Now, I should go register with the Demon Hunting Organization first. Fan Yao recalled Hua Gang's stern instructions and casually grabbed someone nearby to ask for directions to the Demon Hunting Organization building. The person, suddenly grabbed, was initially extremely displeased. However, upon sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Fan Yao, he quickly swallowed his curses and enthusiastically pointed the way for him. At the end, he even thoughtfully added, "Sir, you must have just arrived from outside, right? Would you like me to explain the basic situation of the central base to you?" Fan Yao narrowed his eyes slightly. This was something Old Hua hadn't mentioned to him. Seeing Fan Yao remain silent, the person felt uncertain but didn't dare to leave directly. He could only stand nervously in front of Fan Yao, waiting for his response. "You may speak," Fan Yao said, snapping back to reality and nodding. Phew. Seeing that Fan Yao finally spoke, the man let out a heavy sigh of relief and then recalled something. There are many forces in the central base, large and small, probably numbering in the hundreds. Naturally, there are also martial artists like you, sir, who come from outside. If the martial artist is extremely powerful, they are required to wear a special bracelet made by the demon hunting organization to monitor their movements at all times. As he said this, he suddenly glanced at Fan Yao. Even a strong practitioner at the Unity realm would need to wear the bracelet. Once this young man in front of him left the demon hunting organization, he would likely have one of those bracelets on his wrist as well. Additionally, in the central base, you can ignore other forces, but you must absolutely not provoke the 10 training halls. As he said this, he became solemn, and a trace of fervor appeared on his face. The Wind and Cloud Training Hall, the Nine Peaks Training Hall, the Blade Tower Training Hall, and so on, their hall masters are all super strong practitioners at the commanding realm. Not only that, but even the deputy hall masters and head coaches must be at least at the pure origin realm to hold their positions. Among them, the tens of thousands of martial artist apprentices are all extremely powerful, and the direct disciples are exceptionally talented geniuses. Most of these apprentices are also juniors from various forces within the central base, with familial ties. If you provoke even one training hall, you might end up facing countless families seeking revenge. Fan Yao stroked his chin. It seemed that these training halls, due to their numerous disciples, were like hornet nests, best not to provoke any of them. From what you're saying, the Wind and Cloud Training Hall ranks first among the 10 training halls. Fan Yao asked with interest. Not exactly. The man was taken aback. Then his expression turned strange as if he had thought of something. The number 1 training hall is called the Skywalk Training Hall. However, it's been on the decline. Over the past few years, it hasn't recruited a single martial apprentice and is practically defunct. If you want to apply as a coach or something, you should definitely go to the Wind and Cloud Training Hall. That place offers high benefits and good pay, with 4 days off every week. Is that so? Fan Yao replied with a faint smile. Sir, you wouldn't be thinking of going to the Skywalk Training Hall, would you? Seeing Fan Yao's indifferent expression, the man suddenly became anxious. You don't understand the situation. According to rumors, the 2 last disciples of the Skywalk Training Hall's master have been reduced to handing out small recruitment flyers at the station. With your strength, going to the Skywalk Training Hall would be a complete waste of talent. Handing out small flyers at the station? This move seemed oddly familiar. Fan Yao froze for a moment, then raised an eyebrow as if recalling something. The small flyer in his room the night before last. Was it a recruitment flyer for the Skywalk Training Hall? Seeing Fan Yao's look of sudden realization, the man also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this esteemed gentleman believed him now. Thanks, brother, I understand. Fan Yao patted the man's shoulder and then smiled as he walked toward the direction of the demon hunting organization. The man was left standing stiffly in place, his face flushed red, his hands and feet trembling uncontrollably, looking utterly overwhelmed. This pure origin realm master had actually patted his shoulder. He was merely a martial artist at the mid-heaven realm, yet he had been patted on the shoulder by a pure origin realm expert. Oh my, this is simply an unparalleled honor. If others found out, they would definitely be envious to death. Thinking of this, a proud smile appeared on his face. He quickly turned and ran outside. He had to hurry home to share this good news with his parents. His parents would surely be proud of him too. Shortly after he left, an elderly man, around 60 years old but still energetic, rushed in holding a phone, looking around as if searching for something. This old man was evidently quite famous in the central base. The moment he appeared, countless gazes turned toward him, accompanied by some murmurs. Look, isn't that old M.O., the owner of the Tianqing Training Hall? Probably bored and out for a stroll. His Tianqing Training Hall is completely deserted now. Why bother with him? If you have time, you'd be better off training. Maybe you'll get selected by the Fengyun Training Hall and become a martial artist. Hearing the mocking voices around him, Imogen's face showed a faint trace of gloom. He sighed in disappointment and continued searching carefully, even going into some nearby shops to look. After still failing to find the person he was looking for, Imogen angrily picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, you two brats. You said you found a pure origin realm expert without any faction affiliation. Where is he?" "Where? I've searched the entire city gate, and forget pure origin realm. I haven't even seen anyone in the Unity realm." Imogen was clearly straightforward and hot-tempered, yelling directly into the phone. After his roar, there was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by some complaints after a long pause. "Damn it, Master, you're about to make me deaf. Not found. That shouldn't be right. Based on the timing, he should be just arriving at the base gate. He's a very young man, dressed plainly, but with a unique aura. Black hair, black eyes, tall. You should be able to recognize him at a glance." On the other end of the phone, Su Yujin and Shun Kuan paused, then scrambled for the phone, speaking one after another. Faint sounds of an engine starting and stalling could be heard in the background. "Master, he's an ice element martial artist. We saw him in action. There's absolutely no mistake. This damn spirit source car broke down. It'll take a while to get there. You should hurry to the demon hunting organization. You might be able to catch him there." Right. How could I forget? Any unfamiliar martial artist entering the central base must first register. Damn it, this lousy car. Stop kicking it. If you break it, you're paying for it. This is a rental. A burst of chaotic noise came from the other end of the phone before it was hung up. Hearing their detailed description, Imogen felt it didn't seem like a lie, but he was still skeptical. He searched again, but among the black-haired, black-eyed individuals in sight, none were in the pure origin realm. Could it be he really was at the demon hunting organization? Thinking of this, Imogen hurried toward the demon hunting organization. At the central base's demon hunting organization, inside a lavishly decorated reception hall, Fan Yao sat on a sofa, holding a document. After reading just a few lines, his brows furrowed, and they grew tighter and tighter as he continued to eye in front of him. A staff member stood with slightly clammy hands and feet, staring at Fan Yao's displeased expression, feeling uneasy and inwardly lamenting. "Seriously, today is the day the new head coach of the Storm Training Hall takes office, and they just throw this hot potato at me. So inconsiderate. I wanted to go watch too." The staff member's hands and feet trembled slightly, and the little figure in his mind was practically bowing down to all the gods, secretly hoping that the big shot in front of him wouldn't lose his temper. The central base was exclusive, and the demon hunting organization imposed various restrictions on foreign martial artists not to confine their personal freedom, but to prevent them from disrupting or unsettling the lives of local residents, as well as to facilitate tracking the number and movement of transient martial artists. Starting from the Unity realm, where one could begin to walk on air, such measures were required. Otherwise, they'd come and go in the blink of an eye, flying off before anyone could catch up. However, how could these powerful and inherently proud martial artists possibly comply with such restrictions, let alone wear wristbands equivalent to surveillance devices? Moreover, the person in front of him was a super powerhouse at the pure origin realm, qualified to be the head coach of one of the top 10 training halls. If he were to get upset and vent his anger with a few punches, it wouldn't be out of the question. A powerhouse of this level, if he were to casually throw a punch, well, it would be hard to say if the staff member could even keep his life intact. This regulation is really strict. Can it be negotiated? Fan Yao put down the document in his hand, looked up at the staff member, whose mental storm had nearly scared him to death, and said calmly, "Huh, he didn't lose his temper directly?" The staff member froze, raising his head in surprise, only to meet Fan Yao's somewhat indifferent black eyes, which made his heart skip a beat. "Sir, this is the standard practice of the demon hunting organization. Generally speaking, exceptions are not made." The staff member took a deep breath and said in a low voice, somewhat troubled, "How about this?" Fan Yao nodded, showing no intention of using force, and with a flip of his hand, a small name card appeared between his fingers, which he handed over. The ease with which he retrieved items was due to his status as the ruler of Anqing Base. He couldn't be too shabby. After all, he had his own storage pouch. The staff member carefully picked up the snow-white name card with gold trim and the unified emblem of the demon hunting organization engraved on it. He opened it and took a look. This is the identification of the ruler of Awakens base. Upon seeing the contents of the name card, the staff member's breath caught, his hands trembled heavily, and his eyes widened in shock as he looked at the seemingly young man in front of him. This young man was actually in charge of a base? This kind of situation is very rare. I can't make the decision myself. How about I consult my superior? Sir, could you wait for a moment? The staff member, so frightened he could barely speak clearly, respectfully handed the name card back to Fan Yao. All right, Fan Yao responded indifferently, taking back the name card. Outside. Whoa, this guy is incredible. Not only has he reached the pure origin realm at such a young age, but he's also the ruler of a base. Truly the pinnacle of life, no regrets in this lifetime. The staff couldn't help but mutter to themselves. Although he had never heard of the Awakens base, to become the leader of a base requires not only strength, but also reputation. There's an even simpler way to understand it. Behind this young man might stand hundreds of thousands, even millions of devoted supporters, making him far more impressive than any celebrity. Right. I need to quickly report to the minister. We can't keep the Lord waiting. The staff member's face was flushed with excitement, and it took him a moment to remember his task before hastily contacting his superior. Coincidentally, in another luxurious reception hall, a welcome banquet was being held. 3 people sat around a table filled with exquisite dishes, clinking glasses and exchanging drinks in a harmonious atmosphere, with laughter echoing throughout. All 3 were visibly drunk. Congratulations to brother He Xiang on becoming the head coach of the Fengyun Training Hall. Truly worth celebrating. A middle-aged man in a suit raised his glass and laughed loudly. Not at all. It's just that I have some skills to show for it. How could I compare to you, Vice Hall Master? I hope you'll guide me in the future. He Xiang, his cheeks flushed from drinking, responded with a beaming smile, clearly feeling elated. If anyone else were present to hear their conversation, they would undoubtedly be shocked. These 2 were none other than the Vice Hall Master and the head coach of the Fengyun Training Hall, currently the most prominent training hall around. Fengyun Training Hall is thriving, and the demon hunting organization holds it in high regard. Tonight, we won't leave until we're drunk. Across from the 2, Zhang Yong, the minister of the potential department of the demon hunting organization, also raised his glass with a smile to offer his congratulations. His square face and broad forehead, coupled with the terrifying aura emanating from him, marked him as a pure Yuan realm powerhouse. In this small reception hall, 3 pure Yuan realm super powerhouses had gathered. However, Zhang Yong set down his glass and suddenly sighed. I didn't expect your hall's former head coach, Helian Qing, to encounter such an incident. As Zhang Yong's words fell, the laughter at the banquet table abruptly ceased. The Vice Hall Master's face showed traces of concealed anger and dissatisfaction. He took a swig of his drink to suppress his frustration and forced a smile, saying, It's all just rumors. Helian Qing resigned on his own. I see, Zhang Yong replied, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips as he raised his glass to cover it. It seems those chaotic video broadcasts really can't be trusted. They almost caused a misunderstanding. With that, he downed his drink in one gulp. A few months ago, a short, incomplete video broadcast suddenly circulated online. The content showed the dignified head coach of the Fengyun Training Hall being punched directly into a building by an extremely young man. Whether the video was edited or not was unclear, but the angle chosen by the videographer was excellent, clearly professional. Helian Qing's ferocious and embarrassed expression as he was sent flying into the building was captured in vivid detail. In contrast, the young man was only partially visible in shadow, and it was only through Helian Qing's address that people learned he was Fan Yao, the leader of the Awakens base, who had struck him. The head coach of the Fengyun Training Hall at the central base had been beaten. The central base almost exploded at that time. Countless people realized this, their faces twitching uncontrollably, jaws dropping in shock. The Fengyun Training Hall suffered a huge embarrassment from the hall master to the millions of martial artists. No one dared to step outside for several days, all of them grinding their teeth in hatred for this person named Fan Yao. When the situation cooled down a bit, the hall master of Fengyun Training Hall directly rushed to the demon hunting organization, demanding a crusade against Anqing Base. Naturally, the demon hunting organization at the central base flatly rejected Fengyun Training Hall's request, causing quite an unpleasant scene at the time. Knock, knock, knock. As Zhang Yong was lost in his memories, the door of the reception hall was suddenly knocked on politely. Come in. Minister, the ruler of Anqing Base is now waiting for you in the Earth-level reception hall. The staff member from earlier walked lightly into the reception hall and whispered beside Zhang Yong. The ruler of Anqing Base? Is it that person named Fan Yao? Zhang Yong was somewhat surprised, but before he could speak, a crisp sound of a wine glass shattering came from the front. Crash. The deputy hall master of Fengyun Training Hall suddenly raised his head, his eyes fixed fiercely on the staff member who had instantly become extremely flustered, gritting his teeth and saying word by word. Who did you say? I. Feeling the fury, the staff member's voice changed pitch, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. You're not needed here anymore. You can leave now. Zhang Yong waved his hand and said indifferently. The staff member immediately felt as if he had been granted amnesty, opened the door, and stumbled out, almost collapsing in fear. The ruler of the base has arrived. I can't neglect him. Zhang Yong stood up, picked up the coat beside him, and said with a smile, Enjoy yourselves. After speaking, Zhang Yong left the reception hall directly and headed to the reception hall where Fan Yao was waiting. Walking along the way, that damn Fengyun Training Hall, relying on its expansion in the past 2 years, dares to disregard the demon hunting organization. Just for the appointment of a mere chief coach, they had the audacity to demand that I, the minister of the potential department, witness it. Damn it, giving them face, and they still act like this. Zhang Yong cursed incessantly, loosening his tie, recalling the two people's expressions as if they had eaten something foul, which made him feel slightly better about the frustration in his chest. The Earth-level reception hall arrived. Zhang Yong coughed lightly and pushed the door open, only to see a young man sitting quietly on the sofa, resting with his eyes closed. This is Fan Yao, the one who killed the chief coach of Fengyun Training Hall. Hearing the sound, Fan Yao immediately opened his eyes, turned slightly, and stared at the middle-aged man at the door for a while. Suddenly, he stood up from the sofa, walked up to Zhang Yong, and extended his left hand. Hello, I am Fan Yao. This kid is quite polite. Seeing Fan Yao maintain such a humble demeanor even as the ruler of the base, Zhang Yong couldn't help but feel a bit more favorable towards him. He extended his hand for a handshake, his face showing more warmth. Please sit. No need to be formal. Fan Yao nodded slightly, blinked to clear the data from his retina, and felt amused. Damn, this middle-aged man actually possesses 2 types of attribute talents, one of which he doesn't have. Suppressing his excitement, Fan Yao sat back on the sofa again and took out his name card to hand it over. Originally thinking it would take some time to negotiate, Fan Yao was surprised to find Zhang Yong unexpectedly easy to talk to. After casually registering Fan Yao's information, Zhang Yong began chatting with him enthusiastically. I can make the decisions, and there aren't too many restrictions on you, but it seems you might have other troubles now. Zhang Yong thought of the hateful expressions on the faces of the two from Fengyun before he left and felt it was better to give a reminder. The head coach of Fengyun Training Hall, Helian Qing, was killed by you, wasn't he? Not long ago, indeed, someone named Helian Qing fell into my hands. Fan Yao was momentarily stunned, then replied with some surprise. He was from Fengyun Training Hall. Zhang Yong nodded and smiled helplessly. As soon as you arrived, you provoked the most prominent training hall in the central base. In the coming days, you should keep a lower profile, or else. You should know that Fengyun Training Hall even applied to launch an attack on Anqing Base. They truly hate you. Upon hearing this, Fan Yao's eyes sharpened, and a murderous intent surged in his dark pupils, causing the room's temperature to plummet. If anything happened to Anqing Base, he would tear Fengyun Training Hall apart. But don't worry. The Demon Hunter organization has decisively rejected their request and won't let Fengyun Training Hall act recklessly. Zhang Yong was startled by the sudden change in Fan Yao's aura, his heart skipping a beat, and quickly added, The Demon Hunter organization exists precisely to prevent such incidents, so rest assured. Hearing this, Fan Yao exhaled lightly, his body trembling slightly, and managed to suppress the uncontrollable murderous intent within him. He spoke calmly. "Thank you, Minister Zhang. When I return, I will carefully consider this." "Very well, let me escort you out." Zhang Yong smiled helplessly, assuming Fan Yao intended to plan carefully, and said no more. Unexpectedly, just as Fan Yao stood up, the door to the reception room was suddenly smashed inward by a powerful force. The impact was so strong that the sturdy door shattered into fragments. "You little brat, it really is you. Let's see where you can run this time." The deputy head of Fengyun Training Hall stormed in with a furious expression, his eyes instantly locking onto Fan Yao as he growled through gritted teeth. "Zhou Shan, what are you doing?" "This is the embassy of the Demon Hunter organization." Zhang Yang's face changed, and he immediately stepped in front of Fan Yao, angrily reprimanding. "Do you truly not regard the Demon Hunter organization anymore?" "Minister Zhang, what are you saying? I just want to settle some old scores with this young friend Fan Yao. What does that have to do with your Demon Hunter organization?" Zhou Shan replied coldly, his tone showing no respect. "You." Zhang Yong was so furious that his organs seemed to twist in pain. When the tiger is away, the monkey becomes king. Fengyun Training Hall was only acting so brazenly because their leader had been missing for years. This was outright bullying. Seeing Zhang Yong's grim expression, Zhou Shan showed no fear, sneering coldly as he stared at the expressionless Fan Yao. His anger turned into a mocking laugh, daring to provoke Fengyun Training Hall and making us a laughingstock across the central base. "Fan Yao, this debt has been dragged on for months. It's time to settle it now." As he finished speaking, Zhou Shan stomped his foot, flames enveloping his clawed hand. With a slight tremor, his figure instantly appeared beside Fan Yao, aiming a fierce strike at his chest. "Fire Prison Claw." "Zhou Shan, how dare you?" Zhang Yong, seeing the situation, directly pushed Fan Yao aside. Then, with a furious roar, he twisted his palm, and earth and wind elemental spiritual power surged wildly from his body, clashing with Zhou Shan's attack. Bang! 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 In an instant, dozens of glass panes in the living room shattered under the impact of the residual energy from their clash. What the hell? What's going on? Why is the Demon Hunter organization building exploding? Who has the guts to make a move in the Demon Hunter organization? Ugh, such terrifying pressure. I can hardly breathe. The sudden explosion of energy shocked countless martial artists. When they looked up and saw that one floor of the Demon Hunter organization's building had all its glass shattered, with shards raining down, their shock slowly turned into a dazed stupor. What happened? Mo Zhan, the owner of the Tianqing Training Hall, had just arrived below the building when he heard the explosion. His expression changed drastically, and his steps came to an abrupt halt. He looked up, sensed for a moment, and his face suddenly turned somewhat peculiar. Two late-stage pure origin realm fighters, it's Minister Zhang and that little bastard Zhou Shan. And there are two unfamiliar auras. Mo Zhan's face twitched as he hesitated, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it, which side should I help? Afraid of making the wrong move, Mo Zhan could only sneak into a corner and observe the situation quietly. Back in the living room, Zhou Shan sneered as he stared at Zhang Yong. As expected of Minister Zhang, your dual element strength is truly impressive. Are you really going to get involved in this mess? Fan Yao is, for now, considered part of our Demon Hunter organization. Zhou Shan, don't go too far. Zhang Yong took a deep breath and, without turning his head, said, "Fan Yao, you should leave quickly." As these words fell, Fan Yao's expression remained calm as he looked at the sneering middle-aged man opposite him and spread his hands innocently. Zhang Yong noticed the oddity in Fan Yao's tone, turned his head, and immediately gritted his teeth, forcing a name through his clenched teeth. Xiang. What did he see? Xiang, the newly appointed head coach of the Fengyun Training Hall, stood in front of Fan Yao, blocking his path like a cat playing with a mouse. His arms were crossed, and his face was slightly flushed from alcohol. However, for a pure origin realm expert, being drunk or sober was merely a matter of thought. Since I've become the head coach of Fengyun Training Hall, I can't just sit back and do nothing. Bad luck for you, kid. Xiang stared at Fan Yao with a playful expression, his energy overflowing. In the next moment, his gaze turned fierce, and his figure moved swiftly toward Fan Yao, his spiritual power surging with a green glow. Late-stage pure origin realm with what attributes? Fan Yao's mind raced, but he didn't directly confront the punch. His figure flashed, and he flew out through the shattered window. If you have the guts, follow me. Ha ha ha, trying to escape, kid? He Xiang laughed loudly, his figure rising rapidly as he chased after him. Fan Yao, Zhang Yang's expression changed drastically, and he flew out in pursuit. Minister Zhang, interfering in someone else's fight isn't very appropriate. Zhou Shan sneered, flying out as well, entangling Zhang Yong like a snake and blocking his path. Outside the Demon Hunter Organization building, 4 pure origin realm experts stood proudly in mid-air, their overwhelming aura permeating the heavens, and Earth. 4 terrifying pure origin realm auras shot into the sky, instantly sensed by countless people in the Anqing base. Immediately, figures leapt out like fleas, staring blankly at the mid-air scene. Fan Yao's figure sped away rapidly, distancing himself from Zhang Yong and He Xiang's combat range. Suddenly, he braked sharply and turned to throw a punch. Flame Fist. Fiery red spiritual energy surged from Fan Yao's fists, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Before He Xiang could react, a punch was aimed straight at his face. You little brat, so cunning. He Xiang had thought Fan Yao would keep fleeing and hadn't expected him to suddenly turn and attack, almost suffering a major loss. However, he quickly reacted, meeting Fan Yao's fist head-on with his own. The punch was blocked, yet Fan Yao showed no intention of stopping. Exchanging punch after punch with He Xiang, their fists and feet colliding with fierce force. The low sound of physical impact echoed, accompanied by intense fiery fluctuations. Where did this fire attribute fluctuation come from? Noticing this fluctuation, Zhou Shan and Zhang Yong looked toward the distant battlefield in surprise. When they saw the blazing fire attribute spiritual energy emanating from Fan Yao, their eyes widened in shock. In the video, it was clear that Fan Yao was using lightning attribute spiritual energy. Did we get the wrong person? Zhou Shan instinctively muttered, momentarily distracted and almost struck by Zhang Yong. However, the next second, he immediately dismissed the thought. If they had truly mistaken him, why wouldn't Fan Yao claim he was innocent? Besides, Zhou Shan had heard clearly that Fan Yao was indeed the ruler of the Anqing base. If it wasn't a mistake, then there was only one possibility left. Dual lightning and fire attribute spiritual energy. Zhang Yong was equally astonished. Moments later, he couldn't help but laugh, his fondness for Fan Yao skyrocketing. This kid actually had 2 talents, just like him. Zhou Shan, are you starting to worry about He Xiang now? You've seen the strength of dual attribute warriors, haven't you? Zhang Yong laughed heartily, his body enveloped in green and dark yellow spiritual energy as earth and wind attributes surged. The next second, he completely ignored Zhou Shan's extremely grim expression and charged forward again. So what if it's dual attributes? He Xiang is in the late pure origin realm, 2 whole levels above that brat. Zhou Shan snorted coldly. As long as I keep you occupied, He Xiang will eventually deal with that brat. Don't regret it later. Zhang Yong retorted, though his heart sank. He struck even harder. Zhou Shan was right. Fan Yao was indeed at a significant disadvantage in terms of realm strength compared to He Xiang. For now, the only option was to defeat Zhou Shan first and then assist Fan Yao. At the same time, none of these 4 have ice attributes. On the ground, in a corner convenient for observation, Mo Zhen, the old man, stared at the 4 imposing figures in the sky, his face blank. Didn't his 2 disciples say that the young warrior had ice attributes? Could it be that he had been mistaken from the start? Just as Mo Zhen's face darkened and he was about to call his 2 disciples, he saw 2 figures stumbling toward his direction not far away. You 2 brats, where did the strong one go? Mo Zhen saw it and immediately asked angrily. Su Yujin and Shun Kuan had finally arrived at the central base, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Upon hearing this, they instantly showed an expression of, "Master, are you stupid?" and pointed to the sky. Isn't it flying right above your head? Master, you're old, but how come your eyesight is failing too? Mo Zhen almost died of anger, giving each of them a flick on the forehead and roaring furiously. Is that ice attribute? That's fire, fire. That person has a fire attribute. No, no way. The two were stunned, exchanged glances, and then squinted their eyes simultaneously, looking up at the rapidly flashing figure in the sky. No, no mistake, it's him. Master, we are not ordinary people, at least we have this much discernment. The two muttered with a bit of grievance. Although the speed of a pure Yuan realm expert was incredibly fast, they were at least in the late stage of the Hotian realm, not to the point of mistaking someone. The pure Yuan realm martial artist, whose body was radiating fiery red spiritual energy, looked exactly the same as the martial artist who used ice attribute spiritual energy that night. Could it be that these two brats are telling the truth? Imogen began to doubt in his heart. If these two brats weren't lying to him, then there was only one possibility. This young man was a martial artist with dual ice and fire attributes. Thinking of this, Imogen suddenly realized something. Dual ice and fire attributes, exceptional talent, extraordinary strength, and a grudge against the Fengyun Training Hall. It's as if he was born to join our Tianqing Training Hall. Imogen's eyes suddenly shot out two beams of light, but his face gradually became solemn as he kept staring at the battle circle on Fan Yao's side. Since he had already decided to recruit Fan Yao into the Tianqing Training Hall, if Fan Yao encountered any danger, he must intervene to save him immediately. Boom! Fan Yao and He Xiang's fists collided once again. He Xiang staggered backwards several steps, while Fan Yao also retreated slightly, calming the surging blood within his body. Between pure Yuan realm stages, each level had a significant gap. Crossing two stages to challenge an opponent wasn't effortless, though it wasn't as easy as tearing apart Helian Qing either. This little brat can actually withstand several of my heavy punches with just the strength of the early pure Yuan realm. He Xiang felt a sharp pain in his palm, his skin slightly burned by Fan Yao's flames. Yet, judging by this brat's appearance, he seemed completely unharmed. I say, head coach, do you dare to take one move from me? Fan Yao crossed his arms, his icy gaze fixed on He Xiang, but the corners of his lips curled into a faint smile, as if politely negotiating. Fan Yao, what are you planning to do? On the other side, Zhang Yong fiercely struck Zhou Shan back with a palm, quickly darting to Fan Yao's side. He glared at the two who had also regrouped opposite them and asked, "Take one move from you." He Xiang burst into laughter, then his eyes gradually darkened. Why wouldn't I dare? Upon hearing this, the smile on Fan Yao's lips grew even more pronounced. In the next moment, he waved his arm, and a massive surge of fire attribute energy erupted from within him. With a slight twist of his fingers, it transformed into a gigantic vortex of flames in front of him. Then, another surge of silvery white spiritual energy emerged, forming a vortex filled with the aura of a thunderstorm. In the next second, Fan Yao reached out again, and a chilling frost began to condense in the air, finally forming a massive vortex of icy cold waves. Flames, thunderstorms, cold waves, three massive whirlpools covered the sky. What the heck? In the central base, all the warriors silently rubbed their eyes. After confirming it wasn't an illusion, they couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances. Bang! One warrior, his face full of disbelief, twisted his neck with a cracking sound, then suddenly raised his fist and punched the warrior standing next to him. What the hell is wrong with you? Why did you suddenly hit me? The punched warrior, caught off guard, clutched his nose and cried out in pain, bright red blood seeping through his fingers. I must have stayed up too late watching movies last night. I'm hallucinating. I think I saw someone with 3 attributes in their body. The warrior who threw the punch twitched the corner of his mouth, muttering in confusion, "Does it hurt?" Of course it hurts. You punched me. Do you think it doesn't hurt? This is no dream. The other warrior gritted his teeth. Because I saw it too, 3 attributes, all extremely powerful attack types: lightning, fire, and ice. In their base, there were many attribute warriors, but most had only 1 attribute. Warriors with 2 attributes were rare, like Zhang Yong, the department head, who held a high position and was rarely seen. But unexpectedly, standing before them was someone not with 2 attributes, but 3. Some people have nothing, while others have everything. If I had 3 attributes, I'd walk sideways wherever I went. The warrior who had thrown the punch finally snapped out of his daze, trembling all over, staring at the sky with envy, jealousy, and resentment. muttering uncontrollably. On the ground. Lightning, lightning, lightning attribute. Oh my god, besides ice and fire attributes, there's also a lightning attribute. Is our luck too good to be true? Su Yujin and Shun Kuan stared at the massive whirlpool radiating violent lightning energy, their brains completely unable to process, their bodies stiff, and cold sweat breaking out on their backs. They had been handing out recruitment cards for 2 years without attracting a single warrior. They had already given up hope. Who would have thought that today, with just one card, they'd recruit a super genius with 3 major attributes? If Fan Yao could become the face of their Tianqing training hall, not only would the hall be saved, but recruiting warriors and restoring its former glory wouldn't be impossible. Master, I demand my working hours be halved. Training time halved. Resources doubled. Subsidies doubled. Rest time doubled. And no more handing out recruitment cards. Su Yujin snapped back to reality, immediately turning to Mo Zhan with a serious expression. Old man, me too. You can't favor one over the other. We were the ones who discovered this powerhouse, first a super warrior with 3 attributes, stronger than Director Zhang. Rewards, we must have rewards. Mo Zhan's initial shock was completely shattered by his 2 disciples' demands. He immediately waved his fist. You 2 brats. The person hasn't even agreed to join Tianqing Training Hall, and you're already asking for benefits? So if he agrees, you'll agree too, right? Su Yujin instantly caught the meaning in Mo Zhan's words, his eyes lighting up. If you 2 can really bring him to Tianqing Training Hall, forget having your rest time, I'll even take out my savings to give you subsidies. Mo Zhan gritted his teeth and threw out the promise. After witnessing Fan Yao's talent, Mo Zhan deeply understood the heights he might reach in the future. Moreover, he had a good relationship with Minister Zhang, making his prospects even more limitless. It seemed as if the Tianqing Training Hall, which had grown cold under his management, was now heating up again. Upon hearing this, Su Yujin and Shun Kuan exchanged glances, their eyes instantly ignited with a fierce determination. For the sake of their happiness in the latter half of their lives, they would beg if necessary to have that man join Tianqing Training Hall. High above, attributes were in chaos, and 3 attribute whirlpools connected heaven and earth. As they collided, violent energy fluctuations spread out. If caught in the whirlpool, one's body would surely be torn into nothingness. Besides lightning and fire attributes, there's actually a hidden ice attribute. Whether it was Zhang Yong or He Xiang and Zhou Shan, their eyes narrowed as they stared in shock at the massive icy whirlpool, softly exhaling their astonishment. No wonder he could become the ruler of a base at such a young age. He truly has some skills. Zhang Yong couldn't help but think to himself. He himself only possessed 2 attributes, which already made his strength far surpass that of other strong individuals at the same level. Now, Fan Yao had 3. This wasn't a simple addition, but a multiplication of combat power. Each attribute has unique characteristics and countermeasures, and a multi-attribute warrior holds a significant advantage in battle. If this kid isn't eliminated, once he grows, he might break through to the commander realm. By then, he could destroy my Fengyun Training Hall. Zhou Shan stared intently at Fan Yao's expressionless face, his eyes slowly filling with killing intent. He exchanged a glance with He Xiang beside him, and both felt a chill in their hearts. Fan Yao had tarnished the reputation of Fengyun Training Hall and even killed one of their head coaches. The enmity between them was irreconcilable, with no possibility of reconciliation. The safest course of action now was to kill him here and eliminate future troubles. He Xiang, if you can kill this kid today, I'll apply to the Hall Master upon our return to promote you to Deputy Hall Master, Zhou Shan said coldly to He Xiang. Hiss, Deputy Hall Master, are you serious? Upon hearing this, He Xiang's eyes flashed with wild joy. That was the position of Deputy Hall Master. After today's battle, his status would be equal to Zhou Shan's, and his identity, position, and benefits would far surpass those of a head coach. Rest assured, Deputy Hall Master Zhou, this kid won't escape my grasp today. He Xiang laughed heartily, his eyes filled with killing intent and excitement as he stared at Fan Yao, as if he could already see countless martial artists respectfully calling him Deputy Hall Master. The next moment, he stepped into the air, his entire body radiating a bright green light. Piercing with spikes, He Xiang shouted loudly, and a bright green energy ball emerged from his palms, quickly transforming into sharp wooden spikes. The spikes floated around Xiang, spinning rapidly like drills and emitting a whirring sound. There were about 30 of them, each as thick as a thigh. If struck by one of these, it would undoubtedly pierce straight through. Fan Yao seemed to sense their intentions and sneered coldly. In the next moment, he extended his hands into the violently surging whirlpool in front of him, as powerful energy tore at his arms madly. "Merge for me," Fan Yao shouted in a low voice, his hands seemingly carrying immense strength, forcibly controlling the massive vortex of spiritual energy and gathering it toward the center. Crackle, crackle. Almost at the moment the three forces touched, a sound like an explosive burst of energy echoed through the air, roaring across the sky. Standing beside him, Zhang Yang's face twisted slightly. His entire body alternated between numbness, heat, and icy cold. These three sensations invaded his body relentlessly, and even the slightest ripple left him feeling uncomfortable. Zhang Yong silently stepped back, trying to distance himself from Fan Yao. "Minister Zhang, please stay." At that moment, Fan Yao suddenly spoke coldly. "If I kill them, the demon hunting organization won't trouble me for it, will they?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yong's body trembled in shock. What did he just say? Zhang Yong froze, staring intently at Fan Yao's expressionless face, and finally sensed the cold fury hidden in the tight corners of his lips. His thoughts raced, and he immediately understood. There was no other reason Fan Yao's anger stemmed solely from the words, "Attack Anqing Base." A dragon has its reverse scale touch it, and it will rage. For Fan Yao, his reverse scale was undoubtedly Anqing Base. That was his home, where his family and friends lived, along with countless people who trusted and supported him. As a ruler, holding the fate of millions in his hands and enjoying the benefits of such a supreme position, how could he allow disaster to befall Anqing Base? The Fengyan Training Hall only knew they wanted to eliminate their enemy, Fan Yao, but they had no idea that Fan Yao's killing intent was even stronger than theirs, to the point of being willing to oppose the entire Fengyan Training Hall. "Who?" Zhang Yong took a deep breath, gazing at the vortex of spiritual energy in front of Fan Yao, which was gradually merging and emitting terrifying waves. After a moment of thought, he gritted his teeth and made a decision that he would later be grateful for his entire life. Deputy Hall Master Zhou Shan and newly appointed head coach Xiang of Fengyun Training Hall have disregarded the laws of the demon hunting organization, attacked others, and attempted to kill the ruler of Anqing Base, Fan Yao. This act has already violated the peace agreement between bases. The demon hunting organization will never forgive this. Today, I ask Fan Yao to personally execute them and restore the strict discipline of the central base. The resounding declaration spread across the entire central base, shaking countless hearts and leaving faces filled with disbelief. What does this mean? Has the central base fallen into chaos? Is the demon hunting organization really about to tear apart its relationship with Fengyan Training Hall? Those with sharp intuition had already sensed the turbulent undercurrents between the two over the past few years, and their hearts tightened immediately. Due to his talent and strength, Minister Zhang Yong held significant influence within the demon hunting organization. Since he had spoken, it was only a matter of time before the two sides erupted into a full-scale war. After finishing this, Zhang Yong once again looked at Fan Yao with a serious expression. "Fan Yao, my friend, for certain reasons, I cannot fully act against Fengyan Training Hall right now. But rest assured, as long as I am here, no one will take your life today." "Thank you, Minister Zhang." Upon hearing this, Fan Yao's lips curled into a cold smile, but there was no trace of dissatisfaction as a senior member of the Central Base Demon Hunting Organization. Zhang Yong's ability to say such words to him already showed he was standing on his side, which was quite remarkable. "Xiang, what are you waiting for?" Zhou Shan's face turned extremely grim, his gaze growing colder as he impatiently urged. Yes." Xiang was momentarily stunned upon hearing Fan Yao's words, only snapping back to reality when Zhou Shan called out, feeling deeply frustrated. With a wave of his hand, a massive wooden spike floating around him sliced through the air, spinning with a fierce spiral wind pressure as it shot toward Fan Yao. But who would have thought? That wooden spike, as thick as a thigh, was shredded into countless splinters by the intense energy fluctuations at the vortex's center before it could even reach Fan Yao. What? Xiang stared in shock at the three-colored vortex in front of Fan Yao, which had already fused more than halfway and was emitting violent explosions. He couldn't help but swallow hard, gritting his teeth, and in the next second, he swung his arm repeatedly. I refuse to believe this. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of wooden spikes shot out simultaneously, their dense emerald green energy flickering like a meteor shower. At the sharpest tips, the high-speed rotation even created slight vacuum zones. Fan Yao's eyes were slightly bloodshot, staring intently at the incoming wooden spikes. His tiger's mouth cracked open, blood gushing out and merging into the vortex. At that moment, the entire vortex trembled heavily, and then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, it began to expand rapidly at an unimaginable speed. In just a moment, 100 miles. A brief instant, 1,000 miles. Finally, the three-colored vortex almost transformed into a catastrophic phenomenon between heaven and earth, like a violent snowstorm, encompassing the entire central base. The terrifying spiritual energy exploded wildly, and the intense spiritual pressure felt like a pure origin realm expert standing before them, relentlessly releasing spiritual pressure. Damn, I'm going to be blown away. Help! A martial artist with postnatal realm strength clung tightly to another martial artist beside him, screaming loudly. Moments later, both were swept into the sky by the terrifying spiritual storm. In an instant, their clothes were completely shredded, and their exposed bodies were covered in deep, bone-revealing wounds. Damn, it's so cold, oh no, it's hot. Damn, can we even survive this? Another martial artist, his clothes in tatters, alternated between pulling at his clothes and taking them off. His hair stood on end due to the intrusion of lightning, and in the next second, he hurriedly ran indoors. Looking around, hundreds of martial artists were panicking, their faces full of terror as they screamed and fled in all directions. Fortunately, they were far away. If they had been at the storm's center, they would likely have been shredded into nothingness within moments. What an incredible martial technique. Did he create it himself? Mo Zhan, as the head of the Tianqing Training Hall, even though he had fallen from grace, still possessed the formidable strength of the commanding realm. This storm, evidently, he could withstand. Master, Su Yujin and Shun Kuan, under Mo Zhan's protection, were completely unharmed, but their entire beings were utterly stunned, even numb. This hellish scene could probably only be rivaled by nature itself, by the creator of the world. No, impossible. What kind of martial technique is this? Xiaoxiang watched helplessly as those dozens of wooden spikes were effortlessly shattered again, unable to suppress his shock and exclaiming in horror. The next second, he felt a sharp pain all over his body. Looking down, he saw that his suit had already become tattered and torn. Under the fierce surge of spiritual energy, his body was covered in bloodstains, cutting into him deeply. Frightened, he quickly enveloped himself with spiritual energy. However, even so, the green spiritual energy covering his body wavered unstably. The ferocious tri-colored storm seemed to transform into beams of light swords, frantically tearing at his protective spiritual energy. Over on Zhou Shan's side, he was also caught off guard. His clothes were directly shredded, leaving him stark naked, flustered, and almost losing his mind. Serves you right, haha. Zhang Yong, having been warned by Fan Yao in advance, had already wrapped himself in spiritual energy. Watching the two of them in their embarrassing and disgraceful state, he couldn't help but gloat. Entering the attribute storm is equivalent to stepping into my domain. Even defending yourself will consume most of your spiritual energy. What else do you have to fight me with? Fan Yao stood far away, speaking indifferently, his gaze fixed on Zhou Shan, and he Xiaoxiang as if he were looking at two dead men. With a wave of his hand, the rotation speed of the attribute storm increased by another threefold, and the concentration of attributes within it surged once again. Standing within the storm was akin to facing axes and knives directly, penetrating every corner. Even the face was no exception. It seems I can't stand idly by anymore, or I'll really lose today. Zhou Shan gritted his teeth, his body enveloped in fiery energy. His spiritual energy-covered body was almost completely exposed, making him feel deeply embarrassed and fueling his hatred for Fan Yao. He Xiaoxiang, let's attack together, Zhou Shan shouted, and a pair of massive crimson meteor hammers appeared in his hands. As the hammers swung, they brought a heavy gust of wind, clearly indicating their immense weight. All right, He Xiaoxiang immediately nodded, with attribute energy condensing on his fists, eventually forming a pair of gauntlets. The light flowing on them carried the power to shatter stone and gold. Then, the two of them transformed into two meteors, charging toward Fan Yao from the left and right. Great Spirit Sky-splitting axe. Fan Yao took a few steps into the air, and a towering giant axe suddenly appeared in his hands. It was almost as tall as Fan Yao himself, with intricate and ornate patterns, a blade that was fierce and domineering, and an overwhelming sense of power. Bang! The blade of the giant axe collided fiercely with the meteor hammer, instantly sending sparks flying. The energy shockwave swept toward the nearby high-rise buildings like ocean waves, shattering the bulletproof glass with a series of explosive sounds. What kind of weapon is this kid using? It's so heavy. Zhou Shan gritted his teeth, feeling the immense pressure transmitted from the meteor hammer, his hands trembling slightly. Weren't you trying to kill me? Fan Yao stared at Zhou Shan's sinister eyes that were close to him and smiled faintly. Suddenly, the axe blade tilted and forcefully pressed down on the meteor hammer. In the next second, he kicked He Xiaoxiang, who was charging toward him, squarely in the chest. He Xiaoxiang's eyes bulged, almost unable to stop himself from spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body, following the direction of Fan Yao's kick, flew uncontrollably backward and finally crashed heavily into the ground. Boom! Dust and debris rose instantly, and after a long time, it gradually dispersed, revealing He Xiaoxiang's current state to everyone. TSK, 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 how miserable. Zhang Yong immediately looked over, and the next second his expression became somewhat strange, as if he was holding back laughter, feeling a wave of satisfaction in his heart. The originally flat ground had turned into a massive pit, surrounded by fine cracks radiating outward like a spider web. At the center, He Xiang lay sprawled in the pit, his body twitching slightly, most of his protective spiritual energy dissipated, revealing tattered clothes. The gloves on his fists flickered briefly before completely disappearing. What is going on? This kid suddenly got so much stronger. Seeing He Xiang being directly blasted away by Fan Yao in one move, Zhou Shan's face changed dramatically. The next second, he suddenly erupted with a surge of power, forcing Fan Yao's spiritual axe away. But he himself almost lost his balance and nearly fell. It's not that this brat got stronger, it's me who got weaker. Zhou Shan's expression shifted slightly as he focused inward. Upon inspection, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Inside him, a violent and icy energy, two major attributes of thunder and ice, were wrapped in fire attribute energy, having unknowingly invaded his body and wreaking havoc. Because he himself was of the fire attribute, it was hard to detect. By the time he noticed, the thunder and ice energies had already revealed their fangs. Crafty little beast, Zhou Shan snorted coldly, and a surge of fiery energy from his pure yuan pill suddenly enveloped the invading energies, finally neutralizing them with great effort. Oh, you noticed so quickly. Fan Yao's expression carried a hint of mockery. Not as stupid as I thought. Zhou Shan took a deep breath, his face darkened, and he threw two massive meteor hammers into the air. Crimson light surged from his body, transforming into two somewhat illusory giant hands that reached forward and grabbed the hammer handles. Meteor hammer, smash that little beast's head. Zhou Shan roared, controlling the meteor hammers to strike at Fan Yao. Explosive serpent spiral ball. One axe to take your life. Fan Yao's fire attribute energy surged wildly within him, and the giant spirit heaven opening axe, infused with energy, glowed a deep crimson, emitting a terrifying heat wave. Blazing sun slash. Was the massive heaven opening axe trembled heavily, and moments later, it swung horizontally. The crescent-shaped fiery axe light was dozens of meters wide, its scorching spiritual energy causing the air to churn. Wherever it passed, The dense attribute storm in the sky was split open, leaving a path as it evaporated with a hiss. This little beast actually doesn't take the explosive serpent spiral ball seriously? Seeing the axe light slicing straight toward him, Zhou Shan's face changed drastically, instinctively wanting to dodge. However, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Fan Yao still standing in place, showing no intention of resisting the massive meteor hammers shooting toward him. He was momentarily stunned. At that moment, the axe light was already in front of Zhou Shan. Gritting his teeth, he fiercely yanked the meteor hammers. This brat might want to die, but he certainly didn't. Whoosh! Just as the meteor hammers were half a meter away from Fan Yao's body, they suddenly veered off course and quickly returned to defend. The axe light struck them violently, and the two meteor hammers were brutally split into two molten chunks of iron. Blocked it. Zhou Shan's heart was just beginning to feel joy when, in the next second, his face suddenly turned pale. A massive mountain-splitting axe had somehow ended up behind his neck, its chilling, razor-sharp edge making the skin on his back tingle with cold. His entire body stiffened, and a fear of death instantly enveloped him. You blocked it. Should I congratulate Deputy Master Zhou? Fan Yao sneered lowly. The giant spirit heaven-splitting axe trembled slightly, transmitting its thirst for blood to Fan Yao, causing his palm to quiver with excitement. This tremor nearly scared Zhou Shan into wetting himself. Please, don't kill me. I didn't mean to cause you trouble. It was our master who ordered that you be killed on sight. I was just following orders. Zhou Shan froze completely, not daring to move, and shouted in panic. The master of the Wind and Cloud Training Hall. Fan Yao's heart stirred. The legendary Commander Realm? If you kill me now, our master will personally come for you and cut you down. Heh, Fan Yao, you better think carefully. With your strength, can you escape the grasp of a super-powerful commander-level expert? If you let me go, I can speak well of you in front of our master and even help you join our Wind and Cloud Hall. Wouldn't that be a great honor for you? Zhou Shan half threatened, half coaxed, while his eyes flickered in a place Fan Yao couldn't see, and his palms slowly gathered spiritual energy. You little bastard, die. Zhou Shan's face twisted in rage as he suddenly turned and swung his fist at Fan Yao's head. Fan Yao's face carried a faint sneer, as if he had seen through Zhou Shan's intentions. Without hesitation, the giant axe swung mercilessly. Slash! The axe blade pierced his throat, and warm blood spurted out instantly, splattering Fan Yao's body in droplets. Zhou Shan's lifeless body, with no support, fell from mid-air like a bird with broken wings, plummeting down and being mercilessly torn apart by the raging storm along the way, leaving it scarred and nearly naked. His death was lamentable. Thud! The dull sound of the corpse hitting the ground echoed throughout the central base, causing countless hearts to tremble heavily. The martial artists of the central base, as well as members of the 10 training halls and the demon hunting organization, fell silent for a moment, gasping desperately to digest the shock in their hearts. In their minds, a long-standing notion was shattered to pieces. Such a powerful pure origin realm expert had actually been killed, and the one who killed him was an unknown young martial artist? They could hardly believe their eyes. He really killed the deputy master of the Wind and Cloud Training Hall, someone second only to the master in status. A pure origin realm expert. A pure origin realm expert. Is this guy insane? He'll definitely be hunted to the ends of the earth by the Wind and Cloud Training Hall. This is simply terrifying, absolutely terrifying. The central base is bound to face a storm of blood in the future. Am I the only one who thinks this young man is incredibly cool? He's the first to dare defy the Wind and Cloud Training Hall. Even the demon hunting organization couldn't manage that. Do you think this young man only killed a deputy master? Didn't you hear what Minister Zhang Yong called him earlier? Fan Yao. His name is Fan Yao. Gasp, I remember now. A few months ago, it was someone named Fan Yao who killed the former head coach of the Wind and Cloud Training Hall. Oh my god, now everything is clear. No wonder the Storm Training Hall is in such a rage. Turns out they've discovered the enemy who humiliated them globally. This kind of blood feud, it's bound to end in a fight to the death. Ruthless, absolutely ruthless. Fan Yao casually wiped the blood off his face and raised the battle axe in his hand. Then, his gaze slowly shifted to He Xiong, who was lying in the pit, unable to even crawl out. "No, don't kill me. I'm just here for a job interview. It's my first day on the job. I have nothing to do with the storm training hall. Please don't kill me." He Xiang, who had watched Fan Yao kill Zhou Shan, was already scared half to death. Seeing Fan Yao's cold gaze sweep over him, he hurriedly begged for mercy incoherently. While pleading, he desperately tried to prop himself up to escape, tears and snot streaming down his face. Fan Yao glanced coldly at He Xiang, who was struggling to escape but could only flop around in the pit like a salted fish. The next second, his figure moved, and he charged directly at He Xiang. No way, he is going to kill He Xiang too. Countless people gaped, staring at the cold and resolute expression on Fan Yao's face, their jaws dropping in shock, hearts trembling. "Bastard, stop right there." At that moment, an enraged and somewhat aged voice roared, accompanied by a surging wave of spiritual power, exploding across the entire central base. Boom! Along with the furious voice, a terrifying and overwhelming pressure descended upon the central base. The pressure was almost tangible, covering the sky and earth as it fell. The terrifying pressure was like an endless ocean, sweeping across the entire central base, directly crushing the pure origin realm aura that filled the sky. The storms in the sky also gradually stagnated under this overwhelming pressure, and moments later, they completely froze before shattering and dissipating what is happening now. The crowd was almost numb from the repeated shocks, their wide open mouths feeling sore and unable to close. Many martial artists were directly pressed to the ground in embarrassment, tears and snot flowing, their bones creaking under the unbearable weight. Someone seemed to recognize the voice. Fengyun Training Hall Master Situji. A Commander Realm expert, it's a Commander Realm expert. They VE provoked such a terrifying existence. We're doomed, we're doomed. With this, what chance does Fan Yao have? Damn it. ISNT Situji supposed to be in seclusion. Zhang Yong felt the pressure, and his expression changed drastically. The pure origin realm and commander realm are completely different levels of power. If the unity realm is like a soldier, then the pure origin realm is the general commanding the soldiers, and the commander realm is even more terrifying, leading a major force, ruling as a king, with several pure origin realm experts unable to stir up any trouble. They suppress countless chaotic beasts in the world, and just by standing there, countless people bow in submission. If they are benevolent, the seas are calm, the nation prospers, and the people live in peace and prosperity. If they are malevolent, the earth splits, corpses pile up for miles, rivers of blood flow, and no one dares to say a word. Previously, when the Storm Training Hall demanded to attack Anqing Base and was rejected by the Demon Hunting Organization, this hall master directly tore apart several ministers of the Demon Hunting Organization, showing no regard for them, displaying extreme arrogance. Fan Yao, oh Fan Yao, what should you do today? Zhang Yong clenched his palms tightly, his gaze shifting several times, cold sweat already forming on his back. His eyes were fixed on a figure that seemed to close the distance in an instant, appearing right there. Finally, it transformed into an elderly figure dressed in the white uniform of the training hall, with fierce eyes, a slightly darkened forehead, and snow-white eyebrows furrowed into a con shape, exuding an extremely irritable temperament. He slowly scanned the scene on the ground, and when his gaze fell upon Zhou Shan's disgraceful corpse, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Immediately, his old face was filled with a terrifying rage that made everyone tremble in fear. Master! Master! The deputy master was killed by this kid. He Xiang, looking at the overwhelming presence of the figure, suddenly erupted with a burst of joy after his previously hopeless and lifeless eyes. Ignoring the charging Fan Yao, he frantically shouted at Situji, "I am from the Fengyun Training Hall. Please save me." Upon hearing this, Situji's eyes immediately swept over, landing on Fan Yao. A commander level, huh? That terrifying pressure descended, causing even Fan Yao's body to stiffen, his face extremely grim. However, he showed no intention of stopping, his speed accelerating further, his cold eyes fixed on the panicked He Xiang, radiating a chilling ferocity and determination. He swung his axe. He's actually trying to kill someone right under the commander's nose. Countless people witnessing this scene felt their hearts pounding wildly, almost leaping out of their throats. Their eyes were glued to the massive axe as it fiercely swung down, cold sweat pouring from their foreheads. However, just as the axe blade was only half an inch away from He Xiang's terrified forehead, it suddenly froze in place. Fan Yao's expression changed drastically. Daring to commit murder under my watch. Young people these days truly lack discipline. Situ Ji's eyes flashed with anger, and without anyone knowing what he did, Fan Yao's battle axe could no longer move an inch. Fan Yao gritted his teeth slightly, casting a regretful glance at He Xiang. In the next moment, his figure flipped, and his body erupted with three-colored spiritual energy, shaking the void violently. He retreated several hundred meters, warily watching Situ Ji. Gulp! Countless people dumbly raised their heads to watch this scene, their mouths dry as they swallowed hard. Today's events had escalated too far too far. Even the master of the Fengyan training hall had appeared. What would the outcome of today's situation be? However, Situ Ji's deep influence in the central base and his undeniable strength were well known to all. With Situ Ji in a rage and Fan Yao having no one to back him up, the most likely outcome was that this genius, who possessed three attributes, would be directly killed on the spot. Situ Ji's white eyebrows fluttered lightly as he stood in the void like a reclusive master. In his palm, a strange power surged, faintly emitting a foul stench. What is that smell? Fan Yao's nose twitched slightly, inhaling a bit of the pungent odor. In the next second, a sudden dizziness struck his head, shocking him greatly. He quickly checked his internal condition, but found nothing. Fan Yao, hold your breath. Don't breathe. Use spiritual energy to probe your body. At that moment, Zhang Yong rushed over violently, his entire body tightly wrapped in spiritual power of two colors, leaving not even his mouth or nose exposed, resembling a complete sphere of spiritual energy. Zhang Yong's voice was filled with gravity. This old guy has deadly poison in his body. Almost at the moment Zhang Yong spoke, an intense flame rose from Fan Yao's body, enveloping him completely, the sizzling sound of burning incessant. The crimson flames burned fiercely for 3 minutes. Sizzle! Fan Yao's face darkened, and with a flick of his finger, a small stream of pitch-black venom was expelled from his body. It splattered onto the ground, corroding a large hole within seconds. Only then did the dizziness that almost made him collapse slowly subside. Such potent poison, just the trace toxins dispersed in the air, almost affected me, even as someone at the Pure Yuan realm. Fan Yao's heart sank. Could it be? The next second, Fan Yao directly summoned the system. Buzz species. Human name. Situ Ji strength. Early commander realm basic talent. King level poison attribute talent. King level, double king level poison attribute talent. Fan Yao took a sharp breath, glancing at Zhang Yong, who was on high alert, his eyes gradually showing a trace of solemnity. Unless absolutely necessary, no one wants to face a poison attribute martial artist, as every poison attribute martial artist is a master of toxins. Living with poison daily, their body's immune to all poisons. From the moment their attribute is detected, they begin hunting various poisonous creatures, absorbing toxins, and as their strength grows, the poison within them becomes increasingly terrifying. It is said that over 50 years ago, 2 poison attribute martial artists had a battle in a mountain range on a whim. During that fight, poison gas filled the air, venom flowed everywhere, killing countless fierce beasts, demon beasts, and plants. The residents around the mountain range were also affected. Over 100,000 people suffered from vomiting and diarrhea. Their eyes darkened, bedridden for over half a month before they could gradually get up, struggling to recover their vitality. After the battle, the mountain range within a 100-mile radius turned into a land of deadly poison, where no martial artist or demon beast dared to approach, as lifeless as a ghostly wasteland. Given this, unless one is also a poison attribute martial artist with equally potent toxins, only then can they fight without reservation. Otherwise, once a poison attribute martial artist erupts, spreading poison gas throughout the base, no matter how many people there are, none will escape. Moreover, Situ Ji possesses both king-level basic talent and king-level poison attribute talent. With the double king-level talent combined, the strength of the toxins in his body is unimaginable, and the difficulty of dealing with him is evident. Fan Yao, my young friend, now you should understand why our monster hunting organization is being completely suppressed by the Fengyun Training Hall. It's all because of this old poison master. Zhang Yong's deep voice came through, tinged with helplessness. The monster hunting organization has always been the stabilizing force controlling all matters in the base and mediating surrounding powers. Who would have thought that in this most prosperous and renowned central base, a situation of power seizure would occur? Such an incident, which exposes the internal dysfunction of the base, being revealed to Fan Yao, the ruler of the Anqing base, was like tearing off the fig leaf, leaving Zhang Yong deeply embarrassed. Where is the ruler of your base? Fan Yao noticed with a deep frown that the ruler of the central base had yet to make an appearance. Speaking of this, Zhang Yong's expression immediately became uncertain, stammering as if he had some unspeakable difficulty. Seeing this, Fan Yao's heart stirred. Is it that you don't know, or that you can't say? He didn't press further, but made a mental note of the matter. After a slight nod, a hint of madness slowly surfaced in his dark eyes. With a dual king-level poison attribute martial artist blocking his way, if he didn't go all out, it would be difficult to retreat unscathed today. Haha, in front of this old man, you still dare to leisurely chat away? It's been a long time since I've encountered such an arrogant junior. Zhang Yong, is your demon hunter organization also planning to wade into these murky waters? Situ Ji's face carried a twisted smile, and with every gesture, traces of a foul, toxic aura seeped out, permeating the air. When it came into contact with the protective spiritual energy of the group, it sizzled and burned into nothingness. Master Situ, little friend Fan Yao, is a member of my demon hunter organization. Zhang Yong's voice was full of apprehension, his facial spiritual energy fluctuating. I wonder if you could give some face to the demon hunter organization. Ha ha ha, the demon hunter organization. Before Zhang Yong could finish, Situ Ji let out a strange laugh, looking at Zhang Yong with a peculiar expression. He said indifferently, "Do you still think the demon hunter organization holds any weight with me?" After speaking, Situ Ji turned his gaze to the indifferent-looking Fan Yao, his old eyes narrowing. This little brat killed 2 of my Fengyun Training Hall members, disgracing me. Today, I must capture him and soak him in poison wine for a good torment. You. Zhang Yong was so furious that his lips trembled, his eyes bloodshot. This was utterly shameless. It was true that Fan Yao had killed those 2, but it was because Helian Qing had disrupted Fan Yao's succession ceremony beforehand, showing him disrespect, and Zhou Shan had tried to kill Fan Yao first. These 2 had relied on their strength to trouble Fan Yao, only to be counter-killed and reap what they had sown. They deserved their deaths. Had the central base truly become this old poison's personal domain? Was there no justice left? Just as Zhang Yong was about to argue further, a hand rested on his shoulder, making his whole body stiffen. Minister Zhang, I appreciate your good intentions. Fan Yao's calm and faint laughter rang out. But I don't want to drag the Demon Hunter organization into my personal grudge with the Fengyun Training Hall. Zhang Yong stared blankly at Fan Yao's faintly smiling face. After a moment, he clenched his teeth, his bloodshot eyes turning away. How could he not understand the meaning behind Fan Yao's words? Not wanting to involve them? A personal grudge? The Demon Hunter organization also had many grievances with the Fengyun Training Hall. They could completely help Fan Yao kill this old poison right here. The reason Fan Yao refused and labeled it a personal grudge was simply to prevent this battle from escalating into a conflict between bases. He was protecting Anqing base. As for Fan Yao, after speaking, he moved past Zhang Yong, his expression cold as he looked at Situ Ji. Oh, you want to exchange a couple of moves with this old man? Situ Ji's face was full of disdain, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. So eager to seek death, are you? Fan Yao smiled faintly, took a deep breath, and the spiritual power within him suddenly surged violently. The powerful aura of the pure Yuan realm erupted, spreading across the sky, dividing the heavens with Situ Ji's oppressive force, enveloping the entire central base. Where the 2 forces collided, it was like boiling water, frantically consuming and corroding, emitting a foul-smelling white mist. In the next moment, Fan Yao fiercely swung the battle axe in his hand, his figure transforming into a dazzling three-colored stream of light, directly charging into the poisonous mist surrounding Situji. He actually dares to attack proactively. Zhang Yong, standing nearby, stared intently at Fan Yao's actions, his heart pounding wildly, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, and his blood seemed to freeze, as if he had been thrown into an ice cellar. This old poison master truly lives up to his name. Almost instantly, the sound of corrosion hissed around Fan Yao, as waves of gray mist frantically tried to penetrate his spiritual power. Ultimately, the mist was evaporated into nothingness outside his body. Blazing sun slash. Fan Yao gritted his teeth and swung the battle axe heavily. A massive fiery red blade of light, even larger than before, emerged, radiating an indescribable heat as it slashed straight towards Situji. Trivial tricks. Situji shook his head and flicked his finger. A streak of gray spiritual power shot out from his fingertip at an incredible speed, leaving a gray mark in the air as if the atmosphere itself couldn't bear its presence. Hiss, the massive blade of light collided fiercely with the gray spiritual power. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no fragmentation, only the slow, eerie writhing of the gray spiritual power. Finally, it spread at a terrifying speed, enveloping the fiery blade of light, corroding it completely from point to surface. When the gray mist dissipated, the enormous blade of light, spanning dozens of meters, had vanished without a trace in such a bizarre manner. Hiss! Zhang Yong gasped sharply, his breath catching. This poison could even corrode martial techniques? Fan Yao's face darkened as he stared at the faint gray mist clinging to the giant spirit heaven-splitting axe. The mist seemed alive, writhing as it tried to crawl along the axe handle toward him. He snorted coldly, covered the axe with his spiritual power, and immediately cleared it away. Oh, this axe can actually withstand my poison. Situji glanced at the giant spirit heaven-splitting axe with some surprise. After a moment, he smiled with satisfaction and said, "Once you're dead, I'll give this weapon to my last disciple." Old Poison Master, you really have no shame. Fan Yao was amused by the shamelessness of the old man and immediately mocked him. Situji caught the sarcasm in Fan Yao's words. Seeing that Fan Yao dared to talk back, his face darkened and he lost his patience. His body moved, and in the next second, he appeared right in front of Fan Yao. His poisonous claw, glowing with a gray light and reeking of a nauseating stench, reached out to grab Fan Yao. Fan Yao, provoked into anger, flashed his eyes briefly before putting away his battle axe. He swung both fists fiercely, meeting the attack head-on. Elbows, knees, back, almost every part of his body that could be used as a weapon was unleashed without restraint, furiously striking at Situji's body. The sound of fists and flesh colliding echoed endlessly. However, between the two, it was clear that the three-colored spiritual power side was retreating repeatedly. On the ground, no figures could be seen anymore. Almost all the martial artists hid inside the building or ran into nearby shops, their faces flushed as they used spiritual power to resist the overwhelming pressure and poison that seemed to fill the heavens and earth, while nervously watching the battle. Especially when they saw Fan Yao's fierce and brave stance, they couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Only in a corner outside, a low complaint was heard. "Master, why haven't you made a move yet? Fan Yao is about to be killed by Situji." Su Yujin stared at the sky above while anxiously tugging at Emojun. "Exactly. Fan Yao is the key figure for the revival of our Tianqing training hall. We can't do without him." Shinkuan was also so anxious that he was scratching his head. Situji had the strength of a commander realm, and their master was also at the commander realm, at least capable of putting up a fight. But Fan Yao, a pure origin realm martial artist, had almost no chance of winning against Situji. The two wished they could fly up to save him themselves, but they were limited by their strength and could only urge desperately. Emojin squinted his eyes, suppressing the anxiety in his heart. These two brats thought he didn't want to save him? Tianqing Training Hall had only just seen the hope of revival, and he was the last person who wanted anything to happen to Fan Yao. However, Fan Yao knew full well that the old man was covered in poison, yet he dared to charge directly at him. Clearly, he had his own plans otherwise. How could he be so reckless? If Mo Jun rushed in rashly and disrupted Fan Yao's plan, wouldn't it be a waste? Therefore, even though he was deeply concerned, he could only hold back his anxiety. The vast spiritual power within him was already stirring restlessly. If his judgment was wrong, he would immediately rush in to save him. High above the sky, Fan Yao fought Situ Ji in close combat, his fists landing solidly, his body covered in blood, displaying a reckless, fearless attitude. Amid the spiritual power shockwaves, a lot of gray mist took the opportunity to invade Fan Yao's body, crazily corroding his skin and flesh, bringing an excruciating pain that pierced to the bone. Damn it! Is the imprinting done yet? Fan Yao roared furiously in his heart, throwing another fierce punch. When he pulled back his hand, his left fist, which had been modified, remained unscathed. His right fist, however, was already a bloody mess. The skin, muscles, and even tendons and bones had been corroded away, exposing the bone deeply, yet not a drop of blood flowed out. Both the spiritual power within and outside his body were frantically surging, fighting against the pervasive and overwhelming poisonous spiritual power, consuming him immensely. Amid Fan Yao's seemingly mad attacks, finally ding. King-level poison attribute talent imprinting complete. The king-level poison attribute talent imprinting was complete. Upon hearing this sound, Fan Yao's spirit was instantly lifted, his eyes bursting with a sharp gleam, and a surge of ecstasy filled his heart. How could he not know that Situ Ji's body was full of poison? But to fight a poison attribute martial artist, the fairest way was poison against poison, turning himself into a poison attribute martial artist as well. Others who came into contact with Situ Ji's body would be poisoned and die miserably, always at a disadvantage in a fight against a poison attribute martial artist. But Fan Yao was different. He possessed an attribute left hand and had done the task of imprinting others' talents for his own use many times before it was second nature to him. Now, he was also a poison attribute martial artist with king-level talent, immune to poison, unafraid of poison, and naturally resistant to poison. The more potent the poison, the more it became a great supplement for him. The current Situ Ji, in front of Fan Yao, was like a walking elixir of vitality. Old poison, the real battle is just beginning. Fan Yao roared towards the sky, his blood-red eyes fixed on Situ Ji. His fists swung even faster than before, with greater force. The severe corrosive injuries on his fists seemed to cause him no pain, as if he were tireless. Bang, bang, bang. The high-frequency sound of punches in the air grew more intense instead of weakening. Inside and outside the central base, whether it was Mo Jun and the others or Zhang Yong, who had retreated to the rooftop of a building, everyone's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Their heartbeats seemed to sync with the deep, resonating sound of flesh colliding thump, 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 shaking their very core. Wait, wasn't it said that the master of the Storm Training Hall had been in seclusion for over 2 years and had greatly improved his strength? Improved strength, my foot. Are you sure his strength has improved and not regressed? I was wondering the same thing. Is Situ Ji's poison really that powerful? Why does Fan Yao seem to be getting stronger the more he fights, like he's taken some kind of tonic? Situ Ji's face looks awful. Of course it does. A dignified leader-level powerhouse, the master of the Storm Training Hall, second only to one, above thousands. Being suppressed by a junior at the pure origin level, how could his face look good? On the rooftop of the tall building, Zhang Yong stared in shock as Fan Yao's punches forced Situ Ji to retreat step by step. He kept rubbing his eyes. Was he dreaming? Situ Ji, whom their monster hunting organization avoided like the plague and feared greatly, was being continuously pushed back by Fan Yao? Poison? What happened to the terrifying strength of a leader-level powerhouse? Why did it now seem like Fan Yao was the one in the leader-level realm, unstoppable and invincible? In the corner, Fan Yao's display of divine might had left Su Yujin and Shun Kun dumbfounded. Even the faint aftermath of the clashes in the sky made their bodies tremble and stiffen almost to the point of numbness. Fake, 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 fake. This must be fake. Su Yujin, is it my brain that's malfunctioning or my eyes? If what you're seeing is the same as what I'm seeing, then neither of us has a problem. The problem lies with Fan Yao. He's just too strong. Shin Kuan had long lost his composure. jumping and shouting madly on the spot, his blood rushing to his head, speaking incoherently in excitement. No way, the old poison is actually being suppressed. Did he go stupid during his seclusion? Unlike his two disciples' excitement, Imogen's expression was extremely peculiar, part amused, part mocking, his face wrinkled into a mess. Hey, you two. He stared at Fan Yao in midair, suddenly touched his chin with a serious look, then lowered his head and said to the two people in front of him, who were as excited as children, "Would you mind if I took on one more final disciple?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yujin and Shun Kuan immediately stopped their exaggerated movements and looked at Imogen in unison, blinking in confusion. What did the old man just say? Take on one more final disciple? Who? Fan Yao. With such terrifying talent, how could one not admire Fan Yao? Imogen's tone was full of amazement, clearly tempted. Master, has Situ Ji gone mad from his seclusion, and now you're losing your mind too? Su Yujin looked at him with disdain. Do you think, with Fan Yao's talent and strength, he would even consider someone at your mere commander realm as his master? Exactly, and you even want to take him as your last disciple. Forget whether you can even take him in. Even if you did, would we dare to call him junior brother? Would we? Would we? Would you dare to act all high and mighty in front of him like you do with us? Would you dare to boss him around, telling him to hand out flyers? Would you dare to dock his allowance, make him wake up at 5, sleep at midnight, and work him to the bone? Su Yujin and Shun Kuan took turns speaking, each word like a dagger stabbing into Imogen's heart, making him grit his teeth and clutch his chest, his face turning red with frustration. Were these two brats trying to anger him to death? What did they mean by mere commander realm? Did they forget that the commander realm was the pinnacle of combat power at the central base? What did they mean by dare not act high and mighty in front of Fan Yao? And was he really that ruthless usually? They even asked if he dared. Of course I. Imogen started to retort, but suddenly hesitated, feeling a bit guilty. He might actually not dare. Imogen looked up at Fan Yao, whose expression was cold and ruthless as he threw punches, fiercely clashing with a commander realm expert without a care for his internal injuries. Imogen couldn't help but swallow nervously. As for Situ Ji, feeling the injuries inflicted by Fan Yao's attacks, he was on the verge of losing his mind. His eyes turned blood red, and a terrifying surge of poisonous gas erupted from his body, spreading everywhere with intense corrosive power, aiming straight at Fan Yao's face. But what about Fan Yao? The moment the poison enveloped him, his body did pause briefly. However, almost immediately, a dazzling tricolored spiritual energy burst forth like a blade, shattering and tearing the poison apart. Moreover, in this brutal melee, Situ Ji realized that Fan Yao possessed not only immense physical strength, but also exceptional combat skills, as if he had survived countless life and death battles. He knew exactly where to strike to cause the most pain and inflict the most severe injuries. What was even more terrifying? Initially, Situ Ji thought Fan Yao had already been poisoned and was merely holding on due to his strong resistance to toxins from his 3 attributes. He believed that given more time, even without further attacks, Fan Yao would succumb to the poison and die a gruesome death. However, as time passed, Situ Ji quickly realized he was gravely mistaken. My poison has no effect on this damned brat at all. Situ Ji's eyes widened, blood vessels crawling out from the depths of his pupils as he stared at Fan Yao, desperately hoping to see some signs of poisoning. His expression was utterly terrifying. With a wave of his hand, a torrent of poison gas surged toward Fan Yao as if it cost him nothing. But Fan Yao? Not only did he show no signs of poisoning, but he also didn't even appear slightly uncomfortable. On top of that, he had the audacity to taunt him. Old poison bag, aren't you supposed to be so capable? Isn't your poison supposed to be deadly? Didn't you want to take my weapon? Well, come on then. Commander Realm? With your level of strength, you dare call yourself Commander Realm? Your attacks are so weak, they're just tickling me. Lived most of his life. No improvement in cultivation, but his shamelessness grew. Fan Yao was in high spirits, standing in the sky, covered in blood. Though he looked disheveled, his eyes were bright and sharp as he cursed at Situ Ji. You've lived so long. It's like your age went to the dogs. Why don't you just call yourself Situ Dog? His arrogant and unrestrained shout echoed like rolling thunder throughout the central base, reaching everyone's ears. Each word struck like a heavy drumbeat, shaking their hearts, leaving them stunned and exclaiming in disbelief, while also admiring Fan Yao's audacity. Meanwhile, another group of people, hearing this public humiliation, turned red and purple with anger, clenching their fists tightly, trembling with rage. Main hall of the Fengyan Training Hall. Nearly 10,000 martial artists dressed in training hall uniforms crowded the training ground like ants. From their vantage point, they could clearly see Situji being cursed and attacked by Fan Yao. While furious, their hearts trembled, and a trace of fear unknowingly crept into their gazes fixed on Fan Yao. Hallmaster, the Hallmaster won't really be defeated by that Fan Yao, will he? A soft murmur arose. How? How is that possible? Our Hallmaster is so powerful, he wouldn't be defeated so easily. Exactly, the Hallmaster possesses extraordinary strength at the Dominion level. Fan Yao is just temporarily gaining the upper hand. Once the Hallmaster shows his true power, Fan Yao is definitely done for. Among the dense crowd of martial artists, whispers like these occasionally emerged, some voices tinged with incredulous shock, while others sounded laughably self-reassuring. In front of these martial artists stood 9 middle-aged figures, roughly in their 50s, with strengths ranging from the Unity realm to the pure Origin realm. Their faces were solemn, their eyes hiding deep astonishment. They were the main and branch hall masters, as well as the coaches of Fengyan Training Hall. Today, Fengyan Training Hall has suffered another great humiliation. After watching for a while, one of the branch hall masters spoke with a dark expression, gritting his teeth. And not only that, both humiliations were caused by the same person. Have you forgotten about Zhou Shan and He Xiang? Another branch hall master said coldly, sending chills down everyone's spine. One major humiliation months ago, and now multiple humiliations today. Even the hall master has been publicly insulted in front of the entire central base. We've lost all face. At this point, the 9 fell silent, their expressions shifting unpredictably. If we don't kill this little bastard today, how can Fengyan Training Hall ever hold its head high in the central base again? You're absolutely right. There's no time to waste. Let's act immediately and rescue the hall master. With that, a few of them began to surge with overwhelming spiritual power, ready to charge into the sky in the next moment. Stop your foolish thoughts. Just as they were about to act, the person in the center of the 9 suddenly spoke, frowning, almost driven to tears by their stupidity. The hall master is already at a disadvantage. What good will it do for you to go? Or are you saying you think your strength surpasses the hall master's? Don't forget, Zhang Yong is nearby. If you interfere, Zhang Yong will definitely step in to stop you. If we provoke the monster hunting organization, now is not the time to tear things apart with them. Then what do you suggest we do? The crowd was also getting angry. They couldn't fight, yet not fighting wasn't an option either. Was the Fengyan Training Hall really going to suffer such a big loss today? If we don't act, other forces can. You too, quickly contact the He family and tell them that He Xiang was killed by Fan Yao. Have them send people over. All right. The group exchanged glances, and 2 of them immediately turned and left. Above the sky, Fan Yao was panting heavily, his body covered in blood, with some internal injuries as well. Earlier, most of his right arm had been corroded by the intense poison, and even after imprinting the poison attribute, his flesh couldn't regenerate. The severe pain caused his body to tremble slightly, and he hissed through clenched teeth, but this very pain kept his mind sharp. I'm not feeling great, but that old poison master must be feeling worse. The weakness of poison attribute warriors is their poor physical constitution. They can't even withstand a single punch from me. Fan Yao sneered as he stared at Situji. Poison attribute warriors are like mages, capable of large-scale attacks, but weak in close combat. Moreover, their bodies, having been soaked in poison since childhood and fused with it, inevitably suffer damage. Situji, though only in his 60s, had completely white hair and eyebrows, looking much older than the heads of other training halls, partly due to this reason. At this moment, Situji no longer had the transcendent and refined appearance he had when he first appeared. His hair was disheveled, his clothes were in tatters, and his snow-white training hall uniform was stained with blood spots and wrinkled. His chest and shoulders bore varying degrees of heavy blows from Fan Yao, marked with fist imprints. His upper left arm was fractured, his right calf had a slight bone crack, and his spine throbbed with intense pain. In the latter half of the battle, Situ-ji was even horrified to discover that his poison seemed to be slowly absorbed by Fan Yao. Being forced into such a sorry state in front of a large audience, the humiliation was driving him to the brink of madness. "You little brat, if I don't kill you today, how can I have any face left to live in this world?" Situ-ji's eyes were icy cold, his body suddenly shook violently, and visible toxic gas began to surge out from him continuously, as if he was releasing all the poison within his body. 10,000 poison demon rain. As the shout fell, Situ-ji's face and body visibly shriveled at an alarming rate, turning into a dried-up corpse within moments. Meanwhile, the overwhelming toxic gas rapidly spread in all directions, eventually condensing into countless fine toxic needles in midair. The needles were as thin as cow hair, containing highly concentrated compressed spiritual energy. If pierced by even one, the poison would enter the body, turning the victim into a pool of blood from the inside out. Damn it! That old bastard Situ-ji has completely thrown away his dignity, using such a vicious move against Fan Yao. The range of the toxic needles spanned nearly 100 miles. Around Zhang Yong, the air was filled with these hair-thin needle-like forms, making him unable to move. If he accidentally got pricked by one, he might die on the spot. Haha, little brat. This time, let's see where you can run. Situ-ji's skeletal face twisted as he stared at Fan Yao, letting out a sinister laugh. The next second, his eyes turned fierce. Go! Swish! 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 With a command from Situ-ji, the previously motionless fine needles suddenly pierced through the air like raindrops, flying forward in such numbers that it seemed as if a pitch-black magical rain had descended. Fan Yao, Zhang Yong couldn't help but shout out loud. Phoenix Bell of Immobility. Fan Yao's heart tightened slightly, and the deep yellow spiritual power within him surged wildly. Finally, it transformed outside his body into a dark, ancient, and heavy copper bell, enveloping him completely and impenetrably. Earth? This is the luster of the earth attribute. Zhang Yong stared dumbfoundedly at the ancient bell surrounding Fan Yao, so stunned that he couldn't even pay attention to the countless poisonous needles in the air. As Fan Yao unleashed one attribute after another, Zhang Yong was almost numb with shock. Even if Fan Yao revealed one or several more talents, he might only twitch his mouth and lose control of his expressions, muttering, "Oh, this kid is freakishly talented again." There's actually another hidden attribute. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Mo Jun and the others also stared at Fan Yao, their chests tight with tension, unable to exhale for a long time. Initially, they thought the shock Fan Yao had given them was already overwhelming, making them believe they had seen all of Fan Yao's cards. Yet in the next moment, he would erupt with unimaginable talents and strength, overturning their understanding and repeatedly pushing the limits of their acceptance. Old man, do you still dare to take Fan Yao as your last disciple now? It was unclear whether it was Su Yujin or Shen Kuan who muttered dreamily. This time, Mo Jun did not get angry. After hesitating for a moment, he actually put away his usual mischievous demeanor, shook his head, and said nothing. Accept him as a disciple? He no longer had the qualifications. When Fan Yao revealed 3 attributes earlier, he could still boast that he was far superior to Minister Zhang and had extraordinary talent. But now, Fan Yao was no longer just 3 attributes, he was a true embodiment of 4 major attributes coexisting in one body. Who was worthy of being his master? Who was qualified to teach him? Perhaps, being Fan Yao's master would only mean being mercilessly overshadowed by him. This time, the giant bell condensed by Fan Yao was more solid and sturdy than ever before, directly blocking the poisonous needles shooting toward it. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Each poisonous needle that struck the giant bell tried its hardest to drill inward until the poison was completely evaporated. Then, another poisonous needle quickly followed, seemingly endless. Ha! You little beast, this time, I want to see how you escape from my grasp. Situ-ji's laughter echoed madly throughout the Anqing base, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it and causing goosebumps to rise. At this moment, behind Situji, a group of four suddenly rushed over in a hurry. Leading the group were two elderly men with anxious expressions, their hair white and teeth worn, appearing to be in their 80s and both wearing reading glasses. If not for the fact that the two were floating in the air and exuding an aura comparable to Minister Zhang's, one might have mistaken them for ordinary people. As soon as the two arrived, they ignored the poisonous needles filling the sky and urgently scanned the ground. Moments later, their gazes froze on a large pit. Inside the pit lay a middle-aged man, long dead, dressed in tattered clothes, quietly resting there. If you look closely, you can notice that his body seems to bear traces of corrosion from toxic gas, and he was even pierced by several poison needles. He Xiang, gravely injured by Fan Yao, ultimately died at the hands of Situji. My son, one of the elderly women, upon seeing the corpse, had her pupils contract in shock. The next moment, she let out a painful cry and appeared beside He Xiang's body, holding him tightly in her arms and sobbing uncontrollably. She had given birth to him late in life, and he was her precious treasure. She had painstakingly nurtured He Xiang into a talented individual and sent him to the Fengyun Training Hall as the head coach. Who would have thought that he would die within a day? Fengyun Training Hall. Is this how you take care of Xiang? Seeing the elderly woman crying her heart out, the unfamiliar old man fixed his sinister gaze on the two deputy hall masters of Fengyun Training Hall. His voice was sharp and cracked, filled with boundless anger and grief. Our He family invests billions into Fengyun Training Hall every year, and this is how you repay us by killing my son. This is a misunderstanding, sirs. The two from Fengyun Training Hall exchanged glances and raised their hands in unison, pointing to the sky with righteous indignation. Our hall master, upon learning that Fan Yao killed He Xiang, personally took action to avenge He Xiang. We originally intended to kill Fan Yao and bring his head back to apologize to the two elders. But who would have thought that Fan Yao's strength was so formidable? Even our hall master ended up in such a state. In just a few sentences, the two shifted all the blame onto Fan Yao. Fan Yao. The two elderly individuals immediately looked up at the sky, their sharp eyes seemingly piercing through the giant bell to see Fan Yao's face. They roared in fury. The hatred of killing one's son is irreconcilable. Wife, today we will slaughter this little beast and avenge Xiang. All right. The elderly woman wiped her tears, gently placed He Xiang's corpse down, and then suddenly raised her hand. Two powerful auras surged into the sky, instantly drawing everyone's attention. It's the He family couple. Hiss, they must be here for He Xiang. TSK. These are two late-stage pure Yuan realm experts. Even if Fan Yao managed to drag Situ Hall Master into such a state, he's already at the end of his rope. With this, the outcome is decided. You brat, give me back my son's life. The He family couple stared intently at Fan Yao, whose face was cold. Each of them held a long spear brimming with energy. The spears spun, infused with water attribute spiritual power, their tips exuding a sharp killing intent. The fierce energy rippled outward, and without another word, they viciously hurled the spears directly at Fan Yao. They struck the Minghuang immovable bell directly. Crack, crack. On the surface of the bell, tiny cracks began to appear and gradually spread. Soon, more and more cracks formed, and even small fragments of the bell's body fell off. This is bad. Fan Yao's face darkened as he stared at the dense cracks. He took a deep breath. In the next moment, an overwhelming cold wave surged from within him. At the moment the Minghuang immovable bell shattered, the cold wave formed over a dozen layers of icy barriers in front of him at an unimaginable speed, radiating chilling air. Thud, thud, thud. Numerous poison needles instantly pierced through. In just a moment, the outermost ice layer was gradually corroded away. The long spears continued to drill into the barriers like a madly spinning drill bit, shattering ice fragments everywhere and even producing a sound akin to an electric drill boring into a surface. Under the combined attack of a Dominion-level expert and two pure Origin-level experts, when the attack dissipated, the thick layer of ice was shattered more than half. This little brat, after entangling with Director Situ for so long, can still withstand our joint attack. The He family couple withdrew their spears, holding them in their hands, their faces filled with anger and disbelief. They turned to Situ Ji. Director Situ, what is the background of this little scoundrel? Hiss, Director Situ. What happened to you? What did they see? The once high and mighty director of the Storm Training Hall, Situ Ji, a super expert at the Dominion level, now looked as shriveled as a dried corpse, his eyeballs bulging, dark circles under his eyes, his face covered with thick veins writhing like worms, as if all the essence and blood in his body had dried up. If not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, they might have thought Situ Ji was already dead. This boy actually turned Situ Ji into such a ghostly figure. The couple exchanged glances, unable to believe what they were seeing. While ripples of shock stirred in their hearts, they became deeply convinced of the words of the two deputy directors of the Storm Training Hall. Xianger was indeed killed by Fan Yao. Damned brat. Today, you will leave your life here. The couple roared furiously, their figures moving simultaneously, appearing not far from Fan Yao. A vast and overwhelming aura surged forth, filled with murderous intent. Fan Yao casually dispersed the remaining ice layer, his eyes quickly scanning the seemingly incapacitated and staggering Situ Ji. Then, he shifted his gaze to the two elderly figures who had suddenly appeared and launched an attack on him. Situ Ji's dogs? Fan Yao was provoked into anger, his tone violent. The Storm Training Hall truly was a hornet's nest once stirred, it never ended. Hearing this disrespectful reply, the He family couple became even angrier. How dare you? You killed our son, He Xiang, and we are here for revenge. He Xiang? Fan Yao frowned slightly. Although He Xiang had been severely injured by him, he was still a pure origin-level expert. How could he have died so easily? Fan Yao instinctively looked at He Xiang's corpse, his eyes narrowing as he stared at the traces of corrosion on the body. After a moment, a mocking smile appeared on his face as he said indifferently, I didn't kill him. Nonsense. If you didn't kill him, then are you saying our director did? At this moment, the two deputy directors of the Storm Training Hall suddenly appeared beside the He family couple, indignantly accusing, you severely injured He Xiang, and he didn't receive timely treatment, so he naturally died. Shut your filthy mouth. Seeing the situation change, Zhang Yong quickly pulled Zhun Yuan's mind back, appearing beside Fan Yao in the next second. He looked displeased at the deputy director and, in his anger, cursed directly. In the Demon Hunter organization, how many demon hunters return severely injured after completing missions? Even those at the Unity level don't die so quickly. What? Is He Xiang's pure origin level watered down? I've been observing the whole time without intervening, and I saw everything clearly. He Xiang was obviously poisoned to death by Situ Ji. He family, don't look for the wrong person when seeking the murderer of your son, or He Xiang will die with grievances. Zhang Yong stood in front of Fan Yao and shouted loudly. This. The He couple's faces darkened, looking dangerously at the deputy master of the Fengyun Training Hall. The deputy master of Fengyun Training Hall's face also darkened. If it weren't for Fan Yao severely injuring He Xiang first, how would He Xiang have died from the poison gas? He didn't intend to hide the truth, as it couldn't be concealed anyway. Once the corpse was taken for an autopsy and toxicology test, He Xiang's true cause of death would soon be revealed. But the current situation was that as long as Fan Yao was even slightly involved, the blame would be pinned on him. To impose a crime, why worry about the lack of evidence? Zhang Yong understood clearly now, once again amazed by the shamelessness of Fengyun Training Hall. So He Xiang's death is being used as a tool to deceive the He couple into targeting Fan Yao. I won't argue with you. One of the deputy master's faces turned dark, glancing at the grim-faced He couple. His figure flashed to Situ Ji's side, taking out something and feeding it to him. Then, as if he had suffered great injustice, he cried out, Elder He, you saw it yourselves. Our master, in order to deal with Fan Yao and avenge He Xiang, exhausted his poison skills, suffered severe injuries, and almost lost his life. As he spoke, Situ Ji's shriveled body began to eerily rebound like a balloon being inflated. Faintly, sounds of blood flowing and bones and meridians growing could be heard. What a pity, there was no time to finish him off. Fan Yao, itching to summon the giant spirit heaven's splitting axe to strike him, caught a whiff of the toxic stench from the pill and pursed his lips. As expected of a poison attribute martial artist, using deadly poison to heal truly extreme. With this, Situ-ji, the greatest threat, would likely recover soon. In a short while, there would be 4 pure Origin Realm experts glaring at him, unharmed, along with one even more terrifying super expert at the commanding realm whose poison skills were rapidly replenishing. Meanwhile, he was already battle-worn, and Minister Zhang couldn't directly engage Fengyun Training Hall. It was practically a dead end. Kid, I'll ask you just once, was it you who severely injured my son? The He family's elderly woman asked sharply, her bony finger pointing at Fan Yao, her anger surging. Elder He, what do you mean by that? Zhang Yang's expression changed upon hearing this. If Fan Yao admitted it, would He Xiang's death be entirely blamed on him? This wasn't just about 2 pure Origin Realm experts killing someone's only son would mean the entire He family hunting him down a countless number of powerful disciples. The sharp questioning echoed in the air. Countless people held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Numerous stunned gazes fell on Fan Yao's face, anxiously awaiting his response. Finally, amidst the He couple's furious outburst, the success of Fengyun Training Hall's scheme, and the collective shock of everyone at the base, Fan Yao opened his mouth and declared, earth-shatteringly, "Enough with the nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Your grandpa Fan Yao will take you on." Utterly absurd, outrageously arrogant, attacking and injuring people, even killing them, in the central base, and still so brazen. Minister Zhang, are you still going to protect such a reckless junior? What about the responsibilities of the demon hunting organization? The He couple righteously accused, their words filled not only with anger, but also with extreme disdain for Fan Yao. Young friend Fan Yao, you're too fierce. Zhang Yang's mouth hung open, his face filled with despair. The situation was becoming increasingly uncontrollable, with more top forces from the central base getting involved. Moreover, He Xiang wasn't even killed by Fan Yao. With such provocation against the He family, wouldn't this play right into the hands of the Storm Training Hall? Minister Zhang, how do you wake someone pretending to sleep? Fan Yao glanced at him and asked. Clang. He casually summoned the giant spirit sky-splitting axe, his face seemingly calm, but upon closer inspection, one could see the deep madness hidden in his black eyes, like a terrifying volcano on the verge of eruption. Energy brewed wildly, and once unleashed, it would surely be catastrophic. This, Zhang Yong naturally understood the meaning behind Fan Yao's words. He wanted to refute, but couldn't utter a single word. These 2 cunning individuals knew full well that He Xiang ultimately died at the hands of Situ-ji. However, not everyone was like Fan Yao, capable of reducing a fearsome commander-level poison attribute warrior to such a miserable state. If the He couple were to believe that the Storm Training Hall was responsible for their son's death, this grudge might never be resolved in their lifetime. But Fan Yao was different. He came to the central base alone, with no connections or support. The local demon hunting organization was weak, seemingly the easiest target to bully. Young friend Fan Yao is right. If they choose to feign ignorance and refuse to avenge their son, no amount of reasoning will work. Why waste words? If they want to fight, we'll oblige. Zhang Yong took a deep breath and suddenly burst into laughter. A cyan and dark yellow aura erupted from his body as he stood beside Fan Yao. A refined iron whip appeared in his hand, and with a swing, it cracked the air with explosive force. Let me help you one last time and teach these shameless people a lesson. Don't call this a personal matter. Once this is over, the Storm Training Hall might target my demon hunting organization anyway. Upon hearing this, Fan Yao could only nod slightly. He glanced at Situ-ji, who had absorbed the poisonous pill, and stood up with a face full of resentment. Raising the giant spirit sky-splitting axe, he casually rested it on his shoulder. How do we split them? Haha. Though I'm not as strong as you, don't underestimate the combat power of my dual attributes. I can handle 2 pure Origin Realm fighters. The 2 Deputy Hall Masters are mine. Zhang Yong's face turned serious as he calculated carefully. That leaves Situ-ji and the He couple. At this point, Zhang Yong suddenly paused, his expression gradually turning grim. 3 opponents remained. two of whom were unscathed and brimming with spiritual energy. The other was a commander-level fighter. Were they all supposed to be left to Fan Yao, who had already fought several battles? If it really comes to it, I'll have to risk my life and take on one more pure Origin Realm fighter. Zhang Yong pondered secretly, gritting his teeth. There was no other choice. Hee hee, Zhang Yong, why risk your life? Suddenly, an elderly voice rang out, loud and excited, with a hint of lewdness. Hearing this voice, Situ Ji, who had just recovered, was momentarily stunned. Then his face slowly darkened as he locked his gaze in a certain direction and roared, "Emojan, how dare you interfere? TCH, so you can gang up on others, but I can't step in to help? Situ Ji, do you have some kind of psychological problem?" The elderly voice rang out again. Whoosh, after a faint, almost inaudible sound of wind cutting through the air, Fan Yao suddenly noticed an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face standing before him. The old man was a head shorter than him, his eyes gleaming as he stared at Fan Yao. He reached out and pinched here and there on Fan Yao's body, even probing him with a bit of spiritual energy. After withdrawing his hand, he clicked his tongue in admiration. "Fan Yao, kid, your physical condition is incredible. How long has it been since the battle? Your spiritual energy has already recovered more than half. You suffered such severe injuries, yet here you are, lively and scheming to take on 3 pure Origin Realm fighters. How are you so capable?" Fan Yao was still processing what had just happened. The next second, Commander Realm. Fan Yao's pupils contracted, his body reacting faster than his thoughts. Instinctively, he raised his fist and punched toward the old man, retreating rapidly as waves of 4-colored spiritual energy surged outward, causing the space around them to tremble and emit sharp screeches. "Not bad, that punch." Emojan's old eyes lit up, and he chuckled. With a wave of his wide, traditional robe sleeves, he casually threw a seemingly powerless punch. Boom. After the explosion, the force of Fan Yao's punch was completely neutralized. "Master Emo." Zhang Yong froze for a moment, then seemed to recall something and shouted in ecstatic joy. Emojan squinted his eyes and, facing Zhang Yong, returned to a serious demeanor. "That old bastard Situ Ji, why not leave him to me?" Fan Yao hovered far above in the sky, scrutinizing the unfamiliar elderly man who had suddenly appeared. Friend or foe? Fan Yao pondered for a moment and decided to scan him to get a better grasp of his background. Buzz species, human name, Emojan strength, early commander realm basic talent, king level metal attribute talent, king level metal attribute. This old man's physical strength must be incredibly formidable. Fan Yao narrowed his eyes. No wonder he could shatter the energy formed by the fusion of Fan Yao's 4 attributes with a single punch. If lightning attributes can assist in body refinement, then metal attribute warriors, as their strength increases, also see their physical energy grow stronger. By the time they reach the commander realm, they might already be capable of resisting heavy tanks with their bodies or even ignoring laser beams. What a sturdy old man. At this moment, even Fan Yao couldn't help but mutter in admiration. "Hey, Fan Yao kid. Why are you still hanging up there? It's time to fight." Emojan's teasing voice rang out. Fan Yao glanced at Zhang Yong and, seeing his excited nods, finally let out a sigh of relief. He cautiously approached and said with a faint smile, "Thank you, Master Emo, for your assistance. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, I may not be able to kill that bastard Situ, but I can cripple him," Emojan said with a wave of his hand. "Cripple him." Fan Yao's lips twitched as he silently extended his blood-stained left hand, smiling faintly. "Regardless of the outcome, thank you, Master Emo." Emojan didn't mind the blood on Fan Yao's hand and grabbed it directly. His lips moved slightly, and a faint sound reached Fan Yao's ears. "As long as the green hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. We'll hold these people off. When you find an opportunity, leave quickly and come back for revenge later." "Haha. If it weren't for the circumstances, I'd want you to join my Tianqing training hall right now." "Tianqing training hall, huh? If I get the chance, I'll definitely go." Fan Yao smiled, but did not comment on Emojan's words about letting him escape. Even if Emojan did not come to help, Fan Yao was confident in his ability to retreat unscathed. Now, There was no way he would flee in disgrace if he didn't make these people pay a price. Wouldn't he today as suffering be in vain? Seeing Fan Yao agree, Emo Jun was instantly overjoyed, rubbing his hands excitedly. He turned around, his figure shooting straight towards Situ Ji like a cannonball, the air roaring. Then let us skip the nonsense. Situ, we still have some scores to settle. Let us settle them all today. Emo Jun, I swear I will destroy your Tianqing training hall in the future. Boom, boom, boom. Facing Emo Jun, who was also at the commander realm, Situ Ji's face turned grim as he stared venomously at the golden glowing fist that was fiercely coming at him. The sheer, wild, and brutal force emanating from it was something even he dared not underestimate. If he took a solid punch, his body might end up with a gaping hole. Fan Yao, be careful. Feeling the terrifying waves of energy spreading, Zhang Yong swung his refined iron whip, turned his head to warn Fan Yao, and then coiled his whip around the two deputy hall masters, fighting and cursing loudly, creating quite a commotion. Only Fan Yao remained. Carrying the giant spirit sky-splitting axe, he stared expressionlessly at the elderly he couple before him, who, despite their age, were still formidable. Suddenly, the corners of his lips curled into a mocking smile. Self-deception, how ridiculous. The he couple glared at Fan Yao, their bodies trembling with rage from the pain of losing their son and the merciless taunts from Fan Yao. The intensity of their trembling made one worry if they might fall apart on the spot. Old man, stop wasting words with him. Rip out this brat's heart and offer it to our son. Madam, he stomped her long spear, which whistled through the air. The spear was heavy, yet she wielded it effortlessly, clearly a testament to her lifelong mastery of the weapon. All right, Mr. He twirled his spear, his figure expanding as he charged forward, thrusting the spear viciously toward Fan Yao's head, aiming to pierce through it. Madam He's spear, meanwhile, darted left and right, creating dense spear shadows that seemed to weave a wall around Fan Yao, enveloping him completely. One attacked while the other defended, each fulfilling their role. The spears glowed with a blue light, and if struck, they would undoubtedly leave a massive, bloody hole. Facing their aggressive assault, Fan Yao maintained a cold expression, his figure darting swiftly through the sky, his eyes carefully observing their attack patterns. Occasionally, he used the giant spirit sky-splitting axe to block, seizing opportunities to make them suffer minor losses. As time passed, Fan Yao quickly adapted to their spear techniques, grasping their attack patterns, and began to handle the situation with ease. The central base was eerily quiet, as if deserted. Countless people were either hiding in buildings or casually finding a place to stay, their ears filled with the deafening sounds of explosions from the sky. They gazed at the three battle zones above, too tense to even breathe. Emo Jun versus Situ Ji. Zhang Yong versus the two deputy hall masters of the Fengyun Training Hall. Fan Yao versus the He couple. Although the battle zone with the most intense and terrifying energy fluctuations was the clash between the two Commander Realm superpowers, the majority of people's attention was focused on Fan Yao. For Fan Yao, so many peak-level experts have mobilized. Those who want to kill him are determined, and those who want to save him are willing to risk everything. Minister Zhang, the owner and deputy owner of the Fengyun Training Hall, the owner of the Tianqing Training Hall, the He family couple. These are people you rarely get to see, but now we get to see them all at once. For an unknown martial artist, is it really worth it? But that Fan Yao is indeed incredible. He fights so well. Does his spiritual energy never run out? Is it infinite spiritual energy? Unknown, did you misunderstand something? Someone immediately glanced over, pointed at Fan Yao from afar, their face full of disbelief, as if saying, "Are you joking with me?" He possesses 4 major attributes, has successively killed 2 pure origin realm experts, and even managed to deal with a commander realm expert like that. Minister Zhang and Hall Master Imo hold him in high regard. Who else could have such an honor? True, he's really cool, carving out a bloody path amidst so many strong figures from the central base. This is what a real man is. Say what you will, after today, this guy will be famous in the central base. Countless martial artists were filled with excitement, looking at Fan Yao with admiration in their eyes. Many female martial artists also had their attention fixed on him, exclaiming in awe, their beautiful eyes sparkling. Today, this young man who suddenly appeared at the central base undoubtedly brought them immense shock, repeatedly displaying combat power far beyond his realm, unprecedented terrifying talent, and, of course, that unyielding arrogance even in the face of super-powerful opponents. He even dared to publicly curse the Hall Master of Fengyun Training Hall in front of millions at the central base. His audacity was simply off the charts. I wonder if Fan Yao can escape unscathed. Such a genius, a true man. It would be such a pity if he died here. If he can grow, he might become a legendary figure in the world. He probably won't die. Even Hall Master Situ's poison gas had no effect on him. Exactly. Even Commander Realm super experts couldn't do anything to him, and the He family couple still wanted to feed him. I don't think he will die. Look, facing two pure origin realm experts, Fan Yao seems to be playing around, as if he isn't even interested in making a move. The He couple must be furious. Haha. Seeing these usually high and mighty people show such expressions is truly amusing. Anyway, let's hope he can escape. Countless martial artists silently wished in their hearts, surprisingly hoping that Fan Yao could leave safely. As for Fan Yao, he only dodged without attacking, his dismissive attitude driving the He family couple into a frenzy. Their faces were filled with rage and venomous hatred, making their old faces even more twisted. The speed of their spear attacks increased, and their strikes became increasingly ruthless. This brat is indeed severely injured. He doesn't dare to confront us head-on and can only flee like a rat. The two exchanged a glance, and this thought immediately crossed their minds. Their eyes turned sharp, and the spearheads twisted, instantly changing their moves. The two spears combined in attack, doubling their power, with killing intent overflowing. 13 styles of overlapping spears. The spear shadows were fierce, unstoppable like a bamboo splitting. Zhang Yong and Mo Zhen's expressions immediately changed slightly upon seeing this. It was the He family couple's ultimate joint technique. Twin spears attacking together, their sharpness unmatched, reportedly capable of piercing through 100 layers of refined iron. Almost instinctively, the two wanted to step in and help, but their opponents seemed to sense their intentions. At that moment, their opponents suddenly erupted with power, entangling them so tightly that they couldn't break free. Fan Yao dodged quickly. Zhang Yong shouted anxiously. Dodge? Where can you dodge to? The He couple, hearing this shout, immediately revealed a sinister smile. Staring at Fan Yao's figure, which was within reach, they shook their long spear, instantly creating countless spear shadows. Crash! Everyone seemed to hear the sound of waves echoing across the sky, seeing a massive blue sea rise with towering waves, surging towards Fan Yao with ferocity, sealing off all his escape routes in an instant. Oh no, Fan Yao can't escape. As everyone widened their eyes, holding their breath, many began to fall silent, lamenting that a rising star was about to fall before it could shine. Suddenly, just as it seemed all escape routes were blocked, Fan Yao abruptly stopped his darting movements. With a few casual axe swings, he effortlessly swept away the overwhelming spear shadows, standing calmly in the sky. He let out a deep shout, thunderous four-direction seal. For seals, release. Then, everyone saw. Dozens of dazzling streams of light scattered in all directions from Fan Yao as the center, like dandelion seeds, quietly floating beyond the three battlefields. Upon closer inspection, for small handprints stacked one by one, transforming into a massive four-colored light cluster. Each light cluster was spaced about 500 meters apart, slowly rotating and encircling the three battlefields entirely. The subtle spaces between each light cluster seemed to distort slightly under the pressure of the overflowing, immense energy, emitting violent and terrifying electrical fluctuations. Is this a martial technique? Countless people were stunned by this spectacle, unable to recover for a long time. What was Fan Yao doing? At such a critical moment, was he setting off fireworks to celebrate? No, something seems off. From my perspective, these dozens of rays of light seem to be independent. These dozens of rays aren't one martial technique, but a martial technique forcibly released dozens of times. Finally, among the crowd, someone, after observing for a long time, felt their heart tighten and hesitantly uttered this statement. Sure enough, the next second, this person was immediately bombarded with ridicule from everyone. What the hell? You can talk nonsense, but don't spout nonsense like this. Normally, releasing a martial technique once drains all my spiritual energy. Releasing it dozens of times? Are you really treating Fan Yao as a god? How is that possible? I'm telling you, if it's really as amazing as you say, I'll kneel on the spot and call Fan Yao my dad. Grandpa works too, he's my ancestor. I don't believe it either, not even if I die, unless Fan Yao admits it to me personally. What is this brat up to? Situ Ji, the two deputy pavilion masters, and the he couple naturally also sensed Fan Yao's actions. Feeling the extremely unstable, seemingly ready to explode violent fluctuations, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. This kid Fan Yao managed to take down a commander-level expert. Escaping from the he couple should be a simple matter. Why isn't he running? What's he up to? Zhang Yong and Mo Zhen were frantically clashing head-on with their opponents while feeling increasingly anxious. Just as their worry reached its peak, they suddenly heard Fan Yao's urgent voice transmitted to their ears. I can't hold on much longer. You need to escape now. What? Shouldn't you be the one escaping? Why are you telling us to run instead? Zhang Yong and Mo Zhen froze for a moment, unable to react, when a deafening explosion suddenly interrupted their thoughts. The energy within the light clusters floating around the battlefield began to grow chaotic. The clusters expanded and contracted, and soon, one after another, they exploded. Terrifying waves of lightning energy surged wildly, rampaging uncontrollably across the sky, accompanied by the incessant crackling of electricity. But it wasn't over yet. The once clear and cloudless sky had, at some point, gathered massive pitch-black clouds. The oppressive clouds descended, with serpentine streaks of lightning slithering within them, violent flashes illuminating the darkness, and faintly, the furious roars of thunder could be heard echoing through the heavens. This is bad. This apocalyptic hellish scene was immediately noticed by several individuals. Feeling the terrifying and overwhelming energy pouring down from the sky, their expressions changed drastically, and the sound of sharp intakes of breath echoed one after another in midair. In the next moment, their instincts kicked in, and they turned their heads, ready to flee. Where are you two deputy masters going? Such a great opportunity for lightning body refinement. Don't let it go to waste. Ha ha ha. Situ, don't hold back either. Go ahead and train that frail body of yours. Having been warned by Fan Yao in advance, Zhang Yong and Mo Zhen reacted much faster than Situ Ji and the others. Without hesitation, they unleashed their spiritual power and forcefully blasted the horrified Situ Ji and his group toward the center of the explosion. Then, without a word, they turned and fled, their speed so fast that they left streaks of afterimages in the sky. Fan Yao's face was extremely pale, but seeing the two had already escaped, he felt a sense of relief. You two can join them as well. With that, his figure flashed, appearing behind the He family couple at an unimaginable speed. Laughing heartily, he kicked the unsuspecting pair into the chaos without hesitation. Then, with a flip of his hand, a small golden key transformed into a streak of light and shot straight into the thunderclouds. This was the key to activate the heavenly thunder summoning. You beast, you deserve to die. The 5 individuals were kicked into the center of the energy explosion, colliding violently with each other. Before they could separate, the raging energy surged toward them, bombarding their bodies as if trying to tear them apart. Blood spurted from all 5 of them. After much thought, I decided to leave you all a little gift. Though it was prepared in haste, I hope you accept it with a smile. After finishing everything, Fan Yao, pale and ghostly, with all his spiritual powers seemingly drained, retreated and sped toward the southeastern forest. His faint laughter echoed throughout the entire central base, leaving behind a series of stunned and comical faces. After his departure, the lightning in the sky began to mercilessly ravage the central base. Boom, 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 crackle, sizzle. The thunderclouds above the sky spanned roughly 1,000 zhang, almost covering the majority of the central base. The massive bolts of lightning, ranging from several hundred to dozens of zhang, showed no concern for whether the targets below were people or buildings. They struck indiscriminately. When they hit a skyscraper, the building instantly shattered from the top to the foundation, splitting into two halves and crashing to the ground with a deafening noise, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. When they struck the ground, a massive crater formed instantly, charred and blackened, with tiles and small stones shooting out like missiles. Quick! Run! Ah! The entire central base erupted into chaos as countless martial artists screamed in panic, frantically fleeing toward the outskirts of the base. Those with movement techniques used them, while those without widened their eyes, biting their gums so hard they nearly bled. Some even lost their shoes but dared not stop to retrieve them, sprinting madly ahead. Besides the massive bolts of lightning, the floating light spheres in mid-air also began to explode wildly, with the blast radius reaching nearly 1,000 li, the energy continuously stacking and surging. Nearby, the upper half of a skyscraper collapsed directly, and as it fell mid-air, it was pulverized by a second wave of energy impact. Sand and stones flew, iron chunks plummeted, the earth trembled violently, and the space shattered with a buzzing sound, resembling a massive earthquake. "Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap!" muttered Zhang Yong. As the explosion occurred, he fled northwest without looking back. By the time others reacted, they could only see his figure reduced to a tiny black, as if he had escaped to the horizon, leaving behind echoes of his exclamations reverberating in the sky. Hiss! Zhang Yong inadvertently turned his head back and happened to see the top dozen floors of the Demon Hunter organization's building being shaved off by the thunderstorm. He gasped in horror, nearly fainting on the spot. "Fan Yao, that brat, how much is this going to cost to repair? Good thing this isn't his Anqing base, otherwise he wouldn't be so reckless about destroying it." But as he stood there stunned for a moment, another wave of explosive energy swept toward him, scaring him out of his wits. He quickly enveloped himself in spiritual energy, held his breath, and continued to flee at full speed. As for Imogen, oh my God, this old man hasn't even gotten married yet. If I die here, won't my funeral savings go to those two brats for nothing? Despite his old arms and legs, Imogen was almost flying as he ran, shouting gibberish in panic. Strands of lightning danced across his body, his graying hair standing on end, making him look utterly ridiculous. "You brat, what the hell are you staring at? Run already." Imogen landed on the ground and immediately grabbed the petrified Su Yujin and Shen Kun, who were too scared to move, like an eagle snatching chicks, one in each hand. Then, stomping his foot, he leaped back into the air, sprinting madly for over 10 minutes until they reached the base's outskirts, where the diamond-reinforced city walls managed to block some of the explosive energy. Even so, some residual energy spilled out, and if it swept over a martial artist, it would cause them to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Fan Yao, that brat, should have escaped by now, right?" Imogen, his clothes disheveled, staggered to steady himself and placed the two terrified individuals on the ground. Then, he floated back into the air, scanning the sky and ground for any sign of Fan Yao. Not finding him, he finally let out a sigh of relief, his tightly clenched heart relaxing. "My God! Fortunately, my Tianqing training hall was built relatively low and is not in the center of the base, so the damage is minimal. It probably won't cost much to repair." Imogen glanced at the Fengyun training hall, which had been directly cut in half, and the demon hunting organization building, which had also been sliced off a large section. He wiped his sweat nervously. Fan Yao's martial skills were ridiculously powerful. They spared neither friend nor foe, neither human nor beast in their destruction. "Oh my God, I thought I was going to die. Thank heavens I managed to escape. This kind of life and death speed race, I never want to experience it again in my life. I feel like I ran across half the central base, completed over 10 marathons. My legs don't even feel like mine anymore. Tell me about it. My legs are shaking like crazy right now. I can't take it anymore. Let me rest for a bit. Damn it. I've never run like this in my life. My feet are covered in blisters. I'm just a post-heaven realm martial artist, yet I outran lightning and survived without being blown to bits. I can brag about this for the rest of my life." As Imogen was lamenting, more and more martial artists began pouring out from the base's entrance. As soon as they emerged, they collapsed to the ground like dead fish, their faces flushed red as they gasped desperately for air, refusing to take another step. In midair, there were also martial artists hovering, their faces filled with shock as they stared at the scene at the center of the explosion. Their mouths twitched uncontrollably, and the blood in their bodies surged upward to their heads, making it difficult for them to breathe. In a corner near the base entrance, the most conspicuous group was a batch of people dressed in the snow-white uniforms of the Fengyun Training Hall. They were the martial students of the hall. There were many of them, occupying a large area, and each one was sprawled on the ground, their white uniforms covered in dust, sweat dripping from their foreheads, looking utterly disheveled. Faced with the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, their faces turned red. "What are you looking at? Didn't you all run away too? Damn Fan Yao. He destroyed our training hall completely. If we don't avenge this, how can we still call ourselves martial students of the Fengyun Training Hall?" All scared out of their wits, yet still trying to act tough. Hearing these somewhat hollow and defiant words, and seeing the faint traces of fear on the faces of these martial students, and even the deputy hall master, the crowd couldn't help but curl their lips and shake their heads. If Fan Yao hadn't pulled off that final move, these arrogant martial students from the Fengyun Training Hall might have actually relied on their strength to seek revenge against him. But now, Fan Yao had first defeated their hall master and then unleashed such a terrifying attack, not only destroying the central base, but also shattering their faith and leaving a dreadful mark in their hearts. Forget about seeking revenge against Fan Yao, just standing in front of him would probably leave them trembling and scared out of their wits. I wonder how those unlucky guys are doing. With such a powerful explosion, even if they survived, they must be half dead. Compared to this group, the crowd was clearly more concerned about the 5 people who had faced the energy blast head-on at the center of the explosion. Before they fled, they clearly saw Zhang Yong, Minister Zhang, and Mo Zhan, the head of the training hall, each kicking the 3 members of the Fengyun Training Hall inside afterward. Fan Yao also kicked the he couple inside. Then, Fan Yao triggered the thunderous wrath of heaven and earth, initiating a grand escape. Everyone was focused on running for their lives, not knowing whether these people were dead or alive. However, with the thunderous chaos and explosions still raging, no one dared to venture inside to investigate, leaving them anxiously waiting outside. When the dark clouds dispersed and the explosion ceased, everyone immediately turned their gaze toward the scene, and upon seeing it, they were utterly dumbfounded. What did they see? First, let's talk about Siduji. He had already suffered miserably at the hands of Fan Yao before, and even though his poison skills had recovered, his physical injuries remained. Now, his condition was even more tragic and unbearable to look at. His upper right arm had been brutally severed, with stark white bone exposed, and his severed hand was nowhere to be found, perhaps obliterated in the explosion. His body was covered in burns from the lightning, and he lay on the ground unconscious. The 2 deputy hall masters were blasted away, one to the left and one to the right, deep into the building. One had a steel rod impaled through his chest, while the other was covered in shards of glass, resembling a human pincushion. Both were barely breathing, clearly on the brink of death. As for the he couple, it seemed they had tried to escape with He Xiang's corpse during the explosion, but they hadn't anticipated Fan Yao's follow-up move. They were struck by lightning and turned into charred remains, their pupils dilated. Hiss, are they all dead? The central base fell into a deathly silence. Maybe not all of them. Should we go closer and take a look? Amid the silence, someone muttered this suggestion, prompting everyone to swallow nervously and exchange glances. Despite their fear, curiosity eventually got the better of them. After cautiously confirming that the explosion had completely subsided and Fan Yao had no other tricks left, the crowd began to re-enter the base, carefully approaching the central area of the explosion. Gradually, more and more people gathered, and the members of Fengyun Training Hall also regained their composure, forcing themselves to move forward. You 2 head back to Tianqing Training Hall and check the damage. I'll go see if that old poison master is dead. Mo Zhan casually instructed Su Yujin and Shen Kuan before heading back. Relying on the dominance of a leader-level expert, he arrived at the central explosion site first. Upon seeing the scene, he couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. The once solid ground was riddled with countless craters, thick layers of dust flying everywhere, and arm-thick cracks spreading like a spider web. Numerous buildings had collapsed, with steel, concrete, and glass walls scattered everywhere, resembling the aftermath of countless meteor impacts. In some places, water pipes and cables had burst under the lightning strikes. In short, it was a complete mess. At the same time, Zhang Yong appeared in midair, his face pale and breathing heavily. Seeing this scene, he nearly lost his footing and fainted, his square face turning bright red, overwhelmed with despair. The base has been destroyed to this extent. Such a large area is now uninhabitable. All functions have been completely damaged, and it must be fully sealed to prevent accidents. Moreover, apart from the martial artists, many ordinary people have been injured, and compensation, medical expenses, nutritional costs, and meal expenses are necessary, right? Then there are the repair costs for the base and buildings, labor costs, losses caused by work stoppages, and so on. What an astronomical figure. Won't this drain the monster hunting organization? That kid Fan Yao. No way. We must demand this money from him. Zhang Yong glanced around and noticed several equally stunned cadres of the monster hunting organization. He gritted his teeth and pointed at one of them, saying, CFA, record all the hardware repair costs caused by Fan Yao today under his account. We'll demand it back from him, one by one, in the future. Understood. CFA, the Minister of Finance of the monster hunting organization, perked up upon hearing this and quickly agreed. Seeing this, Zhang Yong finally felt a bit better, adjusted his expression, casually glanced at the crowd that had gathered, and with a flash of his figure, appeared beside Mo Zhan, his face darkened. This is going to cost a lot, isn't it? Mo Zhan, having overheard Zhang Yong's earlier outburst, asked quietly. Probably upwards of $1 trillion. Zhang Yong took a deep breath and forced a smile. Hearing such a staggering figure, Mo Zhan was left speechless, his eyes wide open. After a long pause, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and could only shrug, indicating his helplessness. The Tianqing training hall was already running at a loss, and his meager savings couldn't help much. Although Zhang Yong's expression was dark, he wasn't truly blaming Fan Yao. On the contrary, because Fan Yao had successfully escaped and his life was no longer in danger, Zhang Yong now had the leisure to argue about compensation with him. For a moment, the atmosphere became somewhat relaxed, no longer as tense as before. However, in stark contrast to the relatively light-hearted mood here was the heavy and oppressive atmosphere at the Fengyun training hall and the He family, as if a storm was brewing. After examining the condition of the He family couple, the He family members immediately knelt on the ground, crying bitterly with grief written all over their faces. Needless to say, the He family couple didn't even need to be rescued, they had been directly killed in the explosion. Losing the two strongest pure origin realm experts in the family, the He family's future fate was predictable. As for the Fengyun training hall, they were somewhat surprised to discover faint signs of life in Situ Ji. They quickly sent him for treatment. Subsequently, their eyes, filled with overwhelming anger and hatred, turned toward Zhang Yong and Mo Zhan. One of the deputy hall masters took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and declared, All martial artists of Fengyun Training Hall, listen to my command. Yes. The dense crowd of martial artists from Fengyun Training Hall snapped out of their daze and responded loudly in unison. Fan Yao has humiliated Fengyun Training Hall, severely injured the hall master and 2 deputy hall masters, killed 1 deputy hall master and 1 head coach, a total of 5 people. This enmity is irreconcilable. Fan Yao has now fled into the southeastern Great Forest. From today onward, all martial artists of Fengyun Training Hall are to enter the southeastern Great Forest to hunt down Fan Yao. Upon sight, kill him without mercy. Anyone who obstructs us will be considered an accomplice and executed as well. By the end of his speech, his tone was completely unrestrained, and his fierce gaze was fixed directly on Zhang Yong and Mo Zhan, the meaning unmistakable. What are you staring at me for? Mo Zhan rolled his eyes and retorted bluntly, though he wasn't too worried deep down. In the vast and sprawling southeastern forest, finding one person wasn't that simple. Coupled with Fan Yao's extraordinary strength, once he recovered, it was uncertain who would end up killing whom. Somewhere in the southeastern forest, as night fell, Shadows of trees swayed, and the depths of the forest were eerily quiet, with only occasional beastly roars breaking the silence. Suddenly, a branch on a giant tree trembled, and a dark figure darted out, moving swiftly through the forest in search of cover. Abruptly, he seemed to hear something, halting his movement and turning to look toward the central base. Amid the leaves, under the moonlight, a handsome yet pale face emerged, sneering coldly as he muttered, "So desperate to hunt me down." It seems that gift worked quite well. Despite his words, Fan Yao was heavily injured, with no medicine at hand, which meant his recovery would be much slower. I need to find a cave to spend the night, imprint my attributes, and heal my wounds. If only I had some elixirs. I'm even out of bandages. Otherwise, the recovery time will be prolonged. But such things couldn't be found in the forest. Fan Yao shook his head in frustration, lightly tapping the tree trunk with his toes, and his figure shot forward into the dark depths of the forest. To avoid the Fengyun training hall tracking him through footprints or other traces, he hadn't dared to touch the ground, running along the branches instead. Occasionally, he changed directions, setting up a confusing trail, twisting and turning until even he was nearly disoriented. After some time had passed, such a big mountain, yet not a single cave. Fan Yao stood in front of a dilapidated wooden cabin, glancing helplessly at his injured right arm before cautiously pushing the door open. The old wooden door creaked loudly, and Fan Yao warily surveyed the interior. The cabin was small, filled with dust and cobwebs, but it had a complete set of tables, chairs, and benches. 2 hunting rifles hung on the left wall, suggesting it was a hunter's temporary shelter. Looks like no one has lived here for a long time. Fan Yao casually tore down the cobwebs hanging everywhere, tidied up briefly, and then climbed onto the wooden bed, exhausted. As he relaxed, the endless pain and fatigue from the battle surged over him like a tidal wave. His eyelids drooped, and he nearly collapsed into unconsciousness. But soon, Fan Yao forced himself awake, gritting his teeth as he sat cross-legged, focusing his mind inward. His muscles were swollen and sore, covered in bruises. His meridians were spasming and twisted, causing disruptions in the flow of spiritual energy and waves of pain. His internal organs had suffered varying degrees of shock and were invaded by toxic gases, leaving him in poor condition. His right arm, with most of its flesh corroded by Sidu Ji's poison, was a horrifying sight. This was his most severe injury, far worse than when he had killed the firehorn lizard. This will take at least 3 months to recover. After observing for a while, Fan Yao clicked his tongue helplessly and shifted his attention to the pure essence pill in his dantian. The pure essence pill was completely empty, with no energy left to extract. The pill trembled slightly, its color dim, and the dantian itself, due to excessive energy usage, even emitted faint pain. In addition to the original 5 pill patterns, there was now a gray pill pattern representing the poison attribute. In battle, imprinting attributes was a matter of necessity. As for the remaining attributes, I'll wait until my injuries heal before imprinting them. Fan Yao thought carefully and decided it was unwise to recklessly imprint attributes while severely injured. It would be safer to wait until he recovered. After all, during this special period, the people from the Fengyun training hall were hunting him everywhere. With no medicine or treatment available here, if those guys found him while he was imprinting, it would only make things worse. About half a month later, the small wooden cabin was hidden deep in the forest, so it had remained undiscovered all this time. Fan Yao had been living in the cabin, bringing some vitality to the area and making it appear cleaner. Outside the cabin was a well with clear, sweet water. When hungry, he would hunt a couple of beasts and roast their meat to survive. Initially, the smell of blood on Fan Yao was so strong that it attracted dozens of ferocious beasts and even monsters to the cabin daily. Naturally, they were all effortlessly slain by Fan Yao. Over 8 or 9 days, Fan Yao had killed over 100 monsters. After such ruthless warnings, even the monsters knew that the person living in the cabin was not to be trifled with. Gradually, few monsters dared to approach within a kilometer of the area. On the wooden bed, Fan Yao sat cross-legged, his sleeves rolled up, exposing his wounds. Even after more than 10 days, they remained gruesome and terrifying. A large brown scar stretched from his fist to his entire arm, resembling a centipede crawling along his arm. The wound had scabbed over, but was unbearably itchy and painful. He couldn't scratch it, as even the slightest movement would cause it to split open, bleeding profusely. At a certain moment, "System, summon my touch data," Fan Yao said, opening his eyes slightly. Buzz Fan Yao's retina immediately underwent a transformation, with strings of data emerging, appearing somewhat eerie. Zhang Yong's advanced wind attribute talent. Xiang's advanced wood attribute talent. Emo Zhan's king level metal attribute talent. If I successfully imprint these, my speed and physical strength will likely become incredibly formidable. Fan Yao casually browsed through the data before focusing his gaze on two specific data interfaces. Concentrating his thoughts, he lightly tapped his small palm nearby. He planned to simultaneously imprint two advanced talents and one king-level talent. Boom. Almost instantly, golden, cyan, and emerald green radiant lights burst forth from Fan Yao's body, enveloping him like mist. The three newly born forces within him, cyan as sharp and swift as the wind, emerald green as gentle and fresh as towering trees, and golden as domineering and masculine, penetrated every pore and spilled into the air. Every cell, every muscle fiber, even every strand of hair in his body greedily absorbed this power, trembling violently, as if experiencing a long-awaited rain after a drought. They emitted joyful cries, continuously unlocking potential and undergoing a miraculous transformation from within. Pop pop, faint, low cracking sounds echoed. "So swollen," Fan Yao muttered, his face contorted in pain. The sudden infusion of such immense energy caused his muscles to swell. Even his face puffed up several times over. His fragile skin was stretched to the point of tearing, with tiny capillaries surfacing on his skin. His face was veined and bulging, looking extremely horrifying. On his right arm, the massive scar was forcibly torn open, and blood soon flowed all over his right hand, even dripping onto the ground. The flesh turned outward, faintly revealing a tri-colored glow that was incredibly mysterious. At this moment, Fan Yao looked like a glowing blood specimen from a horror house. Coincidentally, while Fan Yao was imprinting attributes, about 2 kilometers away from the cabin, 2 men and 1 woman, a group of 3 young martial artists, were staggering and supporting each other as they walked in this direction. Judging from the jade tokens hanging on them, it could be roughly guessed that they were demon hunters from the central base. They seemed to have just completed a mission, as they were all seriously injured, and the scent of blood permeated the air, adding a cruel gleam to the beastly eyes in the dark forest. Just like Fan Yao back then, those were lurking demon beasts, drawn by the smell of blood. "Big brother, are we lost? Why do I feel like we're going deeper and deeper into the forest?" The only girl in the group, Gao Jingjing, about 18 years old, with a delicate face, a slender figure, and her long hair neatly tied into a ponytail reaching her slim waist, was struggling to support the 2 men. Her expression was somewhat timid as she looked at the increasingly eerie forest, feeling goosebumps rise on her arms, almost on the verge of tears. "You're right, big brother. Little sister is correct. I've already sensed several powerful demon beast auras. Beasts of this level rarely appear on the outskirts of the southeastern Great Forest." Gao Han, whose foot had been clawed by some fierce beast, leaving a deep wound visible to the bone, could barely stand and had to rely on Gao Jingjing to maintain his balance. This place was likely deep within the southeastern Great Forest, a place where those without strength wouldn't dare to set foot. The man they called Big Brother was holding a blood-stained long knife in one hand, his condition not much better, with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He shook his head with a bitter smile. "I don't know either. The compass was lost, there's no signal in the mountains, and the phone doesn't work, but that possibility can't be ruled out. If only we had waited for everyone before taking that B-level mission." Gao Jingjing was sweating profusely, her tender white arms aching, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings in a daze. Her brothers were seriously injured. If only they could find a cave or something to spend the night. Suddenly, Gao Jingjing's scanning eyes stopped, blinking sluggishly, her pale lips parted. Was this a hallucination before death? She seemed to see a cabin. "Big brother, what is that?" Hearing this, Gao Qing and Gao Han froze, following Gao Jingjing's gaze. Their somewhat unfocused pupils finally concentrated, and when they saw the cabin, their bodies trembled violently, their faces lighting up with joy. A cabin. Haha, little sister, your eyesight is really sharp. The three of us siblings aren't doomed after all. That's right, it must be. I can't believe we found this in such a deep mountain. Quick, let's hurry over. The two men were overjoyed, gritting their teeth to support their bodies as they prepared to head toward the cabin. Roar. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Swish, swish, swish. Three pitch-black panthers suddenly leapt out from the nearby forest. The scarlet beast's eyes were fixed on their wounds, its fur slick and coarse, tail raised high, back arched, and foul-smelling saliva dripping from its mouth. It had already been driven mad by the scent of blood. It was the same demonic beast that had been trailing them earlier, the thorn black panther. Not good. We need to leave quickly. The three of them immediately turned pale. This kind of thorn black panther was not something they could handle in their current state. They had just glimpsed a sliver of hope for survival, and to die now would be too frustrating. Meanwhile, inside the small wooden cabin, Fan Yao had just finished imprinting his attributes. Glancing at the blood on his body, he couldn't help but grimace. Lately, it seemed like he was constantly getting injured, then recovering, only to get injured again and recover once more, as if trapped in a bizarre cycle. While it was true that this was a cultivation world where injuries were common, it seemed that no one, apart from demon hunters, got injured as frequently and severely as he did, often to the point of rupturing his internal organs. However, if one were to ask the people at the Anqing base or the central base about this, they would likely pinpoint the reason in a single sentence. The reason was simple. The opponents Fan Yao provoked were just too strong. When he was at the half-step unity stage, he had faced a pure origin realm demonic beast head-on. At the pure origin realm, he had taken down 3 or 4 opponents of the same level and even clashed directly with a super strong leader-level poison attribute expert. It was worth noting that, in the eyes of most people in the world, leader-level experts were lofty, untouchable beings. A single word from them could decide someone's fate, and a mere stomp could shake the entire world. It was almost unimaginable that someone would dare to challenge their authority. What people were even more curious about was how Fan Yao had managed to survive and make it this far through such dire situations. Shaking his head to dispel these strange thoughts, Fan Yao felt the energy coursing through his body and, in a good mood, pulled up the system. A long string of data appeared before Fan Yao's eyes. Species, human name, Fan Yao strength, mid-pure origin realm basic talent, king level lightning attribute talent, advanced earth attribute talent, advanced fire attribute talent, advanced water attribute talent, advanced ice attribute talent, advanced wind attribute talent, advanced wood attribute talent, advanced poison attribute talent, king level metal attribute talent. King level, in this world, only 13 types of attribute talents have been discovered, and I already possess 9 of them. That's a bit terrifying. The king level poison attribute is relatively rare. As for the other talents, their levels are currently a bit low. I'll need to find someone to re-imprint and replace them when I get the chance. Fan Yao admired the data for a moment before furrowing his brows again. As for the other 4 attributes, they're even rarer than the king level poison attribute. That battle involved the top figures of the central base, and none of them had those attributes. It seems I'll need some luck. Having made up his mind, Fan Yao blinked, and the information in his pupils instantly vanished. Enduring the pain of his torn and battered body, he walked outside, took off his shirt, and filled a bucket with water to clean himself up. But just as he lifted the bucket, he suddenly heard a scream. Pursuers? No, it sounded like a woman. Fan Yao dropped the bucket, squinting in the direction of the scream. Before long, he saw a group of 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman who appeared to be around his age, very young. Behind them were 3 thorn black panthers chasing them as they fled in panic toward his direction. The 3 seemed to notice him as well, and their previously despairing eyes suddenly ignited with a strong will to survive. They shouted, "Help! We are demon hunters from the central base. Save us!" Ah! As they were calling for help, the young woman suddenly tripped and fell hard to the ground, her face hitting the dirt. Terrified, she turned her head to see the ugly, beastly face of the thorn black panther, and her expression instantly turned pale with fear. Jingjing. Little sister. Gao Qing and Gao Han watched helplessly as Gao Jingjing fell, unable to save her. Their eyes turned blood red, and they were filled with rage, ready to charge back and fight the panthers to the death. Gao Jingjing's face was covered in tears, frozen in place with fear. She could almost smell the stench from the panther's mouth, and in utter despair, she closed her eyes, seemingly awaiting death. Whoosh! A faint sound of wind breaking. The expected pain did not come. Gao Jingjing's body was cold, her blood seemed to stop flowing, and she trembled as she removed her hands from her eyes. It took her a long time to muster the courage to open them. What she saw was a blood-red figure with a bare upper body. His back was covered in wounds of various sizes, with hardly any unscarred skin. His right arm, turned away from her, was marred by a massive, terrifying scar with flesh turned outward. Hiss! Gao Jingjing couldn't help but gasp. Still not leaving? The figure did not turn around, speaking with some impatience. His tone was indifferent, as if he felt no pain at all. The overwhelming pressure emanating from him made it hard for her to breathe. His reminder snapped Gao Jingjing out of her daze. She quickly scrambled to her feet, stumbling as she rushed into the arms of her two brothers, crying uncontrollably. The one who intervened was naturally Fan Yao. After speaking, he paid no further attention to Gao Jingjing. Raising his left hand, he waved lightly, and an immense, boundless force materialized out of thin air, crashing heavily onto the three thorned black panthers. Boom! In an instant, the panthers that had relentlessly pursued the Gao siblings, leaving them battered and defeated, were effortlessly crushed into a mess of mangled flesh and blood. So strong. With the crisis gone, Gao Qing and Gao Han couldn't help but collapse to the ground, exchanging a glance as their hearts raced wildly, their faces filled with shock. They had thought the cabin was empty, but not only was someone there, that person turned out to be an incredibly powerful martial artist. Out of the wolf's den, into the tiger's lair. If this man decides to act against us, we won't stand a chance. Gao Qing thought to himself, cold sweat dripping down his face. Fan Yao casually dealt with the thorn black panthers, then turned around. His sharp gaze swept over the three of them, pausing briefly before his hand slightly curled. With a surge of suction force, the jade tokens at their waists flew uncontrollably into his hand, under their frightened gazes. The demon hunter tokens from the central base. Fan Yao rubbed the smooth jade tokens, examining the demon hunter organization's emblem on them. He glanced at the names inscribed on the tokens, then looked at the three who were staring at him in terror. Finally, his gaze slowly settled on the young woman. It seemed that she felt the cold gaze upon her. Gao Jingjing bit her lower lip tightly, her delicate body trembling, too frightened to say a word. Not far away, the pool of flesh and blood emitted a strong stench of blood, making her face pale and almost causing her to retch. "Oh Lord, we are demon hunters from the demon hunting organization. We entered the forest to complete a mission. Every word we say is true, not a single lie." Gao Qing noticed Fan Yao's sharp gaze and shivered all over, quickly shielding Gao Jingjing behind him and speaking anxiously. Yes, we accepted a B-level mission, but the mission failed. Our surname is Gao, we are 3 siblings. We are registered under our real names in the Demon Hunting Organization, and our information can be found in the database. Gao Han suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly added a few words, his voice trembling, his heart filled with despair. Why were they so unlucky? First, their mission failed, leaving them seriously injured. Then they got lost thinking they had found a place to rest. They encountered thorn panthers believing they had been saved and their lives spared. They were now being stared at by a blood-soaked, eerie young man who seemed even more terrifying than the beasts. Such a horrifying experience. They might as well have been eaten by those 3 thorn panthers. Plop! Just as the 3 were inwardly crying out to the heavens, their respective demon hunter jade tokens were suddenly thrown back to them, leaving them all stunned. Before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, the young man spoke again in a calm tone, making their hair stand on end. "Do you know anyone from the Fengyan training hall?" And no, we don't. Gao Han had learned his lesson this time, reacting first and quickly answering. But the next second, he immediately regretted it. The young man's gaze finally fell on him, sharp as a blade, seemingly discerning the truth of his words. "Lord, We are telling the truth. We absolutely don't know anyone from the Fengyan training hall. Gao Qing stepped forward upon seeing this, forcing a bitter smile on his pale face, and said, "Only by pulling strings, spending a large sum of money, or having acquaintances can one enter as a martial student or something. The three of us siblings once went for an interview, but we were eliminated in the first round. Lord, if you want to enter the Fengyan training hall, we probably can't help you." After stammering through these words, Gao Qing stared at Fan Yao with a pitiful expression. They had said everything they could, but they still didn't understand what this lord meant. Did he have a connection with the Fengyan training hall? Or a grudge? If it was a grudge, that would be fine. If it was a connection, then his earlier words might have deeply offended him. It's fine now. Seeing that the three didn't seem to be lying, Fan Yao paused for a moment, his expression softening slightly before speaking calmly. Then, without saying more, he walked past them toward the small wooden cabin. What does this mean? The dark wind in the forest blew across the three's dazed faces, making them look somewhat comical. Gao Jingjing cautiously poked her head out and looked toward the small wooden cabin, just in time to see Fan Yao cleaning the blood off his body with water. Her beautiful eyes swept over his muscular chest twice, and her previously pale face instantly flushed red. She quickly turned her gaze away, her eyes somewhat evasive as she softly asked, "Big brother, second brother, did the Lord allow us to stay here?" "Probably." Gao Qing and Gao Han trembled as they got up, and together with Gao Jingjing, they cautiously approached the small wooden cabin. They didn't dare to enter, but huddled pitifully in the corner by the wall. Leaning against the fence, Gao Jingjing let out a sigh of relief. Then, she immediately remembered the injuries on her two brothers and quickly took off the bag on her back, anxiously rummaging through it. When her hand emerged from the bag, it was holding some medicinal powder, liquid medicine, bandages, and other medical supplies. Just as she was about to treat Gao Qing and Gao Han's wounds, her beautiful eyes involuntarily shifted suddenly, landing on Fan Yao. Fan Yao's method of cleaning the bloodstains on his body was wild. He poured basin after basin of water over himself. The spot where his feet stood had even formed a small pool of blood. As the washing continued, the bloodstains gradually faded, exposing the various wounds on his body to the air. Some were injuries from previous battles that had yet to heal, while others were fresh wounds caused by energy overload during his recent training, where his skin had cracked and blood flowed freely, creating a terrifying sight. The three silently watched this scene, their pupils contracting and faces contorting as if they could feel the pain themselves. They couldn't help but shiver, exchanging glances and communicating with their eyes. "Hiss, what kind of person could injure this lord like this?" I was thinking the same. Could it be a demon beast? A supreme ferocious beast? No way. Otherwise, why wouldn't the demon hunting organization warn us about such a terrifying presence in the southeastern forest? Gao Jingjing swallowed hard, biting her red lips with her pearly teeth. Her hand holding the medicine trembled slightly, as if hesitating about something. After a moment, she separated some of the medicine in her hand, gathered her courage, and stood up. Gao Qing and Gao Han, who had been watching her with astonished eyes, exchanged glances and fell silent when they saw the direction she was heading. At that moment, Fan Yao was carefully cleaning the scabs on his right arm. The icy cold sensation of the well water alleviated the unbearable itch caused by the scabs on his arm. The contact with the burning pain of the wounds made him furrow his brows slightly, yet he felt a strange sense of relief. Perhaps somewhat addicted to this feeling, Fan Yao directly submerged his entire arm into the bucket of water, letting out a comfortable sigh. Your wounds shouldn't be exposed to water." A timid and soft voice suddenly came from behind. Fan Yao turned his head and saw Gao Jingjing standing not far away. Clearly frightened to the point of being unsteady, she still tried her best to extend the items in her hand, her beautiful eyes tightly shut, her cheeks flushed red. "For me?" Fan Yao raised an eyebrow and looked at Gao Jingjing, a faint trace of amusement flashing in his eyes. For some reason, he suddenly thought of Fong Yingying, who was far away at the Anqing base. She would blush whenever she saw him, and the girl in front of him seemed very similar to Fong Yingying. Gao Jingjing opened her eyes slightly, and upon seeing Fan Yao's softened expression, she immediately nodded her little head vigorously, her long hair swaying with the motion, making her look full of energy. Please accept this, my lord, as a token of gratitude for saving our lives. Gao Qing and Gao Han couldn't help but chime in, and after speaking, they stared intently at Fan Yao. Would he accept it? After all, judging by this lord's earlier actions, his vigilance and sense of caution were very high. Not only had they intruded recklessly, but they had also attracted demon beasts, only to be saved by him. They weren't even sure if he would find their offering worthy. Thanks. Fan Yao hesitated for a moment, unable to resist the girl's expectant gaze. He reached out his wet hand to take it. The wound needs to be disinfected first, and make sure not to touch water again. Seeing Fan Yao accept it, Gao Jingjing let out a relieved smile, playfully reminded him, and then hopped back to the corner to carefully apply medicine to Gao Qing and Gao Han. Hey, come inside. Fan Yao glanced at the medicine in his hand, then at the three squeezed together in a somewhat awkward manner. He touched his nose, extended his arm to point inside, and said with a faint smile, these medicines were indeed what Fan Yao urgently needed, and the girl's gesture felt like timely help. He couldn't be too heartless and let them stay outside in the wind. Really? The three exchanged glances, overjoyed. Fan Yao squinted and nodded. After all, he happened to have some questions to ask. Inside the house, though it could be described as simple, there were at least a few tables and chairs to sit and rest. Looking around, among the 4 people, 3 were injured, making it feel like a gathering of wounded. Although Fan Yao let the Gao siblings inside, they still didn't dare to be too casual, sitting stiffly at the table, carefully applying medicine to each other without saying a word. Fan Yao, on the other hand, was much more relaxed, sitting on the wooden bed, swiftly disinfecting his wound. Feeling refreshed, his mood improved significantly. How long have you been in the forest? After finishing with the medicine, Fan Yao looked at them and asked gently. 2 days. Today is the 2nd day. Hearing Fan Yao's question, the group shuddered. Gao Qing perked up, thought for a moment, and immediately answered. 3 days ago, huh? Fan Yao nodded slightly and asked again. I haven't left the forest in a long time. How are things at the central base? At this point, the Gao siblings realized that Fan Yao had questions to ask, and they immediately spilled everything they knew. If we're talking about recent major events at the central base, we have to mention the earth-shattering battle half a month ago. Exactly. The protagonist of the battle was none other than the Wind and Cloud Training Hall you mentioned before, sir. Their hall master, a super powerhouse at the Dominion level, led several pure origin level experts from the hall to besiege a young man named Fan Yao. And guess what happened? At this point, the group simultaneously fell silent, looking at Fan Yao with a teasing expression, as if saying, take a guess. Fan Yao's lips twitched, his expression suddenly turning strange. He pondered deeply for a moment and hesitantly said, did they succeed? They didn't. Not only did they fail, but the Wind and Cloud Training Hall suffered a huge loss. Ha. Gao Han shook his finger, his face glowing red. He had been present at the scene, watching Fan Yao's battle in its entirety, and had since become a die-hard fan of Fan Yao. Talking about this event, he became so excited and engrossed that he didn't even notice Gao Qing frantically signaling him to tone it down. Sir, you've been in the Great Forest all this time, so it's no wonder you guessed wrong. Gao Jingjing smiled, recalling the blood-boiling scene. Her mind involuntarily conjured the steadfast figure of the young man, her eyes sparkling as she spoke with a hint of admiration. Not only did he survive, but he managed to escape unscathed despite being surrounded by several powerful opponents. That's right, Jingjing is correct. That young man counterattacked and killed 3 people from the Fengyun training hall, severely injuring 2 others. Wow. He fought so fiercely that the skies changed color and the sun and moon lost their light. Even the central base, which is so sturdy, was destroyed to such an extent that it hasn't been repaired even after more than half a month. Besides the Fengyun training hall, it seems that 2 pure origin realm experts from the He family also made a move, but it was useless. Not only did they fail to capture him, but they ended up being killed themselves. The He family is done for. Do you know how powerful Fan Yao is? He's at the commander realm, and even a poison attribute commander couldn't do anything to him. He's simply explosively amazing. And those powerful martial techniques, TSK, TSK, TSK. Releasing such incredible techniques dozens of times simultaneously without exhausting his strength. And he can even summon heavenly thunder with power so overwhelming it's terrifying. Did you know? There's even a rumor in the central base that Fan Yao isn't a normal person, he's a bug. He must be cheating, otherwise, how could such a genius exist? It's like he was born to crush us. Gao Qing, as the eldest brother, initially tried to restrain himself, but soon couldn't hold back anymore. Together with Gao Han, he excitedly described the events with spittle flying, painting a vivid picture as if he himself were the peerless figure they were praising. Even Gao Jingjing was infected by the lively and enthusiastic atmosphere, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes sparkling, and her thoughts seemingly wandering. After all, for a girl her age, such a figure, who seemed to exist only in myths and legends, was naturally someone to admire and yearn for. I wanted to ask, is Situji dead? And what about those deputy hall masters? Amid the noisy chatter, Fan Yao, who clearly felt that the three Gao siblings had misunderstood his intentions, shook his head helplessly and interrupted their impassioned descriptions. He was so calm, as if the person they were praising wasn't him. He hadn't expected that the battle would inadvertently earn him so many fans. However, these people probably only knew the name Fan Yao and didn't recognize his appearance. Otherwise, he was standing right in front of them, and they still hadn't realized it. Seeing Fan Yao's somewhat peculiar expression, the three Gao siblings immediately stopped their self-indulgent excitement, looking embarrassed. After thinking for a moment, they replied, "All the deputy hall masters are dead. The people from Fengyun Training Hall sent Sidu Ji to the hospital, and after treatment, they said he was fine. However, his right hand was severed, and his skills have significantly declined." As Gao Qing said this, he suddenly glanced at Fan Yao's right arm, secretly pondering. Come to think of it, it's strange this lord's wound is in the same position as Situ Ji's. The only difference is that this lord's wound has already scabbed over, whereas Situ Ji's entire right arm was severed at the root and can never regenerate. I heard that when he woke up and found out he'd been amputated, he was so furious that he poisoned dozens of medical staff. And he's still plotting revenge against Fan Yao. He really doesn't learn his lesson. Gao Jingjing muttered with a slight frown, clearly unimpressed with Situ Ji. Is that so? A faint coldness surfaced on Fan Yao's face. Truly, troublemakers live long. Despite such a massive explosion, Situ Ji only lost an arm. It seems he hadn't been ruthless enough at the time. Not noticing Fan Yao's unusual expression, Gao Han couldn't help but clench his fists. Fan Yao is indeed formidable, but provoking the Fengyun Training Hall will inevitably lead to retaliation. We only know he escaped into the southeastern forest, but we don't know his exact location. To capture Fan Yao, the Fengyun Training Hall has gone completely mad. They've mobilized all their forces, sealed off the entire southeastern forest, and even issued a bounty of tens of millions to all martial artists across the central base. Some of those martial artists are only at the Zhongtian or even Xiantian level. Martial artists of such strength dare to venture into the southeastern forest? 10 or 8 of them would surely die. Do you know what our Monster Hunter Circle privately calls this? A suicidal revenge mission. But fortunately, although the encirclement is shrinking day by day, there's still no news of Fan Yao's appearance. No news is the best news. As he finished speaking, Gao Han relaxed his tense body and exhaled lightly, seemingly genuinely worried for Fan Yao and happy for him, like a die-hard fan. After saying all this, Gao Han finally realized he had been too excited in front of Fan Yao and suddenly felt a bit flustered. The next moment, he unintentionally looked up and was slightly stunned to see that Fan Yao not only wasn't displeased, but was smiling and shaking his head, seemingly somewhat helpless. Gao Han couldn't help but mutter inwardly. This lord's gaze at him was so strange. It didn't seem as terrifying and suspicious as before. Instead, it carried a hint of admiration. Gao Han felt something was off, as if he had overlooked something very important. A strange feeling arose in his heart, but he couldn't grasp that inspiration, leaving him scratching his head in frustration. Unaware of her second brother's inner turmoil, Gao Jingjing pursed her red lips, disposed of the dirty bandages in her hands, and softly complained as she walked. We were thoroughly interrogated before entering the forest. After much persuasion, they even wanted to search us and check our Monster Hunter Jade tokens. Now, many Monster Hunters are grumbling. Doesn't the Monster Hunter organization intervene? Fan Yao asked. You may not know, my lord. Gao Jingjing shook her head, puffing out her cheeks, and let out a soft hum. Minister Zhang personally went to protest, but he was directly driven out by the Fengyun Training Hall people, with no results at all. They've even intensified their actions. The central base is now patrolled everywhere by Fengyun martial artists. It's as if they've taken over the central base. Her last sentence was spoken in a very low voice, as if she feared being overheard even in this vast forest. However, as soon as she said it, the expressions of everyone present subtly changed. Gao Qing widened his eyes, nervously glanced at Fan Yao, and quickly reprimanded in a low voice. Jingjing, don't talk nonsense. Big brother, what's wrong with what little sister said? Unexpectedly, at this moment, Gao Han snapped back to his senses and raised his voice, dissatisfiedly retorting. You always say we're talking nonsense, but the Fengyun Training Hall's intentions are as clear as day. They want to control the central base, overthrow the Monster Hunter organization, and become the boss themselves. We're not wrong. Aside from disgusting the demon hunting organization, they also formed cliques, allied with the other 8 training halls, and sent people to surround the Tianqing Training Hall, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. They sent martial artists in daily to harass them. If it weren't for the formidable strength of Master Mo, Sidu Ji would have already made a move against the Tianqing Training Hall. Stop talking. Gao Qing was so furious that he almost lunged forward to cover Gao Han's mouth. Yes, this was no longer speculation, but an undeniable fact. Not only was it widely spread among the demon hunters of the demon hunting organization, but even ordinary families in the central base had heard of it, causing widespread panic and unease. The once bustling central base now had its foot traffic reduced by 2/3. The streets were overrun with martial artists from the Fengyun Training Hall, acting arrogantly, leaving no one daring to step outside. Only demon hunters like them, wandering to make a living and taking on tasks to earn money, dared to venture out under such pressure. However, the young man before them was of unknown origin and possessed immense strength. They had no idea of his background, and if he decided to kill them to silence them because of their words, what could they do? They wouldn't even have the chance to escape and would have to accept their fate. The 3 siblings had no background, their parents had passed away, and they could only live cautiously. As the eldest brother, with 2 younger siblings to care for, Gao Qing naturally had to think more carefully. After scolding, Gao Qing ignored his severe injuries, staggered to his feet, and managed to walk over to Fan Yao. Taking a deep breath, he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle with a solemn expression. Then, his face flushed red as he loudly said, I apologize, sir. My younger siblings are ignorant, and everything they said earlier was completely untrue, merely their own conjectures. Please do not take it to heart. Brother. Gao Han was dumbfounded at the sight, biting his teeth in frustration, his face full of unwillingness. The next moment, Gao Han's gaze suddenly shifted to the figure sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed. As if by instinct, he couldn't even explain why. Not hearing a response from Fan Yao, Gao Qing felt extremely uneasy and spoke again. Sir, we are just insignificant demon hunters, powerless and without influence. The major events of the central base are far beyond us. We lack the ability and the courage to bear such matters. We truly dare not speak recklessly. Brother, what are you saying? Gao Jingjing bit her lip, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes, softly retorting. If the Fengyun Training Hall really takes control of the central base, do you think we demon hunters affiliated with the demon hunting organization will have any good days ahead? Jingjing, this isn't something we can. What they said isn't wrong. Gao Qing, frustrated and disappointed, was about to speak when a faint voice suddenly interrupted him. Fengyun Training Hall must be eliminated. Fan Yao raised his head, looking out of the wooden house. In his dark eyes, a storm of killing intent was brewing, chilling to the bone. Even with his upper body bare, the boundless and overwhelming pressure emanating from him made the group unable to bear it. Their faces turned pale as they took several steps back, their hearts pounding like drums, their faces filled with terror. This feeling, what is it? Gao Han, who had been staring at Fan Yao since earlier, suddenly felt the terrifying killing intent, and his thoughts began to race. The flash of inspiration that had just passed by suddenly reappeared, but this time he firmly grasped it, causing his whole body to tremble as he abruptly shouted, "Fan Yao? You are Fan Yao, aren't you? Fan Yao?" Upon hearing this name, Gao Qing and Gao Jingjing instinctively turned their heads toward the source of the voice, which was Gao Han's direction. Gao Han was so excited that he didn't know where to place his hands and feet. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at the figure sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed, not daring to blink, as if afraid that the person in front of him would vanish in an instant. He wiped his palm on his clothes repeatedly, as if worried about getting it dirty, then tremblingly extended his hand, his voice quivering and incoherent, like a fan meeting his idol. I. Hello, I. My name is Gao Han. Please, shake hands with me." Gao Han's tongue was tied, sweat was pouring from his forehead, and it seemed as though steam was rising from the top of his head. His whole body turned red, resembling a boiled shrimp. Hiss, hiss. Fan Yao? Are you Fan Yao? Gao Qing and Gao Jingjing were already in a state of shock. When they realized what Gao Han had said, the sound of them gasping in disbelief echoed one after another. "Fan Yao, my goodness, you are actually..." "Ow, that hurts." Gao Qing, who was closest to Fan Yao, suddenly lost his footing and fell to the ground, aggravating his injury, crying out in pain repeatedly. You. Gao Jingjing's pupils trembled violently, her calves quivering, her entire body completely petrified. She extended her slender finger, trembling as she pointed at Fan Yao, stammering for a long time without managing to say a complete sentence. Fan Yao looked at their exaggerated reactions with a mix of amusement and helplessness, rubbing his forehead as he glanced at himself up and down. "What? Do I not look the part?" No, of course not. How could you say such a thing, sir? We just didn't expect. Truly didn't expect. Haha, my idol has appeared before me as if descending from the heavens." Gao Han was already on the verge of losing his mind with joy. Upon hearing this, he immediately shook his head frantically, spinning around as if searching for something. Oh, right. The next second, he took 2 steps at a time and ran to the bag containing medical supplies, rummaging through it. Before long, he returned with a pen and notebook in hand, running back eagerly. Sir, please give me your autograph." Gao Han handed over the pen and paper with a face full of longing, his expression brimming with anticipation. Am I really that famous in the central base?" Fan Yao stroked his chin, raising an eyebrow as he asked. "Famous is an understatement. The Wind and Cloud Training Hall, whose reputation is as high as the sun, can only be stopped by you." Gao Jingjing clutched her chest with her small hands, taking several deep breaths to suppress the strange emotions surging in her heart. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as if she were gazing at her beloved, her delicate body trembling lightly as she softly said, "Whether it's the demon hunters from the demon hunting organization, the Tianqing Training Hall, or even martial artists from other bases who are trapped in the central base, not to mention many ordinary residents. Everyone is waiting for your return to make the Wind and Cloud Training Hall pay for their reckless actions. Is that so?" Fan Yao said with a faint smile, a trace of reminiscence appearing on his face. It seemed that once again, without even realizing it himself, he had become someone others looked up to. Once upon a time, there was a base like this, relying on him wholeheartedly, trusting him, admiring him. How similar were these 3 people in front of him to the residents of the Anqing base? Of course, the brothers in the demon hunting organization secretly held a meeting and unanimously decided that if we encounter you during a mission, we must absolutely not expose your whereabouts. Not only that, but we must also provide you with necessary assistance. We all know how severe your injuries are. Following Minister Zhang's suggestion, each of us carries a lot of medicine in our packs. You know, injuries among demon hunters are not uncommon, so it's easier to avoid suspicion. This time, Gao Qing was overwhelmed with excitement, suppressing the surge of emotion in his heart as he stared intently at Fan Yao. Not only the other demon hunters, but even he thought the same way. Previously, not knowing Fan Yao's identity, he naturally didn't dare to reveal everything, harboring caution and wariness. But now, since the person before them was Fan Yao, In this desolate forest, the three of them could finally vent their frustrations. He burst into hearty laughter and said, "Besides us, there are quite a few other demon hunter brothers who used the excuse of missions to come into the mountains looking for you, but all returned empty-handed. Who would have thought that we three siblings, lost in the depths of the southeastern forest, would be lucky enough to find you? Fate, fate. This must be fate. To think I didn't recognize my idol at first. How foolish, how foolish." Gao Han was already on the verge of fainting, his eyes sparkling, his reaction even more exaggerated than Gao Jingjing's. He laughed wildly, hands on his hips. "Second brother, you're so noisy, quiet down." Gao Jingjing covered her ears, glared at Gao Han with some annoyance, and complained. Then, she turned to look at Fan Yao, her tone instantly softening, and said with some anticipation, "What do you plan to do next?" "Yes, is there anything we siblings can help with? Just say the word." Hearing Gao Jingjing's question, both Gao Qing and Gao Han also looked eagerly at Fan Yao, waiting for him to speak. The three of them wore identical expressions, their faces remarkably similar. Fan Yao was momentarily stunned, his eyes flickering slightly as he exhaled lightly. Enemies were everywhere, blockades at every turn, and even the other 8 training halls had gotten involved. His injuries had not yet healed, and his strength had only just broken through the first stage. If he were to leave the mountains now, his fate might not be much better. Fortunately, according to their account, the Demon Hunting Organization and Tianqing Training Hall were not facing any major crises at the moment. The Fengyan Training Hall was somewhat wary of Minister Zhang and Master Imo, fearing they might retaliate, so they hadn't pressed too hard. At this point, he had to break through to the Commander realm, strengthen his power to a certain level, and then fight his way out. King-level Metal Attribute Talent. King-level Poison Attribute Talent. These were the strongest attributes he had imprinted. To enhance his strength as quickly as possible, he had to focus on these 2 attributes. Fan Yao turned to look at the few people who were eagerly awaiting his response. "Can I trouble you with something?" "Sir, what are you saying? Just give us your orders." The three of them straightened up, their spirits lifted, and immediately responded. "All right. Then, please combine everyone's efforts to compile information on the pure origin realm beasts in the southeastern Great Forest and hand it over to me. List the poison attribute and metal attribute beasts separately. Ensure safety during the investigation and avoid direct confrontation with the beasts if you encounter people from the Storm Training Hall. The best strategy is to retreat. I will demand justice for their grievances." As he finished speaking, Fan Yao's tone deepened, and he gently clenched his fist, making a solemn vow. "All right." The three exchanged glances and nodded firmly. Central Base, Center. The Beast Hunting Organization building still had half of its structure collapsed and unrepaired. At this moment, about 30 floors underground, in a secret chamber. Bang! "Is it true? Have you found Fan Yao? Is it really him? Where is he now?" Zhang Yong suddenly stood up from his chair, making a loud noise, and stared excitedly at the beast hunter across from him, who carried a long blade on his back, asking incredulously. It had been half a month since Fan Yao fled into the southeastern Great Forest. During this time, Zhang Yong had tried every possible method to find traces of Fan Yao, but had received no news. The situation at the base was becoming increasingly dire, and he could no longer deploy personnel, leaving him to simply wait. If Fan Yao couldn't be found soon, Zhang Yong might even believe that Fan Yao had met with misfortune. Today, had a beast hunter finally brought good news? The beast hunter standing opposite Zhang Yong was undoubtedly Gao Qing. Absolutely no mistake. "My sister and I accidentally got lost and ventured into the deepest part of the southeastern Great Forest. We unexpectedly discovered a small wooden cabin, and the Lord was inside recovering from his injuries." "Why are you so certain? Do you have any evidence?" Zhang Yong cautiously confirmed. Evidence. We were too excited and forgot to take pictures." Gao Qing scratched his head regretfully, then quickly added, "But the Lord personally admitted his identity." "I see." Zhang Yong frowned, suddenly recalling something, and a flash of inspiration struck him. If he remembered correctly, during the battle at that time. Was he injured? Especially his arm. Was his arm injured? Zhang Yong quickly asked. "Let me think." Gao Qing recalled for a moment and also noticed this peculiar detail, nodding firmly. The Lord was injured on his right arm, but his left arm had no scars at all. Ha ha ha, it's him. It's really him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and he eventually burst into laughter, as if releasing the frustration in his heart. After laughing, he grinned and explained to Gao Qing, I saw it clearly back then. Let me tell you, that kid is something else. He faced off against Situ Ji's poison gas head-on. His right hand was corroded to that extent. His whole body was covered in wounds. But damn it, his left hand was completely fine. Isn't that miraculous? Unexpectedly, this characteristic had become the key to confirming Fan Yao's identity. All right, since his identity has been confirmed, let's proceed as he instructed. Based on your message, I'll immediately dispatch beast hunters as quickly as possible. Remember, this matter must remain confidential. Zhang Yong was overjoyed, his days of frustration seemingly finding an outlet. He made the decision with finality, his face glowing with excitement. Damn Storm Training Hall, once Fan Yao returns, let's see how much longer you can keep jumping around. The three siblings with the surname Gao successfully delivered Fan Yao's request without fail, and naturally, they kept Fan Yao's location absolutely confidential. Under Zhang Yong's secret coordination, all the demon hunters mobilized, outwardly claiming to be completing tasks for the demon hunting organization, casually taking on C-level or D-level missions and heading into the forest. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. As days passed, through the relentless efforts of countless demon hunters, 10 days later, a stack of pristine documents was finally delivered to Fan Yao. Inside the small wooden cabin, Fan Yao remained shirtless, sitting by the table, carefully reading the documents in his hands. Behind him, Gao Jingjing held a cotton swab dipped in medicinal liquid, gently applying it to Fan Yao's wounds. As she applied the medicine, she softly blew on the wounds, seemingly afraid of causing him pain. Your injuries are healing so quickly. After finishing the treatment, Gao Jingjing carefully wrapped the wounds with bandages, sincerely exclaiming. Most of the scars on Fan Yao's body had already scabbed over the injury on his right hand had significantly improved, with some of the scabs beginning to fall off, revealing pink skin. Her brothers were also injured, but their wounds had yet to heal. Especially her second brother, Gao Han, who was hobbling around the forest with a cane, claiming he wanted to find a pure origin realm demon beast for Fan Yao. In the end, he didn't find one but was instead attacked by a demon beast. Ultimately, it was Fan Yao who personally rescued him. It's because you took good care of me, Fan Yao replied casually, his eyes fixed on the documents in his hands. His words instantly made Gao Jingjing's face flush red with shyness, her heart pounding wildly. Fan Yao was perfect in every way, except for his occasional unconscious remarks that were so charming they left her feeling dazed. When she snapped back to reality, she realized his attention wasn't on her at all. This disparity made her pout several times, wanting to protest. Fan Yao, however, paid no attention to Gao Jingjing's inner thoughts. Soon, he finished reading through the documents in his hands. Mountain-piercing falcon, metal attribute, mid-pure origin realm. Copper mist centipede, poison attribute, late pure origin realm. Cloud-blocking green-haired turtle, metal attribute, early commander realm. And so on. The list included about 10 metal attribute demon beasts and roughly 8 poison attribute demon beasts. The demon beasts in the southeastern Great Forest are indeed terrifyingly powerful. There's even one at the commander realm. Fortunately, it's just a green-haired turtle, not very aggressive, slow-moving, and prefers basking in the sun. Otherwise, even the central base would be in danger, Fan Yao mused, stroking his chin. He needed to slay these demon beasts, obtain their demon cores, absorb their energy to enter the commander realm, and additionally use beast blood to forcibly enhance his physical strength. This was the fastest way to increase his power. The blood of 7 or 8 demon beasts should be enough to achieve the effect of boiling blood. I need to choose carefully. As for the poison attribute, copper mist centipede, golden thread toad, killer scorpion, combining these poisons should definitely surpass that old poison master's venom. Fan Yao was now a poison attribute martial artist, capable of absorbing toxins. Previously, he had imprinted the poison attribute, making himself immune to toxins and ensuring he wouldn't be directly killed by Situ Ji's venom. Now he cultivated deadly poison within himself, using poison to counter poison. Even if he clashed directly with the old venomous creature, his flesh and blood would not be corroded, nor would his movements be restricted. Additionally, combined with his body tempered by lightning and solidified with metallic properties, it perfectly counteracted the weakness brought by the poison. There would be no scenario like with Situ Ji, who, despite mastering poison techniques, ended up being beaten up due to his frail body. Master Fan Yao. While Fan Yao was lost in thought, a soft call suddenly pulled him back to reality. Fan Yao immediately looked up and saw that, at some point, Gao Qing and Gao Han had returned. The three siblings stood before him, their 6 eyes neatly fixed on him. Master, we have already informed the demon hunters to leave the southeastern Great Forest. Now, the only ones remaining in the forest are the people from the Fengyun Training Hall. Gao Qing and Gao Han spoke with a hint of anger on their faces, clenching their fists. However, many demon hunters were stopped by the Fengyun Training Hall when entering the forest. They insisted on searching them, which led to conflicts when the brothers couldn't take it anymore, and they were beaten up. Upon hearing this, Fan Yao's expression darkened slightly. He stood up, casually grabbed the clothes placed beside him, and put them on. He said indifferently, "I understand. You should leave the forest quickly as well." All right. Without another word, the group hurriedly ran out of the small wooden house and headed down the mountain. When they reached the foot of the mountain, a large group of demon hunters had already gathered there, either driven down the mountain or informed of the situation, anxiously waiting. Many of them bore injuries, with for being the most severely hurt, faces bruised and swollen, heads wrapped in bandages, bodies covered in bruises, and one even lying directly on a stretcher. Seeing the Gao siblings descend the mountain, their eyes lit up instantly, faces filled with excitement. Ignoring their injuries, they limped and hobbled over, surrounding them noisily like a group of 17 or 18-year-old boys, speaking in hushed tones, asking questions one after another. "So, what did the master say?" "The master told us to leave the mountain." "What about him?" "Exactly. Come on, speak up. You're killing me with suspense." "The master himself has no intention of leaving the forest for now, but he must have his own plans." "Everyone, don't worry. Aren't you all aware of the master's strength? He can roam the entire southeastern Great Forest freely," Gao Han said excitedly. Suddenly, he reached out and gave a hard slap on the shoulder of a demon hunter standing to his right front, ignoring the other's grimacing expression. Smacking his lips, he chuckled. "We told Master Fan Yao about you being injured by the people from Fengyun Training Hall." The master's face looked very grim. "I reckon he's going to personally take action to avenge you." "Really?" Master Fan Yao is so kind-hearted. Those people murmured in disbelief, their eyes reddening, hearts trembling slightly. Hearing these words, it seemed as if their injuries no longer hurt. Judging by their expressions, they even felt that the injuries were worth it. Of course, Master Fan Yao may appear cold and indifferent, but he values loyalty and emotions the most. Back then, when I was accidentally attacked by a demon beast, it was Master Fan Yao who personally saved me. Haha, if I count, it happened twice. The brothers have fought so hard for the master, and Master Fan Yao remembers every single one of them. Gao Han spoke without hesitation, proudly promoting Fan Yao. However, even without his promotion, in the entire central base, who wouldn't know Fan Yao's name? "All right, let's go quickly. If we run into those mad dogs from the Fengyun Training Hall again, it'll be another troublesome matter, and we might have to disturb the adults. It's not worth it." Gao Qing glanced around cautiously and urged everyone to hurry. Hearing this, the group nodded solemnly and started walking toward the direction of the Demon Hunter Organization building. Unexpectedly, before they had taken 3 steps, a sudden, piercing scream came from a certain direction in the southeastern forest. "Ah, it's here. We found it. It's Fan. Ah, help. Quickly notify the deputy hall." Ah, boom. Violent spiritual energy fluctuations erupted, spiritual power rained down wildly, and the mountains trembled. The screams were abrupt and urgent, yet continuous and sharp, startling countless birds and beasts in the forest. The terror and despair in the voices sounded as if they had seen something extremely horrifying. Before they could finish a sentence, their lives were abruptly taken away. However, from the brief words of one of them, some information could be faintly inferred. The one who acted was none other than Fan Yao. The demon hunters turned back in shock, momentarily stunned, their facial muscles twitching uncontrollably as if they wanted to laugh, but didn't dare, their faces turning purple from holding back. What did I say? Gao face was full of a "I already knew it" expression. He gestured excitedly, unable to hold back a chuckle, his face glowing with admiration. Lord Fan Yao, amazing. It's actually true. Lord Fan Yao values us and personally took action to kill those martial artists. A middle-aged martial artist from the central base seemed to be in a daze, hearing the screams echoing from the southeastern forest, somewhat incredulous, his eyes slightly reddened. Although he was a generation older than Fan Yao's strength was far beyond his reach. Calling him Lord felt completely natural, spoken willingly and smoothly. Of course, are there two Lord Fan Yaos in the southeastern forest? Gao Han glanced at the man sideways, waving his hand confidently. Let's go, let's go. Lord Fan Yao's injuries have mostly healed. Now that he's striking in anger, those Fengyun training hall people are doomed. Ha ha ha. I remember how furious I was back then. Thinking about them being beaten and running away like rats now is so satisfying. Hearing this, the group felt a wave of relief in their hearts and quickened their pace toward the base. In the northern part of the southeastern forest, Please, don't kill me," a trembling plea echoed through the woods. A martial artist's eyes were filled with terror as he stared fixedly at the figure standing before him, his feet digging into the ground as he desperately tried to retreat, almost losing control from fear. That smiling, handsome face appeared to him like a ghost. He shivered and glanced around. On the damp, dark ground, more than a dozen martial artists wearing the uniform of Fengyun Training Hall were already lying scattered. Everything had happened too quickly at the time. They had only managed to let out a single scream before meeting their end swiftly and decisively, without even a chance to react. A communicator lay nearby, its signal flickering intermittently. Fan Yao glanced at the communicator on the ground, about the size of an earphone. With a slight curve of his palm, a surge of suction force erupted, pulling it directly into his grasp. Without even looking at it, he casually waved his other hand, and spiritual energy transformed into a massive crescent slash, precisely striking the martial artist who had turned to flee. Splat! The martial artist had no chance to retaliate. His body stiffened for a moment before he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood toward the sky. After a garbled, gurgling sound escaped his throat, his eyes widened in death, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to rest in peace. Team 3, respond immediately. What happened to you? Team 3. Team 3. Did you encounter Fan Yao? Say something. The voice on the other end, sensing something amiss, frantically bombarded with questions. Crack. Hearing the sound from the communicator, Fan Yao raised an eyebrow. With a light pinch of his thumb and forefinger, he crushed it into powder. Brushing off the fragments casually, he showed no intention of dealing with the corpses of the martial artists. With a cold sneer, his figure disappeared into the shadows of the forest. Storm Training Hall. It's Fan Yao. Team 3 must have been ambushed by Fan Yao. A martial artist, drenched in cold sweat, nearly threw the communicator in his hand out of sheer panic. Fan Yao had actually taken the initiative to show himself. The next second, he snapped back to his senses. Without even wiping the sweat from his forehead, he rushed to the offices of several deputy hall masters, forgetting to knock as he pushed the door open. Time passed about a month. The news of Fan Yao's appearance spread throughout the entire central base during this period. Naturally, some doubted the reports, believing that under the encirclement of the Storm Training Hall, Fan Yao would never dare to show up and that it was merely a rumor. However, such skepticism dissipated when they saw the Storm Training Hall suddenly dispatch a large number of personnel to the southeastern forest. The actions of the Storm Training Hall spoke volumes. Wave after wave of teams, each consisting of hundreds of people, entered the southeastern forest like fleas. The leaders of these groups exuded powerful auras, clearly at the pure essence realm, serving as head coaches or even deputy hall masters of the Storm Training Hall. Even the core forces of the training hall had been mobilized. Naturally, the news of Fan Yao's appearance was true. The eyes of the entire central base were now focused on the southeastern forest. It was a common sight to see members of the Storm Training Hall dragging their weapons, fleeing the forest like beaten dogs, disheveled, pale-faced, and utterly humiliated. The forest was in constant chaos, with spiritual energy fluctuations, occasional angry curses, ferocious beast roars, and Fan Yao's faint, carefree laughter echoing throughout. It was evidently a lively scene. Watching the martial artists of the Storm Training Hall, who had been so arrogant and domineering just a month ago, now reduced to such a sorry state, many onlookers couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! This is killing me. Truly, there's always someone to deal with the wicked. Well done, Lord Fan Yao. These people deserve this lesson. Let's see if they dare to act so arrogantly again. Humph. I think Lord Fan Yao went too easy on them. He actually let them come back. How could Lord Fan Yao let them go? If you ask me, they were so scared they lost their nerve, wet their pants, and deserted. Holy crap, that makes so much sense. And did you notice? All that came out were some ordinary martial artists. As for the head coaches, deputy hall masters, and the core members of the Storm Training Hall, not a single one managed to escape. Are you saying they're all dead? It's not impossible. Lord Fan Yao has never been lenient. Do you remember how badly our base was destroyed back then? People, either standing by the streets or inside their rooms, stared through windows at those passing by, whispering sarcastic remarks. Due to the rampant arrogance of the Storm Training Hall in recent times, they hadn't dared to go out and had been hiding in their rooms, seething with anger. Now, seeing this scene, they couldn't be more delighted. However, they were clearly aware that Fan Yao was still lingering in the forest, likely dealing with other matters, and was merely toying with these martial artists in his spare time. I wonder when Lord Fan Yao will truly make his move. Many secretly speculated in their hearts, filled with anticipation, their blood boiling, mouths dry. Yet, in the next moment, the terrifying scenes of that earth-shattering battle involuntarily flooded their minds. Their bodies trembled, faces turned pale, and they wiped cold sweat from their foreheads. Well, I wonder if Lord Fan Yao could give us a heads up before he acts, so we can run far away in advance. Monster Hunting Organization. There are many martial artists who entered the southeastern forest, probably over 2,000. Not only that, but 4 head coaches and 3 deputy hall masters went in as well. At the same location, several ministers of the Monster Hunting Organization gathered for a meeting. One minister roughly compiled the data, adjusted the glasses on his nose, flipped a page of the document in his hand, and reported, "The number of martial artists who returned is about 1,000 as for those head coaches and deputy hall masters." At the end of his report, a trace of excitement and shock flashed in the minister's eyes. 0. All dead. Just as the rumors said, young friend Fan Yao is truly formidable. No wonder so many monster hunters admire him. Those martial artists are insignificant. The key is that so many pure Origin Realm experts didn't leave a single survivor. That is truly terrifying. Haha, the Storm Training Hall really hit a steel wall this time. The ministers exchanged glances, feeling both awe and relief. Logically, Fan Yao wasn't part of the central base and, with his immense strength, should have been under the control of the Monster Hunting Organization. But since Fan Yao had already registered with the Monster Hunting Organization as a leader during his time at the Anqing base, he had established a good relationship with Minister Zhang Yong from the start upon arriving at the central base. This left a great impression on the Monster Hunting Organization, even earning the admiration of countless monster hunters. Most importantly, Fan Yao and the Monster Hunting Organization shared a common enemy. The ministers of the Monster Hunting Organization, bound by their identities and with their leader missing, were like a headless snake, scattered and disorganized. Now, Fan Yao's unexpected appearance had given them a backbone, a clear direction to channel their efforts. Fan Yao was practically the savior of the central base. Eliminate the roots completely, that's the real Fan Yao. The Fengyun Training Hall is clearly intent on killing him, so how could he possibly show mercy? Zhang Yong shook his head as he listened to the data, waved his hand, and chuckled. Moreover, he has the Anqing base behind him. He won't rest until the Fengyun Training Hall is destroyed. At this point, Zhang Yong's expression darkened again, and he sighed helplessly. However, This was originally a matter for our central base, and now we have to rely on the ruler of Onqing base to solve it for us. It really makes us look incompetent. Oh, by the way, make a copy of this data and send it to old Mo. Let him have a laugh too. This time, aside from the Fengyan training hall, the other 8 major training halls were more or less involved. These accounts will have to be settled one by one afterward. Once everything is settled, it's likely these training halls will be directly erased from the central base. Tianqing Training Hall. Ha ha, well done, Fan Yao. Wipe them all out, leave none behind. Old Mo's eyes sparkled with gold as he stared at the data on his phone, shouting in ecstatic joy. Su Yujin and Shun Kuan peeked out from the hall, glaring at Mo Zhen with disdain. Was the old man losing his mind? Master, we can't even get out, and you're still laughing. Do you need to see a doctor? Go, go, go. What do you know? We'll be out soon, and our training hall will recruit countless martial artists. Ha ha ha, from now on, our Tianqing training hall will flourish. Mo Zhen bounced around like a child, clutching his phone, his excited face almost free of wrinkles. Ha ha ha, his sharp judgment had paid off. He had recognized Fan Yao early on. Even though the Tianqing training hall was currently surrounded, as long as they could endure this period, the benefits in the future would be unimaginably abundant for him, completely different from the jubilation in the central base. In the dark forest tinged with a chilling aura, shadows of trees swayed. Murderous intent filled the air, broken branches and fallen trees were scattered everywhere, and many towering trees were completely destroyed, indicating the intensity of the battle that had taken place here. Roar! A massive golden-furred bear, radiating golden light all over its body, let out a final, mournful roar, filled with unwillingness. Then, its mountain-like figure collapsed, landing heavily on the ground with its forelegs up, its head falling right in front of Fan Yao. Blood oozed from its mouth and nose, its bright fur covered in wounds, a gruesome sight. Phew, that's the 9th gold element beast. The previous 8 were also gold element beasts at the pure origin realm. It took a lot of effort, but it's finally enough. Fan Yao put away the giant spirit sky-splitting axe, took out a small porcelain bottle and a dagger, and with a flick of his wrist, spiritual energy surged on the dagger as he fiercely stabbed it into the heart of the golden-furred bear. Heart blood immediately gushed out, carrying the ferocity unique to beasts. As expected of a gold element beast, its skin is really thick. Fan Yao glanced at the dagger, which had become dull again, and casually discarded it. He quickly placed the small porcelain bottle under the wound, patiently waiting for the blood to fill the bottle, making it heavy. Once the bottle was full, the heart blood had completely drained. A faint smile appeared on Fan Yao's face as he carefully capped the bottle, stored it in his storage bag, and kept it safe. Subsequently, he moved to the back of the golden hamster's head, his face expressionless as he brought 2 fingers together like a blade and thrust them into the skin at the back of its head with a squelching sound. After digging around for a while, he suddenly withdrew his hand with some delight. In his blood-covered hand was a golden core the size of a fingernail, radiating brilliant light. A metal element demon core. What luck! I've killed 8 demon beasts and collected 6 demon cores. Including this one, I've gathered 7 cores from 9 beasts. As expected, the stronger the demon beast, the higher the drop rate of demon cores. Fan Yao casually wiped the blood off the demon core and directly summarized some patterns, his harvest proving to be quite fruitful. During this period, he had been both dealing with the people from the Fengyan training hall and hunting demon beasts. He had visited almost all the metal element pure origin realm demon beasts in the southeastern Great Forest. Now, only the cloud-pressing green-haired turtle remained unchallenged. However, considering that it was a leader-level demon beast, and since he had already collected enough heart blood and demon cores, he had no intention of challenging it. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, Fan Yao's ears twitched as he heard the sound of something cutting through the wind. Following me so closely, truly worthy of being Situ Ji's dogs. But next, I'm going to hunt poison element demon beasts. Fan Yao glanced in a certain direction behind him, tapped his toes, and green wind element spiritual energy surged out. His entire body became as light as a swallow, gliding like a feather deeper into the forest. He left behind a faint afterimage and a cold, faint laugh that echoed. If you're not afraid of being poisoned to death, then follow me. About 1 or 2 minutes after Fan Yao's figure disappeared, a group of about 15 martial students emerged one by one from the dense forest, cautiously surveying their surroundings. When they saw the chaotic scene and the lifeless corpse of the golden hamster not far away, their eyes widened in shock. Soon, the sound of sharp intakes of breath echoed through the forest. This, this, this is already the ninth pure origin realm demon beast, right? What exactly is Fan Yao trying to do? One martial student exclaimed in horror. Another martial student quickly ran forward, inspecting the golden hamster's corpse from all angles. He even put on gloves and felt around, swallowing hard before reporting to a middle-aged martial artist nearby. Just like the previous times, the heart blood has been drained, and the demon core has been taken. Upon hearing this, the group became even more alarmed. That little brat. What on earth is he up to? The deputy hall master, dressed in his official attire, was visibly uneasy. They had lost countless people during the pursuit, and Fan Yao's attacks were swift and ruthless. His speed had increased dramatically compared to before, as if he had undergone a complete transformation. Such terrifying growth was enough to strike fear into anyone. He glanced toward the depths of the forest, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as if he had made up his mind. He waved his hand heavily and gritted his teeth, saying, "Chase him. Even if we can't kill that little brat, we must uncover his intentions. Otherwise, the Fengyan training hall might end up in a passive position." Yes, the martial students responded in unison. Despite their fear of the dark forest ahead, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow the group. If they were left alone here, any random demon beast could easily kill them. And so, they pressed on. When the team finally found traces of Fan Yao again, they were horrified to discover that Fan Yao had targeted a pure Yuan realm beast with poison attributes. This time, their luck ran out. Following Fan Yao's trail, they were caught off guard and poisoned by the venom he had deliberately smeared around the forest. In an instant, more than half of them perished. Soon after, 2 more accidentally succumbed to the poison. Then 3 more. As the pursuit continued, the deputy curator realized that his team had somehow been completely wiped out, leaving only himself alive. Beside the copper mist centipede's nest, I heard the copper mist centipede is 5 meters long, highly venomous, and the most poisonous beast in this southeastern forest. It's also the most cautious, never stepping out of its nest. I wonder if that's true. Fan Yao held a piece of chicken he had somehow acquired, raised an eyebrow, and took out a pile of strange items from his storage bag, muttering to himself. Longi grass, spices, passion fruit, plus the centipede's favorite chicken. I wonder if this will lure it out. Fan Yao grabbed the pile of items that resembled seasonings in his hand, infused them with spiritual energy, and squeezed hard. Drip, drip. Drops of emerald green liquid slowly oozed out, dripping onto the chicken he held. Instantly, an intense aroma, almost sneeze-inducing, wafted out. Fan Yao frowned slightly, stifled a sneeze, pinched his nose, and gently tossed the chicken in front of the copper mist centipede's nest. At the same time, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes and swiftly leaped onto a nearby giant tree. He casually broke off a branch, infused it with spiritual energy, and it became as indestructible as steel. His breathing slowed to the minimum. His body remained motionless. Apart from his hair being blown by the wind and his eyes occasionally shifting to stare intently at the nest, he was like a statue. If he didn't make a sound, no one would notice that someone was crouching there. Thump, thump, thump in the extreme silence. The sound of his heartbeat became incredibly pronounced, like a drumbeat, causing beads of sweat to form on Fan Yao's forehead. A cool breeze gently blew. Fan Yao had placed the chicken upwind, allowing the intense aroma to waft directly toward the copper mist centipede's nest. However, after about 10 minutes, the nearly half-human-sized entrance remained completely unresponsive. Not even the sound of the centipede crawling emerged, leaving an eerie silence. What is going on? Why isn't the centipede reacting at all? Fan Yao grew anxious. He noticed that near the fragrant chicken, a dense swarm of ants and other small insects had gathered, using their large mandibles to tear at the chicken and frantically devour it. The chicken wings had already been gnawed clean. Since other creatures were eating it, It meant the spices were still attractive to them. So why was the copper mist centipede unresponsive? Wasn't chicken combined with these unparalleled spices supposed to be irresistibly enticing to beasts? Could it be that the centipede prefers cooked food? Fan Yao frowned, disappointed, and was just about to stand up when his gaze suddenly froze, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. In the darkness of the nest's entrance point, two pitch black, strip-shaped objects emerged at some point, extremely thin at the tips, trembling lightly at the ends, resembling antennae. It appeared. Fan Yao held his breath, his eyes wide open, watching the two antennae probe left and right, occasionally stretching forward, occasionally retreating, but never revealing its head. As for its body, it was hidden even deeper. Almost ruined everything. If this centipede gets scared, it'll hide in the hole for at least another month, no matter how much we try to lure it out, Fan Yao thought to himself. He slowly raised the tree branch in his hand, which was as solid as refined iron, his palms sweating from the tension. When the copper mist centipede emerged, he had to strike accurately in one blow. The copper mist centipede continued to explore the air with its antennae. After about 5 more minutes, it cautiously revealed a bit of its body. Two massive, forest-white teeth slowly moved, seemingly emitting a metallic sound. Its marble-sized blue eyes appeared to have mist flowing within, exuding a faint stench. Its entire body was pitch black, as if covered in armor. This was the copper mist centipede, the most poisonous creature in the southeastern Great Forest. The demon hunting organization had a task to hunt this beast, but for decades, no one had ever taken it up. After extending its first segment, the copper mist centipede seemed to sense no danger and boldly revealed its second segment. Then came the third segment, the fourth segment. When the centipede's entire body was exposed under the sunlight, even Fan Yao couldn't help but widen his eyes. Dense, countless legs, a body 7 to 8 meters long, a ferocious mouthpart, and the various insects poisoned to death along its path. It was truly the king of all poisons. The copper mist centipede had originally been sleeping in its hole, but was suddenly drawn out by a strange fragrance. Unable to resist, it swam to the entrance of the hole and immediately spotted the chicken meat. Having cultivated to the pure essence realm, this copper mist centipede was naturally cautious. Its antennae trembled for a long time, and only after confirming there was no danger did it venture out. Its misty blue eyes locked onto the chicken meat, and the centipede quickly opened its mouth parts, grabbed the meat in one bite, and with all its legs moving in unison, it darted back toward the hole. And at that moment, whoosh, a sharp weapon sliced through the air. A tree branch shot out from nowhere, viciously aiming directly at one of the centipede's eyes, piercing into the misty blue eye with lightning speed. The copper mist centipede let out a painful screech, blue venom flowing from its eye, instantly corroding the tree branch. Its massive body twisted and coiled like a snake, frantically spraying toxic gas. But it wasn't over yet. An intense, resonating sound echoed. A massive battle axe followed the tree branch, carrying a powerful wave of icy energy, and was hurled heavily. Thud! The battle axe precisely pinned the centipede's tail to the ground. The centipede's eyes instantly turned crimson, and with a violent twist of its massive body, it abandoned its tail to escape, even leaving the chicken meat behind. Still trying to run? Be good, and let me extract your venom gland for refining. At the same time, a figure suddenly leapt from the giant tree, landing on a nearby rock. With a twist of his fingers, countless sharp, icy spikes appeared around the copper mist centipede, stabbing out fiercely like a torrential downpour. Clang, clang, clang. The copper mist centipede was instantly pierced into a porcupine. The fragile ice, under Fan Yao's spiritual power, became as hard as steel. The cold spread, and the surrounding air emitted cracking and explosive sounds under the strain. The massive copper mist centipede was frozen into a solid dish in an instant. Everything happened so quickly that by the time it was all over, a leaf from the giant tree above had just spiraled down to the ground. Fan Yao did not immediately go to claim his spoils, but waited for about 5 minutes before leaping to the head of the copper mist centipede. However, just as he steadied his footing, the seemingly solidly frozen centipede suddenly raised its head as if in a final burst of life and sprayed a mouthful of ghostly blue venom at Fan Yao. Fan Yao's eyes flickered slightly, and in an instant, golden light burst from his body. With a calm expression, he used his spiritual power to shake off the venom. The small amount of venom that had touched Fan Yao's body splattered onto the ground, instantly corroding it into a deep pit. Even Fan Yao's clothes were burned beyond recognition, emitting a foul stench. What a powerful poison! After dealing with the situation, Fan Yao glanced at the faint red marks on his body and shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, he reacted quickly otherwise. If such potent poison had touched his body, even if he didn't get poisoned, the pain would have been unbearable. Looking again at the copper mist centipede, Fan Yao reached out and grabbed his battle axe, which flew into his hand before disappearing. The ice scattered across the ground gradually melted as he waved his hand, revealing the centipede's riddled body. This time, it was truly dead. Earlier, when he struck, he had deliberately avoided the centipede's poison glands, so now the extracted poison gland was intact, filled with highly toxic venom. Since the venom would corrode ordinary porcelain bottles, Fan Yao did not use one to store it. Instead, he wrapped it directly in spiritual power and held it in his hand. All right, everything is collected. Time to start cultivating. Fan Yao's face lit up with an excited smile. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the small wooden cabin. Inside the silent cabin, there was no one. Fan Yao casually climbed onto the wooden bed, took a deep breath, and flicked his fingers. 9 small porcelain bottles of various sizes and 8 colorful light spheres floated before him, radiating powerful waves of energy that spread unrestrainedly. Before refining the poison, it's best to enhance my physical strength first. Otherwise, I might not be able to withstand such potent toxins. Fan Yao glanced at the light sphere, which, despite being wrapped in spiritual power, was slowly thinning and emitting faint hissing corrosion sounds. Helplessly, he raised his hand and released another surge of spiritual power to thicken the spiritual barrier. Ordinary poison attribute martial artists, like Sidhu Ji, typically began taking poison at the age of 17 or even younger, gradually cultivating their poison techniques. Over 40 years, their physique would be transformed bit by bit, aided by various mild medicinal herbs for balance and support, eventually reaching the pure Yuan realm, mastering poison techniques, and presiding over the Wind and Cloud Training Hall. But Fan Yao was different. He could be considered a poison attribute martial artist transformed later in life. He neither had the possibility nor the time to spend a lifetime improving a physique capable of accommodating deadly toxins. Therefore, he could only rely on the fierce and domineering characteristics of the metal element to suppress the poison, allowing himself to cultivate poison techniques in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, who knows when he would be able to kill that old bastard Sidhu Ji. Thinking of this, Fan Yao's eyes gradually became resolute. With a grasp of his hand, 9 small porcelain bottles in front of him floated into the air. With a flick of his finger, the bottles shattered, revealing clusters of bright red blood within, faintly glimmering with golden flashes. The blood remained cohesive, quietly floating in the air, with various animal shapes seemingly condensed on its surface, carrying the unwillingness and resentment of being slain, growling lowly at Fan Yao. Truly worthy of being pure origin realm beasts, Fan Yao glanced at the miniature beasts. Under his control, the blood instantly merged into a small cluster, which he swallowed directly. His throat rolled as he gulped it down. The bloody taste made Fan Yao frown in discomfort. The experience was far from pleasant. However, he soon had no time to dwell on the taste. Boom! A surge of crimson, overwhelming energy exploded within his body. Damn it! Fan Yao's eyes turned blood red, his ears deafened by a constant roaring sound, almost causing him to fall backward. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay calm. Immediately, traces of blood like energy essence began to seep out from every pore and hair on his body, overflowing madly. After a month, Fan Yao once again turned into a blood-soaked figure. Every organ, cell, bone, and meridian in his body, like desert travelers encountering water, greedily devoured the energy, absorbing the golden specks within. The golden specks, like tiny sprites, merged into Fan Yao's flesh and blood. With the influx of golden energy, a dense golden mist began to rise within Fan Yao's body. This golden mist was clearly the essence of the blood from these metal element beasts, greatly beneficial for enhancing physical strength and improving constitution. So full. Fan Yao clenched his fists and slowly opened his eyes. His blood-red pupils trembled slightly, and his irises shimmered with dazzling golden mist, giving him an extremely eerie appearance. The golden mist gathered more and more, eventually becoming so thick that, despite Fan Yao's efforts to digest the energy, it was still like a drop in the ocean. Inside his body, the golden mist had nowhere to go and began to aimlessly wander, colliding everywhere as if searching for an exit. Finally, it rushed straight toward Fan Yao's dantian. What the hell? Fan Yao immediately noticed this abnormality, and his face turned pale. Internal organs are fragile, but the dantian is even more delicate. If such a massive amount of energy directly impacted the dantian, it might shatter instantly, and the pure origin pill wouldn't be able to withstand such an energy surge. It would be completely destroyed. Intercept it for me, Fan Yao commanded in his heart. The pure origin pill began spinning rapidly, then trembled heavily as 9-colored spiritual energy poured out like rivers, colliding fiercely with the surging violent energy. Buzz ugh! Fan Yao furrowed his brows tightly and spat out a mouthful of blood, faintly tinged with golden light. Forcing himself into a seated position, he desperately guided the violent energy away from the pure origin pill, redirecting it toward his limbs and bones. However, such a process is evidently extremely slow and consumes a tremendous amount of energy, requiring Fan Yao to use 2 portions of power to counteract 1 portion of violent energy. In this tug of war, Fan Yao's physical body is also gradually improving at a slow pace. Once the transformation is complete, Fan Yao's physique will undoubtedly be enhanced to a terrifying level. At the same time, Central Base, Fengyun Training Hall, one of the training venues. The venue is spacious and bright, with an excellent environment at first glance, even adorned with greenery, creating a fresh atmosphere that is pleasing and relaxing. Yet, this perfect training ground, which should have been uplifting, feels heavy and full of hostility due to the circle of expressionless martial artists standing around. 8 martial artists, either middle-aged or elderly, casually sit at a desk, their eyes occasionally glancing at the person seated at the forefront. They are the heads of the 8 major training halls in the central base, apart from Tianqing Fengyun, now gathered here. At the main seat in the front, an elder dressed in the snow-white training uniform of the training hall sits quietly, his eyes shadowed and gloomy, his white brows furrowed deeply, forming deep creases. His tightly closed lips carry a hint of coldness and impatience. The oppressive aura of a commander-level expert emanates from him, faintly carrying a peculiar discomfort that makes people instinctively want to distance themselves. Poison attribute, commander-level expert, Situji. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that the right sleeve of this top-tier combatant of the central base hangs empty, swaying freely in the wind without any resistance. Anyone unaware of the situation would likely be shocked upon seeing this. What kind of formidable individual could sever the right arm of a commander-level expert? That young man named Fan Yao is truly terrifying. The gazes of the hall masters all fall on Situji, their eyes involuntarily lowering to his empty right arm, their hearts filled with unease. This arm, blown off cleanly, sends chills down their spines no matter how many times they see it in the center of such a terrifying explosion. The He family couple and 2 deputy hall masters were instantly killed, unable to withstand it at the pure origin level. Only commander-level experts could escape, but the cost of escape was extremely high. Noticing the gazes of the crowd, Situji suddenly opened his eyes, glaring at them with some dissatisfaction, his voice tinged with anger as he spoke. That little brat has been hiding in the southeastern Great Forest all this time, and we've fallen into a passive position. We need to come up with a way to force him out. He slowly raised his left hand, touching his right shoulder. Feeling the emptiness there, his face twitched a few times, barely suppressing the fury in his heart. The gazes directed at him, though filled with respect and fear, seemed to carry deeply hidden ridicule and mockery. Look, they say he's a commander-level expert, yet he's so weak, unable to deal with a mere young boy. Haha, always so arrogant and domineering. Who would have thought he's just a paper tiger, crumbling at a push? It's hilarious. He has been in the limelight for most of his life, but who would have thought he'd lose his dignity in the end? If he doesn't capture that boy and tear him to pieces, he might become the laughingstock of the entire base. Situji clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding audibly. Countless times, he woke up from nightmares in the middle of the night, feeling a faint pain in his right shoulder. He had long decided that every time he felt the pain, he would carve a knife wound on Fan Yao, and eventually, he would cut him into 1,000 pieces. It seems that Hall Master Sidhu already has a way to force Fan Yao out, someone asked. This voice instantly woke Situji up. Meeting the gazes of the crowd, he exhaled lightly, suddenly picked up the remote control beside him, and gently pressed a red button on it. Beep on the pristine white wall, a screen slowly descended, and then began to automatically play a video. On the screen was a small base nestled within a sprawling mountain range. The base was not large, and its population was far less than that of the central base. Its hardware facilities, such as city walls, were far inferior to the central base's advanced and sophisticated setup. As for the strength of the warriors, there was no need to mention it within the visible range. Not a single warrior capable of walking on air could be seen. Even so, every warrior, and even the ordinary people, had genuine smiles on their faces, living leisurely and in perfect order. Almost every camera shot revealed posters or advertisements, featuring an extremely familiar face smiling brightly on the screen. What is this? The expressions of the training hall masters were perplexed. This is that little bastard. Situji glared venomously, his eyes wide with hatred, leaning forward as if he wanted to rush into the screen and drag Fan Yao out. His intact hand nearly crushed the remote control, and it took him a long time to suppress the murderous intent surging in his heart. I've long heard that Fan Yao is the ruler of Anqing Base, but I didn't expect his prestige in the base to be so high, one hall master remarked with a hint of surprise. Situji responded indifferently with a hum and then fell silent. After a long pause, someone took a deep breath and asked, "So, what does Hall Master Situ intend to do?" "I've already investigated. Anqing Base has that little bastard's younger sister and his woman, both of whom are very important to him. If he hears news of an attack on Anqing Base, what do you think? Will that little bastard show himself?" The Hall Masters exchanged glances, acknowledging that the plan was clever and would undoubtedly yield immediate results. If anyone is to blame, it's Anqing Base for being unlucky enough to choose that little bastard as their ruler. Situji, however, felt no sense of impropriety, a smug smile appearing on his face as if he could already see Fan Yao discovering the destruction of the base and collapsing in tears. "That little bastard took my hand, so I'll destroy the base he controls. It's only fair." Situji squinted his aged eyes, clearly satisfied with his decision. Upon hearing this, one of the hall masters immediately fell silent. It was Lu Mufeng, the hall master of the Mufeng Training Hall. It is worth mentioning that Lu Mufeng, the hall master of the Mufeng Training Hall, was the only female among the 10 training hall masters. Her figure was voluptuous and alluring, as ripe as a peach. Although she was a woman, her strength was by no means weak, having already reached the late stage of the pure origin realm. At this moment, her delicate brows furrowed as she glanced at Fan Yao on the screen, then at Situji, who seemed confident of his victory. She exhaled a breath of turbid air. Madness. Situji had completely lost his mind. The dignified hall master of the Fengyun Training Hall at the central base had abandoned all dignity as a leader in the Dominator realm, resorting to such despicable tactics to use women to manipulate Fan Yao. In her Win Training Hall, quite a few martial artists had already been borrowed by Situji, with no return, losing even their lives. She had long been dissatisfied with this. Fan Yao had no enmity with them, so why did they provoke him for no reason, wholeheartedly serving Situji? What benefit was there? Although she thought this way, the dominance of the Storm Training Hall was overwhelming. They directly suppressed others with force, compelling them to submit. It was truly unbearable. Damn Situji. I just hope he doesn't end up shooting himself in the foot, provoking Fan Yao's wrath and getting himself killed with a single axe strike. Lu Mufeng secretly gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. In a month, I will send people to attack the Anqing base and capture these two women. Situ Ji commanded nonchalantly, adjusting the remote control to freeze the screen on the photos of Fan Wenxi and Fang Yingying, sneering coldly. All right, rest assured, Master Situ. We'll make arrangements right away. Haha, Fan Yao may be strong, but his judgment is terrible. He chose a woman who hasn't even reached the acquired realm, easy pickings. The other 8 training hall masters all agreed, flattering him. Before they could finish, Situ Ji impatiently waved them off, cutting them short. Masters, please leave. Seeing this, the white-clad martial artist standing like a wooden stake nearby stepped forward and unceremoniously ushered them out. The conversation ended there, and the group dispersed, hurrying to prepare for the matters discussed earlier. Lu Mufeng walked out of the storm training hall with heavy steps. She looked up at the blazing sun high in the sky, her jade-like hand clenched tightly. Was it time for her to choose a side? Mufeng, a voice called out from behind, stopping her. Lu Mufeng paused and turned around. Jian Nanxiao, who made our great beauty look so downcast. Jian Nanxiao, the master of the Nanxiao training hall, had long been fond of Lu Mufeng and pursued her relentlessly. But no matter how hard he tried, Lu Mufeng remained unmoved. He quickened his pace to walk beside her, his eyes filled with affection, and joked, thinking himself humorous. Lu Mufeng shook her head, not in the mood for jokes. She glanced at him, remained silent for a moment, and couldn't help but speak her mind. I've always been neutral, but the situation is unfavorable for me. Without strength, wouldn't she just be at the mercy of the storm training hall? It wasn't just the disparity in strength among the hall masters' years of resource imbalance and survival of the fittest had also created a significant gap in the martial artist's abilities. Facing them head-on, she feared she wouldn't last even one round. Hearing this, Jian Nanxiao's smile faded slightly, and a peculiar look flashed in his eyes. The storm training hall has long been a thorn in my side. In the past, I endured it for the sake of survival. But now, with Fan Yao's sudden emergence, the storm training hall has a formidable rival. Which side should I align with? Lu Mufeng rubbed her forehead in frustration. She walked silently down the empty street, while Jian Nanxiao followed not far behind. From time to time, she saw martial artists from the storm training hall patrolling the streets, even kicking down doors to cause trouble. She used to intervene, but it happened so often that she couldn't keep up. Now, she could only pretend not to see. The Storm Training Hall is an established powerhouse of the central base, known for its deep foundation. Fan Yao, on the other hand, is a dark horse that emerged out of nowhere. Though he stands alone, his brilliance is unmatched everywhere. Who in the central base doesn't know Fan Yao now? Lu Mufeng slightly lowered her head, deliberately avoiding looking in that direction. Her slender, fair arms gently hugged her shoulders as she analyzed in a slightly hoarse voice. I have 2 paths before me. One is Fan Yao, the other is the Storm Training Hall. There is bound to be a life and death struggle between the two. If the Storm Training Hall wins, Fan Yao will be immediately obliterated, falling on the spot. No matter how great his prestige, it will be useless. How many geniuses throughout history have fallen tragically? But if Fan Yao wins, the situation becomes severe. The Storm Training Hall will be wiped out, and the entire power structure of the central base will undergo a massive reshuffle. Whether our training halls can survive remains uncertain. Exactly. Jian Nanxiao nodded hesitantly after carefully listening to Lu Mufeng's analysis. Seeing him nod, Lu Mufeng assumed he agreed with her view, and her expression softened slightly. Neutrality was no longer an option. If she chose wrong, the price would be annihilation. She had some strength and could escape. But what about the martial students in the training hall? Most of them were children from ordinary families, cherished by their parents, who had emptied their savings to send them to the training hall to learn martial arts. If they were injured or killed, how heartbroken would their parents be? And as the hall master, how could she explain herself? Perhaps. Lu Mufeng's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Jian Nanxiao, stopping in her tracks and speaking uncertainly. The demon hunters hold Fan Yao in high regard, which shows that he is a man of clear distinctions between gratitude and grudges. If I am forced to help the Storm Training Hall, it is out of necessity. He shouldn't do anything to me, right? Not necessarily. Jian Nanxiao's eyes shifted. Precisely because he is clear about gratitude and grudges. In Fan Yao's eyes, we are already lackeys of the Storm Training Hall. We've provided aid to their martial students, attended their combat meetings, only money and supplies are left to be sent. Even if Fan Yao doesn't know at first, how can it be hidden once the battle begins? When the time comes, he might deal with us as decisively as he does with the Storm Training Hall, sweeping us away effortlessly, Jian Nanxiao said persuasively. According to you, this won't work, and that won't work either. Are we just supposed to wait for death? Lu Mufeng irritably ran her fingers through her long hair, her delicate face showing a mix of despair and unease. Even with such a resentful expression, she was full of charm. There's always a way out, Jian Nanxiao said, looking at Lu Mufeng's side profile, which appeared even more vivid due to her anger. He cleared his throat, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes before quickly disappearing. Just now, didn't Hall Master Sita give us an opportunity? Lu Mufeng turned her head in confusion. That old man gave her an opportunity? Fan Yao is about 18 years old this year, a young genius, and quite lucky with women, Jian Nanxiao said with a hint of suggestion. His sister and little girlfriend should be very important to him. Hiss, are you saying create a diversion while secretly advancing? Lu Mufeng blinked her beautiful eyes, took a light breath of cold air, and looked at Jian Nanxiao with some astonishment, raising her voice involuntarily. Rescue from the Fengyun Training Hall. Jian Nanxiao gently nodded, signaling Lu Mufeng to keep quiet, glanced around, and pulled Lu Mufeng along as they continued walking, speaking in a low voice. You've seen it too. Anqing Base doesn't even have a single martial artist capable of treading the air. Even if your Mufeng Training Hall steps in, Anqing Base is doomed. As long as the Storm Training Hall sends out any Deputy Hall Master with pure Origin Realm strength, they can basically annihilate the Anqing Base. This is an undeniable fact. Fan Yao is deep in the forest, and who knows when he will come out. The news of the impending disaster for Anqing Base might not even reach him in time. By the time he comes out, it might already be too late. The more Lu Mufeng listened, the brighter her beautiful eyes became. In the end, she couldn't help but cover her red lips and speak excitedly. Before the Storm Training Hall arrives, we can notify Anqing Base to evacuate in advance. Yes, but the key issue is, even a small base has tens of thousands of people. How are we going to arrange for so many people? Jian Nanxiao nodded and added sincerely, the target is too big. That's not a problem. Don't forget. Lu Mufeng's red lips curved into a slight smile, and the heavy burden in her heart was lifted, making her feel much lighter. She smiled brightly. Every year during recruitment, Mufeng Training Hall never fills up. There are hundreds of empty halls. If we squeeze a bit, each hall can roughly accommodate a few thousand people. If I can't fit them all, I can send them to your place. If worst comes to worst, Old Mo's Tianqing Training Hall is even emptier than mine. Between the 3 training halls, I refuse to believe we can't fit them all. By the end, Lu Mufeng let out a soft snort, her tone carrying a hint of gritted determination. Who would have thought that in the past, they always worried about not being able to recruit enough martial students, and now, with no students, the empty halls could conveniently serve as shelters. It could even be considered as indirectly saving the training halls. That works. When the time comes, I'll open a special passage in advance to avoid the eyes and ears of the Storm Training Hall. Seeing Lu Mufeng's cheerful expression, Jian Nanxiao was also moved. If the Storm Training Hall finds out we're not here, they'll definitely become suspicious. So only one of us can go. You should leave immediately and return as soon as possible. I'll stay here to cover for you. We absolutely cannot let the Storm Training Hall discover anything, or it will bring disaster. Lu Mufeng hesitated for a moment before nodding firmly. With the plan decided, the two turned and rushed back to the training hall. As soon as they entered, they wasted no time issuing orders. The entire training hall was mobilized to clear out the halls, arrange the martial students, and open the special passage. Everyone was busy and bustling. In the shortest time possible, she had everything arranged. Then, after determining the location of Anqing Base, Lu Mufeng rushed toward it, managing to set out before the Pure Origin Realm team dispatched by the Storm Training Hall. Along the way, she not only had to avoid being discovered by the people from the Storm Training Hall, but also had to fend off attacks from demonic beasts. She didn't even dare to rest. In just a few days, the once enchanting and stunning beauty had lost a significant amount of weight, becoming gaunt and frail. However, through her relentless efforts, she managed to arrive a full day ahead of the Storm Training Hall. That evening, the outline of Anqing Base slowly appeared before Lu Mufeng's ecstatic eyes. The place was bustling with people, filled with laughter and joy, completely unaware of the fate that awaited them. As all sides began to sense the growing tension in the air, deep in the southeastern forest, everything remained as tranquil as ever, undisturbed by the chaos outside. The figure in the small wooden cabin seemed to have been sitting cross-legged for millennia, completely motionless. The blood-red patterns on the surface of his body had faded, revealing skin that glowed with a rich golden light, rolling and surging as if alive, making the entire person appear as though cast in gold. The golden light seemed indestructible, flowing over Fan Yao's body like liquid, almost sentient. Wherever the light passed, his body would tremble slightly, as if every cell was vibrating with joy. The once hideous scars that had crisscrossed his body were now almost entirely gone, barely visible. His powerful arms and solid eight-pack abs looked impressively sculpted. Fan Yao's eyelids trembled as he slowly opened his eyes. As his aura retracted, the dazzling golden light on his body immediately withdrew within, making him appear less conspicuous. The blood energy has been completely absorbed, and the enhancement of my physical energy has reached its peak. Now, my physical strength is probably far superior to that of Master Mo. Fan Yao said with some satisfaction, flexing his arm and stretching lazily. Instantly, the bones throughout his body moved like tectonic plates, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds, like beans popping. He extended a hand and lightly pressed on a piece of granite not far away crack. The entire stone surface, with the point of contact as the center, suddenly split into countless fine cracks, spreading like a spider web, and finally, it dashed to Fan Yao's dantian like a playful child, rolling on the surface a few times before gradually becoming smooth. The liquid slowly solidified into a purple-red poison pill, standing alongside the multicolored pure yuan pill originally in the dantian. Fan Yao silently observed everything, letting it develop naturally. It feels a bit strange. This little thing seems very dependent on me, full of spirituality. It looks like a mutation no matter how I see it, Fan Yao muttered to himself. The poison pill in the dantian seemed to hear him, trembling slightly as if displeased with being called a mutation, its intelligence frighteningly high. All right, you're a promising material with infinite potential. Is that good enough? Feeling the recent fluctuation in his dantian, Fan Yao smiled helplessly, speaking softly, as if coaxing a child. But the fluctuation immediately disappeared. It really understands what I'm saying. Fan Yao's lips twitched. This was simply too miraculous. The next second, as if remembering something, he blinked and summoned the system. Buzz species. Human name. Fan Yao strength. Early Commander Realm basic talent. King level Thunder attribute Earth attribute talent. Advanced Fire attribute talent. Advanced Water attribute talent. Advanced Ice attribute talent. Advanced Wind attribute talent. Advanced Wood attribute talent. Advanced Poison attribute talent. King level Unknown biological reaction metal attribute talent. King level? Fan Yao stared blankly at the words following. Poison attribute talent. King level. Unable to help but take a sharp breath. Biological reaction? And an unknown biological reaction at that. Could it be the residual intelligence of those poison attribute beasts he had killed, fused into a brand new consciousness? Or perhaps the poison was so potent, unique in the world, that it was blessed by the heavens and given a mind? As one unrealistic thought after another unfolded in his mind, Fan Yao was left bewildered, unable to make sense of it no matter how much he thought. Shaking his head, he decided to stop pondering, opened the door of the small wooden house, and walked out. His figure flashed like lightning, weaving through the forest as he headed down the mountain. Fan Yao's thoughts were simple. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't dwell on it. He would later find a specialized poison testing institution or consult other poison attribute martial artists, which would be better than blindly guessing now. Besides, he had more important matters to attend to. In the dense forest on the outskirts, two young martial artists were chatting idly, one chewing on a blade of grass, the other holding a cigarette between his fingers, sighing. "How long will the chaos at the central base last?" one asked. "Exactly. The wind and cloud training hall keeps making moves. Their operations are ridiculously shady. Recently, I even heard they sent a pure Yuan realm team to attack that launching base. Really don't know what kind of nonsense they're up to," the other replied jokingly, pulling out a lighter to ignite his cigarette, barely taking a few puffs. Ah! Suddenly, a heavy shadow loomed over him. Looking up, he was so startled that he screamed and jumped to his feet, the cigarette flying out of his hand, landing who knows where. "You said the wind and cloud training hall is attacking Anqing base." A figure radiating dark, violent energy grabbed the man's collar, veins bulging on the back of his hand. "I don't know, sir. I just heard about it." He was almost scared to the point of wetting his pants, his entire body trembling as if electrified. We don't even know who started spreading this news. It was just a few people whispering in private. We would never dare to publicize it," he stammered. Hearing this, Fan Yao released the man, staggering a few steps backward. His pitch-black eyes instantly turned blood red, and an overwhelming and terrifying aura, filled with earth-shattering fury, erupted like a tornado. "Mercy, my lord. Ah, we know nothing. It's all nonsense, just nonsense." Feeling the biting pressure surging toward them, the two men were paralyzed with fright. Screaming, they scrambled away, crawling and rolling, not daring to look back, as if they had seen a vengeful ghost. "Good, very good. Situ, you old dog. If anything happens to Anqing base, I will tear you to shreds and make you pay for this in blood." Fan Yao's entire body trembled, as if plunged into an icy abyss. His cold words were forced out through clenched teeth, emanating an endless chill. The terrifying nine-colored spiritual energy centered around him burst uncontrollably with his fury. In an instant, all the surrounding trees and rocks were obliterated, reduced to nothingness. The once vibrant forest edge became a barren wasteland, devoid of even a single blade of grass. The next moment, Fan Yao's face, full of icy malice, darkened further. With a stomp of his foot, his figure transformed into a streak of light, hurtling ferociously toward the central base. He had no intention of concealing his presence. The surging spiritual energy roared, tearing the space around him apart, emanating a pitch-black, deep glow. Along the way, the nearly hair-raising murderous intent he carried was like a dazzling meteor crashing directly toward the skies above the central base, heading straight for the Fengyun training hall. It was as if a drop of icy water had fallen into a boiling pot of oil. The slightly noisy central base fell into absolute silence for a split second. Then, an uproar erupted. Swish, swish, swish. Countless figures shot out from all directions, some hovering in the sky, others rushing out onto the streets, or hurriedly leaning out of windows. Feeling the overwhelming, world-destroying murderous aura, their pupils contracted sharply. Sounds of gasping echoed from every corner of the central base. Fan Yao, Minister Zhang stumbled awkwardly into the sky, his square face contorted for a moment, his tiger-like eyes widening as he stared at the figure wrapped in dazzling spiritual energy. He exclaimed in shock. What was he seeing? 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 9 colors of spiritual energy swirled around Fan Yao, like spirits, howling with sharp fury. The sheer force caused the entire space to tremble, the air distorting and evaporating into nothingness. As he stood there in shock, trembling, the sound of screams filled the air. Before long, an elderly figure, carrying a faint scent of blood, flew toward him. Zhang Yong, what the hell is going on with Fan Yao? Emotion couldn't he care less anymore. After ruthlessly killing a few trainees from the Fengyun training hall, he had rushed over, gulping nervously, his throat dry as he stared in the same direction. Though he had known this day would come eventually, it had arrived far too quickly, far too suddenly. I have no idea. There wasn't any warning beforehand. Zhang Yong's face darkened. What could Situ Ji, that old bastard, have done to provoke Fan Yao into such fury? Countless people opened their mouths wide, horrified. The faint pressure leaking from the sky already made it hard for them to breathe. as if a giant stone was pressing on their chests. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat, and their entire bodies felt icy cold. Lord Fan Yao. Is that Lord Fan Yao? I. I just got so scared I wet myself. Lord Fan Yao is too terrifying. Not even a single warning. So intense. So intense. I'm afraid I'll have nightmares tonight. He is simply a god of slaughter, an apocalyptic god of slaughter. That direction, it's the Fengyun training hall. Lord Fan Yao is finally taking action. Shut up, all of you. It's not that simple. Lord Fan Yao's emotions are completely off. That kind of reckless, frenzied demeanor, why is he so furious? I think so too. It's truly terrifying, as if he has completely lost his mind. Does anyone know what is going on? Could it be because of this? I heard a rumor before, saying that the Fengyun training hall made a move against Anqing Base. What? Anqing Base is Lord Fan Yao's birthplace. Are the people at Fengyun training hall out of their minds? Almost everyone stared dumbfounded at the figure radiating fury, their mouths agape. It took them a long time to regain control of their stiffened jaws and find their voices. Then, in their hearts, they cursed viciously, courting death. Damn it. Isn't this just a blatant act of courting death? Fengyun training hall is asking for it. And that old bastard Sidu Ji is even worse. Not long ago, he was beaten up by Lord Fan Yao, lost an arm, countless martial artists and deputy directors died, and they were completely humiliated. Yet they still dared to provoke Anqing Base. Lord Fan Yao is still the ruler of Anqing Base. There must be countless followers of Lord Fan Yao there. If even one of them dies, Lord Fan Yao would surely go berserk. We better stay far away. I have a feeling that today, the entire central base might be destroyed, someone screamed in terror. Then, taking the lead, they began packing their belongings, stuffing whatever they could into a suitcase. In no time, the suitcase was packed to the brim, and they hurriedly fled in the opposite direction of Fan Yao. To be honest, I feel the same way. Run, what are you hesitating for? We absolutely cannot get involved in this kind of battle. Even a scratch or a graze could mean death. Run? If not now, then when? Come back after the fight is over. One person's panic quickly spread throughout the entire central base. Everyone who considered themselves not strong enough began pushing suitcases, grabbing their children, and taking their money, hastily fleeing from the central base. Unconcerned with the chaos his actions had caused in the central base, Fan Yao hovered in midair. His face was icy cold as he glanced down at the sprawling training hall below. With a shudder of his body, a massive 9-colored pillar of spiritual energy, hundreds of feet wide, shot into countless martial artists were crushed in an instant by the spiritual power falling from the sky, buried within it, scattering in all directions. The most unfortunate ones didn't even know how they died. You little beast, don't be arrogant. What audacity! How dare you barge into my Fengyun training hall to cause trouble? Several furious shouts rang out as more than a dozen figures soared into the air, their faces filled with rage. Fan Yao glanced casually and noticed that among them, Sichuji was not present. His face darkened, and he exhaled heavily several times. Ignoring the ugly expressions of these deputy hall masters, a twisted smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he suddenly roared furiously. Old dog Situ, come out and face your death. How dare he? How dare he be so brazen? Fan Yao's blatant disregard infuriated the dozen deputy hall masters, their chests heaving and their breaths quickening. You little beast, finally showing your face instead of hiding like a coward. One of the deputy hall masters couldn't hold back, leaping forward and charging at Fan Yao. Lightning arcs danced on his fist, his entire body radiating silver-white electric waves. Clearly, this was a late-stage pure origin realm lightning attribute martial artist. Bang, bang, bang. Lightning gathered. The crackling sound of electricity was incessant, and over a dozen lightning spheres, each taller than a person, appeared around him. They were linked together like a string of 7 stars, resembling a blazing sun, majestically suspended in the sky. If you want to see the hall master, you'll have to get past me first. The deputy hall master's face twisted in fury as he flashed behind the lightning spheres, let out a roar, and punched one by one towards Fan Yao. I want to see how this brat handles this." Feeling the power of the attack, the remaining Deputy Hall Masters sneered repeatedly, even standing not far away to enjoy the show. Fan Yao looked expressionlessly at the incoming lightning spheres, raising one hand lightly. Surrender? The Deputy Hall Masters were stunned, then couldn't help but let out low chuckles. It seemed that faced with so many of them, this little beast was indeed terrified. The attacking Deputy Hall Master sneered at Fan Yao's actions, as if he could already see the tragic scene of Fan Yao dying under his attack, a smug smile spreading across his face. Fan Yao's eyes calmly watched the terrifying lightning spheres, which were hurtling towards him like meteors. He extended a finger into the air. But an unusual ripple spread out. Something miraculous happened. Those terrifying lightning spheres seemed to receive a command, freezing in midair, unable to advance even an inch further. The spheres trembled lightly, as if under unbearable pressure. As time passed, the trembling intensified, even producing faint explosive sounds. Finally, with a heavy shudder, the massive spheres shattered into tiny sparks of lightning, disintegrating from within and vanishing into the air. The mocking smiles on everyone's faces vanished as if by magic, replaced by deep, profound shock. Whoosh! With a casual gesture, Fan Yao dissipated the lightning spheres and disappeared into thin air under the incredulous stares of the crowd. Where is he? The Deputy Hall Master's smile had just spread across his face when it turned into a look of astonishment. His expression didn't even have time to fully register before his entire body suddenly froze. Ugh! His neck was forcibly raised high, strange syllables escaping his throat. His previously fast-moving body was abruptly halted, and tiny beads of sweat seeped from his forehead. What are you?" Fan Yao tilted his head slightly and spoke indifferently. He raised his hand, his slender fingers pressing lightly yet firmly on the carotid artery of the deputy curator's neck. His fingertips radiated an extremely sharp energy fluctuation, the light flickering unpredictably. Huff, huff. The deputy curator's neck felt as if a blade was pressed against it. His body was tense, not daring to move, breathing heavily, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Fan Yao. In the next moment, his body began to swell in a bizarre manner, trying to self-destruct. Fan Yao stared at the deputy curator with a faint smile, his hand tightening abruptly around the man's neck. His other hand emitted a dazzling nine-colored spiritual energy from his fingertips, rapidly striking several points on the man's body. In the deputy curator's ghostly expression, the rampaging lightning spiritual energy around him suddenly vanished with a crackle. No matter how hard he gritted his teeth to summon it, the energy remained trembling and hidden within his body, as if something outside was terrifying it to the core. Crunch! Fan Yao snorted coldly and, without hesitation, snapped the deputy curator's neck, tossing him aside like garbage. Thud! The corpse fell heavily onto the ruins below, bouncing twice. Its neck and limbs twisted in a grotesque manner, eyes wide open, blood streaming from the mouth and nose, filled with bloodshot veins. Such formidable strength. Has his time in the southeastern Great Forest allowed him to grow to such a terrifying level? If Fan Yao could so easily deal with the third-ranked deputy, he could naturally eliminate the rest with a mere wave of his hand. With such an overwhelming disparity in strength, was there even a need for this battle to continue? Calm. Commander Realm. As if realizing something, one person felt their blood freeze, their limbs trembling as they stammered out 3 words, their eyes fixed on Fan Yao, while their feet involuntarily retreated. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the others quickly turned their gaze to Fan Yao, carefully sensing his aura. They exchanged glances, their mouths opening slightly, feeling a wave of dizziness in their minds. Indeed, it was the Commander Realm. That suffocating, terrifying aura was something they had only ever felt from the Curator. Not everyone could be like Fan Yao, a super powerhouse of the Commander Realm. With a mere wave of his hand, he could annihilate millions of those in the Unified Realm. Crushing a few in the Pure Origin Realm was as effortless as squashing ants. If I kill all of you, will that old man finally show himself? Fan Yao's patience had been completely exhausted. Even though he had just killed one in the Pure Origin Realm, the fury in his heart had not diminished in the slightest. Spiritual energy surged, and in his pitch-black eyes, 9 colored halos swirled madly, exuding a unique aura. Sensing the undisguised killing intent in Fan Yao's words, the few deputy curators felt as if needles were pricking their backs. Goosebumps rose all over their bodies. Without even needing to discuss, they simultaneously spread their figures and fled in different directions. Trying to escape? Fan Yao's gaze turned icy, and an overwhelming surge of 9 colored spiritual energy erupted from his body as if it cost nothing. In an instant, it transformed into massive light swords, each hundreds of meters long. With a flick of his finger, the light swords immediately changed direction, shooting toward all directions at lightning speed. Almost instantly, the light swords caught up with the fleeing figures, effortlessly piercing through their chests. The excruciating pain swept through their bodies in an instant. Splurt, splurt, splurt. It was as if the pause button had been pressed. Over a dozen figures suddenly froze. The uncontrollable sound of blood spraying echoed one after another, and it seemed as though a rain of blood fell from the sky. They slowly lowered their heads, staring at the sharp sword piercing through their chests, still stained with traces of their own blood. They blinked in confusion, their pupils gradually dilating. Even the warm sunlight could not bring warmth back to their increasingly cold bodies, as life quickly left them. When the light swords disappeared, the massive bloody holes in their chests were exposed, with all flesh and organs burned to nothingness by the light swords. Through those holes, one could even see the verdant mountains in the distance. Thud, thud, thud. The corpses fell one after another. The once noisy and bustling central base fell into an extreme silence under Fan Yao's overwhelming and destructive advance. Zhang Yong, Mo Zhan, and others, the leaders of various forces in the central base, countless passionate demon hunters, and those who were either fleeing or flushed with excitement. Unwilling to miss such a battle, all of them, whether in the open or hidden, stood like wooden stakes at this moment. They dumbly raised their heads, staring blankly at the sky where the battle had ended in the blink of an eye, too shocked by Fan Yao's terrifying methods to utter a single word, as if turned into statues. The shock in their hearts had rendered them speechless, their pupils trembling, their blood flowing in reverse, and it took them a long time to regain the instinct to breathe, gasping for fresh air in large gulps. In the end, they were breathing so hard that they started seeing stars. How terrifying! Such swift and ruthless methods forced a pure origin realm expert to self-detonate without hesitation, then casually suppress them. To force Situ Ji to reveal himself, Fan Yao barehandedly slaughtered over a dozen late-stage pure origin realm experts, leaving them almost powerless to fight back. Is this even human? Even the training hall masters of other commander realms wouldn't dare boast about being able to eliminate over a dozen pure origin realm experts in such a short time. And what was that surrounding Fan Yao's body? 9 colors? 9 colored spiritual power. The last time Fan Yao appeared, he only displayed 4 types of spiritual power. How did he suddenly gain 5 more in just a few days? It is widely known that the color of spiritual power corresponds to the attribute one possesses. Attributes have their own characteristics, a natural law established when attributes descended upon the world and granted humans the talent for cultivation. No one can change this. Nature does not favor humans or demon beasts. Most beings possess only one attribute. Occasionally, however, there are extraordinary geniuses with dual or even triple attributes. For example, the central base has one such individual, Minister Zhang Yong, who possesses both earth and wind attributes. His combat power and cultivation potential far surpass those of others at the same level. But now, Zhang Yong's 2 attributes are completely overshadowed by Fan Yao's 9 attributes, utterly crushed to nothing. This uncontrollable thought flashed through countless minds, and the next second, they almost cried at their own foolishness. It's not that Zhang Yong isn't strong, it's that Fan Yao is too strong. It's not that 2 attributes aren't powerful, it's that 9 attributes are even more powerful. There has never been such an unparalleled genius in history. They couldn't even begin to imagine the terrifying combat power unleashed by the coexistence of 9 attributes. And now that they've witnessed it, they almost died of fright. Is this still within the realm of humanity? Heaven's favored child? A relative of the Creator? the predetermined candidate for the imperial path and the pinnacle of the great Tao? Over a decade ago, Zhang Yong, Minister Zhang, was also young and ambitious, full of vigor, possessing dual attributes, and ventured into their central base, shocking everyone in the base. Countless forces scrambled to recruit him, and even the renowned Storm Training Hall extended an olive branch. However, they were unsuccessful. The rulers of the central base acted faster than anyone else, personally visiting to recruit him, inviting him to join the demon hunting organization. Upon entry, he was offered a ministerial position with a choice of roles, and his salary, subsidies, and benefits were all increased several times over. They promised countless perks, making countless martial artists envious. In the end, Zhang Yong agreed and took on the role of Minister of the Potential Department, wielding great power. There were even rumors that the demon hunting organization intended to make Zhang Yong the next ruler of their central base. Why does Minister Zhang Yong suddenly seem as weak as a chick? Those two attributes. Now they seem not much at all. Countless people couldn't help but secretly compare in their hearts, their peripheral vision drifting toward Zhang Yong repeatedly. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, ice, wind, poison, goodness, except for the remaining four rare attributes. All are gathered here, and judging by the talent level, they are definitely not low. Zhang Yong, watching from afar, was overwhelmed with shock. Suddenly, he felt something was off. Looking down, he noticed many strange gazes shifting toward him, filled with suspicion and contempt. Thinking for a moment, Zhang Yong immediately understood the meaning behind those gazes, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. Comparing oneself to others is truly infuriating. He felt a pang of heartache. Hey, Zhang Yong, why don't you spar with Fan Yao sometime and see who's stronger? Nearby, Imogen's gaze was also somewhat erratic, glancing at Fan Yao and then at Zhang Yong. His wrinkled face stretched into a sly grin as he rubbed his hands together, looking a bit mischievous, egging them on without fear of stirring up trouble. Why don't you go? You're both at the commander realm. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yong took several deep breaths, suppressing the urge to curse, his heart racing beyond its limits, and even his breathing felt labored. He gritted his teeth and glared at Imogen, his tone chilling. Judging by Fan Yao's earlier display of power, it was evident he was at the commander realm, and with the unprecedented 9-colored spiritual power enhancement, could he even stand a chance? Dare he even try? Going up would only result in being crushed by Fan Yao. This old man only has a single gold attribute, sticking to it all the way. I'm getting old, often suffering from back pain, unlike you young folks full of vigor. Imogen waved his hand, quickly extinguishing the fire as it started to burn toward him. After casually chatting for a bit, he couldn't suppress the joy in his heart any longer and began muttering uncontrollably. My Tianqing training hall is going to prosper, 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 prosper. What? Zhang Yong looked puzzled. What does Fan Yao have to do with Tianqing training hall? Ha ha ha. You don't know, do you? Hee hee. Earlier I found an opportunity to invite Fan Yao to join my Tianqing training hall, and he agreed. Zhang Yong! Exclamation point. Imogen squinted his old eyes, his mouth curved in a grin that he couldn't suppress. He patted the shoulder of the dazed Zhang Yong and comforted him in the tone of someone who had been through it all. Young man, you need to practice more and act quickly when the time comes. Hey, speaking of which, didn't you join the demon hunting organization in the same way back then? Why haven't you figured it out yet? I damn well. Zhang Yong couldn't help but curse. This old man was cunning, truly quick to act. The demon hunting organization hadn't even spoken yet, and he had already seized the initiative? Zhang Yong, completely unaware that he had been led astray, was so consumed by boundless regret that he completely forgot one fact. Fan Yao was already a member of the demon hunting organization. Still not planning to come out, huh? Even after killing the deputy director of the Wind and Cloud Training Hall cleanly, there was still no sign of Situ Ji appearing. Fan Yao's eyes scanned inch by inch over the nearly ruined training hall, his face gradually darkening. Could it be that the old dog had gone to the Anqing base? No, that's unlikely. That old thing wouldn't act personally. Taking a deep breath, he gazed distantly in the direction of the Anqing base, his eyes flickering between light and dark. When he first learned that the Wind and Cloud Training Hall had targeted the Anqing base, he had indeed been on the verge of fury, rushing to the training hall without a second thought and wreaking havoc. Now, as the cold wind blew and the scent of blood stimulated his senses, his rationality gradually returned, and he recalled some things he had almost overlooked. Before leaving the Anqing base, he had entrusted the key to the Sky Thunder Trigger to Elder Hua and explained how to use it. If the Anqing base faced difficulties, they could use it to defend themselves. When a major base attacks a smaller one, it is undoubtedly a catastrophic disaster for the latter. However, all this time, the key to the Sky Thunder Trigger had shown no signs of being used neither before nor now. This was enough to indicate that the situation at the Anqing base was not dire enough for Elder Hua to use the trump card. Seeing that Fan Yao seemed to have calmed down, from a distance, Zhang Yong and Imogen approached. When they were about 100 meters away from Fan Yao, they stopped moving closer. Their faces flushed slightly as they weakly called out, "Fan Yao, young friend." Fan Yao glanced at the two, who were keeping their distance as if afraid to approach. He withdrew the domineering nine-colored spiritual energy into his body, and his previously intimidating expression gradually returned to its usual calm demeanor. "It's been a while, you two," he said with a faint smile, squinting his eyes. Phew. Seeing Fan Yao return to his usual attitude, the two also breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged a glance, both letting out a bitter laugh, and their figures darted forward, stopping within 3 meters of Fan Yao, but not daring to get any closer. Earlier, as soon as they entered within 100 meters of Fan Yao, the spiritual energy that had been flowing vigorously within their bodies seemed to be suppressed by something. No matter how they tried to summon it, it wouldn't come out. It only trembled fearfully within their dantian, conveying a sense of terror and submission. Even Imogen felt this way, and Zhang Yong was no exception. Due to his dual attributes, the pressure he experienced was doubled, causing his legs to weaken to the point where he almost fell from the sky. What kind of trick is that old man Situji playing? Didn't he used to send people into the southeastern Great Forest to catch you? Why has he suddenly gone silent now? Imogen instinctively started to tease, but quickly stopped himself the next second, coughed to cover it up, and extended his senses to probe around for any sign of Situji's presence. Zhang Yong did the same, cautiously investigating, and his attitude toward Fan Yao seemed somewhat apprehensive. "The two of you helped me back then, and Fan Yao has always remembered that." Fan Yao's eyes scanned every inch of the ruins below, unwilling to miss even a corner. Although he didn't turn his head, he seemed to sense the two men's unease, his voice carrying a hint of peculiarity. "Why are you acting so restrained?" The two were taken aback, then awkwardly rubbed their hands together, exchanging a glance that revealed a small trace of mutual emotion in their eyes. Fan Yao's strength had grown significantly, reaching the level of a commander with boundless potential ahead. If he were to act aloof, they wouldn't have much reason to feel displeased. But in comparison, this approachable attitude was indeed more convincing. "You two have been at the central base all this time. Do you know if Situji has made any unusual moves? Has he left the city gates?" Fan Yao once again scanned the area thoroughly, but still found no trace of Situji's presence, causing him to frown. This Fengyan training hall was practically like an empty shell. The legendary tens of thousands of martial artists, even though many had been slain by Fan Yao before and more had been buried since, still didn't add up to the expected numbers. Abandoned and fled? The term popped into Fan Yao's mind, but he immediately dismissed it. Given that old poison's personality, which valued reputation so highly, he would never do something he considered humiliating. Well, the old man's Tianqing training hall is surrounded. Although he can't leave, his presence is constantly monitored. While his aura has fluctuated a bit, he hasn't left the city gates, Imogen recalled and said confidently. "Same here. The hunters outside the city haven't reported seeing Situji either." Zhang Yong shook his head, affirming Imogen's thoughts. "So that's it. That means Situji is still in the city. The entire Tianqing training hall is almost completely destroyed, yet no one has seen him. If he's not on the surface, then he must be." Fan Yao narrowed his sharp eyes, probing the ruins as if penetrating deep within, murmuring uncertainly, "Underground." As soon as these words came out, Imogen and Zhang Yong's hearts stirred. Perhaps. Actually, Emotion scratched his graying hair. The training hall is mainly for martial artists to practice, but the owner's training area is elsewhere. For example, my training room is built underground, using materials made of spirit stones with extremely high spiritual energy concentration. Not only can it gather energy and improve training efficiency, but it can also isolate all noise and even break through fluctuations. It's extremely sturdy and highly secure. Exactly. Our leader's training room is also deep within the Demon Hunter building, and it was built with a huge investment back then, Zhang Yong said, suddenly enlightened, as he slammed his fists together. Hearing this, Fan Yao shook his head. Although the central base had declined in recent years, it was still wealthy. Such precious training rooms made of spirit stones were something the Anqing base didn't have. Haha, I understand now. That old thing suffered the most severe injuries before he might still be recovering his poison skills. Let me, this old man, force him out. Mo Zhan glanced at Fan Yao, rubbing his hands together in excitement as he spoke. Fan Yao nodded slightly, simultaneously pulling Zhang Yong back as they floated a distance away. Mo Zhan took a deep breath, roared loudly, and suddenly his entire body radiated a burst of golden light, resembling a blazing sun. At the same time, his previously somewhat small frame swelled crazily under the golden glow, as if inflated. His eyes widened, overflowing with golden light, veins bulged on his aged face, and his muscles swelled as if injected with steroids. In just moments, he had expanded to dozens of times his original size, resembling a small giant. With his feet stepping on air, he suddenly leaped high, his figure soaring nearly 1,000 meters into the sky. Then, as he reached the highest point, he plummeted down like Mount Tai. Mount Tai golden body drop. Boom. Emotion's body, like a missile, slammed into the ground. After an almost deafening explosion, the ground was blasted into a large pit. The next second, watch out, as if sensing something, Fan Yao's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly shouted a warning. Hearing Fan Yao shout, an exclamation mark appeared above Mo Zhan's head. Still in his small giant form, he looked at the situation in the pit, and his old eyes widened in shock. With a puff, his previously inflated body deflated rapidly like a punctured balloon, visibly shrinking. He tapped his toes on the ground, desperately jumping backward, grabbing the hem of his Chinese-style robe, shaking it frantically, as if in a frenzy. Damn it, the old poisoned Scorpion King. Mo Zhan jumped wildly amidst the laser rain, screaming incoherently, stomping his feet desperately, his whole body twisting. If one looked closely, they would see 5 or 6 pitch-black, grayish objects firmly clinging to the hem of his Chinese-style robe, quickly crawling onto his body. Their large mandibles ground together, mercilessly biting into Mo Zhan's flesh. Crunch. The sound of inch-long mandibles piercing flesh was chilling. In just moments, the bitten area of Mo Zhan's flesh turned a horrifying black, the venom spreading rapidly, causing a large portion of his thigh to rot instantly. The intense pain snapped Mo Zhan back to his senses, and he quickly activated his gold element spiritual power to resist. However, it was clearly too late. The venom spread at an alarming speed. A hint of death appeared on Mo Zhan's face. His complexion rapidly darkened, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Not only that, his blood seeped irregularly from his body, staining his Chinese-style robe red. His entire body swelled, his vision blurred with hallucinations, and he felt as if he were being roasted in flames, falling straight backward. Whoosh! A figure flashed by. Fan Yao grabbed Mo Zhan's shoulder, frowning as he looked at the scorpions on Mo Zhan's body. Without a word, he tore them off and crushed them into pulp with his bare hands. 9 colored spiritual power swirled at his fingertips, finally settling into a strange purplish-red hue. The purplish-red spiritual power invaded Mo Zhan's body, traversing his meridians and blood vessels, quickly locating the venom wreaking havoc inside. Without hesitation, it attacked, and in moments, it devoured the venom completely. Seeing Mo Zhan's complexion gradually improve, Fan Yao let out a sigh of relief. Grabbing the still dazed Mo Zhan, he flew to the top of a nearby tall building and frowned as he looked into the large pit. At the very bottom of the pit was indeed a cultivation chamber. It was constructed from a massive spiritual stone, emitting a faint glow, with an extremely high concentration of spiritual energy overflowing. Under Imogen's heavy blow, a huge hole had been smashed open, revealing the scene inside the chamber. Scorpions, centipedes, toads, venomous snakes, and other vividly colored poisonous creatures numbering in the tens of thousands filled the entire chamber. It was a nightmare for anyone with a fear of dense clusters. The rustling sound of insects crawling, the eerie hissing of venomous tongues, the low croaking of toads, all combined into a chilling symphony that made one's skin crawl. Everyone who saw it couldn't help but gasp, taking 2 steps back, their faces turning pale. Is this how poison attribute martial artists usually cultivate? Countless people felt their scalps tingle, their minds blank, as they stared intently at the figure sitting cross-legged in the chamber, swallowing nervously. It was Situji. His entire body was covered with various poisonous creatures, nearly 100 of them, large and small, freely biting into his flesh. A multicolored venomous cobra, several meters long, coiled tightly around Situji. Its triangular head was raised, its scarlet tongue flicking in and out. Its fangs, nearly 5 centimeters long, were exposed, dripping transparent venom. As the venom dripped onto the spiritual stone, it instantly corroded a small pit, its toxicity terrifying. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the cobra opened its mouth wide, its crimson eyes glaring like lanterns, and viciously bit into Situji's shoulder. "Oh my!" someone muttered as the snake's fangs sank in with a sickening sound. Reflexively, they touched their own shoulder, their hair standing on end as if they could feel the sharp pain themselves, their lips losing color. "Won't Situji die?" someone stammered. "No, he won't," another person replied, trembling as they raised a hand to point at the cobra, their voice dreamlike. "That cobra, it's shrinking." "What?" Countless people froze, turning to stare at the snake. When they saw its body gradually deflating, they couldn't help but gape, their jaws metaphorically hitting the floor. Situji was actually absorbing the cobra's venom in reverse. This was the power of a poison attribute martial artist. Even when bitten by a highly venomous cobra, he could turn the tables and drain the snake of its venom instead. Didn't that mean if he fought another poison attribute martial artist with weaker venom, he could drain them dry as well? In no time, the snake, as thick as a bowl, shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if all its internal organs and blood had been sucked out. It finally turned into a light, withered snake skin, lifelessly hanging on Situji's body, completely devoid of vitality. Hiss! Zhang Yong, watching this scene, couldn't help but rub the goosebumps on his arms, his face full of disgust. This old monster's cultivation method is just too revolting. Fanyao, do you think you can handle him? It seems like this old poison is practicing some kind of sinister technique, and his venom has become even stronger. Zhang Yong instinctively turned to look at Fanyao, only to be suddenly taken aback. The other's eyes were deep, but his expression was unusually calm, as if the scene before him had little effect on him, exuding an air of unshakable composure. Could it be that Fanyao was confident? The entire base was in an uproar. Situji slowly opened his eyes, his venomous gaze flickering with a fierce light. He showed no concern for the shocking impact his horrifying cultivation method had on others. The next moment, Situji stomped his foot, and the corpses of the poisonous creatures drained of venom were instantly sent flying. His figure shot out of the pit and hovered in midair. Upon seeing the dozen deputy directors whose chests had been pierced through and were now lying dead, his expression darkened gradually. Old grudges and new hatred intertwined, his face filled with venomous resentment. The poisonous aura rippling around him was far stronger than before, its oppressive force surpassing anything prior. Even a corner of the ruins began to melt under the corrosive poison. Clearly, he had broken through from the early stage to the later stage. "Director Situ, how's your health lately?" Fanyao, unaffected by the oppressive poisonous aura meant to intimidate, slowly floated into the air, landing opposite Situji with a smile. Glancing at Situji's empty right arm, he spoke with a hint of feigned innocence. Hearing this, Situ Ji's gaze grew even colder, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. His right arm had been blown off, yet this man dared to flaunt his power in front of him. Coincidentally, today my poison technique has reached perfection. Situ Ji's face twisted into a sinister smile, the gray poisonous aura around him seeming to deepen, rolling like a vast ocean. Dying under this will be a fitting end for you. Sensing the opponent's level, Fan Yao raised an eyebrow and smirked faintly with sarcasm. The poison technique had advanced greatly, his strength surging dozens of times over. Clearly, he had cultivated some formidable poison technique. However, Fan Yao was somewhat curious. Just how powerful was the technique that had given Situ Ji such confidence? Seeing Fan Yao still wearing a contemptuous expression, Situ Ji's face twitched, his spiritual energy fluctuating violently, as if he wanted to pounce and tear Fan Yao apart. The Fengyun training hall had been destroyed. A dozen deputy directors had been completely wiped out. If he couldn't turn the tide today, the entire Fengyun training hall would be erased from the central base. And he himself would be marked in history with infamy, a monument of disgrace erected, his name written into textbooks, mocked and cursed by future generations. His crime would be ambitious and overestimating himself, attempting to overthrow the demon hunting organization, causing chaos in the central base, and ultimately failing, casually eliminated by a young genius. Just a few simple sentences would sum up his entire life, his reputation destroyed, and the Fengyun training hall he prided himself on would become a joke. All of this was brought about by the brat in front of him. If not for him, Situ Ji would still be the commanding director of the Fengyun training hall, his orders followed by all, his mere stomp causing tremors in the central base, even the demon hunting organization forced to retreat temporarily. This boy deserved to die? Situ Ji's eyes glimmered with a deep gray light, a strange smile curling at his lips. His body trembled, and an overwhelming surge of deep gray poisonous gas burst forth like a torrent, hanging in the sky and occupying half the heavens. The sky dimmed, the sunlight blocked entirely by the poisonous gas, not a single ray able to penetrate through. It felt like the calm before a storm, pressing heavily on everyone's hearts. Minister Zhang, please take Director Mo away from here. Fan Yao raised his eyes to look at the poison gas hanging in the sky like a waterfall, thicker and more intense than during the last battle. He exhaled lightly and turned his head, speaking calmly. Fan Yao, I understand. Be extremely careful. That old guy is practically a walking poison gas launcher. Zhang Yong froze for a moment, gritted his teeth, and hurriedly hoisted Mo Zhen onto his back. He hastily said a few words to Fan Yao before his figure disappeared, quickly retreating far away from the range of the poison gas. He only stopped when he reached the rooftop of a tall building, where he carefully set Mo Zhen down and immediately turned around, his eyes fixed on the battlefield, his heart filled with unease. This kind of battle, filled with deadly poison, was already beyond his ability to intervene. If he tried, he and Mo Zhen would likely perish within a few moves. Judging from how Fan Yao had saved Mo Zhen earlier, he seemed to have some knowledge of handling poison, which might provide a glimmer of hope. Hopefully, Fan Yao could suppress that old poison master. Otherwise, the entire central base would truly fall into Situ Ji's hands. All right, Fan Yao responded indifferently, gazing at the deep gray mist that covered most of the sky like the end of the world. He extended his hand and clenched it tightly. As a brilliant purple-red mist surged from his palm, gradually spreading across his body. Dense and profound, it flickered like flames, rolling with a lively and silent energy. Commander Realm. Situ Ji's pupils contracted, his eyes widening instantly. The confident smile he had earlier froze at the corners of his mouth, and his chest felt as if it were suffocating, making him want to shout out in frustration. How could this be possible? In just a few months, he had relied on the sharpness of his techniques and countless poisonous creatures to forcibly elevate his strength from the early stage of the Commander Realm to the late stage, crossing 2 levels. Yet Fan Yao, severely injured, trapped in the mountains, relentlessly hunted by the martial artists of his Fengyun training hall, with no resources or supplies, nothing at all. Yet he had managed to leap from the early stage of the pure origin realm to the early stage of the Commander Realm. A full-level leap. The disparity was immense. Situ Ji's body trembled slightly as he felt Fan Yao's domineering aura, which could almost rival his own. He was panting heavily. At this moment, even if he was unwilling, he had to admit that Fan Yao was a once-in-a-century super genius. To possess such talent was a blessing. One person's success could benefit countless others. But to be his enemy would mean sleepless nights, constant fear of revenge, and a life of fleeing in terror. The only alternative was to risk everything, to bet it all, and to eliminate him without regard for the consequences. And Situ Ji had chosen the latter. Today, either this little brat dies, or Situ Ji perishes. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have what it takes. Sensing the intense killing intent surging in Situ Ji's eyes, Fan Yao sneered coldly in his heart. Without further restraint, he unleashed the restless spiritual power within him completely. The overwhelming spiritual energy surged forth like a flood, roaring out. Buzzing sounds filled the air, the space trembling violently, transforming into a massive energy beam hundreds of meters tall. Buzz the purple-red beam shot skyward, forcefully tearing through the thick gray mist that enveloped the sky, revealing a glimpse of sunlight, which was quickly obscured again amid the horrified gazes of everyone in the base. The magnificent purple-red spiritual energy spread rapidly like a wildfire. 100 meters. 1,000 meters. Finally, it engulfed most of the central base, dividing the area equally with Situ Ji's dark gray poisonous gas, both forces wantonly releasing their terrifying toxins. At the boundary where the two poisonous spiritual energies met, it was as if boiling water had been poured, sizzling and corroding each other madly, emitting wisps of white smoke. One retreated a foot, the other advanced 3. One advanced 3 millimeters, the other seized 6, neither willing to yield, like enraged bulls locked in a deadly fight. Poison? How can you use poison? Situ Ji noticed the strange nature of Fan Yao's spiritual energy. With his decades of expertise in poison, he instantly recognized the true nature of Fan Yao's purple-red energy. He roared in disbelief. His mind was in chaos. He had only just emerged from seclusion, and it seemed as though the world had turned upside down. A martial artist who originally had no poison attribute had suddenly transformed, their entire being exuding deadly toxins, even capable of rivaling the poisons he had refined over decades. How could someone acquire an attribute later on? It defied the natural order. He had never heard of such a shocking phenomenon. I remember now. During the previous battle, this brat suddenly became immune to my poison techniques. Could it be that it started then? Situ Ji's mind raced as his sinister gaze scanned Fan Yao inch by inch, as if trying to uncover some flaw. However, after a long while, he found nothing. About that question, Fan Yao, somewhat surprised by Situ Ji's sharpness, stood motionless under his scrutiny. The purple-red mist above his head churned as a cold, indifferent smile appeared on his lips. I'll tell you after you're dead. Fan Yao has actually mastered poison techniques too? Zhang Yong stood on the rooftop of a building, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He looked up at the purple-red mist swirling just above his head, seemingly only a few steps away, and stood there dumbfounded for a long time. What brought him back to his senses was a wave of excruciating pain in his head, as if his brain was being churned, and the automatic release of his protective spiritual energy, which he hadn't even noticed. What's going on? Could I be poisoned? Zhang Yong clutched his chest, feeling suffocated. His face turned a strange mix of green, red, and purple, and his entire body felt as if it were about to explode. He gritted his teeth, sat cross-legged, and let his spiritual energy surge. After searching his body for a good half-hour, he still found no clues. The discomfort in his body grew stronger. Just as he was becoming increasingly anxious, he inadvertently caught sight of a wisp of gray mist sneaking out from some corner. Then, a faint wisp of purple-red mist followed closely behind, almost tailing the gray mist, chasing it relentlessly. One fled, the other pursued, moving at such speed that they were almost a blur. However, in terms of speed, the former was clearly no match for the latter. After a few rounds of pursuit, the faint gray mist was mercilessly devoured by the purple-red mist. Zhang Yong was utterly dumbfounded. It's like two miniature avatars, one being Situ Ji and the other undoubtedly Fan Yao. But how does Fan Yao know that my body has already been invaded by poison? Zhang Yong pondered for a moment, then activated his spiritual power and cautiously approached the purplish-red mist that had devoured the pale gray mist and now appeared somewhat languid. He carefully began to pull it outward. Initially, he thought it would take some effort, but unexpectedly, the tail of the mist lightly swayed and showed no resistance, obediently following his guidance as it moved outward. Before long, Wu Xiangyong opened his mouth, and a small wisp of purplish-red mist mischievously darted out. Finally, its tail flicked, diving headfirst into the purplish-red sea of mist in the sky, merging seamlessly with the larger mass, becoming indistinguishable. Phew, that was close. Zhang Yong patted his chest in lingering fear. If it hadn't been for Fan Yao's assistance, even as a pure Origin Realm expert with dual attributes, he would have suffered a major loss. Fan Yao's nurtured poison was truly terrifying. Though it appeared much fainter and smaller than the gray poison mist, it could swiftly neutralize the opponent. Having resolved his own poisoning symptoms, Zhang Yong suddenly remembered something and shouted loudly to the slightly chaotic crowd downstairs. Quick, expel the poison. Protect yourselves with spiritual power. Among the crowd, some had already shown symptoms and were panicking. Upon hearing Zhang Yong's words, they hurriedly sat down cross-legged on the spot, forming a large group. As they sensed their internal conditions, their faces turned extremely grim, displaying an unmistakable look of shock and disbelief. Seeing that everyone had begun expelling the poison, Zhang Yong breathed a sigh of relief and started examining Imogen's condition, applying the same method. During this brief interaction, Zhang Yong also grasped the subtle differences between the two types of poison. Situ Ji's poison mist is like a ferocious tiger, its menacing presence immediately putting people on guard. Fan Yao's poison mist, on the other hand, flows silently and imperceptibly, infiltrating living beings without notice. It kills invisibly, and by the time the victim realizes they've been poisoned, the toxin has likely penetrated their bones, making rescue nearly impossible. By comparison, Fan Yao's poison is indeed more formidable and insidious. After sighing, Zhang Yong felt slightly relieved and glanced at Situ Ji with a hint of schadenfreude. Could it be that this old man had already been poisoned by Fan Yao without realizing it? Meanwhile, on the other side, Fan Yao no longer hesitated. His figure flashed as he charged violently toward his opponent. The purplish-red mist swirling above surged instantly, its toxicity intensifying further, forcing the dark gray mist sea to retreat by over 100 meters. A flash of vast golden light flickered in Fan Yao's eyes as he launched his attack, resembling a human-shaped missile. So fast, Situ Ji's pupils contracted sharply. Gritting his teeth, he locked onto Fan Yao's aura without relaxing his perception for even a moment. The poison mist in front of him churned, forming a seemingly solid wall of toxic gas. Boom! Fan Yao let out a cold snort, his fist flashing with golden light as he struck the wall head-on without dodging. The entire wall trembled violently in an instant. Crack! In just a moment of contact, a powerful sonic boom erupted. The seemingly indestructible toxic wall shattered and collapsed in an instant. Not only that, the golden light exploded continuously, blasting through the entire wall from start to finish, reducing the hundreds of meters-long structure to nothingness. Even the intangible poison mist couldn't escape. This kid's physical strength has also reached an extremely terrifying level. Situ Ji took a few steps back, narrowly avoiding the residual energy wave. A sharp pain spread across his skin as tiny blood vessels burst, his face twisting in agony. Feeling the overwhelming power of Fan Yao's punch, which seemed capable of shattering stars and moons, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. The last time, Fan Yao's strength wasn't this formidable, and even then, he had been caught and beaten severely. Now, he dared not engage in close combat with Fan Yao. If he were to take even one punch, his body might be shattered to pieces. I absolutely cannot face him head-on. This thought flashed through Situ Ji's mind as he retreated several hundred meters further. Suddenly, an extremely dense poisonous gas surged from his body. After a few pulses, it transformed into a deep gray poison gas armor, covering his entire body. The remaining poison gas didn't dissipate, but instead formed over a dozen poison gas barriers, floating around him like a protective entourage. One layer of armor wasn't enough. He had to construct thick poison gas barriers to prevent Fan Yao from getting close. This clearly showed just how much Situ Ji feared and avoided Fan Yao's power. Fan Yao looked at Situ Ji's snake and scorpion-like avoidance, a fleeting trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. But in the next second, Fan Yao's eyes narrowed. His right fist was tainted with some deep gray mist, which, like a cat catching the scent of fish, began writhing madly, trying to climb up his arm. Its speed was so fast that in no time, it had spread over half of Fan Yao's body. The foul stench clung to him like maggots on rotting flesh, accompanied by a constant hissing sound. Seeing this, Situ Ji immediately felt relieved. Initially wary of Fan Yao's imposing power and fearing he might have a hidden trump card, a gleam of unrestrained joy flashed in his aged eyes. He burst into laughter and said, "I thought you were something special. I've been mastering poisons for decades, and today I've even fused the 5 poisons. My poison techniques have reached their peak. How could a mere novice like you compare? Let's see what you can do against me. Die for me." Hiss, hiss, hiss. In just a moment, Fan Yao was completely enveloped in the poison gas, tightly wrapped with no gaps. The gray mist spread, corroding Fan Yao's vitality. Ugh! A trace of mockery flashed in Fan Yao's eyes, but at the same time, an obvious look of panic appeared on his face. He stretched out his hand, struggling aimlessly for a moment, his face turning bright red as if suffocating. A few more minutes passed. Bang! 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 Pure and terrifying waves of power burst forth. From within the poison gas came the sound of dense, rain-like punches. It was Fan Yao gritting his teeth, trying to break through the poisonous encirclement. The immense power spread outward, causing the surface of the poison gas to ripple unstably, with explosions echoing all around. Watching this scene, Situ Ji burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha! I will corrode your entire body until nothing remains, to avenge my severed arm." His face was filled with the satisfaction of revenge, his aged eyes gleaming as if he could already see Fan Yao's body being corroded into a skeleton. He laughed up at the sky. The next second, he raised his hand and grabbed at the air. Instantly, a massive stream of poison gas, hundreds of meters wide, materialized out of thin air. It swirled like a roaring tornado, enveloping Fan Yao entirely. The toxie under the powerful erosion of the toxic gas, Fan Yao's previously frenzied attacks visibly slowed down, as if he had exhausted all his strength. Each time he blasted a massive hole, the venom would churn violently, surging back to seal it in the blink of an eye, leaving Fan Yao no chance to escape. Gradually, the trembling light pillar that had been bombarded relentlessly fell silent, its movements fading away at some unknown point. The quiet was eerily unsettling. Countless martial artists who had just finished expelling the poison opened their eyes only to witness the moment Fan Yao was completely engulfed. Their faces were filled with confusion. The joy of successfully driving out the poison had yet to appear before it was replaced by a heart-wrenching despair. Lord Fan Yao, swallowed directly by Situ Ji's venom. No sound. Truly, truly. Not a single trace of life left. I can't sense Lord Fan Yao's presence anymore. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. Even if I die, I don't believe it either. After fighting so fiercely, how could he fall so easily to this trap? This must be an illusion. Just moments ago, Lord Fan Yao was helping us expel the poison. He was far stronger than that old scoundrel Situ Ji. How could he possibly die from Situ Ji's venom? Fake, fake, fake. Slap. A martial artist slapped himself hard, without holding back, leaving 5 bright red finger marks on his face. Clearly, he hadn't spared any strength. Feeling the burning pain on his face, he froze for a moment, then clutched his face and began to sob. Why? Why does it hurt? Isn't this a dream? Haven't I been trapped in a nightmare I can't wake up from? Countless people collapsed weakly, crying out in disbelief, their eyes reddened, desperately denying the bloody truth that had suddenly appeared before them. On the high tower. No. Impossible. This is impossible. Zhang Yong shook his head slowly in disbelief, bloodshot veins creeping into his eyes, his lips pale, his body weak. Just moments ago, he had watched helplessly as Fan Yao was swallowed by the toxic gas, struggling painfully for a while before finally falling silent. He stared fixedly at the place where Fan Yao was trapped, desperately hoping he would break free from the poison. But even as his eyes swelled and tears streamed down, the area ravaged by the toxic gas remained utterly still, leaving him in utter despair. At that moment, a mumbling sound came from behind him. Who the hell is wailing? Emotion groggily opened his eyes, unclear about the situation. Just as he tried to stand up, he let out an ouch and fell back down, clutching his thigh with a grimace. His legs had gone numb, completely devoid of strength. He remembered now he had been attacked by the old venomous Scorpion King earlier, and in the end, it seemed Fan Yao had saved him. Emotion shook his head, the dizziness in his mind easing slightly. Just as he was about to ask someone about the situation, he saw Zhang Yong with reddened eyes, nearly consumed by despair. Emotion froze for a moment, then grinned, dragging his legs as he hopped over. He slapped Zhang Yong hard on the back and laughed, scolding. What kind of expression is that? I'm not dead yet. Fan Yao is dead, Zhang Yong said, his voice hollow. With that one sentence spoken, Mo Zhen's aged eyes slowly blinked, seemingly not quite understanding what Zhang Yong had said. The smile at the corner of his mouth gradually faded. You said? What? Mo Zhen's mind was a bit muddled. He had merely taken a nap, and now someone was telling him that Fan Yao was dead? Zhang Yong bitterly repeated himself in a murmur. This time, Mo Zhen heard it clearly. His heart thumped violently twice in his chest, blood surged backward straight to his crown, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The cold wind blew, chilling him to the bone, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The entire central base was filled with wails of despair. Ha ha, that damned little brat. I thought he had reached some impressive level of cultivation, but he was just putting on a show. Turns out, he's nothing special after all. Situji's face was full of smug satisfaction, his arrogant laughter echoing endlessly in the air. At first, he had some doubts about whether Fan Yao had set a trap. But now, after more than half an hour had passed, even a pure Origin Realm expert would have been reduced to a pool of blood. Fan Yao must be finished. Situji, supremely confident, dispersed the poisonous gas barrier around him. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the towering pillar of toxic gas where Fan Yao's figure had disappeared, a vengeful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. With a wave of his hand, the massive toxic gas pillar, hundreds of meters tall, began to shrink slowly under the horrified gazes of countless people in the base. Shrinking to 100 meters, yet Fan Yao's figure was still nowhere to be seen. 50 meters, still empty. 20 meters, no trace. 10 meters, still no sign. Finally, 5 meters. So, not even a trace of bone remains. Huh. Situji could hardly contain his excitement. With a wave of his hand, the speed at which the pillar disappeared suddenly accelerated. Just as the pillar shrank to its final meter, a distinct, bony hand suddenly tore through the pillar amidst the halted sorrow of countless people, its 5 fingers hooked, reaching straight out. What? Situji's entire body trembled violently, his expression changing drastically in an instant. Without time to think, his instincts drove him to turn and flee. But he couldn't escape. That hand, like an iron claw, firmly gripped his shoulder. Pure, explosive power surged forth, rendering him completely immobile. Shoo! In his terrified gaze, a golden, glowing fist broke through the toxic mist, growing larger and larger in his pupils. Boom, 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 boom. High above, immense power surged. You damned little bastard, how dare you trick me? Situji roared furiously, somewhat flustered, swinging his left arm to meet Fan Yao's fist head-on. Crack! Hiss! Situji couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. With just a brief contact, his arm was overwhelmed, nearly shattered by the impact. Gritting his teeth, Situji withdrew his violently trembling left hand, his gaze venomous. This was his last remaining arm. The armor on his body solidified and thickened once more, almost turning black, clearly compressed countless times to reach this state. However, his earlier arrogance had brought him too close, and now his body was restrained, losing the initiative. He couldn't break free from Fan Yao's iron grip and could only endure the relentless beating. Hearing Situji's furious curses, a faint, cold laugh followed. That golden glowing fist showed no mercy, raining down blow after blow on every part of his body like a torrential downpour. Face, shoulders, abdomen, chest. The sound of heavy collisions echoed, dense in rhythm, fierce and fast, hitting almost every vulnerable and invulnerable spot. Even through the armor, the force penetrated, reaching Situji's body directly. Intense pain instantly swept through him, his chest surged with blood, and a metallic taste filled his throat. Crack. Before long, under such relentless assault, a crack appeared in the poison gas armor. Damn it! Though the sound was faint, to Situji, it was like a thunderclap on a clear day, and his expression changed drastically. All the energy within him surged out uncontrollably. His left palm turned into a blade, poison gas swirling, and he fiercely slashed at Fan Yao's arm. Although Situji's physical strength was weak, his spirit power enveloped his palm, making it as sharp as a bayonet. Moreover, he was a late-stage commander-level expert. If the strike landed directly, even Fan Yao would suffer some damage. Just as the palm blade was about to cut into Fan Yao's arm, a somewhat regretful sigh sounded from within the poison gas beam. At the same time, the fingers tightly gripping Situji's arm quickly loosened and withdrew. He let go. Situji's smile of relief had just appeared as he swiftly retreated a few steps, trying to create distance. Damn it! The opportunity for a critical strike slipped away, and the opponent seemed unwilling, muttering a low curse. The next second, with a hint of anger, he raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick. The kick landed squarely on Situji's chest, and the sound of a golden explosion suddenly erupted. The poison gas armor on Situji shattered into several pieces under the force of the kick, and he was sent flying backward in a sorry state, crashing heavily into the ruins of the Wind and Cloud Training Hall. Yet the force had not dissipated. Situji's body, like a cannonball, caused explosions wherever it swept through. In just moments, a 100-meter-long empty area was cleared in the ruins, with debris scattering and dust filling the air. Bang! Finally, he collided with a massive foundation stone, coming to a forced stop. Thud! Situji let out a muffled groan, his old face flushed with an eerie redness, and he couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood that he had been suppressing, spraying it out wildly. His armor shattered into pieces, and with a final bang, it completely disintegrated. Situji was struck down with lightning speed. Apologies, Master Situ. Compared to using poison, I still prefer hand-to-hand combat. A tall figure, accompanied by a faint chuckle, slowly stepped out of the poisonous mist. Fan Yao. His face bore a slight smile, his lips curved upward. His body showed no signs of injury, not even a wrinkle on his clothes. He was radiant, glowing with golden light, dazzlingly bright. His presence was imposing, calm and unhurried, like a noble young master from ancient times, exuding an air of composure. However, only those who witnessed it firsthand could truly understand how to, don't you know the old man just got poisoned and is mentally fragile? All that shouting and commotion, can you calm down a bit? You almost scared the old man into using his coffin savings. Mo Zhen muttered incessantly, slapping Zhang Yong's palm a few times as if trying to vent all his fear and joy. Zhang Yong felt a bit dizzy, his heart nearly bursting from the twists and turns. He wiped the corner of his eye awkwardly, took a few deep breaths to suppress his turbulent emotions, then flashed a bright smile at Mo Zhen and said, "Next time, make sure to warn Fan Yao properly. My heart isn't great, either I can't handle the scare." All the martial artists experienced extreme sorrow and joy within a few breaths, their emotions swinging wildly, leaving them unable to control their expressions. Some cried, some laughed, tears still hanging on their faces while their mouths uncontrollably curved into silly grins. Looking around, almost everyone wore expressions that could be considered blackmail-worthy. He, alive? Really alive? Bah, what nonsense. What do you mean alive? Lord Fan Yao was never dead. I was scared to death. Didn't expect it to be a false alarm. Listen, I prefer close combat. Lord Fan Yao is just too cool. Ha ha ha. I knew it from the start. This was a trap set by Lord Fan Yao, waiting for Situ Ji to fall into it. Then who was crying just now, with tears and snot all over their face, looking like they were ready to die for love? Me. Wasn't that just genuine emotion? I thought Lord Fan Yao was dead, and without him, our central base would have no hope. Besides, look at the expressions of those young ladies. Aren't they all ready to die for love too? Everyone's expressions were extremely complex, and some even collapsed directly onto the ground, exhausted, deciding to lie down and watch the battle. Amid the ruins, Situ Ji had been motionless for a long time, but Fan Yao could faintly sense his presence. He wasn't dead. Strike while he's weak. A ruthless glint flashed in Fan Yao's eyes as golden light enveloped him once more. He charged directly toward the spot where Situ Ji had fallen. But before he could reach it, a figure suddenly stumbled out of the ruins, clutching his chest, covered in blood, with dust and with chips clinging to his clothes and hair. It was Situ Ji. His face was dark and sinister, completely ignoring the rapidly approaching Fan Yao. Without stopping, he rushed headlong into the deep, gray misty sea rolling in the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. As he entered, the previously calm misty sea suddenly bubbled like boiling water, as if a hot stone had been thrown into it. The misty sea churned wildly and finally transformed into a massive pitch-black serpent, over 100 zhang long. Hiss! Staring blankly at the pitch-black serpent materializing in the sky, countless people immediately recalled the terrifying cobra that Situ Ji had cultivated. The two looked extremely similar, except the black serpent was entirely pitch black, covered in fine scales that appeared indestructible. It was far larger, countless times larger than the cobra. Its size was like comparing heaven and earth. The snake's body was extremely thick, requiring over a dozen people to barely measure its girth. Its length stretched beyond sight, with its head in the east and its tail in the west, practically spanning 2 regions. On its massive triangular head were 2 pitch-black eyes embedded, exuding toxic fumes so dense they almost crystallized, shimmering with an eerie luster. Just one glance from it would send shivers down your spine. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The black snake turned its head, its obsidian-like eyes fixed firmly on Fan Yao, its forked tongue slowly flicking in and out. Judging by its size, it could effortlessly swallow half a building in one bite, a colossal beast. In front of it, Fan Yao seemed like an ant facing an elephant. Interesting, Fan Yao muttered, stroking his chin as he scanned the black snake with his senses, observing it for a moment before offering a rare compliment. However, he quickly reverted to his usual sharp-tongued demeanor, sneering faintly. Old thing, resorting to such tricks because you don't dare face me head-on. You lost from the very beginning. Humph. Situji's body was hidden deep within the snake, his aura scattered, making it impossible to pinpoint his exact location. He responded to Fan Yao with a cold snort. Without another word, he controlled the black snake to charge at Fan Yao. Having learned from past mistakes, he had no intention of engaging in verbal sparring with Fan Yao again otherwise. This little brat would surely drive him to his grave. Following the command, the black snake raised its body high, letting out a piercing hiss toward the sky. Its pitch-black form rolled violently, causing the toxic mist in the air to ripple intensely. Its tail lashed out at the void with a deafening crack, swiftly lunging at Fan Yao to bite him. Despite its massive size, the black snake moved with remarkable speed, closing the distance to Fan Yao in the blink of an eye. Fan Yao's pupils contracted as a faint, illusory glow appeared beneath his feet. The long and used 9 turns bewildering steps technique was unleashed, and his figure eerily appeared at the side of the snake's body. On his fist, dazzling 9-colored spiritual energy suddenly erupted, and he struck with all his might. Feeling the strange sensation of his punch not landing solidly, Fan Yao's expression changed. This black snake looked so real, almost like a VR game, yet it turned out to be tangible but insubstantial, essentially made of mist. It was entirely formed through condensation, creating such a lifelike black snake, even detailed down to its scales and eyes. When I attack it, it turns into mist, but if it attacks me, I might actually get hurt. Poison attribute practitioners, when taken to the extreme, can have so many tricks up their sleeves. Fan Yao murmured in amazement. Little brat, this is the terror of poison attribute practitioners. But to reach this level requires decades of immersion and an incredibly terrifying level of control. As for you, you'd better crawl back into your mother's womb and train for a few hundred years. Si Tuji's voice echoed as the black snake's tail trembled with excitement, whipping up a cold wind that lashed fiercely at Fan Yao. Fan Yao dodged to the side, but the next second, another sharp gust of wind surged toward him, relentlessly entangling him. Several times, the massive snake tail narrowly missed him, leaving him in a precarious situation. The tide of battle had turned dramatically earlier. Fan Yao had caught Si Tuji and given him a thorough beating, but now it seemed Fan Yao was being chased across the sky in a chaotic frenzy. The crowd's eyes were fixed intently on the battle between the man and the snake in the sky, their hearts once again gripped with tension. How do we deal with this monster? That steel-like tail, even a slight sweep could break tendons and fracture bones. Even Lord Fan Yao might struggle, right? Or is there a weak spot, like the 7-inch mark? But can such a monster really be compared to normal snakes? Fan Yao lacks the tempering of time. His time was too rushed. Achieving this level in just a few months, how could he possibly have extra time to refine his control? Mo Jun said anxiously, pacing back and forth, helpless and frustrated, cursing furiously in his heart like a market shrew. Taking advantage of living decades longer than Fan Yao to bully him, this old scoundrel Situ Ji is truly shameless. Wait, Master Mo, look at what Fan Yao is doing. Zhang Yong, having learned from the previous misunderstanding when he thought Fan Yao had died, was more cautious this time and refrained from jumping to conclusions. Instead, he carefully observed Fan Yao's actions, noticing that although he was constantly evading, his movements showed no signs of panic. In fact, he seemed rather composed and in control. It's fine. Although Fan Yao always stirs up trouble and makes people nervous, he absolutely won't do anything he's not confident about. Zhang Yong slowly suppressed his inner tension, trying to remain calm. After all, the two of them were right here. Even if Fan Yao couldn't hold on, they could immediately step in to assist. As long as he didn't die, whatever Fan Yao wanted to do was up to him. Their anxiety here was completely useless. Control the poison gas. Let it change according to your will. Every strand and wisp of poison gas has its purpose. Too much is redundant. Too little is incomplete. Fan Yao's brain was engaged in precise calculations as he carefully observed the distribution of spiritual energy on the black snake while dodging. To obtain more accurate data, he even reached out to touch some difficult-to-control areas. The black snake was incredibly fast, and sometimes he couldn't get the data he wanted after dodging. The next moment, an unwilling Fan Yao actively pursued the snake, rolling across its massive body and exploring every corner of it. Over time, as Fan Yao multitasked, he inevitably sustained some injuries. What is this little brat doing? Could it be that I've scared him so much he's lost his nerve and doesn't dare to fight anymore? Situ Ji sensed Fan Yao's actions and, despite his venomous hatred, was puzzled. He wasn't running away, nor was he fighting. Was he trying to exhaust the black snake to death? If that was the case, this brat's wishful thinking was bound to fail. The endlessly churning sea of dark gray mist provided a constant supply of spiritual energy. Even if the black snake were blown apart with a punch, he could create another one, an inexhaustible resource. Although I want to torment him properly, this brat is too unpredictable. I must deal with him quickly. Situ Ji inadvertently caught sight of the calm expression on Fan Yao's face and was suddenly reminded of the times Fan Yao had tricked him before, causing a chill to run down his spine. The black snake's speed increased again. As Fan Yao furrowed his brows in thought, the snake opened its massive jaws and sprayed a torrent of venom so thick it was almost liquid. Fan Yao had just grasped a bit of the essence and paused for a moment, only to be hit directly. In the next second, purple-red spiritual energy automatically surged out of his body, enveloping him completely. Fan Yao himself was propelled by the force, his figure suddenly flying backward and crashing into the purple-red sea of mist. The purple-red mist churned violently, completely swallowing Fan Yao's trace. With a successful strike, Situji was instantly exhilarated, controlling the massive black snake to face the vast purple-red mist sea, madly spewing toxic beams of light. The enormous beams, ranging from tens to hundreds of meters, resembled laser rays, emitting intense and terrifying toxic waves, fiercely blasting into the mist sea, sweeping diagonally in a frenzy. The mist sea was quickly torn apart, causing a massive commotion, frantically breaking and recombining. The entire mist sea even sank slightly, stirred into utter chaos, resembling the end of the world. Where the hell did that little brat disappear to again? Situji stared intently at the spot where Fan Yao had vanished, taking advantage of the intervals between the light beam sprays to carefully observe the interior of the mist sea. Yet he couldn't spot even a single figure. Not only did he not feel relieved, but his alarm bells rang immediately. That little brat's physical strength was terrifyingly strong. Such a strike might cause severe injuries, but definitely wouldn't kill him. Most likely, he had set another trap waiting for him. Cunning as a fox, completely unpredictable this time, he absolutely wouldn't fall for it again. Situji made up his mind to protect himself tightly, controlling the massive black snake to stretch its enormous body across the outside of the mist sea, almost completely blocking it off. At the same time, toxic mist filled the black snake's mouth, and the toxic light beams were ready to fire, standing guard outside, prepared to swallow anything that emerged instantly. After a long time, the churning of the mist sea continued, not only failing to subside, but growing increasingly intense. Boom! A low, muffled sound suddenly echoed across the heavens and earth. Situji heard the strange sound immediately, furrowing his brows and commanding the black snake to move slightly farther away, scanning the surroundings with extreme vigilance. Boom, boom. Soon, two more rhythmic sounds followed. This time, everyone in the base heard it, swallowing nervously, exchanging glances, and involuntarily stepping back 2 paces. What on earth was about to happen next? Boom, boom, boom. It was as if a button had been pressed, the low sounds becoming increasingly frequent, faster, and deeper. In the end, it seemed to align with the rhythm of a human heartbeat, resonating and finally echoing across the entire sky. What is that? Someone with sharp eyes squinted, somewhat uncertainly pointing to a corner of the mist sea. He seemed to have seen a tail sweep past that corner of the mist sea just now. The crowd exchanged glances alive. The mist sea's turbulence grew more intense, and faintly, glimpses of some creature's limbs flashed by, as if it was about to burst out directly. Situji's heart tightened, pulling the black snake's body, causing its head to rise high. He had already sensed something within the mist sea. A large area of density was extremely disproportionate to the rest, and it was moving around, with a very irregular shape. Could it be that little brat is also forming a shape, and has even succeeded? Situji's heart chilled. With that little brat's enviable talent, he couldn't help but consider this possibility. In such a dense toxic environment, all creatures with flesh and blood cannot survive unless they are poison-attributed beasts. However, under his strict vigilance, he hadn't detected any poisonous beasts approaching or intruding. If even this perception was wrong, then his dominion level would be utterly worthless. There's no way the condensation process is completed so quickly. Break in and interrupt him. Situji roared furiously. The black snake let out a piercing hiss toward the sky, its massive tail swaying as its enormous body began to move with a thunderous rumble, accompanied by the grating sound of scales scraping together that made one's teeth ache. Yet, just as the black snake's head had probed into the purple-red misty sea, it seemed to encounter some kind of obstruction, unable to advance further. Suddenly, a massive purple shadow silently shot out from the poisonous mist, without a word, viciously biting into the black snake's body. Hiss! The black snake let out a tragic wail toward the sky, its pitch-black poisonous mist slightly dissipating, faintly revealing Situji's figure. Upon seeing this, a fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the unfamiliar purple shadow, and its enormous body abruptly emerged from the misty sea. What appeared before everyone was a terrifying giant python, its entire body radiating a dazzling purple-red luster, with a head and body of equal width, and a size even larger than the black snake. Its coloration was stunningly beautiful yet fearsome. The python's body shimmered with purple, faintly tinged with red, and its slightly raised scales were adorned with intricate, deep purple patterns that dazzled the eyes. On its forehead was a sharp purple-red horn, and its eyes sparkled like amethyst, with flowing brilliance and intelligent emotions, exuding extraordinary sentience. Its massive body coiled like a small mountain, its powerful muscles contracting and expanding, tightly constricting its prey like steel, and then slowly tightening further. Creak, creak. Finally, its head suddenly jerked backward, lifting the entire black snake and thrashing it wildly like a noodle. Boom, boom, boom. The black snake, caught off guard and unable to retaliate, was mercilessly slammed into the ground and flung against buildings. Under such relentless devastation, the surrounding area was soon leveled, the destruction astonishingly severe. A soft chuckle echoed. Doesn't seem as difficult as I imagined. Does it really take decades to refine this? Fan Yao, who had somehow appeared behind the black snake, looked at Sidu Ji, whose face was as if he'd swallowed something foul, and smirked faintly, provoking him. Sidu Ji was on the verge of losing his mind. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could the condensation process be completed in just a few minutes? Such complex energy coordination, the integrity of the snake's body, not a single mistake allowed, and the poisonous mist must remain stable. This is pure fantasy. He roared furiously in his heart. Fan Yao had shattered his preconceived notions time and again, making him deeply question his own existence. He even began to suspect that Fan Yao was some ancient monster who had secluded himself in a remote mountain forest for hundreds of years, pretending to be weak while secretly being a tiger in disguise. Suddenly mastering poison and being immune to it was one thing, breaking through to the dominion level within months, with poison power equal to or even surpassing his own, was another. But for this brat to master in mere minutes what had taken him decades and countless attempts to control, wasn't this a brutal slap to his face? I refused to believe it. Situ Ji gritted his teeth, channeling a surge of poisonous energy into the black snake's body. Soon, the black snake rallied, its scales standing upright like golden iron, and its hissing grew sharper, as if it had encountered a natural enemy. The purple snake charged forward, its massive body rolling segment by segment, colliding madly with the other. Its steel-like muscles frantically tried to crush its opponent, resembling a meat grinder. The deafening roars made hearts involuntarily pound. The two terrifying beasts tangled in a frenzy, their bodies, hundreds of meters long, intertwining and clashing as they bit and tore at each other, seemingly unwilling to stop until one of them was dead, exuding a bloodthirsty ferocity. An unknown life form reaction, could it be referring to this? It hardly needs my control, it instinctively knows how to fight and is extremely loyal to me. This is ultimately a good thing. Fan Yao stood at a distance with his hands clasped behind his back, as if this wasn't his battle at all, appearing utterly relaxed and at ease. Watching the purple snake gaining the upper hand, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Previously, when he attempted to condense a form, he hadn't intended to create a snake, but had thought of the copper mist centipede he had dealt with last time. With just a brief thought in his mind, the sea of mist had surged on its own, and the copper mist centipede had vividly materialized, as if it required no effort at all. However, that form was somewhat grotesque, and to test his theory, Fan Yao had instead chosen to condense the purple snake. Coincidentally, Situ Ji was the black snake. This confrontation was a perfect opportunity for him to gauge their combat strength. What he hadn't expected, though, was that the purple snake, relying solely on its instincts, could suppress Situ Ji so thoroughly. This was beyond Fan Yao's expectations. Not only that, but it required no intervention from him at all. The black snake's body had already been significantly weakened by the attacks and would likely dissipate entirely before long. Although Situ Ji was hiding within the black snake, resolving this was only a matter of time. The focus now was Fan Yao's gaze swept over the martial artists, demon hunters, and even ordinary residents on the ground, all watching expectantly. He frowned slightly, feeling that something was amiss. It seemed as though he had overlooked some crucial element. But what was it? The leaders of the demon hunting organization had yet to appear, and the ministers, constrained by their positions, were hesitant to act. Although there were many demon hunters, participating in such a high-level battle was beyond their capabilities. Imogen had just been poisoned and, though now conscious, lacked the energy to fight. As for the Tianqing training hall, it was even worse. There wasn't a single person inside. As if grasping an important point, Fan Yao's body trembled slightly, and a look of suspicion arose in his eyes. Where were the people from the other 8 training halls? He remembered that, apart from the Tianqing training hall, which had openly opposed Feng Yun, the other training hall leaders had yet to show up. Didn't the Gao siblings say earlier that all 8 training halls had aligned with Feng Yun? Now that I've destroyed the Feng Yun training hall, why is there no reaction from them at all? Fan Yao glanced at the purple snake, which had already brutalized the black snake to an extreme degree, and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he waved his hand, dispersing the purple-red poisonous mist in the sky, allowing the dark gray mist to drift in unimpeded, as if he hadn't noticed it. As the sea of mist dissipated, the massive purple-red python shuddered, a faint trace of confusion flashing in its purple eyes. Its tongue flicked out briefly before it vanished into thin air without a trace. The black snake, riddled with wounds from being torn apart, swayed slightly before dissipating, revealing the panting and disheveled Situ Ji within. This kid, why did he suddenly stop attacking? Could it be that he discovered something? Situ Ji's eyes flickered. Oh dear, what is Fan Yao doing? It was clearly a winning situation, yet not only did he fail to press the advantage, he even voluntarily withdrew his attack. Imogen, upon seeing this, widened his old eyes like copper bells, spitting out saliva in agitation, almost rushing onto the field himself to drag Fan Yao back to regroup. Master Imo, please calm down. Fan Yao must have his reasons for acting this way. It's always been like this countless times before. He must have discovered something. Zhang Yong helplessly held back the frantic Imogen, speaking as he shifted his body, feeling a sticky sensation on his back. The previous battle had left him on edge, drenched in cold sweat, with no time to think about anything else. Only now did he recall, given Situ Ji's sinister nature, he must have already received news of Fan Yao's appearance earlier. How could he have been so focused on cultivating his poison techniques? There must be a trick involved. Fan Yao stood in the middle of the ruins, his eyes slightly closed, body motionless. A gentle breeze blew, lifting some dust into the air. The faint, eerie fluctuations previously obscured by the pervasive toxic gas gradually became clearer, entering Fan Yao's perception. Southwest, 1 location. Southeast, 1 location. Northwest, 1 location. Point-like distribution. A total of 8 locations, centered around the Feng Yun training hall, almost encompassing the entire central base, with the fluctuations still gradually intensifying. What is this, a formation? Fan Yao's heart stirred. Could the Feng Yun training hall actually possess a usable formation? The concept of formations in the modern technological world sounds rather fantastical. Some say they exist, others say they don't. As no one has seen them with their own eyes, everything is based on speculation. But Fan Yao believed it was better to trust in their existence than to dismiss them. In ancient texts, inscriptions, and even historical records, there are accounts of terrifying beast tides and world-destroying mythical beasts attacking bases. According to these records, the survival of those bases relied on 2 factors. First, the bases summoned super-powerful individuals who forcibly repelled the beast tides and defeated the monsters with sheer strength. Second, the bases united the strength of all their inhabitants to activate formations that repelled the monsters. These formations might have been created by powerful individuals, passed down from ancient times, or perhaps researchers in some corner of the world are currently studying and repairing them, waiting to unveil them to the world, which would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Formations cannot be activated casually. Their energy consumption is immense. Activating one could almost completely drain the spiritual power of 1,000 Unity Realm martial artists. It is said that many Unity Realm experts who participated in activating formations suffered from spiritual power deficiency, fainting on the spot and sleeping in the hospital for over half a month, nearly dying, and requiring a long recovery period. The enormous consumption naturally corresponds to undeniable power. According to descriptions, the rampaging monsters or beast tides were forcibly obliterated, with vast numbers of monsters wiped out under the roaring operation of the formation, directly annihilating the beast tide. Their origins vary, and they are extremely rare. Only a few powerful factions with strong backing and far-reaching influence, apart from those who remain low-key and hidden, can be considered significant. The Storm Training Hall barely qualifies as one of them. Boom, boom, boom. You little brat, your senses are sharp. Whether it's the Demon Hunting Organization or the Skywalk Training Hall, the entire central base will be buried with my Storm Training Hall today. While Fan Yao was lost in thought, Situji seized the moment of his distraction to launch another attack. With a grab of his hand, the poisonous gas transformed into countless projectiles, hurling towards Fan Yao as if they cost nothing. Explosions erupted upon impact, the deafening roars echoing endlessly. Casually brushing aside such inconsequential attacks, Fan Yao's expression darkened slightly. "Ha ha! All 8 of you, come out now." Situji, his hair disheveled, looked at Fan Yao as if he were already a dead man, and shouted madly, "Activate the ancient formation." As soon as his words fell, "Ha ha! Master Situ, we've been waiting for your command." Boom, boom, boom. Arrogant laughter resounded as 8 powerful auras erupted one after another from various locations in the base, shooting skyward. Fan Yao's expression grew even colder. In the next moment, his figure flashed as he charged towards Situji. With a clang, the giant spirit sky-splitting axe appeared, and without hesitation, he swung it down. A blade of light shot out, reaching its target in the blink of an eye, carving a deep chasm into the ground, so deep it seemed bottomless. Terrified, Situji quickly stifled his laughter, summoning his poison gas armor and layers of poison gas barriers at the fastest speed possible, stumbling as he fled into the sky. Humph! Fan Yao snorted coldly, saying nothing as he accelerated again, pursuing him relentlessly. With a twist of his palm, a wall of wind blades appeared before Situji. Straight as they spoke, Situji was struck by Fan Yao again, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face twisted as he roared in anger. Almost immediately after his words fell, yes, yes, yes. From the direction where the energy had erupted earlier, voices of agreement echoed one after another. Multicolored beams of spiritual energy streaked across the sky above the central base like meteors, finally converging above the Fengyun Training Hall. At the same time, the ground began to tremble violently. Small stones started to vibrate gently, but soon the vibrations grew stronger and stronger, undulating like waves. Boom, boom, boom. The once solid ground cracked open, numerous buildings collapsed one after another, and even the landmark Demon Hunter Organization tower showed signs of tilting. Damn it! Many people were caught off guard, falling to the ground like spinning tops. One person instinctively grabbed another as they fell, causing a chain reaction where one after another tumbled heavily to the ground. Fan Yao, however, paid no attention to the chaos around him, focusing solely on hunting down Situji. In just a short time, Situji was in a pitiful state. Under Fan Yao's full assault, he was severely injured in no time. A slash from an axe had cut deep into his chest, nearly reaching the bone, and even breaking a rib. His internal organs throbbed with pain. His right shoulder blade was completely shattered. His clothes were in tatters, and he looked utterly disheveled. Zhang Yang's face was deathly pale, feeling the overwhelming aura of a commander realm enveloping the entire central base. He was so oppressed that he could hardly breathe, his face turning red. The Fengyun Training Hall once participated in the Battle of the Base and ventured to the ancient battlefield. You'll learn about these things later. What I want to say is that the grand formation of the Fengyun Training Hall was brought back from the ancient battlefield. Its power is unpredictable, and we don't know how to break it. We don't even know how it attacks when activated. Originally, our Lord Commander had strictly ordered the Fengyun Training Hall to destroy it. But who would have thought they secretly preserved it, restored it, and are now using it? Once it is truly activated, the entire central base will be reduced to ruins. With the Lord Commander absent, the central base must not be destroyed in my hands. After saying all this at an extremely fast pace, Zhang Yong couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes bloodshot, his whole body trembling. His voice suddenly became sharp, almost pleading in a tone that made one's heart tremble. Fan Yao, I beg you to save the central base. Zhang Yang's words carried no intention of concealment. Everyone in the central base could hear them clearly. They exchanged glances, a trace of determination flashing in their eyes, and immediately knelt on one knee. Lord Fan Yao, we beg you to save the central base. The martial artists and residents, who had been swaying and barely able to stand, now steadied themselves by sheer willpower, their eyes red as they knelt on one knee. Tears glistened in their eyes. Lord Fan Yao, we beg you to save the central base. Lord Fan Yao, we beg you to save the central base. Lord Fan Yao, we beg you to save the central base. Countless female martial artists gazed tearfully at the figure high in the sky, their red lips bitten to the point of bleeding. Their thin bodies curled up on the ground like quails, their delicate shoulders trembling, filled with despair. The original inhabitants of the central base shouted the loudest, their faces flushed, their voices hoarse and cracking, some even coughing up blood. The central base was their home, their place of survival. Countless family and friends were here. If the nest were overturned, how could any eggs remain intact? The Fengyun training hall wanted to destroy it, but they wanted to save it. Even if there was only one last chance, they would fight for it. Now, their only hope was Fan Yao, the unparalleled genius who possessed all 9 attributes, a rarity in the world, with extraordinary abilities. He had once broken the arm of a Commander Realm expert with the strength of a pure Origin Realm cultivator. His power was unfathomable. Only he might be able to resolve this deadly crisis. Ha ha ha, wanting to play the hero? You should first see if you're even qualified. Situji's lips curled into a contemptuous smile, his sinister eyes fixed on Fan Yao, who was frowning. With a tone full of jealousy, he sneered sarcastically. These people are just shameless. Back when my Fengyun training hall was in its prime, weren't they the ones begging and groveling to join us? And now, the moment things go south, they immediately switch sides. Fan Yao, care to guess when they'll turn on you? Fan Yao, however, remained silent, his eyes slightly closed as if sensing something. His expression didn't change in the slightest, completely ignoring Situji's words. Fan Yao's indifference made Zhang Yong and Imogen almost explode with anger. They were pleading with Fan Yao for help on one side, while Situji was sowing discord on the other. What if this provoked Fan Yao's displeasure? Wouldn't that play right into that scoundrel's hands? Bah, that old thing has always been shameless, and now he's even worse. Forgetting his roots, turning against his own. Do you think everyone is like you, biting the hand that feeds them? You dare say such things. Aren't you afraid someone might dig up your ancestral grave someday? Imogen didn't hesitate. Unleashing a torrent of curses, Fan Yao risked his life to eliminate the Fengyun training hall and has done a great service to the central base. Who would rebel? Who the hell would dare rebel? I'd be the first to kill them. Well said. Zhang Yong was even more agitated, waving his hand as if he was about to swear an oath. Fan Yao is one of us in the Demon Hunter organization. Who would rebel against their own? Do you think everyone is like you? Yeah, Zhang Yong, I remember you're from the central base, right? Why are you speaking up for the rulers of Anqing base? I think the first one to rebel should be you. Situji said coldly. You. Zhang Yong was so furious that he trembled all over, almost losing his temper completely. He had seen people twist the truth before, but never someone who could blatantly turn black into white like this. Just then enough. Fan Yao opened his eyes and glanced at the two, seemingly a bit helpless at their childish bickering despite their age. He said calmly, if this keeps up, the old man's scheme will succeed. Zhang Yong and Imogen exchanged glances and immediately fell silent. Only then did they realize that Situji had been provoking them and dragging out the argument to buy time. This grand formation seems to have been pre-infused with the immense energy of those 9 individuals. After being consolidated by the formation, it finally gains its offensive capabilities, Fan Yao said while glancing at Situji's expression. As for the attack method, perhaps it can be likened to a volcanic eruption? Despite the other party's efforts to remain composed, Fan Yao still detected a trace of shock and venom deep in his eyes. It seemed his guess was correct. Fan Yao stroked his chin and raised a sly smile. Seeing the smile at the corner of Fan Yao's mouth, Zhang Yong and Mo Zhen swallowed hard and stopped talking. Fan Yao alone could control the entire situation. Their presence here seemed to only add to the chaos. All things follow their principles. To break this formation, we must find the formation's core, which must be extremely well hidden. Once the formation is activated, I imagine the 8 deputy heads will also come here. Fan Yao squinted his eyes. 8 leaders at the commander level, huh? Fan Yao, if you have any plans or instructions, just say the word. Zhang Yong, seeing Fan Yao deep in thought, assumed he had something inconvenient to say and immediately waved his hand decisively. Hearing this, Fan Yao was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. Then I won't hold back. Are the ministers of the Demon Hunter organization present? What are their respective strengths? There are 6 of us, including me, all at the late pure origin realm. Zhang Yong answered swiftly without hesitation. Only 6 left? A trace of slight astonishment flashed in Fan Yao's eyes. Even the Demon Hunter organization at Anqing Base had over 20 ministers, all alive and well. Yet the central base only had 6 remaining, meaning more than 10 had died. It seems the internal turmoil at the central base has been going on for a long time. Not only has the person in power failed to appear, but even the ministers have suffered heavy losses. This thought flashed through Fan Yao's mind, and he couldn't help but look up to the sky and sigh. It seemed that he had arrived at the central base at the very moment when the conflicts were at their peak. Was it fate? Destiny? It seemed he could never escape the title of hero. After a brief moment of lamentation, Fan Yao quickly returned to the matter at hand and said decisively, "The central base is lacking in combat power, so we each have to bear more pressure. Minister Zhang, lead the other 5 ministers and try to hold off 3 of the commanders. Master Mo, with your own commander-level strength and your indestructible golden body, do your utmost to intercept 2 of the commanders. As for the remaining 4, a fierce glint flashed in Fan Yao's eyes as he declared resolutely, I'll take them on. 1 man, to face 4 commanders. Countless people gasped, their hearts trembling heavily. Their lips quivered, and tears once again filled their already wet eyes. Lord Fan Yao had shown immense kindness and grace to their central base. Are we just going to stand here and watch? Watch as Lord Fan Yao fights desperately for us. A young martial artist in his early 20s wiped his tears fiercely with his sleeve and punched a nearby rock with all his strength. Blood splattered instantly, but he seemed oblivious to the pain, clenching his teeth tightly. He was unwilling, deeply unwilling. The base was on the brink of life and death, yet he could do nothing but cry here in cowardice. As for the formation core, it is extremely important. I entrust it to you. At that moment, a clear voice suddenly rang out, carrying a faint tone of trust. Though the tone was calm, it fell into their ears like the shattering of a silver bottle, like the clash of swords and spears. Everyone froze, then turned toward the direction of the voice. They saw Fan Yao looking at them with a faint smile in his eyes. That sentence was directed at them. Realizing this, they were completely stunned, and it took a long time for them to react. We, how could we possibly deserve this? Their chests felt like they were about to burst, their emotions surging uncontrollably. Their faces flushed red, yet they couldn't even form a single coherent sentence. Most of them were at the innate, middle heaven, or post-heaven stages, with only a small portion at the unity stage. In other bases, they might have been considered somewhat capable, but in the central base, they were like grains of sand on a beach, trampled underfoot. In the formation set up by the 9 commander-level enemies, they were nothing more than cannon fodder, powerless to fight back. Yet, despite this, in Lord Fan Yao's eyes, they were not useless. Not only did he not despise their low strength, but he also trusted them and entrusted them with such an important task. It must be understood that once the formation core was found, the entire formation would collapse in an instant. If they could locate the core in the shortest possible time, the pressure on Lord Fan Yao and the others would be greatly reduced. In a way, Lord Fan Yao was entrusting his life to them. We will never betray Lord Fan Yao's trust. We will never betray Lord Fan Yao's trust. We will never betray Lord Fan Yao's trust. Countless people felt the weight of responsibility on their shoulders. Their blood boiled with passion, ignited by Fan Yao's calm words. Goosebumps rose all over their bodies, their eyes reddened with fury, and they couldn't help but want to shout and vent, using all their strength to scream, trembling as they nodded desperately. I'm counting on you. Fan Yao sighed lightly, squinting his eyes, smiling as he nodded. Wishful thinking. A bunch of trash. If you want to find the formation core, let's see if you have the ability. Witnessing this scene, Situ Ji sneered disdainfully and shouted, Fengyun warriors, kill them for me. As Situ Ji's voice fell, countless Fengyun warriors suddenly emerged from unknown corners, like a surging white torrent. They wielded weapons, their eyes bloodshot and filled with veins, looking extremely terrifying as they charged madly at the crowd, ferocious and murderous, shouting and killing as if facing their mortal enemies. Kill them! Take back the honor of our Fengyun training hall. They seemed to have lost their minds, their faces filled with madness, almost completely irrational, as if brainwashed. The sudden appearance of the warriors stunned the crowd for a moment, and chaos began to spread. However, before the chaos could fully erupt, it was abruptly quelled by the sharp sound of a sword being drawn. Clang! What are you waiting for, brothers? Charge! Even if we die here, it will be worth it. The young martial artist from earlier, with bloodied hands, unhesitatingly drew the saber from his waist, and with a quick step, his figure shot forward, unable to hold back his furious roar. In front of him were countless warriors as dense as beasts. He immediately locked onto one warrior and mercilessly slashed, engaging in combat. Clang! 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 Swords were drawn. Blades were wielded. The atmosphere of fierce battle was fully ignited. The martial artists no longer hesitated, their weapons gleaming coldly as they unsheathed them, entrusting their backs to countless strangers with their lives. My talent isn't great. I'm just at the postnatal stage, ha. With me as a cushion, you all don't need to worry. Even if I die, I'll die ahead of you. I will never retreat. Those are no longer Fengyun Training Hall warriors, they are enemies of our central base. They are trying to destroy the central base and kill Lord Fan Yao. Their crimes are unforgivable. Ha ha ha, I'm 52 this year. It's been a long time since I've burned with passion. If I survive today, I'll have something to brag about in the future. Charge! The central base will never be at the mercy of others. Today, we will annihilate the Fengyun Training Hall. It's either you die or I live. Ha ha, this is where the role of demon hunters comes into play. Suddenly, someone jumped out from the crowd. It was Gao Han. He raised his arm and shouted, wildly swinging the long blade in his hand. The blade hummed as it sliced off a warrior's head in one stroke. Laughing loudly, he boosted morale. Everyone, quickly form groups of 5 according to the Demon Hunter Squad configuration. Trust your brothers and sisters with your backs. Everyone here is family, so don't worry. Well said. These Fengyun dogs want to use a human wave tactic. We'll leave some people to hold them off, while the rest hurry to the base to find the formation core. Even if we have to search every corner of the central base, we must find that damned formation core. If we move faster, Lord Fan Yao and the others will suffer less. Such a huge central base. Are we really going to explore it inch by inch? That's way too slow. Lord Fan Yao and the others will have a hard time. We must search with purpose. Everyone exchanged glances and spontaneously split into 2 teams. One group darted into various positions within the central base like fleas, searching for the formation's core. The other group faced the martial trainees of the Storm Training Hall head-on, fighting with all their might to hold them back. Their eyes were bloodshot, teeth clenched, and they charged into the opposing teams like sharp swords, instantly disrupting the formation, making it barely recognizable by their clothing. Some female warriors, who had never even killed a beast before, were now forced to kill directly without any transition. The smell of blood made their faces pale, their hands trembling as they wielded their weapons, barely able to stand, yet they gritted their teeth tightly, holding on to one belief. I can't give up. I must hold on. If I kill one more martial trainee, one less person will die in the base. Ungrateful brats, ungrateful brats. Some warriors, already in their 60s, seemed to have rediscovered the vigor of their youth. Their residual strength remained as they glared angrily and shouted, their voices full of grief and indignation. What has the storm training hall turned you into? Reckless and ungrateful. After years of martial training, have you forgotten your roots? You were originally children of the Central Base. The Central Base is your home. The people you want to kill are your own flesh and blood, your compatriots. With hands covered in calluses, they casually picked up steel rods and other nearby objects, striking the martial trainees on their heads as if disciplining unfilial descendants. Their voices carried a faint tremor, tears streaming down their faces. "Stop this foolishness! Wake up!" The shouts and cries of battle shook the heavens. With such spirit, the revival of the Central Base is just around the corner. High above, Fan Yao silently watched the scene unfold, his gaze sweeping over several particularly brutal battle zones. It seemed to remind him of the day the Anqing base resisted the pure origin realm, and he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. After speaking, Fan Yao looked up at the grim-faced Situ Ji and smiled faintly. "Does this scene exceed your expectations?" "Haha, utterly ridiculous. What kind of storm can a bunch of small fry stir up? In the end, won't they all be slaughtered by my storm training hall's martial trainees, throwing their lives away for nothing?" Upon hearing this, Situ Ji's expression darkened slightly. He had just witnessed the fierce counterattack of those people who were fighting desperately, almost recklessly, with their lives on the line, causing significant casualties among the martial trainees. He was indeed somewhat surprised, but such emotions were clearly impossible to show upon hearing this. Situ Ji was momentarily stunned, then suddenly couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, clutching his stomach as if he had never heard anything so amusing in his life. After laughing, his eyes gradually turned fierce, as if filled with anticipation. "What happens to them has nothing to do with you. If you lose today, all these people will die with you." The minds of millions of martial artists in the Fengyun Training Hall have been destroyed. I won't spare a single one. The Fengyun Training Hall will be erased from the base, leaving a legacy of infamy for eternity. Fan Yao smiled faintly, looking at Situ Ji's suddenly twisted expression upon hearing these words, his brow slightly furrowing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 8 powerful auras of the Commander Realm approached, surging like a vast ocean. In the blink of an eye, they appeared beside Situ Ji at an incredible speed, revealing their forms. The 8 Training Hall Masters, 8 Commander Realm experts. Even though Fan Yao had been at the Central Base for quite some time, this was the first time he had seen these 8 individuals, and he couldn't help but take a closer look. Most of them were middle-aged or older, with a few already in their twilight years, their hair gray, faces wrinkled, and even their backs slightly hunched. Despite their appearance, the moment they appeared, the collision of auras in the entire world became even more intense. The energy emanating from them was incredibly powerful, impossible to ignore. Master Situ. As soon as the 8 Training Hall Masters arrived, they saw Situ Ji's miserable state, and a flash of shock appeared in their eyes. In the short time they had been preparing, Situ Ji had been beaten into this state by Fan Yao. Could Fan Yao's strength have already reached such a level? If that were the case, Master Situ's combat power would undoubtedly be greatly diminished. A mere misstep, but it doesn't matter. I can still control the formation. Situ Ji naturally noticed the 8's gazes, saw the faint shock and disbelief in their eyes, and took a deep breath to suppress the humiliation in his heart. Then, with trembling hands, he pulled out a handful of poison pills from his storage pouch and viciously stuffed them into his mouth. On one hand, he chewed fiercely as if gnawing on Fan Yao's flesh and bones on the other. He desperately restored his poison techniques, his eyes glaring at Fan Yao as if they were poisoned. Victory or defeat? If he came knowing that Fan Yao probably wouldn't recognize them. Emojun thought for a moment and then stepped forward to explain softly. These 8 people are all at the commanding realm, but their actual strength isn't entirely equal. Each of them has unique skills, making them difficult to deal with. There are 6 in the mid-stage. Those 2 old men, the 2 wearing suits without ties, and the 2 dressed in training hall uniforms. Emojun muttered, introducing all of them from strongest to weakest in one breath. As for the early stage, there are 2. One is the guy with the small mustache, and the last one, I probably don't need to say, is the one who always pretends to be a gentleman, named Jian Nanxiao, a hypocrite. Huh, it seems like someone is missing. Where's Lu Mufeng? Emotion said in confusion as he finished. Although there were 8 people in total, his explanation was clear enough for Fan Yao to get a general understanding of their strength. Fan Yao glanced at Jian Nanxiao and then frowned slightly. Who is Lu Mufeng? She's a young girl, one of the masters of the Mufeng training hall. Strange, she's not among them. Could it be that Situ Ji didn't manage to recruit her? Emotion hesitated. Fan Yao was about to speak when a frantic voice interrupted him. Fan Yao, the demon hunting organization hasn't arrived yet. Zhang Yong, nearby, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing around and quickly speaking up to remind him. Sweat was streaming down his forehead like a small creek, his face flushed red. I clearly notified them earlier. Why haven't they come yet? Could it be that Wuxing stopped them? But that's impossible, they are 5 pure Origin Realm experts. Fan Yao frowned, doubts suddenly arising in his heart. The ministers of the demon hunting organization were carefully selected from countless martial artists, with unquestionable abilities in handling matters, coordination, and their own strength. How could all 5 of them fail at such a critical moment? But there was no time to think further. Not far away, Situ Ji had already impatiently activated the Grand Formation. Let me show you the power of this ancient formation first. But at some point, a round object appeared in Situ Ji's hand, only the size of a palm, radiating dazzling 9-colored light. It was engraved with countless mysterious ancient characters and symbols, not the common script of the continent. The characters seemed static at first glance, but upon closer inspection, they appeared to be moving, constantly rearranging and combining, clearly calculated and arranged in an extremely complex manner. Situ Ji infused a trace of spiritual energy into it, a strange smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he glanced at Fan Yao and murmured, "Hee hee, enjoy this." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground, which had stopped shaking, suddenly began to tremble violently again, as if a massive earthquake had struck. The ground became incredibly soft, and stepping on it felt as though one might sink directly into it. Be careful, something is about to emerge. Fan Yao squinted his eyes, and at a certain moment, his pupils contracted. His figure instantly disappeared from where he stood, leaving behind only one sentence, spread out quickly. Hearing Fan Yao's urgent shout, the 2 immediately reacted, their backs bristling with tension. Almost in the next second after Fan Yao dodged, their figures darted in opposite directions, frantically fleeing east and west. Just as they left, the ground where they had been standing suddenly cracked open, revealing a massive hole. Immediately afterward, a blazing pillar of fiery red spiritual energy erupted like a volcanic explosion. Sizzling sounds filled the air as flames engulfed the sky in an instant. The terrifying pillar of spiritual energy, hundreds of meters thick, radiated an extreme heat that seemed to scorch the very air, causing wisps of white smoke to rise. The pillar shot straight up, missing its target, and under the astonished gazes of the 2, it surged directly to the top of the isolation formation without stopping. Upon impact, the fiery red pillar emitted a deafening explosion, causing the isolation formation to tremble violently as if struck by a heavy blow, teetering on the verge of collapse. The booming sound was deafening. Is it attacking itself? The 2 were dumbfounded. However, just as they suspected the formation might have a bug, the massive 9-colored light cluster suspended at the top suddenly erupted with dazzling brilliance, spreading across the diamond-shaped isolation formation. The previously trembling formation stabilized at a visibly rapid pace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As if triggered by the collision, countless fireballs suddenly appeared in the sky. Each fireball, burning fiercely with crackling sounds, was about the size of an arm and fell like meteors, crashing down across the entire central base. The moment the first fireball hit the ground, an endless stream of terrifying fireballs followed, landing in every corner of the base. Screams erupted instantly, and many people barely had time to cry out before being smashed into a bloody pulp. My God, what is this? It's the formation. The formation has been activated. Run quickly. Master. I'm from the Fengyan training. It was like a scene from hell. After the pillar finished erupting, a massive hole was left in the ground. The air around it was filled with scorching heat and curling white smoke. making it seem like an unfathomable abyss leading to the Earth's core. Anyone unaware might think it concealed some terrifying monster capable of devouring people, resembling a black hole. A pillar eruption, targeted attack. If it misses the target, it even causes sustained damage over a wide area. It seems this was created by ancient powers specifically to deal with beast tides. High in the sky, Fan Yao and the others were naturally unaffected, though their expressions were slightly grim. Killing even their own training hall members, this was truly a case of using any means necessary to achieve their goal. Haraha, do you feel the power now? Situji paid no attention to the screams filling the air, laughing maniacally as he held the formation disc in his hand. These pillars are the purest energy converted by the formation. If you get hit, even you will be severely injured and lose the ability to fight back. Laughing wildly, Situji raised his hand again, sending over a dozen streams of spiritual energy into the formation disc, his actions bordering on madness. I'll blast you to death. All of you. Damn it, this old lunatic has lost it. Emojun cursed under his breath, dodging the dozen or so pillars aimed at him with a somewhat disheveled appearance. After narrowly avoiding 3 of them, he turned his head and was instantly infuriated. Are you kidding me, you 8 old bastards? Do you have no shame ganging up on Fan Yao alone? What did he see? Apart from Situji focusing on attacking them with the formation disc in his palm, the other 8 figures stomped their feet, transforming into streaks of light and rushing straight into the sky. Then, they completely ignored him and Zhang Yong. The 8 individuals stood several meters apart, directly blocking Fan Yao's retreat. In the midst of the battle, the fierce fluctuations almost shattered the space. Some even launched sneak attacks from behind, with several strikes narrowly missing, and 1 or 2 directly hitting Fan Yao's body. Fan Yao let out a muffled groan, his attacks becoming increasingly ruthless and merciless. The battle axe in his hand seemed weightless, striking wherever he pointed, as if an extension of his arm. The 9-colored light on his body erupted chaotically. One hand wielded a red seal, the other a black seal, and powerful martial techniques instantly materialized. Palm met palm, with a hidden purple-red poisonous mist that caused chaos among the opponents with every explosion. You think I'm dead? Emojun was almost driven mad with rage, turning around and shooting back into the fray. Zhang Yong, seeing Fan Yao in danger, also rushed back without hesitation. As they attempted to join the battle, 2 of the 8 figures immediately broke off, sneering as they intercepted them. Seeing who it was, the 2 nearly ground their teeth to dust. Jian Nanxiao, Nian Yuan. Today, Fan Yao must die. The spiritual energy of the 2 surged, directly blocking Zhang Yong and Emojun. Their attacks were ruthless, with streams of spiritual energy bursting forth as the battle resumed. Especially Jian Nanxiao, who faced Zhang Yong. With a clear disparity in strength, he toyed with Zhang Yong like a cat playing with a mouse, effortlessly dominating the fight. Monster Hunter Organization Headquarters. Basement level. On the cold ground, 4 figures lay sprawled in disarray, blood pooling into small rivers. Now, only one person remained standing, Minister of the Finance Department, CFA. He held a dagger in his hand, blood dripping steadily from its tip. Clearly, the ministers had met their end by this very blade. Why? Why? You're part of the Monster Hunter Organization. One of the ministers struggled to regain consciousness, clutching his chest where the dagger had pierced his lung. Excessive blood loss left him weak, his breathing labored, his face tinged with bluish-purple spots. CFA, with his crew cut and plain glasses, had the shrewd look of a businessman, a result of years spent dealing with money. Hearing the minister's words, CFA stepped forward, twisted the dagger, and held it to the man's neck, his voice sharp. The Monster Hunter Organization is in shambles. If I don't switch to the Storm Training Hall, am I supposed to wait here to die? The Monster Hunter Organization has treated you well, even entrusting you with the most important finance department. The minister, hearing this, no longer cared about the dagger at his throat. He shook his head slowly, his face filled with disbelief. He never imagined that his comrade, someone he had worked with day and night, had secretly harbored thoughts of betrayal and even colluded with the Storm Training Hall, ultimately turning against them and causing their deaths. They were dead, and that was that. But what about Lord Fan Yao and Minister Zhang, who were waiting for reinforcements on the front lines? The strength of these ministers might not have been terrifying, but their numbers made a difference. In a desperate fight, they could at least hold off 2 or 3 leaders. Now, everything was ruined. What nonsense about being a minister. Do you think I care about this position? My abilities go far beyond this. CF Fei's face twisted, and a layer of mist fogged his glasses, making his expression appear sinister and his gaze flickering unpredictably, exuding a despicable aura. Master Sidhu has promised me that once he conquers the Anqing base, he will make me the ruler of it. Being the ruler of a base, isn't that far more prestigious than being a mere minister? Dream on. The minister glared furiously, his rage pulling at his wounds, causing him to groan in pain. Every man for himself, or heaven and earth will destroy them. Blame yourselves for being too foolish. CFA's tone turned impatient as he pressed the dagger in his hand forward. Instantly, it sank deeply into the minister's neck. PSHHH. Most of the minister's neck was nearly severed, even cutting into the spine. His major artery was slashed, and blood gushed out like a waterfall. The minister's bloodshot eyes stared at CFA, seemingly wanting to pounce on him and drag him to hell with his last remaining strength. However, feeling the rapid loss of strength and vitality within his body, he could only close his eyes unwillingly. A bunch of idiots. There's so much you don't know. Do you think the array core is hidden somewhere obvious? It's right inside the Demon Hunter organization's building. CFA showed no signs of guilt or compassion, as though he had merely killed an insignificant stranger. Master Situ is a man of foresight. He knew no one would think to search the Demon Hunter organization's building. Plus, with me here, who could possibly destroy the array core? CFA sneered, wiping the blood off his dagger. He shrugged off his blood-soaked suit and casually tossed it aside. Glancing at the surveillance footage of the bustling crowd outside, frantically searching for the array core, he let out a disdainful chuckle. He could already envision the scene after Fan Yao and Mo Zhan were killed, the Demon Hunter organization was destroyed, and he ascended to the throne as the ruler of the Anqing base. At the center of the battlefield, the ground was riddled with countless holes, large and small, making it nearly impossible for anyone to climb out if they fell in. Scorching beams of light swept across as shadows flickered in the sky. This won't do. Even if I can hold on, Zhang Yang's side is in dire straits. Something must have happened to the ministers of the Demon Hunter organization. Fan Yao's thoughts raced as he forcefully repelled the 2 mid-level enemies entangling him. Without waiting for them to regroup and attack, an enigmatic ripple spread from his toes. 1 step, 2 steps, 9 steps, leaving 9 afterimages in his wake. Fan Yao's body had already soared to great heights. With a wave of his hand, a boundless, raging sea of poisonous gas instantly engulfed the entire base's skies. Hiss! The 6 individuals who initially wanted to press their advantage and kill Fan Yao were immediately taken aback. Upon coming into contact with the faintly purplish-red gas, it seemed to come alive, frantically burrowing into their pores. Its destructive power was evident, forcing them to retreat several steps. Hovering midair, Fan Yao's mind exploded with countless images, all of them of the poison-type beasts he had slain before. The vast sea of poison mist churned and began to compress wildly. By the end, even Fan Yao's black eyes carried traces of purplish red, giving him an eerie, demonic aura. Purple serpent, condense. Bronze fog centipede, condense. East ring killer scorpion, condense. Golden-backed toad, condense. Blue-spotted devil ant, condense. Accompanied by cold shouts echoing through the air, one after another, massive phantom beasts leapt into the sky. Their forms solidified, blotting out the sun, raising their necks to howl and roar furiously. Each possessed the strength of the pure origin realm. The earth-shaking roars, like the sound of heaven descending, reverberated across the entire central base. Poisonous gas spread, permeating every corner of the formation. A martial artist who was sprinting looked up and happened to see the lantern-sized purple-red eyes of the golden-backed toad staring straight at him. Instantly, he was almost scared to death, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. He tripped and fell face first into the dirt, but in the next second, scrambled up with a swoosh and bolted away like a streak of lightning. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! A nightmare! This must be a nightmare. Wah, I almost wet myself. Lord Fanyao, can you give us a warning next time? Damn it, you scare me to death. Hiss. These are poison-type demonic beasts from the southeastern Great Forest. A sudden change occurred, and the battles everywhere paused abruptly. Faces filled with shock turned upward, and with just one glance, they recognized the true forms of these beasts, immediately falling into panic. These demonic beasts had been entrenched in the southeastern Great Forest for who knows how long, each one a formidable creature of the pure origin realm. Especially the fearsome copper mist centipede, the most venomous of all. If one were accidentally bitten by it, they would have no choice but to amputate their limbs to save their life. How could this little beast have so much poison to condense these toxic creatures? The 6 people had thought they had already forced Fanyao into a corner, but in the next second, Fanyao shattered their illusions. Go stop them. Having consumed an excessive amount of poison, Fanyao's face turned extremely pale, cold sweat dripping from his forehead as he panted heavily. Pointing at the 6 somewhat panicked individuals, he shouted, "Fool! Does he really think those puppets formed from poison will obey him?" Si Tuji had initially been shocked by Fanyao's move, but quickly resorted to sneering mockery. However, the next second, his laughter ceased. In response to Fanyao's command, the 9 colossal beasts that blotted out the sky fixed their enormous eyes on each individual without hesitation. With a flick of their massive tails or a resonating roar, their bodies coiled and charged furiously, dividing the 8 people among themselves. How is this possible? They actually possess individual intelligence. Si Tuji's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. In the next moment, a sense of foreboding suddenly rose in his heart, and he instinctively looked toward Fanyao not far away. There he saw Fanyao, his cold, emotionless eyes fixed on him. No, fixed on the formation disc in his hands. He wants to steal my formation disc. Almost instantly, Si Tuji guessed Fanyao's intention, and he was struck with terror. The next second, he instinctively tried to flee. But just as he turned around, his steps froze. Fanyao, standing alone in midair, completely blocking his path, handed over. Fanyao's eyes locked tightly on the formation disc Si Tuji held like a treasure, his voice low and cold. Si Tuji's old face twisted, standing motionless in place. Either hand over the formation disc obediently, or I'll cut off your other hand. Fanyao raised the battle axe in his hand and coldly threatened, "All right." Si Tuji's old eyes flickered as he slowly took the formation disc out from his chest and handed it over. Fanyao's gaze shifted slightly as he reached out a hand. However, just as Fanyao's hand touched the formation disc, Si Tuji suddenly raised his head and spat out a stream of black venom, aiming straight for Fanyao's face. Humph! Fanyao snorted coldly, slightly tilted his head, and easily dodged the venom. The venom splashed onto the ground behind him, instantly corroding a deep, foul-smelling hole, showcasing its deadly toxicity. Not good. Seeing his sneak attack fail, Si Tuji was horrified and turned to flee. Without hesitation, Fanyao casually raised his hand, and the axe gleamed coldly. Slash! A severed limb flew into the air and fell to the ground. It was a left hand clutching the formation disc. Ah! Si Tuji let out a blood-curdling scream. Without hesitation, Fanyao swung his axe again, severing Si Tuji's other hand. He then stepped forward to the formation disc, pried the left hand off, and tossed it aside carelessly, not minding the bloodstains on the disc. After examining it for a moment, he frowned. Glancing at Si Tuji, who was writhing on the ground like a wounded animal and wailing miserably, Fanyao's face broke into a gentle smile. "How do you use this formation disc?" Si Tuji gritted his teeth tightly, his eyes filled with deep hatred and unwillingness. Both his hands had been severed by Fanyao, and his enmity with him was as deep as the sea. How could he possibly reveal the method to activate the formation? Not talking? Then I'll cut off your legs too, keep you alive with medicine, and hang you at the entrance of the central base. I'll set up a camera to live stream you 24/7 for martial artists worldwide. Holding the formation disc, Fanyao waved his battle axe and spoke in a calm tone. uttering words that made Si Tuji's face turn green. Si Tuji trembled with rage, unwilling to reveal the information he absolutely didn't want to. But if that were to be his fate, he couldn't accept it either. After a fierce internal struggle, Si Tuji slumped as if all strength had left his body, resigning himself to his fate. He said weakly, "This formation disk requires 9 types of elemental spiritual energy, infused simultaneously to activate. 9 types of elements." Coincidentally, he had 9 types. As if realizing something, Fan Yao immediately looked at the 8 people who were completely entangled and unable to escape, carefully observing the colors of their spiritual energy. Sure enough, there were 8 types. Adding Si Tuji's poison attribute, the total was 9. Fan Yao thought for a moment, but did not immediately attempt to infuse spiritual energy. Instead, he flipped his palm and stored the item in his storage pouch. Seeing this, Si Tuji lowered his head in disappointment. Of course, he hadn't told Fan Yao the correct method of use. He was still hoping Fan Yao would infuse spiritual energy into it and blow himself to pieces. One last question. Where is the formation's core? After storing the formation disk, Fan Yao asked again. Before Si Tuji could answer, Fan Yao raised his battle axe, looking ready to strike at any moment. In the Tianqing training hall, Si Tuji's eyes darted around, seemingly having learned his lesson. He answered promptly, appearing somewhat fearful of Fan Yao's battle axe, and involuntarily shrank back. Seeing this, Fan Yao's eyes darkened, and he raised his hand to summon a blue-striped demon ant. The devil ant is roughly the size of a small hill, its body a purplish-red hue, with short antennae, 6 slender legs, and a massive abdomen adorned with faint blue spots that are barely noticeable unless closely examined. Its appearance seems no different from an ordinary ant. However, the most striking feature is its mutated mandibles, which, when fully opened, are nearly as tall as a person and as sharp as blades. With such enormous and razor-sharp mandibles, there's no doubt that even a slight grind could sever a person entirely. Fan Yao glanced at Si Tuji. The devil ant, originally docile and obedient, lay beside Fan Yao awaiting orders. At Fan Yao's command, the massive devil ant charged at Si Tuji ferociously without hesitation. In his horrified gaze, it clamped him in its jaws. I'll talk. The Array's core is in the Demon Hunter Organization building. Don't kill me. Si Tuji screamed frantically, tears and snot streaming down his face. A foul stench filled the air as yellow liquid dripped from his pants, utterly humiliated. He had wet himself in fear. Si Tuji's terrified expression left Fan Yao astonished. Yet Fan Yao was unaware of the truth. Si Tuji knew all too well the terrifying power of these blue-spotted devil ants. In the past, he had attempted to capture one for poison refinement, sending countless martial artists, including a coach with early-stage pure Yuan realm strength. However, none returned. When he went to investigate, all he found were some hairs, shattered bones, and flesh, no intact remains. Everything had been devoured completely. The bones bore not only the distinctive bite marks of the queen devil ant, but also traces of smaller devil ants gnawing. In short, it was a gruesome sight. The Demon Hunter Organization building, damn it, the ministers. Fan Yao's pupils contracted as he suddenly pieced everything together. The Demon Hunter Organization building sees countless demon hunters coming and going. How could the Array's core be set up unnoticed? There must be a traitor within the organization. No wonder the 5 ministers had yet to arrive. Initially, he thought they were unfamiliar with him, perhaps distrustful, and were discussing matters, thus delaying their arrival. But now it seemed they were already. Damn those old fools. They even planted spies within the Demon Hunter Organization? Fan Yao's face remained emotionless, but his eyes were filled with danger. He reached out and grabbed Si Tuji's neck, forcibly pulling him out of the queen devil ant's jaws. Si Tuji, having lost both hands and now being choked, couldn't he even scream, only emitting incomprehensible guttural sounds from his throat. His face twisted as he watched Fan Yao raise his hand and then plunge it into his chest. Squelch. Si Tuji's eyes widened instantly, his whimpering cut short, and his whites rolled upward like a dead fish, though he was still barely alive. A cruel glint flashed in Fan Yao's eyes as he withdrew his blood-soaked arm. Then his long fingers pierced Situji's abdomen, forcibly reaching into his dantian. For a martial artist, having their dantian violently penetrated was an excruciating pain, far worse than the simultaneous breaking of 12 ribs. At the very moment when Fan Yao drove his hand into Situji's abdomen, even though Situji was already gasping for breath, he couldn't help but let out an ear-piercing, heart-wrenching scream. "You little bastard, you deserve to die, you must die. My life's reputation, all ruined in your hands." Situji used the last of his strength to cry out a mournful wail that seemed to shake the heavens. "I am unwilling." In that instant, everything seemed to freeze. The battle in the sky came to a halt. The fighting on the ground stopped as well. The entire central base seemed to be enveloped by a mysterious force, as though someone had pressed a pause button. A strange and eerie silence descended. The sorrowful roar carried far and wide, filled with grief, overwhelming anger, and hatred, sending chills down the spines of countless people. Countless eyes turned toward the scene. What they saw would be etched into their memories for the rest of their lives. Situji's rolling eyes struggled to focus on Fan Yao with all their might, as if trying to imprint Fan Yao's face into his very bones, searing it into his pupils. His gaze was filled with unwillingness and resentment, so intense it seemed ready to spill over. Not long after, the light in his eyes completely extinguished. His pupils grew dull and lifeless. Blood dripped from his clothes, forming a small puddle on the ground. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fan Yao withdrew his hand without any expression. In his hand was a smooth, grayish orb. This was the poison core of a poison attribute warrior. Fan Yao glanced at the nearby blue-spotted devil ant and casually tossed Situji's corpse into the air. The blue-spotted devil ant immediately sprang forward on its 6 slender legs, catching the falling body in its jaws. Its powerful mandibles clamped shut with a crunch. Situji's body was instantly torn in half, falling lifelessly to the ground. Thud, thud. The sound seemed to echo in everyone's hearts. Master Situ is dead? The 8 pavilion masters, who had been locked in a fierce battle with Fan Yao's venomous beasts, using their commanding level strength to wound the creatures severely, suddenly froze. Just as they were about to finish off the beasts, Situji's dying wail reached their ears. Their eyes went wide, and without a word, they abandoned the fight and scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. "Damn it! You cowardly old bastards! If you've got guts, don't run." The 8's actions made Mo Jun and Zhang Yong stomp their feet in frustration. "Stand down." Just as the two were about to give chase, Fan Yao's voice came from behind them. Turning back, they saw Fan Yao holding a dull gray pill-like object in his hand. Waves of terrifying energy rippled from it, reaching the level of a commanding realm. "That's Situji's poison core." The two were utterly shocked, exchanging glances before a realization struck them. Their faces turned pale, and without delay, they scrambled to find cover, shielding themselves as tightly as possible. He was going to detonate the poison core. Fan Yao was undoubtedly planning to blow up Situji's poison core. A poison core was akin to the inner core of poison attribute warriors, storing all of a warrior's energy within. When cornered, with no hope of survival, some warriors would choose to detonate their inner core, perishing along with their enemies. Previously, a pure essence realm expert from the Wind and Cloud Training Pavilion had attempted this, but failed. However, that was merely a pure essence realm expert. Situji, on the other hand, was a genuine late-stage commanding level warrior. The central base is destined to be completely destroyed today. Zhang Yong glanced at the surrounding ruins with a heavy heart, a trace of sorrow flashing in his eyes. Not only was the central base destroyed, but more than half of the residents within the base had already perished. Some fled, others were injured. A perfectly fine central base had turned into this state. If the leader returned in the future, how would he explain this? Fan Yao didn't even spare a glance at the incomplete corpses, his figure rising into the air as he threw the gray pill in his hand toward the direction of the fleeing group. "Explode." With a soft command, the 9-colored spiritual energy infused into the poisonous pill by Fan Yao instantly became agitated, causing the pill to tremble slightly. Waves of powerful energy rippled out, and for a moment, the world seemed to fall silent. Boom. Immediately afterward, a mushroom cloud rose, and an almost deafening explosion reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Thud, thud, thud. The poisonous pill's energy, belonging to a commander-level expert, spread rapidly in waves. As soon as it swept across the bodies of the 8 Hall Masters, they spat out mouthfuls of blood, falling to the ground like birds with broken wings. In just moments, the 8 Hall Masters, faces filled with terror, were all incapacitated. Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths as they desperately activated their spiritual energy to resist the invasion of the poison. Yet, despite their efforts, some of the poison still entered their bodies through their wounds. Within moments, the poison took effect. Faces turned pale, lips blackened, and blood spots appeared all over their bodies. It didn't take long before their spiritual energy circulation became completely obstructed, and even the spiritual energy barriers on their bodies began to flicker faintly. Eventually, the barriers disappeared entirely, leaving them pale-faced to face the explosion directly. The energy had not yet been fully expended. Like ocean waves, the continuous impacts reached the edges of the formation, causing it to tremble violently, emitting faint vacuum like humming sounds. At the same time, the massive 9-colored light cluster at the top of the rhombus-shaped formation released a glow, forcibly stabilizing the formation. However, even so, the relentless energy waves continued to strike mercilessly, causing constant vibrations. Will it break? Fan Yao casually opened a spiritual energy barrier in front of him, squinting as he examined the formation disk in his hand, a hint of urgency creeping into his heart. The situation at Anqing Base was still unknown, but with the formation spanning across, he couldn't leave. The reason for detonating the poisonous pill was, first, to incapacitate the 8 training hall masters, and second, to see if he could use the most violent method to destroy the formation directly. However, this formation, no matter how inferior, was still supported by the energy of 8 commander-level experts. A mere poisonous pill was unlikely to break it. Sure enough, just as Fan had predicted, even after the poisonous pill's energy was fully released, the formation, though trembling like a sieve, remained intact, showing no signs of collapse. Sigh. Fan Yao let out a breath, a faint look of disappointment in his eyes. As expected, it failed. That left only one last method to break the formation: go to the Demon Hunter Organization's building, locate the formation's core, and destroy it. The formation would naturally collapse. Fan Yao looked into the distance. After the dust settled, the figures of several curators emerged, their faces filled with terror, their bodies covered in injuries, lying motionless on the ground. It was evident that many of their bones were broken, leaving them completely incapable of fighting. Fan Yao glanced at them coldly, pondered for a moment, and suddenly began to move. Initially, his steps were leisurely, but they grew faster and faster until, in the blink of an eye, he was standing before the nearest curator. What? What are you trying to do? The curator stared at Fan Yao, who was approaching against the light, his face filled with horror. He desperately tried to move his severely injured body, but even the slightest movement caused him to grimace in pain. The agony of broken bones and internal injuries brought a trace of despair to his eyes. Fan Yao did not bother to answer his question. Instead, he reached out and grasped something. Clang! A massive, menacingly shaped giant spirit heaven-splitting axe appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the axe was raised high and swung mercilessly toward the man's neck. No, no, don't kill me. I can give you many benefits. Countless money and resources. I can even make you the deputy curator of my training hall. No, the curator. The leader-level expert turned pale with fright, struggling to flip himself over. Using both his hands and feet, he tried to crawl away from Fan Yao's axe, writhing like a worm. However, with his severely injured body, unable to even summon spiritual energy for protection, how could he possibly withstand Fan Yao's giant spirit heaven-splitting axe? Slash. The axe cut into flesh. Because the man had crawled forward a short distance, the blow landed on his waist. With the sharpness of the axe, the leader-level expert was cleaved in two at the waist. His internal organs spilled out onto the ground, a grotesque mix of red and white, emitting an unbearable stench. If there had been a faint-hearted girl present, she might have turned pale and vomited on the spot. Ah! His body split in two instantly. The leader-level expert let out a hoarse, chilling scream, his face contorted in extreme pain. His lower half remained in place, while his upper half, still alive, dragged itself forward with blood-soaked hands, leaving a trail of blood behind. It was as if something terrifying was chasing him, and he was determined to escape even in death. His screams were like those of a vengeful ghost from the depths of hell, sending shivers down the spine. After crawling about 5 meters, the leader-level expert finally ran out of blood. His head tilted to the side, and he stopped breathing. This scene sent chills through the hearts of all the leader-level experts present. They stared at Fan Yao as if he were a grim reaper from hell, their minds on the verge of collapse. How could such a young man, barely 18 years old, be so ruthless, facing the hell he had created with such composure? He's not human. Fan Yao is not human. This guy is a demon. A demon. One of them finally couldn't bear the oppressive atmosphere any longer. The uncontrollable stench of blood filled his nostrils, causing his stomach to churn. The next moment, he retched loudly, vomiting on the spot. The already blood-soaked, putrid air was further tainted with a nauseating sour stench. After vomiting, the man desperately tried to support his body, attempting to get up and escape. Just as he managed to kneel on one knee, he saw Fan Yao's figure flash before him. Staring wide-eyed at the cold, sharp axe blade, despair and deep regret flashed in his eyes. "Situji, you ruined me. It's you who ruined me. If it weren't for you, you old scoundrel, I would still be the master of the 5th training hall at the central base, commanding the wind and rain, living in glory. Why have I ended up like this now?" He regretted it. He should never have listened to Situji's slander back then, claiming that if the 9 of them joined forces, Fan Yao would surely meet his death. Once Fan Yao was dead, the central base would be divided among the 9 of them. Now it all seemed like nonsense. The regret in the man's heart was almost visibly etched on his face, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. In the end, he watched helplessly as Fan Yao struck, completely losing the will to resist. But no matter how much regret he felt, where in the world could he find a remedy for it? Thud! His head was cleanly severed, and he died quickly, spared from prolonged suffering. This could be considered the only respect given to his opponent's strength. Thus, the second leader-level powerhouse fell. Of the 8 hall masters, only 6 remained. At this moment, they were all terrified out of their wits. Some abandoned their dignity as hall masters, crying and begging for mercy. Some had completely lost the will to live, collapsing on the spot and waiting for death. Others, somehow finding strength, leapt into the sky in an attempt to escape, only to be intercepted by the vigilant Zhang Yong and Emoja. Among those trying to escape was Jian Nanxiao. Watching Fan Yao approach, killing one hall master after another with his axe, Jian Nanxiao's panic overwhelmed his reason, and his mind became a chaotic mess of numbers. 3rd, 4th, 7th. In the end, only he remained. Jian Nanxiao held a high status at the central base and considered himself a gentleman. Normally, he would never do anything to tarnish his reputation, always speaking with an air of arrogance and authority. But now, witnessing Fan Yao's emotionless slaughter with such cruel methods, almost every hall master died with twisted limbs, as if they had endured the most brutal torture. Who isn't afraid of death? Fan Yao, I beg you, spare me, spare me. It was all Situji's doing. I never wanted to be your enemy. Jian Nanxiao stared blankly at Fan Yao, who was now only inches away, muttering almost incoherently. Words like that, save them for your next life. Fan Yao's face seemed to be covered in a layer of ice, his profile stained with specks of blood, making him appear even colder and more ruthless. The menacing weapon in his hand, like the soul-reaping scythe of the underworld's messengers, gleamed with a chilling red light from the blood it had absorbed. After speaking, Fan Yao raised the massive heaven-splitting axe. Seeing this, Jian Nanxiao's heart sank slowly, icy cold, as if it had fallen into a frozen abyss, his entire body trembling. Suddenly, wait. Don't you want to know about the situation at Anqing Base? Jian Nanxiao suddenly seemed to remember something, as if grasping at the last straw to save his life. He shouted frantically, his words incoherent with excitement, as though he had seen a glimmer of hope for survival. He lunged forward and grabbed Fan Yao's legs, crying out, I know, I know. The inside story of Fengyan Training Hall sending people to attack Anqing base. They all don't know, only I know. If you let me go, I'll tell you everything. Jian Nanxiao pleaded tearfully. You know? Fan Yao's pupils contracted. The next second, he mercilessly kicked Jian Nanxiao away and shouted sternly, Speak. Jian Nanxiao was sent flying, his chest hit hard, and he immediately felt a sharp pain. With a pft, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His throat moved a few times before he stammered. Let me go first, or you'll never know. You think you still have the right to negotiate with me? Fan Yao's patience ran out, and he asked dangerously. Hearing Fan Yao's words, Jian Nanxiao swallowed hard, unwilling to give up. Today, you must have heard that Situ Ji plans to target Anqing base, which is why you rushed over, right? At this moment, Zhang Yong and Mo Zhen also arrived. Hearing Jian Nanxiao's words, they were both shocked and glanced at Fan Yao, whose face was icy cold. Could something have happened to Anqing base? Continue. Fan Yao's eyes flickered slightly, his tone indifferent, yet it sent chills down one's spine. Jian Nanxiao dared not delay further, fearing that Fan Yao might strike him down with an axe. He quickly said, Situ Ji did indeed discuss this with us earlier, but after the meeting, I accidentally discovered Lu Mufeng. She has long been dissatisfied with Situ Ji. She set out earlier than the troops sent by Situ Ji to Anqing base to deliver the news. Jian Nanxiao tried hard to recall the scene from that day, his eyes flickering as he spoke. Lu Mufeng? Fan Yao's giant axe paused on the ground as he pondered. Wasn't she the absent master of the top 10 training halls that Mo Zhen had just mentioned? But why would she help him? Fan Yao, what Jian Nanxiao said is very likely true. Lu Mufeng has been dissatisfied with Situ Ji's monopolistic behavior for a long time. Mo Zhen quickly interjected, as if recalling something, and said, however, due to the disparity in strength, she couldn't openly oppose him and could only act perfunctorily, such as completing 6/10 of the work for 10 tasks or meeting 5 out of 10 targets. Now that Situ Ji has held a meeting, Lu Mufeng naturally knows. With the strength of a leader-level expert taking action, Anqing base shouldn't face a major disaster. Mo Zhen analyzed carefully, trying to reassure him. Phew. After hearing Mo Zhen's explanation, Fan Yao nodded slightly, furrowing his brows as he exhaled lightly. With the unexpected help of a leader-level expert, he should have felt reassured. Yet, for some reason, he still felt uneasy, as if his heart was overburdened and tightening. Fan Yao, I've told you everything. You can let me go now, right? Jian Nanxiao asked cautiously, seeing that Fan Yao showed no intention of stepping aside. Let you go. Fan Yao's lips curled into a somewhat sinister smile. When did I ever agree to that? You break your word. Hearing this, Jian Nanxiao's eyes widened in shock. Fan Yao glanced at him with a faint smile, then suddenly raised his hand and struck Jian Nanxiao at the back of his neck with a knife hand strike, knocking him out cold. Like throwing out the trash, Fan Yao tossed him to Mo Zhen and said, the formation's core is in the Demon Hunter Organization's building. Without wasting another moment, Fan Yao took the lead, stepping into the air and swiftly flying toward the center of the base, leaving the other two standing there, still in shock. The formation core is in the Demon Hunter Organization? Zhang Yong looked dumbfounded, an ominous feeling slowly rising in his chest. In the next second, he hurriedly stepped into the air, following in Fan Yao's footsteps. Wait for me, old man. Mo Zhen quickly followed as well. The Demon Hunter Organization's building. The entire building was tilted, half collapsed, yet still unrepaired. After enduring 2 ruthless assaults, this landmark structure of the central base was riddled with scars. The financial department. Every office computer here had been utterly destroyed. Wires were torn out, sparking wildly, and snow-white documents were scattered everywhere, covering the floor like a heavy snowfall of feathers. Boom, boom. The sounds of slicing and hacking filled the air. That old bastard Situ Ji is utterly useless. A guaranteed victory, and he still managed to screw it all up? Now he's dragging me down with him. CFA stood before an enormous safe, nearly the size of a wall. He had somehow procured a sword, and with gritted teeth, he swung it furiously, cursing as he hacked at the safe. Scattered around him were broken and dulled swords, evidence of the safe's incredibly high security. He had been chopping at it for a long time, but still failed to crack it open. Clearly, his intention was to break into the safe and escape with the money. Damn it, the key is missing, and I can't chop it open. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? After hacking for what felt like forever, the ridiculously secure safe remained intact. CFA began to panic, pacing anxiously like an ant on a hot pan. He was certain Fan Yao would arrive here very soon, and if he got caught, his fate would be no better than those training hall masters. And fleeing wasn't an option, either running now would be like openly admitting guilt. What should he do? CFA pondered for a moment, then glanced at the sword in his hand. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed with a plan, and a ruthless glint flashed across his gaze. Gritting his teeth, he raised the sword and plunged it into his own abdomen, deliberately avoiding any vital organs. Uft! Hiss! CFA sharply inhaled through his teeth, enduring the pain as he pulled the sword back out and tossed it aside. Clutching his wound, he couldn't help but curse internally. After a moment, he smeared some of his blood from the wound onto his clothes, hands, and face, making it look as natural and miserable as possible. Once he finished, he staggered downstairs, clutching his wound as if barely able to stand. Meanwhile, in front of the crooked, shattered main entrance, a large crowd of demon hunters had gathered. They stared hesitantly into the dark corridor, unsure whether to proceed. The group murmured and shifted uneasily. Do we really need to search the demon hunter organization too? I mean, it's highly unlikely the core is here, right? But what if? What if there's even a 1 in 10,000 chance? We've already searched everywhere else and found no trace of the formation core. This is the only place left. Still, I don't think it's likely. We've been in and out of here hundreds of times, and we've never seen anything remotely resembling a formation core. Besides, this is the demon hunting organization. Sidhu must have been out of his mind to set the array here. What are you afraid of? The demon hunting organization is probably empty now. Just go in and take a look. Haven't we entered buildings often before? Someone spoke while summoning courage and cautiously walking inside. Lord Fan Yao entrusted this matter to us, so we must meticulously search the entire central base. Otherwise, how can we report back to Lord Fan Yao? Say we searched everywhere except the building? That would be ridiculous. Hearing this, the demon hunters nodded in agreement, waved their hands, and moved forward. Let's go, head inside, and search thoroughly. However, just as they were about to step through the door, a bloodied figure suddenly rushed out from the corner of the staircase, startling them. They stared at the bloodied person, exchanged glances, and finally recognized his identity. Minister of Finance. CFA? How did this happen? Two demon hunters saw that he couldn't even stand and quickly went to support him. Don't go in, absolutely don't go in. There's an extremely powerful individual ambushing inside. CFA weakly warned, his eyes rolling. At that moment, 4 figures descended from the sky, revealing themselves. Fan Yao immediately noticed the bloodied figure with his head hanging low and scrutinized him with a frown. Lord Fan Yao. The demon hunters, upon seeing him, were instantly overjoyed, their eyes lighting up as they greeted him. Lord Fan Yao had arrived at just the right time. Facing the enthusiastic greetings of the demon hunters, Fan Yao responded with a smile. How did Fan Yao arrive so quickly? CFA hadn't actually lost consciousness, he was merely pretending to be dazed. Upon hearing their voices, his body trembled slightly, his muscles involuntarily tensed, and it took him a while to relax. He had to act as naturally as possible, ensuring he didn't give himself away. With this thought, he slowly raised his head, looking ahead at the 3 figures with a somewhat confused expression, as if he couldn't see clearly. He even squinted slightly, as though his gaze couldn't focus. Soon, he seemed to recognize them, and a sudden surge of excitement appeared on his face. Stumbling forward, he directly rushed over. Minister Zhang, I finally found you. CFA staggered, acting as if he didn't recognize Fan Yao, and ran straight to Zhang Yong, crying out as if he had reunited with a long-lost relative, bursting into tears. CFA. Because the other man's face was covered in blood, Zhang Yong initially didn't recognize him. It wasn't until he heard Xie Fei's familiar voice that he was startled and quickly supported him. Before he could steady himself, he urgently asked, "What happened to you? Were you attacked? Are you the only one left? What about the other ministers?" "Yes, we were attacked. And it was an ambush. All the other ministers are dead. I fought desperately to survive and barely escaped with my life." Xie Fei wiped the tears he had forced out, his face full of sorrow, and replied evasively, "What? All dead?" Upon hearing this, everyone present was deeply moved, their faces showing pity. A once mighty demon hunting organization now had only Zhang Yong left as a minister. How could this not evoke sighs and lamentation? Dead, dead, all dead. Zhang Yong was struck as if by lightning, his face pale as he unconsciously repeated the words, staggering back a few steps, almost collapsing to the ground. However, he quickly forced himself to regain his composure, tightly grabbing Xie Fei, his bloodshot eyes fixed on him. What happened? How could there be internal strife? No wonder they were so late. Why, yes, that's it. We were just about to go and support. Zhang Yong barely managed to muster a trace of sorrow and anger, but before he could act on it, another voice interrupted him. "Where are their bodies? Take us there." Everyone froze and immediately turned to look at Fan Yao. His expression, though grim, was extremely composed as he pointed out the most crucial question. Fan Yao had never been one to believe a single person's account. He needed to see with his own eyes and hear with his own ears. There, still in the building, Xie Fei's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help clenching his fists, silently cursing that Fan Yao was indeed not an easy person to deal with. He replied in a low voice. "Lead the way," Fan Yao repeated. "All right." Xie Fei cursed inwardly, clutching his abdomen as if enduring unbearable pain. His steps were extremely unsteady, making people worry whether he might collapse and die in the next second. Soon, Xie Fei led them to the basement level. As soon as the door opened, everyone turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. For ministers lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies long, cold, and stiff. The knife wounds on their necks were deep enough to expose bone, their bodies covered in blood, and even the floor was stained, the blood having turned dark red over time. Each face was contorted in extreme expressions of disbelief and despairing anger. Zhang Yong's face was blank as he leaned weakly against the wall behind him, sliding down in defeat, clutching his hair in agony. All dead. The once thriving demon hunting organization now had only him and Xie Fei left as ministers. Xie Fei also squeezed out a few tears, raising his head to look at the ceiling in sorrow, as if unable to bear looking any longer. "Fan Yao, look." Mo Zhen shook his head, walking to Fan Yao's side and speaking softly. Fan Yao took a deep breath, carefully avoiding the blood on the ground, and approached the ministers' bodies. After a moment of silence, he reached out and gently touched them. The wounds were large, their bodies almost drained of blood, with no signs of struggle. A single fatal blow, it was clearly an ambush. Moreover, these were stab wounds from a dagger. When hunting demons, Fan Yao often used a dagger to extract demon cores and venom glands, so he was familiar with the marks left by daggers. But here was the problem. Where was the dagger? Fan Yao scanned the surroundings again, but found no trace of the dagger, leaving him puzzled. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to Xie Fei, whose face was filled with sorrow. Although Xie Fei wasn't directly watching Fan Yao, his entire focus and attention were on him. He had already planned his escape route, waiting to see how the situation would unfold. Fan Yao's sudden scrutiny almost made him reveal his true intentions. "Minister Xie, you must be injured too, right? I apologize for making you lead the way earlier. How about I take a look at your injuries?" Fan Yao approached Xie Fei. Xie Fei instinctively wanted to step back, but managed to hold himself still. After a moment of thought, he forced a sincere smile to his lips. "No need, I can handle it. For now, the priority is to collect the bodies of the ministers." "That's not quite the right way to put it, Minister Xie. The demon hunting organization only has 2 ministers left. If you die because you didn't stop the bleeding and apply medicine in time." Fan Yao smiled meaningfully. "Wouldn't that make me guilty of a great sin?" "Really, there's no need." Xie Fei refused with a grim expression. However, Fan Yao showed no intention of letting him off. He stepped closer, and suddenly, A burst of icy light emerged from his palm, instantly freezing Xie Fei's clothes into fragments. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Xie Fei's mind. Fan Yao was already suspicious of him. Without hesitation, he followed the escape route he had planned earlier, leaping into the air. The powerful aura of the pure Yuan realm spread out as he dashed toward the exit in an instant. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Humph! Fan Yao snorted coldly, waving his hand. On Xie Fei's escape path, layers of solid ice appeared, forming a massive ice sphere that instantly encased Xie Fei entirely. Only then did Zhang Yong react, staring at Fan Yao in a daze as if he had just realized something. His expression quickly turned fierce as he glared at Xie Fei, gritting his teeth in rage. Inside the ice sphere, Xie Fei knew he had been exposed. He stopped pretending and unleashed his spiritual energy, roaring as he struck the ice sphere in front of him. The continuous booming sounds echoed. Yet, despite the ferocious assault, the seemingly fragile ice sphere remained unshaken, as solid as a fortress. Stop struggling. You can't escape. Fan Yao exhaled lightly, confirming his suspicions. He clenched his hand, and the ice sphere began to shrink slowly, eventually transforming into a cross-like shape, crystal clear. It encased Xie Fei like seafood wrapped in ice. Please, search this building for the formation core and destroy it, Fan Yao said, turning to the demon hunters after securing Xie Fei. They nodded quickly and hurried off to find the formation core. You? It was you. So it was you who killed them. Zhang Yong staggered to his feet, his body unsteady, staring at the ice sphere in disbelief. The fury and sorrow in his eyes seemed almost tangible, ready to tear Xie Fei apart. They were your comrades, your brothers in arms. You worked together for so many years, yet you didn't hesitate for a moment to strike them down. At this point, Xie Fei no longer bothered to pretend. It was just a few ministers who died. We can recruit more later. If you kill me now, the demon hunting organization will be left with only you. When the master returns, I'd like to see how you explain yourself. Beast. You beast. Zhang Yong trembled as he pointed at Xie Fei, his face flushing red. Moments later, his body shuddered, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Emo Zhen reacted quickly, catching him in time. With Zhang Yong in one arm and Jian Nanxiao in the other, he carried them under his arms, looking somewhat comical. Seeing this, Fan Yao, without a word, controlled the ice sphere to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ignoring Xie Fei's pleas and screams, he crushed him into pieces of mangled flesh. Almost at the same time, an earth-shaking cheer erupted from the floors below their feet. The formation has broken. Realizing this, an urgency surged in Fan Yao's heart. He quickly ran out of the building and looked toward the sky. Crack, crack. The loud sound of shattering echoed. Fragments of the formation, glowing with 9 colors, fell piece by piece as if struck by a heavy blow. Before long, a massive void was revealed in the sky. Deeply worried about the situation at the Anqing base, Fan Yao's body moved lightly. He stepped into the clouds, dashed through the void, and rushed out without leaving a single word. Emotion understood his urgency and said nothing. At this point, nearly all the commanders of the 10 training halls had been slain by Fan Yao, and the crisis at the central base had been resolved. However, as for the Anqing base, the situation there was far less certain. Fan Yao's actions were entirely understandable. Finally, it's over. Emotion grinned. This battle had felt like it lasted for centuries. He quickly began organizing the ecstatic demon hunters who poured out of the building, setting up temporary shelters and cleaning the battlefield, utterly absorbed in the work. At that moment, hundreds of kilometers away from the central base, in a vast and desolate marshland, a heart-pounding escape was unfolding. A massive crowd surged forward like a black tide, heads bobbing up and down. A rough estimate suggested there were tens of thousands of people equal to the total population of a small base. The outermost layer was clearly composed of warriors, armed with weapons and their faces filled with vigilance. In the middle were ordinary people carrying backpacks, rushing forward frantically. Everyone's faces were filled with terror. They kept glancing back, not daring to stop for even a moment, as if pausing would mean losing their lives. The prolonged flight had left them gasping for breath. Their eyes were shadowed with exhaustion, their dark circles so heavy they resembled pandas. Their expressions were grim. It wasn't just the ordinary people, even some of the martial artists among them, those at the Xiantian and even Zhongtian levels, looked pale, their strength sustained only by sheer willpower. At the very front of the crowd were several familiar faces, all fatigued and panicked. Among them were Hua Gang, Fan Wenxi, Fang Yingying, Fang Pingtao, Lei Hong, and others Fan Yao's relatives and friends from the Anqing base. Fan Wenxi, the girl who often slacked off in her training and snacked when Fan Yao wasn't around, now looked utterly disheveled. Yet, her bright eyes were full of determination. Her lips were tightly pressed together, and her vigilant gaze scanned the surroundings, ready for any possible appearance of a demon beast. Her aura was clearly much stronger than it had been 6 months ago. Hua Gang's mouth was stained with blood, and his crutch had long been discarded. His clothes were covered in bloodstains, and his face bore an ashen hue of death. His eyes were half closed, as if he were on the verge of collapse. His injuries were severe, leaving others worried that he might stop breathing at any moment. In just 6 months, he appeared even older, like a man standing at death's door. Fang Yingying's eyes and nose were red. Her face, battered by the wind, showed signs of intense pain, and she could barely keep her eyes open. Her frail body stumbled as she ran amidst the crowd. Fang Pingtao, the head of the Fang family, who had once taken good care of Fan Yao, seemed to have neglected his beard for a long time. Stubble had grown out, mixed with blood and sand, clumping his beard into strands, making him look extremely disheveled. He clutched his chest, holding a slightly trembling long knife in his hand, its tip already cracked. As for Lei Hong, he kept his head slightly lowered as he hurried along. If one looked closely, they would notice that where his eyes should have been, there were only 2 large bloody holes, his eyeballs long gone. Unable to see the road, he could only rely on others' support to keep up with the group. Fan Wenxi felt the intense waves of battle coming from behind. Supporting Hua Gang, she turned her head to look back and couldn't help but speak. I wonder if Sister Mufing can hold on. Earlier, she was injured by a strike from 2 pure origin realm fighters while saving me, and she hasn't even had time to heal. Don't worry, Wenxi. Although Sister Lu is a woman, she possesses the extraordinary strength of the commanding realm. She won't go down so easily. Fang Pingtao, seeing her concern, replied without stopping his steps. Hearing Fang Pengtao's casual mention of life and death, Fan Wenxi rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. When Sister Mufing arrived at our central base, she was already exhausted. Do you even know how far the central base is from our Anqing base? I was just trying to be optimistic, Fang Pengtao replied awkwardly. At that moment, Hua Gang suddenly let out a series of heart-wrenching coughs, his face flushing with an eerie redness. His back arched like a shrimp, and it seemed as if he was about to cough his lungs out. Old Hua, you must hold on. Once we find my brother, those pure origin realm fighters will be nothing. Fan Wenxi's expression changed slightly as she looked at Hua Gang's pale face with concern, urgently calling out to him. As her words fell, the surrounding people couldn't help but feel deeply moved. For so long, the tens of thousands of them had endured, clinging to that one name. It was that name that had kept them going until now. The ruler of their Anqing base, who had once saved it from disaster and restored peace and harmony, had become a legendary figure in their hearts, a symbol of faith, and the benchmark of the entire base. If anyone from another base dared to insult their ruler or speak disrespectfully, they would fight that person to the death without hesitation. The reason was simple. The light that belonged to them, the hope that illuminated their lives, was not to be defiled. You're right, but if Fan Yao were here, he wouldn't have allowed Anqing base to fall into such a dire situation. Mentioning Fan Yao, Hua Gang's face slightly improved, and a faint smile seemed to appear at the corner of his lips. His eyes reflected a sense of nostalgia, as if recalling the days when Fan Yao was at Anqing base. That boy had an unparalleled and terrifying talent. During his cultivation, he would often cause alarming disturbances, throwing the entire Anqing base into chaos. Then, every time he appeared before this old man, his strength would have leapt forward by bounds. In just a few months, Fan Yao had surpassed Hua Gang's meager strength. How strong was that boy now? Before leaving Anqing, he had already reached the early stage of the pure origin realm. Now, after so much time has passed, he must have made further progress, right? Mid-stage of the pure origin realm? Or perhaps the late stage? Surely he wouldn't have directly jumped to the commanding realm, would he? Perhaps the continuous toil and the lingering severe injuries on his body caused Huagang's mind to wander, with all sorts of speculations flooding in. His thoughts were even more active than usual, yet he didn't feel anything amiss or exaggerated. In his view, Fan Yao's potential was boundless even if he were to leap to the creation realm above the commanding realm overnight. It wouldn't be surprising. Whoosh at that moment. A sharp sound of wind breaking suddenly came from the rear of the large group. Pursuers? Everyone's expressions changed instantly, their faces filled with shock as they looked back. But within the streaking light, a graceful figure faintly appeared. Director Liu. Someone saw clearly, and when the distance closed enough to discern her features, the wariness and fear on their faces instantly vanished, replaced by an exclamation. About half a month ago, this woman named Lu Mufeng had arrived at their Anqing base, bringing news that caused an uproar across the entire base. The central base, the foremost power, the Storm Training Hall, had dispatched a total of 8 pure origin realm experts to attack the Anqing base and abduct Miss Wenxi and the eldest daughter of the Fong family. 8 pure origin realm experts. Just one pure origin realm expert would already spell disaster. 8 pure origin realm experts could completely destroy the Anqing base 8 times over. Initially, they didn't believe the news at all and naturally wouldn't agree to her suggestion of relocating the entire base. They even wanted to drive her out, accusing her of spreading false rumors. It wasn't until she mentioned a name Fan Yao. With that, even the demon hunting organization had to take it seriously, stepping forward to confront her. Thus, they learned about Fan Yao's spectacular exploits at the central base. Things like defeating 4 deputy directors in succession, severely injuring the director of the Storm Training Hall, and the mobilization of tens of thousands of martial artists to encircle the southeastern Great Forest. One event after another stirred their blood and filled them with excitement. Lu Mufeng's account was full of praise and admiration for Fan Yao, which made them feel proud by association. The light didn't pause for a moment and directly landed at the forefront of the group, finally transforming into a devilishly alluring figure. It was Lu Mufeng. As soon as Lu Mufeng steadied herself, she coughed up a small mouthful of blood. Her long hair was disheveled, her face pale, and her figure staggered a few times before she managed to stand firm. Clearly, even with her commanding realm strength, facing 8 pure origin realm experts while carrying injuries from a sneak attack had been quite taxing. I've temporarily used some methods to hold off those 8 pure origin realm experts. They shouldn't catch up too quickly, Lu Mufeng said to Huagang, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Director Lu, you've worked hard, Huagang said joyfully. Phew. Everyone also let out a sigh of relief, their tense nerves over the past days finally relaxing, and smiles of relief appeared on their faces. Director Lu, please suppress your injuries quickly. Someone suddenly shouted, and then, from some corner of the crowd, piles of medicine and bandages were passed forward, one person handing them to the next, until they reached Lu Mufeng. Previously, if it hadn't been for Lu Mufeng coming to deliver the warning, allowing them to prepare in advance and evacuate many ordinary people, the residents of Anqing Base would have suffered over 80% casualties under the siege of 8 pure origin realm attackers. But now, they managed to preserve over 90% of the population, with most of the casualties being among the martial artists and beast hunters who encountered the monsters. Ordinary people were well protected and remained unharmed. Thank you. Facing the goodwill of the residents, Lu Mufeng accepted it with a smile. Looking at the snow-white gauze in her hand, a warm feeling swept through her heart. When she first arrived at Anqing Base to deliver the warning, she wasn't treated like this at all. Initially, she thought she would have to spend a lot of effort convincing them. Unexpectedly, after she mentioned Fan Yao's deeds to gain their trust, she inexplicably earned the trust of the entire base. Following her words, the entire base mobilized and began preparing for the migration, with results that were astonishingly effective and immediate. Why did they trust her so easily? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she casually stopped someone to ask. She vaguely remembered the martial artist with a face full of reverence saying, "As long as you praise the leader, we are brothers and sisters, and we believe everything you say." Later, during the massive migration operation, she gradually realized from the scattered conversations of the people that everyone in the base was a fervent fan of Fan Yao. Suddenly, Jia Jia, what a touching scene. Are you holding a memorial service? A sharp, grating laugh rang out, as rough as sandpaper grinding against the ground. As the sound reached everyone's ears, Lu Mufing froze, the warm smile on her face slowly fading into an expression of disbelief. Dai Longji, you actually broke out of the living water prison? Huh, what living water prison? It was as fragile as paper, easily broken. Lu Mufing, it seems your commanding realm strength is somewhat exaggerated. At the rear of the group, 8 figures rapidly approached, arriving in front of them within moments. They transformed into 8 middle-aged men, laughing heartily, their bodies bearing some injuries. However, compared to the nearly fatal injuries of Lu Mufing and Hua Gang, their wounds were much lighter. How did they catch up so quickly? Damn it. It must be because Master Lu was severely injured, affecting her strength, which allowed them to escape so easily. As the 8 figures appeared, everyone's expressions froze, and a wave of panic quickly spread. Despair filled their faces. After such a long time of fleeing, they were already physically and mentally exhausted, completely drained of energy and spirit. Having witnessed the overwhelming power of the pure origin realm, they couldn't muster even the slightest thought of resistance. All they could think about was running, reaching the central base, where they could be saved. But now, with the central base still 7 or 8 days away, and their leader unaware of the crisis facing Anqing base, what could they do? Were they really going to let tens of thousands of people die here in the desolate wilderness? Without saying a word, Lu Mufing stepped forward, her figure instantly appearing in midair. Big Sister Mufing. Fan Wenxi clenched her silver teeth tightly. Since these 8 people could easily tear apart Lu Mufing's attack, it showed that their combat strength was well preserved, while Lu Mufing didn't even have time to bandage his wounds. How could they possibly fight like this? Wenxi girl, you all go first, I'll stay behind. Hua Gang took a deep breath, suddenly stopped in his tracks, his face showing a hint of resoluteness, and spoke abruptly. Everyone was momentarily stunned, and after understanding Hua Gang's intention, a fierce wave of objections erupted. Facing the crowd's chaotic protests, Hua Gang waved his hand and smiled, saying, I have the last trump card left by Fan Yao in my hand. Survival won't be a problem. Hua Lao, is what you said true? What trump card did my elder brother leave behind? Fan Wenxi could hardly believe what she had heard, and asked excitedly. This, you'll find out later. Hua Gang chuckled as he glanced at Fan Wenxi, his face carrying a faint smile. After giving a vague explanation, he urged the group to leave. The group exchanged glances, and out of trust in Fan Yao, they were already 70% convinced. After hesitating for a moment, they began to move, fleeing in a grand escape. With so many of them staying here, it would be like dragging a burden, doing more harm than good. Moreover, since Hua Lao had something left by Fan Yao, its power must be extremely strong, and it might even turn the tide of the battle. Hua Gang exhaled lightly, his body moved, barely stepping into the air. Facing the 8 people opposite him, his eyes were cold and stern. Hua Lao, why are you here? Lu Mufing, holding a 3-foot green blade that had appeared in his hand at some point, was surprised to see Hua Gang approaching. How could I let the curator of Lu's base fight desperately for me? Hua Gang said boldly. Then his old face gradually turned solemn, and a faint golden light flickered in his palm. Hearing this, Lu Mufing remained silent, her cold and beautiful face glancing disdainfully at the well-dressed beasts in human clothing opposite her. She was utterly contemptuous of them. Humph. Disregarding the peace treaty between bases and persecuting tens of thousands of people like this, if word of this gets out, the entire world will condemn your Fengyun training hall. Hee. History is only written by the victors. As long as we kill you all here and slaughter those tens of thousands of people, who will know what we've done? Dai Longji lightly flicked the sleeve of his suit, glanced at Hua Gang, whom he considered so weak as to be negligible, and directly ignored him, laughingly spitting out 2 words, lowly scum. Lu Mufeng clenched her fists tightly, her delicate body trembling slightly, and a flush of anger surged on her beautiful face. Any woman hearing such an insult would surely be unable to ignore it. You betrayed Fengyun Training Hall, betrayed our curator, and I haven't even settled that score with you yet. And now you have the audacity to criticize me? Lowly scum truly have thick skin. Dai Longji, seeing that he had angered Lu Mufeng, showed no intention of restraining himself and became even more aggressive in his words. At the same time, his ambiguous gaze swept over Lu Mufeng's explosively alluring figure, a nauseating desire flashing in his eyes. Lu Mufeng took several deep breaths, and in the next moment, her figure moved, initiating an attack. Terrifying waves of energy rippled outward, and amidst the flashing figures, it was impossible to distinguish who was who. While I'm still alive, just activate it directly. Huagang, who had been left aside, felt the impact of this energy and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Without hesitation, he flipped his palm, and a golden light was exposed to the air. He raised his hand and injected a bit of spiritual power. After sensing the faint, terrifying fluctuations emanating from it, as if it were a hot potato, he immediately threw it into the sky. The golden light soared upward, finally halting at the highest point in the sky, where the eerie fluctuations grew even stronger. These fluctuations were quickly noticed by the few people engaged in battle. Dai Longji struck Lu Mufeng with a palm, forcing her back. Staring at the rapidly gathering dark clouds, he seemed to recall something and roared in shock and anger. This is bad. It's Fan Yao's martial technique. Run! Dai Longji let out an angry roar and immediately turned to flee, not even bothering to kill anyone. This old man, how could he possibly use Fan Yao's martial technique? Where do you think you're going? Seeing the thunderclouds already brewing lightning, Lu Mufeng's face turned pale as memories of that earth-shattering battle were awakened. Her body instinctively told her to run, but her rationality forced her to stay. Dai Longji, you must pay the price for what you said. Lu Mufeng's eyes turned icy cold as she shouted, "Raging torrent strike." Within 100-mile radius, an extremely dense water element energy surged, cascading like raging waterfalls suspended in the sky. The tangible azure water waves splashed onto people's bodies and faces, bringing a chilling sensation. The water's pressure, strong enough to pierce through steel plates, viciously slammed the group together. You wretched woman. Dai Longji cursed angrily. At the same time, in the sky above, the thunder dragon finished condensing and mercilessly struck down. A bolt of lightning descended. 1,000 miles away. The heavenly thunder trigger has been activated. A figure speeding through the air suddenly trembled slightly, their movement shifting from extreme motion to complete stillness, revealing a young face stained with blood. Over there. Fan Yao carefully discerned the sensation in his heart, then abruptly changed direction, dashing madly toward the source of the fluctuations in the left front direction. In the wilderness, massive clusters of pitch-black clouds gathered ominously. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning serpents slithered, thunder flashed, and bolts of lightning as thick as thighs struck down in fury, carving massive cracks into the barren land. At the center of the lightning strikes, 8 figures were drenched, battered, and bloodied, their bodies collapsing. Their once pristine white shirts were stained with a faint red, only to be quickly washed away by the violent water currents. Moreover, silver-white lightning seemed to dance across their bodies, and due to water's conductivity, it lingered for a long time, leaving them convulsing uncontrollably as if in a seizure. After about 5 minutes, the lightning gradually ceased. The 8 figures lay motionless on the ground like ragdolls, as if they were dead. The power seems much weaker than when Fan Yao used it. As expected, it's a difference in strength. Huagang, who had hidden far away, watched the scene with a faint trace of joy on his face. Naturally, he also noticed the subtle differences and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. The gap in strength truly cannot be bridged, no matter what. Old Hua, a voice called out. Lu Mufeng finally managed to escape the range of the martial technique, swallowing hard, her red lips slightly pale. No wonder you stayed behind. Turns out you had a trick up your sleeve. Our leader is far-sighted. He deliberately left this behind when he departed from the Anqing base, Huagang habitually boasted, then quickly added, but the power between the two is completely incomparable. They're probably just temporarily stunned and will wake up soon. There's no time to lose. Let's go quickly. All right. Upon hearing this, Lu Mufeng quickly nodded. However, after running for just over 10 minutes, a furious roar came from behind. I'll kill you. The two turned their heads in shock, only to see three figures, burning with rage, charging toward them. Dai Longji and the other two pure origin realm experts hadn't died from the lightning strike. Damn it, three of them are still alive. Huagang's face changed drastically, and before he could finish his sentence, Dai Longji and four other figures, disheveled and battered, appeared before them, completely blocking their retreat. Without another word, the four of them attacked simultaneously, the terrifying aura of the pure origin realm enveloping the heavens and earth. Kill this old man first. Dai Longji roared in fury, the severe injuries within his body pushing him to the brink of collapse. He couldn't believe that coming to destroy a small base had left him so gravely wounded. Not only that, the opponent was merely a minor Unity realm cultivator. If word got out, how could they face anyone? The more Dai Longji thought about it, the angrier he became. The spiritual energy in his hand transformed into a massive blade hundreds of meters long, radiating a chilling sharpness as it mercilessly slashed toward Huagang. Huagang's face turned pale. There was no way he could dodge the enraged strike of a pure origin realm expert. Dai Longji, you bastard, how dare you? Lu Mufeng's eyes widened in fury, her figure moving as she tried to rescue Huagang. But unexpectedly, two other figures directly blocked her path. Cheap woman, we'll deal with you first. The two pure origin realm experts unleashed their martial techniques, their eyes filled with malice. Once their techniques were fully formed, they mercilessly launched their attacks. Clear Wind Blade, Fireball, Water Shield. Lu Mufeng's expression changed drastically, her heart filled with urgency and anger. She gritted her teeth tightly, and a thin water shield appeared before her, its surface rippling with water waves, exuding a mysterious aura. Sizzle! The wind blade and fireball struck the water shield, their attacks neutralizing each other. The water shield visibly thinned at an alarming rate, and finally, it shattered completely. Damn it! Lu Mufeng exclaimed in shock. Haha, cheap woman, die. The two men, seeing this, were instantly overjoyed, showing no mercy as they pursued their advantage with ferocious expressions. Lu Mufeng's heart sank completely. The wind blade and fireball rapidly enlarged in her vision, and her delicate skin already felt the pain of being cut and burned. She closed her eyes tightly, resigning herself to death. However, after a long time, the expected pain never came. Instead, it felt a bit cold. She opened her eyes in confusion, only to be shocked to find a thick layer of solid ice in front of her, radiating a terrifying chill that made her shiver uncontrollably. Through the thick ice, she could see the two people who had attacked her were now sealed within the ice, frozen in the posture of executing their martial techniques, completely motionless. With the ice layer isolating them, she couldn't sense their presence and had no idea whether they were alive or dead. What is going on? Lu Mufeng looked dazed, instinctively turning her head around. Suddenly, her moving gaze froze. Through the ice, in another direction, she could see a small, blurry black figure. The terrifying chill that seemed capable of freezing everything in the world emanated from him. Fan Yao paid little attention to Lu Mufeng's situation. Standing midair, the massive light blade, hundreds of meters long, could no longer advance even an inch. He pointed his finger in the air, lightly touching the light blade. From the point of contact, large patches of ice spread across the blade, like thorns, instantly covering the entire blade. Shatter! Fan Yao uttered softly. Boom. The ice layers invaded the light blade wildly, like bandits disassembling and eroding it entirely. In just moments, the entire blade disintegrated and shattered into fragments. The crisp sound of shattering awakened Huagang's senses. He stared fixedly at the familiar figure before him, his entire body stiff and trembling like a leaf, his old eyes red, his nose tingling, and his throat feeling as if it were stuffed with cotton, unable to utter a complete sentence. Fan, Dai Longji was completely stunned. Through the shattered light blade, he saw that face, a face like a nightmare, and his entire body began to tremble. Fan Yao let out a cold snort and clenched his hand. Endless cold air surged around Dai Longji, and in an instant, he was frozen into a crystal-clear ice sculpture, his face still filled with terror. You are. Hua Gang's old tears streamed down his face, almost unable to believe it. Only half a year has passed. Has old Hua already forgotten me? Upon hearing Hua Gang's words, the man turned around with a somewhat helpless smile, revealing a handsome face with a gentle expression. Looking at Hua Gang's weathered face, he sighed softly. Sorry, I should have come sooner. Hua Gang shuddered all over, tears rolling down his cheeks. No, not late. Not late at all. You came just in time, perfect timing. Hua Gang clumsily wiped his tears away. Suddenly, he reached out and gave Fan Yao's shoulder a hard pat. Despite his dry, cracked lips from prolonged escape, he grinned and laughed heartily, not stopping even as he tasted blood. It was as if he wanted to pour out all the pressure and bitterness he had endured during this time, with a sense of relief and triumph. Seeing Hua Gang's jubilant and animated demeanor, Fan Yao let out a small sigh of relief. His frantic journey had not been in vain. He had made it in time. After laughing, Hua Gang seemed to remember something. Suddenly, he waved excitedly toward a spot not far away, as if calling out to someone. Fan Yao's heart stirred, and he immediately turned around to look. He saw a captivating figure slowly approaching, but she dared not come too close, stopping obediently a short distance away and softly speaking to Fan Yao. Hello. Fan Yao nodded slightly. His heart moved as he guessed the identity of the woman. Gratitude welled up within him, and he solemnly said, Thank you, Pavilion Master Lu. Huh. Lu Mufeng blinked, a hint of confusion appearing on her face. She and Fan Yao seemed to have no connection. Even if they knew each other, it should be because she knew of Fan Yao's extraordinary deeds. How could Fan Yao know her name and identity? It's like this. By chance, I learned about your rescue of the Anqing base. Seemingly noticing the doubt in Lu Mufeng's eyes, Fan Yao smiled faintly and casually explained, then said no more. Finally, with a serious expression, he promised, Fan Yao will surely repay you. This man is indeed different from other men. Looking into Fan Yao's deep black eyes, Lu Mufeng seemed to read his sincerity, and her impression of him improved slightly. She softly responded with an Seeing this, Fan Yao also smiled. Then, as if remembering something, his expression changed slightly as he turned to look at the grinning Hua Gang beside him and asked, Old Hua, where's my sister? What about the others at the base? Don't worry, they're all fine. They've taken shelter elsewhere. However, the exact casualties might still need to be tallied, Hua Gang quickly replied. There were still casualties. When the time comes, allocate several times the compensation and check if the families or friends of the deceased have any difficulties. Help them out more, Fan Yao said in a low, pained voice. All right. Hua Gang noted everything down and agreed. After thinking for a moment, he softly comforted. After all, it was 8 pure Yuan realm individuals. Casualties are inevitable, you don't need to blame yourself. Phew. Fan Yao exhaled deeply, dispelling the strange emotions, and responded softly. Then, he turned his gaze to the 3 figures completely encased in ice. With a flick of his finger, the entire block of ice exploded with a loud bang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shards of ice scattered everywhere like bullets, leaving cold, deep pits in the wilderness that resembled the icy highlands and took ages to melt. Among the large chunks of shattered ice, one could see blood-red bones and even severed limbs whose smooth Fan Yao laughed heartily and also rose into the air. Suddenly, he looked at Lu Mufeng, who remained motionless, with a smile, raised his eyebrows, and teased, What? Scared stiff? Not at all. Lu Mufeng bit her silver teeth, retorted, and then, unwilling to be outdone, flew to stand in front of Fan Yao, mimicking his raised eyebrows and letting out a soft snort. Seeing this, Hua Gang's expression suddenly turned a bit strange. He winked at Fan Yao and joked, Kid, nice move. Taming a queen flower right after meeting her. Without saying more, he identified the direction and flew away. Fan Yao and Lu Mufeng followed behind Hua Gang, flying leisurely, appearing quite relaxed. While they were at ease, A certain forest was anything but peaceful. After such a long time, their large group had finally emerged from the wilderness. Gradually, large patches of shrubs and trees appeared around them, seemingly the edge of a vast forest suitable for concealment. So, they decided to rest here and wait for Huagang and Lu Mufing to catch up. The forest was densely packed with people, but after waiting for a long time, there was still no sign of them. Everyone was on the verge of panic, a tense and worried atmosphere hanging over them like a shadow, filling their minds with terrifying speculations that sent chills down their spines. I can't take it anymore. I need to go find Elder Hua and Master Lu. After waiting a while longer, Fong Pengtao finally couldn't bear it. He stood up and started walking out, muttering, "It's been so long. Why aren't they back yet? Father, it's too dangerous right now. What if? What if this is a trap set by those pure Yuan realm cultivators to lure us out?" Fong Yingying's face changed drastically as she hurried to stop him, spreading her arms wide to block Fong Pengtao, almost bursting into tears. If something happened to Fong Pengtao, the Fong family would lose its pillar of support, which would be a devastating blow in such times. Can't search, can't go out. Are we just supposed to sit here and wait? Fong Pengtao punched a nearby tree trunk hard, growling in a low voice. Let's wait a bit longer. Maybe they'll come back soon. Fong Wenxi tightly clenched her fingers, her delicate body tense, pacing back and forth in worry. She couldn't help but look through the treetops at the sky outside, biting her lip. Brother, if you could just appear in front of me right now, how wonderful that would be. As Fong Wenxi was thinking this, 3 streaks of light suddenly entered her view. One of the streaks seemed to sense something and suddenly looked down at the forest below. That face instantly came into Fong Wenxi's sight. Fong Wenxi couldn't help but rub her eyes, murmuring as if in a dream, "Am I dreaming?" But soon, Fong Wenxi realized she hadn't seen wrong, because that person also lowered his head, said something with a smile to the person beside him, and descended toward her direction. Allah! Seeing the 3 figures growing larger in her vision, Fong Wenxi's cherry lips opened wider and wider, her pupils filled with shock that almost overflowed. Moments later, she couldn't help but let out a sharp scream. "Brother!" Everyone was momentarily stunned, their minds, muddled from prolonged exhaustion, failing to react immediately. They stared blankly at Fan Wenxi, whose face was brimming with joy, and it took them quite a while to piece together the situation. Miss Wenxi's brother seemed to be their leader. But upon realizing this, the entire forest erupted into chaos. Countless warriors, demon hunters, and even ordinary people who had been resting jumped up as if their seats were on fire. Fong Pengtao, Fong Yingying instantly became alert, craning their necks desperately to look up at the sky, their eyes wide as if they might pop out. Through the sparse gaps in the forest canopy, they could see 3 figures in the blue sky, descending at an extremely fast speed. One of the figures was strikingly familiar, causing their hearts to tremble. Fan. Fong Yingying couldn't help but cover her red lips with her hand, her nose tingling as tears welled up in her bright eyes, and she burst into uncontrollable sobs. Before long, the 3 figures landed on the ground one after another. The face of the person at the forefront was revealed to everyone. Though it had been half a year, it felt like years had passed. He stood quietly, smiling without saying a word. Everyone was dumbfounded, standing frozen in place, their fingers trembling as if they were having a seizure, unable to utter a single word. After a long, long time, the silence was finally broken, and the forest erupted into a frenzy. It's really the leader. This isn't a dream. It's really not a dream. If this is a dream, could tens of thousands of us be dreaming together? If it is a dream, I hope this dream never ends. The crowd, who had been holding weapons and keeping vigilant, collapsed to the ground like limp shrimp upon confirming the arrival of their leader. Their expressions instantly relaxed. The long journey and heightened nerves had already pushed their bodies to the brink. Some ordinary people, lacking strength and resilience, fell asleep the moment they lay down, entering a deep slumber instantly. They knew that where Fan Yao was, there was safety. It was their haven. They could entrust their lives entirely to their leader, even in such a perilous forest, without a shred of worry. Who said we were doomed to die here? Not only are we alive, but the leader has arrived. With this, those damned pure origin realm experts will surely be dealt with. The remaining warriors and demon hunters were overjoyed, pounding their companions' shoulders with excitement, their eyes burning with fervor as they gazed at Fan Yao. After a burst of hearty laughter, they too, exhausted, sat down on the ground. Some young demon hunters, overwhelmed by the joy of surviving against all odds, hugged their knees tightly, their shoulders trembling as hot tears slowly welled up in their eyes, soaking their sleeves. Most of them were in their 20s, yet they had already endured such relentless pursuit far from home, living in constant fear. Unlike Fan Yao, they were not strong. Their psychological defenses had already crumbled. This emotion spread like wildfire, infecting everyone rapidly. For a moment, everyone felt an urge to cry, their eyes slightly red, and low sobbing sounds echoed through the forest. Yet, for some reason, they suppressed it tightly, not daring to let it out, as if they were in an underworld filled with vengeful spirits. Fan Wensi, however, was more straightforward. The moment she saw Fan Yao again, she rushed over like a swallow returning to its nest, crashing straight into his arms. Grabbing his collar, she began to wail loudly. The heart-wrenching cries reached Fan Yao's ears, making him feel a pang of discomfort in his heart. "Don't cry anymore. I'm back now, aren't I?" Fan Yao comforted her clumsily, gently patting Fan Wensi's head as softly as he could. He sighed lightly, realizing that leaving without a word and being gone for more than half a year was indeed cruel to this little girl. Even this somewhat warm scene made everyone's noses tingle with emotion. However, the previous frustration of being chased for thousands of miles had already dissipated, and everyone's faces were now filled with hopeful smiles. Seemingly aware that her crying was a bit embarrassing, Fan Wensi's cheeks flushed slightly. She pushed Fan Yao away, wiped her tears haphazardly, and snorted lightly, turning her head away. "I wasn't crying because of you. Let me tell you, I still haven't forgiven you for abandoning me at the central base. This time, don't think you can get away with it." Fan Yao looked at Fan Wensi's slightly angry expression and awkwardly spread his hands. His gaze, seeking help, turned to Huagang behind him. Even the eyes that had shown no trace of fear when facing several pure origin realm experts now clearly revealed a hint of helplessness. Behind him, Huagang received Fan Yao's signal and, as if witnessing something amusing, observed for a moment before lightly coughing and leisurely exposing Fan Wensi's forced facade. "Don't listen to this little girl's nonsense. When she found out you went to the central base, she almost turned the entire demon hunting organization upside down. In the end, she even made a fuss about going to the central base to find you herself." As he spoke, Huagang seemed to recall the chaotic scene at the time and couldn't help but chuckle. "But don't worry, we managed to stop her in the end. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You're just bullying me." Fan Wensi's face turned bright red as she squatted to the side and started drawing circles on the ground. "Still just a child," Fan Yao muttered softly with a hint of affection, shaking his head. Then, his eyes slowly swept over the group, who looked exhausted yet excited. Noticing the heavy injuries within their bodies, his heart suddenly sank. Those beasts from the Fengyan training hall really were ruthless. However, they were somewhat lucky. If this debt were added to the tally, the methods he would use to torment those people would be even more brutal. Finally, Fan Yao's gaze landed on Lei Hong, and his pupils trembled slightly. The eyes of the Lei family had. Seeing this, everyone fell silent, as if no one dared to say anything. Even Huagang remained quiet, and the atmosphere grew stagnant once again. The eyes of the Lei family had. If we're being honest, it's probably my fault. Seeing the storm brewing in Fan Yao's eyes, Lu Mufeng hesitated for a moment before speaking. At that time, somehow our evacuation plans reached DeLongji's ears. He joined forces with 7 other pure origin realm cultivators and set up an ambush at the only route we could take to retreat. It was because of that battle that both Elder Hua and I were severely injured and had no choice but to change course and enter that wilderness. Lu Mufeng recounted word by word, her voice not as crisp as Fan Wensi's, but carrying a unique, sultry huskiness that was very pleasant to hear. Under normal circumstances, Fan Yao might have appreciated it and listened a bit longer, but now, He had no mood for such indulgence. Some doubts were quickly resolved. No wonder, when he was traveling along the planned route earlier, he suddenly sensed the fluctuations of the heavenly thunder guide appearing elsewhere. So this was the reason. Noticing the faint sadness and guilt on Lu Mufing's face, Fan Yao thought for a moment and said, "Although it's just speculation, it's probably close to the truth. The leak of your plans is inseparable from Jian Nanxiao. It's not your fault." Jian Nanxiao, on one hand, knew Lu Mufing's intentions on the other hand. He colluded with Situ Ji. It seems that as soon as he learned of Lu Mufing's plan, he turned around and leaked it to Situ Ji. Situ Ji then used this information to set up an ambush along the route. Thanks to Lu Mufing's desperate resistance, their scheme was thwarted. Considering Situ Ji is already dead, rounding things up, the vengeful Fan Yao decisively pinned the blame on Jian Nanxiao. Once he returned to the central base, he would immediately deal with this scum Jian Nanxiao. After hearing Fan Yao's words, Lu Mufing blinked in confusion, then seemed to recall something, and her face slowly showed a look of shock. Indeed, her plan was only shared with Jian Nanxiao. So that means Jian Nanxiao betrayed her. Ultimately, it's my lack of thorough consideration. Realizing this, Lu Mufing's expression grew darker, feeling that her own carelessness in leaking the secret had given them an opportunity to exploit. A sense of regret rose in her heart. If she had known Jian Nanxiao was such a despicable person, she wouldn't have told him anything, even if she had to keep it buried inside her. He had even pretended to be so enthusiastic, offering advice and strategies, but it turned out he had ulterior motives. Hearing Lu Mufing's words, Lei Hong's body trembled, and he quickly waved his hand in the direction of Lu Mufing's voice. "Master Lu, how can this be your fault? You've helped our Anqing base so much. If it weren't for you, forget about my eyes. Old Lei wouldn't even have his life." Unable to see, he could only rely on the sound to roughly determine Lu Mufing's position. So, he was a bit off, speaking to a large tree instead. Under normal circumstances, this scene would undoubtedly be somewhat amusing or even ridiculous, but now, no one could bring themselves to laugh. Lu Mufing, naturally, didn't mind. She gently pursed her lips and said to Lei Hong, "When we return to the central base, I'll find a doctor to treat you. They have all sorts of strange things over there. Maybe someone can create artificial eyes." Fan Yao sighed softly. The central base might take some time before it's habitable again. The damage, well, is quite severe. Lu Mufing blinked again. Situ Ji is dead. Those 8 just now should be the last remnants of the Fengyun training hall. Fan Yao explained indifferently. Lu Mufing couldn't help but widen her eyes, feeling a bit confused. She recognized every word Fan Yao said individually, but when put together, she couldn't understand them at all. Seeing Lu Mufing's bewildered expression, Fan Yao was both amused and exasperated. Forget it. Destroying an entire base in a fight was clearly a far-fetched tale, hard for anyone to accept. He didn't feel the need to force her to believe it once she returned to the central base. She would see it for herself, and there would be no need for him to explain further. All right, everyone must be tired. Let's rest here for now and tend to our injuries. Fan Yao raised his voice and said, prompting a chorus of agreement. Huigang sat on the ground with some difficulty, taking a few light breaths, feeling the intense pain within his body and the discomfort everywhere. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. This ordeal had almost completely worn out his old bones. Fan Pengtao also leaned against a tree, sitting cross-legged and gritting his teeth as he tried to recover his spiritual energy. The pain caused his face to twitch from time to time. Even Lu Mufing sat cross-legged, her vast water element spiritual energy slowly spreading out, soothing her burning wounds. The group seemed to hear the faint sound of ocean waves, though they weren't sure if it was just an illusion. They felt the burning sensation in their bodies ease significantly and sighed in relief. Water element spiritual energy truly was miraculous. Lu Mufing is so young, yet she's already one of the masters of the top 10 training halls. Her talent must be extraordinary. Fan Yao casually sat on the ground, his gaze occasionally falling on Lu Mufing. First, he glanced at her devilishly alluring figure, then coughed lightly and activated the system. Buzz species. Human name. Lu Mufing strength. Early Commander Realm basic talent. King level water element talent. King level, I didn't expect her to have dual king level talents. No wonder she became one of the top 10 training hall masters at such a young age. If given more time to grow, she might even reach the late commander realm. However, he wondered how he could copy her attributes. Lu Mufeng was no ordinary woman, she was a commander realm queen. If he rashly approached her to touch her or shake her hand, would she be startled and punch him directly? After thinking it over, Fan Yao felt this was highly likely. At this thought, Fan Yao suddenly looked up at the big tree behind him. His gaze settled on a few bright red fruits peeking through the leaves. Got it. Fan Yao's brows twitched, and a plan immediately formed in his mind. He leapt up, reached out, and plucked a bright red fruit. Holding the fruit in his hand, a confident smile appeared on his face. He walked toward Lu Mufeng, squatted in front of her, and extended the fruit with his left hand, asking with a cheerful smile, "Thirsty?" Lu Mufeng opened her beautiful eyes, looking at the smile on Fan Yao's face with some unease, her heart pounding heavily. Wow! This scene was immediately noticed by many who were secretly observing. Their mouths formed O shapes in astonishment as they exchanged gossip-filled glances. Although their leader is young, their strength is exceptionally powerful. As the saying goes, a hero deserves a beauty. With Fan Yao's abilities, he could have found a partner long ago. There are plenty of beautiful girls in the base, but none of them catch the leader's eye, and he himself doesn't seem interested. Now, has he suddenly had a change of heart in this desolate wilderness? Wow, Big Brother actually likes someone like Sister Mufeng. Fan Wenxi pretended to sleep while opening one eye. Her face flushed as she observed the interaction between the two, her heart racing like a deer. She wouldn't mind Sister Mufeng becoming her sister-in-law. Sister Mufeng has a good personality, is beautiful, strong, and even the owner of a prestigious training hall. Her brother, on the other hand, leads an entire base. It's a perfect match. But Fan Wenxi felt a twinge of conflict in her heart. Her gaze flickered toward Fong Yingying, who was not far away, and she noticed the obvious look of desolation on her face. Her heart skipped a beat. After spending so much time together, how could she not know what her best friend was thinking? Fong Yingying clearly liked her brother. What should I do? Having such an outstanding brother isn't always a good thing. Fong Yingying quietly pulled her legs back, feeling conflicted but not daring to say anything, let alone interfere with Fan Yao's choice. She could only watch the situation unfold. Meanwhile, Fong Pingtao discreetly glanced at Fong Yingying, whose expression was complex and dazed, and sighed, his forehead seemingly showing a few more strands of white hair. Long ago, when he noticed his daughter's feelings, he had repeatedly warned her not to fall for him. Unfortunately, his warnings came too late. His daughter had already fallen deeply for Fan Yao, unable to extricate herself. It must be understood that with Fan Yao's abilities, he would undoubtedly rise to the top in the future, encountering countless beauties, each more charming and alluring than the last, some even throwing themselves at him and offering themselves willingly. With so many choices, how could he possibly take notice of the Fong family's eldest daughter? These words were cruel, but they were the undeniable truth. Fong Yingying felt the worried gazes directed at her, her eyes brimming with tears as she bit her lower lip tightly. Ding! Touch completed. Fan Yao heard the long-lost mechanical sound of the system in his mind, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He then glanced at Lu Mufeng, whose face was slightly flushed, and coughed lightly. "Take your time healing, I'll head back first." Lu Mufeng softly responded, stroking the sweet-smelling fruit in her hand. For some reason, her heart stirred gently, and an inexplicable sweetness surged within her. The next moment, Lu Mufeng immediately noticed her abnormal reaction, panicking as she took several deep breaths to suppress the blush rising on her face, forcing herself to calm down. After a long while, she finally returned to her cultivation state and began to focus inward. However, from her slightly furrowed brows and tightly clenched silver teeth, it was clear that Lu Mufeng's originally calm and serene mindset had been completely disrupted by the act of gifting the fruit, leaving her in turmoil. Fan Yao had no idea that he had once again ignited a flame in another heart. He sat cross-legged on the ground with some excitement, quickly pulling up the touch data. Finally, his gaze lingered on the king-level water attribute talent, and without hesitation, he clicked on it. The familiar, excruciating pain of talent refinement surged through his body. However, after experiencing so many talent imprints, including 2 instances of imprinting multiple talents at once, this kind of pain was nothing more than a drizzle to him. Before long, he endured it. Immediately after, a soothing sensation, like flowing water brushing against his body, surged through him. It felt as if a peerless beauty was gently caressing his body, soft and tender, making him feel as though he was floating in the sky, lying on a bed of soft clouds, so comfortable that he didn't want to wake up. No wonder they say water attributes spiritual power is the gentlest among the 13 major attributes. This feeling is even more vividly expressed at the king-level talent. After a moment, Fan Yao opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing within them. He felt a comforting sensation as if his entire body had been soothed, and the injuries left by several intense battles were also well healed. Buzz species, human name, Fan Yao strength, mid-stage commander realm basic talent, king-level thunder attribute talents, advanced earth attribute, advanced fire attribute, advanced water attribute, king-level ice attribute, advanced wind attribute, advanced wood attribute, advanced poison attribute, with unknown biological reaction, king-level metal attribute. Fan Yao looked at the array of advanced talents and frowned slightly in frustration. With his current strength, advanced talents were far from sufficient. My strength has improved again. For now, I need to quickly replace all advanced talents with king-level talents. If I could replace my basic talent with an emperor-level talent, that would be even better. Fan Yao allowed himself a brief moment of longing, but quickly shook his head. Emperor-level talents are rare in this world. It's fine to try my luck, but if I were to focus solely on finding one, it might take a lifetime. The good news was that his luck had never been bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to acquire 9 attributes in such a short time, 3 of which were even king level. After completing the talent imprinting, Fan Yao glanced around at the group of battered veterans and noticed the lingering pain on their faces. He immediately raised his hand and made a gesture. A peculiar humming sound echoed, and a somewhat familiar scene unfolded once again. What is this? Lu Mufeng suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with surprise as he looked at Fan Yao. The water attribute energy in the air was rapidly surging at an astonishing speed. What was he doing? Lu Mufeng was shocked, but the people of Anqing Base reacted differently. They had already experienced this blessing once before. They all loudly expressed their gratitude, and then began absorbing the energy without hesitation. Haha, let us see if this time I can break through to the late stage of the Unity Realm. Huagang immediately rubbed his hands together in excitement, brimming with fighting spirit as he began cultivating with all his might. Haha, I'm in too. Even though I've lost my sight, I don't need eyes to cultivate. Lei Hong groped around to sit cross-legged. Even though he couldn't see, he wasn't about to miss such a great cultivation opportunity. You think I'll lose to you? Fong Pingtao also sat cross-legged, his entire body radiating a yellowish-brown light. We'll rest here for the night. Tomorrow, we set off for the central base, Fan Yao said calmly. Yes, the warriors responded loudly in unison. It turns out that such a massive amount of elemental energy was mobilized to help them heal and restore their strength. As expected of Fan Yao, Lu Mufeng couldn't help but click his tongue. He truly doted on the people of Anqing Base. Soon, the night passed, and everyone set off with high spirits. The closer they got to the central base, the more ferocious and brutal the surrounding beasts became. On any other day, such a large target would have driven these beasts to attack desperately for a bite. However, this time, with Fan Yao personally protecting them, no matter what beast charged out, it was directly killed with a few punches and kicks. Some unlucky ones were even reduced to minced meat by Fan Yao after just a roar or two. Such strength left everyone clicking their tongues in admiration. The migration of hundreds of thousands of people was already extremely slow, not to mention the injured, ordinary people, and the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled among them, which made the pace even slower. Moreover, Fan Yao showed no intention of rushing them, as if they were out sightseeing. When the mood struck him, he would even roast the beast he had killed on the spot, turning it into a barbecue party. So, by the time they saw the massive, sprawling city walls of the central base, full of battle scars, 5 days had already passed. This is the central base? It's really huge. Yeah, a metropolis with a population of tens of millions is truly different. It's so much bigger than our Anqing base. No wonder it's the global hub. But why does it look so dilapidated? Isn't it said that every warrior in the central base is a billionaire, walking on gold bricks? Isn't it said that anyone here, picked at random, has the super strength of the pure Yuan realm? Why haven't I seen a single person? How? How did the central base end up like this? Among the crowd, the one most in disbelief was undoubtedly Lu Mufeng. Her red lips parted wide, her beautiful eyes almost popping out of their sockets, and she couldn't help but let out a sharp, high-pitched scream. She hadn't been away for long, just about a month or so. So how had it turned into this? Was her training hall destroyed too? Was it you? Did you destroy the central base like this? Soon, Lu Mufeng recalled what had been said earlier and couldn't help but suddenly turn her head to look at Fan Yao, biting her lip. Situji, is he really dead? Dead. Fan Yao shrugged his shoulders, thought for a moment, and added, I extracted his poison core. No matter how many tricks he had, could he possibly regenerate another one? Oh my God. Upon hearing this, Lu Mufeng was left speechless, almost fainting on the spot, her vision spinning. The Wind and Cloud Training Hall, which had dominated the central base for decades, was wiped out just like that? Though time changes everything in an instant, she still found it hard to accept. As the commotion grew louder, it finally alarmed the central base. Who goes there? The central base, having just experienced a battle, was still on edge. As soon as they detected the disturbance, a large number of heads popped up from the city walls, weapons in hand, spiritual energy surging, warily watching the crowd of hundreds of thousands. It's me. Fan Yao appeared before them and voluntarily revealed his identity. Master Fan Yao. It's Master Fan Yao who has returned. Quickly, put away your weapons. Seeing Fan Yao, everyone immediately felt relieved and unhesitatingly put away their weapons. Among them, a martial artist who seemed to hold the position of squad leader scratched his head awkwardly and said excitedly, Master Fan Yao, Master Mo has already instructed us. The central base has temporarily restored normal order, but rebuilding those collapsed buildings won't be so quick. We'll immediately go clear the ruins and welcome the brothers from Anqing base. Good. Fan Yao nodded in satisfaction. This was the best outcome. We'll handle it right away. Brothers, let's move. After agreeing, the squad leader turned around as if energized, calling out to the others. Watching the hundreds of thousands of citizens orderly entering the central base for resettlement, Fan Yao let out a slight sigh of relief. He then descended and looked at Fan Wensi, carefully instructing her with some concern. I have some matters to deal with, so I can't go with you for the resettlement. Don't wander around the central base. If you have time, help take care of Elder Hua and the Lei family head. If you need food or medicine, just let them know. Oh, brother, you're so naggy. I know, okay. After listening for just a few sentences, Fan Wensi pouted, stretched out her hand to push Fan Yao away, and grumbled with dissatisfaction. I'm already grown up, and you're still managing me like this. You. Fan Yao glared at her, gave her a flick on the forehead, and almost fell backward in frustration, sighing deeply. Girls really do grow distant. Girls really do grow distant. Watching Fan Wensi safely enter the central base, Fan Yao shook his head helplessly and began handling his business. Turning to Lu Mufeng, who hadn't yet recovered from his shock, he smiled and said, Want to go watch the show? Upon hearing this, Lu Mufeng was momentarily stunned, but then he realized what Fan Yao meant and nodded without hesitation. Of course. Monster Hunting Organization, 8th basement level. This was originally the place where the Monster Hunting Organization detained the most heinous criminal martial artists. However, in the past 2 years, the organization hadn't dealt with many criminal martial artists, being preoccupied with internal strife. The cells were all empty. The dimly lit corridor was lined with rows of iron doors, each with a small window about 10 centimeters in diameter carved into it, used for ventilation and delivering food. Tap, tap, tap. Crisp footsteps echoed. 2 figures walked side by side, chatting idly. Now, the only ones left in the central base are the Tianqing Training Hall and your training hall. Fan Yao glanced at Lu Mufeng indifferently, giving her a heads up in advance. Old MO values the Tianqing Training Hall. In the future, Tianqing will inevitably spread throughout the central base. Whether it prospers or falls, I won't interfere. The Tianqing Training Hall will replace the Fengyun Training Hall as the largest force in the central base. Lu Mufeng caught the implication in his words and immediately realized something a bit disheartening. She murmured, "So, does that mean my training hall doesn't seem to have a reason to exist anymore?" "Not necessarily." Fan Yao touched his nose, a bright smile appearing on his lips, and sincerely suggested, "If you can recruit 1 or 2 martial students, then that's a different story." Poof! Lu Mufeng pressed her lips together, feeling as if a small sword had pierced her heart, and couldn't help but silently complain to herself. Before long, they arrived at their destination, a solitary cell. Fan Yao tilted his head slightly, signaling Lu Mufeng to take a look. Lu Mufeng took a deep breath and tiptoed to peek inside. There was a figure, dressed in tattered clothes, curled up in the corner of the bed, covered in unwashed bloodstains, emitting a nauseating stench. Seemingly sensing someone approaching, the person immediately raised his head to look over. Then, as if recognizing her face, Jian Nanxiao's eyes widened in shock. He rolled off the bed and scrambled toward her, desperately reaching his hands through the small window on the iron door. His voice was full of joy, as if he had seen a ray of hope. "Mufeng, Mufeng, are you here to save me?" Lu Mufeng said nothing, recalling Fan Yao's speculation from a few days ago, her expression tinged with coldness. "Was it you who told Situ Ji about my departure to deliver a message to the Anqing base?" Lu Mufeng covered her nose and took a light breath. She still couldn't believe Jian Nanxiao would do such a disgusting thing, acting one way in front of her and another behind her back, completely contrary to his usual gentle and refined image. "This? I didn't do such a thing." "Who told you that?" Jian Nanxiao's eyes flickered, and he immediately denied it. Then, he urgently added, "Before they find out, hurry up and get me out of here. This damned wall is made of special material, and my spiritual power has been crippled. I can't break it. If Fan Yao comes, it'll be too late." Lu Mufeng glanced awkwardly at Fan Yao standing nearby and said in a low voice, "If it wasn't you, then why did Dai Longji know my retreat route and set up an ambush there? Why are you so annoying?" "I said it wasn't me, so it wasn't me." Seeing that Lu Mufeng not only refused to let him out, but kept pestering him, Jian Nanxiao suddenly exploded, cursing loudly. His arms flailed wildly outside the small window, and his filthy fingernails clawed at Lu Mufeng's face like a madman. "So what if I said it? So what if I didn't? I wasted so much time chasing after you, showering you with sweet words, flowers, and diamonds every day, only for it all to go to waste. If it weren't for your looks, I wouldn't have wasted so much time on you. Not only did I get nothing out of it, but now you're leaving me to die. You're just a heartless BTCH." Fan Yao, standing to the side, frowned more deeply the longer he listened. Mo Zhan had called Jian Nanxiao a hypocrite, and it seemed he was absolutely right. "Shut up." Lu Mufeng, a respected figure at the central base, had never been insulted like this before. Her chest heaved with anger, and she was livid, her teeth grinding audibly. Without another word, she grabbed Jian Nanxiao's hand that was flailing outside the small window and bent it down hard. Crack. Ah! Jian Nanxiao let out a heart-wrenching scream as his hand hung limply from the small window, the elbow bent at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. "I'm asking you one last time, was it you who leaked the information or not?" Lu Mufeng's beautiful face was filled with fury, her angry, reddened eyes fixed on Jian Nanxiao. Her tone was icy as she gripped Jian Nanxiao's severed arm with her long nails, gritting her teeth and asking again, "Speak. I'll talk. I'll talk." "It was me who informed Master Situ. Master Situ said it would be hard to find those 2 women in a base, so it would be better to wait for you to come out." Jian Nanxiao hadn't finished speaking when another heart-wrenching scream erupted. His severed arm was yanked violently, exposing white bone shards that pierced through the skin, pulling out trembling, pulsating muscles. The entire bone was completely broken, and if not for the skin holding it together, it might have flown off with a single swing. Lu Mufeng's heart trembled as she recalled the scenes of being hunted over the past few days, feeling a lingering fear. Her good intentions had gone awry, deceived by villains. almost endangering the entire Anqing base. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Lu Mufeng's delicate face turned icy, and the water element energy in the surroundings suddenly became agitated, converging toward the small iron room. In just moments, the ground was covered with over 10 centimeters of water, which continued to rise like a tide, as if they were by the sea, with the sound of waves filling their ears. Normally, water is shapeless and flows according to the terrain, but the water element energy Lu Mufeng gathered was entirely different. It seemed to be molded into a specific shape, resembling a water cube. Damn woman, what are you trying to do? Jian Nanxiao jumped around the room in terror, his face full of panic. Soon, the tide rose to his waist, then his neck, and finally submerged his head. The water continued to rise, enveloping the entire small iron room, leaving no air behind. Bubbles gurgled. Through the small iron window, Jian Nanxiao could be seen completely submerged in water, his face flushed red, his limbs flailing and clawing desperately like a drowning dog. Before long, Jian Nanxiao felt his limbs weaken, struggling to breathe. But as soon as he opened his mouth, countless water rushed in, flooding his trachea and lungs, robbing him of the little air left in his body. Darkness seemed to appear before his eyes, the light fading rapidly, his body growing heavier and heavier until he finally collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Humph! Lu Mufeng snorted coldly. Only after Jian Nanxiao showed no signs of life did she release the water prison, exhaling heavily, feeling somewhat relieved. When she turned and saw the peculiar expression on Fan Yao's face, Lu Mufeng's face instantly flushed red, the lingering anger melting away like spring snow. Her eyes flickered as she stammered, "I'm not usually like this." Jian Nanxiao went too far. Fan Yao touched his nose and muttered quietly, "Even roses have thorns," without commenting further. He then took the lead and walked out of the dimly lit floor. Seeing this, Lu Mufeng quickly followed, her steps hurried. Looking at Fan Yao's calm and expressionless profile, she felt a bit at a loss and said, I never thought I would end up being an accomplice in attacking the Anqing base." Hearing this, Fan Yao suddenly stopped, turning to look at her with some confusion. That is, being used as a pawn by Sidu Ji without realizing it. I thought I was clever passing on information, but I almost harmed your sister and your girlfriend." Lu Mufeng spoke nervously, but before he could finish, he saw Fan Yao's strange expression as he slowly said, "Since when did I have a girlfriend?" Lu Mufeng froze, swallowed hard, and only then realized, asking in confusion, "Isn't Ying?" "Of course not." Fan Yao's lips twitched as he casually explained and said no more, walking into the elevator with a dark expression. "A girlfriend assigned by the system? What kind of nonsense is this?" Seeing Fan Yao deny it, Lu Mufeng felt conflicted. Besides a sense of relief, there seemed to be a twisted hint of sweetness. Am I going crazy? Realizing his emotions, Lu Mufeng's heart rippled again. He patted his face to clear his mind and saw Fan Yao holding the elevator door. He quickly stepped inside. As soon as the two stepped out of the elevator, they bumped into two figures, Mo Zhen and Zhang Yao. "Finally back? I was starting to think you'd been caught and eaten by a beast." Mo Zhen greeted cheerfully, giving Fan Yao a heavy punch on the chest, his face lighting up with a smile that even reduced his wrinkles. He looked expectantly and said, "So, when are you joining my Tianqing training hall?" "Tianqing training hall is already being repaired. You can join anytime you want. When we start recruiting, help me make a splash," Mo Zhen said gleefully, immersed in his beautiful fantasy. Fan Yao glanced at Lu Mufeng, who had no intention of interfering in the men's conversation and tactfully left, leaving the three of them alone. "Just send someone to call me when the time comes," Fan Yao said with a light laugh as he stepped out of the elevator area, agreeing without hesitation. Mo Zhen had helped him generously when he first arrived at the central base, and he had promised to visit Tianqing Training Hall. Now was the perfect time to fulfill that promise. Hearing Fan Yao agree, Mo Zhen's face broke into a wide grin, unable to contain his excitement. Fan Yao's presence at the central base was a symbol of strength, practically radiating an intimidating aura and drawing attention. Mo Zhen already had a feeling that as soon as Fan Yao stood at the entrance, countless martial artists would swarm in from all directions, clamoring to join the training hall. At that point, manpower might not be enough, and they'd be busy from morning till night. No, no, he had to be fully prepared and bring in more helpers for registration and assessments. The demon hunting organization is also recruiting a new director, Zhang Yong said with a raspy voice after the two finished talking. Previously, upon hearing the devastating news of the demon hunting organization's entire team perishing, he had been so enraged that he coughed up blood and fainted. After waking up, he immediately threw himself back into work without a moment's rest. Now his face was still pale, with dark circles under his eyes and a hint of sorrow. He seemed to age a year and a day, with even a few strands of white hair appearing at his temples. Fan Yao saw Zhang Yong's frail appearance and couldn't help but sigh deeply. He seemed to want to say something to offer comfort, but felt it might be unnecessary. Minister Zhang. He had just started speaking when Zhang Yong shook his head, a faint smile appearing on his pale face. The demon hunting organization at Awakens base has helped me a lot. Otherwise, relying on my own strength alone, I would have been like a headless fly. You have excellent subordinates. Hearing this, Fan Yao nodded with deep emotion. As a leader, he was practically a hands-off manager, having left for the central base not long after taking charge. If it weren't for Elder Hua and the members of the demon hunting organization helping him keep things under wraps, Awakens base would have been in chaos long ago. I plan to go into seclusion for training, and it might take quite some time. During that period, I hope you can look after my sister, Fan Yao said after some thought. No problem at all. Whether it's the demon hunting organization or the training rooms at the Tianqing Training Hall, you can use them freely. Your strength will likely become quite terrifying after this. The two agreed without hesitation. By the way, the Fengyun Training Hall has been entrenched in the central base for years, hoarding quite a few treasures. I'll send them over to you later, Zhang Yong said. Oh, this time, Fan Yao was genuinely surprised. Martial techniques? Not just that. There's a lot more spirit stones, elixirs, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, countless items. I don't even know where they managed to scavenge them from. I'll pick out some good ones and send them to you later. Zhang Yong gritted his teeth. The demon hunting organization wasn't nearly as wealthy as the Fengyun Training Hall, and just thinking about it was infuriating. Seeing this, Fan Yao couldn't help but laugh. The Fengyun Training Hall had indeed been a major threat, but now that it was removed, the central base could finally enjoy peace. Tianqing Training Hall, Master's Training Room. Fan Yao stood at the entrance of the Master's Training Room, forged from massive spirit stones and approximately 100 cubic meters in size. Its cost undoubtedly astronomical. He hesitated for a long time, almost turning around to leave. Old Mo's taste. Fan Yao stared at the interior decor in frustration, almost wanting to gouge out his own eyes. The walls were adorned with posters of swimsuit-clad women in various poses and styles, making him feel a surge of irritation. I'm so sorry. I'll clean it up right away. Seeing Fan Yao's dark expression, Su Yujin swallowed hard, barely managing to find his voice. Before Fan Yao could get angry, he rushed inside and started frantically tearing down the posters. In no time, he came out with a large pile of posters in his arms, almost tripping and falling. Damn, the old man was so embarrassing. Even after everything was cleared out, Fan Yao's face still looked a bit grim. He stepped inside and felt the spiritual energy instantly envelop his entire body, finally letting out a long breath. Thank you. Fan Yao turned his head and expressed his gratitude to Su Yujin. No, it's nothing at all. Su Yujin shook his head vigorously, his face turning bright red, almost like a pressure cooker releasing steam. He hurriedly carried the items in his arms and threw them out. Not long after, Su Yujin returned, carrying a large pile of items. He made several trips, sweat dripping from his nose as he panted heavily. Also, sir, these are from Minister Zhang. He asked me to deliver them to you. Got it. Fan Yao casually agreed with a nod. After seeing the other party close the door and leave, he moved to the center of the room, sat cross-legged, and suddenly activated the suction force throughout his body. Buzz the spiritual energy, which had been floating around like unconscious sprites, immediately converged toward Fan Yao as if summoned. The concentration was so intense that the collisions produced a faint rustling sound. Under this devouring force, the spiritual energy originally gathered in the cultivation room was instantly drained. Fan Yao's brows furrowed slightly, and before he could open his eyes, another wave of spiritual energy was continuously released, filling the room with an even higher concentration than before. As expected of a precious cultivation room crafted from spirit stones, it even has a touch of intelligence. Fan Yao silently praised in his heart. Without further thought, he focused on absorbing the energy, transforming it into spiritual power within his meridians, and channeling it into his inner core. Soon, the spiritual power within the inner core surged like a boat rising with the tide. Due to the abundance of spiritual energy, the 9 patterns on the core emitted a dazzling brilliance. A layer of 9 colored mist, born from the overflowing energy, spread throughout his body, appearing hazy and profoundly mysterious. Wherever the mist reached, every cell, bone, and meridian seemed to be activated, absorbing with all their might. The cells appeared magnified hundreds of times, their latent energy fully unleashed, trembling wildly, as if expressing their excitement and joy to Fan Yao. Once he adjusted his state to its peak, Fan Yao slowly opened his eyes, exhaling 2 streams of fiery, white energy from his nose. The streams carried 9 distinct auras, appearing extraordinarily mystical. Glancing at the martial techniques and a pile of spirit stones and fruits beside him, he hesitated but chose not to touch them. Instead, with a flip of his palm, a familiar small disc appeared in his hand. This is the final treasure that Situ Ji used against me that day, supposedly some ancient grand formation. It should be quite powerful, but unfortunately, it didn't get to display its true potential before I snatched it away. Fan Yao muttered with interest, stroking his chin. The formation disc was about the size of a palm, circular in shape, and as thick as a coin. It felt incredibly heavy, exuding an unparalleled sense of power. Its surface emitted a dark, ancient glow, covered with intricate, archaic symbols and characters that seemed to flow perpetually, defying interpretation and replication. Fan Yao stared at it for a moment, but soon felt dizzy. He managed to dispel the sensation with difficulty, gritting his teeth as he began to study it. Although it's powerful, it clearly has some shortcomings. Not only does it require pre-injected energy, but activating the formation takes a long time. On top of that, you need to set up the formation's core. If something happens suddenly, where would you find the time to arrange all this? Was the ancient master who created this formation a bit out of their mind? Fan Yao muttered uncontrollably, unable to fathom when such a complex formation setup would ever be practical. The formation's coverage was indeed vast, capable of encompassing an entire base. A base formation? Was it specifically designed to protect a base? Carefully recalling the situation at the time, the confusion in Fan Yao's mind gradually dissipated. A sudden clarity, like clouds parting to reveal the sun, broke through the shackles of his thoughts and leapt into his mind. Yes, that's it. Rather than an offensive measure, it's more of a defensive one. Fan Yao's eyes lit up, his entire body trembling with excitement. He struggled to suppress the surging energy within him and calm himself down. The possibility is immense. A poison pill from a commander-level expert exploding, with such rampant energy and space distortion, still couldn't destroy the barrier derived from this grand formation. This shows its sturdiness. Even a commander-level expert couldn't break it, meaning that to shatter it with brute force, it would require terrifying experts at the creation realm, divine void realm, or even the heaven and earth realm. However, such experts have long transcended worldly matters, pursuing goals beyond the imagination of ordinary people. How could they possibly waste time attacking a base? It's enough. If foreign enemies invade or a beast tide strikes, as long as the grand formation is activated, there won't be any casualties at all. Similar to that day when the pure origin realm forces attacked Onqing base, forcing the entire base's population to relocate, such a dire situation would never happen again. This is practically an absolute defense formation. Fan Yao's voice was filled with joy as he stared intently at the formation disc in his hand. Damn it, is Situ Ji, that old bastard, an idiot? To a base's ruler, this thing is practically a treasure. With this protection, he wouldn't have to constantly worry about Fan Wensi and Onqing base's safety, and he could roam the world freely. As long as the formation is set up in advance and infused with energy, With a few people activating it, the formation won't dissipate as long as the energy isn't exhausted. If Situji had deployed this formation outside the Fengyan training hall that day, he wouldn't have been able to destroy it. He wouldn't even have been able to touch a single hair. He could only stand outside and sigh in frustration. Such a waste, truly such a waste. Just as Fan Yao clicked his tongue repeatedly, lamenting the loss, the originally flickering, star-like characters impossible to trace began to slow down in their movement. Eventually, they reassembled into a strange script. What kind of script is this? Fan Yao almost couldn't sit still from excitement, staring intently at the complex characters, his mind racing to decipher their hidden meaning. Before long, Fan Yao's head throbbed with pain, his body trembling slightly, his bloodshot eyes fixed without blinking, and he gasped heavily. He seemed utterly entranced. In his mind, the characters on the formation disc seemed to fly out, dancing in midair, then piecing together into a fragmented golden scroll. Fan Yao frowned, rubbed his sore eyes, and looked over, slowly reading the words aloud. The grand formation named Dewey, standing tall for 900 years, resisting countless enemy forces, ultimately suffering severe damage, defeated by the star. Defeated by what? Fan Yao's sharp gaze locked onto the increasingly slow-moving characters, desperately trying to discern the meaning. But alas, despite his eager anticipation, after star, no further characters appeared, not even a stroke. Poof! As the characters finished displaying, the entire golden scroll was suddenly engulfed in intense flames, burning completely within moments. Dewey Grand Formation, truly a fitting name. Fan Yao took a deep breath, slowly calming the shock in his heart. Countless questions and doubts surged in his mind like a geyser. He vaguely felt that this world harbored some enormous secret, one that even with his current strength as a leader in the Tongling realm, he was not qualified to uncover. Yet today, by a stroke of luck, he had glimpsed a fragment of it through the formation. These various doubts were clearly questions no one could answer for him. Forget it. In any case, saving the world is not something that would fall on my shoulders. I should focus on figuring out how to refine the Dewey Grand Formation and improve my martial skills. Thinking this, Fan Yao shook his head and injected a trace of 9-colored spiritual energy into the formation plate. In the temporary shelter, which was originally a pile of ruins, the area had been swiftly cleared into a flat open space under the intense efforts of the central base personnel. Tents were set up one after another, and supplies were being brought in as if they cost nothing. The place was bustling with activity, full of energy. The people from the Anqing base, initially somewhat fearful of these central base warriors who were far more powerful than them, soon realized their fears were unfounded. After all, any one of these warriors, who had come to help, was at least in the Hoteon or Unity realm, capable of crushing them, who were merely in the Foundation establishment stage, with a single punch. However, after spending some time together, they discovered that none of their worries came true. The central base warriors were even kinder than they had imagined. If they lacked anything, they only needed to mention it casually, and it would be delivered to them in the shortest time possible. Every detail was taken care of, and they were treated with such warmth and attentiveness that they felt as if they were staying in a 5-star presidential suite, completely stunned by the overwhelming hospitality. Hey, didn't I tell you not to follow me? I'll call you if I need anything. In the narrow path between the tents, Fan Wensi puffed her cheeks, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed, her exquisite features scrunched up in frustration. She glared at the burly central base warrior in front of her with an annoyed expression. Don't think that just because you're in the pure Yuan realm, I won't dare to scold you. If you keep following me, I'll go tell my brother that you're bullying me. Fan Wensi threatened, waving her small fists. Hearing this, the warrior scratched his head sheepishly and said with a smile, Miss Wensi, it was Lord Fan Yao who ordered me to protect you. I don't need your protection. Fan Wensi was almost in tears. Miss Wensi, please spare me. If you send me back like this, Lord Fan Yao definitely won't let me off. Seeing Fan Wensi's tearful expression, the warrior immediately became nervous, not knowing where to place his large hands and feet. Standing in front of the petite Fan Wensi, he looked more like a wronged little wife than a powerful pure Yuan realm warrior. His pitiful, if you send me away, I'll cry, demeanor left Fan Wensi dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. In the end, she could only stomp her feet in frustration and begrudgingly allow the warrior to follow her. Besides Fan Wensi, Huagang, Feng Yingying, Feng Pingtao, and Lei Hong were also receiving such special treatment. However, their reactions were quite different from Fan Wensi's. Huagang felt a bit thirsty and wanted to get up to pour himself a glass of water. Just as he shifted his seat, a martial artist from the central base, standing nearby, seemed to have seen something terrifying. He immediately rushed forward, saying, "Lord Hua, how could such a menial task like pouring water be done by you? Let me handle it. Please sit and rest." The martial artist spoke with extreme enthusiasm, then quickly ran to the kettle. After testing the water temperature and finding it a bit cold, he twisted his fingers, producing a spark with a crack, and placed it under the kettle. Before long, wisps of steam began to rise from the lid. When the water was heated to just the right temperature for drinking, the martial artist finally poured a cup with satisfaction. This series of actions left Huagang dumbfounded. "Lord Hua, please enjoy," the martial artist said, handing over the tea. Thank you." Huagang stiffly took the teacup and gulped it down in one go, utterly terrified by this ghost-like enthusiasm. This was a pure origin realm expert. He must be courting death to dare serve a super strong pure origin realm expert like this. What on earth had Fan Yao done at the central base to make these martial artists so loyal and devoted to him? Despite his own meager strength, they were willing to set aside their pride as strong warriors and treat him with such kindness. As for the others, the situation was much the same. If they were thirsty, water was handed to them in the next second. If they were hungry, as soon as they touched their stomachs, someone would rush over with food. The efficiency was so astonishing that it left them all dumbfounded. Especially Lei Hong. Being blind, he could only sense the aura of a pure origin realm expert locked onto him, watching his every move with intense scrutiny. It was as if he were sitting on pins and needles. If he hadn't immediately clarified his identity upon arrival that he was here to protect them, he might have been scared to death on the spot. Soon, everyone realized that the central base people treated them so well not because of their strength, but because of their leader. When the martial artists of the central base relaxed and chatted, they often mentioned their leader's name with faces full of reverence and fervor, vividly describing one thrilling battle scene after another. Even they couldn't help but join in and listen. By the end, it was hard to distinguish who was from Anqing base and who was from the central base. There was only one striking similarity. Whenever Fan Yao was mentioned, the reverence on their faces was unmistakable. It's simply blood boiling. Watching from below, I wanted to jump in and help Lord Fan Yao fight. TSK. Every punch was a direct hit, absolutely fearless. Do you think Lord Fan Yao just ran away like that? Not at all. Those dogs from the storm training hall even chased him into the mountains to hunt him down. But guess what? They didn't even get a hair, and instead, a large number of their own people died. You have stories, but do you think we don't? Let me tell you, back at Anqing base, our leader was only at the half-step unity realm. The people from Anqing base listened and exclaimed in amazement, as if they were sharing in the glory, as though they were praising themselves. By the end, their faces turned red as they shouted, "But do you know? One day, a pure origin realm beast suddenly appeared at our base. It was practically a disaster. At that time, it was Lord Fan Yao who stepped forward to save us, using his Unity Realm strength to withstand a pure Origin Realm beast. It was truly heroic and moving. Lord Fan Yao is so powerful, aren't you afraid he might defect to the central base?" Someone joked. "Afraid of what?" Someone proudly replied. "He's our leader. He'll always protect us. How could he possibly defect? Dream on." After retorting mercilessly, the martial artists from the central base often showed a hint of envy in their eyes, greatly satisfying their vanity. As time passed, about 3 months later, one day, boom. From the direction of the Sky Training Hall, 9 beams of light suddenly shot straight into the sky, radiating intense formation fluctuations. They converged in the high air above the central base, then underwent several complex transformations, forming a dense 9-colored light cluster. What the heck? What's going on? This scene looks ridiculously familiar. The terrifying memories of everyone in the central base were instantly awakened, and they became highly alert. Wasn't this the same formation that old ghost Sidu Jing had created back then? The ground still had massive pits that couldn't be filled, and some people had accidentally fallen into them, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Seeing their vigilant expressions, the people from Anqing Base also realized something unexpected had happened. They stared intently at the nine-colored light cluster, feeling deeply uneasy. Soon, the nine-colored light cluster underwent a transformation. After a moment of writhing, it suddenly shot out intense beams of light in all directions, connecting point to point, eventually enveloping the entire central base and forming a diamond-shaped barrier. "It's exactly the same," someone exclaimed with twitching lips. But before they could continue panicking, the nine-colored barrier began shrinking at a visible speed, eventually condensing into the size of a teapot and landing somewhere in the central base. Not the remnants of the Sky Training Hall causing trouble. Everyone was left bewildered by the scene, their faces full of confusion. After a while, confirming there was no danger, they quickly declared the crisis over and resumed their boasting. Sky Training Hall. Atop the spire-like roof, the Dewey Grand Formation can expand, contract, protect an entire base, or even just a single person. Truly remarkable. Fan Yao retrieved the formation disc, stretched lazily, and his bones crackled like popping beans. After 3 months of seclusion, his strength had already advanced to the late Commander realm. However, breaking through to the creation realm might prove to be a bit challenging. He didn't force it, and instead began practicing the martial techniques he had obtained from the Sky Training Hall. In a short time, he had mastered them all. "With my current strength, combined with the support of the 9 attributes, if a top-tier creation realm expert appeared before me, how many moves could I last?" Fan Yao stroked his chin, feeling the surging spiritual power within him, his confidence soaring. If that old scoundrel Sidu Ji were to resurrect now, he could punch him back into the coffin, tormenting him over and over again. The current Fan Yao could shatter mountains with a punch, shake stars into collapse with a palm, and with the sharpness of the giant spirit heaven-opening axe, not only was he invincible among his peers, but he could even challenge creation realm experts. After all, with such an absolutely defensive grand formation for protection, even if they couldn't win, they wouldn't die. Thinking about it, Fan Yao pulled up the system. His gaze lingered on the poison attribute talent, king-level unknown biological reaction, and his frown deepened. Although he had fused this himself using the venom glands of 8 poison attribute beasts, the appearance of a life reaction was truly unexpected. He had been too busy to study it before. This time, he would probably need to find a place for poison testing and have a poison tester analyze it. The origin of poison testers was somewhat bittersweet. While poison attribute warriors wouldn't poison themselves, in certain accidental environments, such as during cultivation when poison gas leaks out, they could end up poisoning friends, family, or even many ordinary people. Most poison attribute warriors have extremely fast-acting toxins. If a poison attribute warrior is present, they can detoxify immediately. However, most of the time, due to various reasons, they are not on site. By the time they realize or remember, the victims have been dead for half a day, long gone cold. Because of many such tragedies, some poison attribute warriors switch professions to become poison testers. A poison tester must be a poison attribute warrior, but not all poison attribute warriors are poison testers. They share the same roots, all dealing with poison. Poison testers are knowledgeable in toxicology, familiar with all kinds of poisons, and through learning, they can create general antidotes as well as targeted cures. Knowing how toxic his unknown venom was, Fan Yao felt that he should prepare an antidote and have Fan Wenxi, Huigang, and even Mo Jun carry one with them to avoid accidents. While Fan Yao was deep in thought, "Haha, Fan Yao, kid, finally willing to come out?" A loud laugh suddenly rang out. Mo Jun's spirited figure appeared in front of Fan Yao the next second. Seeing Mo Jun, the scene from when he first entered the Master's cultivation room flashed in Fan Yao's mind, and his face darkened slightly. His gaze swept over Mo Jun in a strange way, as if he were observing some rare species. He really couldn't tell this old guy had such peculiar hobbies, needing to watch beauties for entertainment while cultivating. No wonder he had been single all his life. "You, why are you looking at me like that?" Emojan's flying figure stopped 3 meters away from Fan Yao, refusing to come any closer, his face full of suspicion as if asking, "What are you up to?" Fan Yao was speechless. "Master Emo, is there a place for poison testing in the central base?" Fan Yao asked from a distance. "Yes, on West Chu Gate Street. There's a shop called Poison Master S Workshop. It's full of poison attribute warriors, and there are poison testing experts too." Emotion shouted loudly. Hearing this, Fan Yao nodded slightly, then said no more. He turned and jumped off the roof, heading toward West Chu Gate Street. Watching Fan Yao leave, Emotion finally breathed a sigh of relief, landing on the ground with a fearful expression. As soon as he landed, he slapped his own face, pacing anxiously. How could I forget to tell Fan Yao that the Tianqing Training Hall is recruiting in 7 days? I might be too busy to invite him, and he mustn't be late. Oh no, what do I do now? The next second, that's right, I'll have Mu Feng go tell him. I'm so clever. Mo Zhen nodded in satisfaction, not forgetting to smugly praise himself. Then, humming a tune, he turned around and got busy again. Zicumen Avenue. Fan Yao strolled casually down the street, completely ignoring the fervent and admiring gazes cast his way. His eyes darted around, silently marveling at the efficiency of the central base. In just 3 months, the battle scars that had left the area riddled with damage had almost been completely erased. Most of the shops had been rebuilt and reopened, creating a thriving scene. The only exceptions were the buildings that required longer construction times, such as the Demon Hunter Organization Tower. This towering structure, hundreds of stories high, was a landmark of the central base, and completing its restoration in a short time was no easy feat. Before long, Fan Yao arrived at a shop with a rather eerie and sinister decor. The signboard displayed 3 large, pitch-black characters, Du Fengju Poison Master. This should be the place, right? Fan Yao silently recited the shop's name in his mind. After confirming it was the right one, he stepped inside. Lord Fan Yao, a young lady with unnaturally pale skin, slightly purplish lips, and a somewhat sickly appearance lit up with surprise and delight as she greeted him. Her lips curved into a sweet smile as she enthusiastically said, "Hello, hello. Are you here for poison testing?" Sensing the faint toxic aura emanating from her, Fan Yao couldn't help but take a closer look. It was his first time encountering a female martial artist with poison attributes, and he was naturally curious. His gaze lingered, and the young lady's pale complexion flushed faintly with a hint of red. Her shy and bashful eyes darted nervously, and she seemed unsure of where to place her hands and feet. "Yes," Fan Yao replied with a smile, rubbing his nose. "All right, please follow me, Lord Fan Yao." Gu Zhuo smiled shyly, lowering her head slightly as she led the way. Her heart pounded wildly, almost to the point of wanting to scream. It was really Fan Yao in the flesh. Today, she had originally been covering for someone else, having just taken over their shift. She had been full of complaints, but who would have thought that the next moment, Fan Yao would walk through the door? How lucky she was to see him in person, and to be alone with him. Gu Zhuo was so excited that her eyes practically sparkled with hearts. Soon, she led Fan Yao to a large piece of equipment and softly introduced it. "Lord Fan Yao, this is the toxic level testing device." Toxic levels are divided into 5 grades, from highest to lowest: Grade A, Grade B, Grade C, Grade D, and Grade E. Simply drop a single drop of poison into the test slot. Wait for a moment, and the test report will appear on the screen. You can choose to print it or not, as you prefer, Gu Zhuo explained in detail. Fan Yao examined the equipment in front of him with interest. After a moment, he raised his fingertip, and a drop of rich, purple-red poison condensed and hovered at his fingertip, playfully trembling. What an impressive poison! Gu Zhuo stared unblinkingly at the drop on Fan Yao's fingertip, feeling her own toxic spiritual energy retreat as if in the presence of a king. Plop! The drop of poison swayed slightly before succumbing to gravity and smoothly falling into the test slot, disappearing without a trace. "I wonder if it can reach Grade A," Fan Yao murmured to himself, withdrawing his hand and staring at the screen, his heart beating a little faster. He had a vague feeling that he could rank in the top 3 among the 5 levels, though he wasn't sure if he could reach the highest level, Grade A. He was somewhat looking forward to it. However, as time passed, This anticipation gradually faded away. Finally, a hint of doubt appeared on Fan Yao's youthful and handsome face. He turned to look at Gujarat with some confusion and asked, "No reaction?" Please wait a moment." Gujarat, standing nearby, was also puzzled. She quickly stepped forward to take a closer look and fiddled with the device, but still, there was no response. It was as if the machine wasn't powered on, with the screen remaining completely dark. After a while, Gujarat was at a loss and couldn't help but mumble, speculating. The testing instrument is usually very sensitive and produces results within about 5 seconds. Could it be that the venom quantity isn't sufficient? Then I'll add a bit more. Fan Yao's eyes lit up, showing some eagerness. Without hesitation, he extended his hand and conjured a fist-sized amount of venom. Then, with a flip of his palm, he poured it all into the slot with a gurgling sound. This time, there was a reaction, and it was quite intense. Fan Yao raised an eyebrow, seemingly sensing something, and instinctively lowered his head to look at the lower part of the instrument. "What the?" Fan Yao stepped back 2 paces, his lips twitching sharply. Starting from the slot, the purplish-red venom mischievously flowed everywhere, corroding the hard surface of the instrument and creating a large hole. Eventually, it dripped onto the floor tiles. Wherever it passed, black smoke rose, leaving deep scars behind. Everything seemed to have been devoured by some creature, disappearing completely. The colorful circuit lines were utterly destroyed, sparks flying everywhere. I overdid it. A drop of cold sweat slid down Fan Yao's forehead as he glanced awkwardly at Gujarat, who was also dumbfounded. He cleared his throat and said, "I'll compensate for this." Gujarat had already been stunned. Her originally fair face turned even paler. Awakened by Fan Yao's voice, she finally snapped out of it and stared at the instrument, which had been almost entirely corroded. Her heart felt like crying. On her first day as a substitute, she encountered Lord Fan Yao himself, who incidentally destroyed an expensive venom testing instrument. Was her luck really that good? Moreover, Lord Fan Yao's venom was truly terrifying. She had been a poison attribute martial artist for so many years, yet she had never heard of anyone whose venom could melt a venom testing instrument. "Do you have a more durable instrument?" Fan Yao's voice floated over like a haunting melody, echoing in her mind. "Why, yes. Please follow me, my lord." Gujarat's body trembled, as if her inner thoughts had been caught red-handed, leaving her slightly embarrassed. Hearing Fan Yao's question, she immediately nodded like a pecking chicken. Adhering to the principle that the customer is king, she led Fan Yao to another room. As soon as they entered, a larger, more complex, and seemingly extremely sophisticated venom testing instrument appeared before Fan Yao, almost like a pleasant surprise. "Lord Fan Yao, this venom testing instrument is the latest creation of our venom testing master. Its precision can reach 100%. The materials used are highly resistant to venom. Not only can it determine the grade, but it can also accurately analyze the composition, origin, and other details of the venom. Today is its first day of use." Gujarat enthusiastically introduced to Fan Yao, her face full of confidence. This instrument was their store's prized possession, capable of easily detecting even grade A toxins. She assured him it would definitely withstand Fan Yao's poison. Hearing this, Fan Yao felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He nodded slightly, thought for a moment, and dared not condense too much poison. He merely formed a marble-sized drop of poison in his palm and gently tossed it into the slot. As the poison flowed in, Fan Yao instinctively glanced at the lower part of the instrument. Seeing that it hadn't been corroded into a large hole, he finally felt relieved. His attention shifted to the screen, his face full of anticipation. Swish! The screen suddenly lit up and began flashing wildly. Countless formulas and incomprehensible chemical symbols suddenly flooded the entire screen, resembling a flurry of snowflakes, as if the computer had been hacked. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The massive LCD screen displayed 2 blood-red characters, Grade E. Before the text could fully stabilize, it immediately jumped again. Grade D. Swish, and it disappeared again. "Fan Yao, it's still rising." Gujarat shouted excitedly. "Grade C. Only Grade C." Fan Yao was somewhat dissatisfied. "Grade C, the lowest of the top 3 grades?" Before long, the text changed again. "Grade B. My goodness, grade B. It's actually grade B. Grade B poison. This is already a terrifying level capable of dissolving steel and concrete. If it touches skin, the skin would instantly vanish without a trace. Gujarua covered her mouth, her blood seemingly boiling with excitement. Yet, she was puzzled. Grade B was indeed powerful, but it shouldn't be enough to corrode the instrument, right? Just as confusion filled her face, the words Grade B slowly disappeared, and finally, two new characters emerged. Grade A. Wow. Fan Yao, it's the highest grade. You know, even Situ G is grade A. Gujarua couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, her face flushed with excitement. It's all right, Fan Yao nodded. He felt a bit odd. Situ G was also grade a high-level poison. Back then, he had easily let the purple snake tear the black snake apart. How could they be the same level? To be blunt, he felt his poison should surpass grade A. Sure enough, just as this thought crossed Fan Yao's mind, the massive screen suddenly jumped again. The grade A text instantly disappeared, and the entire instrument began to shake violently, suddenly sounding alarms with a series of beeps. System error. System error. System error. The alarm blared incessantly, and the poison test report failed to print. The screen displayed the words system error along with an exclamation mark, flashing wildly. Fan Yao immediately turned his head to look at Gujarua, whose smile had frozen at the corners of her mouth, her face collapsing, and her eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He kindly asked, "Where was this instrument assembled? Did you get scammed by some unscrupulous merchant?" I. This was personally designed by our store's only poison testing master, Master Han, and specially manufactured by professional technicians. Gujarua finally managed to find her voice, speaking hoarsely. Fan Yao, it seems your poison has some anomaly that caused the system to crash. Abnormalities? There are indeed some, not just a few, but even he, the owner, can't quite figure out how these abnormalities occurred. The Master Han you mentioned earlier, does he take on poison testing jobs? Fan Yao asked with a smile. The instruments are unreliable, so it's better to directly ask a person to check. He does. But Master Han has a rather peculiar temperament. If it's not a poison he's interested in, even if it's you, I'm afraid. Gujarua said hesitantly. Master Han's fiery temper has caused him to lash out several times, driving away customers with his sharp tongue. Who knows how many martial artists he's offended? If it were other solitary martial artists, it wouldn't matter, but Fan Yao is not like ordinary people. If he gets angry, what if he tears down their shop? No problem. I believe he will be interested in my poison. Fan Yao smiled slightly, speaking with certainty. Seeing Fan Yao's insistence, Gujarua could only lead him out of the room and up to the second floor. Soon, they arrived at a door with a sign reading, Laboratory. Gujarua pressed the doorbell, and a strange ringing sound echoed inside. Master Han, Lord Fan Yao requests your assistance in poison testing. Gujarua called softly. The laboratory fell silent, as if no one was inside. If Fan Yao hadn't heard the sound of test tubes clinking, he might have been fooled into thinking it was empty. Is he not here? I didn't see Master Han go out today, Gujarua muttered, persistently pressing the doorbell again. This time, there was a response. Who the hell is bothering me? Don't you know I'm preparing an antidote? Get lost. A rough, hoarse voice came from inside, full of anger and dissatisfaction at being interrupted, cursing without restraint. Master Han, Lord Fan Yao, you mustn't be disrespectful. Please open the door. Gujarua gritted her teeth and repeated. Damn it. At #%. Master Han still showed no intention of opening the door, his curses growing even more intense, with one or two even directed at Fan Yao. Hearing the unpleasant words, Fan Yao frowned slightly, his patience completely gone. Poisonous liquid condensed in his hand, and with a calculated punch, he struck the laboratory door. The terrifying poison instantly corroded the entire door into a hollow shell, which crashed into the laboratory with a loud bang, followed by a scream. Ah! Fan Yao stepped inside, his gaze sweeping casually across the room. He saw a pile of scattered reagents and liquids on the floor, mixing together and emitting a pungent smell. Beneath the fallen door lay a middle-aged man in a lab coat, unkempt and scruffy, with a couple of blackened holes corroded into his lab coat. You actually... Ow, my back. My laboratory, you've destroyed it. Han Lin lay on the ground, unable to get up for a long time, whether from pain or heartbreak, his face twisted in agony, teeth clenched. A poison tester with such a grand attitude. Fan Yao walked in coldly, a mocking smile playing on his lips. You, 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 don't come any closer. Han Lin, intimidated by Fan Yao's imposing aura, turned pale, his heels scraping against the floor as he scooted backward. His hand then bumped into a bottle of pink potion. Turning his head, his eyes lit up instantly. He grabbed it and splashed it towards Fan Yao. Splash! The potion sprayed into the air, not only without emitting a toxic stench, but instead diffusing a faint fragrance, like perfume, quickly blending into the air. Bang! Guzhua found the scent pleasant and took a couple of extra breaths. In an instant, her face flushed with a strange redness, and she collapsed unconscious on the ground. Whoosh! Fan Yao paused his steps as the purple-red poisonous gas rose like flames, effortlessly dispersing the pink poisonous mist. Huh! Han Lin's eyes widened. What a potent poison. Even 10 miles of peach blossoms is no match for it. Are you going to detoxify me or not? Fan Yao squinted his eyes, staring dangerously at the poison tester who was sitting on the ground in a disheveled state. Test, I'll test. Oh dear, look at this. You should have told me earlier you had such an interesting poison. What a mess this has caused. Han Lin suddenly jolted awake, jumped up from the ground, hastily tidied his messy lab coat, and smiled awkwardly before quickly detoxifying Guzhua. So you're saying this is all my fault, huh? Fan Yao laughed angrily, watching Han Lin skillfully detoxify Guzhua, raising an eyebrow. Not bad. Ahem, well, Lord Fan Yao, I wouldn't dare say that. Han Lin's hand trembled, his embarrassment evident. In just a moment, the strange flush on Guzhua's face faded, and she regained consciousness. Quite capable. Perhaps he really can uncover the true nature of this poison, Fan Yao thought to himself. I wonder if you could provide me with some samples, my lord. Han Lin rubbed his hands together, speaking with a hint of anticipation. Fan Yao smiled faintly and granted his wish. Suddenly, a purple-red mist emerged from Fan Yao's hand. As the mist drifted, it quickly condensed into a palm-sized sparrow, its feathers intricately detailed. Its tiny, glistening eyes were full of intelligence. The small sparrow spread its tiny wings, and its plump body instantly soared into the air, flapping its wings as it circled, emitting tender chirps. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As if aware of its mission, the sparrow chirped twice, tucked its little claws, and lightly landed on Han Lin's shoulder, looking up at him. Such intelligence. With Han Lin's sharp eyes, he could naturally tell that Fan Yao hadn't controlled the sparrow's form, meaning the poison had developed consciousness and could fly. Han Lin was overjoyed, treating the sparrow like a treasure, holding it carefully in his hands. Without a word, he avoided the mess on the ground, opened an inner door, and walked inside, leaving Fan Yao outside. Fan Yao showed no sign of displeasure, casually glancing around the laboratory. The lab was chaotic and cluttered, with shattered reagents scattered about, alongside rows of preserved ones colorful and dazzling, but undoubtedly all highly toxic. His poison was formed by fusing the venom glands of countless poisonous beasts. Could he possibly merge these toxins as well? Master Han, mind if I play around with these poisons? Fan Yao's eyes gleamed as he called out loudly to Han Lin inside the room. Sure, Han Lin replied loudly from within. Upon hearing this, Fan Yao eagerly looked at the shelves, casually picking up a vial of reagent and unscrewing the cap, releasing the toxic gas within. Buzz inside Fan Yao's body. The poison pill trembled violently, and then a dense purple-red liquid suddenly surged out, coursing through his meridians before plunging straight into the reagent. Then, gurgle, gurgle, the sound of bubbling arose. The reagent in Fan Yao's hand rapidly diminished at a speed visible to the naked eye, until not a single drop remained. Drank it all. Fan Yao's face looked as if he had seen a ghost. He turned the reagent upside down, but not a single drop came out. It was as clean as if a dog had licked it. He seemed to faintly sense that after absorbing this unknown reagent, the toxicity of his poison had become even more potent. Drinking poison felt like drinking a nutritional supplement. The more he drank, the stronger he became. Fan Yao pondered for a moment, then picked up another jet black reagent and pulled out the stopper. Whoosh. As soon as the stopper was removed, that small cluster of purple-red liquid wiggled its tail, leaped, and with a plop, dove into the reagent. A scene almost identical to before unfolded before Fan Yao's eyes. At the same time, Fan Yao could feel the energy contained within the poison becoming even more terrifying. If I were to drink all these reagents, what would I become? An uncontrollable thought popped into Fan Yao's mind, but he immediately shook his head, trying to dispel it. No, that's too risky. Who knows what kind of monster might emerge in the end? Fan Yao took a deep breath, but as soon as his gaze landed on the reagents, his eyes seemed glued to them, unable to look away. This thought lingered in his mind like a maggot clinging to a bone. Poison, in the eyes of the world, was a double-edged sword. Some considered its use despicable, while others believed poison to be a form of strength, neither noble nor base. As long as it could defeat enemies and protect oneself, poison was more useful than any martial skill. As for Fan Yao, he neither rejected the use of poison nor relied on it excessively. The deadly poison lurking within his body was, in a way, like a powerful trump card. At a critical moment, it could erupt and potentially turn the tide of an entire battle. And now, it seemed that Fan Yao's poison had undergone some kind of mutation, making this experiment absolutely necessary. Just this once, I'll give it a try. Fan Yao muttered to himself, as if possessed, reaching out to grab 7 or 8 vials of reagents from the rack with one hand, while pulling over a transparent glass vessel with the other. With a surge of spiritual energy, the test tubes shattered instantly. The multicolored poisonous liquids poured into the vessel with a crash, violently repelling each other. At the points where they collided, the intense turbulence and resistance even created tiny gaps, refusing to merge no matter what. Fan Yao could clearly feel the excitement of the poison pill. With a slurp, the multicolored poisonous liquids in the vessel were once again completely absorbed. Master Han won't suddenly show up, will he? Fan Yao, feeling a bit guilty, turned his head to look around, only to see Guzhou lying on the ground with wide eyes staring at him. As for the doorway, there was no sign of movement. Fan Yao let out a sigh of relief, then grabbed reagent after reagent, pouring them into the vessel. Almost as soon as they were poured, they were completely absorbed. The 10th vial, the 15th vial, the 18th vial, the final vial. By the end, the rack was completely empty. Poisonous Liquic Fan Yao's expression turned strange, as if he had heard the venom let out a satisfied burp. Suddenly, its volume began to expand frantically like a balloon being inflated, and in no time, it grew to the size of a volleyball. Yet it still didn't stop. Moments later, it had grown to the size of a basketball. Huff, huff, like someone who had overdosed on a powerful tonic. The originally purplish-red venom began to show signs of instability in its color. It turned red for a moment, then white, then green, then purple, cycling through all the colors like a carousel. Ugh! Fan Yao's face changed drastically as he stared at the liquid sphere in front of him, now half his height. Without hesitation, he summoned the giant spirit sky-splitting axe, inwardly lamenting his recklessness. Reckless if this thing goes berserk today, wouldn't the central base be destroyed again? If that really happens, wouldn't Minister Zhang hunt him down to the ends of the earth? Shrink quickly. Fan Yao's eyes were fixed on the venom sphere, now as tall as he was, as he screamed inwardly. Glancing at Guzhou nearby, he kicked a chair toward her, using its momentum to push her out the door. Boom! With a wave of his hand, the laboratory door slammed shut. Duo E formation. Fan Yao muttered solemnly in his heart. A dazzling light burst forth from his palm, shooting toward the venom's top. The light refracted, transforming into a diamond-shaped 9-pointed cone that perfectly encased the rapidly expanding venom. Bang! Bang! The venom, suddenly restrained, frantically collided against the light tower inside, the banging sounds incessant. The 9-pointed cone trembled violently, its thin, glowing walls shining brightly. It's holding. A trace of joy flashed across Fan Yao's heart as he watched the venom, having expanded to its limit, begin to shrink rapidly. In just a moment, it had turned into a small, flat lump, slumped on the floor like something exhausted after a certain activity. Fan Yao let out a heavy sigh, summoned the duo E formation back, and stepped forward. Looking at the venom, now resembling a pancake, he couldn't help but smile wryly. With a helpless laugh, he reached out and summoned it back into the poison pill. Then, he quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to observe the changes in the poison pill internally. The poison pill had undergone a massive transformation. The originally smooth pill now had countless sharp spikes protruding from it, resembling a sea urchin. The spikes continued to grow longer, their colors shifting in a kaleidoscope of hues, forcing the 9-pattern spirit pill to retreat to the side. Is this self-refining poison? Fan Yao gritted his teeth, enduring the waves of pain that occasionally surged through his body. The 9-pattern spirit pill suddenly froze, and large streams of spiritual energy were torn out, eventually forming a defensive barrier around the poison pill. The energy squirmed desperately, trying to dissolve the sharp spikes. However, a rough count revealed hundreds of spikes, and at this rate, the process would take far longer than expected. 7 days. It took Fan Yao a full 7 days to grind down all the spikes. The poison pill finally stopped trembling, and its ever-changing kaleidoscope of colors settled into a deep, mysterious blue, as profound and unfathomable as the ocean. Just one glance at it was enough to inspire awe. It actually evolved. Fan Yao silently admired the poison pill's stunningly beautiful color for a moment, exhaling softly. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. And, at the very moment he opened his eyes, the poisonous gas on his body uncontrollably spread out. Sizzle sizzle. Everywhere it passed the ground, objects, test tube racks seemed to twist in space, as if swallowed by an invisible, gluttonous maw, leaving no trace behind. The spread of the poisonous gas stopped at the doorway, finally converging in an instant. Amid the turbulence, it transformed into a peculiar poisonous beast, 3 inches tall. Its face resembled both a snake and a dragon, with twin horns on its head, a body of azure blue, and a lower half that was indistinct, seemingly a fish tail. It floated in front of Fan Yao, swimming like a fish, its intelligent, narrow eyes fixed on him, full of attachment. "Hello," Fan Yao said with a slight smile. "Ing." The strange beast let out a tender cry, seemingly responding to Fan Yao, brimming with joy. Its fish tail gently flicked, causing poisonous waves to surge, as if gathering the world's deadliest toxins, ferocious yet pure as water. Its clear eyes were filled with a naive curiosity about the world. This little guy looks quite beautiful," Fan Yao remarked, stroking his chin. Although it was still far from resembling a human, as a newly emerged strange beast, its appearance was quite pleasing to his aesthetic sense. Hearing Fan Yao's compliment, the little creature was evidently overjoyed. Its fish tail seemed to vibrate, wagging even faster as it darted around Fan Yao, lively and energetic. Feeling the beast's closeness, Fan Yao's lips curled into a smile. Enthusiastically, he said, "Your color is beautiful, like a mermaid. How about I name you Blue Little Fish?" Ing ing ing. The little creature jumped around excitedly. Fan Yao paused, then decisively changed the name, Blue Sky Tyrant? Upon hearing this name, the little creature's narrow eyes widened in shock. It leapt up and down, chirping incessantly, its fish tail flailing wildly, almost spiraling into the sky. Throwing a tantrum over a name, like a woman. These are the only 2 options. Fan Yao frowned, waved his hand decisively, and directly left the choice to the creature. Seeing this, the beast seemed a bit disappointed, swimming slowly around Fan Yao. Whoosh. Finally, as if it had made up its mind, it darted in front of Fan Yao at lightning speed, straightening itself into the shape of the number 1. The first one? All right. From now on, your name is Blue Little Fish. Fan Yao, ignoring the creature's resentful gaze, made the decision. After playing with Blue Little Fish for a while, the creature seemed to grow tired. It curled into a deep blue pill, then shot into Fan Yao's lower abdomen. It returned to its place. Fan Yao closed his eyes again, surrounded by poisonous gas, and began cultivating, almost losing track of time. Outside the shop, on the street, people hurried by, their faces filled with excitement, quickening their pace toward the same direction. That direction was bustling with the sound of drums and firecrackers, the atmosphere extraordinarily lively. Today was the widely anticipated opening day of the Sky Training Hall. Familiar martial artists gathered in groups of 3 or 5, their eyes filled with longing, their blood boiling, faces flushed with excitement. They hadn't even reached the training hall yet, but they were already warming up, eager to perform well. Hurry up, hurry up. If we're late, we won't even get a taste of the soup. 2 martial artists jogged past the Poison Master's shop front. Unable to resist Master Emo said this should be the place, right? The woman was none other than Lu Mufeng. She looked at the somewhat dilapidated wooden sign, glanced around, and murmured uncertainly. She had been entrusted by Mo Jun to find Fan Yao and bring him to today's enrollment ceremony. Firecrackers had been going off for most of the day, and the crowd of martial artists waiting outside was so dense that they blocked the entrance, all eager to see him. Yet, despite the time for speeches and addresses having passed, Fan Yao still hadn't appeared. Master Mo was on the verge of losing his mind, but he couldn't leave himself, so he sent her to find him. To some extent, the enrollment ceremony would only reach its climax with Fan Yao's presence, so even if she had to drag him, she was determined to bring him back. With this thought, Lu Mufeng stepped directly into the shop and casually grabbed a female clerk, asking, "Excuse me, is Fan Yao here?" The female clerk froze for a moment upon hearing the question, then turned her head, revealing a familiar pale profile. It was Gu Zhuo. Earlier, she had been safely escorted out of the laboratory by Fan Yao and had waited outside until she woke up. Noticing the fluctuations in the room, she didn't dare to disturb him and returned to her own tasks. "Oh my, it's Lu Mufeng, Master Lu." Gu Zhuo immediately recognized the woman in front of her, her face showing surprise as she hurriedly nodded. "He-es here. He-es here. I'll lead the way." Gu Zhuo quickly regained her composure and answered promptly. As she led the way ahead with enthusiasm, her curiosity burned brightly. Who didn't know that Lu Mufeng, Master Lu, was a renowned beauty of the central base? The young talents pursuing her could form a line stretching from East Street to West Street. Yet she hadn't taken a liking to any of them. And now, she had personally come to find Master Fan Yao. Gu Zhuo couldn't believe there wasn't some romantic intrigue involved. My goodness, this is such juicy gossip. Gu Zhuo's excitement quickened her steps, and before long, she had brought Lu Mufeng to Fan Yao's door. "Master Lu, Master Fan Yao is inside, cultivating." Gu Zhuo answered respectfully. "All right, but you got my title wrong." Lu Mufeng smiled faintly, her stunning face lighting up with a hint of amusement. "I'm no longer a master, I'm now the deputy master of Tianqing." With that, she opened the door and walked in. Shortly after, the sound of light conversation could be heard. Fan Yao looked somewhat surprised at the sudden visitor before him. He withdrew the poisonous aura enveloping his body and asked in confusion, "What is the matter? Have you really forgotten?" Lu Mufeng rolled her eyes playfully and retorted with a hint of exasperation. No wonder Master Mo was so anxious. Fan Yao had completely lost track of time, utterly absorbed in his cultivation, and had forgotten all about the opening ceremony of the Tianqing Training Hall. Opening ceremony, ribbon cutting, speech. Seeing Fan Yao still looking puzzled, Lu Mufeng could only softly remind him item by item, feeling a bit speechless as she watched the dawning realization spread across Fan Yao's face. Sorry. I completely forgot without anyone reminding me." Fan Yao slapped his forehead, chuckling at himself in embarrassment. "Wait a moment." With that, Fan Yao stood up, pushed open the door, and entered Han Lin's inner laboratory. Shortly after, he emerged holding a snow-white report and a bottle of antidote. He glanced at them casually before storing them in his pouch. Knowing that the reaction of this unknown creature was related to Lan Xiaoyu, Fan Yao lost interest in the report. The venom level could barely be judged as above grade A, and the antidote could be reluctantly used. It was somewhat disappointing. The two leapt into the air and sped towards the Tianqing Training Hall. Tianqing Training Hall. Red ribbons, red lanterns, and red firecrackers enveloped the training hall in a sea of fiery celebration. Even Mo Jun was dressed in festive red. What was supposed to be a proper opening ceremony had been turned into a wedding scene. Fan Yao, I won't let him off." Imogen jumped in anger, looking at the bustling crowd outside, almost on the verge of tears. Master, has Lord Fan Yao not arrived yet? Nearby, Su Yujin and Shun Kuan ran over anxiously from outside and asked, the martial artists are already clamoring for interviews. If we don't cut the ribbon soon, it will be too late. Imogen was about to speak when he suddenly felt a familiar presence approaching. He froze for a moment, then burst into laughter and walked out in excitement. With Fan Yao's appearance, the fiery atmosphere at the Tianqing Training Hall reached its peak. Countless people gathered, all staring at the figure on the high platform. There were people from the central base and the Anqing base, their eyes filled with unparalleled fervor and admiration, their faces flushed with excitement. Lord Fan Yao has appeared. Lord Fan Yao, is it true that you've joined the Tianqing Training Hall? I want to become a martial student at Tianqing Training Hall and train alongside the master. This person was clearly from the Anqing base. Fan Yao stood quietly on the stage, his heart calm and indifferent, as if the jubilant crowd before him gradually faded into specks of dust in his eyes, his mind serene. Next came the ribbon cutting, speeches, and the entire ceremony process, leading up to the main event, recruitment. This scene is almost comparable to my succession ceremony, Fan Yao remarked, seeing such a large crowd testing together for the first time, unable to help but praise. Right? Back in the day, even the Fengyan Training Hall didn't have this level of popularity, Zhang Yong said with a smile, appearing beside Fan Yao at some point. Most of them are here because of you. Maybe, Fan Yao replied noncommittally. If they were only here to see him and were desperate to join the Tianqing Training Hall, it seemed a bit far-fetched. After all, the training hall had standards for recruiting martial students. At that moment, Fan Yao's gaze sharpened. Amid the bustling recruitment scene, a commotion had arisen at some point, drawing the attention of many. A number of onlookers stood by, partly out of curiosity and partly because the girl involved in the argument was exceptionally beautiful. I already told you, I paid the registration fee and passed the qualification test. I just accidentally lost the receipt and certification. Why won't you accept me as a martial student? Gao Jingjing said angrily, her flushed face showing her dissatisfaction as she spoke to the certification staff in front of her. My elder brothers and many martial artists saw it. I have an intermediate would attribute talent. How could that be fake? Besides, faking it would be pointless. Once I enter the training hall, it would be exposed anyway. Nearby, Gao Qing and Gao Han were also nervously trying to comfort the nearly tearful Gao Jingjing while pleading on her behalf. Can't you make an exception? If we retest, we'll have to pay again. We don't have any money on hand, and if we go back to get it, the martial trainees will be fully recruited. But without the receipt, we can't customize the roster. That means she 1T count as a martial trainee of Tianqing Training Hall. The certifying officer looked troubled. Seeing Gao Jingjing about to argue further, he suddenly lost patience and said, if you go back now to get the money and retest, there might still be a chance to join Tianqing Training Hall. But if you keep dawdling, it'll be too late. Don't blame me for not warning you. You. Gao Jingjing gritted her teeth in anger, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She had failed again. Joining the training hall was her lifelong dream, and yet she had been so careless as to lose the receipt and certification letter. With so many people around, who knew if someone had picked them up? It was impossible to find them now. Gao Jingjing slowly squatted down, hugging her knees as tears fell. At first, she sobbed quietly, but her cries grew louder and louder until she was wailing uncontrollably. Jingjing. Gao Qing clenched his fists. Little sister. Gao Han felt a pang in his heart. So pitiful, crying so miserably, the onlookers sighed. Tianqing Training Hall was different from Fengyan Training Hall. Both the receipt and certification letter were required, and even bribery wouldn't work. Moreover, these people didn't look like they had money. What a pity. Suddenly, reserve a spot for her. A calm voice suddenly came from the distant high platform. Everyone froze. Then, realizing the source of the voice, jaws dropped to the ground one after another, followed by a chorus of howls. Fan, 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 Lord Fan Yao. Lord Fan Yao wants to protect this girl? Damn, she is so lucky. Who knows what good deeds she did in her past life to deserve this? Hold on, my lord. I'll reserve it immediately. The certifying officer's body trembled, seemingly aware of an intimidating gaze falling upon him. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he quickly responded loudly. Gao Jingjing's crying paused. Through tear-filled eyes, she looked in the direction of the voice. In a daze, she saw Fan Yao smiling and nodding at her. His lips moved, and a gentle voice suddenly reached her ears. Go ahead and retest to complete the procedures. Otherwise, they'll accuse me of favoritism. Upon hearing this, Gao Jingjing's tears flowed like a fountain. She cried and laughed, wiping her tears with her hands, and nodded heavily. Then, she quickly got up and, accompanied by her two brothers, ran to retest. This time, it would surely go smoothly on the high platform. Fan Yao withdrew his gaze. What's this? A friend? Zhang Yong, who had also witnessed the scene, was surprised that Fan Yao would intervene in such a matter and curiously inquired. An old acquaintance, Fan Yao replied with a smile. He hadn't expected that the favor of giving medicine in the southeastern Great Forest would be repaid in this way. Besides, that girl has decent talent. If she's trained well, she might be able to participate in the base battle in a couple of years and explore the ancient battlefield. Zhang Yong said with a smile. Base battle? Ancient battlefield? What's that? Fan Yao's gaze shifted as he asked. Zhang Yong had only mentioned these two terms before. If he remembered correctly, the Dui Grand Formation was something brought back after the Fengyun Training Hall participated in the base battle. Let's wait until the Tianqing Training Hall finishes its enrollment, then gather everyone together to discuss it. After all, your Anqing base will also be participating in this base battle, Zhang Yong said, keeping some suspense and throwing out a bait that successfully piqued Fan Yao's rarely seen curiosity. The opening of the Tianqing Training Hall was considered the only major joyous event after the central base suffered a great calamity. The grand occasion at the time was enough to be recorded in the history of the central base. Emo Jinla was overwhelmed with excitement, tears streaming down his face as he looked at the hall filled with martial artists. The Tianqing Training Hall had finally flourished in his hands. All of this was thanks to Fan Yao's complete eradication of the Fengyun Training Hall. Otherwise, he might have been squeezed out with no room to survive, eventually going bankrupt, or he might have been directly crushed and obliterated, disappearing from the history of the central base. But now, not only had he risen from the ashes with unstoppable momentum, but he had also surpassed the peak of his previous success. Even the candidates for the global event of the base battle were to be selected from his Tianqing Training Hall, Hunter Organization headquarters. In a deeply buried underground floor, inside a highly advanced and high-tech private room, many figures sat quietly, facing Zhang Yong, who stood in front of a projection screen, listening intently. At a glance, some faces were familiar, while others were strangers. Fan Yao was also among them. Although he was casually sitting in a corner, no one dared to ignore him. At this moment, he rested his chin on his hand, listening with great interest to Zhang Yong's introduction about the base battle. The so-called base battle, as the name suggests, is a combat exchange between bases, Zhang Yong said, holding a thick stack of documents in his hands. His complexion had improved significantly. He first scanned the crowd, his expression becoming more solemn. After the nuclear explosion years ago, the world entered a self-defense phase. Bases became somewhat isolated from each other, with some even being extremely exclusionary, and there was little interaction between them. To address this issue, the leaders of the more powerful base hunter organizations held a summit meeting and decided on the matter of the base battle. At this point, Zhang Yong glanced at Fan Yao. It is held every 3 years, and 3 sessions have already taken place. In about 2 months, the 4th base battle will commence, a global event that garners significant attention. Following Zhang Yong's gaze, everyone also looked over, their expressions a mix of anticipation and subtle unease, creating a complex atmosphere. In this context, the central base and Anqing base were, to some extent, competitors. However, Fan Yao had a great debt of gratitude owed to him by the central base, and his personal strength was exceptionally formidable. Even if all the younger generation of the central base joined forces, they might not be able to defeat him. Surely, anyone who knew they had such an unbeatable and untouchable opponent before the competition would find it hard to smile. Anqing base should have participated in the base battle before, right? Mr. Hua, am I correct? Zhang Yong asked with a smile, looking at Hua Gang, who had been silent in the corner. The crowd's attention immediately shifted to him, right next to Fan Yao on the sofa. Hua Gang, Fang Yingying, and the others were sitting cautiously, behaving exceptionally well like quails. Even the most lively and mischievous Fan Wenxi dared not act out, desperately squeezing closer to Fan Yao. Faced with the oppressive presence of so many strong individuals in the private room, even though their expressions were kind and some even carried a smile, no one dared to say much. Most of the base's residents had already safely returned to the Anqing base, but they were left behind due to matters related to the base battle. Yes, Hua Gang nodded somewhat nervously under the piercing gazes. However, we didn't even step into the ancient battlefield. The selected martial artists were already screened out. In recent times, we simply haven't participated. Upon hearing this, the martial artists from the central base were also speechless. The ancient battlefield had a limited capacity for people and was extremely dangerous, so not everyone could enter. Before entering the ancient battlefield, there was a small preliminary selection battle. If one couldn't even pass that, there was indeed no point in participating. However, this year, perhaps we can give it a shot. Hua Gang glanced at Fan Yao and added softly, "To be honest, I'm not afraid of being laughed at by Elder Hua. Not only Anqing base, but even our central base is under immense pressure this year." Zhang Yong seemed to notice Hua Gang's embarrassment, shook his head, and comforted him with a sense of camaraderie, sighing sympathetically. In previous years, most of the participating martial artists from the central base were selected from the Fengyan Training Hall. Now that Fengyan Training Hall had closed down, its strong fighters were wiped out like harvested crops. Even though the Tianqing Training Hall had recently seen a surge in enrollment, the quality of the martial artists was likely, to put it bluntly, far inferior to the Fengyan Training Hall in its prime. While the strength of the central base's martial artists had declined, the other major bases were thriving, undoubtedly selecting their strongest potential candidates to participate and see if they could gain any benefits. Both the central base and Anqing base were at a disadvantage, and neither could criticize the other. Hua Gang froze for a moment, then looked at Fan Yao somewhat helplessly. He didn't know much about this and dared not speak recklessly. If he said something wrong and embarrassed himself, it would be quite unpleasant. Feeling Hua Gang's gaze, Fan Yao smoothly took over the conversation. What are the conditions for participation? Under 25 years old, talented martial artists with elemental attributes. Gender doesn't matter. Each base can freely send martial artists to participate in the preliminary selection battle. Only those who pass the selection can enter the ancient battlefield, Zhang Yong roughly explained, then suddenly seemed to recall something interesting and looked at a silent figure. Speaking of which, the team leader for the central base as participants last year was Deputy Director Liu, wasn't he it? Suddenly being named in public, Liu Mufeng felt the gaze of the crowd and immediately snapped back to reality. Her face flushed slightly, but she nodded openly and confidently. I do know a bit. Every year, the location and assessment methods for the base battle are different, so it's impossible to predict the content of the selection in advance. The only thing we can do is to strive to improve our strength. Surely, you must have sensed the unusual atmosphere in the central base by now. The martial artists eligible to participate in the base battle are all training like mad. That's exactly how it is at the Tianqing Training Hall these days. After saying this, she playfully winked, giving a little advertisement for the Tianqing Training Hall, firmly fulfilling her duties as the deputy head. Ha ha ha. Liu Mufeng's laughter lightened the somewhat heavy atmosphere in the large private room. A faint smile appeared on everyone's faces. Even Fan Wenxi seemed less tense. To think she actually disbanded the training hall, Fan Yao said, recalling his shock upon learning about it. His emotions were a bit complicated. His initial reminder was merely to make her aware of the situation in the central base, to help her find her footing and avoid clashing with the Tianqing Training Hall. Who would have thought she would be so decisive and open-minded, disbanding the training hall she had poured so much effort into building without hesitation? Speaking of Tianqing, where's Master Mo? Why isn't he here? Someone asked, noticing the absence of a person and feeling puzzled. Master Mo is busy drilling the martial trainees, saying he wants to select the strongest ones to participate in the base battle, Liu Mufeng said with a laugh. Huh. Everyone exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. Did they believe that? The Tianqing training hall had been in decline for so many years, and it had only recently made a comeback. That eccentric old man was probably just showing off his authority. Introducing it here feels a bit dull. Why don't we go to Old Mo's Tianqing training hall and see for ourselves? Zhang Yong suggested, unable to hold back his amusement. He could already imagine how the martial trainees at the Tianqing training hall were being pushed to their limits by Old Mo's eccentric ways. After saying this, Zhang Yong immediately turned to Fan Yao with a sly, fox-like grin. When we enter the ancient battlefield, we might need Fan Yao's support. Why don't we let Fan Yao directly select the participants from the central base? What? Upon hearing this, Huagang and the others were dumbfounded. Was the central base really this casual? Such an important decision as selecting participants for the base battle was being handed over to the leader of the Anqing base. Minister Zhang, you're incredible. The people from the central base were equally stunned, their hearts skipping a beat. When they came to their senses, they couldn't help but give a thumbs up, silently cheering in their hearts. Damn! Since when did Minister Zhang become so cunning? Using this method to ensure Fan Yao would look out for the central base's participants was absolutely brilliant. Even Fan Yao felt like he had fallen into a trap, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. However, after thinking it over, he agreed. Despite all the fighting and chaos he had experienced in the central base, he didn't harbor any ill feelings toward anyone except the Fengyun training hall. If someone from the central base encountered trouble in the ancient battlefield, would he really stand by and do nothing? Since he was going to help anyway, he might as well pick a few people he found agreeable. With this thought, Fan Yao immediately stood up, and a group of dozens of people set off in grand fashion toward Mo Zhan's Tianqing training hall. At this moment, at the Tianqing training hall, in the open-air training grounds, countless martial artists braved the scorching sun, filling the massive training ground to the brim. Not a single person dared to slack off. Some were practicing martial techniques, while others honed their blade skills, sweating profusely. They appeared extremely focused and diligent. However, upon closer inspection, one could see a small, thin figure darting back and forth among them, seemingly holding a tiny whip in hand. Snap! Snap! Ah! Ah! That small figure weaving through the crowd was none other than Mo Zhan. Whenever he spotted a martial artist slacking off or practicing incorrectly, he mercilessly lashed out with the whip. With his commander-level strength, he controlled the whip's force perfectly, not enough to break the skin, but enough to inflict unparalleled pain. In that moment, the martial artists experienced a mix of pain and joy, their bodies aching yet strangely exhilarated. Some even moved to the verge of tears. Humph! Mo Zhan appeared at the forefront of the training ground, letting out a cold snort. His small frame bounced with frustration as he shouted, "What is wrong with you all? Mistake after mistake, how are you supposed to participate in the base battle at this rate?" Mo Zhan was so angry that his heart, liver, spleen, and lungs all seemed to ache. The quality of this year's martial artists was far worse than previous years. After circling the entire training ground, he found only 3 individuals who met his standards. With this level of skill, how could they survive in the ancient battlefield? How many would even make it back alive? Hearing Mo Zhan's reprimand, the crowd turned pale and stopped their training, feeling somewhat dejected. It wasn't entirely their fault. In previous years, they wouldn't even have had the chance to participate in the base battle. All the spots would have been taken by the martial artists from the Fengyun training hall. But this year, they had been thrown into the fray as the second-tier talents and fighters, naturally falling short in comparison. That old bastard Situ. Even after death, he is still causing me trouble. Mo Zhan gritted his teeth, his face darkening as he pinpointed the root of the problem, cursing under his breath. Just as he finished cursing, Mo Zhan suddenly sensed dozens of extremely powerful auras rushing toward the Tianqing training hall. "Master Mo!" Zhang Yong's loud laughter rang out, his voice arriving before his figure. Mo Zhan was momentarily caught off guard, a trace of surprise flashing across his face. In just that brief moment of distraction, dozens of figures appeared directly above the training ground, casting a large shadow. "Wow, how spectacular!" one martial artist exclaimed. "Haha, I see Lord Fan Yao. Is Lord Fan Yao here to watch us train?" said an ardent fan of Fan Yao. Well, could it be that they're here to select participants for the base battle? Is Lord Fan Yao personally choosing? Damn, I need to put on my best performance. The martial artists stared intently at one particularly young figure among the group, their faces lighting up with longing, admiration, and boundless anticipation. Immediately, without needing any prompting, they suddenly shook off their fatigue, grabbed their weapons from the ground, and began practicing with renewed vigor, their enthusiasm surging to levels far beyond what it had been before. Master Mo, your management is quite impressive, Fan Yao remarked after exchanging pleasantries with Emotion. Hearing the thunderous shouts of the martial artists, he couldn't help but glance sideways. With his level of strength, he could easily assess the abilities of everyone present, their strengths and weaknesses laid bare before him, as if a bar chart had been drawn in his mind, clearly highlighting the standouts and the weaker ones. Soon, Fan Yao locked onto 3 people and casually pointed with his finger. These 3, call them up and take a look. Your eyesight isn't bad. From my observation, these 3 are quite outstanding in strength. Emotion glanced in the direction Fan Yao pointed, looked down twice, and couldn't help but glance at Fan Yao in surprise before calling the people up. Suddenly facing Fan Yao directly, the 3 were so excited they didn't know where to place their hands and feet. Not bad, let's go with them. Fan Yao casually waved his hand, directly finalizing the spots for these 3. Fan Yao, just 3 people? Isn't that a bit too few? Beside him, Zhang Yong seemed surprised that Fan Yao had decided so quickly and couldn't help but speak up. To some extent, the selection battle had an element of luck. There had been an incident in a previous selection battle where a martial artist from a small base with a Hoteon-level strength had an incredible stroke of luck. He managed to avoid facing any seeded players and actually made it into the ancient battlefield. When this was revealed after the base battle ended, it caused a global uproar. Before the next base battle began, almost every base sent hundreds of martial artists, especially the smaller bases, which seemed eager to send their entire population. To increase the chances of gaining some benefits in the ancient battlefield, they didn't just send Hoteon-level participants. In more extreme cases, even Zhongtian-level and Xiantian-level participants were sent. Although most were eliminated immediately, there was still a minuscule chance of sneaking into the ancient battlefield. No problem, it's about quality, not quantity. Fan Yao calmly shook his head and refused, then descended and walked into the Tianqing training hall. The Tianqing training hall felt somewhat cool. In front of him stood the 3 participants he had just selected, 1 male martial artist and 2 female martial artists. Fan Yao sat casually and had already informed the 3 of the purpose of their summons. How did such a big opportunity fall into my lap? 2 of them had dazed expressions on their faces, unable to snap out of it for a long time. They still couldn't forget the envious looks from the other martial artists as they walked in, as if those people wanted to devour them alive and take their place. Seeing that Fan Yao had made up his mind, Zhang Yong opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. With a hint of helplessness, he took out paper and pen from his storage bag. Introduce your basic talents and strength, Zhang Yong asked. I'm Xiao Huai. King level, basic king level talent. Intermediate fire attribute, late stage pure origin realm strength. The male martial artist was the first to speak. His short hair was neatly trimmed, and he wore a cotton headband on his sunburned forehead, giving him a very spirited appearance. His eyes were red with excitement, but he held back with all his might, suppressing the tremor in his voice, and barely managed to finish his sentence. His basic talent was decent. Zhang Yong exhaled lightly, nodded, and recorded it before looking at the second person. This girl appeared to be about the same age as Fan Yao, with a face that still carried a hint of youthfulness. However, her development was so striking that it could make people blush. She was also trembling with excitement, her snow-white lotus-like arms shyly placed behind her back. She sneaked a glance at Fan Yao and softly said, I am Ning Xiaolu. Low-level basic talent, early pure origin realm. I have advanced lightning attribute talent and advanced ice attribute talent. Hiss. Zhang Yong's pen trembled as he was recording, almost breaking the tip. This Ning Xiaolu, the gap between her basic talent and attribute talent was astonishingly vast. Not only that, She possessed dual attribute talents, and the lightning attribute talent was even advanced. Could this be a mutation? Her cultivation state was too bizarre. Even Zhang Yong himself, who also possessed dual attributes, was greatly shocked. As expected, Fan Yao had an eye for extraordinary people. What a freak. After questioning two people, both had given him immense surprises, and Zhang Yong's previous doubts instantly vanished. He quickly shifted his gaze to the last girl, his tone softening slightly. And you? Si Yanran, mid-stage commanding realm. No wonder Zhang Yong's attitude changed drastically. This girl named Si Yanran had stunning beauty, a rare peerless appearance of the era. Her heterochromatic eyes, one green and one blue, shimmered with the elegance of a spirit cat, cold and unique. Her aura was extraordinary. What surprised everyone was that this girl was clearly not as excited as the previous two. She simply spoke calmly, her words extremely concise, only reporting her strength. Her strength was formidable, even stronger than Fan Yao when he first arrived at the central base. Everyone exchanged glances. Could such a girl with this kind of aura and strength really be a product of their central base? Zhang Yong was stunned for a long time before finally regaining his voice and recording the information. Fan Yao's eyes swept over the three, lingering a moment longer on Si Yanran, a trace of doubt flashing in his gaze. When he had made his selection earlier, he hadn't noticed this girl's appearance. Now, upon closer inspection, even Lu Mufeng's beauty seemed slightly overshadowed. It seems Si Yanran's identity is not simple. Fan Yao withdrew his gaze, murmuring inwardly, then turned his attention back to Zhang Yong. Anything else to add? Yes. Zhang Yong thought for a moment and nodded. Oh. Fan Yao straightened slightly, staring at Zhang Yong with a look that said, hurry up and speak. The venue for the base battle is located in the ancient battlefield. According to legend, it was forged by a Qiankuan realm expert with emperor-level spatial attributes. Zhang Yong flipped through the documents, his eyes involuntarily showing a trace of fervor. Emperor-level spatial attributes? Qiankuan realm? Fan Yao's eyes narrowed. Spatial attributes were already extremely rare, let alone emperor-level spatial attributes, which were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. To construct such a vast ancient battlefield single-handedly, such methods were simply beyond human comprehension. Currently, Fan Yao was in the late commanding realm. Above the commanding realm was the creation realm, followed by the divine void realm, and then the Qiankuan realm. Qiankuan realm supreme experts, whether they existed in the current era, was unknown. However, if one were to descend upon the world, it would undoubtedly cause a storm of bloodshed, shaking the globe, with millions bowing in reverence, and commanding realm cultivators submitting in awe. With such terrifying and rare talent, it was no wonder this expert could cultivate to the legendary Qiankuan realm level and be celebrated by future generations. The ancient battlefield stretches vast and boundless, its age unknown. Countless spiritual herbs, elixirs, and spirit stones are scattered within, along with numerous ancient sects, abodes, and even the resting places of supreme powerhouses. Treasures abound. Zhang Yong smiled at Fan Yao, satisfied to see the spark of excitement ignite in his eyes. The central base has participated in many base battles, but they were always dominated by the Fengyun Training Hall. The benefits they gained can be seen from this cleanup. At this moment, Lu Mufeng spoke softly. There are precious things that money cannot buy. This ancient battlefield, created by a space attribute powerhouse, originally drifted freely in space. Later, it was handed over to the Imperial Academy. Zhang Yong continued. As the last four words fell, the woman named Si Yanran trembled slightly. However, the others present did not notice, their hearts already pounding with shock. The Imperial Academy stands above all bases, even above the monster hunting organization. Its long-standing existence, immense strength, and profound heritage are beyond their imagination. The central base may seem wealthy and powerful enough, but in the eyes of the Imperial Academy, it is akin to a nouveau riche, utterly unsophisticated. The Academy is teeming with powerhouses. Pure origin realm experts are everywhere, and commanding realm experts are as common as cabbages, no longer rare. It is said that if one performs outstandingly in the ancient battlefield, they might be noticed by the Imperial Academy and accepted as a student. Strictly speaking, base battles are all hosted by the Imperial Academy. The base authorities merely serve as talent gatherers. As he spoke, a trace of longing flickered in Zhang Yang's eyes. The Imperial Academy. The influx of information in such a short time was overwhelming, even for Fan Yao, who felt a bit shaken. Yet amidst the shock, his yearning for the wonders of the ancient battlefield grew stronger. Just from Zhang Yang's brief explanation, Fan Yao could already sense that the Imperial Academy must be filled with powerhouses and brimming with prodigies. For someone like Fan Yao, who loves exploring, it would undoubtedly be the best place for training. Initially indifferent to the base battle, Fan Yao now brimmed with interest, eagerly consolidating his strength through constant training while anticipating the announcement of the base battle's gathering location. Fan Yao was not alone in this. The global enthusiasm for the base battle snowballed, growing ever larger. Eventually, even casual conversations on the streets revolved around the base battle, its popularity soaring. Finally, amidst Fan Yao's impatient anticipation, a piece of news emerged from an unknown corner, spreading like a wild goose across the 5 continents, sparking a frenzy. The gathering point, the shores of the vast sea. 1,000 miles away from the central base, on the open ocean, stood an imposing giant ship. If I remember correctly, the vast sea is the deepest bay in this world. According to surveys, its deepest point reaches over 30,000 meters. Standing at the bow of the ship, Fan Yao let the salty sea breeze blow against him, the sound of the wind whistling. He squinted slightly, his calm voice clearly reaching the ears of the few people behind him. Xiao Huai, Ning Xiaolu, and Si Yanran. At the very end was Lu Mufeng, who was the team leader and guide for this trip. The central base had 3 participants, while the Anqing base only sent Fan Yao alone. As the team leader, Lu Mufeng was not eligible to participate in the base battle even if Fan Yao and the others passed the selection battle. She would not be allowed to enter the ancient battlefield with them and could only observe from the outside. In a way, the role of the team leader was to confirm the casualties of the base's participants after the base battle. Every base battle, the ancient battlefield is the main event. The preceding selection battle can be seen as an appetizer, though it's still quite entertaining. Lu Mufeng said softly with a slight smile after hearing Fan Yao's words. Sir, we definitely won't hold you back. Xiao Huai clenched his fists excitedly and swung them twice with determination. Lord Fan Yao, me too. I may not have great innate talent, but I can still be of help to you. Ning Xiaolu, still dressed in the traditional training robe of the Tianqing Training Hall, stood there as the sea breeze pressed the loose robe against her body, outlining an exceptionally graceful figure that was hard to ignore. As for Si Yanran, she glanced at Xiao Huai and Ning Xiaolu, letting out a soft sigh. She seemed a bit helpless at their claims of wanting to assist Fan Yao despite their limited abilities. Though her sigh was faint, everyone present, with their level of strength, could hear it clearly. Xiao Huai and Ning Xiaolu's expressions immediately turned somewhat awkward. Sister Yanran, we can help Lord Fan Yao. Ning Xiaolu, unable to hold back, turned her head sharply. Despite her seemingly delicate and petite appearance, her temper seemed quite fiery. She stared at Si Yanran with her beautiful eyes and emphasized heavily. I'll be watching. Si Yanran was momentarily stunned, but then the coldness on her stunning face gradually faded, replaced by a faint smile. She's so beautiful. Ning Xiaolu's face turned red as she stared blankly at Si Yanran's smile. She coughed lightly, and any trace of her earlier dissatisfaction vanished completely. Clenching her fists secretly, she resolved to be of help to Fan Yao. Seeing this, Si Yanran also withdrew her gaze, her beautiful eyes staring absent-mindedly at the sea. She was the daughter of the principal of the Imperial Academy. One day, her father, the principal, suddenly mentioned sensing the presence of all 9 elemental attributes simultaneously at the central base, which prompted her to investigate. During her time at the central base, the name she heard most often was Fan Yao. Initially, she didn't think much of it, but after hearing it repeatedly, her curiosity was piqued. She wanted to know what kind of person could be the subject of such widespread discussion across the entire base. Moreover, she believed that someone with all 9 attributes couldn't possibly remain low-key. Fan Yao's fame at the central base made her suspect that he might be the person she was looking for. Later, she guessed that Fan Yao would definitely participate in the base battle. So, after finding a way to join the Tianqing training hall, she was successfully selected as a participant in the base battle and came to his side. While she was lost in thought, Yinran, Yinran, Fan Yao is calling you. Lu Mufeng called out, her voice raised in confusion as she looked at Si Yinran. Fan Yao was calling her. Si Yinran couldn't help but straighten her back, her beautiful eyes turning toward Fan Yao. Fan Yao had been staring at her for a long time, a gentle smile tugging at the corner of his lips. His gaze avoided her breathtakingly beautiful face that could tempt anyone into wrongdoing. And with a tone that carried a hint of negotiation, he said, I know your identity is extraordinary, and you must have a purpose for participating in the base battle. Don't touch my people, and I can turn a blind eye. Si Yinran's eyes showed a trace of astonishment and embarrassment. Had he already discovered her ulterior motives? No wonder her father said that those with the 9 attributes are exceptionally gifted and brilliant individuals who excel in everything. Now, she was witnessing it firsthand. I mean no harm. After some thought, Si Yinran glanced at Fan Yao and quickly whispered a sentence before gracefully turning around and heading back to the cabin, no longer lingering on the deck. Just a girl. She shouldn't have any malicious intentions, right? Watching the entire scene unfold, Lu Mufeng couldn't help but be stunned by that faint smile, his breath momentarily catching. Si Yinran, whether in appearance or demeanor, stood out among women, so much so that even she had to admit defeat. No one would believe she was an ordinary person. Thus, after that meeting, Lu Mufeng tried to investigate Si Yinran's identity. She used every possible means, but was blocked by an immense energy. That energy was so vast, it was almost terrifying. Lu Mufeng was frightened just by touching a trace of it, immediately recalling all her people and withdrawing all her efforts. The result, of course, was fruitless. Fan Yao was aware of this. Yet why was he still so unkind to her? I have to give a warning. Her identity is extraordinary, but I'm not someone to be trifled with either. Fan Yao shook his head slightly in disapproval and said coldly, if she wants something from me or harbors any ill intentions, she'd better abandon such thoughts early to avoid embarrassment later. His tone was firm, showing no sign of compromise. You? Lu Mufeng heard this and shook her head with a hint of reproach, but inwardly, she agreed with Fan Yao's approach. Not being swayed by a woman's beauty, always maintaining the clearest judgment, and staying true to himself, this was precisely his charm. About 20 days later, as the giant ship cut through the waves and forged ahead, they finally saw traces of a port in the distance. On the ocean at this moment, besides Fan Yao's ship, there were many other vessels of various sizes, their masts bearing the large, distinct base insignia. The entire port was already filled with massive ships. Finally, we're here. Fan Yao stepped onto solid ground, stretched his body vigorously, and felt his bones crackle and loosen. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, feeling reborn. The location for this selection battle was truly far away. It had taken a full month of sailing to reach. Spending more than half a month on the ship, even though Fan Yao didn't get seasick, the constant rocking had made him feel nauseous. Are you all right? Fan Yao looked back and saw that their faces didn't look good. He immediately asked with concern. The group shook their pale faces, their legs weak and unsteady. So this is the shores of the vast sea? Lu Mufeng covered her mouth and retched twice, her eyes watering slightly. She glanced at the dense crowd around her and the endless sea in front of her, took a deep breath, and said, what appeared before everyone was an extremely vast beach, stretching almost endlessly, with 1 or 2 seagulls occasionally flying by. Below, the sea was an exceptionally deep blue, almost blending seamlessly with the sky. The deeper it went, the color gradually changed, and at the deepest part of the trench, nothing could be discerned. It became utterly dark, so much so that even her vision at the commander realm couldn't see the bottom. If not for the need to participate in the base battle, this would have been an excellent place for a vacation. Indeed, the base battle lives up to its reputation, with countless strong individuals. Fan Yao's gaze fell on the crowded beach, his eyes quickly scanning over each person, growing more astonished the more he looked. Late Pure Origin Realm, Early Commander Realm, Late Commander Realm, and even someone at half-step Creation Realm. Those who have broken through the Commander Realm and even reached the Creation Realm must come from major bases with strong foundations, similar to the Central Base, and are undoubtedly individuals with exceptional talent. Fan Yao remarked again after observing a few more, clicking his tongue in admiration. The heritage of these major bases was truly terrifying. If the Central Base hadn't been ruined by the Storm Training Hall in the past 2 years, its strength would have been even more formidable. While Fan Yao was deeply engrossed in his observations, he suddenly noticed numerous amazed gazes directed at him, or rather, behind him. Turning his head, he immediately understood. Lu Mufeng, Ning Xiaolu, and Si Yanran, these three women, with their stunningly beautiful appearances, were even more captivating against the backdrop of the blue sky and beach, becoming an exceptionally striking scenery on the beach. Around them, many male martial artists had eyes full of amazement. Occasionally, when they glanced at Fan Yao and Xiao Huai, their expressions were filled with dissatisfaction and anger, as if they wanted to pierce them directly. Jealousy, blatant jealousy, Fan Yao muttered, touching his nose and shaking his head helplessly. Then, the powerful energy within him suddenly erupted, sweeping across the entire beach. "Put away your thoughts," Fan Yao said indifferently, his gaze sweeping over the crowd inch by inch, carrying an implicit pressure. Late Commander Realm? This guy was actually at Late Commander Realm? Feeling the terrifying and overwhelming aura, many people's pupils shrank, and a trace of shock appeared on their faces. A few turned their heads unnaturally, and their previously brazen gazes became much more restrained. However, there were still some who were unafraid of Fan Yao's imposing presence. Late Commander Realm. Is that supposed to be impressive? What qualifies you to have such beauties? A voice rang out faintly, filled with mockery. Lu Feng raised his head, his somewhat sharp face immediately coming into view of the crowd. Tokiwa Base, Lu Feng. It said he's already reached half-step Creation Realm. Tokiwa Base is a major base, and Lu Feng is the leader of the younger generation there. It said that during the selection process for participants in the base battle, opponents who drew him directly forfeited the fight. This guy's just unlucky. Of all people, he had to run into Lu Feng right away. Lu Feng is notorious for holding grudges. Once the base battle begins, Lu Feng will probably target this guy for a beating. Many people instantly recognized him, and while surprised, they couldn't help but feel a bit schadenfreude. They arrived early and had almost figured out which bases were strong and which people they shouldn't provoke, familiarizing themselves to avoid trouble in the ancient battlefield. But Fan Yao had just arrived. He probably didn't know anyone yet, making it difficult even to find allies. Lu Feng didn't take Fan Yao seriously at all, his gaze fixed on the expressionless Si Yanran, licking his lips uncontrollably. What a rare beauty. Feeling the disgusting gaze, Si Yanran couldn't help but frown and instinctively glanced at Fan Yao. Fan Yao narrowed his eyes slightly. The speaker was clearly the half-step Creation Realm expert he had inadvertently noticed earlier. "Hand over that woman, and I'll spare your life." Lu Feng stood up, the aura of a half-step Creation Realm expert spreading out, causing everyone to feel a suffocating pressure in their chests. The Creation Realm truly lived up to its name. Even just stepping one foot into it made countless people feel unattainable. "Who do you think you are?" Fan Yao exhaled lightly, waved his hand, and a massive, menacing giant spirit sky-splitting axe appeared in his grasp. Without another word, he hurled it fiercely. Was he dared to strike first? Lu Feng felt the force of the axe cutting through the air in front of him. His face darkened instantly. The next second, a thick wooden wall condensed in front of him. Boom. The battle axe struck the wooden wall heavily, the sharp energy it carried surging outward, sending the soft sand on the ground flying and scattering shockwaves in all directions. Fan Yao reached out and grabbed the axe, which flew back to him instantly. Then, with a light tap of his toes, energy exploded beneath his feet, leaving a deep pit behind. As his figure leaped into the air, emerald energy surged from his palm, transforming into thick, sturdy vines as wide as an arm, growing rapidly in the wind. In just moments, they became as thick as a thigh. Thud, thud, thud. Fan Yao's expression was icy as the vines shot out violently. In the blink of an eye, The spot where Lu Feng had been standing was pierced like a porcupine, hundreds of thigh-thick vines pulsating like a beating heart, brimming with vitality. Blood seeped through the gaps in the vines, dripping onto the sand and instantly coagulating into black clumps. Wow, seriously? Watching the unresponsive vines, countless people couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling like all the boasting they'd done about Lu Feng had gone to waste. Not even 2 moves in, and he was killed outright. Half-step creation realm? What a joke. I haven't even used my full strength, and you're already injured? Fan Yao glanced coldly at the vines, his usual sharp tongue kicking in as he mocked mercilessly. Boom. Just as Fan Yao finished speaking, the thigh-thick vines suddenly exploded under everyone's watchful eyes. A blood-soaked figure leaped into the air. Lu Feng, feeling the intense pain throughout his body, glared at Fan Yao with fury burning in his chest. The next second, with extreme heavenly splendor, Lu Feng shouted, and dazzling green light burst from his body, rapidly transforming into thorny fences that stabbed into the sand around Fan Yao. Then, the light twisted and intertwined, forming sturdy wooden constructs that tightened and rubbed together like ancient tree roots, attempting to crush Fan Yao. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The radiance burst forth, and the thorns suddenly grew wildly, reaching about 5 centimeters in just a moment. They spun at high speed like gears, as if they were about to forcibly scrape off a layer of skin. This is a martial skill I recently mastered. You can only blame your bad luck for running into the muzzle of the gun. In your next life, remember, never cross paths with me. Lu Feng looked coldly at the thorny mass, a trace of disdainful sneer on his face. He had thought it was something formidable, but it turned out to be so fragile. Laughably, he had actually been bluffed into using his true strength. By now, that kid was probably already a bloody mess. Immediately, Lu Feng descended, landing in front of the thorny mass with a sinister grin. Thinking of Fan Yao's miserable state, even the intense pain in his own body seemed to lessen. Witnessing this scene, Ning Xiaolu, Xiao Huai, and the others couldn't help but feel a surge of worry. Lu Mufeng was so tense that she was about to make a move. They knew Fan Yao was strong, but Lu Feng was, after all, a half-step creation realm expert. As long as someone was even remotely connected to the word creation, their combat power was entirely different from that of a commander realm fighter. Who would have thought? Si Yinran's delicate figure moved, immediately blocking Lu Mufeng's path to stop her from taking action. Her beautiful heterochromatic eyes fixed on the motionless thorny mass as she spoke in a crisp, melodious voice. You. Oh, is the beauty talking to me? A trace of delight flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. He quickly struck what he thought was his most charming pose, a slight smile appearing on his lips. In the next second, he stepped forward and raised his hand, intending to place it on Si Yinran's shoulder, a hint of triumphant glee in his eyes. How long are you going to keep pretending? Without even sparing Lu Feng a glance, Si Yinran slowly blinked her beautiful eyes, secretly rolling them in exasperation. Her already cold expression seemed to freeze over even more, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. She could clearly sense his presence, yet he stubbornly refused to show himself. What was this? Testing her identity. Being so blatantly ignored by Si Yinran. The smile on Lu Feng's lips froze abruptly, replaced by a flash of anger in his eyes. The hand he had raised suddenly changed direction, aiming straight for her delicate face. His eyes were fixed on her nearly flawless profile, glinting with a greedy light. Just as Lu Feng was about to revel in his triumph and savor the moment, buzz-boom. A sudden explosion erupted from behind him. The thorny mass, which had been spinning like hard gears, had stopped at some point. Then, like a balloon being inflated, it began to expand in reverse. In just a moment, it burst completely. The seemingly indestructible thorns were blown into fragments, almost pulverized, with sparks flying everywhere, quickly burning into ashes. Lu Feng's eyes widened in shock. His hand, which was only a few centimeters away from Si Yinran's cheek, was hastily withdrawn in the next second as he leapt backward. His gaze was fixed warily on the figure engulfed in roaring flames, his pupils contracting sharply. Sorry, it was just too comfortable in there. I accidentally stayed a bit longer. Fan Yao lifted his head, and gave a slight smile to the somewhat speechless Si Yanran and the others. Then, the crimson flames on his body quickly receded, replaced by another energy attribute that danced like a sprite azure in color. Wind. His 3 attributes. Everyone exchanged glances, staring in disbelief at Fan Yao's smiling face, their eyes gradually widening. Such talent was something that people from small and medium-sized bases had never even seen before. This kid, he's something else. Even the martial artists from the large bases, who initially looked down on him and had no intention of paying attention, couldn't help but shift their focus to him, silently committing Fan Yao's name to memory. Lu Feng's heart suddenly skipped a beat, a sense of unease welling up within him, though he quickly suppressed it. However, when he looked back at where Fan Yao had been standing, goosebumps instantly covered his body. "Where is he?" Lu Feng roared in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, Fan Yao had vanished from his original spot, leaving only 2 shallow footprints in the sand. Unable to help himself, Lu Feng turned his gaze to the crowded beach. Could he be hiding? Just then whoosh. "Where are you looking?" A somewhat exasperated voice rang out, accompanied by the nearly inaudible sound of a sharp weapon slicing through the air. Hiss! Lu Feng finally noticed the sand beneath his feet. Under the blazing sunlight, aside from his own shadow, there was another eerie shadow overlapping his. "Fan Yao is behind me." The moment he realized this, a chill ran from Lu Feng's head to his toes. It felt as if the Grim Reaper himself was standing behind him, rendering him completely immobile, as if cursed. Clang! A cold glint flashed in Fan Yao's eyes. The axe blade, surrounded by a green glow, slashed fiercely toward Lu Feng's neck. The wind attribute, known for its speed, allowed the axe blade to strike down in an instant. "Stop, you brat!" At that moment, an enraged voice echoed. An unfamiliar, elderly voice urgently shouted, and an immensely powerful aura suddenly approached. Before the person even arrived, a surge of energy was already blasting toward Fan Yao's head from the side. If Fan Yao didn't withdraw his attack, he might be turned into a fool on the spot by this energy. "Elder Jia, save me." Upon hearing this voice, Lu Feng's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope, and he shouted loudly. Buzz Fan Yao gritted his teeth silently. The faint image of the Ming Phoenix Bell appeared, clearly indicating his intent to endure the blow head-on. Lord Fan Yao, Xiao Huai, and the others turned pale with fright, rushing forward in desperation. But unexpectedly, another figure moved even faster than them. Si Yanran's eyes showed a hint of displeasure. With a light flick of her jade-like hand, a small azure bead emanating a strange ripple shot out from her fingertips. It collided heavily with the powerful energy, easily dissipating it. Fan Yao caught a faint whiff of a cold fragrance at the tip of his nose. Turning his head, he saw Si Yanran's slightly angry profile. She maintained the position of Fan Yao restraining Lu Feng, her figure flashing as she appeared in front of Lu Feng. Then, bending her knee and forming her toes into a blade, she fiercely swept her leg toward his groin. Crack! Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed as a red stain spread across Lu Feng's crotch. Holy crap, castrated? Castrated. All the male martial artists around were frozen, their eyes glued to Lu Feng, who was clutching his lower body, rolling on the sand, and wailing in agony. They couldn't help but shiver all over, their minds filled with expletives. Even Fan Yao's lips twitched slightly, and he let go of Lu Feng with a hint of disdain, touching his nose. Seeing Si Yanran frowning slightly, he awkwardly stepped back. "You're not going to kick me too, are you?" "I didn't do anything. Why would I kick you?" Si Yanran thought he was about to say something important, but hearing this, she was puzzled. She lightly rubbed the tip of her foot on the sand, seemingly feeling a bit disgusted. Lu Feng. At this moment, Elder Jia arrived and quickly checked Lu Feng's condition. Noticing that something had exploded on him, his furious eyes immediately locked onto Fan Yao. "Elder Jia, kill them, quickly kill them. They were the ones who provoked me first, and that's why I ended up like this." Lu Feng clutched his lower body, his face pale with pain, drenched in cold sweat. He knew that his manhood was beyond saving, and he was seething with hatred. "You brat, how dare you cause trouble before the match?" Elder Jia clearly believed that Fan Yao, fearing Lu Feng's strength, had deliberately caused trouble to harm Lu Feng's body. He was instantly enraged. Lu Feng was considered a promising talent at the Chongping base, with a bright future ahead. Who would have thought that he would come to participate in a base battle? And before the selection match even began, he was already crippled. How could Elder Jia explain this when he returned? Nonsense. It was clearly Lu Feng who provoked first. What does this have to do with Fan Yao? As the guiding elder of Chongping base, aren't you being unreasonable? Lu Mufeng immediately stepped forward to angrily rebuke, his body radiating fury, with water element energy swirling around him. I don't care what happened before. All I know is that right now, I see a warrior from Chongping base, beaten and crippled by you. Unexpectedly, Elder Jia showed no intention of reasoning, his sinister gaze sweeping across as he waved his hand. Suddenly, a large group of warriors emerged from various parts of the beach, roughly numbering over 100. Their strength was formidable, with one even reaching the mid-level of the commander stage. Without a word, they surrounded Fan Yao's group of 5, glaring fiercely. Damn it, do they really think we're easy to bully? With Lord Fan Yao backing us, what do we have to fear? Ning Xiaolu and Xiao Huai were both so furious they could hardly breathe. Without hesitation, they summoned their weapons, with Xiao Huai's face flushed with excitement. He was a battle maniac by nature, full of passion, and now faced with such a fight, he was trembling with excitement, unable to contain himself. The battle was about to erupt. However, the selection match begins now. A calm, elderly voice suddenly echoed across the beach, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically. They all immediately stood upright, showing a few traces of respect on their faces. The conductor has arrived. That's right, this is the conductor's voice. Phew, the selection match is finally starting. The conductor? Fan Yao noticed the surrounding people's sudden excitement and slowly put away his battle axe, taking a deep breath as a hint of curiosity arose in his heart. The Imperial Academy's people, huh? Elder Jia's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, yet he dared not be disrespectful. He respectfully clasped his hands and anxiously spoke to the empty sky. Conductor Master, the contestant from our Chongping base has been harmed by a villain and is seriously injured. I'm afraid he won't be able to fight now. Oh, the Conductor Master's voice rapidly approached, growing clearer and clearer. Before long, everyone saw a light point swiftly approaching from the eastern sky. It transformed into the figure of an elderly man dressed in an ordinary Zhongshan suit, with thick eyebrows and a square face. His long snow-white beard almost reached his chest, and a lucky pouch was tied to the cane in his hand, swaying gently. Upon seeing this figure, Si Yinran blinked her eyes. Was this the Fortune and Longevity Master? The snow-white beard of Fortune and Longevity Master had several unclear gaps, as if burned by cigarette butts, and his Zhongshan suit appeared somewhat disheveled. If one looked closely, there seemed to be a faint footprint on his back, as if he had been kicked over. Just now, this person spoke provocatively, acted rudely and recklessly, bullied the weak, and even. At this point, Fortune and Longevity Master suddenly glanced at the cold-faced Si Yinran and hesitated for a long time before swallowing the name, deliberately obscuring it. Even harbored malicious intent toward a defenseless young woman. His lack of strength led to his defeat, and he brought this upon himself. What grievance is there to complain about? Defenseless young woman? A young woman who kicked a man's vital parts to ruin with one blow? Many gazes couldn't help but look up at the seemingly serious Fortune and Longevity Master, their faces frozen in shock. Conductor Master, could you have made a mistake? This. Elder Jia gritted his teeth tightly, not daring to refute. No need for treatment. I'll participate. Lu Feng, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, forced himself to stand up with his feet turned inward, glaring at Fan Yao with a deadly stare. The words squeezed out from between his teeth sent a shiver through the crowd. He prided himself on being intolerant of flaws and always sought revenge for grievances. He had already etched this grudge deeply into his heart. After suffering such humiliation today, he was eager to devour Fan Yao alive. If he didn't participate in the battle, how would he have the chance to kill Fan Yao and avenge himself? Fortune and Longevity Master cast a cold glance at these people, unable to resist cursing inwardly. Damn it. Daring to harass the principal's daughter and even causing him to be kicked by the principal, these fools had already gone far enough in courting death. What now? Did they want him to postpone the selection battle? Dream on. Now, I announce the content of this year's base battle selection. Deep dive into the vast sea. As everyone knows, the bodies of martial artists differ from ordinary people. A typical innate level martial artist can dive underwater without equipment until the spiritual energy stored in their body is completely depleted, reaching depths of up to 500 meters. Therefore, the requirement to pass the selection battle is a dive of 5,000 meters without equipment. At 5,000 meters, there is a marker set by the Imperial Master Academy. As long as you stay at 5,000 meters for 5 minutes and remain conscious, you will be considered to have passed the selection battle. Cheating is strictly prohibited, and if discovered, your qualification to participate in the base battle will be immediately revoked. Deep dive into the vast sea. Upon hearing these 4 words, Lu Feng couldn't help but shudder, looking toward the unfathomable depths of the sea. The idle sea breeze brushed against his cheeks, leaving him utterly dazed. The salt content in seawater is already high, and the Hanhai Sea is even more so due to some special reasons. Although it can't compare to the Dead Sea where people can float effortlessly, the salt concentration is definitely excessive. Isn't this equivalent to rubbing salt into his wounds? Many people noticed this and glanced at Lu Feng with a hint of sympathy. TSK, TSK, TSK. Even if Lu Feng manages to pass the selection battle, this guy is probably half crippled now. Feeling countless mocking gazes, Lu Feng's face stiffened, his body trembled, and he directly blamed Fan Yao for this. Splash, splash, splash. At this moment, some bold and skilled individuals had already jumped into the water, quickly swimming deeper like fish at an incredible speed. With the first few leading the way, the rest followed suit without hesitation, diving into the sea. In an instant, the entire surface of the sea seemed to boil, with people jumping in one after another, resembling dumplings being dropped into a pot, creating a comical scene. In just a short while, the beach was significantly less crowded. Some people hesitated with grim expressions and eventually, with a reluctant sigh, turned and left. Clearly, they didn't believe they had the ability to dive 5,000 meters deep and chose to give up for the sake of their lives. There were also some who seemed to put something in their mouths before excitedly rushing toward the sea. Of course, such small actions couldn't escape the sharp eyes of Fu Shouchuan, the guide instructor, who immediately caught them on the spot, declared them as cheating, and disqualified them. Lu Feng stood on the shore for a long time, almost turning into a sand sculpture. After a while, he finally gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and jumped into the water along with the base personnel. Almost instantly, bubbles rose from the water, accompanied by suppressed, hoarse, and frenzied screams. It hurt so much. Although the deepest part of the Hanhai Trench is over 30,000 meters, 5,000 meters is still considered deep sea for us. There are countless terrifying and massive whale beasts lurking, and they are likely to be scattered across the seabed, making it difficult for me to rescue you in time. This is a sub-array I separated from the Dewey Grand Array. Its energy consumption is not as terrifying as the main array, but its defensive capabilities remain extremely strong. If you encounter an emergency, inject spiritual power to activate the sub-array. Fan Yao took a deep breath and suddenly retrieved 2 diamond-shaped crystals from his storage bag, handing them to Xiao Huai and Ning Xiaolu. He smiled faintly and said, Lu Feng already holds a grudge against me. Following me will be dangerous, so once we enter the water, we'll go our separate ways. With your abilities, as long as nothing unexpected happens, you should be able to reach safely. Thank you, Lord Fan Yao. Please, take care of yourself. We will definitely arrive safely. We'll wait for you. The two rubbed their hands on their clothes repeatedly before cautiously accepting the crystals, their confidence in passing the selection battle suddenly swelling, as if they had received some kind of buff. After speaking, Fan Yao took out another crystal and hesitated slightly before looking at Si Yanran. Do you need one? I do. Si Yanran nodded without hesitation. Realizing she seemed too eager, her delicate face flushed slightly, her pearly teeth gently biting her red lips as she whispered softly, Be careful. All right. Seeing this, Fan Yao smiled as well. Without lingering further, he turned to look at the vast sea behind him and, without another word, dove straight into the water. Bubbles churned, and underwater visibility grew increasingly poor. Fan Yao paused in the water, taking quite some time to adjust before opening his eyes. A surge of brilliant blue water attribute spiritual energy erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely and almost merging him with the seawater. With a light push of his toes, he shot toward the depths of the sea at an unimaginable speed. 50 meters, 80 meters. In just an instant, he crossed over 100 meters, overtaking dozens of martial artists in succession. I glug glug. One of the unfamiliar martial artists, seeing Fan Yao's speed, widened his eyes in disbelief. He completely forgot he was still underwater, and as soon as he opened his mouth, seawater rushed in, filling it completely. His face turned red as he was forced to flail his limbs and swim to the surface. Gasping for air, the martial artist coughed a few times, wiped his face vigorously, and exclaimed in shock, "What the heck is going on with Fan Yao? What happened to the legendary water resistance? His speed underwater is almost the same as on land. This is inhuman." Glug glug, glug glug. Before long, several more unfamiliar martial artists surfaced, coughing desperately to expel the seawater from their lungs. After clearing their throats, they exchanged glances, seemingly understanding why they had all ended up meeting here. That guy isn't human. A monster. He nearly scared me to death. Fan Yao, I'll definitely remember that name. If I ever encounter him in the ancient battlefield, I'll make sure to stay far away. After venting their frustrations, the group took another deep breath and dove back underwater. This time, they didn't see Fan Yao again. He had already left them far behind, around 500 meters deep. As the distance increased, the temperature dropped, and the number of martial artists around dwindled. Strange and bizarre fish began to appear within Fan Yao's perception, but he avoided them in advance. Judging by their colorful appearances, they were clearly highly venomous. A terrifying wave of energy erupted not far away, causing the deep sea to tremble. A martial artist had the misfortune of being entangled by a glowing jellyfish, fighting and retreating as their spiritual energy was rapidly consumed. In less than half an hour, the radiant spiritual energy surrounding them dimmed significantly, forcing them to give up. Fan Yao swam past from a distance, glancing casually at the scene and sighing inwardly. The glowing jellyfish held half a corpse in its mouth. Someone has already lost their life at this depth. It won't be long before a swarm of sharks is drawn here. I need to speed up. Fan Yao took a deep breath, his spiritual energy boiling furiously within him, and his speed increased once again. 800 meters, 900 meters, 1,000 meters. He had already covered 1/5 of the journey, around the 2,000-meter range. This area was filled with dark reefs, and within the decayed coral, shadows flickered. There seemed to be many people hiding here, yet the atmosphere was eerily silent, until a suppressed cry of pain suddenly broke the silence. Outside the dark reef, a figure bent over involuntarily, their face pale, and the faint green spiritual energy surrounding them flickered like a dying candle, as if it might extinguish at any moment. "Young master," a voice formed through spiritual energy pressure called out, and suddenly, dozens of figures darted out from the dark reef. "I'm fine. Keep a close watch on Fan Yao. As soon as you spot him, immediately drop the bait and lure the vast sea demon shark swarm. I want that brat to never return." Lu Feng had been soaking in the water for so long that the thing was almost numb and falling apart, but any movement still brought piercing pain that made him grit his teeth. He looked up at the pitch-black seawater, his eyes filled with rage. He had already made up his mind. No matter if it meant breaking the rules, he would ensure Fan Yao stayed at the bottom of this vast sea, leaving no trace of his remains. Just as Lu Feng was eagerly waiting, straining his eyes, a slender figure finally appeared in his line of sight. "Release!" Lu Feng trembled all over and immediately gave the order. At the same time, he turned around first and swam desperately toward the depths, his face brimming with uncontrollable excitement at the thought of avenging his grudge. Bright red fish bait scattered in the deep sea like fireflies, eventually crushed into pieces by the terrifying water pressure and carried away by the currents. A strange fishy smell spread far and wide. Fan Yao noticed something slightly unusual. His body suddenly paused as he resisted the water pressure and reached out to grab a particle in front of him that hadn't completely dissolved yet. He could faintly make out a small shark emblem engraved on it. Bait specifically for hunting vast sea demon sharks. A flash of shock crossed Fan Yao's eyes. As if sensing something, he squinted and looked deeper into the sea, just in time to catch sight of Lu Feng's frantically fleeing figure. "Wait for me there." Fan Yao crushed the bait in his hand, cursed under his breath, and without hesitation, his speed surged again. He dove straight toward the seabed, his speed nearly doubling compared to before. Information about the vast sea demon sharks flashed quickly through his mind. The vast sea demon shark is a mutated version of a small, aggressive shark. Its body is relatively broader than other sharks, with a thick torso shaped like a spindle. Its back is dark gray on the sides, while its belly is grayish-white. They move in groups, with a single group sometimes numbering up to 30 sharks. The larger ones can grow to 6 or 7 meters, while the smaller ones are 3 or 4 meters long. They go berserk at the scent of blood, and due to their small size, fast speed, and extremely fierce attacks, they are known for not letting go once they bite. As such, they are considered the most ferocious species in the vast sea. Even experienced fishermen and martial artists dare not provoke them lightly. Fan Yao also dared not engage in conflict with these sea overlords while underwater. However, after charging forward another several hundred meters, Fan Yao's expression gradually turned grim. To his rear right and left diagonal, traces of vast sea demon sharks had already appeared. Their swimming speed was incredibly fast, almost flashing past Fan Yao, but he still managed to catch sight of them. Whoosh! A demon shark charged straight at Fan Yao, its mouth full of sharp teeth aiming to bite him, its tongue covered in barbs and exuding a bloody stench. "Damn it!" Fan Yao cursed under his breath, almost losing his composure. He stretched out his hand, and the giant spirit sky splitter axe instantly appeared in his grasp. With a heavy swing, he directly thrust it into the demon shark's mouth. The long axe handle propped the shark's massive jaws open, preventing it from closing or opening further. The shark frantically swam around the sea, crashing into countless hidden reefs. Shark blood spilled out, driving the remaining sharks into a frenzy as they swarmed like mad. Rip! Under the sharp teeth of over a dozen vast sea demon sharks, the unfortunate shark was torn into shreds of fish skin, leaving only a skeleton behind. These things are even fiercer than piranhas, damn it. Fan Yao dashed forward, taking advantage of the brief moment to frantically shoot ahead another 200 or 300 meters. After devouring their own companions, the Hanhai demon sharks, having tasted the sweetness, pursued Fan Yao even more crazily. Many unlucky creatures along Fan Yao's path didn't even have time to scream before being completely devoured in an instant. Even more terrifying was the spreading scent of blood, which seemed to attract more and larger beasts around him. These were whale beasts. Everything around Fan Yao now carried a hint of blood, and anyone approaching would likely face attacks from the beasts. Suddenly, a massive whale blocked Fan Yao's path, its size so enormous that Fan Yao seemed as small as one of its teeth. The water it spouted was like icy magma, washing over Fan Yao's body, forming an insurmountable mountain-like barrier. The water element energy on Fan Yao's body rapidly faded, replaced by a more domineering and blazing 9-colored spiritual power, shining brightly like the dawn piercing through the darkness at the bottom of the deep sea. Boom, boom, boom. Fan Yao swung his axe, his other hand clenched into a fist, striking the whale beast fiercely. The deep sound of impact echoed, and the whale beast let out a painful cry. Then, its massive body, seemingly in agony, surged forward into the deep sea, dragging Fan Yao along with it. Ugh! Fan Yao groaned, struggling to adapt to the suddenly intensified water pressure. Despite the discomfort, a trace of evident excitement flashed in his eyes. 2,100 meters. 2,400 meters. 3,000 meters. The water pressure at this depth was already extremely formidable, capable of bending steel directly. Even Fan Yao's body began to emit faint creaking sounds from his bones under the strain, forcing him to thicken the spiritual shield around him. If I don't shake these things off, at this rate, I'll be dragged down to 10,000 meters deep and die. Just as Fan Yao was growing anxious, the poison pill within him suddenly emitted a hum. Then, a small figure appeared in his sight, its tiny fish tail flicking as it transformed into a dazzling blue light, shooting straight toward the massive whale beast. Little fish. Fan Yao instinctively uttered the name as he caught a glimpse of the light and shadow. The terrifying dark blue poison spread rapidly, and the moment the Hanhai demon sharks came into contact with it, they flipped belly up instantly. Even the whale beast was no exception with the flow of air. It inhaled even more of the poison. In just moments, Fan Yao felt the rapid impact speed slow down. Finally, the massive whale body tilted abruptly, throwing Fan Yao off. Ugh! Fan Yao barely managed to slide off the whale beast, his hands scraped raw and aching from the rough fish skin. Looking at the lifeless Hanhai demon shark group and the whale beast with its eyes rolled back, even Fan Yao couldn't help but sigh. This part of the seabed, which had been so thrilling moments ago, now fell into a dead silence. The blue light swiftly darted back, sitting obediently on Fan Yao's shoulder, gently rubbing against his shoulder blade with a hint of affectionate flattery. This time, I really have to thank you. Otherwise, I would have had to put in much more effort. Fan Yao gently patted Lan Xiaoyu, glanced at the pitch-black surroundings, and realized that the venom had not yet dissipated. He immediately said to Lan Xiaoyu, "Take the venom back, otherwise it wouldn't be good if it poisoned someone else." Lan Xiaoyu blinked, obediently stretched out a paw, and waved it. The venom dispersed in the seawater seemed to be summoned, quickly retracting into its body. Then, it transformed into a round poison pill and burrowed back into Fan Yao's body, becoming completely still. Fan Yao let out a light breath, glanced at the dark seabed below, and noted that there were still 2,000 meters to go before completing the selection battle. I wonder how Ning Xiaolu and the others are doing. A trace of worry surfaced in Fan Yao's heart. Without hesitation, he tapped his toes and urgently dashed deeper into the sea. As for the fish bodies, about 10 minutes after Fan Yao left, they began to slowly float upward. On the beach, where it was once crowded with people, only a few remained. Most had chosen to give up, though some stayed out of reluctance, wanting to see the results. Among them were the team leaders from the bases, including Lu Mufeng, who stood nervously, staring intently at the sea. They dared not disturb the guiding commander, so they simply waited quietly on the shore, their expressions complex. After all, missing this base battle meant they would have to wait another 3 years to participate. Fishuquan, however, did not drive them away. He had somehow procured a beach chair, holding a drink in his hand, occasionally taking a sip, basking in the sun with great leisure. It's been a while now. The stronger ones should have reached a depth of about 5,000 meters, Fishuquan muttered, stroking his chin and calculating the time. He nodded to himself, thinking that the quality of this year's students seemed quite good. Just then, a commotion erupted by the sea. What is that? Oh my, what's floating up? There's not just one, there are so many. Hearing the noise, Lu Mufeng immediately turned his head, his expression freezing. Oh, someone has already surfaced? Much faster than I expected, Fishuquan said cheerfully. He took off his sunglasses with a grin and looked toward the sea. But as soon as he saw it, his eyes widened in shock. Fishuquan's eyes bulged like saucers, and he jumped up from his beach chair. He didn't even bother grabbing his cane, running barefoot into the water. This. Why are there so many sea or not far away? A massive beast suddenly broke through the water. Due to its enormous size, the moment it emerged from the surface, it stirred up huge waves, overturning the beach chair and even rushing onto some sand dunes, burying several palm trees. The ocean whale beast. This is a colossal creature that only appears in the deep sea thousands of meters underwater. Was it poisoned too? Fu Shouchuan immediately flew over and couldn't help but reach out to touch it lightly. To his surprise, the once tough fish skin, impervious to swords and blades, now crumbled like a potato chip at his touch, his entire arm sinking into it. It was poisoned too, and by the same toxin, by the same person. Fu Shouchuan, worthy of being a guide master, immediately deduced the situation with near accuracy. Then, a sense of doubt surged in his mind. The vast sea demon shark and the ocean whale beast live in vastly different habitats. How could they both fall victim to that poison-wielding martial artist? Could it be that someone lured them there? Fu Shouchuan couldn't help but recall the scene he witnessed upon his arrival, the incomplete body of Lu Feng and another man standing beside Si Yanran. The two had a minor dispute over Yanran, and revenge in the deep sea wasn't entirely impossible. No, that young man seemed very composed. Besides Yanran, he had no shortage of beauties around him. He doesn't seem like someone who would be swayed by charm. Fu Shouchuan muttered to himself. Initially, he thought the axe-wielding young man was simply standing up for Si Yanran after seeing Lu Feng harass her, playing the hero. But later, when he saw the young man seemingly hand something to Si Yanran, he realized their relationship might not be so simple. Thinking back now, Yanran's departure from the academy this time was for a mission personally assigned by the principal. The principal had directly stated that there was no need for competition, just find the person and bring them in. Could that young man be the one the principal has been talking about, the one with the 9 attributes? Fu Shouchuan instantly connected all the clues, his eyes filled with astonishment. Then, he shuddered all over. Damn, the Chongpan base better not cause any major trouble for me. If something happens to that young man, the principal might go completely mad. Phew, finally made it. Deep sea, 5,000 meters. Ning Xiaolu was almost exhausted to the point of collapse, her movements sluggish as she rushed into the 5,000-meter zone. She couldn't help but hold her waist, her face pale from fatigue. The water pressure at 5,000 meters was terrifying, even maintaining balance required her utmost effort. Now, her spiritual energy was nearly depleted. She glanced around. The seabed was already crowded with people, a dense mass that was impossible to count, all of whom had arrived earlier than her. The spiritual energy radiating from the martial artists' bodies, in various colors, resembled lanterns, slightly illuminating this part of the seabed. Using this faint light, she began searching for her companions. Before long, her eyes lit up, and she slowly swam toward a direction. Xiaohuai. Xiaohuai was also searching for Fan Yao's whereabouts. Seeing Ning Xiaolu, he was instantly delighted but felt a bit disappointed when he looked behind her and saw no one. Where is Lord Fan Yao? Ning Xiaolu shook her head, equally anxious. Not only that, I haven't seen Si Yanran either. Among the 4 of them, it turned out that the 2 strongest ones had yet to arrive. Lord Fan Yao must have been ambushed by that scoundrel Lu Feng. If only we had known, we shouldn't have split up with Lord Fan Yao. Xiaohuai regretfully pounded his palm. Ning Xiaolu also furrowed her brows tightly. At this moment, a stranger dressed in peculiar attire suddenly appeared in Ning Xiaolu's line of sight, holding paper and pen. A faint voice, compressed into a line by the seawater, reached her ears. State your name, base, and basic information. Ning Xiaolu froze for a moment, then quickly asked, Are you from the Imperial Academy? May I ask if there is a record of a warrior named Fan Yao? As soon as she finished speaking, she was somewhat disappointed to see the person shake their head. Feeling a bit downhearted, she casually reported her information, as did Xiaohuai. After recording their details, the warriors swam toward the next person. Suddenly, a familiar voice excitedly rang out. I am Lu Feng, from the Chongpan base. Lu Feng. Ning Xiaolu and Xiaohuai immediately turned their heads, and sure enough, they saw Lu Feng surrounded by dozens of dark shadows, smugly reporting his base and name. How could Lu Feng arrive before Lord Fan Yao? Didn't he attack Lord Fan Yao? Xiaohuai's eyes widened as he carefully examined the figure, confirming it was indeed Lu Feng. Impossible. Even if he didn't act personally, he must be involved somehow. Otherwise, how could Lord Fan Yao still not be here? Ning Xiaolu immediately dismissed the idea. On the shore, she had vaguely overheard people saying that Lu Feng was someone who held grudges, even over the smallest matters, and wouldn't let them go. Lord Fan Yao and Sister Yanran had caused Lu Feng significant trouble. If Lu Feng didn't retaliate here in the deep sea, she'd cut off her head and let him use it as a ball. As this thought crossed her mind, Lu Feng, who was not far away, quickly noticed their commotion. Seeing their panicked and angry expressions, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He raised his hand, lightly drew it across his neck, and mouthed the words, "He's dead. Damn it. I say we just capture this bastard Lu Feng and interrogate him thoroughly to find out Lord Fan Yao's whereabouts. This gesture and mouthing of words immediately enraged the two, their fury surging. Xiao Huai clenched his fingers, ready to charge forward. With his hot-headed nature, this was the only solution he could think of. At that moment, a streak of cyan light swiftly darted into the 5,000-meter depth of the sea, finally transforming into a beautiful silhouette. Her flowing garments and peerless beauty seemed to brighten the dark underwater world. Many people immediately turned to look, their eyes filled with amazement. Not long after Si Yinran arrived, a member of the Imperial Academy quickly approached her, slightly bowing with an extremely respectful demeanor. After exchanging a few casual words, the Academy member left to record the next person, while Si Yinran frowned slightly, surveying the dense crowd. Sister Yinran, over here, over here. Not far away, Ning Xiaolu's eyes lit up as she excitedly waved her hand, immediately drawing the attention of many. Si Yinran also heard the voice and swam toward them. She glanced at Xiao Huai and Ning Xiaolu, and at the same time noticed Lu Feng staring at her intently from not far away. Her expression turned slightly cold, and a faint trace of disappointment quickly flashed in her eyes. Hasn't he arrived yet? Not yet. Ning Xiaolu was so anxious she was about to cry. Let's wait a little longer. Si Yinran took a deep breath to suppress the slight worry in her heart, her gaze toward Lu Feng growing increasingly icy. Previously, Fan Yao had already demonstrated 3 major attributes, and the possibility of him possessing 9 attributes was very high. If anything were to happen, the people from the Imperial Academy would definitely come to demand an explanation. Especially her father, who was obsessed with finding a disciple with extraordinary talent to the point of madness. With his protective nature, he would undoubtedly storm the Changpan base and drag out their leader for a beating. At this moment, many people had already been underwater for over 5 minutes. Staying any longer would be extremely difficult to endure, so after completing their records, they began to slowly ascend. Lu Feng also gave them a smug smile, then activated his spiritual power to quickly swim out of the 5,000-meter zone. Before leaving, he turned back to taunt them. I advise you all to stop waiting. Fan Yao has long been fish food. Instead of wasting time, why not think about how to find his remains and set up a decent tombstone for him? Bah! Xiao Huai was about to curse him out when suddenly, as if he saw something, his gaze froze and went straight past Lu Feng, landing behind him. Unable to help himself, he rubbed his eyes. Exchanging glances with Si Yanran, both saw the surge of joy in each other's eyes. Completely unaware of their reactions, Lu Feng continued his arrogant taunts. Just stay here and wait slowly. I'm heading to the ancient battlefield to strike it rich. I just hope that by then. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, it abruptly turned into a cry of pain. At the same time, a low, heavy sound of physical impact echoed. Lu Feng was suddenly struck hard, his mouth wide open, his eyes bulging, and he expelled most of the air from his lungs. His entire body was sent flying uncontrollably toward the deeper depths of the ocean, in a posture as if he had been kicked over. Immediately afterward, a figure wrapped in water currents appeared, black eyes filled with deep anger, diving into the deeper ocean like a torpedo. Light scattered, spiritual power surged. The fierce spiritual energy plowed through the oppressive water currents, slowing down slightly. Dissatisfied with the sudden drop in speed, Fan Yao simply stopped using spiritual power, holding his breath as he grabbed Lu Feng and began punching and kicking him. While hitting him, he muttered, "You damn bastard. How dare you ambush me halfway? If I don't beat the crap out of you today, I won't be called Fan. Why don't you use that bait of yours again, huh? How about luring a few whale beasts to play together?" Bang bang. Bang bang. Lord Fan Yao has arrived. Go, Lord, beat him to death. That's satisfying. Xiao Huai and Ning Xiaolu cheered, spinning around in excitement. They strained their eyes to look into the dark depths of the trench, but even with all their effort, they could only make out 2 blurry shadows darting around. However, the distinctive fighting style of cursing while hitting, stabbing at people's sore spots, they could tell it was none other than Fan Yao. Feeling Fan Yao's vitality, Si Yinran also let out a soft breath, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. Her previously stiff and tense body gradually relaxed and regained its softness. Looking at Fan Yao's rampaging appearance, her red lips couldn't help but curl into a faint, amused smile. Countless people stared in shock at Fan Yao, who showed no regard and left no retreat for his opponent, forcing him deeper into the vast sea with every move. They couldn't help but swallow hard. Damn, that's ruthless. Further down is over 5,500 meters deep. Every additional meter means immense pressure, and sometimes there are undercurrents. Damn, what kind of grudge is this? Obviously, Lu Feng must have provoked him again. Otherwise, why would he be beaten like this? Someone shrugged, showing no sympathy for Lu Feng and even a hint of schadenfreude. Wait, stop. Quickly stop him. The people from the Chongpan base finally snapped out of it, their faces changing drastically as they rushed forward. Stop? Stop what? Let our master finish venting first. Xiao Huai's fire attribute energy surged out from within him. This path is blocked. Ning Xiaolu giggled, her face pale, yet she gritted her teeth and charged forward. The reinforcements were blocked, and Lu Feng had already been hit nearly 100 times in a storm-like assault. His entire face was swollen like a pig's head. If you didn't look closely, you'd think his pig-headed face was some bizarre creature from the deep sea. Ning Xiaolu and the others have been in the water for a long time. They should have surfaced by now. If they stay any longer, it might become dangerous. Fan Yao glanced coldly at the people from Chongpan base, sharply noticing the pale faces of Ning Xiaolu and Xiao Huai. He knew they couldn't delay any longer. An eye for an eye. The way you harmed me back then, I'll return it to you now. Fan Yao gritted his teeth and viciously punched Lu Feng in the eye socket. It seemed Lu Feng hadn't expected such a childish punch. Ugh! Lu Feng's eyes widened, caught off guard, and hit squarely. His eye instantly turned black and blue, stars danced before his eyes, and he swallowed a mouthful of seawater, nearly choking to death. Taking advantage of his dazed state, Fan Yao, like a bandit, tore off his clothes and shook them wildly. Before long, a small bottle was shaken out, floating in the seawater. Inside the bottle was the bright red bait Fan Yao had seen before. Damn it, swallow it all. Fan Yao's eyes lit up as he grabbed the bottle, uncorked it, and, ignoring Lu Feng's terrified expression, shoved the bottle into his mouth and poured it in without hesitation. Lu Feng swallowed quite a bit of the bait, unable to cough it out in the water. Soon, it dissolved completely in his mouth, with some even swallowed down. A familiar, strange fishy smell spread out. Before long, Fan Yao's ears twitched as he heard the sharp cries of the spindle-shaped bodies of demon sharks piercing through the water. There were even sounds of massive creatures gliding through the water, their hollow calls mysterious deep sea sounds making people shiver uncontrollably. Ha, stay here in the deep sea. Without a second thought, Fan Yao summoned the giant spirit sky-splitting axe into his hand and swung it, sending the desperate Lu Feng flying. Then, he turned and charged explosively toward the surface. He didn't forget to send a voice transmission to the three. Hurry up and leave. Hearing Fan Yao's voice, Xiao Huai and Ning Xiaolu were momentarily stunned, then their bodies trembled. Without thinking, they quickly broke away from the people of Chongpan base, kicked off with their toes, and desperately swam toward the surface of the sea. As for Si Yanran, upon hearing Fan Yao's voice transmission, her figure darted out swiftly, almost side by side with Fan Yao. However, after sprinting for a while, she suddenly remembered something, glanced at Fan Yao beside her, and her blue-green eyes flickered. You go first. With that, she moved her delicate body and started heading back the way they came. What are you doing? Fan Yao was startled, instinctively turning back to grab her hand. The touch was warm and smooth, like holding a fine jade, slippery yet firm. But at this moment, he had no time to dwell on such details. His tone was urgent and fast. In a little while, the vast sea demon shark swarm will arrive. Those things are terrifying. Si Yanran's hand was suddenly grabbed, and a hint of redness appeared on her perpetually cold and expressionless face. She struggled lightly, but Fan Yao's grip was firm and unyielding. Helpless, she could only extend her slender finger to point toward the location of the Imperial Academy's people. Looking at Fan Yao's disapproving eyes, she softly said, You haven't registered with the Imperial Academy yet. so you haven't officially passed the selection battle. For that, Fan Yao was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but laugh bitterly. With a slight exertion of his hand, he gently pulled her back. In her surprised gaze, a soft force erupted from his palm, sending her far away. Fan Yao. Si Yinran's body flew uncontrollably, and she exclaimed in shock. I said I would protect you all. I can't break my word. Fan Yao's movements were gentle, but his tone was cold and impatient. He waved her off and then rushed back the way they came. Si Yinran stood dazed in the seawater, watching Fan Yao's figure grow smaller and smaller. She glanced at the sea surface, which was almost within reach, bit her silver teeth, and transformed into a streak of blue light, chasing after Fan Yao back into the deep sea. At the same time, elsewhere, ugh ugh, Lu Feng also sensed the presence of the demon sharks, retching uncontrollably but unable to vomit anything. His face looked as if he had eaten something foul, utterly miserable. Young master. The people of Changpan Base didn't even dare to get too close, scared out of their wits. Heaven help us, the young master ate the bait. That bait's potency could last for over an hour. Its allure to the vast sea demon sharks was unparalleled. What are you staring at? Hurry up and protect me to the shore. Lu Feng couldn't care about anything else at this moment. He roared angrily, flailing his arms and legs as he frantically swam toward the surface. After swimming for a short while, the group spotted one demon shark after another in their field of vision. The sharks, having caught the peculiar blood one after another, savage sea demon sharks surged forward like a relentless tide, shredding a living person into nothing but a skeletal frame. The flesh and blood were devoured completely, leaving not even a trace, and in the end, even the bones were swallowed up in one gulp. Since you call me young master, sacrificing your life for me is only natural, Lu Feng remarked coldly, not sparing even a glance at the warrior he had thrown out as a shield. His cruelty and ruthlessness were on full display. A mere half-step creation realm cultivator after all, not yet a true creation realm master, Lu Feng was severely injured and no match for these mid to late-stage sovereign-level demon sharks in single combat. The most important thing now was to run as fast as possible and eliminate the scent of bait from his body. Otherwise, even with his half-step creation realm strength, he would undoubtedly perish here. Using this method, Lu Feng swam through the ocean at an incredibly high speed. However, correspondingly, the number of warriors around him dwindled rapidly. Finally, when dozens of warriors had been sacrificed, only a few remained. These remaining warriors dared not approach Lu Feng, terrified that they, too, would be used as shark bait in the next moment. Lu Feng grew increasingly anxious until he suddenly spotted an all too familiar figure charging rapidly in his direction. Fan Yao. Lu Feng's eyes widened in surprise as he watched Fan Yao dart past him and dive toward a different direction in the ocean depths. His face immediately showed astonishment. That direction is where the demon sharks are most concentrated. Is this guy seeking his own death? Before Lu Feng's expression of schadenfreude could fully form, it froze on his face. He saw that not only was Fan Yao not pursued by the demon sharks, but after a short while, he leisurely swam back. He even passed calmly by Lu Feng as if nothing had happened. How is that possible? Lu Feng couldn't help but rub his eyes, almost doubting whether he was seeing things. Behind Fan Yao, there was nothing but empty water. Not a single demon shark was following him. It was as if the sharks were afraid of him. In that chaotic and dark red deep sea region, shark corpses floated to the surface. Their bellies were upturned, slowly buoyed upward by the water's force, clearly lifeless. It's poison. No wonder Fan Yao could so easily escape my ambush. Lu Feng focused his gaze, biting his teeth in frustration. He finally understood why last time, despite having every advantage in his ambush, Fan Yao had still escaped. Fan Yao turned out to be a poison attribute warrior. Terrifying. Coupled with his previously demonstrated talents, Fan Yao possessed a total of 4 attributes. The stacking of each attribute exponentially increased his combat power. No wonder Fan Yao, at the late Sovereign Realm, could hold his own against Lu Feng, a half-step creation realm cultivator. Lu Feng had unwittingly provoked such a terrifying foe. Could it be he has even more hidden attribute talents? Lu Feng's body stiffened, his mind overwhelmed with horrifying speculations that sent cold sweat pouring down his back. While he was lost in thought, Fan Yao, who had already swum past him, suddenly reappeared without warning. In a flash, with a speed so fast it was impossible to react, Fan Yao delivered a fierce kick toward Lu Feng. A burst of nine-colored light flashed. Uft! Lu Feng's eyes widened as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He could barely believe what he was witnessing. 1, 2, 3. A total of 9 attribute energy glows flashed across Fan Yao's body, like the dance of death itself. In the dark, oppressive depths of the sea, these 9 colors exploded like a dazzling firework, lighting up the abyss. Fan Yao's handsome face wore a faint smile, but in Lu Feng's eyes, it was as terrifying as that of a devil. 9 attributes ninefold amplification. Lu Feng's body fell naturally, as if the sheer shock had drained him of any will to resist. His bulging eyes remained fixed on Fan Yao, filled with horror, resembling those of a vengeful ghost. This idiot, what is he staring at? Fan Yao glanced at Lu Feng sinking deeper into the ocean. Seeing something, his brows lifted slightly, and a hint of malicious amusement curled his lips. He mouthed silently at Lu Feng, "Feed the whale." Lu Feng, still staring at Fan Yao, read his lips one word at a time. By the time he understood the last word, his heart skipped a beat. Panic filled his eyes as he turned his head. From the murky depths of the ocean, a colossal abyssal maw broke through, lunging toward him with terrifying speed. If not for the rows of massive, gleaming white teeth visible on that mouth, he might have mistaken it for one of the ocean's mysterious blue holes. Oh! Lu Feng's lips quivered as he let out a soul-piercing scream. He wanted to flee, but his body was paralyzed with fear, unable to take even one step. All he could hear was the frantic pounding of his heart. Before the enormous maw, his body was like a grain of rice thrown against a towering mountain. In an instant, it was swallowed whole. Buzz! No, Lu Feng barely had time to resist. His terrified expression froze as his entire body was effortlessly sucked into the giant maw. The seawater churned violently, and the terrifying suction force even affected Fan Yao, nearly pulling him along with the current. He struggled to stabilize himself. Fan Yao's gaze grew cautious as he stared at the deep-sea whale beast that had devoured Lu Feng. His body tensed slightly. That maw was already unimaginably massive, but compared to the creature's entire body, it wasn't even 1% of its size. Its enormous fins stirred gently, causing waves to surge all around. Even after watching it swim for a long time, Fan Yao couldn't see the end of its tail. The whale beast that had previously blocked Fan Yao's path now seemed like a baby compared to this behemoth. What the hell, what kind of monster is this? Fan Yao muttered, gripping his giant axe of divine might tightly in his hands, his thoughts racing with a torrent of questions. He had always been the one people called a monster, but today, even he had to marvel at this nightmarish creature. Thank the heavens it couldn't come ashore and lived only in the deep sea. If it ever evolved over thousands of years into an amphibious creature capable of walking on land, its sheer size alone would plunge humanity into despair. Roar! Suddenly, from Fan Yao's shoulder, a small blue fish-like creature leapt out, its large blue eyes glaring as it bared its tiny pointed teeth at the deep-sea whale beast. It let out a low growl, as if issuing a warning. The moment the tiny creature growled, the massive whale beast, which had been swimming leisurely, abruptly stopped. Its body, so vast it seemed endless, came to an eerie halt that a hollow, resounding hum followed, the trembling waves boiling and surging. Then, to Fan Yao's astonished gaze, the massive creature slowly turned around and swam back into the deep sea. Its enormous, barbed tail fin swayed from side to side, capable of sweeping away thousands of people with a single motion. Only when the whale beast's body was no longer visible did Fan Yao's body relax slightly, his battle axe hanging limply in his hand as he gasped for breath. "Little one, what kind of species are you?" Fan Yao reached out to his shoulder, and the little blue fish obediently climbed up, clinging to his finger and acting cute, exuding extreme charm. Additionally, Fan Yao noticed that the little blue fish seemed exceptionally lively in the deep sea, showing no signs of discomfort. as if it were a native deep-sea creature. Could it be because of that golden-backed toad? Did the little fish merge with the toad's poison glands and gain the ability to live in water? Fan Yao put away his battle axe and began to speculate, but after pondering for a long time, his mind was filled with questions, leaving him utterly perplexed. Unable to make sense of it, he decided to stop thinking about it. Even he, after staying in the deep sea for too long, began to feel a faint tightness in his chest and some difficulty breathing. Time to head ashore. Fan Yao frowned slightly, and with a light tap of his toes, he swiftly left the deep sea. Finally, halfway back, he encountered Si Yanran, who was rushing toward him. On the beach, a large crowd had gathered, all of them the chosen prodigies who had passed the selection battles. Most of those who had entered the deep sea had suffered injuries to varying degrees and had already undergone treatment. Only a small number had skin turned pale and faces bluish-purple from soaking in the water, but otherwise showed no visible wounds. Mentor Fu Shouchuan, Lu Mufeng, and Elder Jia were pacing anxiously on the shore, occasionally glancing toward the sea. "Someone's coming out," someone shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, the group felt a surge of relief and quickly turned their gaze toward the sea. Sure enough, the previously calm sea surface began to boil violently, as if a pot had been brought to a boil. Water splashed everywhere, followed by a loud explosion. Boom! Amid the relieved expressions of Fu Shouchuan, Lu Mufeng, and the others, two figures shot out from the sea, landing on the beach like meteors and transforming into a man and a woman, both drenched from head to toe. "Thank goodness, Lord Fan Yao is safe." Xiao Huai clenched his fist and exhaled heavily. "Lord Fan Yao, Sister Yanran." Ning Xiaolu was overjoyed and quickly ran over. "Finally back. You always make people worry." Lu Mufeng hurried over, handing 2 towels to the pair and scolding them lightly. Fan Yao didn't mind Lu Mufeng's nagging. He wiped the seawater off his face, smiling as he took the towel and casually rubbed it over his head and body. When he pulled the towel away, the snow-white fabric was faintly stained with blood, causing everyone's expressions to change slightly. "You're injured?" Lu Mufeng gasped, nervously examining Fan Yao. Before Fan Yao could respond, Lu Mufeng immediately turned around and somehow retrieved a medical kit, burying his head in it to find medicine. "This little injury is nothing," Fan Yao said, watching Lu Mufeng's hurried search for medicine. His heart felt warm, but his face showed a slightly amused smile that in the past, the injuries he had suffered were truly severe: torn muscles, broken bones, internal organ trauma, and such. But today's injury, in his view, was merely a bit of blood loss, hardly worth mentioning. "That's not the same. You have no idea how many bacteria are in the deep sea. What if it gets infected? Hurry and take off your clothes." Lu Mufeng finally found the medicine and stood up. Before she could finish her sentence, she froze mid-sentence, wishing she could bite her tongue off. Her face turned crimson as she hastily shoved the medicine into Fan Yao's hands. You do it yourself." "Oh." Fan Yao touched his nose and responded casually. He didn't argue further and accepted her kindness. He casually squeezed out a bit of the ointment, lifted his shirt without hesitation, and began applying it to his wounds. Before long, the entire tube of ointment was empty. Lu Mufeng caught a glimpse of the pale, slightly bleeding wounds crisscrossing Fan Yao's body and clenched her teeth slightly. This guy still had the nerve to claim he wasn't seriously injured? "Ahem. I hereby announce." Fu Shouchuan took a careful look at Si Yanran and Fan Yao. Only after seeing her subtle shake of the head did he feel relieved. Clearing his throat, he coughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention instantly. All eyes locked onto Fu Shouchuan, hearts pounding with anticipation. Was he about to announce the results? "The selection battle has concluded. The names of those who passed are listed on this report. I will post it on the bulletin board in Hanhai City's seaside town. You can check it yourself later," Fu Shouchuan declared while holding up a stack of reports thicker than a finger. Figures, the base battle is no joke. Even after one round of selection, so many martial artists are still left. There must be at least 10,000 of them entering the ancient battlefield, Fan Yao commented as he changed into a clean set of clothes. Glancing at the stack of documents that resembled a pile of files, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Compared to the beach's earlier overcrowded state, where there was barely any space to stand, More than half of the martial artists were now gone. The majority had found their grave in the depths of the sea. There are inns in the seaside town of Hanhai City. You have 3 days after the selection battle to rest and recover. Gather here again in 3 days. Just take it easy until then. Fu Shouchuan said briefly, then impatiently waved his hand. You're dismissed. With that, Fu Shouchuan rose into the air and flew off toward the east, as swift in departure as he had been in arrival. Farewell, escort leader. The beach immediately echoed with respectful voices bidding him farewell. Only after his figure disappeared completely did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Some draped arms around each other as shoulders, while others helped one another as they headed toward the town. Fan Yao and his group also smiled as they made their way toward the small town. However, they hadn't walked far before someone stepped forward to block their path. Brat, let me ask you, where is Lu Feng? The one blocking Fan Yao was none other than Elder Jia, who stared at him intently with a face full of suspicion. He had waited on the shore for ages, but Lu Feng never emerged. Not only that, but not a single martial artist from the Changpan base had surfaced. It was as if the entire Changpan base had vanished into thin air. Given Lu Feng's strength, even if injured, with so many allies by his side, surviving this kind of selection battle should have been a piece of cake. Now that things had spun out of control, Elder Jia couldn't help but suspect that Fan Yao had done something underwater, perhaps even targeted the members of Changpan base specifically. Oh, Lu Feng hasn't come out. Fan Yao raised an eyebrow, suddenly asking in surprise. Upon hearing this, Elder Jia froze, his sharp gaze scanning Fan Yao's face inch by inch, trying to find any signs of deceit. However, to no avail, Fan Yao's expression was full of astonishment, acting more convincingly than reality itself. Elder Jia, why not wait a little longer? Maybe Lu Feng will come up in a while. Fan Yao said seriously, spouting nonsense. After speaking, he flashed a bright smile at Elder Jia and passed by him with a few others, chatting and laughing freely, showing no signs of guilt. Could it really not be Fan Yao's doing? But how is that possible? Elder Jia was utterly confused. None of the participants from the Changpan base had come up, which meant their base's competitors were completely wiped out in the selection battle, leaving them no chance to enter the ancient battlefield. Not to mention, Lu Feng's life or death was still unknown, leaving only Elder Jia himself to report back to the base's leaders who might just slap him to death on the spot. Unbeknownst to Elder Jia, behind him, Fan Yao slightly turned his head to glance at him, a hint of mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips, which quickly disappeared. Even though the smile was fleeting, it was still caught by Si Yanran, who blinked her beautiful eyes. To wipe out all the competitors from an entire base and then deceive their guide, this guy, truly black-hearted. This is a necessary post-battle measure. It can greatly reduce some troubles. You're still young. There are many things you don't understand, Fan Yao said seriously, noticing Si Yanran's slightly disdainful gaze and clearing his throat. Having exchanged a few words at the bottom of the deep sea, the two had unknowingly grown closer, chatting with less awkwardness. I'm not that young, Si Yanran muttered softly. How old are you? Fan Yao's gaze wandered, and he blurted out the question instinctively. The next second, the other three cast him some strange looks, and Xiao Huai silently gave him a thumbs up. Si Yanran initially thought Fan Yao was asking about her age and was about to answer when she noticed the odd looks from the three. She froze for a moment, then carefully recalled Fan Yao's words, suddenly realizing the subtle ambiguity in his question. She stopped in her tracks, her beautiful eyes glaring at him with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. You. All right, the inn is here. Let's settle in first, Fan Yao said awkwardly, laughing it off. His eyes lit up as he casually picked an inn and walked in, smoothly changing the subject. Yanran, well, we're heading in first, the other three said with a helpless smile, following him inside. Si Yanran bit her lip, staring at Fan Yao, who was quickly handling the check-in procedures. Her face grew hotter and hotter, until finally, 2 patches of red appeared on her snow-white cheeks. Standing outside the inn and letting the cool breeze blow for a long time, she finally felt her face return to normal temperature. Striving to maintain a cold expression, she found her room and walked in. Creak. Fan Yao heard the sound of the door closing next door and finally relaxed his ears. Why did I impulsively tease her? If the forces behind her find out, won't they come after me with knives? Fan Yao climbed onto the bed, shook his head, and sat cross-legged. After a long while, his emotions gradually calmed down, and his mind entered introspection. The meridians in his body were displayed like Roman roads, with spiritual energy roaring and surging within. In this round of selection battles, Fan Yao had hardly suffered any serious injuries, mostly external wounds. The slight energy consumption was replenished completely in a short time, not even counting as a loss. After carefully examining his body inside and out, Fan Yao felt slightly relieved. Then, he pulled up a touch data interface, Lu Feng's touch data. Nowadays, Fan Yao always kept the system activated, firstly to better observe enemy movements, and secondly to avoid missing out on those precious talent attributes. In this way, the wood attribute can also evolve, Fan Yao said with a slight smile, then focused his gaze on his small palm and gently clicked. Was an extremely refreshing sensation instantly surged deep within Fan Yao's body, followed by the familiar pain spreading to every corner of his being. He seemed to smell the scent of a forest, hear the chirping of birds, and see a vision of a towering sacred tree. The massive trunk, dozens of meters thick, was covered in moss and grass. Soon, the talent fusion was complete. Fan Yao opened his eyes, his pupils faintly glowing green before the color quickly faded. He then pulled up the system interface, species, human name, Fan Yao strength, Lake Commander Realm basic talent, King level Thunder attribute Earth attribute talent, Advanced Fire attribute talent, Advanced Water attribute talent, King level Ice attribute talent, Advanced Wind attribute talent, Advanced Wood attribute talent, King level Poison attribute talent, King level with unknown biological reaction metal attribute talent, King level out of the 9 attributes, 4 have already been converted to King level, while 5 remain at Advanced level. The 4 rare attributes are still unaccounted for. I wonder if there will be any surprises in this ancient battlefield. Fan Yao counted his attributes, smiled helplessly, and closed the system. Was he being too impatient? The higher the level of the attribute, the harder it is to find. This is a given. If everyone had King level or even Emperor level talents, how would there still be room for rampant monsters in the world today? Knowing that haste would not help, Fan Yao calmed his mind and began cultivating. Time passed quickly during cultivation, from day to night. Knock, knock, knock. Under the starry sky, someone gently knocked on Fan Yao's door. Who is it? Fan Yao opened his eyes, exited his cultivation state, and asked with some confusion. It's me, Si Yinran's voice, tinged with a hint of awkwardness, floated in. The list of those selected for the ancient battlefield has been posted. Do you want to go take a look? As soon as she finished speaking, the door in front of Si Yinran was quickly pulled open. Fan Yao, with a smile on his face, nodded immediately and said, "Let's go." A cool sea breeze swept through the small town, near the bulletin board. Circles of martial artists crowded tightly around it, their voices buzzing as they searched for their names. Why isn't my name here? Someone's eyes were almost strained from searching, but still couldn't find their name. They rubbed their eyes and continued looking on the next page of the list. Be patient, there's too much to go through, another martial artist said, practically lying on the bulletin board. Haha, I found it. I can enter the ancient battlefield now. Someone, after painstakingly searching through dozens of lists, finally saw their name and burst into tears of joy, shouting and jumping in place like a madman. That's great. Instantly, countless people looked at this person with envy, then turned back to their own arduous search. Fan Yao stared blankly at the chaotic scene in front of him, thinking, how is this any different from the legendary Imperial examination results announcement? Lord Fan Yao. At that moment, a delighted voice called out. On a bench not far away, Xiao Huai was fiercely guarding a few seats while Ning Xiaolu waved excitedly at the two of them. Fan Yao smiled and walked over with Si Yinran. My lord, Sister Mufeng has already checked for us. We all passed, but your name was at the very end, which made Sister Mufeng search until her eyes were spinning. Ning Xiaolu reported to Fan Yao excitedly. Hearing this, Fan Yao couldn't help but laugh and cry. He had almost forgotten to register until Si Yinran reminded him after nearly everyone had left, so of course, his name ended up last. Not long after, Lu Mufeng came running over from a distance, carrying a small laptop and gasping for breath. Here, take a look at the opponents you need to watch out for this time. After finally catching her breath, Lu Mufeng patted the laptop with one hand and sat down on the bench. She opened a folder on the computer, and a list of names instantly appeared on the screen, detailing everything from their base of origin to their names and strengths, leaving nothing out. Fan Yao and the others didn't react much, but Si Yinran stared at the detailed data on the screen with wide eyes, unable to resist asking, "Where did all this come from?" "Bought with the funds provided by the base," Lu Mufeng replied, looking up at her with a smile. "It's the same almost every year. These details originally come from the base's reports on the participants. The Imperial Academy compiles them and then sells them to the warriors about to enter the ancient battlefield. After all, no one wants to go in without knowing the background of their potential opponents. Plenty of people buy this information." As Lu Mufeng explained, Si Yinran's beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. How had she not known about this? "The principal of the Imperial Academy is quite cunning." Fan Yao raised an eyebrow. "It's a huge profit for just a bit of labor cost. What a clever scheme." Unexpectedly, as soon as Fan Yao said this, he felt the air around him grow colder. Turning his head in confusion, he saw Si Yinran's beautiful eyes staring at him with a faint chill. "Do you have a problem with that?" Si Yinran's voice was incredibly gentle. Her slender, icy fingers had somehow reached toward Fan Yao's waist, pinching a soft spot with just the right amount of pressure. It seemed that if Fan Yao dared to say yes, those delicate fingers would mercilessly dig in. "No," Fan Yao replied with an awkward smile, carefully removing her soft, boneless hand from his waist and giving her a couple of embarrassed chuckles. However, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. He had merely mentioned the principal of the Imperial Academy. Why was Si Yinran so worked up? Seeing the confusion on Fan Yao's face, Si Yinran let out a light snort. "Criticizing my dad right in front of me, who else am I supposed to pinch at this moment?" All right, stop messing around, listen to me." Lu Mufeng smiled at the two, his gentle words directly interrupting Fan Yao's thoughts and drawing his attention to a photo on the computer. Although the central base is the hub of the nation, in recent years, its rulers have disappeared without a trace, and the Fengyun Training Hall has taken the opportunity to stir up trouble. Its strength has been significantly weakened, and compared to other major bases, the new generation of strong individuals is likely far behind. Lu Mufeng explained in detail. Apart from the central base, there are several other major bases with populations in the tens of millions. Among them, there are roughly 7 that pose a threat to us. Naturally, the Changpan base is not included. At the end of her words, Lu Mufeng couldn't help but glance at Fan Yao. She had only learned later that Fan Yao had directly wiped out all the contestants from that base. As a result, the Changpan base couldn't send a single person into the ancient battlefield, and thus it was completely excluded from her considerations. "Which bases are they?" Fan Yao noticed Lu Mufeng's expression and smiled helplessly. "Those dozens of people from the Changpan base aside from Lu Feng's death, which was somewhat related to him, the rest were all thrown to the sharks by Lu Feng himself. He hadn't even made a move." He had explained this later, but no one believed him, and eventually, he couldn't be bothered to explain further. Changxi base, Ruiyuan base, Yuqing base, Shantai base, Henghua base, Liaoling base, Yedong base. These bases were already dominant forces before the decline of the central base, having spent years lying low and accumulating strength. Not only is their power ceiling much higher than the central base, but even among the younger generation, there are individuals who have reached the creation realm or even the divine void realm. "Ah!" Ning Xiaolu couldn't help but exclaim, sneaking a glance at Fan Yao beside her, her heart pounding wildly. "Creation realm? Divine void realm? Wouldn't that mean they are stronger than Lord Fan Yao?" Seemingly noticing Ning Xiaolu's gaze, Fan Yao shook his head helplessly. How did this end up being about him again? Beside Fan Yao, Si Yinran glanced at the photo on the computer, a trace of disdain flashing quickly in her eyes. She spoke indifferently. "These individuals are likely being groomed as the next rulers of their bases, with nearly all the resources of the base poured into them. Achieving such accomplishments is not surprising." Yinran is right. Lu Mufeng agreed deeply. Not only that, but their talent testing is conducted 3 to 4 years earlier than normal, selecting the most talented individuals, nurturing them with medicinal liquids, improving their bone structure. When they officially begin cultivation, their progress naturally skyrockets. There's nothing strange about it. In comparison, Fan Yao relied entirely on himself, emerging from the small launching base. He had no abundant resources, no major forces to nurture him, and no luxurious cultivation environment. Relying solely on his extraordinary talent, he fought desperately in battles to improve, his potential truly terrifying. Compared to Fan Yao, those so-called prodigies were clearly lacking. Take a look at their faces. Lu Mufeng tapped on the computer screen a few times, then slightly turned the screen toward Fan Yao and the others, pointing at the images on the computer. Changxi Major Base, Xiao Donglin, Early Divine Void Realm. Fan Yao glanced at the photo of the man with a scar on his face and an extremely fierce look in his eyes, softly reciting the name and strength of the individual. Then, he looked at the second photo. Ruiyuan Base, Shuekong, Early Stage of Divine Realm. Fan Yao frowned slightly as he glanced at the photo. This guy named Shuekong had dyed his hair in a colorful mess resembling chicken feathers and had a nose ring, which made Fan Yao, who was somewhat traditional, involuntarily twitch the corner of his mouth. However, his strength was undeniably formidable. The last one is Yuqing Base, Tao Xinghe, Half-Step Divine Realm. Fan Yao maneuvered the computer cursor and looked at the last person. This individual had a kind face and seemed to carry a long sword on his back, his entire demeanor as sharp as the blade of a sword. Clearly, he was a practitioner of sword intent. After reviewing the information, Fan Yao exhaled lightly. 2 Divine Realm experts and 1 half-step Divine Realm. However, in the ancient battlefield, opportunities abound. And who could say whether this half-step Divine Realm individual might get lucky and obtain some treasures, officially stepping into the Divine Realm? What do you think? If you encounter them, do you have the ability to fight? Lu Mufeng also looked serious, his gaze sweeping over the 4 individuals in front of him before finally landing on Fan Yao with some anticipation. Among them, leaving aside Si Yanran for now, the only one who consistently defied expectations like a bug was likely Fan Yao. Xiao Huai and Ning Xiaolu also looked at Fan Yao, their faces pale. The two of them, with their pure origin realm strength, were 2 whole levels below the Divine Realm individuals. If they encountered them, they might be wiped out in a single move. Si Yanran was also very curious about Fan Yao's response previously. Fan Yao had dealt with a half-step Creation Realm expert. The Creation Realm shouldn't be an issue. Sure enough, do these people have royal-level talent? Fan Yao suddenly asked an unrelated question. Hearing this, Lu Mufeng was momentarily stunned and carefully flipped through the information. This isn't mentioned. Fan Yao was a bit disappointed. As expected, he was overthinking it. Forget whether they had royal-level talent even if they did. Who wouldn't keep it tightly under wraps? How could it be so openly sold for money? The Creation Realm can be fought, but the Divine Realm has already transcended the human category. It's said they can even condense small divine statues, with divinity divided into 2 levels. In the early stage of the Divine Realm, the condensed small divine statue already has combat capabilities. Although it's not as strong as the main body, if it launches a sudden sneak attack, it would be quite troublesome. Fan Yao spread his hands and commented objectively. These 3 individuals stand out among all the contestants, and many people from other bases are also paying attention to them. Lu Mufeng said, suddenly changing his tone and rolling his eyes slightly. In terms of attention, you're not much different from them. Me? What attention do I have? Fan Yao was stunned by Lu Mufeng's words. Shouldn't those Creation Realm and even Divine Realm super experts be the focus of attention? Initially, I didn't notice either, but after the selection battles ended, while purchasing information on various contestants, I saw this. Lu Mufeng's expression turned a bit odd as he moved the computer back in front of himself, casually clicked a few times, and opened a website before handing it over. Take a look. Fan Yao quickly took the computer and casually scrolled down. At first, it didn't seem like much, but as they kept watching, they didn't know what they had seen. Their eyes slightly widened, and with a helpless gesture, they rubbed their forehead, unable to hold back a comment. These people, are they really that bored on the computer webpage, In bold uppercase letters written in an eye-catching bright red font were the words, Battle Base Contestant Purchase Amount Rankings. Changxi Base, Xiao Donglin, 8 million. Xiao Huai cautiously leaned closer, looked at the top-ranked purchase amount, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Rui Yuan Base, Shuekong, 8.5 million. Ning Xiaolu's mouth dropped open. Yuqing Base, Tao Xinghe, 8 million. Si Yinran read out the third name. Then, the three of them simultaneously shifted their gaze downward, directly skipping over a few Creation Realm names, and focused on the Commander Realm rankings. Anqing Base, Fan Yao, 6 million. Too much money to burn. Fan Yao was speechless. Don't say that. Quite a few people bought your information. Lu Mufeng had a "you better believe it" expression on his face and smiled. The strength of these three is evident to all. Since arriving at the vast sea, their attention hasn't waned one bit. As for you, with your late Commander Realm strength and 3 attributes, you've naturally shown some prominence by taking down Lu Feng. Anqing Base, compared to the 3 major bases, is relatively unknown, so people don't know much about you. If you had registered under the name of the central base back, then the purchase price might have been even higher. Lu Mufeng explained in detail, saying that Fan Yao's information price had been artificially inflated. The Creation Realm martial artist ranked just above him was only 5,000 higher. Fan Yao glanced around and was speechless to find that quite a few people were indeed holding phones, computers, photos, and so on, pointing at him. He could faintly hear them muttering. That's him, right? The one called Fan Yao, the late Commander Realm with 3 attributes. No way. How do you know he has 3 attributes? The information only lists his strength and origin, doesn't it? Are you kidding? Don't you remember? Fan Yao made a move on the beach back then, and it was exposed. That half-step Creation Realm Lu Feng was taken down by him. Oh, I remember now. Thanks for the reminder, bro. When entering the ancient battlefield, make sure not to run into him. Let us go, let us go. The 5 of them silently listened to the conversation until the group finished talking and left. Only then did Lu Mufeng clear his throat, snapping Fan Yao out of his daze. See that? Yeah. Fan Yao nodded with a complicated expression. He had originally planned to keep a low profile, quietly gather some treasures, and leave. But now how could he stay low-key? Once he entered the ancient battlefield, those people would run away as soon as they saw him. How was he supposed to make money? This is what happens when your strength doesn't allow you to stay low-key. Seeing Fan Yao's troubled expression, Ning Xiaolu couldn't help but chuckle, while a hint of amusement also appeared in Si Yinran's eyes. Lu Mufeng smiled faintly, took back the computer, closed the website, and opened the previous photo again. As for the rest, I'll introduce them all at once. Shantai Major Base, Kuzhou, Mid-Creation Realm. Hanghua Major Base, Hua Qingqiu, Early Creation Realm. Liaoling Major Base, Baolei, Late Creation Realm. Wild East Grand Base, Zhaoyu, Mid-Stage Creation Realm. Fan Yao glanced casually again, memorizing the appearances of several people, not to mention those in the Divine Void Realm. Whether they possess Imperial-level talent or not, he could find out by scanning them at the right time. However, these individuals in the Creation Realm, their attributes should undoubtedly be King-level, just like Lu Feng, who possesses King-level wood attributes. He might need to approach them one by one to filter out the talents he needs. That's about it. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are only 7 people. It costs tens of millions. Lu Mufeng closed the laptop. Just a few lines of information had cost so much money, the Imperial Master Academy really showed no mercy when exploiting the base. Since we've already understood the opponent's strength, let's wait for the battlefield to open. Fan Yao smiled faintly, glanced around at the beach, which remained crowded even late at night, and got up to head toward the inn. Si Yinran shouldn't need to worry too much. As for Xiao Huai and Ning Xiaolu, try not to stray too far from me when the time comes. Although pure origin realm strength surpasses most people, safety should always come first. Understood, my lord. Xiao Huai agreed without hesitation. All right, Lord Fan Yao. Ning Xiaolu's eyes curved into a smile as she quickly followed. What do you mean by shouldn't need to worry too much about me? Si Yinran tilted her head, watching Fan Yao's back. Did he trust the forces behind her to protect her in the ancient battlefield? Don't overthink it. He trusts your strength. Mid-stage command realm. Unless you encounter someone in the creation realm or divine void realm, you can basically dominate. Lu Mufeng put away the laptop, smiled, and said no more, then jogged to catch up with Fan Yao. Hearing Lu Mufeng's words, Si Yinran's lips curved into a breathtakingly subtle smile. Clearly, she was quite satisfied with Lu Mufeng's explanation. She then directly ignored a few male martial artists nearby who had unintentionally caught sight of her smile and were now staring at her with infatuation. Her smile quickly faded as she turned away gracefully. Once we enter the ancient battlefield, the people from the Imperial Master Academy will definitely keep an eye on you. You better perform well, Fan Yao. 3 days of rest passed in the blink of an eye. Fan Yao stayed in the entire time, not stepping out, focusing on cultivation and silently counting the passage of time. On the morning of the 4th day, Fan Yao opened his eyes, feeling the rising sun and the gradually bustling small town, and exhaled lightly. Opening the door, he found Si Yanran, Xiao Huai, Ning Xiaolu, and Lu Mufeng already waiting outside. Hearing the sound of the door opening, they immediately turned around. "My lord." Xiao Huai and Ning Xiaolu rubbed their hands together, their faces full of anticipation. "Be careful." Lu Mufeng frowned slightly. Si Yanran said nothing, her bright eyes fixed on him with a hint of a smile. Fan Yao glanced at the group, casually waved at Lu Mufeng, and then took the lead, walking out with a spark of fire in his eyes. "Let's go to the ancient battlefield." Back at the vast seaside beach, the crowd stood in blocks according to their bases. Although there were many people, there was not a single sound, making the scene extremely quiet. The number of people from the grand base was relatively smaller compared to the smaller bases, but their aura was overwhelmingly powerful, with almost one person equaling 100 from the smaller bases, especially the leader among them, whose aura was ethereal and elusive, each with their own unique qualities, exuding unparalleled dominance. He was precisely one of the prominent figures in this base battle. Fan Yao and a few others stood casually in a corner, quietly waiting for the arrival of the guide commander. Suddenly, Fan Yao's eyes moved, and he looked up in a certain direction. Almost simultaneously, the prodigies also raised their heads, gazing at the sky, a trace of excitement flashing across their faces. The guide commander had arrived. Whoosh! Fu Shou's figure instantly appeared before everyone, now dressed in a new Zhongshan suit, with his lucky pouch still swaying. "Is everyone here?" "Yes." The response was a resounding and powerful shout from the crowd. Hearing this, Fu Shou said no more. With a wave of his hand, a boundless and vast energy, like an ocean, surged from within him, enveloping the entire sky and finally wrapping everyone within it. Everyone felt as if they were plunged into darkness. They only had time to let out a scream before losing control of their bodies, their minds sinking into a haze. It was unclear how much time had passed. On a desolate, ochre-colored land, the surroundings were barren, with yellow sand stretching endlessly. Occasionally, one or two oddly shaped small animals scurried by, the landscape as dry as a desert. Rustle, rustle. A peculiar-looking jerboa was digging around in a pile of sand to make a nest, using its front legs to dig and its powerful hind legs to push the sand far away. Its strong hind legs sent the sand flying quite a distance, covering a figure sprawled on the ground in a large X shape, almost burying half of his body. Fan Yao felt a sharp pain in his head and struggled to wake up from unconsciousness. He moved his body slightly, feeling as though he had been run over by a steamroller, his entire body aching. The ancient battlefield hiss. Fan Yao's mind suddenly cleared. He sat up with a start, taking a sharp breath and rubbing his still uncomfortable head as he shakily stood up. All around him was yellow sand, vast and boundless, with only a few sparse shrubs and massive rocks and gravel. A single glance could take in the entire barren landscape. Have I been separated from them? Fan Yao belatedly realized this, clenching his fists. Before the worry could fully set in, the next moment Fan Yao's expression suddenly changed. He stomped the ground hard and shot into the sky like a rocket. Boom! The spot where he had just been standing erupted as a massive creature resembling a mud-dwelling earthworm burst out. Its round head bore a gaping maw like a crack, and its body was segmented, resembling an enormously magnified worm. Seeing that its first strike had missed, the strange worm's tail trembled violently. Without hesitation, it dove back into the sand. Wherever it moved, the ground would bulge, creating a ridge that moved as smoothly through the desert as if it were swimming in the sea, sending sand flying like a waterfall. So, this is a creature from the ancient battlefield? Fan Yao felt a twinge of shock. Watching the rapidly approaching sand ridge, he raised his hand and unleashed a burst of dazzling spiritual energy, which transformed into radiant swords that fiercely pierced the advancing ridge. However, Fan Yao's attack seemed to have no effect on the worm's movements. Not only did it fail to slow down, but its speed even increased significantly. The body of this monster is made of sand and can repair itself with sand at any time. My attacks are useless against it. Fan Yao's expression changed slightly as this thought quickly flashed through his mind. Immediately, the nine-colored spiritual energy around Fan Yao rapidly faded, transforming into a clear, ocean blue water element energy. The humidity in the air above the dry desert skyrocketed at an unimaginable speed. With a wave of his hand, the sound of surging waves echoed around Fan Yao, and a viscous, almost tangible mass of seawater crashed down furiously onto the worm that was already nearing his feet. Boom! It was as if a dam had burst. The powerful torrent was quickly absorbed by the desert, creating a massive pit where the water poured down. The worm was flushed out, flailing in the muddy sand like a stranded fish. It seemed to be trying to burrow back into the ground, but after much effort, it only managed to bury half its head. Fan Yao let out a cold snort. And this is the edge of the desert, where countless towering trees stand, looking extremely refreshing and greatly relieving the oppressive feeling of travelers who have long been surrounded by endless yellow sand. Huff, huff. In the sky, a figure staggered forward, flying frantically while gasping for breath, sweat dripping down from his forehead. As he flew, he kept turning his head to look behind him, his face full of terror. Fan Yao, I just happened to run into you after waking up. I didn't provoke you. So why are you chasing me relentlessly? The man shouted desperately toward the figure behind him. If one looked closely, they would notice a shadow trailing far behind him, rapidly closing the distance. Judging by the name he called out, it was undoubtedly Fan Yao. I'm not going to kill you. Why are you running? Fan Yao was also quite helpless, just borrowing some attributes, not taking his life. With a tap of his toes, his speed surged again, and the already short distance closed instantly, scaring the other man out of his wits. Who would believe your nonsense? The martial artist not only didn't he believe him, but almost spat out a mouthful of blood and anger, shouting in despair. This was the ancient battlefield. In the ancient battlefield, it was all about killing and looting treasures, depending on who was faster and more skilled to keep their treasures. Once targeted, one could only accept their misfortune. And he, after luckily obtaining a spiritual fruit, found himself thrown into the same area as this plague god, Fan Yao. Fan Yao's eyes lit up upon seeing him and had been chasing him madly for half a day. He was on the verge of losing his mind, cursing his parents for not giving him 2 extra legs to run faster. Upon hearing this, Fan Yao rolled his eyes, his figure flickered, and he appeared directly behind the man, extending his left hand and landing a punch on the man's shoulder, knocking him straight down. Boom. Smack. The unlucky martial artist skidded face first for a long distance before stopping. Without time to care about his wounded face, he turned his head in terror to look at Fan Yao. Fan Yao's lips twitched as he looked at the man's expression, like a bullied wife facing a tyrant, and waved his hand speechlessly. Go. Really? You're letting me go? The martial artist, who had been trembling and waiting for death, froze for a moment, silently stunned, thinking he might have misheard, and cautiously asked. Fan Yao glanced at him, turned around, and left without paying him any more attention. Oh my God, I was almost scared to death. Fan Yao is indeed as terrifying as the rumors say. Not being killed is truly lucky. Seeing this, the martial artist was almost moved to tears. After Fan Yao walked away, he collapsed on the spot, exhausted, gasping for air, unwilling to move even a bit. Fan Yao casually leaped onto a tree, quietly recovering the spiritual energy he had consumed. Since entering the ancient battlefield, it had been more than 10 days. Most of the martial artists had already awakened, and those belonging to the same base gradually gathered together. The information on the record monument was also being updated continuously, sometimes refreshing every few seconds. For instance, who obtained what treasure, who killed what beast, or who encountered danger and failed to escape, perishing within. Among them, the few prodigies were the most active, and every update almost always triggered a wave of exclamations that AS for Fan Yao. He had been spending this period searching for people to imprint attributes. After completing the imprinting, he would let them go directly without encountering any beasts, which made him seem rather inconspicuous. There's no news about Ning Xiaolu and the others, and nothing is displayed on the record monument. But at this moment, no news is the best news. Fan Yao sighed, stayed quietly for a moment, and after confirming there was no danger around, quickly pulled up the touch data of the person from earlier and efficiently completed the imprinting. When the fiery sensation within his body faded, Fan Yao exhaled lightly and checked his system data again. Species, human name. Fan Yao strength. Lake Commander Realm basic talent. King level Thunder attribute Earth attribute talent. Advanced Fire attribute talent. King level Water attribute talent. King level Ice attribute talent. Advanced Wind attribute talent. Advanced Wood attribute talent. King level Poison attribute talent. King level with unknown biological reaction metal attribute talent. King level. Although I successfully replaced the King level Earth attribute talent and King level Fire attribute talent. Even though I feel my strength has improved after the replacement, I still can't break through to the creation realm. Fan Yao looked at his strength with some frustration after imprinting the talents. Compared to his attribute talents, his strength hadn't increased for a long time. Fan Yao knew what he was lacking. The energy within his body was almost overflowing, yet he couldn't break through. What he lacked was the creation intent, the key to truly entering the creation realm. Without this sense of intent, no matter how much energy he accumulated, he would remain stuck at the Lake Commander realm, unable to progress further. At that moment, a buzzing sound came. A brand new message suddenly appeared on the record monument. Ancient Battlefield Record Monument Update. Green Creek Base contestant Wu Guan has discovered and activated the Creation Intent Fruit. Location: Lake Heart Tree Island. Creation Intent Fruit. Fan Yao was stunned, then instantly overjoyed. To comprehend the creation intent, one could either slowly figure it out on their own, though this method was obviously extremely slow and might take years of effort, or have a senior or other powerful figure directly infuse their breakthrough creation intent, inheriting the fruit of their predecessors. However, to meet this condition, one must first have a strong senior in the creation realm. Clearly, Fan Yao did not. But the creation intent fruit was a third option, directly consuming it, seizing the creation intent within the fruit, and breaking through to the creation realm. Although there's a certain chance of failure, and it can't be consumed repeatedly, it's still much more convenient than trying to comprehend it myself or finding someone to infuse it into me. Fan Yao excitedly jumped down from the tree and, without hesitation, rushed toward Lake Heart Tree Island. At the same time, many others also saw this message. Like Fan Yao, martial artists stuck in the Lake Commander realm or even at the half-step creation realm were overjoyed and began frantically rushing toward Lake Heart Tree Island. Lake Heart Tree Island. There was only one entrance resembling a stone gate. The lake was vast and wide, filled with azure water, shimmering and bottomless, calm and still under a gentle breeze. In the center of the lake, a massive island rose abruptly. On the island, a peculiar little tree was quietly growing. Hanging from its branches were 5 golden fruits, emitting a strange fragrance as the breeze blew, clearing the mind of anyone who caught a whiff. Clearly, this was the legendary creation essence fruit, a rare treasure that could help one break through to the creation realm. From afar, on the lakeshore, a group of over 20 martial artists stood dumbfounded, staring at the record monument displaying the news. Their faces twitched uncontrollably. Among them, the most devastated was undoubtedly Wu Guan, a participant from the Green Creek base, whose name was mentioned on the monument. Judging by his strength, he was at the early stage of the Commander realm. Damn it! Is there something wrong with this record monument? It just broadcasts the location of rare treasures that others have painstakingly found. ISNT this basically shouting to everyone, "I have treasure. Come and rob me." Wu Guan ranted furiously, almost wishing he could rush over and smash the monument to pieces. The location of this island in the middle of the lake was extremely remote, and he had only stumbled upon it by chance, discovering the creation essence fruit. Initially, he was thrilled at the prospect of smoothly advancing to the creation realm. But before he could even touch the fruit's skin, the monument had already exposed the news. He could now vividly imagine countless late-stage Commander Realm and even half-step Creation Realm experts rushing toward him. A chill ran down his spine. Wu Guan, there's no other choice now. Quickly pick the fruit and break through to the Creation Realm, or else you'll just be handing it over to someone else, another participant from Green Creek Base urged, glancing warily around. All right, I'll pick it right away. Wu Guan looked at the small island in the middle of the lake, gritted his teeth, and the next second, he flew directly toward it. But unexpectedly, just as Wu Guan had flown less than 100 meters across the lake, a massive tentacle covered in suction cups suddenly burst out of the water. In his horrified gaze, it lashed out at him with tremendous force. Boom. Ugh. Caught off guard, Wu Guan instinctively raised his palm to block, but the sound of bones cracking immediately followed. With a scream, his figure was sent flying back, crashing onto the shore. What was that just now? His companions' faces turned pale as they rushed to his side, drawing their weapons with a clang and staring. Is this the fruit of creation's will? It truly lives up to its reputation as something extraordinary. As this voice echoed, a large group of people surged in through the stone gate once again, roughly numbering over 30. At the forefront was a young man who completely ignored the people from the Green Creek Base, his face full of determination to claim the prize. The people from Green Creek Base, upon seeing his face, immediately recognized him. Their expressions turned to shock, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. It's Xiaoyu. It's Xiaoyu from the Wild East Grand Base. With his mid-stage creation realm strength, he doesn't even need the fruit of creation's will. Why is he here? Could it be he's here to help his sister break through to the creation realm? Someone glanced bitterly at the woman standing beside Xiaoyu. To Xiaoyu's right, just a few steps away, a woman was staring intently at the round fruit with a fiery gaze. She couldn't help but lick the corner of her mouth, clearly already regarding it as her own. This was Xiaoyu's sister, Xiaolin, who was currently at the mid-stage commander realm and might soon break through to the late stage. Evidently, Xiaoyu intended to secure this rare fruit of creation's will for his sister in advance. People from a mid-sized base are truly pathetic. They can't even pick a mere fruit of creation's will. Xiaoyu glanced at the heavily injured Wu Guan and mocked him mercilessly, causing the faces of the Green Creek Base members to darken. Someone immediately wanted to retort angrily. What do you know? This lake. Stop, Wang Nan. Cough, cough, cough. Before the person could finish speaking, Wu Guan interrupted him directly. The effort caused his blood and energy to stir, making him cough violently, as if tearing at his lungs. Hearing this, the man called Wang Nan dared not say more. He could only swallow his anger and stand aside, glaring fiercely at Xiaoyu. Wu Guan's eyes flickered as he casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and lowered his head slightly. The spiritual fruit belongs to the strong. Go ahead and take it. What a coward. Besides, do we need your permission to take the fruit? What a joke. Zhao Lin sneered disdainfully at the Green Creek Base members, who were swallowing their anger. Her lips were thin, and her upturned eyes gave her a sharp and mean appearance. After speaking, she quickly put away her sharp tone, changed her expression, and coquettishly said to Xiaoyu, "Brother, please help me take the pot down quickly. I can't wait anymore. No rush. Before picking the fruit, we need to meet a new friend first." Xiaoyu squinted his eyes, speaking with an enigmatic expression. Upon hearing this, not only was Zhao Lin stunned, but the people from Green Creek Base were also taken aback, their expressions growing even darker. Could it be that people from other bases had also arrived at the Heart Lake Island? What? Do I have to personally invite you out? Xiaoyu looked in a certain direction, and without another word, raised his hand to unleash a surge of overwhelming spiritual power, fiercely striking a dark corner. Before the explosion sounded, a figure suddenly appeared in full view, like a shadow flashing by. Boom. After the explosion, dirt splattered everywhere, scattering into the river with a series of splashes, bringing waves of murkiness. Deep beneath the lake, an enormous shadow quickly retracted. Huh. The figure, with a hint of surprise on his face, swept across the lake's surface before landing steadily on the ground, transforming into a young man. With a hearty laugh, he said, "Such a grand welcoming ceremony. Fan Yao truly doesn't deserve it." My goodness. Upon hearing the newcomer's self-introduction, the people from Green Creek Base widened their eyes. Wu Guan gritted his teeth, almost fainting on the spot. This was yet another formidable character. Fan Yao, huh? Zhao Yu, seeing the quick reaction of the other party, had a flash of surprise in his eyes, followed by a trace of contempt. In Zhao Yu's view, Fan Yao was merely at the late stage of the Commander realm, while he himself possessed mid-stage Creation realm strength, an overwhelming advantage. No matter how strong Fan Yao was within the Commander realm, he was no match for Zhao Yu. I arrived almost at the same time as Zhao Yu, but I didn't see him attack Wu Guan. How did this guy get injured? Fan Yao didn't pay attention to Zhao Yu and the others' gazes. Instead, his eyes flickered with doubt as he glanced at the heavily injured people from Green Creek Base. The fleeting glimpse of the lake's surface flashed in his mind, causing his breath to hitch as he looked toward the lake. Ever since his deep dive into the vast sea, Fan Yao seemed to have developed a fear of the deep sea, always keeping a respectful distance from the enormous and terrifying creatures within. Although this wasn't the deep sea, it was a mysterious ancient battlefield, and the lake was unfathomably deep. Who knew if there might be creatures akin to whale beasts lurking within? While Fan Yao was lost in thought, Fan Yao, these creation spirit fruits were discovered by me first. They're all mine. You better not try to take them, or I'll have my brother deal with you. Don't be shameless. Seeing Zhao Yu remain silent, Zhao Lin grew anxious, pointing at Fan Yao and shouting angrily, her attitude one of blatant reliance on her brother's power. What does this have to do with you? Fan Yao frowned slightly, glancing at the woman with a trace of disgust in his eyes. Fan Yao hadn't encountered many women, but all of them were either charming and lovely or gentle and mature, making interactions pleasant. Even his sister, Fan Wenxi, though occasionally throwing tantrums, knew when to stop. This was the first time he'd seen someone so unreasonable and rude. Just one sentence from her was enough to make him lose his appetite and broaden his horizons. You? Humph. Brother, hurry up and pick the fruits for me. Pick all 5 of them, and don't leave a single one for him. Zhao Lin glared fiercely at Fan Yao, her voice sharp as she said, "Shut up." Zhao Yu lightly rebuked her, but it was clear his tone was not stern. After saying it casually, he looked at Fan Yao with a faint smile on his face. Fan Yao, I know you need the fortune spirit fruit, but since my sister has said she won't leave any for you, why not go find another one? The ancient battlefield is so vast, there must be other treasures of heaven and earth. Zhao Yu said indifferently, as if he were negotiating, but his words were enough to ignite anger in anyone's heart. This guy is so shameless. Wu Guan finally managed to stand up from the ground, glaring angrily. Not to mention whether there was even a second fortune spirit fruit tree in this ancient battlefield. Zhao Yu actually wanted to keep all 5 fruits for himself. All eyes turned to Fan Yao, swallowing nervously. Was Fan Yao about to explode? All right. Unexpectedly, Fan Yao nodded, then decisively stepped back a few paces, looking completely relaxed, showing no intention of fighting for the fruits. The people from Green Creek Base exchanged glances, gritting their teeth. They hadn't expected that even Fan Yao would be so easily intimidated by a Fortune Realm expert. So, were the 5 fruits really going to fall into Zhao Yu's hands today? If that were the case, it would have been better for Fan Yao to take them by force. At least he acted openly. Unlike the shameless Zhao Yu, Fan Yao's response also left Zhao Yu momentarily stunned, but the contempt in his eyes grew even stronger. Well then, thank you. Zhao Yu nodded with mock politeness, then immediately flew toward the center of the lake. Seeing everything going smoothly, Zhao Lin proudly cast a glance at Fan Yao, her face lighting up with smugness as she sneered. Oh, I thought someone was so powerful, but turns out they don't even dare to fight. What a coward. When my brother comes back with the fruits, if you beg me properly, I might just be kind enough to give you one. Zhao Lin pranced around, taunting. Fan Yao looked at her with a faint smile, and at some point, a massive axe appeared in his hand, which he raised slightly. You, what are you doing? Zhao Lin's face changed, and she couldn't help but let out a scream. Although Fan Yao couldn't defeat her brother, he was much stronger than her. If Fan Yao's target was her all along. As Zhao Lin's face filled with alarm boom, an unexpected change occurred on the lake's surface. Three tentacle-like objects suddenly pierced through the water, rushing toward Zhao Yu with unimaginable speed, wrapping around him. A monster. There's a guardian beast in the lake. Zhao Yu's expression changed drastically. He managed to dodge the first tentacle, but was caught by the second and third. Immediately, the tentacles coiled around him, their immense strength threatening to tear him apart. At the same time, Fan Yao, who had been standing on the shore, somehow appeared in front of Zhao Yu. With a massive battle axe in his hand, he swung it down fiercely. Fan Yao. Zhao Yu's eyes widened in rage and desperation as he unleashed all his strength to barely escape the strange tentacles. He stumbled, and at that moment, Fan Yao's axe narrowly grazed his chest. With a sharp cry, Fan Yao swung his axe again without hesitation, slashing across Zhao Yu's chest. Blood sprayed into the lake, dyeing a large area red. The creature in the lake smelled the scent of blood and seemed to become even more agitated, rapidly extending 4 or 5 tentacles that frantically charged at the two of them. This demonic beast is at least at the late stage of the creation realm. The creation essence fruit won't be easy to obtain. Fan Yao, who had initially planned to rush directly to the island to pick the fruit, was forced to retreat to the shore in disappointment. Staring at the massive demonic beast slowly emerging from the water, he tightened his grip on the battle axe in his hand. It was a gigantic octopus, its enormous body occupying almost half of the lake's surface. Its huge scarlet eyes glared fiercely at the people on the shore, while its 8 massive tentacles flailed wildly, creating fractures across the lake's surface. Ugh! Zhao Yu barely managed to escape back to the shore, but one of the tentacles still struck him hard on the back, and the immense force made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Brother! Zhao Lin couldn't help but let out a piercing scream, trembling all over in fear. Seeing that Fan Yao was completely unharmed and even showed no sign of surprise, Zhao Yu immediately understood everything. He pointed a trembling finger at Fan Yao. You knew there was a guardian beast in there, didn't you? Why didn't you say anything? Idiot! Fan Yao cursed under his breath, completely ignoring this foolish remark and kept his focus on the octopus-like beast. Seeing this, Zhao Yu's face turned even darker, and he wished he could rush over and tear Fan Yao into pieces. Fan Yao had known all along, but chose not to tell him. Watching him foolishly charge forward to his death, it was as if he was being played like a monkey. What a cunning Fan Yao! The people from Green Creek Base were also dumbfounded, clearly seeing through the situation. Serves you right for being arrogant and looking down on others. You deserve this lesson. Soon, the people from Green Creek Base were gloating as they stared at Zhao Yu, secretly thinking he got what he deserved. Supporting each other, they stood up. The battle here was already beyond their ability to intervene, so they simply retreated behind a large rock to observe the situation. Fan Yao, I believe you've noticed as well. This is a late-stage creation realm demonic beast. Neither you nor I can defeat it alone. Zhao Yu's eyes shifted as he suddenly took a deep breath and looked at Fan Yao, forcing a somewhat twisted smile. How about we cooperate? Sure, but all 5 fruits go to me. Fan Yao raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, and replied with utmost sincerity. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu's smile froze on his face, and his expression gradually darkened. This guy was playing him? Hey, my brother is offering to cooperate with you out of respect. Zhao Lin glared at Fan Yao with resentment, clearly displeased with his ungrateful attitude. Fan Yao, Zhao Yu took a deep breath and said coldly, as my sister said, if we keep wasting time like this, no one will get the creation essence fruit. Besides, the ancient battlefield contains countless treasures, so why waste time here? Here's the deal. You get 1 fruit, and we get 4. After all, you're alone, while we have plenty of people. By the end of his sentence, Zhao Yu's tone was full of threats. Fan Yao glanced at the group of martial artists gathered along the lakeshore behind Zhao Yu, pondered for a moment, and suddenly smiled. What you said? Seems to make some sense. Agreed. Zhao Yu's face lit up with joy, but a trace of malice flickered in his eyes. Once this beast was killed, with his strength, it wouldn't take long to snatch that item from Fan Yao's hands. Well then, happy cooperation? Fan Yao switched the battle axe to his left hand, smiled faintly, and extended his right hand toward Zhao Yu. Hidden from view, a strange, ghostly blue light flickered in his palm, resembling a will-o'-the-wisp. Brother Fan Yao is indeed straightforward. Zhao Yu looked at Fan Yao's outstretched hand, hesitated for a moment, then wrapped his palm in spiritual energy with a whoosh, feeling slightly reassured. He laughed heartily and clasped Fan Yao's hand firmly. Fan Yao's eyes were unusually filled with laughter, the blue light in his palm flickering faintly. Ignoring the spiritual energy protection, he stealthily injected venom into Zhao Yu's body without missing a drop, his smile growing even more genuine. The two men, each harboring their own intentions, shook hands with smiles on their faces. Their apparent camaraderie was so convincing it seemed as though they were long-lost brothers, a masterful act. Behind a large rock. Seriously? Fan Yao gave in so quickly. The people from the Green Creek base stared at the two men, whose handshake lasted a good 4 or 5 seconds before they let go, their mouths agape and speechless. They had initially been wondering if they could take advantage of the chaos to snag something. But now that the two had directly joined forces, what chance did they have? Wait a minute. Wu Guan leaned against the rock, staring intently at Fan Yao's overly exuberant smile. From his angle, that smile seemed to carry a deeper meaning, sending chills down his spine. Although he didn't know Fan Yao well, judging by the hot-tempered way he had started a fight on the beach without hesitation, he certainly didn't seem like someone who would suffer losses easily. Thinking about this, Wu Guan even suspected that Fan Yao might have been subdued by some sinister means employed by Zhao Yu. After some thought, he gritted his teeth, gathered his spiritual energy, and compressed his voice into a thin line, transmitting it into Fan Yao's ear. Zhao Yu is malicious, be very careful. Fan Yao's body trembled slightly, surprised that Wu Guan would offer a warning. He turned his head to glance at him and nodded faintly. Then, with a light tap of his toes, his body was instantly surrounded by a green glow, as if enveloped by a gentle breeze. He shot forward with a speed that was a notch higher than before. So fast. I'm also wind elemental, but my speed can't compare to his. Zhao Yu was shocked, staring intently at Fan Yao's darting figure, his expression growing increasingly grave. Seeing Fan Yao display such prowess, he gritted his teeth and charged forward as well. Roar the octopus-like beast, seeing the two not retreat but instead charge toward it, was instantly enraged. Its 8 massive, elongated tentacles thrashed wildly against the water's surface, sending waves soaring over 100 feet high. Wind Serpent Drill. The green spiritual energy around Zhao Yu erupted like a volcano, transforming into countless long green serpents that danced wildly in the air. They twisted frantically before converging into a massive wind serpent drill. The tip of the drill emitted a sharp, whistling wind, creating a small tornado around it that even altered the direction of the air currents. Go! Zhao Yu shouted fiercely, and the drill shot forward, spinning madly toward the octopus monster's massive head. However, it didn't have much effect. The octopus monster's head was slippery and covered with a layer of strange mucus, and it seemed that every cell could move and contract freely. The part where the drill pierced collapsed as if it had no skull. How is this possible? Zhao Yu's eyes widened as he waved his hand to condense several more wind serpent drills, unwilling to give up, and launched another attack. The effect was minimal, but the stimulation worked well. The octopus monster became even more enraged, its 8 tentacles dancing wildly, casually picking up massive, hard rocks from the shore and hurling them fiercely at the two. The continuous rumbling along the way showed its immense power. Blazing Sun Slash. Fan Yao's giant spirit heaven opening axe became extremely scorching, infused with immense fire energy, causing layers of white mist to rise on the hazy water surface of the lake, as if the water was being evaporated. Sizzle. The massive, scorching axe light tore through the air, directly shattering the enormous rock, which was as tall as 3 people, and then, without losing momentum, mercilessly slashed toward the octopus. Buzz the octopus monster let out a hollow cry, its body twisting in pain. Clearly, the scorching aura of the axe light made this aquatic creature extremely uncomfortable. Clang, clang, clang. Fan Yao repeatedly blocked the frenzied attacks of several tentacles. The hard tentacles clashing with the axe produced sounds of metal striking metal. Even more astonishingly, Fan Yao directly grabbed the tip of a tentacle with his hand, his entire body glowing with golden light, and with sheer strength, he forcibly pulled the octopus monster out of the water. Such immense power left the onlookers speechless. My goodness, it's actually Fan Yao of the Commander Realm suppressing that Creation Realm beast? The people at Green Creek Base were almost stunned. Zhao Yu seemed completely redundant despite being at the Creation Realm. His combat strength was surprisingly weak. Brother, what's wrong with you? Don't let Fan Yao overshadow you. Fight, fight. Noticing the strange gazes around her, Zhao Lin's face twisted as she shouted loudly and ungracefully from the shore. Shut up, Zhao Yu reprimanded with an ugly expression. He was already agitated from being overshadowed by Fan Yao, and Zhao Lin's blatant shouting only made him feel even more humiliated and angry. Brother, Zhao Lin felt a bit wronged after being scolded, turning her gaze to Fan Yao, who was furiously attacking the beast with a hint of resentment in her eyes. It was all his fault if it weren't for him. Her brother wouldn't have scolded her. Boom. Fan Yao chopped off a portion of the tip of a tentacle with his axe, causing the octopus to twist frantically. However, before long, the previously severed section grew back again. Strangely, only a stream of transparent water flowed out, no blood, no flesh, making it seem as though the entire octopus was made of water. In the desert, those worms are entirely made of sand. Now in the lake, this octopus beast is made of water. Could it be that all the beasts in the ancient battlefield are made from local materials? Fan Yao fought while his mind raced, glancing at Zhao Yu, who was still circling and attacking, his expression twisting as he forced out a surge of anger on his face. Zhao Yu, are you even giving it your all? Fan Yao stood not far away, stomping his feet in anger, his face full of grief and indignation. You, a Creation Realm cultivator, have the nerve to let me, a Command Realm cultivator, do the work while you sit back and reap the benefits? Don't tell me you're a half-baked Creation Realm cultivator. Hearing Fan Yao's shout, Zhao Yu's face turned pale. It wasn't that he didn't want to act, but for some reason, the spiritual energy within his body had become extremely sluggish. Even his flying speed had slowed down. His body felt inexplicably uncomfortable, and several times he had almost been struck by the octopus's tentacles. I understand. I'll give it my all. Zhao Yu growled in frustration, his face darkened. Then, his figure suddenly veered sharply, charging straight toward the octopus's massive head. Immediately, a surge of cyan spiritual energy erupted from his body, transforming into countless massive wind blade whirlwinds that nearly obscured half the sky. The blades spun furiously, enveloping the octopus's entire head. Swish, swish, swish. A few slicing sounds echoed. The octopus's head was directly sliced layer by layer, revealing no trace of red or white brain tissue inside, only transparent liquid. The head slices fell like sashimi into the lake, instantly merging with the water, bubbling briefly before dissipating into nothingness. It's done. Zhao Yu's face lit up with joy, and he shouted loudly. Done? Not necessarily. Fan Yao's voice came through with a peculiar tone. Zhao Yu's smile froze on his face before it could fully form. He stared at the massive octopus and realized that the head, which had been mostly sliced away, had somehow regrown. However, it was now smaller, uneven, and looked extremely grotesque. Hey, are you seriously fighting with all your strength? Fan Yao darted over from a distance, his black eyes full of suspicion, his brows furrowed, and his face dark as he glared at Zhao Yu. You were the one who suggested we work together earlier, and now you're daring to hold back on me. Zhao Yu's lips twitched, a surge of anger rising in his chest, making him feel stifled. He said nothing, but carefully observed Fan Yao. He noticed the other's disheveled hair, traces of dust on his clothes, and a face full of fury, not like he was faking it. I'm just not in good shape today. Zhao Yu exhaled heavily, then prepared to charge forward again. But just as he moved, Fan Yao swiftly grabbed his shoulder, secretly injecting a trace of blue poison into his body. "What are you up to now?" Zhao Yu, already wary of Fan Yao, trembled as soon as he felt the contact. He forcefully shook off Fan Yao's hand, glaring at him with suspicion. "You go get the fruit, I'll hold off this octopus monster." Fan Yao retreated a step, speaking earnestly. "What?" Zhao Yu froze. Did he hear Fan Yao correctly? "With the way you're fighting, when will I ever get the creation intent fruit?" Fan Yao shouted righteously. "So you go get it, and I'll hold off this beast." Confirming he hadn't misheard, not only Zhao Yu but even Zhao Lin was stunned. She looked at Fan Yao as if he were a fool. The people at Green Creek Base stared at Fan Yao as if they had seen a ghost. Wu Guan's fingers clung tightly to the cracks in the rocks, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. Fan Yao was just too straightforward. "Phew, all right." Zhao Yu took a deep breath, suddenly reached out to pat Fan Yao's shoulder, and looked at him with admiration. "Once we get the fruit, I definitely won't forget your share." Fan Yao squinted his eyes and nodded slightly, then immediately turned around and resumed his entanglement with the octopus monster. Zhao Yu carefully bypassed the man and beast locked in combat and dashed madly toward the small island in the center of the lake. Closer and closer. Finally, within reach. "I say, octopus monster, someone's trying to steal your spirit fruit. Aren't you going to do something about it?" At that moment, a voice with a hint of mockery suddenly rang out. Zhao Yu's entire body stiffened abruptly, his figure halting midair as he turned his head in shock. He saw Fan Yao, and the octopus monster had somehow stopped fighting. Fan Yao had retreated far away, hanging in midair, his smiling gaze fixed on Zhao Yu, sending chills down his spine. The octopus monster's eyes burned with rage. Seeing its guarded spirit fruit about to be taken, it immediately abandoned its pursuit of Fan Yao. With a swipe of its claws, it charged at Zhao Yu, whose expression changed drastically. "Not good," Zhao Yu shouted, glancing at the fruit within arm's reach. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately gave up. "Brother," Zhao Lin watched helplessly as the fruit slipped away, fuming with anger. "Can you escape?" Fan Yao's lips curled into a sinister smile as he gently reached out and clenched his hand in the air. On his 5 fingers, a ghostly blue spiritual energy flickered like ghostly flames. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Yu's figure froze unnaturally, his expression turning extremely fearful. Inside his body, a terrifying toxin erupted like a long-suppressed volcano, rapidly corroding his body. "Fan Yao, so it was you behind this." Zhao Yu frantically tried to suppress the rampaging toxin within him, turning to glare at Fan Yao. When his gaze fell on the eerie glow in Fan Yao's hand, his pupils shrank instantly. As expected of someone at the creation realm, to endure my poison for so long. Fan Yao smiled and shook his head. Earlier, he needed Zhao Yu to help weaken the octopus monster's strength, so he had been suppressing the toxin's outbreak. But later, he realized that this monster seemed impossible to kill without specific methods, so Fan Yao changed his strategy. He decided to let the octopus monster deal with the greatest threat the creation realm expert first. Roar. Zhao Yu was very close to the island with the tree at the lake center. Under normal circumstances, he could reach it in 2 or 3 breaths. But now, with the toxin fully erupting in his body, his movements were sluggish. The distance that would normally take him 5 seconds to cover now took him a full 10 seconds, and he still hadn't reached it. This slight delay was enough for the late-stage creation realm octopus monster to catch up. The massive octopus, as large as a small mountain, swung its 8 tentacles, exuding an unparalleled sense of menace. "Fan Yao, if I survive this, I will tear you to pieces to avenge this." Zhao Yu used most of his spiritual energy to suppress the raging toxin within him, leaving him no time to deal with Fan Yao. He could only dodge left and right on the lake's surface in extreme distress. Occasionally, he glanced at Fan Yao, only to see him standing leisurely with his arms crossed, watching the spectacle. Zhao Yu roared in venomous fury. "Wait until you can survive before boasting." Hearing Zhao Yu's extremely terrified roar, Fan Yao slightly raised his eyebrows and mocked in a low voice. A late-stage creation realm beast that couldn't be killed, facing a mid-stage creation realm martial artist poisoned, along with a late-stage commander realm martial artist whose combat power rivaled half-step creation realm, watching intently from the side. Where did Zhao Yu get the confidence to escape such a blockade? Fight, fight. The best outcome would be mutual destruction, so I can reap the benefits as the fisherman. Fan Yao's dark eyes held some anticipation, but he had no intention of sneaking to the island to pick the creation spirit fruit while the two were fighting. He wasn't that foolish. A trick like that wouldn't work twice. If Xiao Yu took advantage of him picking the fruit and shouted like he did, Fan Yao had no doubt that the octopus monster guarding the fruit would immediately shift its hatred and abandon Zhao Yu to chase him instead. At that point, he wouldn't be able to play the fisherman anymore. After all, the creation spirit fruit would eventually fall into his hands, even if he had to wait a little longer, which he didn't mind. However, just as Fan Yao appeared completely unguarded, a figure was stealthily approaching from behind. Zhao Lin held a long sword, her eyes venomous and fixed unblinkingly on Fan Yao's back. He caused her to be scolded by her brother. He prevented her from obtaining the creation spirit fruit. All of this was Fan Yao's fault. Die, 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 die. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her hatred for Fan Yao had almost reached its peak, driving her to act without much thought, wielding her sword in a move that could only be described as absurd. What's this? Wu Guan shifted his gaze from the octopus monster and happened to catch sight of Fan Yao's back. He couldn't help but rub his eyes, and after confirming he wasn't mistaken, his eyes widened like copper bells. What was that foolish woman Zhao Lin planning to do? Seeing the two were already very close, Wu Guan didn't hesitate. He grabbed a small stone and hurled it with all his strength toward Fan Yao's back, shouting loudly, "Fan Yao, turn around." How could Fan Yao not sense such a clumsy assassination attempt? A second before Wu Guan's warning, Fan Yao's figure disappeared from where he stood. Zhao Lin's cruel smile froze at the corner of her mouth. Before she could react, a blank, expressionless face appeared right in front of her. A hand reached out, grabbed her wrist, and twisted it forcefully, subduing her in one move. Clang! Ah! The long sword fell to the ground, and Zhao Lin cried out in pain. The sudden change was quickly noticed by the people from the Wild East base. Only then did they realize Zhao Lin was no longer in their group. Seeing her subdued by Fan Yao, they furiously charged forward, shouting, "Fan Yao, if you dare harm her, we will fight you to the death. Fan Yao, I'll give you 3 seconds to let me go, or I'll make sure you regret it in the future." Zhao Lin forced herself to stay calm, shouting angrily with a false bravado, while struggling frantically and even reaching out with sharp fingernails to scratch Fan Yao's face. She looked extremely fierce and hard to deal with. However, her body was trembling like a leaf, and the stammering in her words clearly exposed her fear. Fan Yao's expression was icy cold, his patience utterly exhausted. Ignoring the so-called warnings from the others, his hand shot out, gripping Zhao Lin's neck tightly. Then, with a slight twist, crack, the crisp sound of a bone snapping echoed in the air. Zhao Lin only felt a sharp pain in her neck before realizing that her field of vision had suddenly taken on an extremely bizarre angle. Her cervical spine was broken, her neck limp, and her head drooped. Darkness surged over her, swallowing her whole. Ancient battlefield record tablet. Onqing base contestant Fan Yao has killed Yedong base contestant Zhao Lin. The information flashed on the record tablet. SHT. He actually killed her. Wu Guan and the others from the Lucy base stared blankly through the stone gate at the towering record tablet, their hearts pounding wildly. While they had little fondness for a woman like Zhao Lin, her looks were at least passable, barely qualifying as upper-lower tier. If they were to act, they would at least hesitate to hurt a woman of her appearance. Yet Fan Yao showed no such hesitation. He killed her as if slaughtering a chicken, without a shred of doubt or delay. HSS, the group from Yedong base that had rushed over froze mid-step. Seeing Zhao Lin's lifeless body collapse limply to the ground, their eyes filled with dread, and moments later, pure terror. Fan Yao casually discarded Zhao Lin's corpse. His cold gaze shifted toward them, flickering with cruelty. In a flash, his figure appeared right before them, bringing with him a wave of bloody carnage. "Ah, Fan Yao, are you planning to kill all of us? Gah, everyone together. Kill him all." Zhao Yu, a cultivator at the creation realm, was subdued immediately, leaving only a handful of lesser fighters from Yedong base. Under Fan Yao's hands, They couldn't even last a single round before meeting their demise. Over 30 bodies lay sprawled across the ground, forming a chaotic scene. Streams of blood converged into small rivers, flowing into the nearby lake and staining the water along the shore a deep crimson. At the same time, across the ancient battlefield, no matter who or where they were, everyone momentarily paused what they were doing, their expressions twisting as they stared at the trembling record tablet. Ancient battlefield record tablet. Launching base contestant Fan Yao has killed Yedong base contestant Wang Dong. Ancient battlefield record tablet. Launching base contestant Fan Yao has killed Yedong base contestant Zhu Rong. Ancient battlefield record tablet. Launching base contestant Fan Yao has killed Yedong base contestant Mao Guang. One line after another, appearing rapidly. As soon as one name flashed, another immediately followed, until the massive tablet was completely filled in no time. 1, 2, 3, 4, over 30, someone exclaimed, roughly counting the entries with wide eyes, almost unable to believe what they were seeing. Fan Yao's practically wiped out the entire Yedong base. Fan Yao's name, in the most ruthless and wild manner, re-entered everyone's awareness in the ancient battlefield after a dozen days of silence, reigniting their hazy memories of this notorious figure. My God, after the Changpan base, now another major base has been annihilated. I was wondering why Fan Yao seemed to have vanished since entering the ancient battlefield. Turns out he was busy taking on the entire Yedong base. Wild East base Xiao Yu. That's a mid-stage creation realm expert. Plus, their base has many skilled fighters who pass the selection battles. As long as they don't encounter Xiao Donglin or Shui Kong, they can practically dominate the ancient battlefield. I think Xiao Yu is indeed dominating now. All the people from Wild East base have been killed, and he hasn't even shown up. What does that tell you? Are you saying Xiao Yu is also trapped? Wow, that's ruthless. They're really going for a total wipeout. In every corner of the ancient battlefield, countless gazes were cast, filled with heat and gravity, as well as admiration and wariness, silently adding Fan Yao to the list of dangerous individuals. People from small bases looked on with envy at the long list of kill records that had just stopped scrolling after a long while. Their hearts trembled, and they felt a surge of power throughout their bodies. Fan Yao? Fan Yao. I'll remember this name. He brought so much glory to us small base folks. So satisfying. In a certain corner of the ancient battlefield, among a group of a dozen or so martial artists, one of them exhaled heavily, clenched his fist, and waved it at the record monument, his face flushed with excitement. Although there were more than 10 of them, they were actually from 5 or 6 small bases. To survive longer in the ancient battlefield, they naturally banded together to cooperate and travel as a group. Not long ago, they had the good fortune to open a small hidden treasure trove. Although it was just a small one, it was still a rare find for them. Just as they were feeling dizzy with joy, thinking they had hit the jackpot, the news of the treasure trove's opening was exposed by the record monument, nearly scaring them out of their wits. They had expected to attract other small base martial artists, or in a worst-case scenario, a medium-sized base. Who would have thought that in the end, they would provoke the despair-inducing Hanghua base? Hanghua base's creation realm expert Hua Qingqiu gave a single order, and they were all driven out, with the treasure trove completely taken over. As people from small bases with limited strength, they never dared to contend with the larger bases. Even when bullied, they could only swallow their anger. Forced into a corner, they had no choice but to give up the fight and struggle to survive in the ancient battlefield. For so long, they hadn't gained a single benefit. Launching base, just like them, was also a small base. Yet they managed to force the Wild East base, which had a creation realm expert, into such a miserable state. In comparison, it was like heaven and earth, making their blood boil with excitement. Damn it, Hanghua base, Hua Qingqiu, so shameless. Robbing other bases' spoils everywhere, taking over treasures others worked hard to find. I sincerely hope they mess with Fan Yao someday and get a brutal lesson. The dozen or so people exchanged glances, seeing the same intense hope in each other's eyes. Their pent-up resentment was almost tangible. While a massive commotion was erupting outside, on the lake island, the slaughter had already ceased. Fan Yao's face was cold as he casually flicked the blood off his hands and refocused his attention on the lake's center. At his feet lay dozens of corpses in disarray, most of them killed with a single strike, swift and ruthless. Some appeared to have been killed mid-run, their leg muscles and nerves still twitching, their feet jerking as if they were still alive. Not far from him, there was another female corpse. Her head drooped at an eerie angle, with blood pooling deep within her pupils, creating a chillingly grotesque scene. Boom. Zhao Yu had just barely escaped the siege of the octopus monster's 8 tentacles. A fleeting glance at the scene ashore was enough to make his mind go blank, his blood surging backward and rushing to his head. Fan Yao, you dared to kill my sister and slaughter all the warriors of my Yetong base. If I don't avenge this, how can I have the face to continue living in this world? Zhao Yu roared furiously, his hair disheveled, his voice filled with rage. The spiritual energy coursing through his body flared like flames. In his desperation, he managed to break free from the octopus monster's tentacles and charged madly toward Fan Yao. The 30 or so warriors of his base had all been slaughtered by Fan Yao, and even his sister had fallen victim to Fan Yao's cruelty. How could he not harbor hatred? The last remnants of energy within his body surged forth wildly, as if drawn by some unseen force, swirling around him before suddenly intensifying and spinning at an extremely high speed. Raging cyclone. The wind howled against the current. Under the high-speed tearing of the wind vortex, pockets of vacuum began to form, robbing the air of breath. The surrounding lake water, soil, and even massive boulders were slowly pulled in, eventually shredded to pieces by the immense wind pressure. A colossal cyclone that reached the heavens formed in an instant. Holy crap, Zhao Yu's gone insane. He'd rather expose his back to the octopus monster just to kill Fan Yao. He has completely lost his mind. Wu Guan's heart pounded violently. Facing the onslaught of an enraged warrior at the creation realm made him feel suffocated, his chest tightening with pressure. Finally, unable to bear the fear any longer, Wu Guan led the people from Green Creek Base to quickly retreat beyond the lake's central tree island. A peculiar thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. Could the ultimate winner of today's battle actually be this octopus? At that moment. So he did hold back. A raging cyclone, huh? Such overwhelming power, it's undoubtedly a king-level talent. Fan Yao's figure appeared minuscule before the massive cyclone, seemingly insignificant, yet his eyes burned with fighting spirit, showing not the slightest fear. The countless advanced martial techniques left behind in the Wind Cloud Training Hall, regardless of their elemental nature, had all been mastered by Fan Yao in one go. Any single one he pulled out could rival the raging cyclone. However, the principle behind this raging cyclone is quite similar to my attribute of storm. Maybe, just maybe, I can control it. Fan Yao's eyes flickered. His body leapt up, and amidst a chorus of shocked exclamations and Zhao Yu's venomous glare, he willingly dove into the massive cyclone. Then, a surge of cyan spiritual energy burst forth from his body, spreading out instantly. 10 miles. 100 miles. Finally, it expanded to encompass the entire massive cyclone, as if merging with it, taking control, and step by step eroding the spiritual energy that belonged to Zhao Yu. Fan Yao actually wants to fight me for control of the raging cyclone? Zhao Yu stared at Fan Yao in disbelief. Was such a thing even possible? Just as this thought crossed his mind, within about 10 seconds, Zhao Yu's expression shifted drastically as he felt the cyclone, which had been firmly under his control, begin to show hints of resistance against him. I'm losing control of the raging cyclone. Zhao Yu noticed this, and a trace of horror slowly surged in his heart. How could Fan Yao, who had never practiced the violent tornado, know the key to controlling it? I don't believe it. Zhao Yu gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. He no longer spent a large amount of spiritual energy suppressing the poison and instead poured all his spiritual energy into the violent tornado, desperately trying to pull the massive tornado moving toward Fan Yao back. Feeling Zhao Yu's power suddenly increase, Fan Yao's thoughts turned, and he immediately understood the source of this spiritual energy, leaving him momentarily stunned. Giving up suppressing the poison would undoubtedly accelerate its spread, leading to inevitable death. Was Zhao Yu really so foolish as to risk his life just to compete with him one last time? Truly idiotic. Fan Yao stared at Zhao Yu, who was holding his breath not far away. As a member of the younger generation cultivated by the ruling powers of the Wild East base, Zhao Yu's lack of resolve and inability to distinguish priorities were truly disappointing. If this drags on, people from other bases will arrive. Let's end this quickly. With this thought, Fan Yao's entire body erupted with golden light, dazzling and radiant. Veins bulged on his forehead, his face slightly flushed, and he let out a low roar. Rise. Metal attribute energy? Zhao Yu's pupils contracted. The control he had just regained for a few seconds was snatched away again. The entire violent tornado moved visibly toward Fan Yao. In the end, he completely lost control. Damn it! Losing control, Zhao Yu's face turned deathly pale. Overwhelmed by the rush of blood to his head, he felt a wave of dizziness he couldn't suppress. Staggering on the cloud, he almost fell headfirst, but quickly mobilized his spiritual energy to suppress the resurging poison within him. The massive violent tornado connected the heavens and the earth, its tip tightly gripped in one person's hands, forming an hourglass shape. It spun relentlessly, howling as it tore through the lake, sending sand and stones flying, waves surging, and leaving devastation in its wake. Fan Yao's arm muscles bulged as he tightly controlled the violent tornado to prevent it from collapsing. His mind quickly invaded its core, and the enormous tornado was lifted entirely by him before being slammed down with a thunderous crash. Boom, boom, boom. The spinning nature of the tornado made it like a cutting machine, shredding everything it touched. In no time, the lakeshore was riddled with craters. Boulders shattered the lake's surface, churned violently, boiling over, and water sprayed into the sky. Ah! Zhao Yu's eyes widened as he watched the terrifying tornado, like a collapsing skyscraper, bearing down on him with overwhelming force. He couldn't help but let out a sharp scream, darting around the sky above the lake like a flea. Even when he crashed into boulders, he didn't dare stop. The massive octopus in the lake was also caught in the chaos. Wind blades flew across the lake's surface, slicing off large chunks of its body whenever it surfaced, leaving it no time to recover. Eventually, it retreated to the lake's depths, watching intently. Damn! Wu Guan and the others crossed their arms, a chill running from their feet to the tops of their heads, their skin covered in goosebumps. Fan Yao was a maniac, a cutting machine. Let's see where you can run now. Fan Yao locked onto Zhao Yu. Relentlessly looking up, he saw Fan Yao holding a tornado and flying towards him. His eyes instantly filled with terror, and he cried out in panic. No, don't kill me. I surrender. Let me go? The Wild East base will never trouble you again. Zhao Yu stared at Fan Yao desperately, shouting frantically without caring about anything, his voice full of fear. Perhaps even he hadn't realized that deep within his pupils, besides unparalleled terror, there was also an uncontrollable regret. Regret for not killing him when he first arrived at the island in the heart of the lake. Regret for proposing that cooperation, which he now regretted, without understanding Fan Yao's background, giving Fan Yao the chance to poison him. And even more regret for provoking Fan Yao. In Zhao Yu's eyes now, Fan Yao, carrying a massive tornado and crazily chasing him, was nothing short of a demon god. Even if he managed to escape this time by sheer luck, he would likely be left with an indelible fear in his heart, becoming an insurmountable chasm on his path of cultivation. This guy is simply a madman. Upon hearing this, isn't it a bit late to beg for mercy now? Fan Yao's charging figure showed no sign of stopping. In a flash, he appeared directly in front of Zhao Yu. In his terrified gaze, the massive tornado slammed down without hesitation. In an instant, a blood-curdling scream rang out, and mangled flesh was flung out along the edges of the spinning tornado, quickly plunging into a deathly silence. The SP Wu Guan and the others heard no movement inside and were feeling puzzled. Just as they poked their heads out, they bumped right into Fan Yao. What are you looking at? Trying to get yourself killed? Fan Yao froze for a moment, then immediately roared. Before Wu Guan could react, Fan Yao kicked him flying, landing heavily not far away. Fan Yao Yu. Wu Guan clutched his left arm, screaming in pain and terror, thinking Fan Yao was about to kill the witnesses. He was almost scared to the point of losing control. Just as he turned his head, he heard a violent explosion. Where he had been standing moments ago, several thick, frenzied tentacles had appeared, thrashing wildly. The entire stone gate was destroyed, with massive rocks collapsing everywhere. Moreover, those tentacles were desperately reaching out beyond the stone gate, almost within arm's reach of him. Holy crap! Wu Guan's scalp tingled, and his hair stood on end. Seeing this, he immediately realized that the beast had chased them out, and Fan Yao's kick was actually to save him. Quick, quick, follow him. Without another word, Wu Guan turned and sprinted after Fan Yao, running so fast he almost left an afterimage, terrified of losing sight of him. As for the octopus monster, being an aquatic creature, it couldn't leave the shore and could only watch helplessly as they escaped. It vented its fury by wreaking havoc all over the tree island in the center of the lake, with shards of ice flying and water splashing everywhere, leaving the place in utter chaos. After a long time, it finally accepted reality, stopped its rampage, and sank back into the lake, falling into absolute silence. After everything had quieted down, another group of martial artists arrived, drawn by the records on the monument. However, they were much farther from the tree island in the center of the lake and arrived much later than Fan Yao and his group. Why is this place such a mess? The martial artists looked around in shock at the scene before them, scanning their surroundings. Soon, they noticed the bare little sapling in the center of the lake. We're too late. The creation chi fruit has already been taken by Wu Guan and his group. They exclaimed in frustration, unable to hold back their regret as they heavily punched a massive rock nearby. Rumble. The rock rolled heavily and finally fell into the lake, once again awakening the already enraged octopus monster. The lake's surface churned instantly, but this time, they were not as lucky as Fan Yao and his group, unable to escape safely. Instead, they all remained there, becoming the targets of the octopus monster's wrathful rampage. Fan Yao and his group had long since left the tree island in the center of the lake, unaware of the events that followed. 1,000 miles away from the lake's center. Huff, huff. I can't run anymore. We've come this far, it shouldn't chase us anymore, right? Wu Guan and the others collapsed from the clouds, lying on the ground and gasping for breath. Clearly, the long chase had drained the spiritual energy stored in their bodies. Fan Yao glanced at them, hesitated for a moment, then took something out of his storage bag, which turned into a golden light and flew directly toward Wu Guan. The creation chi fruit. Something suddenly flew over, and Wu Guan instinctively raised his hand to catch it. Seeing what it was, he was instantly shocked, his heart pounding. He cautiously looked up, but Fan Yao's figure was already gone. The people from Green Creek Base quickly surrounded him, their eyes gleaming as they stared at the golden fruit in Wu Guan's hands. They exchanged glances and swallowed hard. Wu Guan, did Fan Yao give you the creation chi fruit? Probably, I guess. Wu Guan was also uncertain. The creation spirit fruit was something Fan Yao had obtained with great difficulty, so why would he give it away so easily? Could it be because Wu Guan had kindly reminded Fan Yao earlier? Just because of a small act of kindness, he had received such a great reward and formed such a significant bond of goodwill? This deal was too worthwhile. Quick, 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 find a place to cultivate. With the creation spirit fruit, breaking through to the creation realm, it's worth it even if I don't go treasure hunting afterward. Wu Guan chuckled foolishly a few times, then suddenly realized something. Like a thief, he quickly stuffed the creation spirit fruit into his chest, lowered his voice, and excitedly called out. After the group had safely left, the record monument displayed one record after another, marking the conclusion of the event. Ancient Battlefield Record Monument. Anqing Base Participant Fan Yao killed Yedong Base Participant Zhao Yu. Ancient Battlefield Record Monument. Anqing Base Participant Fan Yao obtained 4 creation spirit fruits. Ancient Battlefield Record Monument. Lvexi Base Participant Wu Guan obtained 1 creation spirit fruit. Wait a moment. Gulp. Yedong Base, completely annihilated. Countless people stared at Zhao Yu's name, unable to suppress a trace of astonishment on their faces. As expected, Fan Yao hadn't spared Zhao Yu. With this, Yedong Base had become the first major base to be completely wiped out since entering the ancient battlefield. In a corner of the ancient battlefield, Zhao Yu was a mid-stage creation realm expert. When he unleashed the violent tornado, even I would have to avoid its edge. How could he possibly die at the hands of Fan Yao, who is merely at the late-stage commander realm? A martial artist gazed at the record monument from afar. He was dressed in a gray suit, looking refined and proper, but his expression was extremely grave. Hanghua Base, early-stage creation realm expert, Hua Qingqiu. Since entering the ancient battlefield over half a month ago, he had relied on his creation realm strength to plunder the gains and treasures of martial artists everywhere, earning the nickname Bandit. He had seized many opportunities from martial artists, and his strength had grown significantly compared to when he first entered the battlefield. However, he still hadn't managed to break through to the mid-stage. Hua Qingqiu murmured in disbelief, only withdrawing his gaze and falling into contemplation after the message was refreshed again. Boss Hua, this creation spirit fruit is a rare treasure. In the outside world, it's priceless, and a single one can even fetch tens of billions. Shouldn't we go and snatch it? Around Hua Qingqiu were about 20 martial artists, eager to act. Every time they looted something, Hua Qingqiu would take the lion's share, but they would still get a small portion. In a short time, they felt they had grown much stronger. Although Hua Qingqiu was already in the creation realm and didn't need the creation spirit fruit, its high value meant selling it outside would yield a considerable profit. If he were in a good mood later and rewarded them with one or two, it would be worth it. No. Hua Qingqiu slowly shook his head and waved his hand. This Fan Yao is somewhat strange. To kill Zhao Yu, a mid-stage creation realm expert, with commander realm strength, is something we can't ignore. We can't touch what's in his hands. As for Wu Guan, he only has one fruit. It's not worth it. With this time, it would be better to search for others' legacies. The recently opened hidden treasures are quite good, and there should be larger ones opening in a while. Keep a close eye on them for me. Understood. Upon hearing this, the martial artist who spoke seemed a bit disappointed but dared not argue. At that moment, this record monument is truly a love-hate thing. On one hand, it allows you to quickly know which hidden treasure has been opened. On the other hand, without some skill, you can't even protect the treasures. Fan Yao also saw the news displayed on the record monument and shook his head helplessly. Previously, it was because he saw the news on the record monument that he went to the Heart Lake Tree Island to seize the creation spirit fruit. However, he didn't expect the tables to turn, and the news of the creation spirit fruit falling into his hands was directly revealed and widely spread. There would always be those unafraid of death coming to cause trouble. Those coming to seize the creation spirit fruit should all be those who haven't broken through to the creation realm. One-on-one, I wouldn't fear them, but cultivation absolutely cannot be interrupted midway, and being constantly targeted is quite annoying. Thinking this, Fan Yao casually landed in a certain part of the forest. After some searching, he found a cave. He somehow found a large rock to block the entrance, leaving only a small gap for air to pass through. Additionally, he gathered a pile of branches to camouflage the entrance, ensuring it wouldn't be noticeable that there was a cave here. After finishing all this, Fan Yao finally felt a bit relieved and let out a breath. Then, suppressing the joy in his heart, he walked to the center of the cave, sat cross-legged, and slowly recovered his breath while habitually pulling up the touch data on his retina. Zhao Yu's touch data. Speaking of Zhao Yu, that guy was also unlucky, having been poisoned by Fan Yao early on. Even though his wind attribute talent was at the king level, he couldn't exert 6 or 7/10 of his strength at the time, ultimately losing his composure. Once his breath was fully restored, Fan Yao opened his eyes and focused his attention on the small palm, then gently tapped it. A familiar sharp pain surged through him, but for Fan Yao, who had been tormented countless times, he could endure it without changing his expression. After more than 10 minutes, the king-level wind attribute talent was successfully imprinted. Fan Yao felt his whole body lighten, as if gravity no longer existed, and he seemed to float, almost wanting to ascend to the heavens. After imprinting the king-level wind attribute, Fan Yao not only didn't relax, but instead looked even more solemn. With a flick of his finger, a golden, radiant fruit appeared in his hand. The golden light illuminated the somewhat dark cave, like a small light bulb, and a peculiar sweet fragrance immediately filled the cave, lingering for a long time. Creation Spirit Fruit, containing a trace of creation spirit energy, can help those breaking through perceive creation and step into the creation realm. Each person can only consume it once in their lifetime when breaking through to the creation realm. It cannot be consumed multiple times, and there is a high chance of failure. If one cannot capture the trace of creation spirit energy within the fruit, eating more won't help. Fan Yao took a deep breath and stared at the fruit in his hand. According to past records, the failure rate of consuming the creation spirit fruit was over 60%, which left him quite puzzled. Martial artists who can break through to the late stage of the commander realm generally possess powerful king-level talent. Their comprehension and perception are undoubtedly high. Capturing a trace of creation energy from a small fruit, how difficult could it be? What exactly caused their failure? Whatever, soldiers come, generals block, water comes, earth absorbs. My luck has always been good. After pondering for a long time without any clue, Fan Yao simply stuffed the creation energy fruit into his mouth in a few bites and quickly focused his mind inward. The flesh of the fruit contained immense energy, though vast. It was extremely gentle. Like a stream of water, it softly flowed through Fan Yao's body, as if countless tiny hands were gently massaging him, making him feel incredibly comfortable. An irresistible drowsiness rose from the depths of his soul, sweeping through his brain and spreading to every part of his body, making him feel lethargic and sleepy. Damn it! Fan Yao tightly closed his eyes, immediately sensing this terrifying feeling of fatigue. His heart trembled, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. He bit down hard on the tip of his tongue, and the sharp pain instantly spread, jolting him awake. As soon as he regained consciousness, he ignored the metallic taste of blood in his mouth and quickly searched within his body for that trace of mysterious creation energy. He finally understood why those people had failed. The creation energy fruit magnified all the pain and fatigue one had experienced during past cultivation countless times, transforming it into an irresistible drowsiness. It gathered the exhaustion deep within the soul. It was like staying up for months working on a project, only to suddenly find a soft mattress in front of you. This kind of temptation was fatal. If one couldn't resist the temptation and fell asleep, they would lose the best opportunity to capture the creation energy. Finally, Fan Yao shuddered. Found it. In a small corner near his dantian in the lower abdomen, Fan Yao discovered the trace of creation energy with some excitement. However, at this moment, the gentle energy of the creation energy fruit began its second wave of impact, even softer than before. It was like feathers brushing against his heart, like returning to infancy, lying in a cradle, with relaxed brows, feeling so secure that he didn't want to wake up. Who? Fan Yao took a deep breath in the void, gritted his teeth, and bit his tongue again, trying to use pain to regain clarity. But this time, the pain had no effect at all. Fan Yao's tense body quickly relaxed, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Moments later, his head drooped, and his breathing became calm and steady. He had clearly fallen into a deep sleep. The vast energy within his body continued to release its incredibly gentle aura, soothing Fan Yao's tense muscles and calming his spirit, like a dull knife slowly cutting. Just as Fan Yao's spirit was completely captured by this comfort buzz, Fan Yao's poison pill trembled within his body, and a small shadow suddenly darted out, landing in the cave and transforming into a blue figure about an inch long. Blue Little Fish's narrow eyes stared at Fan Yao, seemingly sensing that his state was somewhat strange, tilting its head in confusion. Ing. Blue Little Fish called out twice again, but Fan Yao still showed no reaction. In Blue Little Fish's eyes, the smile on Fan Yao's face appeared extremely twisted and terrifying. The corners of his mouth were pulled up, as if someone were tugging them upward, like a puppet on strings. Ing. Seeing this, Blue Little Fish panicked immediately, flicked its tail, and pounced directly onto Fan Yao. Opening its mouth, sharp teeth protruded and pierced into Fan Yao's shoulder with a cuffed. Fan Yao, who had been lost in deep meditation, was jolted back to reality by the bite. Feeling the sharp pain in his shoulder, he instinctively grabbed the fish and flung it away. Splat! Blue Little Fish was thrown hard against the cave wall. Whimper. Like a salted fish, Blue Little Fish slid down the rock wall, dazed and falling to the ground. Several scales were scraped off with a SCRRRT, and its cries of pain turned into a distorted sound. However, rather than whining, the little creature was clearly more concerned about Fan Yao's safety. After flapping twice, it quickly climbed back up and flew to Fan Yao's side again. Seeing his slightly furrowed brows, its beastly face lit up with obvious joy. Hiss! Clearly, Blue Little Fish's bite had a significant effect. The intense pain immediately woke Fan Yao's previously dormant consciousness. He instinctively hissed through clenched teeth, realizing he was still in a state of internal cultivation. However, as if hypnotized, his activities had ceased, causing his body to think his brain had entered sleep mode, relaxing completely. Where's the creation chi? Fan Yao froze for a moment, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Ignoring the source of the pain, his consciousness instantly shifted to the place where the creation chi had been lurking earlier, and he was stunned. Gone. Fan Yao's mind stared blankly at his dantian. Moments later, a stubborn determination flickered in his eyes, and he turned to frantically search every corner of his body. What a joke, losing the chance to advance to the creation realm just because he fell asleep. He wouldn't accept such absurdity. The irresistible drowsiness no longer affected Fan Yao, and his efficiency was clearly top-notch. With a tenacious spirit unwilling to give up, he spent half a day searching and finally found the trace of creation chi again. Overjoyed, Fan Yao didn't bother waiting. His consciousness pounced on it like a tiger descending a mountain, encircling it layer by layer, and without hesitation, swallowed it whole. Almost instantly, a refreshing breeze swept through Fan Yao's mind. The residual discomfort from before vanished completely, and every thought, brain cell, and nerve was brimming with unparalleled vitality, an indescribable sense of comfort. Now, let me see how this strand of creation chi will help me break through to the creation realm. Fan Yao still didn't open his eyes, a hint of excitement rising in his heart. He forcefully dragged the strand of creation chi into his dantian. Then, ignoring its struggles, he slammed it into his inner core. Woo woo woo. The creation chi was instantly devoured. In just a moment, a storm erupted within Fan Yao's dantian. The 9-pattern spirit core suddenly burst into dazzling brilliance, its surface seemingly deflating, forming countless tiny whirlpools that crazily sprayed 9-colored spiritual energy outward. Whimper whimper? Standing outside Fan Yao's body, Blue Little Fish felt the powerful suction force emanating from within him. Amidst a look of confusion, the small figure suddenly transformed into a smooth poison pill with a swoosh. After aimlessly darting around the cave for a moment, it shot straight into Fan Yao's body. While Fan Yao was in seclusion, the popularity outside the ancient battlefield was surging. One after another, various hidden treasures, big or small, were being discovered. Once revealed through the ancient battlefield's record monument, groups of people, their eyes red like ravenous wolves, rushed to the locations with wild cries, sparking a frenzy of looting. Fortunately, the recently uncovered treasures were all small-scale, and the competition for them was mainly among participants from smaller bases, fighting fiercely but failing to attract the interest of the larger bases. Even Hua Qingqiu, notorious as a bandit, lost interest after plundering so many small-scale treasures. When another small-scale treasure was recorded on the monument, he didn't even bother to glance at it. They were all waiting for larger treasures, richer rewards, and even the legacies of lost sects. Finally, one day, months later, a treasure appeared that left them all breathless. Ancient Battlefield Record Monument. Central Base participant Ning Xiaolu has unlocked the legacy of the Falling Moon Sect. Location: Falling Moon Sect Ancestral Grounds. At last, a sect legacy has appeared. Countless eyes turned red in an instant, and hearts began pounding wildly. If those hidden treasures were like small treasure chests, then a sect legacy was a massive mine completely incomparable in value. The countless treasures within a sect, the essence accumulated over the years, and the most coveted legacies could make any creation realm expert's heart race. Exploring such a place for treasures was something every martial artist dreamed of. Thus, Hua Qingqiu from the Hanghua base and Ke Zhou from the Shantai base, along with countless martial artists from various bases, joined forces and rushed excitedly toward the Falling Moon sect's ancestral grounds. At the same time, in the Falling Moon sect's ancestral grounds, a slender figure stood in the middle of a vast, ancient hall. Her body was stained with a bit of fresh blood, and the wide, crumpled traditional robe of the Tianqing training hall she wore made her look somewhat disheveled. Her adorable, doll-like face was filled with confusion, her mind a jumble of question marks. Who else could it be but Ning Xiaolu? Well, what just happened? Ning Xiaolu stood there in a daze. It seemed like she had accidentally touched something, and then her vision blurred. The scene before her had suddenly changed, and she was transported here without understanding anything. Ning Xiaolu glanced around, and her beautiful eyes suddenly froze on a massive goddess statue directly ahead. The statue was adorned with jingling ornaments and dressed in flowing celestial robes. Her face was stunningly beautiful, her hands clasped together in a serene posture, as if embracing the sun and moon. Between her crossed arms, a silver-white, radiant full moon slowly emitted a glow, with a terrifying electric energy pulsating from it, making Ning Xiaolu's mouth go dry. Is this the legacy? Ning Xiaolu took a few steps closer, carefully observing. Finally, she noticed a small line of text on the arm of the goddess statue. Falling Moon Sect Clan, accompanied by Thunder. All clan members possess the Thunder attribute. Those without the Thunder attribute must not attempt to steal it. Disregard this warning, and as the moon sets and the sun rises, consequences will follow. Thunder attribute. Ning Xiaolu belatedly realized that she seemed to possess the lightning attribute talent. Does this mean she could also inherit the legacy of the Falling Moon sect? A surge of joy instantly rose in her heart as she glanced at the radiant full moon filled with violent lightning fluctuations. She cautiously extended her finger toward it. All of this, however, was completely unknown to Fan Yao. Inside the cave, it was as if he were isolated from the world. Fan Yao's entire body emitted a strange radiance, within which countless phenomena appeared, ever-changing and unpredictable, making him look like an inviolable deity. As the light radiated, the aura emanating from him was vastly different from several months ago, filled with mysterious energy that made anyone standing before him dare not speak loudly. He had clearly reached the creation realm. With the help of the creation chief fruit, advancing to the creation realm was indeed effortless. Fan Yao slowly opened his eyes, and the originally deep, pitch-black pupils now shimmered with nine-colored brilliance, seemingly unchanged from before. However, upon closer inspection, one could notice a profound stillness deep within his gaze, exuding a trace of ancient tranquility, as if he had experienced everything in the world and transcended mortal creation. Such an aura appearing on a young man was truly peculiar. Whoosh! As Fan Yao was lost in thought, a faint blue figure suddenly emerged from his body, eventually transforming into a small figure about an inch long, hovering in front of his head. Tilting its head, it scrutinized Fan Yao, seemingly trying to confirm the authenticity of the person before it. "What's wrong, little one?" Fan Yao smiled and extended his hand, the unsettling depth in his eyes quickly fading, replaced by the carefree clarity and hidden amusement of a young man. Earlier, he had almost fallen asleep when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder blade, likely caused by this little one biting him. He had to admit, the bite was fierce. There were still teeth marks on his shoulder. Ing. Sensing the familiar aura had returned, Blue Little Fish was instantly overjoyed, excitedly clinging to Fan Yao's finger and rubbing against it wildly, its face full of flattery and nostalgia. After letting the little one vent its emotions for a while, Fan Yao exhaled lightly, blinked, and summoned the system hidden in his eyes. Buzz species. Human name. Fan Yao strength. Early creation realm basic talent. King level lightning attribute earth attribute talent. Advanced fire attribute talent. King level water attribute talent. King level ice attribute talent. Advanced wind attribute talent. King level wood attribute talent. King level poison attribute talent. King level unknown biological reaction detected metal attribute talent. King level only the advanced lightning attribute talent and advanced ice attribute talent have yet to be replaced with king level talents. Next, I need to focus on finding martial artists with these two attribute talents to imprint them aiming to complete the replacement as soon as possible. Looking at the drastically changed system interface compared to before entering the ancient battlefield, Fan Yao's face revealed a satisfied smile. He then stood up and approached the massive boulder blocking the cave entrance, giving it a gentle push. Boom! The entire boulder shattered effortlessly into coin-sized fragments, as if it had exploded from the inside out, sending dust flying. After stepping out, Fan Yao instinctively looked at the enormous record monument, noticing a cluster of unfamiliar auras, completely different from before his seclusion. Ning Xiaolu's record had long been replaced by new ones after several months, leaving no trace behind. Speaking of which, I've been in the ancient battlefield for quite a while, but I haven't really explored the so-called hidden treasures. Now that my strength has greatly improved, it's time to reap some benefits. Glancing casually, Fan Yao lost interest in delving deeper. He soared into the air, feeling the fresh forest breeze, his mood exceptionally pleasant. Somewhere in the forest, 5 unfamiliar martial artists, tired from their journey, rested and chatted boastfully. They were clearly from a small base, with the strongest among them only at the Hotian realm. It was unclear how they even passed the selection battle. The 5 were completely unaware that behind the giant tree near them, a figure was leisurely chewing on a leaf, listening to their conversation with ease. Falling Moon Sect seems worth checking out. Fan Yao, chewing on the bitter leaf with a carefree attitude, found his interest piqued. The martial artist described this newly opened sect inheritance as incredibly cool and powerful, as if obtaining it would allow one to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. With his decision made, Fan Yao's figure instantly disappeared, transforming into a streak of light that swiftly shot toward the horizon. Ning Xiaolu was about to explode with anger. She had planned to absorb the energy and leave immediately. But who would have thought that the energy from the goddess statue was so immense? After several days, she had only absorbed about 1/5 of it. Helpless, she had to seal the energy within her body to slowly refine it later. Yet, just as the sealing was completed, a group of people barged in, demanding she hand over the Falling Moon Sect's inheritance. Ning Xiaolu's adorable cheeks puffed up as her icy gaze fixed on the dense crowd before her. From Hanghua Base, Hua Qingqiu, Early Creation Realm. From Shantai Base, Kazhou, Mid-Creation Realm. Just these 2 Creation Realm experts alone made her feel suffocated, cold sweat dripping down her back. Not to mention the other martial artists, whose combined pressure felt like an inescapable net, leaving her with no way out. Such an adorable woman. Hua Qingqiu glanced at Ning Xiaolu, feeling a bit surprised. He couldn't help but feel a trace of pity for her, a faint smile appearing on his lips as he spoke calmly. The Falling Moon Sect's inheritance is too vast, there's no way you can handle it. Hand it over, and I won't make things difficult for you. Bah, if you have the guts, come and take it. Dream on if you think I'll hand it over willingly. Ning Xiaolu looked at him with disdain. Did he really think she didn't know about Hua Qingqiu's reputation as a bandit? If he wanted to rob her, he should just do it outright instead of coming up with some pretentious excuse. Slap her and then offer a sweet date? Steal someone's inheritance and expect gratitude for sparing her life? Upon hearing this, Hua Qingqiu's brows furrowed. He hadn't expected Ning Xiaolu to be so sharp-tongued, and for a moment, his face darkened from her retort. Hua Qingqiu, it seems your tricks for deceiving little girls aren't working anymore. A mocking voice sounded from the other side. Kazhou crossed his arms, staring at Hua Qingqiu with disdain. Clearly, he disapproved of Hua Qingqiu's behavior. Just as the woman said, if you're going to rob, then rob. Why bother with excuses? Can't the Falling Moon Sect's inheritance be refined slowly over time, even if it can't be fully absorbed now? Humph, Kazhou, stop with your sarcastic remarks. Are you saying you're not here for the inheritance of the Falling Moon Sect? Hua Qingqiu turned to glare at Kazhou, sneering coldly. How is this guy any different from him? Me? Kazhou's face broke into a faint smile, and the aura of the creation realm instantly locked onto Ning Xiaolu, whose expression changed drastically. Then, with a sudden movement, he lunged violently toward her. Kazhou's abrupt action immediately caused an uproar. I never waste words. Whether it's a woman or not. Kill and seize the treasure first, talk later. Kazhou laughed loudly, and a surge of powerful earth element energy erupted from his body, instantly obscuring most of the sky. The overwhelming energy made Ning Xiaolu's face turn pale. Lightning flash. Ning Xiaolu shouted sharply, and an extremely dazzling spiritual energy, as radiant as a silver-white sun, suddenly enveloped her body. With a slight movement, she managed to evade the full-force strike of this mid-creation realm expert in a bizarre manner. Huh. A hint of surprise flashed in Kazhou's eyes, and his attacks became even more ruthless. This woman is only at the early pure origin realm, yet after obtaining the inheritance, she can dodge my full-force strike. As expected of a sect's inheritance, truly extraordinary. Kazhou trembled with excitement, his gaze fixed on Ning Xiaolu like a predator eyeing a piece of prime meat, his desire barely concealed. Buzz, Thunder Rod. Kazhou tightened his grip, and a silver-white rod appeared in his hand. The rod was engraved with patterns of lightning, with electricity coursing through it. Clearly, this was no ordinary iron rod. It had exceptional conductivity and resistance to lightning, specifically designed for lightning element martial artists. After narrowly dodging Kazhou's strike, Ning Xiaolu's figure almost flew out due to the excessive force. She bit her lip lightly. She still couldn't fully control the immense energy within her body, so even though she could temporarily evade Kazhou's attacks, she couldn't defeat him. The gap in strength was too vast. In the next moment, Ning Xiaolu turned around without hesitation and used lightning flash again, her figure instantly moving several miles away. Trying to escape? Kazhou seemed to see through Ning Xiaolu's intentions. He sneered, stomped his foot, and chased after her. The thunder rod in his hand swung swiftly, smashing heavily into Ning Xiaolu's back. Ugh! Suddenly struck with such a heavy blow, Ning Xiaolu's face turned deathly pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, falling from mid-air like a bird with broken wings. Thud! She landed heavily on the ground. Ungrateful wretch. Don't waste my time. Hand over the falling moon sect's inheritance, or I'll beat you to death. Kazhou sneered, pointing the thunder rod at Ning Xiaolu's head, his face twisted with malice. If you have the guts, come and take it yourself. Ning Xiaolu responded coldly, leaving behind a single sentence before raising her hand without hesitation and striking her own crown. The inheritance was within her body. If she died, the energy of the inheritance would lose its vessel, either dissipating into the air or exploding directly. This woman would rather die than hand over the inheritance. From afar, Hua Qingqiu's face flashed with a trace of malice. He quickly appeared in front of Ning Xiaolu and thrust his palm directly toward her lower abdomen. The place where a warrior's energy is stored is usually the dantian. If the inheritance could be extracted before Ning Xiaolu's death, it might not dissipate like this. Lord Fanyao. Despairing at Hua Qingqiu's actions, Ning Xiaolu couldn't help but close her eyes, tears glimmering at the corners. She hadn't expected that. In the end, she still hadn't found Lord Fanyao. It had been several months since she last heard news of him, and she had no idea how he was now. Thinking of this, Ning Xiaolu couldn't help but choke up. At that moment, boom. She seemed to hear a low-impact sound and a suppressed cry of pain. The pain she had anticipated never fell upon her. Ning Xiaolu cautiously opened her eyes, only to be stunned as she saw an extremely familiar figure standing before her, shielding her from all the chaos. Fanyao? Lord. Ning Xiaolu gritted her teeth and stood up, covering her trembling lips in disbelief, her eyes instantly reddening. Go aside and heal your wounds. Here, I'll handle it. Fanyao slightly tilted his head, looking at Ning Xiaolu. His gaze fell on the bloodstains at the corner of her mouth, and his aura suddenly fluctuated violently, a flash of killing intent passing through. Be careful, my lord. Ning Xiaolu's eyes were red, her body trembling with excitement as she stared fixedly at Fanyao's back, almost thinking she was dreaming. She slowly retreated until her back hit the cold pillar of the hall, sending a sharp pain through her body. Only then did she gasp sharply, finally believing the reality before her. Fanyao, we're taking our inheritance. What does it have to do with you? Hua Qingqiu and Kazhou's faces turned grim as they felt the cold pressure emanating from Fanyao. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and a trace of nervousness. The creation realm. Fanyao had actually broken through to the creation realm. Moreover, it seemed he had just recently broken through, and the sharpness of his aura was almost piercing the heavens. making their bodies feel a stinging pain. Fan Yao turned his head, narrowing his dark eyes as he calmly stared at the two, his gaze seemingly brewing an infinite storm, exuding a chilling coldness. Bang! The giant spirit sky splitting axe appeared in his hand at some unknown time, heavily striking the ground, its weight causing fine cracks to spread across the surface. Looking at the grim-faced pair, a brilliant smile suddenly appeared on Fan Yao's face. It has everything to do with me. Upon hearing this, Hua Qingqiu and Kuzhou were momentarily stunned. Seeing Fan Yao's actions, they immediately became fully alert. When the two didn't respond, Fan Yao chuckled, seemingly unconcerned. In the next moment, his previously sunny expression turned completely dark, clouded with gloom. With a flick of his toe, the heavy battle axe flew up as if it were a toy, transforming into a sharp beam of light that shot straight at the two like a meteor. Swish, swish, swish. Fan Yao, let me warn you. This woman is from the central base and has nothing to do with your Anqing base. Even heroes saving beauties should have their limits. Hua Qingqiu, caught off guard, had a lock of hair sliced off, and in an instant, his hair stood on end as he shrieked sharply. Sensing the faint fear hidden in Hua Qingqiu's voice, the people from Hanghua base couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Hua Qingqiu was actually yielding to Fan Yao to such an extent. Could Fan Yao's strength have already reached such a terrifying level? Damn it, Hua Qingqiu. Why are you still wasting words with this guy? It's obvious he's here to cause trouble. If we don't go all out today, both of us will end up dead here. Seeing Hua Qingqiu still trying to play dumb with Fan Yao, Kuzhou cursed loudly and then charged forward, taking the lead. The lightning rod in his hand was raised high, smashing down towards Fan Yao's head. Just now, you used this rod to hit her, didn't you? Fan Yao's gaze turned icy cold, and powerful lightning energy surged in his palm. With a casual lift of his hand, he effortlessly grabbed the so-called lightning rod and then yanked it heavily. What? Kuzhou's expression changed as he felt the immense force coming from the rod. He gritted his teeth and tried to pull it back with all his strength. But then, he heard Fan Yao snort coldly, and an extreme, scorching flame suddenly spread across the lightning rod, mercilessly burning straight towards him with a whoosh. Hiss! Feeling the intense heat, Kuzhou's face twisted instantly. He instinctively let go of the lightning rod, and almost in the next second, he was struck heavily by the rod himself. In pain, he roared, Hua Qingqiu, are you dead or what? Hurry up and make a move. Hua Qingqiu's face turned grim as a chilling aura erupted from his body, transforming into a massive ice prison that swiftly enveloped Fan Yao. As the ice prison descended, Fan Yao remained indifferent, gripping the lightning rod tightly. The rod's shadow danced wildly, accompanied by sharp whistling sounds, and struck Kuzhou's body fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike produced a deep, resonant sound. Most of the attacks landed on Kuzhou's back, precisely where he had hit Ning Xiaolu earlier. Clearly, Fan Yao was avenging Ning Xiaolu. Fan Yao actually possesses lightning attributes. The terrifying lightning energy surging from the lightning rod made Kuzhou's face change drastically. Shocked and horrified, he endured several strikes before finally escaping Fan Yao's attack range. Buzz the ice prison hurtled forward, radiating bone-chilling coldness. It froze countless water vapor in the air along its path, leaving behind a trail of ice crystals. Soon, it was only inches away from Fan Yao. Both Fan Yao and I are at the early stage of the creation realm. At such close range, there's no way Fan Yao can dodge my attack. A hint of joy flashed in Hua Qingqiu's eyes as he gathered massive ice energy in his hands, pouring every bit of it into the ice prison. With reinforcements added, the prison became even more solid, its descent accelerated, and the cold intensified. Fan Yao's dark eyes remained cold as he stared at the rapidly descending ice prison. Without hesitation, he threw a punch. From his body, equally bone-chilling ice energy surged out like a flood, instantly spreading a large area of frost across the ground beneath his feet. Boom! The seemingly indestructible ice prison trembled heavily under Fan Yao's punch. Then, starting from a single point, cracks began to spread across the entire prison, quickly covering it. In just a moment, The entire ice prison shattered into countless ice crystals under Fan Yao's hand, scattering like a meteor shower across the grand hall, producing crisp, tinkling sounds. Ice attributes. Hua Qingqiu couldn't help but gasp, exchanging a glance with Kuzhou. Their pupils trembled uncontrollably. Adding the attributes revealed earlier on the beach, Fan Yao alone already possessed 5 attributes. No wonder. No wonder that when Fan Yao was in the Tongling realm, he was able to kill Zhao Yu, who was in the mid-stage of the creation realm. With so many attributes, Fan Yao's strength cannot be measured by the combat power of ordinary warriors. Hua Qingqiu's face turned extremely grim as he finally realized a crucial point. Initially, he thought Fan Yao had killed Zhao Yu by taking advantage of his severe injuries and launching a sneak attack. But after witnessing Fan Yao's innate attributes, he had to reassess. Even Zhao Yu, in the mid-stage of the creation realm, had fallen to Fan Yao's hands. Now, as someone in the early stage of the creation realm, standing before Fan Yao, wasn't he just waiting to be killed? Hua Qingqiu gritted his teeth, and in the next second, his figure retreated decisively, without hesitation. Hua Qingqiu, you brat, dare to run. This scene was quickly noticed by Kuzhou, who immediately widened his eyes in disbelief and shouted angrily. Run? Why make it sound so unpleasant? Upon hearing this, Hua Qingqiu showed no shame and retorted confidently. Then, his retreating speed increased, and in just a moment, he returned to the ranks of the Hanghua base, causing a commotion. The people of Hanghua base stared blankly at Hua Qingqiu, who had suddenly returned to the team, utterly confused. What was Hua Qingqiu up to? Floating in the air, Hua Qingqiu glanced reluctantly at the grand yet dilapidated hall, his gaze flickering as he spread his hands. There are still treasures in the ancient battlefield that I haven't collected yet. I don't want to die here. This statement directly made Kuzhou's chest heave with anger, cursing inwardly. Hua Qingqiu, this cowardly bastard. How long had he been in the creation realm compared to Fan Yao? If they truly fought, he could at least inflict some damage on Fan Yao. With the two of them working together, they might even be able to kill Fan Yao here. Who would have thought this guy would be so cowardly, not even daring to fight, and fled in panic after just a brief encounter? Think whatever you want. Hua Qingqiu no longer paid attention to Kuzhou. While leading the people of Hanghua base to retreat slowly, he looked at Fan Yao and spared no effort to provoke him, shouting loudly. Fan Yao, the injuries on that woman were all caused by Kuzhou, not me. I didn't even touch her. If you want revenge, go after Kuzhou. Fan Yao stared at the retreating Hua Qingqiu with a faint smile, surprised at how decisively this guy had chosen to give up. This was the sect inheritance of the Falling Moon sect. No wonder this bandit had been plundering in the ancient battlefield for so long, without provoking anyone he couldn't afford to. His cautious nature must have served him well. What a pity. When he arrived, he saw Hua Qingqiu trying to cruelly destroy Ning Xiaolu's dantian, forcibly extracting her inheritance. If he had come a little later, would Ning Xiaolu have been disemboweled, her inheritance stolen, and her life extinguished? Compared to Kuzhou, Hua Qingqiu was clearly even more repulsive. Seeing that Fan Yao remained silent, Hua Qingqiu's retreating speed increased. When he was 100 meters away from Fan Yao, he suddenly accelerated to full speed, fleeing toward the distant horizon. I can't let you leave so easily. Bandit Lord. Fan Yao's tone was icy as he murmured incessantly. Then, his foot lightly stomped, almost imperceptibly. A deep, dark blue light silently and stealthily moved along the shadowy corners of the grand hall, unnoticed by anyone. Finally, it transformed into a small figure, no larger than a palm, and swiftly darted in the direction Hua Qingqiu had fled, without drawing any attention. Seeing this, a fleeting smile appeared on Fan Yao's lips. He then shifted his gaze to Kuzhou, whose face was filled with anger. With a slight smile, Fan Yao unleashed a terrifying surge of ice element spiritual power, which instantly enveloped the thunder rod, freezing it into an ice stick. With a gentle downward swing, a crisp crack echoed as the weapon was snapped in two. Kuzhou's expression changed drastically upon seeing his weapon destroyed. He exhaled heavily several times, his body crackling with lightning, his face extremely grave. Fan Yao casually dusted off the ice shards from his hands, his eyes fixed intently on the lightning surrounding Kuzhou. Without a word, he activated his system. As expected, king-level, lightning attribute. Lightning was the first attribute Fan Yao had ever possessed. It should have long been replaced with a king-level talent, but unfortunately, he had never encountered a king-level lightning attribute warrior. Unexpectedly, today brought an unexpected gain. Under Fan Yao's predatory gaze, Kuzhou couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The next moment, he leapt into the air and shouted, "Demon suppressing thunder hand." As his shout echoed, the concentration of lightning in the air rapidly increased. Silver-white light particles quickly gathered, forming 5 massive fingers of lightning. The thunder roared, and each tremor of the energy-filled fingers caused violent spatial ripples. At the junction of the 5 fingers, the energy was so dense that the lightning transformed into flowing thunder plasma. Wherever it dripped onto the grand hall, it left charred black marks. Oomph, a mere parlor trick will always be a parlor trick. So what if you have multiple attributes? I am at the mid-stage of the creation realm. Do you think I would fear you? Kuzhou extended a hand, controlling the movement of the lightning fingers. The immense energy dispelled the last trace of doubt in his heart, leaving him brimming with confidence. With those words, he flipped his palm and pressed down heavily. Boom, as if remotely controlled, the massive lightning hand began to descend slowly, its speed increasing rapidly. It tore through the air, carrying an unstoppable force of overwhelming lightning, crashing down toward Fan Yao. "Lord Fan Yao, be careful!" Ning Xiaolu's cry burst out instinctively. Watching the tiny figure beneath the enormous descending hand, so small it was almost negligible, she felt a chill of anxiety run through her hands and feet cold. She even forgot about the injuries on her back, leaning against a pillar in the grand hall as she struggled to stand. "Watch me shatter your technique with one punch." In stark contrast to Ning Xiaolu's worry, Fan Yao's eyes lit up, staring at the massive hand descending with an unstoppable momentum, as if it intended to crush him to death on the spot. He stomped his foot and soared into the sky with a laugh. The lightning's spiritual power on his body erupted wildly, enveloping him entirely and making him appear like a silver-cast statue, seemingly indestructible and unbreakable. "Shatter my technique with one punch?" Foolish dream. Hearing Fan Yao's words, Kuzhou was momentarily stunned. Watching Fan Yao rush forward without using any martial techniques, intending to take his strike head-on with sheer physical strength, Kuzhou raised his hand and unleashed another surge of spiritual power. Instantly, the massive palm became even more solid, faintly emitting a terrifying ripple. "I once used this martial technique to forcibly shatter the physical body of a late-stage creation realm martial artist. You, Fan Yao, who just broke through to the early-stage creation realm. What does this baseless confidence come from?" Kuzhou sneered, reaching out and grabbing heavily. The massive palm's 5 fingers closed with a thunderous rumble, the gaps between them rapidly shrinking, intending to crush Fan Yao to death with a single grasp. Fan Yao's face revealed a faint cold smile as he threw a straightforward punch without any martial technique, containing only pure, extreme power fluctuations. As the punch was thrown, the piercing sonic boom painfully shook everyone's eardrums, forcing them to cover their ears in agony. The overwhelming energy pressure caused their expressions to change drastically. Boom. The punch landed. Both Fan Yao and the massive silver palm trembled heavily. Moments later, Fan Yao's figure was sent flying backward, the silver-white spiritual power enveloping his body fluctuating violently. Seeing this, Kuzhou's face showed a trace of disdainful laughter. He stared at Fan Yao, opening his mouth to continue mocking. However, at that moment, a faint cracking sound reached Kuzhou's ears, causing his expression to freeze abruptly, and the words at his throat were swallowed back, extinguishing all sound. He quickly shifted his gaze, staring at the silver palm suspended motionlessly in midair, scanning it thoroughly without missing a single detail. His attention slowly settled on a small corner at the base of the palm, and his pupils suddenly contracted. "This." Kuzhou stared fixedly at that spot, his expression slightly changing as he noticed a tiny fragment of energy shattering at the seemingly solid texture. He immediately gasped sharply. That critical spot at the base of the palm maintained the spiritual power balance of the entire hand. Once damaged, the entire martial technique would collapse instantly. How did Fan Yao know that this was the weak point of the demon subduing Thunder Hand? Was it unintentional, or was it deliberate? If it was the former, it could be attributed to luck, but if it was the latter, being able to identify the weakness of a martial technique with just a glance, such sensitivity and insight were truly terrifying. Kazhou's unusual reaction was immediately noticed by everyone. Countless people raised their heads in a daze, staring at the trembling silver palm. They too heard it, a faint sound, like an echo in a secluded valley, resonating throughout the heavens and earth. Crack, 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 crack. The cracks spread rapidly, and eventually, there was no need to listen anymore. Even an ordinary person could see the thick cracks spreading across the entire palm at an astonishing speed. Boom. Finally, the explosion sounded. The entire palm shattered instantly, thunder slurry splashing everywhere, lightning arcs leaping wildly. The massive palm's explosion was like a thunderstorm descending upon the grand hall. Zzz. Lightning danced wildly like spirit snakes. The crowd, still immersed in shock and unable to extricate themselves, suddenly snapped out of it when one person accidentally touched the splattering thunder slurry. After a moment of stunned silence, a scream erupted. "Ah, it's so numb and painful. I'm going to be electrocuted." Someone jumped frantically on the ground. Kiki state, quickly, quickly, quickly take back the lightning." The person could barely speak clearly. "I can hardly breathe. My whole body hurts so much." Another person cried out in agony. Everyone in the grand hall was frantically flailing their arms and legs. Anyone who had come into contact with even a bit of the lightning slurry was now trembling uncontrollably, as if having a seizure. It was as though the ground was covered in glue. Those who wanted to fly couldn't, and those who were already airborne couldn't maintain their spiritual energy and fell straight to the ground with a loud thud. In just a moment, there was no one left in mid-air. One after another, they crashed to the ground, their bodies writhing like worms, convulsing madly. A carnival? Celebrating failure. Fan Yao looked at the rather comical scene before him. Seeing the pain on their faces, he felt no sympathy in his heart. The people from Hanghua base had already left with Hua Qingqiu. The remaining marshal. The grand hall was riddled with potholes and craters, dust billowing upwards, accompanied by wisps of white smoke. Tiny splatters of fresh blood dotted the entire hall, and a faint scent of iron quickly permeated the air. The loud thuds of flesh slamming against the ground echoed throughout the vast, cold hall, leaving everyone watching utterly stunned. "I can't believe this. Fan Yao is way too fierce. He's practically a human weapon. Kazhou is in the mid-stage of the creation realm, yet Fan Yao is smashing him around like a rag doll," someone exclaimed, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. It felt surreal. Had the rankings of strength among creation realm experts been turned upside down? Was the early stage now stronger than the mid-stage? "No wonder he's the dark horse that emerged from the ancient battlefield," another muttered. Fan Yao had already killed Zhao Yu before, wiping out his entire Wild East base, and now the mountain platform base is about to meet the same fate. The speaker shivered at the memory of the leaderboard records being updated frantically a few months ago. Nervously, they glanced at the monument of records, which was once again slowly updating. Their throat tightened. It seemed only a matter of time before the shocking scene that had shaken the entire ancient battlefield months ago would repeat itself. "Come to think of it, Hua Qingqiu was the smartest of them all," someone else said. The moment he realized he couldn't win, he ran immediately. Sure, it was a bit disgraceful, but at least he saved his life. Many others were reminded of Hua Qingqiu's retreat without fighting. Back then, they thought he was spineless for running without even trying. Now they realized Hua Qingqiu had sensed something was off and had wisely fled while he still could. Whatever one might say about his character, his ability to adapt and survive in this meat grinder of an ancient battlefield was unparalleled. Exactly, if the people from the mountain platform base had any sense, they'd be running now too, while Fan Yao is still occupied, someone remarked. Their gaze shifted meaningfully toward the warriors of the mountain platform base, who stood in stunned silence. Seeing the dazed looks on their faces, the observers shook their head. These poor souls had been completely petrified by Fan Yao. "Kazhou, Kazhou, One of the mountain platform base warriors stammered, his face pale, his body cold. He rubbed his eyes again and again, unwilling to believe what he was seeing. But no matter how many times he blinked, the scene remained the same. Fan Yao swinging Kaijo around like a club, smashing him into the ground. It was a horrifying sight that sent chills down their spines. A wave of panic spread rapidly, like sparks igniting a prairie fire. In just a few moments, some at the mountain platform base began contemplating retreat. At the back of the group, two warriors exchanged a glance and began slowly retreating. Within moments, they had withdrawn several dozen meters. However, no matter how cautious and subtle their movements were, they couldn't escape the notice of their companions. Someone immediately shouted, "Zhang Heng, Shunkai, where are you going?" The sudden outburst drew everyone's attention. The warriors of mountain platform base turned their heads, staring in disbelief at the two who had now retreated over 50 meters away. Realization dawned on them. They were trying to escape. A wave of indignation filled their eyes as they roared. "You're abandoning the mountain platform base? Are you even one of us anymore?" Facing the angry faces, the two named Zhang Heng and Sheng Kai showed no trace of guilt. With a cold snort, they said, "Kaijo has already been beaten to this state. Do you still think he can survive? Knowing that staying here means death, why not run away? We're not Kaijo's subordinates. Why should we keep fighting and risking our lives for him to snatch treasures? Did he share even a bit of the good stuff he took with us?" The dissatisfaction was evident on their faces. Clearly, all the benefits Kaijo had gained over such a long time had not been shared with them at all. Having gained nothing, they had long harbored resentment. However, they had always feared Kaijo's strength and dared not flee. Now that the opportunity presented itself, their grievances erupted, and they were the first to leave. After speaking, the two turned and dashed toward the horizon at a speed akin to a rocket. "Damn traitors," someone cursed angrily. Just as they were about to turn back to check on Kaijo's condition, they noticed that several more people in the group had left. Shunkai is right. All the benefits have been taken by Kaijo. This time, provoking Fan Yao is entirely Kaijo's problem. Why should we pay for his mistakes? 5 people left after throwing out this remark. "I agree. It's been months, and my strength hasn't improved at all. The speed of cultivation outside is faster. Kaijo deserves to die." As more and more people left, a sense of panic quickly spread through the group. Everyone looked at each other, and their once resolute hearts began to waver. Even the martial artists who had initially condemned the deserters now had flickering eyes and fell silent. Moments later, they too fled. In just a few breaths, dozens of martial artists from the Shantai base scattered in all directions, leaving only 3 who were close relatives of Kaijo from the same family. The remaining 3 stood pale-faced, staring blankly at the martial artists who had scattered like birds and beasts. They were utterly dazed. It must be noted that the participants from Shantai base were selected from different factions within the base and were never truly united. The only reason they had acted together for so long was due to Kaijo's powerful creation realm strength suppressing them. Once Kaijo fell, it was inevitable that the group would disband and go their separate ways. What should we do?" The 3 stood dumbfounded in the grand hall. Exchanging glances befit, seemed as if he had heard those words. Kaijo, who had been lying limp on the ground like a corpse, suddenly shuddered slightly, letting out a muffled groan, as though experiencing a fleeting moment of vitality before death. He barely opened his eyes, which were glued shut with blood and sweat. His vision was dark and swollen, and it took him a great effort to adjust to the glaring light. His entire body was racked with an excruciating pain that made his heart and soul convulse uncontrollably. What he saw was the once densely crowded mountain base now reduced to just 3 people. The trio wandered aimlessly like headless flies, staring at him. Kaijo seemed to have anticipated this scene. He cast them a cursory glance before closing his eyes again. Swallowing with difficulty, he spoke in a faint voice as weak as a mosquito's buzz, "And it quickly for me." "Oh, not planning to save them?" Fan Yao raised an eyebrow slightly. These 3 had stayed behind at such a critical moment, clearly indicating a close relationship with Kaijo. Yet, there wasn't a hint of pleading in Kaijo's words. Upon hearing this, Kaijo fell silent. Those 3 were members of the Ku family, brothers who had grown up with him. If this were ancient times, they might have been referred to as royal companions. The Ku family enforced a brutally strict code of punishment. If he died, the three would face a grim fate upon returning to the family. Dying here with him would be a better end. Fan Yao let go of Kuzhou. The three could no longer hold back. Wielding their weapons, they charged directly at Fan Yao, attempting to rescue Kuzhou from his grasp. However, with their barely pure Yuan-level strength, they didn't even last a single exchange against Fan Yao. They were swiftly thrown aside. Bang, bang, bang. The three were flung through the air and landed nearby, groaning in pain. Kuzhou kept his eyes shut, unwilling to look anymore. On his face, apart from despair, there was also a peculiar calmness. But time passed, and Fan Yao's attack never came. Kuzhou opened his eyes in confusion and turned his head with difficulty. To his surprise, the woman who had almost been killed by him earlier had somehow appeared beside Fan Yao. The two seemed to be conversing. Lord Fan Yao? Ning Xiaolu blinked her eyes with a look of confusion. You killed them. Fan Yao glanced at Ning Xiaolu and casually kicked a longsword her way. Me? My lord? I. Ning Xiaolu doubted her ears, her mouth agape in disbelief as she instinctively wanted to refuse. But after speaking, Fan Yao turned his back, observing from the sidelines, ignoring her pitiful gaze entirely. Minutes passed. Seeing that Fan Yao showed no intention of relenting, Ning Xiaolu gripped the sword, too terrified to even open her eyes to look at the grisly scene before her. She stood there awkwardly, her face on the verge of tears. My lord, I've never killed anyone. Hearing this, Fan Yao let out a light sigh. It was all too obvious. Helplessly, he turned to face her, his voice soft yet firm. Kindness is admirable, but here, it's something to be thrown into the gutter. Ning Xiaolu froze, then fell silent, her pearly teeth biting down on her rosy lips. You bear a legacy. Until you fully make it your own, countless people will come for your life, seeking to rip out your dantian. When that time comes, will you kill or not? Noticing Ning Xiaolu's trembling figure, Fan Yao softened his tone further. Though his words were gentle, each one cut like a blade into her heart. The fear of nearly having her dantian torn out by Hua Qingqiu resurfaced, engulfing her once more, causing her entire body to tremble. If Lord Fan Yao hadn't arrived in time earlier, would she have died at the hands of those two? Would she have been reduced to a cold record on a stone tablet, followed by a few sighs from those who discovered her corpse? Or worse, would the discovery of her body lead to a frenzy as people searched for the legacy within her, only to kick her lifeless form aside when they found none? I don't want that. I want to become Lord Fan Yao's trusted aide. I don't want to always be a burden to him. Ning Xiaolu recalled her bold words before the selection battle began. Her once wavering gaze quickly solidified with determination. Then, raising her sword swish, she thrust it directly into Kuzhou's neck. Warm blood sprayed out, much of it splattering onto Ning Xiaolu's face. The stench of blood filled her nostrils, making her retch. Kuzhou could never have imagined that in the end, he would die at the hands of a pure Yuan-level martial artist, someone he deemed utterly insignificant. His eyes widened in disbelief, filled with unwillingness. Without uttering a sound, his body stiffened, and death took him. Suppressing the nausea rising in her stomach, Ning Xiaolu dragged the long sword and slowly approached the remaining three at the mountain base. After hesitating for a moment, she plunged the sword into their bodies as well. When the killing was done, Ning Xiaolu's strength was completely drained. She collapsed onto the ground, her long sword dripping with fresh blood. Well done, Fan Yao nodded slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face. Then, he turned his gaze to the lone wandering martial artist who had long since grown silent. Cough, cough. Lord Fan Yao's might is unparalleled. We mean no harm. We'll leave now. Those martial artists, sensing the cold intent hidden in Fan Yao's eyes, cast a regretful glance at Ning Xiaolu. With Fan Yao present, it seemed there were no spoils to be gained here. Realizing this, they no longer lingered and quietly retreated one by one. Quite perceptive of them, Fan Yao remarked, satisfied with the lone martial artist's clever decision, which spared him the trouble of dealing with them. Then, his attention shifted back to Kuzhou's corpse, a grin spreading across his face. Turning to Ning Xiaolu, his voice softened once more. Are you feeling better? Hearing Fan Yao speak, Ning Xiaolu snapped out of her daze. Her face flushed red as she nodded vigorously like a pecking chick. Much better already. I want to delay your journey. We can set out immediately to find Sister Yanran or Xiao Huai. After speaking, Ning Xiaolu looked at Fan Yao with eager eyes. To prove she was truly fine, she even bounced on the spot a few times, her cheeks flushed with vitality. Are you sure? Fan Yao couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, his tone teasing. But just as he finished speaking, ouch! Ning Xiaolu suddenly stopped, clutching her abdomen in pain. She bent over like a shrimp, tears welling up in her eyes as her complexion turned pale. Seeing this, Fan Yao shook his head helplessly. With a flash of his figure, he appeared behind Ning Xiaolu, extended his palm, and gently placed it on her back. Feeling the vast and terrifying energy gathering within her, he couldn't help but be a little shocked. If such energy were to fully erupt, it might flatten half of the ancient battlefield. It was impressive that Ning Xiaolu managed to seal such unstable energy within herself. She was certainly bold. Endure it, he reminded softly, sensing the trembling of the delicate body under his palm. Then, his hand lightly trembled, and nine-colored energy gently flowed into Ning Xiaolu's body. She let out a muffled groan. Fan Yao took a deep breath, controlling his spiritual power to swiftly pass through her meridians and bones, reaching her dantian without any obstruction. There, it emitted a strong wave, helping to calm the somewhat chaotic inheritance. Before long, he murmured, "No wonder it's the inheritance of the Falling Moon sect." Retracting his hand, he looked at the pale-faced Ning Xiaolu and smiled in amazement. Then, he pointed out the instability within her. Although it's temporarily calmed, perceptive experts can immediately locate you through the fluctuations of this inheritance. Stay in this hall for a while and try to control the inheritance as much as possible. Fan Yao frowned slightly. With such powerful inheritance fluctuations, Ning Xiaolu's strength was likely insufficient to conceal them. Wherever she went, the inheritance followed her, like a firefly dancing in the night, impossible to miss. To those strong enough, she was nothing more than a plump lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Even if she sought out Xiao Huai and the others now, there would likely be reckless troublemakers coming after her. It would be better to stay here, refine and absorb the inheritance, and strengthen herself first. Ning Xiaolu nodded obediently and vigorously at Fan Yao's words, her small face scrunched up. She quickly followed his instructions, letting the energy surge and fiercely tear at the power of the inheritance, attempting to fully control it. Gradually, a strange fluctuation emanated from Ning Xiaolu's body. Her pale, fair face grew even more ashen, and beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. It's all up to you now. Fan Yao kept a close eye on Ning Xiaolu's movements. Seeing that there were no abnormal situations, only the normal pain of absorbing the inheritance, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, his GA, comparing oneself to others can be so frustrating. Kazhou's storage bag is far more advanced than mine. It even actively protects the owner's belongings, almost like fingerprint unlocking, Fan Yao marveled, but he didn't pay much attention to the slight resistance. His thoughts surged like a flood into the storage bag. In just a moment, he erased Kazhou's consciousness and left his own mark. Excitedly, Fan Yao began inspecting the contents of the storage bag. Upon seeing them, he immediately felt dejected. The space inside Kazhou's storage bag was about 5 times larger than his own. In addition to a mountain of spirit stones, spirit fruits, and other rare treasures, there were several blue star cards with denominations exceeding 5 billion each. With this storage bag, I probably have assets worth hundreds of billions in my hands. Truly wealthy. Compared to this, I'm practically dirt poor, Fan Yao muttered to himself. No wonder this was a major base to possess such wealth at just over 20 years old. These people must have been consuming rare spirit fruits as meals during their cultivation. Shaking his head, Fan Yao continued searching for a while longer. Suddenly, his brows furrowed, his eyes widened, and a flash of joy crossed his face as he held a martial technique book in his hand. It's Kazhou's demon-subduing thunder hand, Fan Yao muttered, staring at the martial technique with its rather imposing name. He casually flipped through a few pages, his dark eyes lighting up. This one seemed worth practicing. When Kazhou had used this martial technique, its power was quite formidable. Although Fan Yao had seemingly shattered it with a single punch, he had secretly relied on the sharp gold element energy to assist him. It was the combination of thunder and gold energies that barely broke through the demon subduing Thunder Hand. The technique's power and level were evidently of a high tier. Feeling pleased, Fan Yao carefully stored the martial technique away. He then checked the belongings of the other 3 individuals from the Shantai base, but was somewhat disappointed to find nothing of great value, far less than what Kazhou had. After transferring everything into the brand new storage bag, Fan Yao glanced at Ning Xiaolu, who had already entered inner vision, and strolled leisurely through the vast, ancient hall in a cheerful mood. As he casually scanned the surroundings, his attention naturally fell on the massive statue standing at the front of the hall. Huh, Fan Yao murmured as he approached the statue, his gaze filled with curiosity, slowly sweeping over every corner of it. This goddess statue faces the entrance of the hall and is carved so intricately. Clearly, it is deeply revered by the Falling Moon sect. Is it the deity they worship or the ancestor of the sect? For a moment, Fan Yao seemed to see a living goddess standing before him. Her every expression and movement exuded elegance and majesty, commanding respect without anger, making one's heart tremble involuntarily. Fan Yao had never believed in sects, finding them too far-fetched. However, after reading ancient texts, witnessing the Dui Grand Formation, and now entering the ancient battlefield to personally see the opening of sect treasures, he couldn't help but believe. Yet, when it came to deities, involving tales of ghosts and gods and those elusive, legendary entities, even the occasional mentions in ancient texts were vague and chaotic. Eventually, Fan Yao stopped delving into it further. Could it be that what's inside is the mummy of some powerful figure who died? Fan Yao felt the ancient aura that had been honed and settled over countless years, and the surprise in his eyes became even more evident. The statue, standing in the ancient battlefield for an unknown length of time, still retained its fresh appearance, with no trace of its colors fading, as if it had just been completed yesterday. Fan Yao naturally noticed the characters carved on the statue's arm and couldn't help but widen his eyes, letting out a wondrous exclamation. The methods of these ancient sects were truly extraordinary. In modern times, nothing could last for tens of thousands of years without decay or damage. Even massive stones would gradually erode and weather under the elements. The frailty of the human body was even more apparent. Only those with top-tier strength, such as those in the Qinquan realm or even the super-powerful figures of the Paksu realm, could transcend transformation, merge with all things, and leave behind a body that neither decayed nor disintegrated after death, still exuding residual power. Perhaps this so-called goddess was a super-powerful figure with unfathomable strength during her lifetime, who fell with resentment for unknown reasons, and later generations built this statue to commemorate her. After observing for a while, Fan Yao lost interest, shook his head, and turned to explore elsewhere. However, before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly paused, noticing something peculiar. The ancient battlefield has already been opened 9 times, and now it's the 10th. Fan Yao abruptly turned his head, his gaze becoming sharp as he carefully examined the goddess statue again. Extending his senses, he enveloped the entire statue. Finally, within the space embraced by her hands, he detected an extremely faint and weak residual energy. This energy was identical to the inheritance aura on Ning Xiaolu. Ning Xiaolu's inheritance was obtained from this goddess statue. Fan Yao couldn't help but approach again, a trace of doubt rising in his heart. This inheritance was too easily acquired. Could it be that in the previous 9 sessions, no one had activated the inheritance of the Falling Moon sect, and it was only in this session that Ning Xiaolu happened to unlock it? But it didn't seem likely. Ning Xiaolu, apart from the injuries inflicted by Kazhou, showed no other signs of harm, which didn't align with the idea of undergoing a brutal trial to unlock the inheritance. 3 years, 1 inheritance, waiting for a destined person to claim it. Is this goddess statue repeatedly being used to grant inheritance, an endless cycle? Fan Yao stared intently at the statue. Where was the energy source? Even the Falling Moon sect couldn't create something that defied the laws of nature to such an extent. After a long time, Fan Yao's heart finally skipped a beat as he focused on the statue's vividly carved eyes. one white and one black pupil, resembling yin and yang, intertwined and merged, with starlight and moonlight seemingly scattered within, exuding an unusual allure, as if one glance could draw you into the galaxy. Yin Yang, Thunder Pearl. In the cold and silent hall, Fan Yao's bloodshot eyes flickered, and his voice carried a trace of uncertainty as he softly murmured. The next moment, as if to verify his thoughts, Fan Yao's fingertip condensed a sliver of silver-white lightning power and, with lightning speed, struck directly at the statue's eyes. Cracked, a faint cracking sound suddenly reached Fan Yao's ears, causing his pupils to contract slightly and his body to tremble gently. But just as Fan Yao was startled, the goddess statue suddenly began to shake violently. Rings of silvery white thunder waves radiated outward from the statue. Everything that came into contact with these waves, whether floor tiles or the temple's pillars, exploded with a deafening boom. Even the corpses of Kaizhou and the others on the ground were blasted into pieces. It was as if hundreds of bombs had been planted in the temple. In just a moment, the entire hall was filled with dust, visibility reduced to less than 3 meters, the ground trembling incessantly, and the temple on the verge of collapse. What's happening? Ning Xiaolu, caught off guard, was abruptly jolted out of her cultivation state. She quickly stood up, only to see a wave of white energy sweeping rapidly toward her, leaving no room to dodge as it reached her in an instant. Run! Before Ning Xiaolu could even scream, she felt a tight grip around her slender waist. In the blink of an eye, Fan Yao had whisked her out of the temple. Outside the ancestral site of the sect, Fan Yao, his face darkened, released Ning Xiaolu and looked back at the falling moon temple, which had collapsed into ruins in just a few breaths. He almost cursed out loud. Ning Xiaolu collapsed onto the ground, staring in shock at the temple that had crumbled like a fragile stack of blocks. Even the goddess statue had shattered into countless fragments. Fan Yao exhaled heavily, releasing his perception, which spread across the entire ruins, meticulously scanning every inch. Although it had only been a fleeting moment, he had clearly seen a black and white yin-yang thunder pearl emerge from the eye sockets of the goddess statue. The reason for the continuous inheritance must be tied to this yin-yang thunder pearl. 3 years of accumulated energy for such a powerful inheritance had even left him in awe. So how immense must the energy of the yin-yang thunder pearl, the source of this power, be? Perhaps this yin-yang thunder pearl was the true inheritance the falling moon sect intended to pass down to future generations. After nearly 10 minutes of searching without any response, Fan Yao felt no frustration. His powerful perception spread out, covering not only the ruins but also the skies within a 100-mile radius, leaving no stone unturned. Under Fan Yao's relentless search, in a hidden corner of the ruins, 2 completely opposite auras, one yin and one yang, finally appeared within his perception. Found it! A trace of wild joy flashed in Fan Yao's eyes. Without hesitation, he reached out and clenched his hand toward a certain spot below. Boom! As Fan Yao's hand clenched lightly, that section of the ruins suddenly collapsed downward. 2 beads, one black and one white, swam slowly in the narrow space like fish, reflecting each other like a yin-yang symbol. Having been discovered by Fan Yao, the yin-yang thunder pearls suddenly shot out from the ruins. As if possessing intelligence, they darted away from Fan Yao at full speed, escaping 1,000 meters in just moments. Run? Do these 2 beads think they can escape to the heavens? Fan Yao chuckled to himself. With a wave of his hand, thick ice walls several meters thick rose up along the path of the yin-yang thunder pearls. Accompanied by a bone-chilling cold, it seemed as though the entire sky was about to freeze over. However, the spirituality of this extraordinary object once again surpassed Fan Yao's imagination. As if aware of the obstruction ahead, the yin-yang thunder pearl abruptly halted in front of the ice wall. The pearl trembled slightly, and suddenly released an immense energy that rapidly transformed into a terrifying black and white thunderstorm. The thunderstorm, towering 100 feet high, resembled the yin-yang taiji, with one side radiating dazzling brilliance to the extreme and the other side exuding profound darkness to the extreme. The 2 forces intertwined into a spiral, fiercely crashing against the ice wall. The ice wall trembled violently and, under Fan Yao's control, rapidly shrank into a massive transparent blue ice sphere, encapsulating the Yin-Yang Thunder Pearl with no escape. The sphere transformed into a blue radiance and fell into Fan Yao's hand. Lord Fan Yao, this is... Ning Xiaolu couldn't help but open her mouth wide, her face full of astonishment. She had just seen this object appear in the ruins of the Great Hall, and it must have been there from the beginning. Yet, she had stayed in the hall for so long without sensing its presence at all. The Yin-Yang Thunder Pearl, the true essence of the inheritance of the Falling Moon sect, Fan Yao explained indifferently, his gaze falling on the ice sphere in his hand, which emitted a terrifying chill. Even as he held it, the ice sphere continued to bounce around unstably, with the Yin-Yang Thunder Pearl inside crashing wildly like a raging bull, causing Fan Yao's arm to tremble slightly. The energy contained in these two pearls is probably 100 times more powerful than my inheritance. Ning Xiaolu's mouth formed an O shape. Even with Fan Yao's energy isolating it, the faint energy that escaped still made her feel uncomfortable, forcing her to step back. Such immense energy could likely only be tamed by Lord Fan Yao. If it were up to her, it would take years to absorb it completely. Indeed, Fan Yao nodded, lightly tapping the ice sphere with his finger. The sphere instantly shattered gently and then quickly reassembled, transforming into a dense ice element energy that enveloped the Yin-Yang Thunder Pearl. The terrifying chill spread instantly, reducing the pearl's activity. Crackle! A layer of azure ice crystals formed over the Yin-Yang Thunder Pearl, resembling runes that firmly restrained it. The sound of light contact resembled the crisp collision of ice blocks. Fan Yao casually stored the Yin-Yang Thunder Pearl and glanced at the completely destroyed ruins of the Falling Moon sect below, shaking his head slightly with a hint of regret. It seemed that the Yin-Yang Thunder Pearl was not only the energy source maintaining the inheritance, but also the force keeping the Great Hall from collapsing. Now that he had taken it, the entire hall had crumbled in an instant. Although he felt somewhat apologetic, he had no choice but to do so to obtain the treasure. I wonder how Lan Xiaoyu is doing over there. Did she intercept Hua Qingqiu? Fan Yao, having unexpectedly acquired a valuable treasure, was in an even better mood. Even when he thought of the repulsive Hua Qingqiu, the smile on his lips did not fade. Although he spoke of concern, Fan Yao was not particularly worried. That little one, though newly born and still naive, possessed a terrifying poison that was not to be underestimated. Even if Hua Qingqiu attempted a counterattack, his ultimate fate would likely be to accidentally get poisoned to death by Lan Xiaoyu. Shall we find another place to cultivate? With this thought, Fan Yao did not hesitate further and turned to Ning Xiaolu. All right. Ning Xiaolu's delicate and beautiful face instantly blossomed into a wide smile. She nodded obediently and, watching Fan Yao's departing figure, quickly followed, not falling behind by a single step. Somewhere far from the territory of the Luoyue clan, the area was already in complete disarray. As far as the eye could see, there were large pits emitting black smoke everywhere. Within the giant pits, traces of blue liquid flowed silently, corroding everything in its path. With each passing second, the pits expanded further, eventually becoming bottomless. The towering trees surrounding the road appeared to have been cut in half, but the cut surfaces formed a semicircle, with the same terrifying blue toxic liquid lingering, corroding the entire trunk, roots, and even the soil to an unknown depth. In the end, this majestic ancient tree, which had stood for countless years, disappeared in such a bizarre manner on the ancient battlefield, leaving only some withered branches and leaves curling and falling to the ground, desolate and bleak. Besides these, there were numerous eerie corpses with bluish faces, their skin shriveled and sunken as if all the moisture had been drained, dried like jerky. Their faces were grotesquely twisted, clearly having endured inhuman torture before death. Only one figure stood stiffly in the middle of the road, Hua Qingqiu. His entire body was rigid, not daring to move an inch. His throat bobbed as he desperately swallowed, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the S. Hua Qingqiu had already been driven mad by fear, his face pale and his demeanor frantic as he lunged forward and grabbed Lan Xiaoyu in his hand. The moment he touched Lan Xiaoyu's body, Hua Qingqiu let out a miserable scream, clutching his palm as his face twisted in agony. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. The skin on his palm was completely corroded, exposing the bloody veins and bones beneath, which twitched grotesquely. Despite the severity of the injury, not a single drop of blood flowed out. Lan Xiaoyu's exposed skin was covered in a deadly poison that could kill instantly. Feeling the vitality rapidly draining from his body, Hua Qingqiu's mind became unusually clear. At this moment, he began to ponder who he had provoked to bring about such a fatal disaster. Yet, after thinking for a long time, Hua Qingqiu couldn't come up with a single clue. The reason was simple. Every target he had acted against was carefully chosen either from small bases or weaker than him, incapable of seeking revenge. Hua Qingqiu's mind quickly grew muddled, his pupils dilated, and his body swayed before collapsing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Perhaps it was a strange sixth sense at the brink of death, but a cold face, always wearing a faint smile, flashed in his mind. Could it be Fanyao? Hua Qingqiu's body trembled violently, and with his last breath, he uttered a name. Lan Xiaoyu tilted his head in confusion, wondering why his master's name had come from this man's mouth. He stopped swimming and hovered beside Hua Qingqiu's head. Seeing Lan Xiaoyu's unexpected reaction, Hua Qingqiu's eyes widened in disbelief. His suspicion was immediately confirmed, and all his doubts seemed to unravel. Besides the fear of death, a deep regret surged in his heart. He had been hunting others all his life, only to end up being blinded by the prey. He should never have let the allure of inheritance cloud his judgment and gone after that woman's legacy, which had unnecessarily provoked Fanyao, leading to this moment, where even his life was forfeit. Fanyao, you win, Hua Qingqiu muttered bitterly, his voice filled with hatred. The poison had already destroyed all his tissues, and with one final convulsion, he stopped breathing. Ing. Having completed Fanyao's first task, Lan Xiaoyu happily wriggled his body and moved to Hua Qingqiu's waist. After a moment of effort, a storage pouch fell to the ground. Lan Xiaoyu opened his mouth, grabbed the bulging pouch, and gleefully flew off in the direction of Fanyao, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a twisted, grotesque corpse. At the same time, everything that had happened here was transmitted through the ancient battlefield record monument, falling into the eyes of countless people. However, no one could understand it. Ancient battlefield record monument. Participant Guji from Hanghua Base has died. Cause of death unknown. Ancient battlefield record monument. Participant Qinfeng from Hanghua Base has died. Cause of death unknown. Another 30 or so entries followed, until finally, Ancient battlefield record monument. Participant Hua Qingqiu from Hanghua Base has died. Cause of death unknown. The record came to an end. What the hell, Hua? Hua Qingqiu is dead. That bandit is dead. Is this damned record monument broken? Hua Qingqiu doesn't even know the cause of death. Are you blind? It's not just Hua Qingqiu, everyone in the Hanghua Grand Base. All died with unknown causes. Countless martial artists stared blankly at the content on the record monument, almost thinking they had misread it. Wasn't this record monument set up by the Imperial Academy to document the battles of the base? Shouldn't it have detailed knowledge of all the beasts, secret treasures, and inheritances within the ancient battlefield? How could there be an unknown cause of death? Could it be that there exists something in this ancient battlefield that even the Imperial Academy doesn't understand? Naturally, many people recalled a similar incident that happened months ago, a scene where over 30 records were updated in succession, announcing the end of another grand base. In a corner of the ancient battlefield, a dozen figures intertwined, looking at the scene on the record monument, unable to hold back their laughter. These were the martial artists from small bases who had been miserably robbed by Hua Qingqiu and had no choice but to band together. Even after all this time, they still didn't dare to act alone, only scavenging for small gains in the secret treasures left behind by the grand base martial artists, living a tight and meager life. I bet Hua Qingqiu, that bandit leader, definitely provoked Fanyao. Someone jumped excitedly, happier about Hua Qingqiu's death than if they had found treasure themselves. That bastard deserved it. He probably tried to rob someone else's treasure again, but this time, he couldn't handle the tough opponent. Another person immediately chimed in. But it's strange. When Fan Yao killed Zhao Yu before, he directly reported the name of the kill. Why is it that this time, the cause of death is unknown? That, I'm not sure. Anyway, Fan Yao avenged us. If it was him, some special methods wouldn't be surprising. True, let's go quickly and search for secret treasures. Without that bandit who even robbed small secret treasures, our harvest should be better. Saying this, the group laughed and boldly stepped out of the corner, openly exploring and searching for treasures in the ancient battlefield. In a somewhat hidden forest by a stream, the spring water trickled. Buzz species, human name, Fan Yao strength. Early stage of the creation realm basic talent. King level lightning attribute talent. King level earth attribute talent. King level fire attribute talent. King level water attribute talent. King level ice attribute talent. Advanced wind attribute talent. King level wood attribute talent. King level poison attribute talent. King level with unknown biological reaction metal attribute talent. King level whoosh. Fan Yao had just finished imprinting the King level lightning attribute talent from Kazhou. As he opened his eyes, he saw a blue light falling onto the stone in front of him, letting out a few soft chirps. Handled Hua Qingqiu? Fan Yao smiled slightly upon seeing this and asked softly. The little blue fish flicked its head, tossing the storage bag it held in its mouth over to him, then returned to Fan Yao's body. This storage bag belongs to Hua Qingqiu. Fan Yao looked at the storage bag in his hand with some surprise. After flipping through it for a moment, he found the Hanghua Grand Base's emblem in the bottom right corner and immediately realized with a wry smile. This little guy even knows how to loot corpses? A promising student indeed. Fan Yao held his forehead, feeling a sense of satisfaction akin to that of a father watching his children grow up. However, he did not immediately check the items in the storage bag. Instead, with a flip of his palm, 2 marbles appeared in his hand. These were the Yin-Yang Thunder Beads, now completely encased in ice, transformed into 2 extremely hard ice beads that might not even shatter under a hammer. As soon as they were taken out, a wave of coldness spread outward, instantly covering the surrounding stream, flowers, and grass with a thin layer of ice, while snow-white frost radiated in all directions. With a thought, the ice and snow covering the Yin-Yang Thunder Beads rapidly receded at a speed visible to the naked eye, finally revealing their true form. 1 black and 1 white bead emitted an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation, causing dark clouds to gather overhead, accompanied by occasional low thunderclaps. Once the ice and snow had completely melted away, the Yin-Yang Thunder Beads floated gently in front of Fan Yao, appearing exceptionally obedient. Clearly, they had already been subdued by him. Oh. Fan Yao exhaled lightly, and a dense layer of silver-white spiritual energy quickly spread across his body. Lightning surged as he approached the Yin-Yang Thunder Beads. But the previously slowly rotating Yin-Yang Thunder Beads trembled heavily, as if responding to a summons. Massive amounts of concentrated lightning energy began to pour out frantically, flowing into Fan Yao's body. The energy was so intense that Fan Yao was completely enveloped in black and white light, almost transforming into a glowing orb. Even his face took on a bizarre appearance, with the left side black and the right side white, resembling a two-faced figure. Hiss! Suddenly overwhelmed by such a vast influx of energy, Fan Yao let out a muffled groan, his seated posture becoming slightly unstable. He gritted his teeth, exhaling sharply through clenched lips. The energy, manifesting in black and white, gave Fan Yao contrasting sensations. Black was icy cold, while white was scorching hot, akin to the fusion of ice and fire attributes, creating a peculiar experience. The energy surged wildly through his body, triggering the unique body-tempering power of lightning energy to its fullest extent. Amid the intense pain, Fan Yao could clearly feel his physical strength improving at a noticeable rate. Meanwhile, at a distance from Fan Yao, the training scene here was entirely different from the violent spectacle surrounding him. Is Lord Fan Yao using the Yin-Yang Thunder Beads for body tempering? Ning Xiaolu, her delicate figure enveloped in white light, opened her beautiful eyes and looked in Fan Yao's direction. When she saw the figure already transformed into a massive orb of light, she couldn't help but bite her lip, suppressing the worry in her heart. Lord Fan Yao has already broken through to the creation realm, yet I am still only at the pure origin realm. If this continues, I fear I won't be able to become a support for Lord Fan Yao and will instead turn into an annoying burden. Ning Xiaolu clenched her fists tightly, her long nails digging into her palms and breaking the skin, causing a sharp pain. The next moment, I must rely on the inheritance to break through to the commander realm. Determination and seriousness, unprecedented in her expression, surged onto Ning Xiaolu's adorable face. She then focused her mind and directed her attention to her lower abdomen. In her lower abdomen, a massive orb of light floated within her dantian like a blazing sun. Its surface was tightly bound by chains formed from 9-colored spiritual energy, layer upon layer, sealing it completely. This was clearly the result of Fan Yao's previous efforts to help Ning Xiaolu, isolating the violent lightning energy fluctuations to prevent them from losing control and exploding within her body. The occasional leakage of energy made Ning Xiaolu's hair stand on end. She cautiously extended a trace of spiritual power, daring only to draw out a small cluster of energy from the inheritance. Although it was just a small cluster, it felt like an ocean before Ning Xiaolu, causing her body to tremble slightly. Then, her consciousness slowly approached and gradually absorbed it. Once this small cluster was absorbed, she extracted another portion, repeating the process over and over. By the time Fan Yao opened his eyes, a month had already passed. At this moment, Fan Yao looked like a silver-cast statue, with lightning flickering even beneath his deep skin layers. His dark eyes were filled with silvery, white lightning energy, seemingly ready to overflow with just a blink, an indication of an overabundance of energy. He now suspected that even his muscles had turned silver. Comfortable, Fan Yao murmured as he slowly stood up. With every movement, his muscle cells were saturated with energy, feeling utterly refreshed. Extreme power filled every corner of his body. As expected of the yin-yang thunder beads, after releasing energy for a month, they've only dimmed slightly, yet the energy contained within remains incredibly abundant. Fan Yao raised his hand, and 2 yin-yang thunder beads, which had lost some of their luster due to energy consumption, swiftly returned to him. They transformed into a pattern resembling a Taiji 8 trigrams formation and were stored in his storage pouch. Immediately, the thunderclouds in the sky surged, but Fan Yao casually dispersed them. Then he stood up. As he stepped forward, boom, Fan Yao's right foot sank deeply into the ground, disappearing up to his ankle. Fan Yao's eyes widened as he instinctively placed his other foot on the ground to pull the first one out. But then boom, both feet sank into the ground. A double disaster. Crack, crack, crack. Fan Yao stared blankly as fissures as thick as a child's arm spread all the way to a nearby rock wall, which eventually collapsed into the stream. Fan Yao stood helplessly in place, trying to adapt to his explosively increased physical strength. After a long while, he finally managed to pull his feet out of the ground and carefully stepped onto the surface again. Seeing that the earth did not crack as it had before, Fan Yao let out a sigh of relief. Just as Fan Yao relaxed, a powerful aura of breakthrough suddenly surged. He turned his head and saw Ning Xiaolu's body radiating a brilliant light, her aura slowly rising. Ding! From the early stage of the pure origin realm to the mid-stage of the pure origin realm. A breakthrough of 1 stage, huh? Fan Yao raised an eyebrow. For Ning Xiaolu's low-level innate talent, breaking through 1 stage in a month was already extremely impressive. Sure enough, under Fan Yao's gaze, Ning Xiaolu's aura surged again, but ultimately failed to advance further, stopping at the mid-stage of the pure origin realm. She opened her eyes, her expression somewhat gloomy. She had hoped to see if she could break through to the commander realm, but the result was far from her expectations. Well done. Just as Ning Xiaolu was silently blaming herself, a faint voice of praise reached her ears. Fan Yao walked over with a light smile, his face showing a hint of surprise. To think that someone with a low-level talent could cultivate to the pure origin realm, you're the first I've ever seen. Fan Yao was indeed a bit astonished because, when he first arrived in this world, the talent he possessed was known as the better-off not awakened trash talent a low-level innate talent that he deeply understood how difficult it was to cultivate further with a low-level basic talent, as even after several days, there might not be the slightest improvement. Yet Ning Xiaolu, possessing a low-level basic talent, simultaneously had two high-level attribute talents. Despite the limitations of her low-level basic talent, she was still able to cultivate to the height of the pure origin realm, which was indeed incredibly peculiar. In the ancient battlefield, even things like the Yin-Yang Thunder Pearl appeared. It's not impossible that there might exist some heaven-defying divine objects capable of enhancing talent. I'll look for them when the time comes, Fan Yao murmured uncertainly, stroking his chin. Upon hearing this, Ning Xiaolu's heart skipped a beat. Her beautiful eyes glimmered with a touch of emotion as she gazed at Fan Yao. After hesitating for a moment, she gently bit her red lips with her pearly teeth and obediently nodded. Seeing this, Fan Yao smiled faintly and kept the matter in mind. Besides helping you find a divine object to enhance your talent, Xiao Huai and Si Yanran are currently unaccounted for. It seems we can't solely rely on the record monument, we need to actively search for them. Otherwise, it might take forever to reunite, Fan Yao said with a hint of helplessness. After all, these three were chosen by him, and he had to take some responsibility. Not to mention, before entering the ancient battlefield, Minister Zhang Yong had subtly hoped that he would take extra care of the participants from the central base. Given their friendship, Fan Yao did not refuse and tacitly agreed. However, it was frustrating. None of the four of them had their names frequently appear on the record monument. Even if a name occasionally showed up, it would quickly be buried under a flood of records, making it easy to miss. Moreover, everyone was constantly on the move, so even if information was obtained, by the time they arrived, there was a high chance they would find nothing. For instance, Fan Yao himself would always stir up some commotion before disappearing for months, with his whereabouts remaining sporadic and unpredictable. He could be in one place one moment and on the other side of the world the next. In short, he was very hard to track. As for Xiao Huai and Si Yanran, they were even more elusive. Fan Yao hadn't seen their names even once and didn't know whether they were alive or dead. Lord Fan Yao, I don't know about Sister Yinran's whereabouts, but I think I caught a glimpse of Xiao Huai's whereabouts before entering the Falling Moon sect. Seeing Fan Yao's tightly furrowed brows, Ning Xiaolu suddenly had a flash of inspiration, as if she had remembered something, and quickly stood up to speak. "Oh, what do you mean?" Fan Yao asked, somewhat surprised, his attention immediately shifting to Ning Xiaolu. Feeling Fan Yao's gaze, Ning Xiaolu's face instantly turned red, and she stammered slightly. "I only caught a glimpse before accidentally triggering the Falling Moon sect's inheritance and being sucked into the main hall." It seemed to say that Xiao Huai was trapped in the illusion of the Scarlet Danxia. Upon hearing this, Fan Yao's expression grew serious. Without hesitation, he turned and stepped into the sky. An illusion? It seems he's encountered some danger. There's no time to lose, let's go. Understood, my lord. Ning Xiaolu also realized the urgency of the situation and quickly followed behind Fan Yao, her heart filled with unease. At this moment, she finally understood how fortunate she was to have encountered Fan Yao, who had saved her from the brink of death. On the western side of the eastern part of the ancient battlefield, in a peculiar terrain, the surroundings were filled with fiery red hues. Even the rocks were red, exuding an intense heat. For a moment, it felt like standing at the mouth of a volcano, but upon closer inspection, there was no trace of flames anywhere. Boom, boom. In the vast expanse of crimson terrain, only the sound of wind and sand could be heard, accompanied by a hollow, low collision sound that echoed at regular intervals, like a caged beast. Scanning the area, one could see a figure gritting his teeth, stumbling around like a headless fly. His face was pale, his chin covered in stubble, and his eyes were unfocused. The cotton headband he once wore had long disappeared. The fiery red spiritual energy flickering on his body had significantly faded, clearly on the verge of exhaustion. It was Xiao Huai. Huff, huff. Xiao Huai once again hurled himself forward into the empty space ahead, only to be repelled by some invisible force the next second. Over and over, the cycle repeated. It was as if his range of movement was confined to a small 100-meter area, and any attempt to go beyond that was met with an unseen barrier that pushed him back, leaving him utterly frustrated. To an ordinary observer, it would look like a crazed martial artist hitting an invisible boundary and bouncing back to the ground, essentially defeating himself. Bang! Xiao Huai charged forward again, only to be violently thrown back, his head bleeding from the impact as his body slammed into the ground. This time, he no longer had the strength to get up, his entire body drenched in sweat. By his calculations, he had been trapped in this illusory maze for over a month and a half. During this time, he had lost count of how many attempts he had made to escape, but every single one had ended in failure. A month and a half without food or water, combined with excessive spiritual energy consumption, had left Xiao Huai feeling light as a feather, as if he were floating on clouds. To make matters worse, the fire attribute spiritual energy within him flickered briefly before retreating entirely into his body with a whoosh. No matter how hard he tried to summon it, not a trace would respond. It had completely given up on him. Damn it! Xiao Huai, utterly drained, collapsed on the ground like a fish out of water, waiting for death. His once fiery spirit felt as though it had been doused with a bucket of cold water, leaving him overwhelmed with grief and indignation. If only Lord Fan Yao were here. With Lord Fan Yao's strength, this ridiculous illusory maze could be shattered with a single punch. Unlike him, who had struggled for over a month, only to end up dying of exhaustion, hunger, and thirst to death so humiliating. Just as Xiao Huai closed his eyes, a serene expression on his face, a crisp female voice called out, "Xiao Huai, why do I feel like I just heard Ning Xiaolu's voice? Could it be that I'm already dead and have met Ning Xiaolu in the afterlife?" Xiao Huai muttered to himself, not bothering to open his eyes. "Xiao Huai, why aren't you moving? Lord Fan Yao is about to make a move." The female voice, tinged with a mix of doubt and astonishment, sounded again, this time with a hint of urgency. Lord Fan Yao. The moment he heard that name, the feeling of impending death was instantly replaced by sheer terror. Summoning all his remaining strength, Xiao Huai scrambled to his feet and instinctively rolled to the side in a panic. The next second, boom, the sound of an explosion echoed across the crimson landscape. The illusory maze that had trapped Xiao Huai for over a month shattered completely under the devastating blow, leaving no chance for resistance. Boom, the rumbling echoed, shaking the vast crimson land of Qi Danxia 3 times, bringing forth lingering reverberations that swirled endlessly across the red earth. A crisp sound, like shattering glass, rang out as the illusion of Qi Danxia instantly cracked into fragments. The overwhelming force spread throughout the illusion, an extreme power that made one's body go weak and heart pound like a drum. It was a long time before the echoing aftermath of the explosion gradually faded away and Qi Danxia returned to its deathly silence. Xiao Huai clutched his head, trembling on the ground like an ostrich, his posture somewhat comical. "Hey, what are you doing?" Ning Xiaolu's voice, tinged with a peculiar tone, sounded again. Xiao Huai remained dazed for quite a while, only realizing something was amiss when he heard Ning Xiaolu's voice for the third time. Struggling to open one eye, he desperately rolled his eyeballs. When his gaze landed on a certain spot to his right, Xiao Huai's eyes froze, unable to move. His mouth slowly opened, his lips trembling, staring as if he had seen something utterly unbelievable. Moments later, his throat felt as if it were stuffed with cotton, his nose stinging to the point of tears. And master, within his line of sight, 2 figures stood faintly. One of them had a massive spiderweb-like cracks spreading beneath his feet, his pitch-black pupils calm and unperturbed, as if he hadn't just shattered the illusion with a single punch, exuding an air of composure. "Hi." A small figure peeked out from behind Fan Yao, waving playfully with a little hand and greeting him. Seeing Xiao Huai's dumbfounded expression, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. What this time? A real-life illusion appeared? Xiao Huai could hardly believe his eyes. Lying there, he pinched his thigh hard, and after a moment, the sharp pain brought tears to his eyes. Feeling the pain coursing through his body, he finally confirmed he had been saved, and his entire body relaxed. "I thought I was going to die. Thank you, Master, thank you." Xiao Huai nodded repeatedly, his voice weak and strained as he desperately expressed his gratitude. He tried to get up quickly, but his body was too weak and severely dehydrated. Halfway up, he collapsed back down, his vision darkening and stars dancing before his eyes. Restore your strength first. Fan Yao glanced at Xiao Huai's reddened eyes and shook his head lightly, stopping him. Suddenly, he flicked his fingers, retrieving a bottle of water and a bag of dried meat from his storage pouch and tossing them beside Xiao Huai. These items were not made by him, but had been found in Kazhou's storage pouch, evidently prepared before entering the ancient battlefield. Unexpectedly, they came in handy now. Water, meat. Xiao Huai's eyes instantly lit up green, pouncing on them like a starving wolf. He tore open the packaging with his teeth and began devouring the contents ravenously. In just moments, the small bag of dried meat and bottle of "How did you trigger this illusion?" Fan Yao looked at the vast, flat terrain and asked in confusion. Apart from feeling a bit of heat, he couldn't sense any mechanisms or remnants, not even the slightest trace of a strange beast. In the absence of any anomalies, not to mention Xiao Huai, even if he had just arrived here, he might have fallen into the illusion and been unable to extricate himself. I don't remember touching anything. Anyway, as soon as I arrived, I was trapped and stayed there for a whole month. Hearing Fan Yao's question, Xiao Huai immediately perked up and replied, trying hard to recall the scene when he first arrived. But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with any clues. Instead, he remembered the terrifying experience of going from full confidence to near-death despair over the past month, and couldn't help but shudder, goosebumps rising all over his body. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Fan Yao nodded slightly. The next second, his attention fell on the ground radiating intense heat. Inside him, the energy formed by the fusion of 9 abilities seemed to have encountered a long-lost relative, conveying a feeling of "I'm so excited" to Fan Yao. Could it be that this crimson ground was unusual? Step aside. With this thought, Fan Yao's figure suddenly leapt into the air, his body surging with overwhelming spiritual power. He lowered his head slightly and spoke to the 2 stunned individuals. Ning Xiaolu, already familiar with Fan Yao's way of doing things, wasted no time in grabbing the still dazed Xiao Huai and retreating far away, not daring to make a sound. Who? Seeing this, Fan Yao exhaled lightly, his spiritual power suddenly erupting. His entire being seemed like a blazing sun burning at its limit, and his figure plummeted from mid-air like a cannonball. Boom roar. Break for me. Fan Yao shouted in a low voice, his arm trembling heavily. Buzz the immense force surged through his fist straight into the ground. Almost instantly upon contact, the entire crimson earth began to shatter like a mirror struck by a heavy blow, trembling violently. Cracks several meters wide spread to the horizon in the blink of an eye, and from the fissures, an extremely dense fiery red energy gushed out like spring water. The ground seemed like floating duckweed in the ocean, colliding and breaking apart. Within just a few breaths, the vast crimson earth had shattered into countless pieces. Mom. Xiao Huai nearly collapsed, almost falling from the clouds, his mouth twitching in horror. The ground he had been walking on for over a month was actually filled with such a terrifying concentration of energy. Those energies are flying up. They're going into the sky. Ning Xiaolu covered her red lips with her small hand, her beautiful eyes wide open in disbelief. Spiritual river, reversing? Fan Yao stared at the energy defying natural laws, flying upward and finally cascading down like a massive waterfall suspended in the sky, resembling the Milky Way hanging from the heavens. His eyes showed a hint of shock as he instinctively looked toward the pitch-black record monument standing in the distance. Sure enough, on the pitch-black record monument, the last line of small text slowly emerged. Ancient Battlefield Record Monument. Onqing Base Participant Fan Yao shattered the crimson illusion, triggering the reversal of the spiritual river. Location: Crimson Land. Crimson Land? Spiritual river reversal? Countless martial artists witnessed this scene, all with stunned expressions. Subsequently, whether they were engaged in battle or traveling, they all stopped in their tracks. The Spirit River refers to the vast and boundless energy of heaven and earth that, due to certain reasons, gathers together, accumulates, and compresses over hundreds of years, eventually liquefying into pure energy under extreme conditions. Scientists have calculated that the concentration of spiritual energy within it reaches an astonishing 88.88%. The final state is no longer wisps of mist, but a substance as tangible as water. Decades ago, in the outside world, there was once a spectacular phenomenon of the spirit river overflowing, resembling stars falling from the heavens, which drove countless martial artists into a frenzy and became a widely discussed event. Absorbing just one drop was equivalent to a day of cultivation. It is said that during the time the spirit river spanned the sky, it helped at least hundreds of martial artists achieve breakthroughs in their strength, with the brilliance of their breakthroughs lighting up the night as if it were daytime. Unfortunately, the spirit river phenomenon lasted only a brief 10 days before dissipating. Those martial artists who benefited from the spirit river were naturally overjoyed. However, a much larger group of people, due to being too far away, arrived near the spirit river only to see it slowly dissipating, unable to even touch its edges, and lamented in regret. And now, for this generation of young martial artists, in this ancient battlefield, they unexpectedly have the chance to witness such a phenomenon again. Wow, oh my God! Many martial artists, like cats catching the scent of fish, stood dumbfounded for a moment before snapping back to their senses, changing direction, and rushing toward the crimson sunset mentioned on the record monument. They ran and jumped along the way. The spirit river overflow. Damn, it's the spirit river overflow. I'm about to witness the spirit river overflow phenomenon, a once-in-a-century event. I used to only hear the elders talk about this spirit river overflow phenomenon. I always thought they were lying to me, but I didn't expect it to be real. Someone exclaimed loudly, their face flushed with excitement. I heard it's filled with pure energy. If I'm lucky enough to absorb it for an hour or two, I might be able to break through to the commander level. Another person sped up wildly, rubbing their hands together, their desire for the spirit river written all over their face, more tempting than a beauty. Opened by Fan Yao. Many others also noticed the name on the record monument, and their frenzied running suddenly halted, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Opening such a treasure, I doubt anyone would want to share it with others, right? Why do I feel like it's going to be hard to take advantage of this spirit river overflow opportunity? Would Fan Yao be so kind as to let us absorb it too? Who cares? Let us go check it out first. The spirit river's energy is so abundant. Fan Yao couldn't possibly swallow it all alone, no matter how powerful he is. Even if we can scrape a little off the edges, it's better than foolishly cultivating on our own. Hurry up, don't delay. Who knows when this spirit river might disappear? Following the opening of the Falling Moon Sect's inheritance, Fan Yao's activation of the spirit river once again sparked a frenzy. What pure energy! Fan Yao hovered in midair, gazing at the massive waterfall that almost covered the entire crimson sunset ground and the ocean like energy gathering on the surface, his eyes filled with shock. Master! Behind him, Xiao Huai's face was pale, his gaze somewhat wary as he looked around. I saw the message on the record monument. By now, there are probably already warriors nearby who have arrived. Ignore them. Fan Yao had naturally already sensed several approaching presences, some strong, some weak. He glanced around, his gaze pausing in several directions, shaking his head helplessly, yet showing no intention of driving them away. In this regard, Fan Yao understood better than anyone. Unlike the previous fortune fruit, which was a matter of snatching one and losing one, this spiritual river was entirely different. The target was too large, the allure too great. As long as the meat was there, flies would come, drawn by the scent to share the feast. These warriors had come to seek treasures, driving one away would only bring another. It would be a waste of time to keep chasing them off. Understood. Xiao Huai nodded and retreated, though his heart was filled with imbalance and resentment. Those warriors were truly tactless. Whether out of morality or the rule of first come, first served, they should at least wait for Lord Fan Yao to finish absorbing the energy. Surely, they wouldn't compete with these opportunistic warriors for energy? However, since Fan Yao had already spoken, Xiao Huai dared not say more and could only grumble inwardly. Soon, amidst Xiao Huai's frustration, the first group of warriors appeared in the trio's line of sight, carrying a dusty and travel-worn aura. They were from a medium-sized base of little renown, consisting of 8 people. The eight cautiously glanced at the trio, and seeing Fan Yao's expressionless face, they dared not act presumptuously. From a distance, they cupped their hands in a martial salute. Fan Yao's lips curved into a faint smile, nodding slightly in a gesture of friendliness. Fan Yao doesn't seem as violent and unreasonable as the rumors say. Seeing that Fan Yao didn't suddenly lash out, the warriors felt relieved, their guard lowered, and their tense bodies slightly relaxed. However, they still kept their distance, not daring to approach. They merely stayed on the riverbank, their eyes burning with desire as they stared at the towering spiritual river, their gazes full of longing. Soon after, the second group of warriors arrived. Judging by their overall strength, they were roughly at the postnatal realm, with only one at the unity realm. They were a coalition of small bases banding together for survival. This was the same group that had been miserably plundered by Hua Qingqiu in the past. It's Fan Yao. Haha, we finally get to see him in person today. They glanced at the two groups already present, their eyes landing on Fan Yao with a hint of excitement. Yet, knowing they couldn't approach, they simply stayed quietly at a distance, craning their necks and staring foolishly at the massive spiritual river. Even the slightest energy collision left them trembling with fear. These people. Fan Yao glanced at the newly arrived group of warriors, unable to suppress his curiosity. The deep dive of the vast sea had been perilous even for him. How had they, with their strongest member only at the Unity realm, managed to pass the selection battle? Another 10 minutes passed. The third group of warriors suddenly appeared in the sky. Fan Yao turned to look, raising his eyebrows slightly. This was an unfamiliar large base that Lu Mufeng had not introduced to him. The leader's strength seemed to be at the mid-stage of the commanding realm. The warriors arriving are getting stronger. Fan Yao had yet to react, but Xiao Huai and Ning Xiaolu exchanged a heavy glance. Since a mid-level commander realm expert had already appeared, would the next one to emerge be a super powerhouse of the creation realm? As they worried about this, some time passed. Suddenly, the Spirit River underwent another strange change. On the surface of the Spirit River, which was surging with milky white pure energy waves, block-like objects began to float downstream along the turbulent energy flow, resembling leaves spinning in the water, drifting with the current. Lord Fan Yao, Ning Xiaolu, with her sharp eyes, immediately noticed the anomaly. She stretched out her finger to point into the distance and exclaimed in surprise. Fan Yao squinted his eyes and looked in the direction Ning Xiaolu was pointing. When he saw the floating objects, his brows furrowed slightly, and he murmured uncertainly, "Meditation cushions? What are those things? They're too small to see clearly." At the same time, many martial artists also noticed the strange objects. When they floated closer, everyone could see their appearance clearly, and their expressions changed slightly. They looked like the meditation cushions used by monks in temples for sitting meditation. Am I seeing things? Why would there be meditation cushions on the Spirit River? Wait, there are 9 of them. No, there's another one. 10 meditation cushions in total? Are we supposed to sit and meditate like monks? Everyone couldn't help but exchange puzzled glances. Even Fan Yao was momentarily unsure of the purpose behind this and could only remain patient, observing the situation as it unfolded. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the 10 objects slowly drifted closer, allowing everyone to examine them more closely. What the heck is going on? Upon closer inspection, the confusion in everyone's minds grew even stronger. They hadn't seen wrong, these were indeed meditation cushions. However, their material was different from the ones used in the outside world. They seemed to be made of some kind of stone, polished smooth by the energy of the Spirit River, with some even covered in moss. These meditation cushions, they must serve some purpose. Fan Yao's gaze was fixed on the cushions, sharp enough to seemingly pierce through them. However, despite his efforts, the cushions themselves showed no abnormalities. Even if Fan Yao stared at them until he bored a hole through them, he couldn't discern anything. At that moment, a voice called out tentatively, "Fan Yao." Fan Yao was slightly taken aback and turned toward the source of the voice, surprised to see the mid-level commander realm leader of the large base staring at him with flickering eyes. Fan Yao frowned slightly. "Please don't misunderstand. I just want to confirm something. With your creation realm strength, absorbing a little energy wouldn't affect you, right? You wouldn't hold it against us, would you?" Seeing Fan Yao look over, the mid-level Commander Realm leader immediately took 2 small steps back, his guard up. He glanced at the spirit river's energy, which radiated immense allure, and forced himself to finish speaking despite his inner yearning. Clearly, this guy couldn't resist his desire to absorb the energy. However, knowing he was no match for Fan Yao and fearing that Fan Yao might secretly attack him, he asked this question cautiously. This guy, is he an idiot? Everyone was stunned. This way of asking was already quite tactful. There was another, less polite way to phrase it. When I absorb the energy you found, can you refrain from taking action and just stay quietly on the side? If possible, after I finish absorbing it, uphold your pride as a strong individual and let me go without making things difficult. The expression might differ, but the essence of the meaning was exactly the same. Was there even a need to ask? How could Fan Yao possibly agree? However, what happened next left everyone utterly shocked. All right, Fan Yao nodded slightly and responded decisively. To show that he truly wouldn't take action, he even placed both hands behind his back and gestured with his chin toward the surging spiritual river, signaling for the other to proceed without interference. His expression and demeanor were extremely sincere. Not only did everyone look as if they'd seen a ghost, but even Xiao Huai and Ning Xiaolu were taken aback by Fan Yao's unexpectedly agreeable attitude. Having witnessed Fan Yao's abilities multiple times, the two instinctively felt that something was amiss. Is the Lord planning to trick someone again? Ning Xiaolu pursed her lips, secretly amused. It seems the Lord has his own plans. If I step forward, I might disrupt his strategy, Xiao Huai thought to himself, gazing at Fan Yao with admiration and trust. The initial urge to step out and berate the shameless individual was immediately extinguished. Ha ha ha, the Lord is indeed magnanimous. Such a display of a strong individual's demeanor earns my respect. The treasure is right before us, and I can hardly resist any longer. Since no one dares to be the first to try, let me take the lead. Upon hearing this, the man laughed heartily, casually praising Fan Yao before turning his fiery gaze toward the spiritual river, his eyes filled with greed for its energy. Without waiting for anyone to speak, the next second splash. The man couldn't hold back and dove straight into the spiritual river like a diver, producing an eerie splash. Then, simultaneously with the sound of the water, came a blood-curdling scream of agony. Fan Yao's gaze immediately shifted toward the man, squinting as he observed his reaction. Moments later, his pupils contracted slightly. What is this? Oh my goodness! Everyone turned to look as well, and their faces instantly turned pale, teeth chattering as they shivered uncontrollably. Any trace of envy they had vanished in an instant. Everyone couldn't help but gasp, and those from the smaller bases directly collapsed to the ground, desperately retreating, fearing even the slightest splash of energy might touch them. I understand now. Fan Yao exhaled lightly, not even glancing at the skeletons floating in the spirit river. Flames flickered in his dark eyes as he suppressed the shock in his heart and murmured softly. The energy in the spirit river is too concentrated. If a person falls into it, this would be their fate. And these meditation mats can dilute the energy to a level the human body can accept, protecting warriors from energy corrosion. The most critical point is that, faced with the incredibly tempting spirit river, the warriors who arrive later to claim a share will only grow stronger and more numerous. Yet, there are only 10 seats. At the same time, more warriors from major bases arrived at the scene, and upon witnessing this, a gleam flashed in their eyes. So that's it. The purpose of these mats is clear now. The crowd, snapping out of their shock and fear, immediately realized the function of the mats. In an instant, countless fiery gazes fell upon the mats, and some even licked their lips in greed. Those gazes were even hotter than the ones directed at the spirit river. Grab them. No one knew who shouted first, but it was like a trigger had been pulled. In an instant, countless warriors leapt into action, swarming like locusts toward the mats. As long as I can claim one mat, I can safely absorb the energy from the spirit river, absorbing until I'm full. I'm reserving a mat. If you're not afraid of death, come and fight me for it. Haha, I'm the first one. Oh, one of the warriors was about to step onto a stone meditation mat. As soon as his foot touched it, his expression changed drastically, and he screamed before falling headfirst into the spirit river. In just moments, he was calcified into crystalline bones. There's an open spot here. This tragic scene did nothing to dampen the crowd's enthusiasm. Instead, more warriors scrambled to claim the spot vacated by the unlucky warrior, behaving almost like bandits. Out of the 10 seats, 6 were taken in an unimaginably short time, leaving only 4 remaining. Let's go too, but be careful. Watching the chaotic scene before him, which could only be described as a dance of demons, Fan Yao took a deep breath and turned to the 2 beside him. All right, Xiao Huai and Ning Xiaolu, who had been growing increasingly anxious, immediately nodded with serious expressions upon hearing Fan Yao's words. Following closely behind him, they also charged into the air above the spirit river. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, Fan Yao's figure, carrying an overwhelming aura of power, swept toward one of the mats, scattering a group of strong warriors like startled birds. Fan Yao's figure flickered, his toes lightly touching down as he landed gently on the mat, followed by a sound of surprise. No wonder that capable warrior had made such a rookie mistake and slipped. This stone meditation mat was unexpectedly slippery, as if coated with a layer of lubricant, offering no grip at all. However, for Fan Yao, the slippery moss on the stone mat posed no challenge. His foot seemed to adhere firmly to the mat as if glued. The wind howled, yet Fan Yao's figure remained motionless. His imposing presence caused the expressions of those watching to subtly change. Damn it, why did I have to run into Fan Yao? He possesses creation realm strength, and competing with him has too low a chance of success. Several martial artists immediately froze in place, their expressions changing drastically. Without a second thought, they abandoned the meditation mat and turned their attention to another, fighting fiercely for it. Fan Yao, who had originally planned for a fierce battle, hadn't even drawn his weapon before the area in front of him was empty, leaving him helpless. Earlier, he had eliminated Zhao Yu, Ke Zhou, and Hua Qingqiu, 3 creation realm experts, significantly reducing the number of creation realm individuals in the ancient battlefield. Now, most of those arriving were at the commander realm. At present, Fan Yao was the strongest in this spirit river, standing out prominently, with no one daring to challenge him. The true powerhouses haven't arrived yet, and it's already turned into such chaos. Fan Yao looked around. The martial artists who had previously displayed a strong demeanor were now bloodthirsty, their eyes red with fury. Even those who had already occupied the meditation mats on the isolated islands were being harassed and challenged by other unwilling martial artists, one by one being knocked into the spirit river like dumplings. In contrast, the area around Fan Yao remained calm and undisturbed. No one dared to challenge him, and even those who recklessly tried to provoke him were swiftly blasted into the spirit river, where they were instantly swallowed up. Success. Xiao Huai and Ning Xiaolu, not far from Fan Yao, managed to occupy a meditation mat without incident after some battles, successfully securing their position. At this point, all 9 isolated island mats had been fully occupied, leaving only 1 vacant. However, this vacancy clearly wouldn't last long. The last spot is mine. A late-stage commander realm martial artist mercilessly blasted a provocateur into the spirit river, then laughed wildly in delight as he stepped onto the isolated island mat. His body swayed a few times before he clung to the mat with all his might, determined not to let go even if it killed him. Several figures rushing toward him stopped in their tracks, their gazes sweeping over the 10 individuals who had successfully secured seats, their expressions dark and brooding. Then, Xiao Huai and Ning Xiaolu's expressions subtly changed as they felt numerous ambiguous gazes fall upon them, filled with restless intent. These 2 are the weakest. If we can knock them into the spirit river, 2 spots will open up. They clenched their fists tightly, weighing their options between the 2, and ultimately, most of them focused their attention on Ning Xiaolu. The invasive stares made Ning Xiaolu's face pale, her delicate body trembling slightly. At that moment, a cold gaze swept over them, causing everyone to freeze in place and turn their heads with drastically changed expressions. Fan Yao was calmly staring at them, his dark eyes radiating a chilling light. Damn, that was close. I forgot these 2 have a close relationship with Fan Yao. The The small schemes that had just arisen in their minds were immediately suppressed. Unwillingly, they clenched their fists and dropped them to their sides, struggling internally for a long time before ultimately choosing to give up. Seeing that no one was coming to cause trouble anymore, Xiao Huai and Ning Xiaolu finally felt their hearts, which had been racing to the point of nearly jumping out of their throats, slowly settle down. They looked at Fan Yao with gratitude. Now, we should be able to cultivate in peace. Fan Yao glanced at the crowd, which had completely quieted down. Many of them were biting their teeth in extreme frustration, but none dared to come forward to stir up trouble. That a breath had yet to be released when a sudden change occurred. From above the horizon, powerful auras rapidly approached from different directions. Creation realm, late stage, and one divine void realm. No, half-step divine void realm. Fan Yao slowly opened his eyes, his pupils slightly contracting as he glanced in several directions, his expression gradually turning grim. He just wanted to peacefully absorb the energy from the spirit river. Why was it so difficult? This is bad. Those occupying the other meditation mats, all at the commander realm, also began to sense the overwhelming auras rapidly approaching. They opened their eyes one after another, their expressions turning tense. In the air, which had suddenly grown oppressive, the owners of those two auras finally appeared before everyone, enveloped in an awe-inspiring spiritual power that made people tremble. They transformed into two figures, confronting each other, each claiming half of the territory. The late-stage creation realm expert glanced at the already fully occupied 10 seats, his gaze sweeping across and landing on Xiao Huai and Ning Xiaolu. He suddenly shouted, "Eyesores, get out of the spirit river." As his words fell, the space instantly fell silent, all voices vanishing, leaving only the sound of the spirit river's rushing waters. Countless stunned gazes fixed on the two who had suddenly arrived, their eyes darting back and forth. Information about the competing experts purchased before entering the battlefield flooded their minds. Late-stage creation realm, half-step divine void realm. That would be Bao Lei from the Liaoling base and Tao Xinghe from the Yuqing base. This meant the power dynamics here were about to shift again. But no one had expected Bao Lei to be so domineering, directly demanding others to leave. Why should we? Xiao Huai's smile froze, the excitement on his face quickly fading. His expression turned grim as he clenched his fists tightly, his face flushed with humiliation. Humph. Bao Lei stood proudly in the clouds, completely ignoring Xiao Huai's questioning. He snorted coldly, sneered disdainfully, and raised his hand to point. "You, and that woman, with your mere pure origin realm strength, what qualifications do you have to sit here?" His finger also included Ning Xiaolu, whose expression subtly changed. "Don't even think about us giving up our seats so easily." Ning Xiaolu gritted her teeth, standing up. She had long known that absorbing the spirit river's energy wouldn't be easy, but she hadn't expected the warrior challenging them to be so powerful. "This is an order." Bao Lei frowned slightly, his expression showing a hint of displeasure. Clearly, he hadn't expected the two to dare to defy him with their pure origin realm strength, leaving him momentarily embarrassed. "Huh. If you have the guts, kill me. Thinking you can take someone else's hard-earned seat with just a few words, who do you think you are?" Xiao Huai's spiritual power had mostly recovered. He spat twice into his palms, then assumed a fighting stance, his eyes blazing with battle intent. The seat that Lord Fan Yao had secured for them, how could they just hand it over? Ning Xiaolu also let out a low hum, her body emanating a dense energy fluctuation, faintly tinged with a trace of inheritance. Though she was only at mid-stage pure origin realm, she was in no way inferior to late-stage pure origin realm, drawing some astonished glances. These two pure origin realm brats dare to confront Bao Lei, a late-stage creation realm expert, face to face? Should we call this the fearlessness of youth? With this, Bao Lei must be absolutely furious. Countless people felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, a bit of admiration for Xiao Huai and his group's courage, and on the other, a sense of pity for their overestimation of their abilities. A late-stage creation realm cultivator could crush the two of them with a single palm. "It seems this won't end peacefully," Fan Yao muttered, frowning as he stared at Bao Lei. The spiritual energy within him had already begun to stir restlessly. The countless dazed gazes in the air made Bao Lei's face flush with embarrassment, which quickly turned into a thoroughly cold and sinister expression. Especially that mocking, amused look in someone's eyes, it made his anger surge to its peak. He suddenly raised his head, glaring at the figure across from him, gritting his teeth. Tao, Xing, he, hey, you bastard, why are you calling your grandpa? Tao Xinghe, with his somewhat handsome and dashing appearance, carried a long sword on his back. His entire aura was as sharp as a blade, exuding an overwhelming presence. Just standing there, one could almost hear the clanging of swords and blades in the air, a truly remarkable sight. However, his lofty demeanor as a powerful figure was completely undercut the moment he opened his mouth, as a wave of comedic absurdity hit everyone, leaving them dumbfounded. Is all you can do talk big? Bao Lei's face darkened even further upon hearing Tao Xinghe's impolite words, and he retorted coldly. At least I can talk big. What about you? You can't even beat me, yet you insist on butting in just to get insulted. Does it make you feel better? Tell me, are you just asking for it? Tao Xinghe chuckled, spreading his hands. Who says I can't beat you? Bao Lei's lips twitched at these words. His fists clenched tightly, his face flushed red, and he looked as if he wanted to tear Tao Xinghe's mouth apart. Oh wow, a few days without a beating, and you've grown bold, huh? Come on, stop bullying those two pure Origin Realm guys, and spar with me instead. Fine, let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on then. Why don't you charge at me? You're just a coward, spineless. You're not even as good as those two pure Origin Realm guys. As the argument escalated, the two of them started fighting. As they fought, their tempers flared even more. In just a few moments, they had exchanged hundreds of moves, their figures moving so fast that it was hard to follow. Explosions of energy resounded like thunder. The vast energy leaking from the sky made many people's hearts race and their breathing grow labored. I've heard before that the U City base and the Liao Ridge base don't get along, but I didn't think it was this bad. Their relationship is terrible. They start fighting at the drop of a hat. So, are we still going to absorb the energy from this spirit river or not? What are these two even here for? Fan Yao pressed his lips together tightly, his gaze somewhat peculiar as he watched the two figures darting around. The fluctuations of late-stage creation realm and half-step divine void realm energy made him feel increasingly impatient. In this environment, how was he supposed to cultivate? The duration of the spirit river's energy surge was uncertain. It could disappear at any moment. Time was energy. With this thought, Fan Yao suddenly leapt into the air, his entire being radiating intense energy waves. Like a sharp sword, he forcibly inserted himself into the battle between the two. With a twist of his palm, a massive nine-colored energy surged forward like a spiritual serpent, roaring violently as it struck one of them. Shit! Tao Xinghe's eyes widened as he quickly withdrew, the energy he had been gathering within him forcibly dissipating. He stumbled back several steps. Get lost. After striking with a single blow, Bao Lei retreated but showed no intention of dodging. With reddened eyes, he charged forward again, his energy surging as he expanded his attack range to include Fan Yao, a mere early-stage creation realm cultivator, rushing up recklessly. What are you doing? Get back, get back. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Tao Xinghe glared at Fan Yao with irritation. Fan Yao cast him a cold glance without saying a word. With a wave of his hand, his body was enveloped in a terrifying surge of power, and he threw a heavy punch straight at Bao Lei. Damn it! What kind of trash dares to provoke me now? Bao Lei was initially surprised when he saw Fan Yao, but after sensing the aura emanating from him, he froze for a moment. Then, he immediately flew into a rage, cursing loudly. Without dodging or flinching, he met the punch head-on with his own. Boom! The two fists collided heavily. Rip! The sleeve of Bao Lei's punching arm was instantly torn to shreds. Ugh! Feeling the violent and unparalleled energy surging from Fan Yao's fist, Bao Lei's expression changed drastically. His feet stumbled backward in mid-air, retreating several steps before he barely managed to steady himself. What the Tao Xinghe, who had been rushing forward, froze in place, almost tripping over himself. He rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Early-stage creation realm defeating late-stage? Wow. Kid, are you some kind of beast in human form? How is your physical strength so overwhelming? Tao Xing stared at Fan Yao as if he were looking at a monster. After a moment, he couldn't help but walk up and pat Fan Yao on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had seen it clearly. Just now Fan Yao's punch against Bao Lei had shown no signs of using spiritual energy. It was purely raw physical strength. And yet, he had managed to send a late-stage creation realm cultivator like Bao Lei flying. What did that mean? Regardless of Fan Yao's overall strength, his physical power alone was already strong enough to rival that of a late-stage creation realm warrior. Against a pure origin realm or commander realm warrior, a single punch could likely reduce them to a mist of blood. If he were to add spiritual energy to his attacks, Bao Lei would probably end up in a massive pit. Fan Yao cast a strange glance at the overly familiar Tao Xinghe, but said nothing. He turned his calm gaze toward Bao Lei, who had recovered and was flying back with a dark expression. Do you still want to fight? Feeling the intense pain in his arm, Bao Lei couldn't help but grimace. Hearing Fan Yao's question, his face grew even darker, as if he felt belittled. Ha ha ha, he's asking if you still want to fight, Bao Lei. Look at you, getting humiliated all the way back to your grandmother's house. A late-stage creation realm cultivator, getting beaten down by an early-stage one. Tao Xinghe didn't seem to mind Fan Yao's cold demeanor. He jumped to Fan Yao's side, slinging an arm around his shoulder like they were old friends, his eyes squinting with laughter. Isn't that hilarious? Hearing this, Bao Lei froze, then immediately flew into a rage. Tao Xinghe, don't push it too far. He was furious. Did Tao Xinghe really think he was afraid of him? Waving a chicken feather like it was a command flag, he was just an early-stage creation realm cultivator. What was there to fear? TCH, stubborn as a mule. Then I'll beat you until you submit. Tao Xinghe sneered. In the next second, his body shot forward again. Hey, you. Fan Yao's expression shifted slightly. He reached out a hand, trying to pull Tao Xinghe back, but the latter slipped away like a fish. With a strange twist of his body, he evaded Fan Yao's grasp entirely. Ignoring Fan Yao's attempts to stop them, the two tangled together again, fighting and cursing, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Although it looked somewhat comical, every move was fraught with danger. This wasn't play, they were genuinely aiming to kill. Between these two, there was an irreconcilable conflict. In the Spirit River, on those meditation mats. Can we still absorb energy or not? A martial artist who had already claimed a spot stared longingly at the rushing Spirit River, feeling as frustrated as someone on their wedding night interrupted by a noisy crowd. Their interest was utterly ruined. They were itching to absorb the energy but dared not act rashly, feeling the residual energy waves passing through, their faces full of despair. I want to ask too, if you're going to fight, can't you do it somewhere else? Someone muttered discontentedly, but didn't dare to shout, only grumbling inwardly, afraid to complain too much. The treasure was right in front of them, but because of the two who wouldn't stop fighting, they couldn't absorb it at all, leaving everyone scratching their heads in frustration. High above, Fan Yao's lips twitched slightly, his temper flaring. Damn it, I told you to stop, but you won't. Are you crazy? If you want to fight, go somewhere else. Otherwise, I won't hold back. The next second, his figure leapt up again, forcibly inserting himself into their battle, fighting while cursing. Hearing the insults. How is this my fault? This brat deserves a beating. Tao Xinghe pointed at Bao Lei and cursed furiously, completely losing his composure. The long sword on his back had somehow been drawn, its sharp intent radiating as he attacked Bao Lei relentlessly. 2 against 1, that's not fair. Bao Lei struggled to fend off two martial artists, one a half-step into the divine realm, and the other, though a latecomer, was equally formidable. He almost spat blood on the spot. Who cares about fairness? I love gang fights the most. Bao Lei was on the verge of coughing up blood, while the atmosphere on the other side was much more cheerful. Tao Xinghe grew more excited as he fought, eventually starting to chat with Fan Yao. Haha, your name's Fan Yao, right? You're pretty strong. Come on, let's kill this bastard together, then go back to absorb the Spirit River's energy. What do you think? I've heard about your exploits for a long time. Have you heard of mine? I'm Tao Xinghe from the Yuqing base, super famous. Hey, YR. Fan Yao rolled his eyes, clearly unwilling to engage further with this chatterbox who seemed to be overly familiar. The next second, His entire body erupted with metallic energy, pouring out like a surging river. The aura carried a sharp, murderous intent, shining as brilliantly as a golden sun. Golden body Arhut fist. Fan Yao's fists, glowing with a golden radiance, launched into a frenzied assault at an almost blinding speed, so fast that afterimages seemed to linger. Punch after punch, there was no pause, as if he were a machine wound up and set into motion. Bang, 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 bang. The rapid series of impacts echoed out like the relentless pounding of a pile driver, leaving countless onlookers dumbfounded. In just moments, Bao Lei's face had turned bruised and bloody, swollen like a stuffed bun, his head slightly dizzy from the relentless barrage. Even after Fan Yao ceased his attack, Bao Lei's head continued to sway side to side instinctively, giving him a foolish appearance. Holy crap. Well done, Fan Yao. Damn, that punchable face looks just perfect now, so satisfying. Tao Xinghe glanced over and immediately burst into an earth-shaking, ghost-wailing roar of laughter. He clutched his stomach, almost rolling onto the ground in hysterics. Fan Yao withdrew his fists, his expression chillingly cold. The two people you insulted earlier? They're under my protection. You brought this upon yourself. This is the consequence. It took a long moment for Bao Lei to recover. The searing pain on his face obliterated his rationality, and Fan Yao's high and mighty tone of reprimand only fueled his rage further. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked as if he were about to spit blood from sheer fury. Haven T had enough of a beating yet. Fan Yao raised an eyebrow, noticing the defiance in Bao Lei's expression and his apparent intent to retaliate. Once more, golden light began to gather in his hands, radiating an overwhelming metallic force. Without hesitation, he prepared to teach Bao Lei another lesson. Wait, I can promise not to trouble those two anymore, all right? But as for other people, you can't possibly control everything, can you? Bao Lei's eyes flashed with a hint of calculation as he hastily retreated 2 steps. His arm twitched painfully, a nerve twinging, making his expression even darker as he grudgingly conceded outwardly while cursing inwardly. If he were to go all out, with his late-stage creation realm strength, he might not necessarily lose to Fan Yao. But the problem was Tao Xinghe, that meddlesome pest, was still present. If Bao Lei showed any sign of weakness, Tao Xinghe, with his shameless demeanor, would undoubtedly jump in to finish him off. That would be catastrophic. Tao Xinghe's semi-godly realm strength was far more intimidating than the early-stage creation realm. Moreover, the main event of the day hadn't even begun yet. Get out of the way. With a twisted smile on his face, Bao Lei turned his attention to a meditation cushion within the spirit river, avoiding Xiao Huai and Ning Xiaolu. Instead, he casually kicked an unlucky martial artist off the cushion and into the river. Caught off guard, the unfortunate martial artist plunged halfway into the spirit river, screaming in agony before finally managing to escape. How ruthless, someone muttered, feeling a chill in their heart. Humph. Bao Lei coldly snorted at the stares directed his way, showing no hint of guilt. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged as if entirely unbothered by what had just occurred, radiating an air of calm indifference. However, most of the martial artists present could still discern his true state. From the tightly furrowed brows and the occasional trembling of his body, it was clear that his emotions were far from as composed as they appeared. High above in the sky, that bastard something off about him today. Did he take the wrong medicine? Tao Xinghe frowned, muttering to himself as he gazed down at Bao Lei, who had already begun absorbing spiritual energy on his own. Hearing Tao Xinghe's remark, Fan Yao frowned slightly. He couldn't quite understand why Bao Lei had given in so quickly, which left him feeling uneasy, as if it were the calm before a storm, pressing heavily on his chest. Acting all mysterious, who knows what has gotten into that guy? Maybe he's just in a weird mood today. Whatever, Tao Xinghe said. Then, with some excitement, he descended to the spirit river, grabbed a terrified martial artist by the scruff of his neck, and tossed him onto the riverbank. He then casually took over the man's spot. Waving at Fan Yao, who was still hanging in midair, he called out, "Hurry up, come on." That bastard Bao Lei has already absorbed a whole tank of energy. Fan Yao twitched the corner of his mouth, nodded slightly. and after sensing his surroundings for a while longer without finding anything, he shook his head to dispel his unease, silently chiding himself for overthinking. With a flash of his figure, he landed on his designated mat, sat cross-legged, and nodded toward Xiao Huai and Ning Xiaolu, who were both looking tense not far away. Focus on absorbing the energy. Yes, Xiao Huai and Ning Xiaolu exchanged a delighted glance, their entire bodies trembling with excitement as they quickly sat down cross-legged, calming their minds and focusing their energy. Buzz suddenly, a cluster of emerald green light rose from the mat, enveloping their entire bodies. The appearance of the green light stabilized the mats, which had been swaying unsteadily under the impact of the river's waves, making them as steady as if they were anchored. This allowed the martial artists sitting on them to absorb the energy with peace of mind. Buzz, buzz, buzz as one cluster of emerald green light after another rose. The martial artists on the mats all fell into a serene state, quietly absorbing the energy from the spirit river. Their faces flushed slightly, as if they had consumed some potent tonic, their expressions filled with bliss. Tao Xinghe, in particular, was the most enraptured of them all, his face full of intoxication, cheeks flushed, even letting out some ambiguous moans, with a foolish grin that made him look utterly indecent. "Damn, I'm so jealous," muttered the martial artist stranded on the riverbank, their eyes filled with envy as they stared at the others, their faces brimming with longing, wishing they could rush over and take their place. Gazing at the diluted energy barrier rising beside him, Fan Yao closed his eyes slightly, shutting off his senses and focusing his attention on the vast ocean of energy before him. With a thought, a terrifying suction force surged from his body, devouring the energy like a whale swallowing water, pulling it into his body. Beneath his mat, small, viscous whirlpools began to form, radiating energy in all directions. As expected of the spirit river's energy, it's brimming with spiritual essence. "It feels like it's purging all the impurities from my body," Fan Yao thought as he felt his body enveloped in a vast, gentle power. His heart tingled, and he let out a sigh of comfort. Only now did he understand why the expressions on the faces of the other martial artists were so indescribable. This energy from the spirit river was simply that pleasurable. But amidst the comfort, Fan Yao also felt his strength slowly increasing, which was the most delightful part for him. After just half an hour, he exclaimed internally, "I think I'm about to break through to the mid-stage of the creation realm." Feeling the increasingly overflowing energy in his dantian, Fan Yao was overcome with joy. Sure enough, absorbing a single drop was equivalent to a day's worth of cultivation. In such a short time, he was already on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage. It hadn't been long since he broke through the early stage. The further one progressed in cultivation, the more likely they were to encounter bottlenecks. Advancing in strength became increasingly difficult, requiring a greater accumulation of energy. For instance, some might reach the creation realm in their youth, becoming prominent for a time, but then stagnate for decades, unable to progress further, and eventually die in frustration. Such cases were not uncommon. However, Fan Yao was filled with extreme confidence. He possessed 9 attributes, all of which were of king-level talent. He would never stop at the mere creation realm. Keep absorbing. I wonder if I can break through to the late stage before the spirit river disappears. This thought flashed through Fan Yao's mind, and he almost lost control of his cultivation state in excitement. Taking a deep breath, he intensified his absorption. Almost there, just a little more. Fan Yao shouted excitedly in his heart. But who could have expected boom? A massive energy pillar, so enormous it was terrifying, suddenly descended from the sky, crashing down on the group who were absorbing energy. In an instant, it stirred up a giant energy wave hundreds of feet high. What the hell? Ugh, what just happened? Although the green glow enveloping them directly blocked the energy impact, the sudden wave still caught everyone immersed in cultivation off guard, forcing them out of their states. Some even suffered internal injuries from the backlash, spitting out blood. As for Fan Yao, the breakthrough opportunity he had painstakingly captured was completely disrupted by the sudden attack, vanishing without a trace and impossible to recover. After a moment of stunned silence, his eyes turned bloodshot. Their cultivation was interrupted, and everyone was in disarray. Without exception, their faces darkened with extreme dissatisfaction. Who the hell has a screw loose? Can't they see people are cultivating? Attacking out of nowhere could cause someone to go berserk. Don't they even have this basic common sense? Someone, who had just managed to calm the rampaging energy within their body, looked furiously in the direction of the attack and shouted angrily. Exactly. If it weren't for these mats protecting us, we might have been killed already. Who the hell dares to ambush others during cultivation? That's just despicable. The person who had spat blood wiped the corner of their mouth, feeling a lingering fear. They had almost lost control of their energy and exploded to death. Attacking cultivators? Do you have no shame? Is this ancient battlefield some kind of lawless zone? Have you completely abandoned the basic principles of a warrior? If this were outside, you'd be beaten to death for sure. Tao Xinghe, trembling all over from the shock, jumped up from his mat, his hair standing on end as he cursed loudly. Are you insane? You almost scared me to death. What on earth happened? Did someone attack us out of nowhere? Xiao Huai and Ning Xiaolu were forced out of their cultivation states, their chests heaving with blood, a salty taste rising in their throats. They almost suffered internal injuries. After finally regaining their composure, they immediately looked toward Fan Yao, only to see him staring upward with a displeased expression. Realizing this, Tao Xinghe and the other two quickly looked up as well. What they saw left them momentarily stunned that a figure with a head of dazzling multicolored hair stood high above them, suspended in mid-air, staring at them with a mocking expression. Without saying a word, the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet hair instantly revealed his identity to everyone. Shuekong. It's Shuekong from the Ruiyuan base. Someone immediately had a flash of realization and screamed in a broken voice. Hiss, early divine realm stage. Immediately, the sound of people gasping in shock echoed one after another, filled with indescribable horror. Compared to his identity, what truly made their faces change drastically was the overwhelming aura emanating from him. This was not Tao Xinghe's half-baked, half-step divine realm. This was a genuine divine realm, with a split soul and a small divine statue already formed within his body, capable of fighting alongside him. To face him alone meant enduring attacks from two entities utterly terrifying. Why is Shuekong here? I didn't receive any news about this guy coming. Even Tao Xinghe, faced with a true divine realm expert, was forced to put away his usual playful demeanor, muttering with a solemn expression. The next second, he seemed to realize something and turned to look at Bao Lei, his eyes widening. Damn it. Bao Lei, did you call Shuekong here? Oh, finally figured it out. Not too stupid after all. Bao Lei felt a sense of triumph and laughed recklessly. I was just scouting the way Shuekong is the real deal. Ha ha. Damn it, I knew it. No wonder you've been fighting and fleeing all the way, never daring to confront me head-on. Turns out you were planning to use Shuekong to kill me. Tao Xinghe questioned angrily, his face contorted. Tao Xinghe, don't flatter yourself. Bao Lei's face twisted into a sinister smile as he stomped heavily on the mat, laughing loudly as he leapt away, standing high in the clouds and shouting. You think you're so important? Let me tell you today, killing you is just incidental. With that, he completely ignored Tao Xinghe, whose face had turned extremely dark, and turned to look at Shuekong from afar. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from him, a trace of fear flashed in Bao Lei's eyes. Shuekong, I've done my research, Bao Lei said loudly, swallowing hard. The energy of the spirit river is incredibly vast and pure, enough to elevate the power of the small divine statue to an extremely high level. I've also kept my promise and voluntarily given up the spirit river. I hope you'll honor your commitment and help me kill Tao Xinghe. At this point, Bao Lei gritted his teeth. The accumulated dissatisfaction, anger, and the humiliation of being beaten into a pig-headed state earlier surged back with full force. The thrill of impending revenge made his voice tremble uncontrollably. Shuekong glanced at Bao Lei, a faint smile appearing on his face as he nodded. Even the multicolored hair on his head shook slightly, looking quite comical and making people want to laugh. How, in fact, this guy's actions were indeed extremely disgraceful. This spirit river is mine. If you know what's good for you, get lost immediately. Shuekong clapped his hands, as if shooing away chickens. His voice carried far through spiritual power, echoing above the spirit river, causing countless faces to change dramatically. One person monopolizing such a massive energy source. Isn't that too greedy? This is outrageous. Not to mention that Shui Kong wasn't the one who opened this spirit river. There are 10 seats here. Haven't you heard of finders keepers? He's not even afraid of bursting from greed. Though they dared not speak loudly, they muttered under their breath. However, many warriors gritted their teeth and tightened their grip on their weapons, ready to fight to the death. Who would have thought at that moment? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Young master. From high above, about 10 more people arrived, shouting loudly to Shui Kong. Within a minute, they took their positions, landing behind Shui Kong. Reinforcements from the Ryuan base. More than half of them are pure origin realm, and there are several command realm experts. Many warriors murmured in shock, their hands trembling as they held their weapons. Adding Shui Kong, a divine void realm expert, they could practically sweep through everyone here. What should they do? Could it be that they really had to leave in disgrace, giving up the seats they had fought so hard to claim? They were unwilling. The warriors from Ryuan base stared at the warriors on the mats with contemptuous eyes, like cats toying with mice. Why aren't you leaving yet? Do you want our young master to personally drive you away? One of the command realm experts laughed loudly, his tone extremely arrogant. As the saying goes, when one person ascends, even their chickens and dogs rise to heaven. With a divine void realm expert backing them, anyone who wanted to challenge them would have to consider Shui Kang's stance. If you need me to, just say the word. I'm happy to oblige, Shui Kang said faintly, his tone carrying a hint of threat. The terrifying and vast spiritual power on his body was like a boundless galaxy, pressing down heavily, enveloping most of the spirit river. Shui Kang, that bastard. Faced with Shui Kang's aggressive demeanor, many warriors were restless, as if the mats beneath them had suddenly grown thorns. They wanted to leave immediately, but were reluctant, forcing themselves to stay. The oppressive force weighed down on them like a heavy mountain on their backs. Their clenched fists loosened and tightened repeatedly. The spirit river was crowded with shadows of people, yet it was eerily silent. They didn't want to give up. They really didn't want to. But if they didn't, the price they might pay could be their lives. The pressure from the divine void realm grew stronger and stronger. When people finally snapped out of their daze, they suddenly realized the warrior left a remark and immediately sprang up from the mat, darting to the shore as if fleeing for his life. Because his body was weak and he couldn't control his strength, he crashed into a group of warriors like a bowling ball, knocking them over. Instantly, a large number of people fell on the shore. Cries of pain and chaos filled the air. With the first one gone, the second followed. I'm leaving too. Nothing is more important than staying alive. Another warrior screamed, his figure soaring into the sky like a rocket, disappearing in an instant, hiding who knows where. Only his high-pitched scream lingered, tormenting everyone's ears. Gradually, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Me too. As long as the green hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. Another person declared. Damn it. I've absorbed enough energy anyway, it's worth it. I'm not wasting time here with you. I'll find other energy sources to absorb. This time, 2 warriors left together. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before long, the warriors who had fought fiercely for a seat earlier were now fleeing one by one, succumbing to Shui Kang's divine void realm pressure without a fight, leaving in disgrace. The mats, now devoid of warriors standing on them, lost their emerald glow and began spinning like fallen leaves in the whirlpool of the spirit river. At this point, only Fan Yao, Tao Xinghe, Xiao Huai, and Ning Xiaolu remained. These 4, they probably won't give up so easily, especially Fan Yao, who is a ruthless character. Maybe there's still a twist to this situation. On the shore, many warriors murmured, casting expectant glances at Fan Yao, their hearts rekindling faint hope. A bunch of cowards. Watching the mats suddenly empty, Shui Kang sneered smugly, stepping firmly onto one of the mats. His gaze swept across the scene, pausing briefly on Fan Yao before finally landing on Tao Xinghe. Tao Xinghe, I was planning to kill you after finishing the small divine statue. Aren't you going to run? TCH, I'll stand wherever I want. What is it to you? Tao Xinghe retorted defiantly, though his heart was full of caution. Divine Void Realm. Not easy to deal with. Should he think of a way to save himself? Otherwise, he might really fall here today. Turning his head, Tao Xinghe's slightly sly gaze fell on Fan Yao, his face full of curiosity. The creation realm and the divine void realm are, after all, two different concepts. This guy dared to confront the creation realm head-on. But would he dare to challenge the divine void realm? Damn it, one troublemaker after another. Do they really think I'm easy to bully? Fan Yao muttered to himself, barely able to contain his frustration. Though his face remained expressionless and cold, his eyes burned with immense fury, like frozen tundra on a snowy plain, unapproachable. First came someone from the creation realm, telling him to leave, then someone from the divine void realm, also telling him to leave. What? Do they think he looks like a soft target, and everyone wants to take a shot? There's hope. It seemed that he had sensed the anger emanating from Fan Yao. Tao Xinghe's eyes darted around, and he sneakily approached Fan Yao, his lips moving. Shui Kong is the young master of a prominent family in the Ruin base. Arrogant and domineering, that's not even the worst of it. You know, he's ruined many innocent young women, and everyone despises him. But unfortunately, his strength and background are formidable, so no one dares to do anything about him. His strength is at the early stage of the divine void realm, and he has already begun to condense a small divine statue. The power of the small divine statue is roughly at the unity realm, but there's still a significant gap between it and his own strength, which is why he's desperately seeking a large amount of energy to refine. Tao Xing has spilled all the details about Shui Kang's identity and strength in one breath. I see. Fan Yao nodded slightly, then glanced at Tao Xinghe. This guy, was he trying to pull him onto his ship? Seeing Fan Yao's gaze, Tao Xinghe froze for a moment. Then, as if his intentions had been seen through, rubbed his hands together and chuckled. I'm not exaggerating, but you look like a righteous person who hates evil. Shui Kong wants to steal your spirit river energy and kill me. He's our common enemy. How about we team up to defeat that bastard Shui Kong and save countless innocent young women? Oh no, young girls. Upon hearing this, Fan Yao raised an eyebrow, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, as if he was somewhat interested. What do you think? Tao Xinghe asked expectantly. All right. Under Tao Xinghe's delighted gaze, Fan Yao squinted his eyes and agreed decisively. Preventing someone from breaking through is akin to killing their parents. This debt must be settled. Oh, Tao Xinghe, you're really regressing as you age. Seeing the two whispering, Shui Kong instantly understood Tao Xinghe's intentions and sneered. You found a helper, and it's someone at the early stage of the creation realm? Are you stupid or what? As he spoke, Shui Kong glanced at Fan Yao with disdain. Someone like him could be incapacitated with a single punch. Hey, I can team up with whoever I want. What's it to you? Tao Xinghe instinctively retorted, but before he could finish his sentence, a gust of wind swept past him, causing him to stagger. Whoosh! The fierce spiritual energy permeated the air, stirring the viscous energy in the spirit river, creating ripples and waves. Fan Yao's eyes were cold, and his anger finally erupted. His entire body radiated golden light, resembling a golden Buddha, as he charged forward with overwhelming force. You damn show off. Enough of your act. How dare you tell me to get lost? Who the hell do you think you are? Whoa, hey. You're just rushing in like that against someone in the divine void realm? No strategy at all. Ah! Tao Xinghe screamed frantically, clutching his face, watching helplessly as Fan Yao closed the 100-meter distance to Shui Kong in mere moments. His face twisted in frustration as he rubbed it furiously. Who was he? Where was he? The partner he had just found was about to be doomed right before his eyes. Fan Yao, hold on. I'll save you, Tao Xinghe suddenly shouted, swinging his sword a few times. Sword light burst forth as he charged forward. As for the overly dramatic Tao Xinghe, Fan Yao completely ignored him. Previously, the fury ignited by Bao Lei and the anger of losing the opportunity to break through made Fan Yao's blood boil, his whole body burning hot. He cursed repeatedly. Who knows where this brat came from, and he dares to say he'll teach me a lesson? If we really count, I'm a whole cycle older than you. Who are you trying to show off to? Acting all high and mighty in front of me. Who do you think you are? Crackle. On Fan Yao's body, A surge of immense lightning raged wildly, leaving long trails of electric arcs that exploded with crackling sounds along the way, like thunder on a clear day. Heavenly Thunder Key. Almost with a wave of his hand, a golden lightning key appeared in Fan Yao's grasp, emanating an extremely peculiar energy. As Fan Yao's strength grew stronger, the Heavenly Thunder Key, a martial technique, could now be summoned effortlessly with just a thought. Whoosh! The lightning key shot into the air. Was an unusual ripple spread outward. In the sky above, a speck of dark cloud rapidly expanded, resembling clusters of cotton, quickly accumulating into a thick and heavy thundercloud. Within it, thunder dragons roared and rampaged, causing the heavens and earth to tremble violently. The energy leaking out left countless people dumbfounded, their hearts trembling in fear. Ah, it's the Heavenly Thunder Key. Lord Fan Yao used this martial technique to single-handedly destroy the central base back then. Go, my lord. Blast that annoying guy into pieces. Xiao Huai and Ning Xiaolu immediately recognized the martial technique Fan Yao was using. Their faces flushed red as they shouted wildly, cheering and rooting for Fan Yao. Shui Kong had initially thought that under the oppressive force of his strength, no martial artist would dare to resist except for Tao Xinghe, who might have some capability to put up a fight. But even Tao Xinghe was only at the half-step Divine Void Realm, still far from reaching the true Divine Void Realm. Yet, who would have thought that before Tao Xinghe could make a move, the first to charge forward was actually that martial artist in the creation realm? Sizzle. Lightning. As the silver thunder dragon struck down, Shui Kong felt the immense power of the lightning and twitched slightly at the corner of his eye. His gaze locked onto the massive thunderbolt hurtling toward him, and a surge of almost tangible white mist emanated from his body. Freeze. A chilling aura spread rapidly, condensing at the fastest speed into an extremely dense icy essence. It trailed a bright blue icy tail as it collided heavily with the thunderbolt in the sky. Clang, clang, clang. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the thunderbolt, as thick as an adult man's waist, was frozen mid-air into a towering pillar of icy lightning. Wow! Seeing Shui Kang's display of such divine power, a wave of astonished exclamations erupted along the banks of the Spirit River. Everyone trembled uncontrollably. To freeze such a heavenly thunderbolt with the power of one man, the terror of the Divine Void Realm was indeed enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. Ice attribute, huh? Fan Yao's expression darkened. The ice formed by the power of the Divine Void Realm could even imprison lightning. Compared to this, Hua Qingqiu's so-called ice prison was utterly pathetic, not even in the same league. If this ice were to touch a human body, it would likely freeze not only flesh and blood, but also the spiritual energies circulating in the Dantian in an instant. At that point, the person would be completely crippled. Creak, Fan Yao, be careful. This bastard's cold aura is even more terrifying now. He must have gained some kind of opportunity in the ancient battlefield. Tao Xinghe rushed to Fan Yao's side, his figure halting abruptly. His face twisted, and the long sword in his hand let out a buzzing sound, faintly covered with ice shards. Damn it! Tao Xinghe's eyes widened in shock. With a tremor of his sword, golden spiritual energy instantly enveloped it, shattering the ice with a crackling sound. This guy's freezing ability seems far stronger than normal. Could it be? Fan Yao ignored Tao Xinghe's astonishment. With a backhand, he unleashed another bolt of lightning. Then, with a mix of excitement and anticipation, he swiftly opened the system. The system trembled slightly, and Shui Kang's data immediately appeared before him. Species, human name, Shui Kang strength, early stage of Divine Void Realm basic talent, King level ice attribute talent, King level However, upon seeing this, not an Emperor level talent. In an instant, the joy on Fan Yao's face froze, replaced by a deep sense of disappointment. He quickly closed the system and cast a suspicious glance at Shui Kang. Then why is this guy's cold aura so abnormal? Emperor level talent? Forget it. Shui Kang, that bastard, has had a unique constitution since birth. He thrives in the cold. When he was born, he froze his own mother to death, even left the midwife crippled. No one could get close to him. In the end, it was old Master Shui who personally carried him back. Hearing this, Tao Xinghe immediately rolled his eyes. Emperor-level talent? What a wild imagination. An emperor-level talent in this ancient battlefield? That is practically impossible. All right, I overestimated him, Fan Yao said, shaking off his disappointment. He regained his composure and once again controlled the lightning to strike at Shui Kong. However, as expected, every single strike was frozen by Shui Kong. In just a few breaths, dozens of frozen lightning bolts hung in the air, exuding a chilling aura that pierced the heavens and earth. If that's all you've got, then don't embarrass yourself. Just end it yourself and save me the trouble, Shui Kong said with an air of superiority, withdrawing his hand and staring at Fan Yao. The cold emanating from his body spread outward, even threatening to freeze the surging, fiery spiritual river. Bang! 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 Fan Yao waved his hand, and the lightning bolts in the sky instantly shattered, turning into fragments of ice that scattered over the spiritual river, disappearing in an instant. Keep dreaming, Fan Yao said with a grin. Then, the lightning on his body flickered for a moment before fading away, replaced by a scorching, powerful energy. Amid the pervasive cold that filled the sky, he stood like a warm winter sun, exuding a dangerous yet mysterious aura. Oh, so you want to fight me with fire, the element that counters ice? Shui Kong stared at Fan Yao in surprise, thinking he had already seen through all of Fan Yao's cards. He shook his head. Fan Yao, I've heard about your multiple attributes, but in the face of absolute power, no matter how many attributes you have, you're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You might as well get lost now, and I might just show mercy and spare your life. That line is exactly what I wanted to say to you, Fan Yao replied with a faint smile. The temperature in the air began to rise rapidly. Flames swirled in Fan Yao's dark eyes, making him look like a man engulfed in fire. The scorching air rippled, and Fan Yao's figure had already vanished from where he stood. Wherever he passed, the shards of ice floating mid-air silently melted away, and blazing flames surged. Fire Dragon Roar! Fan Yao shouted loudly, his entire body surging with fiery red spiritual energy, exuding an extreme heat akin to the core of molten lava, forcing the onlookers on the shore to take a few steps back. Buzz amidst the trembling hearts of the crowd, a massive fiery red dragon, hundreds of feet long, leapt onto the spiritual river like a beast spirit. Spanning the east and west banks, its ferocious dragon horns exuded an imposing aura, its entire body covered in fiery red scales wreathed in flames, its whiskers dancing, and its foreclaws razor-sharp. The earth-shaking roar was deafening, and as the dragon's body coiled and soared, the entire space trembled, and the energy of the spiritual river quietly began to boil. One seems a bit insufficient, Fan Yao muttered to himself with a slightly manic tone. His hands formed seals once more, and the surging, boundless fire energy within him surged skyward as if it were limitless. Amidst a twisting and rolling motion, a second terrifying fire dragon was born. Good heavens! The crowd on the shore felt the increasingly scorching heat, frantically wiping sweat as their backs were drenched, as if they had just been pulled out of water. It even felt like their hair was about to catch fire. What was Fan Yao planning? A single fire dragon was already terrifying enough, and now he had summoned a second one. This kid, not only is his lightning attribute martial skill remarkable, but even the power of his fire attribute martial skill, is this astonishing? Training in martial skills isn't that easy. How is this kid managing both? Feeling the overwhelming heat and the dragon's might, Shui Kang's face showed a trace of astonishment. The cold aura surrounding his body wavered slightly, the chill diminishing somewhat, and he even felt a hint of threat. Swoosh! A long sword shimmering with golden lights stabbed forward, faintly radiating an intense metallic energy that made the sword's aura incredibly sharp, exuding a chilling sword intent. Where the hell are you looking? Today, I'll let you have a taste of my swordsmanship. Tao Xinghe swung his sword horizontally, instantly unleashing a barrage of stabs. In just a single breath, he had struck over 100 times around Shui Kong. Tricks of the trade. Shui Kong leapt into the air, his fingers flicking repeatedly, sending out waves of bone-chilling, icy sharp energy that collided with Tao Xinghe's sword, deflecting it slightly. Meanwhile, Shui Kong himself remained unscathed, his movements agile and effortless as he dodged. Stop dodging if you have the guts. Enraged by his attacks being repeatedly evaded and taking a few hits himself, Tao Xinghe, his hair standing on end, fiercely wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and prepared to charge again. At that moment, a sudden exclamation erupted from the riverbank. At the same time, Tao Xinghe felt an extremely scorching wave rapidly approaching from behind, accompanied by Fan Yao's loud shout. Tao Xinghe, get out of the way! What the hell? Tao Xinghe turned his head, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. 10. A total of 10 terrifying fiery red dragons had completely occupied the sky above the spiritual river. The burning flames spread to the horizon, dyeing the already crimson-red sunset an even deeper shade of red. As the dragons roared and danced wildly, even the space itself emitted creaking sounds as if it could no longer bear the pressure. Tao Xinghe could bet that if he charged into that scene, he would likely be gravely injured under such overwhelming power. Go! Forcibly condensing 10 massive flame dragons, Fan Yao's face turned pale to an almost terrifying degree, yet his tone was chillingly cold as he waved his hand. The 10 dragons trembled heavily, then let out a resounding dragon roar, their 4 claws soaring into the air, carrying an overwhelming, scorching wave as they rolled towards Xuekong. Whoa, whoa, whoa! A chaotic shout erupted, and in the next second, Xuekong quickly sheathed his sword, slipped his foot, and fled several hundred meters away, standing in the sky while angrily cursing. Fan Yao, are you trying to kill me too? If you can't dodge this, your half-step divine void is just hot air. Facing Tao Xinghe's breakdown, Fan Yao retorted with a pale face, then seized every moment to begin restoring his spiritual energy. Against Xuekang's divine void realm strength, the dragon roar might not be enough to incapacitate him. He needed to prepare a stronger trump card. More energy was required. Facing the terrifying flame dragons charging at him, Xuekang's expression grew more serious. He extended his hand, and an overwhelming surge of cold energy erupted from within him. Icebound world. The crimson ground was instantly covered with a thick layer of ice, spreading rapidly and exuding a bone-chilling cold. The temperature between heaven and earth plummeted, snowflakes began to fall, and icy explosions wailed and roared, as if filled with vengeful spirits. Roar, the massive fiery dragons, engulfed in flames, began to freeze bit by bit under the icy assault. Dragon whiskers, dragon horns, dragon claws, segment by segment of their bodies, and finally their tails. Explode. Xuekong pointed a finger, and the first dragon shattered effortlessly. The second dragon shattered. The third dragon shattered. Until the sixth dragon reached Xuekong, with half of its body still intact. Xuekong had no choice but to summon his spiritual energy and punch out, barely dispersing the remaining half of the dragon's body. Immediately after, the remaining 4 dragons charged forward fearlessly, opening their massive jaws to bite at Xuekong with wild ferocity. Their tails swept through the air, tearing it apart, and even the spiritual river below surged with towering waves. Impressive. Tao Xinghe watched with admiration, laughing heartily as he observed Xuekang's somewhat disheveled attempts to dodge. His sharp eyes noticed scorch marks on Xuekang's clothes and even saw him being fiercely struck by one of the dragon's tails, sending him flying half a meter away. Tao Xinghe couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. But this level doesn't seem enough to kill this guy. Fan Yao muttered, tightly furrowing his brows as he focused on recovering his spiritual energy while observing the battle. The next moment, Fan Yao turned to Tao Xinghe and unceremoniously transmitted his voice. After the dragons dissipate, buy me some time. How long? Tao Xinghe was momentarily stunned but, seeing the seriousness on Fan Yao's face, decisively asked. 5 minutes. Fan Yao left this sentence and immediately sat cross-legged in midair, unleashing all his internal power in one breath. All right, 5 minutes it is. I'll give it my all. Seeing Fan Yao already beginning to prepare his move, Tao Xinghe's eyes flashed as he noticed Xuekong had just destroyed the last fiery dragon. Without hesitation, he charged forward with his sword, engaging in a desperate entanglement. At the same time, my goodness, Xuekong, this divine void realm expert, seems to have actually sustained some injuries from them. The people on the shore watched the actions of the two, exchanging glances and feeling a chill of awe. That's Shenwu realm. Even in this ancient battlefield, it's one of the top combat powers. Shui Kong seems somewhat unworthy of his reputation. It was as if the creation realm could easily crush the commanding realm. Yet Shenwu realm was definitely not something the creation realm could easily shake, not even a half-step Shenwu realm. However, in their perception, it seemed that not much time had passed before Shui Kong of the Shenwu realm had already suffered some injuries from the chaotic attacks, inexplicably giving them the impression that the mighty Shenwu realm expert had fallen from grace. But they knew the truth was far from that. It was only through Fan Yao's full release of spiritual power in his attacks, and Tao Xinghe's life-risking efforts to buy time that the two managed to force Shui Kong back a few steps. If it had been them, they probably wouldn't have lasted a single round before being slain by Shui Kong. Creation realm defying Shenwu realm, it's simply impossible. Is it really necessary to fight so desperately? Isn't this just a futile struggle? With Fan Yao's strength, he could easily find another place rich in energy to cultivate. All the other experts have fled, leaving him alone to hold on. What's the point? Is he stupid? Someone, watching Fan Yao's pale face as he continued to desperately gather martial techniques, felt a bit puzzled and couldn't help but ask aloud. Their words reached the ears of Xiao Huai and Ning Xiaolu. That's not true. Ning Xiaolu suddenly turned her head, tightly clenching her delicate fists, her beautiful eyes reddened. Lord Fan Yao was born in the Anqing base, an extremely small and barren base. Despite having nothing there, Lord Fan Yao still managed to cultivate to the creation realm, relying on his courage to forge ahead and his unwavering determination to never give up. Well said. Xiao Huai gave Ning Xiaolu an approving glance and stepped forward, speaking loudly. When Lord Fan Yao was in the Unity realm, he single-handedly fought a pure Origin realm beast. In the pure Origin realm, he faced off against commanding realm experts, and now, in the creation realm, he is challenging Shenwu realm. I ask you all, when facing opponents far stronger than yourselves, do you dare to risk your life and sweep away all obstacles standing in your path? Of course you don't dare, because from the very beginning, when Bao Lei arrived, you were already scared. Let alone facing the even stronger Shui Kong, you were already trembling in fear, weren't you? Fearlessness and courage, that is the heart of a true warrior. Growing stronger when faced with strength, never yielding. Lord Fan Yao is the only martial artist I, Xiao Huai, have ever admired in my life. If anyone dares to insult Lord Fan Yao, I won't let it go. Fire element energy surged from Xiao Huai, causing the crowd to change their expressions slightly. Even though many of the martial artists present were in the commanding realm and far stronger than Xiao Huai, at this moment, they were somewhat stunned by Xiao Huai's resolute expression, as if lost in thought. The heart of a true warrior? Indeed, after being oppressed by Shui Kang's overwhelming presence, their legs still seemed to tremble even now. Sometimes, when they inadvertently caught sight of Shui Kang's figure, an inexplicable sense of dread would creep into their hearts. Only now did they realize that Shui Kang had already become a demon in their minds, a shadow in their lives, a boulder on their path of cultivation. If they couldn't overcome this hurdle, their strength might forever stagnate at this point. On the other side, by the shore. What's going on? The young master seems to be struggling a bit. The leader-level expert from Rian base muttered in disbelief, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. He turned to look at the others from the base, and their faces were also filled with incredulity. In their minds, Shui Kang, who had reached the divine realm, was nearly invincible. This mission was supposed to go smoothly, yet unexpectedly, someone was standing in their way. No, we need to step in and help the young master. Let's all join in. After all, this fight is already unfair 2 against 1, so they shouldn't mind if we add 10 more. The leader-level expert laughed heartily. In the next moment, earthy yellow spiritual energy surged from his body, exuding a heavy aura. Then, he charged directly at Fan Yao, who was gathering his martial technique. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in front of the leader-level expert, forcing him to stop abruptly. Who are you? He stared at the man and woman who had suddenly blocked his path, his face full of seriousness. Humph. If they don't mind 10 of you, then they certainly won't mind 2 more of us, right? Ning Xiaolu stuck out her tongue, her face full of disdain. Then, she shouted crisply, Luo Yu Sect's inheritance seal. Release. As Ning Xiaolu's clear voice fell, a massive energy burst forth from her body. The silver-white light made her appear as pure and flawless as a moon goddess. The terrifying energy waves emanating from her caused countless people to change their expressions drastically. With a light wave of her jade-like hand, energy overflowed, forcing the shocked leader-level expert to retreat and even sweeping away several pure origin realm individuals. Damn, Ning Xiaolu actually obtained an inheritance opportunity? Ning Xiaolu's sudden burst of power startled Xiao Huai, who was immediately filled with envy. He had been trapped in the Scarlet Danxiao illusion for so long, while Ning Xiaolu had gained an inheritance and greatly improved her strength. Comparing oneself to others is truly infuriating. This woman actually possesses an inheritance. Bao Lei, who had been idly watching from the sidelines, was also drawn by the strange energy waves. His eyes instantly filled with greed. Glancing at Fan Yao, who still had his eyes closed and seemed completely uninterested in the outside world, Bao Lei's figure moved, charging straight at Ning Xiaolu. Hand over the inheritance obediently, and I'll spare your life. Bao Lei's face twisted with excitement. Even if he couldn't absorb the spiritual river's energy, snatching an inheritance would suffice. Suddenly enveloped by the aura of a late-stage creation realm expert, Ning Xiaolu's beautiful eyes widened. She instantly recalled how Kazhou had used this move against her before, and her face turned pale. Desperately mobilizing the energy within her body, she erupted with all her might, barely escaping the opponent's aura lock. However, as she looked up, Bao Lei's palm grew larger and larger in her pupils. Gritting her teeth, Ning Xiaolu was about to strike back with a heavy palm. But in the next second, her figure was abruptly pushed aside. One person, 2 people, a total of 4 leader-level experts gritted their teeth and collectively took Bao Lei's punch. Ugh! Immediately, someone coughed up blood from the shock, but the light in their eyes was unprecedented, undiminished by their disheveled state. We, the people of Ryuan Base, will hold them off. We must reclaim the heart of a true expert. With that, the 4 commanders charged forward again, fearlessly imitating Fan Yao and Bao Lei's head-on clashes. Somehow, they seemed to align themselves with Fan Yao on the same front. Damn it! Feeling the frenzied counterattack of the 4 commanders like mad wolves, Bao Lei almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Ever since arriving at this Crimson Danxia, Bao Lei had been constantly suffering setbacks. First, he was at a disadvantage against Tao Xing'e. Then he was beaten by Fan Yao. Not only did he fail to absorb energy, but he also had to obey Shui Kang's orders. He thought that was already the worst it could get. However, things had just gotten worse. As a late-stage creation realm cultivator, he was now being surrounded and beaten by 4 commander-level experts. The warriors who used to flee at the sight of him now seemed like they were on stimulants. Even when injured by him, they charged forward again as if they felt no pain. Ah, damn it, you bunch of bastards. On the other side, the warriors from Ryuan Base weren't faring much better. Besides the 4 commanders holding back Bao Lei, there were several other commanders and even pure origin realm experts, seemingly stimulated by something, leaping forward like fleas and fighting desperately to hinder their movements. Many warriors who had been standing idly by on the riverbank also joined the fray, one after another, fighting tirelessly without pause. The heart of a strong one. No wonder I've been stuck at the pure origin realm and unable to break through. It turns out I was missing this crucial element. Fight. Only desperate battles can awaken the potential within. Fearless and unyielding. I've lived for over 20 years, yet I didn't even understand this simple truth. I used to run away whenever I saw a strong opponent, never daring to face them head-on. There was even a time when I willingly handed over the treasure I obtained, hoping to gain their protection. All of that was nonsense. My fate is mine to decide, not others. If I rely on others, how can I forge my own path to strength? Charge. Kill. The once tranquil Crimson Danxia had now turned into a battlefield, as if 2 armies were clashing. The fierce battle spread across the entire sky, with powerful energy fluctuations felt everywhere. These sweeping waves of energy even extended beyond Crimson Danxia, causing warriors who hadn't entered the area to feel the chaos from afar. Shocked and terrified, they fled immediately, not daring to guess what was happening inside. The battle between Tao Xinghe and Shui Kong was even more brutal. Tao Xinghe gritted his teeth, his body covered in bloody palm prints. The long sword in his hand had transformed into a towering giant sword several meters long, and he wielded it madly against Shui Kong. "Let me show you my family's ancestral great sword." Tao Xinghe's eyes widened in fury, his hair disheveled, looking utterly crazed. With a buzzing sound, the giant sword in his hand expanded several meters further, almost touching the sky, shining with golden light like a blazing sun. This could no longer be called a long sword, it was more fitting to call it a heavy sword. Tao family sword technique, first form, sweep across the sky. With those words, Tao Xinghe took a deep breath, let out a loud shout, and gripped the sword hilt tightly. Once again, he lifted the massive golden sword brimming with boundless energy. As the heavy sword moved, the air trembled incessantly, and golden energy burst forth. Clearly, the density of energy within exceeded everyone's imagination. This farce must end. Shui Kang's colorful feathered hair had collapsed in one spot, his face dark as he felt the injuries caused by Tao Xinghe's chaotic attacks within his body. His face was filled with fury, just as he was about to charge forward and tear Tao Xinghe into pieces. Bang! A low explosion sounded. What was that sound? Shui Kang's forward motion suddenly halted, and he quickly turned to look in the direction of the explosion. Instantly, his heart skipped a beat. Fan Yao, who had unknowingly opened his eyes, now had a chilling madness surging in them. Surrounding him were several massive elemental tornadoes. Wood element, wind element, fire element, thunder element. The elemental tornadoes seemed to pierce the heavens and reach the underworld, towering high above palaces and plunging deep into the earth. Their dense, almost unbelievable elemental collisions emitted intense crackling and explosive sounds, making Shui Kang's eye twitch uncontrollably. Summoning 4 elements at once. Shui Kang nearly choked on his saliva, a sense of foreboding rising faintly in his heart. At this moment, Fan Yao's face had already turned extremely pale, his seated body swaying precariously. His fiery eyes slowly scanned the frenzied tornadoes before him, pursing his lips slightly. He still felt it wasn't enough. A divine realm expert, possessing a minor divine statue, was akin to having a second avatar. Battling such an opponent was no easy feat. Killing them was even harder. Tao Xinghe had said that Shui Kang's minor divine statue only had the strength of the Unity realm, but given Shui Kang's unique physique, what if the statue had undergone some mutation? Better add one more element. In the next moment, Fan Yao reached out into the void once again. Instantly, a massive blue elemental tornado appeared in the sky. However, compared to the other 4, it was slightly smaller. "Little fish, come out," Fan Yao called softly. Gurgle. With the sound of water splashing, blue little fish appeared and immediately leapt into Fan Yao's arms with a joyful expression. "Come on, spit out some poison." Fan Yao grabbed blue little fish, turned it toward the 4 elemental tornadoes, and said with a smile, "Ing." As if understanding the seriousness of the situation, blue little fish immediately shed its playful demeanor, opened its mouth, and sprayed a stream of dark blue venom. The venom condensed into a fist-sized orb and merged directly into the blue tornado with a soft splash. In an instant, the light within the blue tornado became extremely eerie, faintly tinged with black, sending chills down one's spine. That should do it. Fan Yao's eyes lit up. Without another word, he leapt toward the massive tornado, thrusting his arms straight into the swirling winds. With a deep shout in his heart, he began to pull it inward. Boom! Bang! In just a moment, a series of dense explosions erupted like firecrackers, the terrifying shockwaves from the collisions causing the entire sky to fall silent. Countless figures engaged in battle turned their gazes in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of martial technique is Fan Yao using? Not good, I was careless. If Fan Yao completes this martial technique, even I might. Shui Kang's expression changed repeatedly. The next second, he abruptly ignored Tao Xinghe's attacks and charged explosively toward Fan Yao. In just a moment, He had already closed a distance of 100 meters. Shui Kang's action made Tao Xinghe so furious that he jumped up and down in anger. Damn it! Are you just going to ignore me? Tao Xinghe, carrying his massive sword, dashed forward with the wind at his feet. When he saw what Fan Yao was conjuring, his face twitched uncontrollably. Condense for me. At that moment, Fan Yao stared intently at the two figures, one chasing and the other fleeing, rapidly approaching his direction. He raised his blood-soaked hands. As Fan Yao's palms lifted, a five-colored tornado rapidly fused together at a speed visible to the naked eye, spinning madly. Finally, it exploded with a thunderous roar, scattering its attributes in all directions with an unstoppable force. The originally fiery red sky of Qi Danxiao was eerily shrouded in a layer of four other attribute colors, appearing extraordinarily dazzling and vibrant. This time, under Fan Yao's control, the attribute storm did not expand uncontrollably like an inflating balloon. Instead, it stabilized within a 100-meter radius, coincidentally encompassing both the pursuing Shui Kang and Tao Xinghe. However, despite the smaller range, the concentration of attributes per cubic meter was so dense it was almost terrifying, making its power even greater. With Fan Yao's improved strength, he could now control the attribute storm. It would no longer result in the kind of destruction seen last time at the central base, where the fusion of just 3 attributes had caused significant damage to buildings and injured many other martial artists. Screech! Tao Xinghe's feet left the ground as he desperately tried to break. The massive sword in his hand quickly shrank to its normal size, emitting a puff of white smoke. After being exposed to the attribute storm for just a moment, his clothes were torn into strips of fabric. Damn it! Fan Yao, you're so unfair, attacking even me. Tao Xinghe frantically unleashed the metallic energy within his body, resisting the razor-sharp attribute cuts, his face full of resentment. Just as Tao Xinghe's angry shout fell, someone appeared beside him. A large foot kicked out, sending Tao Xinghe flying out of the attribute storm's range. Whoosh! Ouch! Tao Xinghe turned into a dazzling golden arc, letting out a muffled groan as he was sent flying backward, finally crashing hard into the ground. He struggled to get up. After kicking him out, Fan Yao hovered above the space of the attribute storm, coldly watching Shui Kang stumble within it. The storm did not harm him in the slightest. Tao Xinghe's clothes were completely shredded, and Shui Kang wasn't faring much better. Moreover, because Shui Kang's hair was relatively long, the storm's all-encompassing cutting ability had turned his hair into a mess, with tufts sticking out here and there, making him look utterly ridiculous. Crack, crack. Shui Kang's face darkened as he continuously formed a protective layer of ice on his body, but each layer was swiftly shaved into thin slices and shattered completely. Beyond that, Shui Kang soon noticed something unusual within his body. Upon investigating, he was instantly shocked. Poison. This brat even knows how to use poison. Shui Kang stared at Fan Yao with a look of astonishment. A poison attribute martial artist? Could it be that during the selection battle, all those Hanhai demon sharks and that whale beast were poisoned to death by Fan Yao? More importantly, Fan Yao's poison even had an extremely strong effect on him. A Shenwu realm expert. Still have time to glare at me? Fan Yao floated lightly not far away, the giant spirit heaven opening axe in his hand. In the next second, he clenched his hand, desperately increasing the intensity of the attribute storm. Instantly, the entire storm spun faster, its colors becoming even more vivid. It was as if all the attributes in the world had converged here, their concentration rising to an almost terrifying level, as thick as spiritual river energy. The wounds on Shui Kang's body multiplied, completely different from when I controlled the attribute storm before. I seem to be able to adjust the concentration of attributes in every area at will, down to the concentration of each specific attribute, and the power has greatly increased. Fan Yao carefully felt it, a smile appearing on his face. He shook the giant axe in his hand, and crimson energy instantly spread across it. The blazing sun slash was unleashed in an instant. Watch your neck. Fan Yao laughed heartily, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, and then the battle axe was hurled fiercely. Neck? Shui Kang felt the scorching sharp wave and instinctively tilted his neck back. But who would have thought that in the next second, Fan Yao's axe would suddenly shift horizontally, turning and slicing fiercely toward his chest. Despicable. Shui Kong froze, then was so terrified his soul nearly left his body. He couldn't help but curse loudly, twisting his upper body at an extremely bizarre angle to barely avoid the strike. However, he was still grazed by the axe's chilling sharpness. Blaming others for your own stupidity? This time, watch your chest. I'm going to pierce your heart through. Fan Yao smiled, swinging the giant spirit heaven opening axe in a circle before attacking Shui Kong again with ferocity. You think I'll fall for it again this time? Shui Kong, furious, stared intently at the trajectory of Fan Yao's axe, forcibly channeling thick ice attribute's spiritual power to wrap himself tightly. Fan Yao's attack landed, right on Shui Kang's chest. Shui Kong froze, feeling the searing pain of the axe penetrating his body, his eye twitching uncontrollably. Idiot! Fan Yao sneered again, his words making Shui Kang's face turn green and purple with rage. From then on, before every attack, Fan Yao would announce the position he was about to strike, and whether he would change the trajectory depended entirely on his mood. For a while, the wounds on Shui Kang's body multiplied, and before long, his entire body was stained red. Naturally, Fan Yao was occasionally hit by Shui Kang as well, and the opponent's ice attribute's spiritual power wreaked havoc inside him, freezing some of his internal organs. Fortunately, Fan Yao himself possessed ice attributes, so he managed to dissolve it after a short while. It's about time for the final blow. Fan Yao suddenly put away his battle axe, and 4 small handprints quickly condensed in his palm. Then, with a slap, he struck Shui Kang. At the same time, Fan Yao rapidly retreated, leaving behind a large number of energy crystal-layered handprints as he fled. A rough count revealed at least 100 of them. As Fan Yao's strength increased, the power of this martial technique also surged dramatically. Explode. Boom! The unstable handprint expanded and contracted, containing surging energy that directly exploded, echoing all the way. Shui Kang's face changed drastically, and he desperately unleashed his energy, trying to escape the explosion's range. Bang! Fan Yao shot out of the elemental storm, and upon seeing the incoming explosive energy, he punched the edge of the storm, solidifying its outer boundary. Dui Grand Formation. After a moment's thought, Fan Yao raised his hand again and threw out a small translucent cone, quickly injecting energy into it before hurling it into the air. Buzz with the energy infusion, the Dui Grand Formation rapidly expanded under the astonished gazes of everyone. In just a moment, it transformed into a massive diamond-shaped formation, seemingly descending from the heavens, and landed heavily on the ground with a loud boom. It perfectly trapped Shui Kang inside. Cough, cough. Fan Yao landed lightly on the ground, the giant spirit sky-splitting axe already vanished. He coughed lightly, a trace of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth, which he quickly wiped away. Turning around, he gazed at the scene within the Dui Grand Formation. Boom, boom, boom. Wave after wave of powerful explosive energy surged like an unending tide, with various colored elemental energies blooming like fireworks within the formation, bombarding the Dui Grand Formation and causing it to tremble. Though the crystalline walls of the formation appeared fragile, they remained unbroken in some places. The energy was so abundant that it directly bulged out, expanding several times before shrinking back, displaying an astonishing resilience. The Dui Grand Formation was an exceptional defensive treasure. Once activated, external attacks couldn't penetrate, and those inside couldn't escape, ensuring absolute safety. However, if the attack originated from within the formation, it was a completely different story. Not only would the explosive energy be contained without spilling out, but it would also be reflected back, making it a deadly weapon. Spiritual energy surged wildly, and energy raged. Shui Kang, trapped inside the Dui Grand Formation, was like an egg boiling in a pressure cooker if not dead, then severely injured. At this moment, a manic laugh rapidly approached. Fan Yao, you're incredible. With this, Shui Kang will probably be seriously injured. Today, you've crippled a Shenwu realm expert. Ha ha. Tao Xinghe landed, ignoring the blood on his own body, and slapped Fan Yao's shoulder twice with force. Fan Yao's previously clean clothes instantly bore several bloody handprints. Take this chance to beat the dog while it's down. Fan Yao smiled faintly, but his eyes suddenly shifted to the chaotic battlefield on the other side. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What's going on over there? He noticed the particularly active figures of Xiao Huai and Ning Xiaolu, who were fighting with people from the Ryuan base. Oh, that's nothing. I just checked many people from Ryuan base are injured. They should be finished soon, Tao Xing has said with a grin. Not only that, Ballet has already fled with serious injuries. If I'd come out earlier, I could have finished him off. TSK, what a pity. Fan Yao observed for a moment. With their numerical advantage, there was indeed nothing to worry about. He relaxed slightly, and at that moment, the explosions within the Dui Grand Formation began to subside. Fan Yao, hurry up and check on that scoundrel. Tao Xing, his eyes widened, sensing a faint and flickering breath. He immediately urged excitedly. If the scoundrel was dead, he wouldn't have to die, so how could he not be thrilled? Wait a little longer. Unlike Tao Xinghe's excitement and tension, Fan Yao crossed his arms, half closed his eyes, and calmly waited. His perception extended, meticulously scanning every corner of the Dui Grand Formation. He swept over the area where the faint breath originated more than a dozen times. After confirming that the other party hadn't tampered with anything, Fan Yao finally waved his hand, retracting the Dui Grand Formation. The formation instantly transformed into a small light shadow and fell into Fan Yao's hand. Tao Xinghe couldn't wait to fly over, looking in the direction of the faint breath. His gaze swept around, and his eyes lit up. Here. Haha, the breath has weakened to this extent. I can kill him with one sword. Fan Yao followed closely behind, his gaze slightly furrowed as he looked at the motionless figure lying face down on the ground. He frowned slightly and exchanged a glance with Tao Xinghe, a trace of suspicion flashing in their eyes. Dead. Back then, Zhou Shan and He Xiong, with their pure origin realm strength, didn't die this quickly. And now this Shui Kong, in the divine void realm, dies so fast. Just as Fan Yao muttered to himself. Ha. That Shui Kong figure suddenly moved, turning his head to reveal a strange smile at the two of them. Then, with a stomp of his foot, he shot into the sky, attempting to escape. Haha, this guy's been blasted down to mere Unity Realm strength. How weak is that? Tao Xinghe was initially startled but quickly reacted, letting out a strange laugh. His figure flashed, chasing after him, and his long sword thrust forward. Uffed. Without hesitation, the sword pierced into Shui Kang's body. Golden light burst forth, the sword's spiritual energy scattered, blasting Shui Kang's body into pieces. Flesh flew everywhere, and finally, it turned into specks of starlight and disappeared. Haha, I killed a divine void realm. Divine void realm isn't that impressive, it can't even stand against my Tao family's great sword. Tao Xinghe stood in place, his long sword heavily stabbed into the ground. He laughed heartily, his face full of pride. This was too easy. Hey, something's not right. Fan Yao frowned slightly, lifting his foot to kick the overly triumphant Tao Xinghe. What's not right? Tao Xinghe, kicked to the ground, froze upon hearing this, puzzled. But his sword strike hadn't missed. Fan Yao tilted his head slightly and immediately felt a pang of unease, sensing something. He abruptly turned around. At the same time, on the other side of the Dui Grand Formation, a transparent ice crystal shattered with a crackling sound, revealing an extremely battered figure once again. Covered in blood, his head bald, his body scorched with burns, blisters, and soot, nearly naked. His wounds were covered with a layer of ice shards, seemingly cooling and numbing the pain. His face was pale, blood spurting from his mouth, utterly miserable. Even the skin around his eyes was slightly torn and swollen. Shui Kong, I've been tricked. I've been tricked. I've been tricked. Tao Xinghe also sensed the sudden appearance of this aura, instantly bristling as he turned with his sword in hand, 5 words flashing madly through his mind, wishing he could slap himself twice. So, the one he just killed was Shui Kang's small divine statue? Shui Kong glared hatefully at Fan Yao and the other, then, without a word, unleashed his full speed and fled into the distance. Fan Yao's face darkened. This guy actually used ice to conceal his figure, then blocked his aura, leading them to attack his small divine statue instead? He actually threw out his small divine statue to attract attention and protect himself. In doing so, the small divine statue he painstakingly condensed to the Unity realm will have to be cultivated again, greatly weakening his strength. Fan Yao snorted softly but did not pursue further. After all, with Shui Kong at the Divine Void Realm, unleashing his full power, he wasn't someone easily chased down. Moreover, with Shui Kang's strength greatly reduced, Fan Yao was confident that the next time they met, he could directly kill him. Thinking of this, Fan Yao turned around and looked toward the battlefield in the distance, where the fight was still ongoing. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly shouted, "Shui Kong has fled, gravely injured. Are you still going to resist to the end?"